Everyone thought Darren was a greedy, lecherous, and utterly shameless naval scoundrel who chased women, accepted bribes, and even slept with noble women. But no one knew what kind of person this man truly was. He harbors the strength to crush Germa and stand up to the Marine headquarters, the ruthlessness to assassinate celestial dragons, and even the ambition to shake up the world order. How will this pseudo-scoundrel forge his own unique path in the chaotic Roger era? Rogers Darren's romantic adventures begin. Darren is no nobody. He was spotted by the Navy headquarters the moment he appeared, and they even sent the extremely beautiful and tall female officer Guion to investigate him. In the year 1492 of the sea calendar, a warship flying a snow-white seagull flag was sailing slowly. Guion and her tag-along cake were on their way to investigate Darren. On the way, Kaji tried everything to please Guion, even proposing to her in public. Unsurprisingly, he was rejected once again and was even knocked against a wall. Guion opened the military document in her hand again. Inside was a naval file. Origin, orphan, position, commander of the 312th branch base in the North Sea. Rank, captain, naval headquarters. Abilities, possibly a devil fruit user with the ability to manipulate metal, details unknown. Assessment, extremely ambitious, with astonishing potential, suitable for selection into the officer training camp. Note, there are serious problems with personal conduct. Below the table are rows of densely packed records of pirate suppression achievements and merits, along with a photograph. Guion glanced casually at the photo, her black, agate-like eyes flashing slightly. The man in the photo had striking features, his eyes as deep as stars, exuding a wild and untamed aura. Guion glanced at Cake, whose nostrils were still stuffed with 2 wads of tissues, and said in a flat tone, "According to Tsuru Nichin, Darren is a very dangerous and capable person." This Sister Tsuru that Guion mentioned is the chief of staff of the Navy headquarters, a key figure in the forces of justice throughout the world. Guion thought to herself, Sister Tsuru must have her reasons. They had arrived at their destination, a heavily guarded military base. A sudden sense of foreboding rose in Guion's heart. She gritted her teeth and strode towards the base commander's residence. Darren slowly opened his eyes. His high, straight nose, deep-set eyes, sharp eyebrows, and short, tousled black hair gave him an extraordinary air. Darren slowly stood up from the bed, his bare upper body revealing rugged muscles that added to his wild appearance. He glanced at the sleeping woman on the bed and smiled. The noble ladies of the kingdom of Yadis, indeed, have a good time. Darren shook his head, casually picked up the latest newspaper, and habitually flipped through it. That's right, Darren is a time traveler. But unlike other time travelers, his perception and control over himself are much more precise than that of ordinary people. 5 years ago, Darren transmigrated to this pirate world and finally climbed to where he is today. The North Blue is the most chaotic, barbaric, and filthy of the 4 northern seas. Now that he's been transported to another world, he's determined to live life to the fullest. He wants to drink the best wine, smoke the strongest cigarettes, and sleep with the most beautiful women. That's Darren's motto in life. Fame doesn't matter at all. The soul fusion brought about by the time travel granted Darren a certain magical talent, allowing him to perceive himself with a level of precision that ordinary people could not even imagine. So, Darren created a personal attribute table for himself. Physique, 58.103. Strength, 53.831. Speed, 57.539. Fruit, 71.345. Physique represents the body's defense, vitality, and endurance. As for the fruit, it represents the degree of control over the devil fruit. These data all have specific reference points, with a maximum value of 100. For example, physical strength is naturally referenced to the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air from the original storyline Kaido of the Beasts. Darren carefully sensed his body, a smile playing on his lips. After 2 hours of intense activity last night, he woke up feeling refreshed and invigorated. His physique had indeed become stronger. Just then, the door was suddenly sliced open by a sharp sword light. A tall, slender figure with long black hair walked in, her expression cold and furious. "Colonel Darren, as a naval officer, how could you do such an outrageous thing on a naval base? This is absolutely outrageous." As soon as she finished speaking, Guion seemed to feel ashamed, a flush of anger instantly spreading across her cheeks. That bastard Darren. How could he do such an indecent thing in a naval base? But Darren, the instigator, acted as if nothing had happened, smiling as he slowly stood up, So it's Major Guion and Major Cake, coming from Marineford. You must be tired. He had a cigar in his mouth and extended his hand generously. Welcome to the 321st branch of the North Sea. Guion looked at him coldly, without any intention of shaking hands. Darren didn't seem to mind, simply shrugged and pulled out a cigar, handing it to the Peking in Major Gage. Major Gage, it's an honor to meet you. When Jiaji saw the cigar Darren offered him, his eyes lit up. The patterns on the cigar clearly indicated that it was a high-end cigar exclusively for the nobility, but he didn't dare to take it. Jiaji gasped in shock. He had seen Lady Margaret's face clearly mature, alluring, and still possessing a captivating charm, and this guy had gotten away with it so easily. Guion had already secretly vowed to report this matter to headquarters. But at this moment, Madame Margaret said softly, Major Guion, actually, I volunteered. Guion was stunned. Cake was also dumbfounded. All right, gentlemen, let's not disturb this beautiful lady's rest any longer, Darren said with a smile. As he spoke, he casually draped a brand new military uniform and a large cloak over his shoulders, then gestured towards the door. Let's go. Let's talk business in the office. Branch 321, Base Commander's office. On the gray-white wall hangs a huge plaque with the two large, flamboyant characters, Justice, written on it. Darren took the head seat without any ceremony, lit a cigar, and looked at the two men. Major Guion, Major Cake, tell me some good news. Has my letter of appointment arrived yet? As he spoke, he subtly observed the two men. This was the first time he had seen these two future general candidates since his transmigration. Guion is tall and slender, with long, fair legs. Wearing a navy cloak, she looks dashing and spirited. However, unlike her anime counterpart, she still clearly retains a youthful innocence. Guion was still angry. She snorted and took out a letter of appointment. Congratulations, Colonel Darren. From now on, you are the highest-ranking officer in charge of the entire North Sea Navy. In reality, whether or not he had this letter of appointment wouldn't have had a significant impact on his power, since the entire North Sea Navy was already under his control. However, having this title would make many things much easier. Thank you both for your help. Darren smiled and looked up. I wonder how long you two will be staying in Beihai. Guion said calmly. At most half a year, depending on the review period. She continued, to maintain secrecy, during this investigation, the identities of Major Kei, myself, and all members of the investigation team will be kept confidential. The official explanation will be that we are your adjutant. Darren smiled and said, No problem, Guion. Please take care of me from now on. At this time, the Naval Academy selected elite officers from the Grand Line and various branches of the Four Seas for intensive training. Thinking of this, Darren turned to look at Cake and handed him a cigar. You too. Nice to meet you. Cake's eyes lit up when he saw the gold-plated special edition cigar. Guion, he glanced tentatively at Guion. Guion rolled her eyes. Go ahead and smoke. Cake immediately beamed with delight and happily started smoking. But just then, Guion suddenly spoke in a cold voice. So, Colonel Darren, you still owe us an explanation for what happened just now. Your actions. Moreover, Lady Margaret is the wife of the governor of the Kingdom of Yadis. Your actions may even trigger a serious diplomatic incident. Hearing this, Cake immediately adopted a smug, amusement look on his face as he stared at Darren. Under the influence of Staff Officer Tsuru, Guion was utterly intolerant of any dissent. You were so arrogant, weren't you? Smoking such a nice cigar. Well, to be fair, this cigar is really strong. I wish I could smoke it every day. When confronted by Guion, Darren simply wore an innocent expression. Isn't it reasonable? I'm just showing concern for the people. It's military-civilian cooperation. He was enjoying a cigar when he nearly choked. He looked up, staring at Darren in utter shock. Caring for the people? Military-civilian cooperation? That reason actually sounds somewhat plausible. How come he never thought of such a perfect excuse? No reason. Chapter 4. Although I am a scoundrel. Darren. Guion glared angrily at the new North Sea Admiral who was sitting with his legs crossed and a frivolous look in his eyes, so angry that she almost ground her teeth to powder. In Guion's view, it was utterly absurd for the Navy, which should represent justice, to describe such vulgar and despicable things as caring for the people and military-civilian cooperation. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. To prove she wasn't wrong, Guion turned to Cake and asked him again. Cake, who had been lost in thought, snapped back to reality when he heard his name called. He quickly put on a righteous expression and slammed his hand on the table in agreement. Darren merely glanced at Cake with a half-smile and asked indifferently, So you don't want to Major Cake? This immediately left Cake speechless, and he changed his tune, saying that of course he didn't mean it that way. Darren slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze falling on Guillaume's face, his tone still calm. This kind of thing is based on mutual consent. Guillaume was even angrier when she heard this, feeling that this twisted logic was simply unacceptable. She gritted her teeth and pointed out that it was impossible for Tyrell, the governor of the Kingdom of Yetis, to accept such a thing. But Dallin smiled and asked in return, "Who says Governor Tyrell won't be happy?" His words stunned both Guillaume and Kei. An unbelievable guess simultaneously popped into their minds, but neither dared to voice it. Darren flicked his cigarette ash and then calmly asked, "Why has no one at headquarters ever impeached him for this?" As he spoke, he slowly stood up, placed his hands on the table, and leaned slightly forward. The smile on his face gradually faded, and a powerful, yet cold sense of oppression spread out. Guillaume felt a chill inexplicably rise in her heart. Darren looked down at the two second-generation naval officers from headquarters and said calmly, "Because I can get things done." He then added that the image of other naval commanders wasn't necessarily much better than his. Guillaume and Cake were momentarily speechless. They were reminded of the two monsters, Sakazuki and Borsalino. One was ruthless, even at the cost of civilians. The other was lazy and eccentric, always speaking in a strange and unpredictable manner. In terms of appearance, neither of them seemed quite normal. Guillaume instinctively sensed something was wrong. She had almost been led astray by Darren again. But before she could speak, Darren waved his hand, ending the argument abruptly. He said it was time for training. After saying that, Darren stubbed out his cigar, casually tossed a whole box of new cigars to Cake, and then walked out of the base commander's office without looking back. Guillaume suddenly snapped out of her daze and gritted her teeth, cursing, "Damn it." While discreetly putting away the box of cigars, Cake asked her curiously what she was going to do. Guillaume stared at the constantly ringing den mushy and said firmly that she was going to report Darren's bad behavior truthfully. The communication was quickly established, and Sengoku's hearty laughter came from the other end of the den mushy. Guillaume immediately reported that she had arrived at Branch 321, but during the investigation, she discovered that Darren's personal conduct was extremely poor. Sengoku was puzzled after hearing this, and Guillaume, who wanted to explain, was blushing with embarrassment. Kei, who was standing next to her, couldn't hold back any longer and snatched the den mushy, shouting that Darren had slept with the wife of the governor of the Kingdom of Yetis. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the den mushy. Sengoku sat in the general's office in Marineford, listening to Kei's indignant demands for Darren's dismissal and investigation, his forehead veins practically bulging. Kei, in particular, repeatedly emphasized that the governor's wife was still charming and very beautiful, which made Sengoku speechless. But to the surprise of both Guillaume and Kei, Sengoku simply said after listening, "So that's what it is." Sengoku explained helplessly that Darren did indeed have many problems, a fact he and Tsuru were well aware of. And what Guillaume mentioned wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. Complaints and reports about Darren had already piled up to a mountain. These words left Jiaji completely stunned. Only one thought remained in his mind. Could it be that Darren had already cared for countless noble ladies and young misses like Mrs. Margaret? Thinking of this, he felt both bitter and angry, and could only take a few deep drags on his cigarette. Guillaume, on the other hand, was even more confused. Since Darren had so many problems, if he continued to act recklessly, the entire North Sea would be thrown into chaos sooner or later. Sengoku sighed after hearing this, saying that Guillaume was still too young. He didn't elaborate, but simply said, "Existence is its own justification. There must be a reason why that kid Darren can be in charge of that chaotic sea." Guillaume, however, remained unconvinced and couldn't help but retort, "Didn't Borsalino and Sakazuki also serve in the North Sea? Is Darren stronger than them?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku's lips twitched. He bluntly stated that Guillaume still didn't understand those two monsters at all. When Borsalino served in the North Blue, pirates became increasingly rampant unless forcibly ordered by headquarters, which finally led to his transfer. As for Sakazuki, the situation was even more outrageous. He completely disregarded the political relations between various countries. Finally, Sakazuki caused severe damage in many countries and towns. After hearing the joint pressure from more than 10 North Sea member states on Guillaume and Kei, they all fell silent. Sengoku told them that even Sakazuki and Borsalino had expressed their support for Darren's promotion. The fact that he had gained the approval of those two guys was enough to demonstrate Darren's abilities and methods. Finally, he said meaningfully, study hard. Chapter 5. Let's have a spar. The den mushy communication was interrupted. In the huge base commander's office, only Gion and Cake remained, staring at each other in silence for a long time. They grew up in the headquarters and received the most orthodox education in justice. They never imagined that a corrupt and degenerate navy like Darren would receive such high praise from Admiral Sengoku. What was even more unacceptable to them was that even those two arrogant monsters, Sakazuki and Borsalino, acknowledged Darren's strength and methods. Just then, a click sounded as a lighter ignited. Gion turned her head and saw Cake secretly lighting the cigar Darren had left behind. Her face instantly turned cold. "Cake, what are you doing?" "You're smoking his cigar." Gion's temples throbbed with anger. Cake shuddered, muttering in protest. "Didn't the Sengoku shogun tell us to learn from Darren?" Gion was speechless for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "I'm letting you learn from him so you can learn his skills, not his bad habits of smoking, drinking, and chasing girls." Kaji quickly put away his cigar, but muttered to himself that these things were actually quite good. "What did you say?" Gion glared, then immediately changed her tune. I said you're right." There was a moment of silence in the office. Then Gion suddenly stood up, her eyes regaining their resolve. Jiaji sat beside him, listening with a helpless expression, but his mind couldn't help but drift to the military-civilian cooperation and caring for the people that Dalawan had mentioned. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but chuckle strangely. "Stop grinning like an idiot. Hurry up and get to the training ground." Gion interrupted him coldly. Cake looked bewildered. "What are we going to the training ground for? To train? We've been traveling all the way to Hokusai, and we've only just arrived. We're exhausted." Gion gripped the golden sword at her waist, her gaze sharpening. "Didn't that bastard Darren want to spar with us? I'd like to see if he's truly worthy of the title of Admiral of the North Sea." Soon, the three arrived at the 321 SD branch's training ground. The sky was bright, the sea breeze was biting, and the empty training ground was dusty, with weapon racks, stone targets, and cannons all around. In one corner, there was also an abandoned warship. Many naval personnel were conducting their routine training here, but their attention was clearly drawn to the figure in the center of the training ground. Darren, shirtless and wearing only black military trousers, was doing one-finger push-ups. After completing 2,000 repetitions with his right hand, he remained expressionless and immediately switched to his left. His movements were rhythmic and steady, each repetition executed with extreme low pressure. His well-defined muscles and wild aura made him look like a cheetah poised to pounce. Gion and Cake arrived just in time to witness this scene. Although Gion was still dissatisfied with Darren, she had to admit that this guy was indeed much tougher on training than most of the Navy in the Four Seas. "TCH, it's nothing special." Jiaji put his hands in his pockets, his words full of disdain, but his tone was clearly tinged with sourness. In reality, he was also quite shocked by Darren's strength. A little while later, Darren finished his last set, dusted off his hands, and smiled at the two of them, saying, "You're here. Want to train together?" He was covered in sweat in the sunlight, and his whole being was incredibly striking. The female naval officer watching from a distance practically had hearts in her eyes. Gion was also slightly taken aback, and even thought to herself, "No wonder Lady Margaret was so infatuated with him. This guy is indeed a bit too eye-catching." She certainly wouldn't be easily swayed by male beauty, but Darren's type is indeed rare in the Navy. Thinking of Sakazuki, Borsalino, and even the roguish Kaji next to her, Darren seemed more pleasing to the eye in comparison. But Gion hadn't forgotten the purpose of her visit to the training ground. Her expression turned serious, and she spoke directly. "No need, Colonel Darren. We came here to see your strength. Right, Kaji?" "Huh? I don't want to. It's too tiring." Jiaji blurted out subconsciously, but when he met Gion's murderous gaze, he immediately stood up straight and changed his words. "That's right. Let's see what you're capable of." He was polite in words, but his eyes were already shining. Although Gion and Cake were still young and far from reaching the heights of the future, they were still geniuses nurtured by headquarters, and he wanted to assess them personally. More importantly, Darren had long wanted to find an opportunity to give these two proctors from headquarters a good talking to. Ultimately, the Navy is all about force. Only by subduing them first can things proceed more smoothly. Kakei grinned. "Don't worry, Colonel Darren. I'll control myself since you gave me a cigar." His eyes darted around, clearly seeing this as a good opportunity to beat Darren up as well. Gion slowly drew her famous sword from her waist, intending to use her strength to teach this lecherous and depraved scoundrel what true justice really is. Each of the three harbored their own thoughts. None of them had good intentions. Chapter 6. Don't slap me in the face. On the training ground, dust flew everywhere. Darren, Guillaume, and Cake faced each other from a distance, the yellow sand swirling, and the cloaks behind Guillaume and Cake fluttered in the cold sea wind. The Marines from Branch 321 rushed to the scene, crowding the training ground. Everyone stared wide-eyed, eager to see what would happen next. Someone couldn't help but ask Darren if he would lose. Darren simply smiled. In his view, the word lose simply didn't exist in Darren's dictionary. What was truly worth considering wasn't who won or lost, but rather how badly those two geniuses from headquarters would be humiliated. So, Colonel Darren, who would you like to spar with first? Jiaji asked excitedly, deliberately tossing his hair. Seeing that many female naval officers were watching him, he became even more smug. Katerin merely glanced at him and shook his head, saying, "No need to waste time. You can all come at me together." Upon hearing this, both Kei and Guillaume were stunned, and their anger was ignited. "Then don't blame me for being impolite. I'll go easy on you." Jiaji gritted his teeth and hissed, his knees sinking and his muscles tensing suddenly. As the ground exploded, he shot out like a cannonball. This punch was devoid of any fancy moves or feints. It had already covered more than 10 meters when the fist slammed heavily into Darren's muscular abs, creating a white shockwave. To everyone's surprise, Darren didn't budge. Jiaji's smile froze instantly, feeling as if his punch had hit a steel plate. Darren, however, said with a hint of helplessness, "I'm very grateful you went easy on me." Guillaume frowned and shouted, "Cake, what are you doing? Stop playing around." Cake almost wanted to cry. He hadn't held back at all. But his punches had no effect on Darren. Chest, abdomen, legs, even head all were inhumanly hard. Darren stood there, and a terrifying thought finally popped into his mind. This guy's strength far surpassed his own. Just as his resolve wavered, Darren suddenly grinned. "Had enough? If you've had your fill, it's my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, a large hand shot out like lightning. Jiaji's face changed drastically. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. But in the next instant, Darren had already grabbed his face. Guillaume was utterly shocked. Accompanied by a pig-like scream, Darren grinned and stepped forward, slamming his head into the ground. The ground was smashed into a shocking crater, with cracks spreading in all directions. Jiaji's entire head was buried in the soil, leaving only his two legs, clad in wooden clogs, hanging upside down in midair, still twitching uncontrollably. Dust billowed and surged like a dragon. At that moment, everyone present grimaced as they watched this scene, their eyes twitching. Just looking at it was painful. Chapter 7. A monster appears in the North Sea. Damn it. Seeing this, Guillaume's expression changed drastically. Only then did she fully understand that Darren hadn't been serious at all, but was just playing around with them. Gaji was most skilled in close combat, possessing astonishing physique and strength. Yet, when his attacks landed on Darren, they didn't inflict the slightest damage. Looking at Darren's bare torso and muscles covered in hideous scars, Guillaume suddenly had a thought. This guy's physical defense has probably been trained to an inhuman level, and he's practically as tough as an iron block. With that thought, Guillaume no longer hesitated. Her figure shot out instantly, like a pink afterimage streaking forward. Her eyes blazed with fighting spirit, and the golden sword in her hand emitted a dazzling cold light. Things had already progressed to this point, and she couldn't back down. She and Kei represented headquarters, and with so many Marines watching, they had to regain face in this battle no matter what. "Watch out, Colonel Darren." The moment the words fell, Guillaume was already in front of Darren. The golden sword tore through the air with a piercing bang and slashed down fiercely. "Draw your sword, peach smoke." The blade fell with a hiss, and blood splattered everywhere. A hideous gash appeared on Darren's chest, and a large amount of blood gushed out from the wound. But Guillaume's pupils suddenly contracted. Because Darren hadn't dodged at all, she stared blankly at the man in front of her, only to see the blade stuck in the muscles of his chest, unable to go any further. Then, she saw Darren's lips slowly curl into a cruel, gleeful, even slightly manic smile. Feeling the breath of all things. "Have you already touched the threshold of cutting through iron?" Darren licked the blood from his lips, a hint of admiration in his eyes. As expected of a genius from headquarters, he's only one step away from becoming a swordsman. Before he finished speaking, a violent gust of wind rushed towards him. Guillaume's expression changed drastically, and she instinctively raised her sword to block. With a muffled clang, Darren kicked the sword hard. The immense force was like a train crashing into the sea. instantly sending her flying. The shockwave exploded in midair, sending Gion crashing through several heavy stone targets before she tumbled to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her hand gripping the sword trembled uncontrollably, and her tiger's mouth was dripping with blood, burning with pain. She stared intently at Darren in the distance, her mind reeling with shock. This guy's defense was monstrous, and his strength was terrifyingly absurd, almost on par with an adult giant. Just then, a furious roar suddenly rang out. His face was swollen, and he struggled to pull his head out of the crater, his eyes red with rage. "Darren, you bastard. How dare you slap me in the face? I make a living with my face." The next second, Jiaji's aura suddenly changed, like a ferocious beast awakening. He hunched over, his muscles rapidly bulging, and the ground beneath his feet was pressed into fine cracks by the surging power. This scene caused all the surrounding Navy personnel to change their expressions. No one had expected that this lieutenant commander from headquarters would possess such formidable power. His speed and explosiveness were twice as ferocious as before. Jiaji charged towards Darren like a meteor, his momentum astonishing, leaving only a blur in his wake. But the next instant, with a muffled thud, he was sent flying back at an even greater speed. Blood gushed from his mouth, and his military uniform was torn to shreds in an instant. He rolled on the ground a dozen times, finally curling into a ball like a boiled shrimp, gagging incessantly, almost vomiting bile. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. Everyone watched in shock as Darren walked step by step toward Gion and Cake, his tall figure casting a shadow under the blazing sun, completely enveloping the two of them. Darren looked down at the two inspectors sent from headquarters, a sunny smile on his face. "You two are truly worthy of being called experts from headquarters. Please give me your guidance in the future." Gasping for breath, Gaji glared at him with bloodshot eyes and gritted his teeth, asking, "Darren, you bastard, how can you be so strong?" Darren smiled, as if he had remembered something amusing. "Compared to real monsters, I'm really not that strong," he said, looking down at the wound on his chest, and found that the bleeding had stopped and the wound was almost scabbed over. He then waved his hand, turned around, and walked towards the distance of the training ground. "All right, I had a great time sparring with you guys. Warm up over. Now I need to start the formal training." Gion and Cake were stunned. That exchange just now, in Darren's eyes, was merely a warm-up? Even after being stabbed in the chest, he seemed completely unaffected. His body was simply absurdly inhuman. Before they could recover from their shock, a deep rumble came from beneath their feet. The dust and gravel on the ground began to stir, as if some enormous creature was approaching. The two looked up, their minds going completely blank. 100 meters away, Darren was holding a huge black iron chain in both hands, the other end of which was connected to the abandoned warship outside the training ground. His muscles bulged, and he took step after step forward, dragging the 6-meter-tall medium-sized warship slowly along. With each step, his military boots left shallow dents in the ground. The massive warship carved a deep trench in the ground, its rumble accompanied by a deafening roar. Under the blazing sun, tiny figures dragged the enormous warship forward, a sight so striking it left one speechless. Gion and Cake stood there, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word for a long time. At that moment, Momongo walked up to the two of them, gazing at Darren in the distance with undisguised admiration in his eyes. "UVE just arrived in Beihai, and there are many things you don't know yet," he said slowly. Before Major General Sakaski was transferred from Beihai, Colonel Darren was his adjutant, and the vast majority of the dense scars on Colonel Darren's body were left from sparring with Major General Sakazuki. Upon hearing this, Gion and Cake both gasped in shock. Those terrifying scars were just from sparring? This wasn't some kind of friendly competition. It was clearly a battle between wild beasts. Someone who could fight a monster like Sakazuki to this extent couldn't possibly be a normal person. Recalling their so-called sparring session, Gion and Cake felt their faces burning. Their all-out effort was probably nothing more than child's play in Darren's eyes. Another monster. Kaji swallowed hard, his voice dry. The saying that monsters come from the North Sea had been circulating in Marineford for years, because two freaks, Sakazuki and Borsellino, had emerged from there. But now, perhaps before long, another true monster will emerge from this chaotic sea. His name is Rogers Darren. Chapter 8. The Road to Monsters. Upon hearing Jiaji's words, the flying squirrel couldn't help but chuckle. "Monsters? Colonel Darren and I joined the branch around the same time. I know better than anyone how he got here. 5 years ago, he was incredibly thin on his first day of training. He was completely exhausted after running 10 laps on the training field and had to sit and catch his breath for half an hour before he could barely stand up. Among the new recruits of his class, he was the one with the worst physical condition. But he never gave up. He trained every day and pushed himself to his limits almost every day. At first, he just dragged a cannon barrel, then he dragged a canoe, and later he even set his sights on abandoned warships. It took him 3 whole years to barely drag that abandoned warship a meter. Unlike Major General Sakazuki, who was a born monster, Colonel Darren was more like someone who gradually turned himself into a monster through sheer willpower. Gion and Cake fell silent after hearing these words. They had initially regarded Darren as a degenerate scoundrel, but now they realized that his position was not achieved by luck. With a clang, Darren threw down the thick iron chain and stood alone under the scorching sun, panting heavily. His throat and lungs ached as if they were being torn apart, and his muscles felt like they were on fire, but he was already used to this kind of pain. He glanced back at the rut left by the warship on the ground and roughly estimated the distance. 101 meters, he had finally broken his own record again. Then, he once again monitored the changes in his body's various data points. His physique increased by 0.03, and his strength increased by 0.06. Although they were still increasing, the rate of increase was clearly slowing down. Darren stared at his data and muttered, "It seems that this warship is no longer sufficient." This is the training method he found best for himself after years of exploration. With precise bodily feedback, he can clearly judge whether the current training is effective. As soon as the effect starts to decline, it means that his body has gradually adapted to the load. The human body has an extremely strong ability to adapt. The same weight, the same stimulation, and the same training content may be effective at first, but over time, the improvement will become smaller and smaller, and eventually even stagnate. Darren knew before his time travel that professional athletes who wanted to continue improving had to constantly adjust their training plans and gradually increase the workload. In short, it meant gradually increasing the difficulty within the limits of their physical capabilities. His exceptional perception gives him an advantage over ordinary people in this regard. After each training session, he can see the results through data changes, and this instant feedback makes him enjoy even the most grueling training. With each push-up he did, each set of weight training he completed, he could clearly feel himself getting stronger. It was like playing a game. His attributes would gradually increase. Darren knew very well that this wasn't a game. He understood the dangers of the pirate world better than anyone, so he fought harder than anyone else. Only by constantly becoming stronger could he be qualified to stand on the same battlefield as the true monsters of this sea, vying for the same sky. Darren believed that with the help of talent and enough crazy effort, he would one day gain the power of Whitebeard and even be able to stop a fast-moving warship with his bare hands. After his breathing gradually calmed down, Darren raised his head and waved to the flying squirrel on the other side of the training ground. He has already felt that the load of today's strength training has reached its limit, and pushing himself will only hurt his body. On the other side of the training ground, Momonga said to Gion and Keikiai, "Colonel Darren is calling me." But after taking 2 steps, he turned back as if he remembered something and said with a smile, "By the way, this is going to be very interesting." Keikiai and Gion were both taken aback, but Momonga didn't explain further, only smiling mysteriously. Seeing the bewildered expressions on the faces of these 2 prodigies from headquarters, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction. "Assemble!" With a cold shout from the flying squirrel, in less than 20 seconds, dozens of naval soldiers around the training ground quickly gathered and neatly divided into 2 rows, clearly having already prepared for the upcoming training. With a clang, the front row of sailors simultaneously drew their sabers. With a whoosh, the rear row raised their flintlock pistols. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on Darren in the center of the drill ground. The sight sent chills down everyone's spines. Hey, this isn't a joke, is it?" Keikiai's lips twitched as if he'd realized something. Gion swallowed hard, her voice hoarse. "This kind of training, it really can kill people." Before they could even catch their breath, the flying squirrel coldly ordered, "Attack." As soon as he finished speaking, the frontline Marines, swords in hand, charged forward and relentlessly slashed at Darren's body from all sides, showing no sign of stopping. His head, face, neck, chest, back, arms, thighs, and even his throat were all targets. But when those sharp military knives struck Darren, the blades shattered on the spot, as if they were cutting steel. After a round of slashing, the front row quickly retreated, and the rear row of sailors immediately pulled the trigger. Bang 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 gunshots rang out one after another, and dense bullets rained down on Darren, constantly being deflected. Once the bullets ran out, the rear rank of sailors immediately drew their swords and charged forward, while the front rank quickly retreated to reload their flintlock muskets. The two teams took turns, constantly switching between swords and gunfire at an astonishing pace. Even during the breaks between the two teams, the flying squirrel would sometimes drag a heavy cannon from the armory, aim at Darren, and fire a shot. The sounds of artillery fire, gunfire, and broken blades mingled together, and sparks exploded in the center of the training ground. From a distance, it didn't look like training at all. It looked more like a small-scale war. Cake and Guion stood at the edge of the training ground, staring blankly at the scene, completely speechless, as if witnessing madness for the first time. There was no metal block, no dodging, and no parrying. The madman just stood there, enduring the blows of swords, gunshots, and cannon fire with his bare body, as if he were directly forcing himself toward the monster. Is this something a human could do? Cake and Guion could only utter this question in a daze as they stared at the man who stood firm amidst the hail of bullets. Chapter 9. Germa's Rise? That evening, at the headquarters of Branch 321, after completing his training, Darren quickly showered and stood in front of the mirror, gazing at his body, covered in scars yet still brimming with explosive power. Physique 58.418, strength 53.890, speed 57.548, devil fruit 71.345. Today's final round of defensive training added many more wounds to his body. A good night's sleep should be enough for him to fully recover. The data clearly showed that his physique had improved by another 0.312, just 1 point away from 60. Darren frowned. It seemed he would have to move the heavy artillery from the warship to the training ground and further intensify the training. As his physique continued to improve, ordinary swords and bullets became almost ineffective against him. A military knife could only leave a faint red mark, and flintlock bullets could hardly penetrate his defenses. Today, most of his injuries actually came from the flying squirrel's cannon. This is the greatest advantage of the perception talent. With precise data, he can control the intensity of training within a safe range, neither damaging his foundation nor causing fatal injuries, but always pushing his body to its limits. Darren knew very well that even though he was the governor of the North Sea, controlling the navy of the entire sea area on this vast ocean, what truly determined life and death was always personal strength. Power was merely a tool. Therefore, what he needs to do next is to consolidate the entire North Sea into a unified entity before passing the review and heading to the headquarters officer training camp. He needs to seize more cultivation resources and convert them all into his own power. Before mastering hockey, strength, speed, and physique are the most direct ways to improve. Darren doesn't consider himself a talent monster like Sakazuki, so he can only work harder than anyone else. Once his physique surpasses 60 points, even in his normal state, his physical strength will be comparable to the 6 styles of Iron Body. Thinking of this, Darren's eyes grew even more resolute. He was walking a path of monsters without any weaknesses. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Darren put on a bathrobe and opened it. It was Momonga standing there. He had the soldiers bring in boxes of ice and pour them all into the bathtub. Darren, without batting an eye, took off his bathrobe and sat directly in the ice-cold water, casually asking about Keiki and Guion. The flying squirrel chuckled, suppressing a chill. Those two guys were still training like crazy at the drill ground, clearly shaken by the experience. Darren chuckled, understanding that this was perfectly normal. The main navy had always looked down on the Four Seas branch, and being so easily crushed by him naturally fueled their competitive spirit. When it came to business, Momonga was a little worried about the headquarters review. Darren, however, saw through it all. This review was just a formality. The third officer training camp was about to begin, and Keiki and Guion were only in Hokkaido to gild their resumes. Darren wasn't worried, because the North Sea was too small in the eyes of headquarters. Even if they found out something, they might not actually take action. Changing the subject, he asked about Vinsmoke Judge's recent activities. The flying squirrel said that the guy was expanding his army on a massive scale. Darren sneered. He knew that Judge had collaborated with Vegapunk back then, later escaping back to the North Blue with some of the technology and revitalizing Germa 66 through technology. Now he was clearly getting arrogant because of his advanced weaponry. But the North Blue wasn't under Germa 60 SIX's control. He immediately sent a messenger from the Flying Squirrel to tell Judge not to cause trouble in the North Sea. Even if the headquarters investigation was just for show, If Germa were to really turn the North Sea upside down under his rule, then he, as the governor of the North Sea, would become a laughingstock. But the flying squirrel didn't leave immediately. Instead, he brought up another matter with a serious expression. Recently, a new force has emerged in North Sea. It is extremely powerful and has already defeated several well-known mafia families and has taken over all their businesses. What was most surprising was that the leader of this gang was a child, not even 10 years old. The flying squirrel slowly uttered the name, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Chapter 10. The Elegant Magneto Fruit. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Upon hearing this name, Darren was taken aback at first, but for him, a transmigrator, it was all too familiar. One of the future 7 warlords of the sea, Flamingo, Joker, a middleman who controls most of the illegal transactions in the underworld, and a ruthless character who secretly collaborates with Kaido of the Beasts, stirring up the entire sea. However, the 7 warlords of the sea system hasn't been established yet, and Kaido isn't one of the 4 emperors. As for Doflamingo, he's just a young, blonde kid who's just arrived in the North Blue with a few subordinates and started building up his power. He's far from being fully grown. The flying squirrel nodded, but his tone was hesitant. That's right, it's him. This kid's background is a bit troublesome. He spoke vaguely, but his apprehension was written all over his face. He clearly didn't want to be too direct. Darren, however, was too lazy to beat around the bush and bluntly stated, "Isn't he just a celestial dragon who has been stripped of his qualifications? Now he's running around in the North Blue like a stray dog, biting people everywhere." He said this lightly, but it left Momonga feeling helpless. He had known Darren was incredibly audacious, but seeing him disregard even the celestial dragons like this still gave him a headache. After all, no matter how pathetic Doflamingo was now, he still had the blood of a world noble flowing through his veins, and that identity itself was troublesome enough. The flying squirrel sighed and said that Doflamingo had now raised the banner of the Don Quixote pirates, clearly intending to establish a foothold in the North Blue and continue expanding his power. If left unchecked, their plans in the North Blue over the past few years would likely be ruined. Logically, since the Navy has discovered the pirates, they should naturally take action to subdue them. But the problem lies precisely here. Doflamingo is not only a pirate, but also a descendant of the celestial dragons. This identity makes them hesitant to act, and they even have to carefully consider their options before reporting the matter. The flying squirrel asked if they should report to headquarters. Darren hesitated for a moment, but he knew better than anyone just how troublesome this guy was. In the original storyline, he even dared to rob celestial tribute, and relying on his status as a celestial dragon, he forced the world government to make concessions to him. Even though the Navy knew he was dangerous, they dared not act against him easily. Later, Staff Officer Tsuru repeatedly attacked Doflamingo, even forcing him to flee whenever he saw a warship. But in the end, he was never truly defeated, which in itself speaks volumes. With Advisor Tsuru's experience and strength, capturing a Doflamingo who hadn't yet reached his full potential wouldn't be difficult at all. But she always managed to let him slip away. To put it bluntly, it wasn't that she couldn't capture him, but rather that she was wary of his celestial dragon status. Thinking this through, Darren quickly made a decision. No need to report. I'll handle this brat. As for headquarters, old man Sengoku will probably be getting restless soon. Seeing that he had a plan, the flying squirrel nodded and turned to leave the mansion. After everyone left, Darren lay down alone in the icy water, calming himself down. A moment later, he raised his hand and gently beckoned. A wisp of electricity flashed between his fingers, and an invisible yet eerie force field instantly spread outwards. The next second, a coin flew out of the pocket of his military trousers and floated steadily above Dowlin's palm, hovering in midair. With a slight movement of his fingers, the coin began to flutter back and forth around his palm, as agile as a tamed metal butterfly. This is the Paramecia-type magnet fruit. Originally the ability of Eustace Kid, a supernova from the worst generation, it can create magnetic fields, manipulate magnetism, magnetize metals, and even control electrical and ferrous metals, making its potential extremely astonishing. This was a loot Darren seized during his operation to wipe out the mafia. After confirming it was the magnet fruit, he ate it almost without hesitation. In his view, the fruit's potential was far more exaggerated than most people imagined. The problem isn't with the fruit, but with the user. Kid clearly got a god-tier fruit that was practically a bug, but he used it like he was just piling up steel and assembling parts, like he was building blocks or piloting a Gundam. He completely wasted his talent. In Darren's eyes, the magnet fruit shouldn't have been used so roughly. The path it should have taken was one of elegance, precision, and the ability to stand high like Magneto, effortlessly controlling everything, instead of turning itself into a clumsy lump of iron. If developed properly, the power of the magnet fruit will never be inferior to that of a top-tier Logia-type devil fruit. And this has become Darren's most important trump card. Thinking of this, he slowly closed his eyes and continued to sink into that bone-chilling cold. An invisible magnetic field enveloped the surroundings, causing coins to dance nimbly around him, occasionally emitting tiny purple arcs of electricity. Under the influence of the biomagnetic field, the wounds on his body began to heal rapidly, and his muscles rhythmically contracted and pulsated. This is a new application he recently developed. By placing the body in a biomagnetic field of a specific intensity, it can not only accelerate injury recovery, but also continuously improve physique, strength, and speed. However, the price is also considerable, and the process is extremely painful. Even with Darren's current physical condition, he could only endure this magnetic field for about 3 hours. The longer he stayed in it, the greater the pressure on his body would become, and if he exceeded his limit, his internal organs would suffer irreversible damage. Therefore, he dared not act recklessly. Time passed slowly, and in his perception, all his physical stats were gradually improving. Almost every 10 minutes, the values would jump up several times, with his physique, strength, and speed all increasing at a very slow but steady pace. The next morning, Darren changed into his brand new military uniform and put on a large cloak. As soon as he entered the base commander's office, he saw Gaji sitting slumped on the sofa with dark circles under his eyes, yawning and looking exhausted from staying up all night. Darren chuckled. Clearly, yesterday's sparring match had really spurred the guy on, and he'd probably been training like crazy all night. So he greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Major Keiki." Gaji mumbled a reply, and only a second later did he realize it was Darren's voice. He shuddered violently, jumped up from the sofa, and quickly covered his face with his hands, shouting, "Don't hit my face." Seeing his instinctive gesture of protecting his face, Darren chuckled and shook his head. "Don't worry, I know you make a living with your looks." Gaji looked at him suspiciously for a long time before slowly lowering his hand, but his expression seemed a little strained. To save face, he stiffened his neck and snorted coldly, forcing himself to say that he hadn't used his full strength in yesterday's sparring match. After all, Darren was the leader of the North Sea. He couldn't very well beat him to a pulp in front of so many of his subordinates. Darren didn't expose him, but instead went along with his words and laughed. "Of course, Major Keiki is a genius of the headquarters. How could I possibly be your match?" Hearing this, Keiki immediately perked up, and his back straightened up a bit involuntarily. Darren casually pulled out a box of cigars and handed one to Gaji. Gaji took it, lit it, and immediately began puffing away happily, the earlier awkwardness seemingly vanishing instantly. Darren sat down beside him, crossed his legs, and joined him in smoking. After taking a couple of puffs, Kaji suddenly realized something was wrong. He looked down at the cigar in his hand and couldn't help but ask where it came from. These high-end cigars, reserved for the nobility, were not commonly seen even at headquarters. They were definitely not cheap goods that could be obtained easily. Darren casually said, "I have plenty here. If you like, I'll have someone send you a box later." Upon hearing the word box, Jiaji's hands trembled so much that he almost dropped the cigar, and his eyes widened in surprise. He wasn't ignorant. These aristocratic cigars from the Bellman Islands plantation in the Western Sea cost over 50,000 berries each. A box of 10 cigars, a case of 20 boxes, that's over 10 million berries for the case alone. The problem is, he's just a major at headquarters, and his annual salary is less than 2 million berries. Where does Darren get the money to casually give away boxes of this caliber of stuff? Chapter 11: The Reasons for Sending Troops. At that moment, Guion also entered the office. Seeing Darren and Gage sitting there like best buddies, puffing away on cigarettes, she frowned slightly, but ultimately said nothing. "Base Chief Darren." Guion gave Darren a military salute. Darren smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Major Guion, you're too kind." He glanced at Guion and Cake seemingly casually. It's clear that after yesterday's sparring and the resulting reprimands, they look at me with much more respect. In the end, strength speaks for itself in this vast ocean. "So what are your schedules for today?" Darren gently exhaled a plume of smoke resembling a dragon and asked with a smile. Guion and Cake exchanged glances, and the former spoke with a serious expression. "Colonel Darren, after observation, we have discovered certain problems with the income and expenditure of your branch." "Oh, A look of interest flashed in Darren's deep eyes. Major Guillaume, what do you mean? Guillaume, who was prepared, took out an intelligence document and placed it on her desk, her expression gradually turning cold. Colonel Darren, based on the materials provided by headquarters and my observations of other naval branches in the North Sea, let's set aside the situation for now. But just the Navy of Branch 321 alone, their income levels far exceed the normal standard. Darren flicked his cigarette ash and laughed. Isn't this a good thing? As Marines who uphold justice, we may die gloriously in the line of duty to fight pirates at any time. Leaving aside the so-called justice, the Navy is inherently a very dangerous profession. With the standard at headquarters, how much do they even pay a month? You expect them to risk their lives for you. Guillaume bit her lip. That's not what I meant. My question is, where does this additional military spending come from? Before Darren could say anything, Gage's expression changed slightly. Looking at the expensive cigars on the table, he suddenly realized something, turned his head, and stared intently at Darren. Facing the questioning looks from Guillaume and Cake, Darren simply shrugged and said, Don't you already know the answer to this question, Colonel Guillaume? Guillaume gritted her teeth and said, word by word, You accepted a bribe. Bribe? Darren seemed to have heard a funny joke, and shrugged with a laugh. No. How can you call it bribery when it involves the Navy? That's called a reasonable charge. Guillaume stared incredulously at Darren's composed face before her, and couldn't help but snap angrily. Do you know that all of that money comes from the blood and sweat of ordinary people? It is because of this rampant exploitation that countless families have been torn apart and people have died. Family destroyed and people killed? Darren couldn't help but laugh. I believe you have all seen the intelligence reports about Beihai. Under my jurisdiction, the crime rate in Beihai has dropped significantly, and the living standards of ordinary people have improved considerably. If I take money from the common people, I will do things to. Upon hearing Darren's words, Guillaume trembled with rage. Protecting civilians is the Navy's responsibility. Darren smiled. You have your beliefs, and I have my way of doing things. I only let the results speak for themselves, and the result is that I have managed Beihai very well, better than at any time in history. Guillaume opened her mouth, as if to say something, but at that moment, the flying squirrel walked in hurriedly. Colonel Darren. The flying squirrel's expression was extremely solemn, as if sensing the tense atmosphere in the office, and it hesitated to speak. Darren glanced at him, waved his hand, and said directly, Tell me what happened. The flying squirrel nodded, and said in a deep voice, Germa 60 SIXS, Slaying the Four Kingdoms operation has begun. The evil army has amassed over 10,000 troops, and is about to launch an attack on the Kingdom of Yurdes. Based on the assessment of the troops' strength and combat power of both sides, it is estimated that the Kingdom of Yurdes will be captured within hours if the Kingdom of Germa launches a war. The governor of Tyrell of the Kingdom of Yurdes has sent a request for assistance to our North Sea Navy, hoping that our North Sea Navy will send troops to mediate. As soon as he finished speaking, Kaji and Guillaume's expressions changed drastically. Germa 66, a powerful force known as the Evil Army and the War House, is a unique nation without territory and a member state recognized by the world government. At the very top of the power pyramid in the Kingdom of Germa lies the Vinsmoke family. As officers in their unit, the two of them naturally had some understanding of the powerful military nation of Beihai. The king of the Germa kingdom is Vinsmoke Judge, the current head of House Vinsmoke, nicknamed the Strange Bird. He is a scientist with advanced military science and technology. His Germa 66 is one of the most powerful armies in the world, and it has a great reputation in the North Sea. If Vinsmoke Judge really does want to dominate the North Sea as he claims, the entire North Sea will probably be dragged into war. Thinking this, both of them trembled slightly, and their eyes became somewhat flustered. Having grown up at Marineford, the naval headquarters, they were still too young and had never witnessed war firsthand, so they were somewhat flustered by the passage of time. He subconsciously looked at Darren. So that strange bird didn't receive the letter we sent. Darren narrowed his eyes and said with a half-smile. Seeing Darren's expression, the flying squirrel instantly realized, based on their years of working together, that Vinsmoke Judge was in trouble. It has been confirmed that it has been delivered to him. He said in a deep voice. Very good. Darren laughed, stubbed out his cigar, and his eyes gradually turned cold. Then let's set off. The flying squirrel nodded, took out a military den mushi, and called his subordinates at all levels to quickly get to work. Darren casually draped a large cloak of justice over his shoulders. Etc. Guillaume's voice came from behind, her tone tinged with unease. Darren turned and glanced at her. Guion hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "Should we report to headquarters first? Our Navy has no right to interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. If we are not careful, it could trigger a political dispute." What an innocent little girl. This thought flashed through Darren's mind. With Germa 60SXS strength, if they wait for headquarters to reply, the heads of the 4 kings of the North Sea will probably already be hanging on the walls of Vinsmoke, judged by then. He sneered. Moreover, I will not allow Germa 66 to start a large-scale war within my jurisdiction, resulting in the casualties of innocent civilians. Guion was stunned by what she heard, then her eyes lit up. It seems this guy does have some sense of responsibility after all. Darren's next words almost made her so angry that she vomited blood. Otherwise, if all the civilians die, who will I collect the money from? Guion's chest heaved as she stared at the tall man before her and angrily rebuked him. Darren, you bastard. Do you protect civilians just to get paid? At this moment, bugle calls gradually began to sound from the distant naval port. That was the 321st branch of the Navy assembling. Darren smiled. Of course not. Guion was taken aback, a strange sense of relief washing over her. Darren laughed. Besides that reason, Lady Margaret is in the kingdom of Yachties. She just went to bed the night before last. It wouldn't make sense if we didn't take action. Guion. Additional calculation. They were dumbfounded. So you sent troops just to rescue your lover? Chapter 12 In the Name of Justice. The Kingdom of Yachties. Border waters. The sky was overcast, and the sea was filled with howling winds, whipping up huge waves. Along the border, tens of thousands of soldiers from the Kingdom of Yachties, armed with swords and spears, formed a loose battle formation. Their eyes were filled with terror, their faces pale, as they watched the enormous ships that kept appearing on the distant sea. Their hands, gripping their weapons, trembled slightly uncontrollably. Ships. 2 ships. 3 ships. One after another, warships resembling military fortresses sailed effortlessly across the raging sea, carrying an aura of iron and blood as they headed towards the Kingdom of Yachties. Flags bearing the number 66 were hung above each warship. The warship's main structure was made of rock and metal, and it was dragged forward by giant snails. The lead warship was enormous, the size of a small town, with the soaring and menacing Cross Falcon flag flying atop its towering main castle tower. The St. German. This is the main battleship of the evil army, Germa 66. Damn it, has the Navy arrived yet? King Yetis III was a fat, middle-aged man with a golden crown and a mustache. He wore luxurious clothes, and his fat made his noble clothes wrinkle. At this moment, he looked at the Germa 66 army surging towards him on the distant sea like a torrent of steel, like dark clouds pressing down, and his face was covered in cold sweat. That madman Vinsmoke, judge, actually threatened to cut off his own head and force the Kingdom of Artists to hand over his king. Otherwise he would lead the evil army to raise the entire Kingdom of Artists to the ground. Seeing the subtle glances that the soldiers around him were occasionally casting at him, King Yetis III was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Your Majesty, I have informed Lord Darren that Branch 321 has dispatched troops and will arrive at any time. The governor of the Kingdom of Yachties, Tyrell, replied respectfully. He was a handsome man, looking to be in his early 30s, with a touch of femininity between his brows and a faint fragrance emanating from his luxurious suit. Hearing his governor's words, King Yetis III, who was extremely anxious, felt a little relieved, but his face was still full of unease. The Germa kingdom has been established in the North Sea for 300 years. It possesses a powerful army that strikes fear into the hearts of all, and it highly reveres martial prowess. The vast majority of its citizens are adult males, and all its citizens are valiant soldiers. Faced with such overwhelming military strength, even though their own army has a numerical advantage, it is estimated that it would completely collapse in less than 10 minutes if a real battle broke out. On the Saint Germain, a tall, imposing blonde figure stood like an iron tower at the bow of the ship. He wore a metal helmet, had long golden hair like a lion's mane, and a serious expression. He had a pointed black beard that slanted upwards, and a small mustache on his prominent chin. He wore an orange cloak, a light gray combat suit with Germa's 66 logo, black combat boots, and held a silver-white metal spear in his hand. Vinsmoke Judge, head of House Vinsmoke, commander of Germa 66, and current king of the Germa kingdom. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. How could such a weak country have existed in Beihai for so long? It's a disgrace to Beihai. Vinsmoke Judge stared coldly at the army on the distant coastline, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Sir, are we sure we want to take action? What about the Navy? A man dressed in a butler's tuxedo stood respectfully behind Vinsmoke Judge and asked cautiously. Vinsmoke Judge raised an eyebrow. The butler's pupils contracted. Laugh. Blood spurted out as a sharp spear pierced his heart. Drip, drip, drip. Crimson blood gushed out, and the light in the butler's eyes quickly faded. He stared at his master in disbelief, then knelt limply on the ground. The Supreme Commander of the North Sea? He's just a mere colonel. What right does he have to send me a message to warn me? Vinsmoke Judge looked coldly at his subordinates. No one can stop Germa's glory and dominance. With that, he suddenly drew his spear, flicked it, and splattered a line of blood on the ground. He didn't even glance at his subordinates who were slowly falling and dying behind him. Germa has no need for cowardly soldiers. As for the letter that guy named Darren sent, he had already thrown it straight into the trash can. The thought flashed through Vinsmoke Judge's mind as he looked around. On the 66 warships of Germa, countless figures stood. Muscular and tall, each soldier wore sunglasses and had a blank and indifferent expression. Even though they were about to face a war, the soldiers showed no emotional fluctuations on their faces. Replicant soldiers. Vinsmoke Judge looked at his loyal subordinates and smiled with satisfaction. His collaboration with Vegapunk allowed him to acquire some of the technology of the bloodline factor. By modifying the bloodline factors of infants, he mastered cloning technology and used it to create clone soldiers for Germa 66. The clone soldiers possess powerful physiques, are absolutely obedient to orders, and their bloodline incorporates the ideology of fearless of death and never betraying. In Vinsmoke Judge's view, this is the best and most powerful army in the world. The Navy is utterly no match for our war-fighting army, which is unafraid of pain and death. Most importantly, with the technology we currently possess, it would only take 5 years to create a 20-year-old soldier. In other words, as long as there are enough funds, one can replicate soldiers indefinitely and create the world's largest army. Once he conquers the 4 kingdoms of the North Sea, including Yachties, and then seizes the entire North Sea, with the resources of the entire North Sea, his army will be inexhaustible, and he may even be able to dominate the world. Thinking this, Vinsmoke Judge raised his hand with a cold smile and made a gesture. As he moved, the previously scattered warship formation quickly adjusted. Driven by a giant snail, dozens of warships rapidly and methodically approached each other, coming into contact with one another. Amidst the terrified and shocked gazes of tens of thousands of soldiers from the Kingdom of Yachties, the dozens of warships that were originally scattered across Germa 66 have somehow combined into a colossal behemoth floating on the sea. A majestic military fortress. Huge black cannon barrel. There was also an army of tens of thousands of clone soldiers armed with knives and guns, densely packed together. From a distance, the entire Germa 66 fleet had transformed into a war behemoth armed to the teeth, exuding a ferocious and terrifying aura. This is the Kingdom of Germa. For Germa's glory, to dominate the North Blue. Vinsmoke Judge grinned as he raised his spear and shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, tens of thousands of clone soldiers raised their weapons in perfect unison, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth. For Germa's glory, to dominate the North Blue. The deafening roar seemed to transform into tangible sound waves, spreading towards the army of the Kingdom of Yachties on the coast. The overwhelming killing intent almost suffocated them, and many young soldiers even fell to the ground, their weapons clattering to the ground. King Yetis III was so frightened that he trembled all over and had to rely on the support of several ministers to barely stand. It's all over, it's all over, he murmured, his face deathly pale. On the Saint-Germain. Upon seeing the army of the Kingdom of Yachties in such a sorry state, Vinsmoke Judge laughed wildly. Kneel down and submit. Germany is the true ruler of the North Sea. He raised the metal spear in his hand, from which flickering blue lightning crackled. With his movements, the entire formidable and imposing military fortress of the Germa kingdom advanced at full speed toward the coastline. Its enormous size and volume created towering waves several meters high on the sea surface. Vinsmoke Judge took a deep breath and grinned maliciously. All troops prepare for attack. Before he could finish speaking, a pitch-black shell suddenly fell from the sky and landed heavily beside him. Vinsmoke Judge's pupils constricted. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, sending billowing flames and thick black smoke billowing out. The sudden turn of events caused the clone army, which was preparing to charge, to freeze in motion. On the coastline, the nobles and soldiers of the kingdom of Yadis were also stunned on the spot, staring blankly at the scene. Damn it! Who is it? The strong wind dispersed the thick smoke, and in the flickering flames, Vinsmoke Judge, his figure covered in soot, crawled out of the deep pit, roaring through gritted teeth. As if sensing something, he turned his head to look in a certain direction. At the same time, the ministers and soldiers of the kingdom of Yadis also looked towards that location. On the sea, where the wind howled and the waves surged, a massive warship slowly emerged. On the towering mast, the two black characters for justice are written in a flamboyant style. A tall, imposing young figure stood at the bow of the warship, his wide white cloak billowing and rustling in the gale. It's Darren. The Navy is here. We're saved. King Yeti's III burst into tears of joy, his face flushed with excitement. In contrast, Vinsmoke Judge's face was ashen. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people from the kingdom of Yadis and the kingdom of Germa, the warship sailed into the sea where the two sides were facing off at a steady and rapid speed. Like an insurmountable chasm, it separated the armies of the two countries. In an instant, the atmosphere on the sea became deathly still and tense. Everyone involuntarily turned their gaze to the figure on the bow of the warship. He has short black hair, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and deep, cold features. A smile gradually crept onto the naval captain's lips. Raise your head. His gaze was arrogant, looking at Vinsmoke Judge in the distance, whose face was extremely grim. In the name of justice. His voice echoed across the vast sea. I'm here to end this war. Chapter 13 Magnet Fruit, Famous Scenes. I'm here to end this war. The naval captain's deep voice gradually echoed across the deathly silent sea, causing everyone to stare wide-eyed. On the deck of the warship, the North Sea naval personnel looked at the imposing and awe-inspiring admiral on the bow of the ship with eyes full of admiration, and many young female naval personnel even had their eyes turn into hearts. Damn it, he fell for it again. Why can't I think of lines like that? Jiaji glanced around at the reactions of the others, then belatedly realized what was happening and muttered a curse under his breath, his face flushed red. Gion's eyes flickered slightly. At that moment, Vinsmoke Judge's furious voice echoed from the Germa kingdom. Darren, what are you doing? Are you trying to attack me? Germa is a member of the world government, and a powerful nation qualified to attend the World Conference. Your attack on me is a provocation against the member states. Furthermore, your navy has no right to interfere in disputes between nations. Darren narrowed his eyes, his cloak of justice billowing wildly in the wind behind him, and sneered. It is true that the kingdom of Vinsmoke Germa is a member state of the government, but the kingdom of Yadis is also a member state. Most importantly, I cannot tolerate such a serious war taking place under my jurisdiction. Vinsmoke Judge, enraged, laughed coldly. So you think that you, a mere naval captain with a warship and a few hundred men, can stop my Germa 60 SAXS massive army? Naive little navy brat, stop spouting nonsense. He raised his hand heavily. No one can stop Germa's ambition to dominate the North Sea. A flash of madness and violence crossed his eyes. Open fire. Sink that warship. Given Germa's status as a member state of the world government, even if this so-called North Blue Admiral were killed on the spot, he would not face the slightest repercussions from the world government. Moreover, this can also send a signal and a warning to the Navy headquarters that even their Navy must not hinder Germa's path to domination. Tremble and submit to the gunfire of Germa. As soon as he finished speaking, boom, 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 the deafening roar of artillery fire shattered the deathly silence on the sea. Everyone in the kingdom of Yadis was horrified to see that. On Germa's warship, countless flames burst forth and surged wildly. As streaks of fiery red light leaped into the sky, they felt as if the ever-changing sky had suddenly darkened, as if covered by a thick layer of dark clouds. No, that wasn't a dark cloud. There were countless shells and bullets, densely packed like locusts, cutting through the air and producing sharp explosions. They streaked across the sky in dense parabolic arcs, covering the area where the warship was located. The dark, somber atmosphere creates a terrifying and oppressive web of death. There is nowhere to escape. In an instant, a scorching wind swept over us from above, and hundreds and thousands of shells rained down like a downpour, even filling the sea with the strong smell of gunpowder. It can even be vaguely seen that the shape of the shell is not a conventional sphere, but rather similar to that of a rocket launcher or missile. This is the powerful military technology of the Germa 66, enough to dominate the North Sea. On the warship, Cake and Gion's expressions changed drastically. Damn it. Germa 66 actually dared to attack the Navy. Vinsmoke Judge has gone mad. Jiaji was extremely anxious, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Gion suddenly drew her famous sword from her waist, her expression extremely solemn. Such a concentrated barrage of artillery fire could easily level a small mountain range in an instant. They simply couldn't intercept it. Most importantly, they are now in the middle of the ocean. Once the warship beneath their feet was sunk, even if they survived the terrible bombardment and fell into the sea, they would not be able to withstand a second round of shelling. However, just as the two of them were feeling extremely anxious, they were suddenly surprised to find that the other sailors on the warship had a very strange expression on their faces. Could it be? Gion and Cake suddenly realized what was happening and turned to look at Darren on the bow of the warship. At this moment, the highest-ranking military commander of the North Sea Navy made a move. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips as he looked up at the rain of shells falling from the sky and slowly raised his hand. Gently push in the void. The feeling was like gently pushing the air. Then, a faint purple arc of electricity suddenly flashed across the void. An invisible force field spread silently. Kei and Gion were stunned, their eyes widening as if they were witnessing something unbelievable. On the coastline, tens of thousands of soldiers from the kingdom of Yadis, including the king, were dumbfounded, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. All that could be seen was a dense net of fire pouring down from the sky like locusts. Countless shells and bullets. It felt like I had suddenly bumped into an invisible membrane. The speed of the fall suddenly decreased. Finally, it froze in midair in an eerie way. A dense barrage of shells. It hovered silently in midair, 5 meters above the warship, without moving. At such close range, even Kei and Gion could clearly see the patterns on the shells and smell the pungent gunpowder. Quiet. The world suddenly fell into a deathly silence. An utter silence descended, even giving everyone a strange feeling. The air in the world before my eyes seemed to be vibrating and buzzing. On Germa's main battleship, Vinsmoke Judge stared wide-eyed at the bizarre scene, hardly believing his eyes. The whistling shell that was falling to the ground actually stopped in midair. The whole world seemed to stand still at that moment, in an atmosphere so quiet it made your heart race. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the room. Click. The lighter was lit. On the bow of the warship, the black-haired naval captain was shielding his eyes from the cold sea wind with one hand and lighting a cigar with a lighter in the other. A red glow, sometimes bright, sometimes dim, appeared. I'm giving you one last chance, Vinsmoke Judge. His tone was very flat. As he spoke, the countless cannonballs suspended in midair began to rotate slowly, as if the cannons were adjusting their angles, drawn by some invisible force. The rockets, spewing forth bursts of flame, also changed direction. The target is clearly aimed at the Germa kingdom. Vinsmoke Judge's expression changed drastically. Looking at the countless rocket launchers and missiles that had turned around, a chill immediately ran down his spine. The North Sea Admiral took a deep drag on his cigar, the smoke condensing in the air into a snow-white flag. Go back, and I can pretend nothing happened. Chapter 14. A Nation Destroyed by Man. What kind of ability is this? Jiaji stared blankly at the shells slowly turning overhead. Even his speech became stuttering. The ability to manipulate metal? Gion's expression was also one of astonishment. The flying squirrel next to him crossed its arms, smiled, and lit a cigarette. Darren's ability to manipulate magnetic fields is getting more and more precise. And in the distance, on the Saint Germain, Vinsmoke Judge stared wide-eyed at the oppressive scene before he couldn't help but grit his teeth. However, Darren's words reignited his anger. That brat from the Navy has such a big mouth. Does he really believe that he can fight against the Germa kingdom's evil army with the power of a devil fruit? Don't joke around. If even a brat like you can't be dealt with by this old man, how can Germa 66 talk about dominating the North Blue? Vinsmoke Judge roared with bloodshot eyes. All forces attack. Get right up there. Ram the warships. As soon as the words were spoken, the Germa fleet stirred up again. Dragged by the giant snail, it went into overdrive and sped wildly toward the warship where Darren was. Darren didn't say anything. He slowly raised his hand again. His movements were so slow that they seemed incredibly awkward compared to the roaring advance of the dozens of warships of Germa 66 on the sea, creating surging waves. Even tens of thousands of people in the kingdom of Yadis along the coastline could clearly see his movements. Long, strong fingers gently stretched out in midair. Then, make a fist. Next second, buzzing. A violent, sharp sonic boom suddenly rang out. Everyone stared wide-eyed. Suddenly, the dense barrage of shells that seemed to blot out the sky in midair began to tremble violently. An invisible storm seemed to emerge from the void. Then a loud popping sound rang out. A rain of shells suspended in the air. A death net large enough to easily level half a mountain. Along with the naval admiral's action, they hurtled towards the Germa 66 battleship group at twice the speed they had when they fell. Vinsmoke Judge's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins. Rumble. A torrential downpour of shells rained down on the war fortress formed by dozens of warships. A series of earth-shattering explosions erupted across the land of the Germa kingdom, continuously blooming fiery red mushroom clouds. Under such intense bombardment, the clone army had no time to react and could only watch helplessly as their cutting-edge technological weapons exploded beside them, only to be mercilessly engulfed and submerged by flames and shockwaves. A raging inferno shot into the sky, and the island-like Germa kingdom trembled under the relentless bombardment. The massive explosion unleashed horizontal shockwaves that rippled outwards in concentric circles across the sea, creating towering waves. Thick black smoke billowed into the sky, and the distant tremors and waves turned the soldiers of the kingdom of Yadi's pale. On the warship, which was rocking violently in the storm, all the sailors, including Guillaume and Cake, clung tightly to the masts and other fixed objects to avoid being thrown overboard. The two Guillaume members couldn't help but look at the figure on the bow of the ship, which stood as still as a reef in the storm. Against the backdrop of the towering explosion in the distant Germa kingdom, the North Sea Admiral puffed on his cigar, his usual composed smile still playing on his lips. The wide, snow-white cloak behind him, illuminated by the firelight, looked as dazzling as blood. In a daze, they finally realized. Darren's ability to govern the chaotic North Sea so effectively and efficiently stemmed not only from his strong and skillful political maneuvering, but also from, most importantly, he possesses monstrous strength, a power strong enough to easily destroy a nation. The continuous explosions lasted for a full minute before slowly ending. When the cold sea breeze dispersed the thick smoke, everyone could finally see the devastation of the Germa kingdom, which consisted of dozens of warships, and they all gasped in shock. The earth was scorched, with embers of fire burning everywhere, and pits of varying depths. The once majestic and imposing fortresses and gun emplacements have collapsed, turning into charred ruins. The ruins were littered with the bodies of cloned soldiers, many of them blown to pieces, leaving only indistinct limbs and broken pieces. On the main battleship, the cross-falcon flag that hung at the highest point gradually turned to ashes in the flames. Most of the Germa kingdom was razed to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a violent coughing sound rang out from some of the ruins. Damn Navy brat. How dare you? As charred rock walls and rubble fell, Vinsmoke Judge struggled to his feet from the ruins. At this point, he had lost his initial arrogance. His body was covered in blood, and he looked extremely disheveled. The cloak bearing the 66 logo on his back seemed to come alive as it spread out from his body. It seems you've already developed the next generation of combat suits. Darren raised his eyebrows and murmured with interest. Germa 60 SIXS combat suits are high-tech creations made by Vinsmoke Judge. This powerful combat suit is made of specially designed shape memory armor, making it extremely sturdy. Its cloak acts as a shield, and even flames cannot burn it. It was the cloak's defensive function that helped him block the impact of the explosion. In that case, let me test the power of this combat suit. Darren murmured softly, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. He turned to the Navy and said something. Hold on tight. Guillaume and Cake were stunned. Before they could react, they saw that the other Marines, including the flying squirrel, were clinging tightly to the railings on the ship. Without thinking, they followed suit and clung to the fixed objects on the warship. Then, Darren took a deep breath. Hiss. With that breath, a large portion of the cigar he was biting burned away. The naval captain stared disdainfully at the St. German, 100 meters away. With knees slightly bent, the body sank. The cloak behind him billowed and fluttered. The body's muscles were tense, compressed like springs. Its posture resembles a cheetah poised to pounce. Hey, could it be? Jiaji seemed to have guessed something, and his eyes twitched involuntarily, as if to confirm his thoughts. Darren, his body tense and slumped, smirked. The body, compressed to its limit like a spring, suddenly exerted its strength. Boom. A dull, loud thud came from the hull of the warship. Cake and Guion felt as if the world before them had suddenly turned upside down, and a terrifying centrifugal force surged out, almost throwing their bodies into the air. The entire massive warship tilted as Darren stomped on it. The bow of the ship plunged into the sea, the stern of the warship rose high, and the deck tilted at an angle of almost 45 degrees. Bang! Darren unleashed unparalleled power from his feet, causing the massive, tilting warship to shift several meters to the side. Using the recoil force, Darren's figure shot out from the bow of the ship like an arrow, breaking the sound barrier in an instant and creating a sharp explosion in the air. His figure hurtled across the sea, so fast that the air currents he created even carved a long, white groove into the surface of the ocean. Chapter 15 Germa's Technology. He's a complete freak. Seeing the figure shooting towards the Saint-Germain like a white arrow, Vice President Guion, who was gripping the ship's railings tightly, looked like she'd seen a ghost. Boom. At this moment, the warship's raised stern plunged back into the sea under the force of gravity, and the resulting waves crashed down, soaking the sailors on board. Jiaji, however, paid no attention to any of that. He stared dumbfounded at Darren's figure, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets in shock. That bastard actually wanted to use his own strength to cross nearly 100 meters and storm into the Germa kingdom. Hey, does that bastard always like to act crazy and reckless like this? Jiaji's lips twitched as he looked at the flying squirrel not far away and couldn't help but ask. A helpless, bitter smile appeared on the flying squirrel's face. This is Darren's fighting style. In the past year alone, he has wrecked more than 5 warships by using various methods. If it weren't for the North Sea Navy's strong financial resources, the North Sea Fleet would have gone bankrupt long ago with the meager military funds allocated by headquarters. The flying squirrel couldn't help but mutter a complaint in its mind. In the blink of an eye, the warship regained its stability on the sea, while Darren, with unstoppable momentum, crashed heavily into the land of the Germa kingdom like a horizontally fired cannonball. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, sending up clouds of dust that seemed to tremble slightly across the ground. Next second, Darren, with a cigar in his mouth, slowly stood up from a crater 5 meters in diameter, a smug grin on his lips. Smooth landing. He laughed as his cloak billowed wildly in the swirling dust and gale. Kill him for me. Upon seeing the ruthless naval admiral, Vinsmoke Judge's pupils constricted, and then he issued orders with a ferocious expression. As soon as he finished speaking, from the ruins of the surrounding turrets and fortresses, countless clone soldiers rushed out. The clone soldiers, dressed in uniform and wearing sunglasses, moved in perfect unison, exuding a cold aura as if devoid of human emotions. Whoosh! They all raised their rifles, hundreds of gun barrels pointing at the naval captain. Pull the trigger. Bang 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 bang. Large flashes of fire spewed from the gun muzzles, and countless bullets whistled out, leaving trails in the air. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Darren grinned, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Without using the power of the magnet fruit, he simply strolled forward leisurely amidst the dense barrage of bullets. Vinsmoke Judge's eyes widened suddenly, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Ding ding dang dang. A hail of bullets rained down on Darren's body, shattering his suit and uniform into pieces, yet each bullet struck steel with a crisp, ringing sound. Sparks flew as bullets rained down on the ground, ricocheting off the naval captain's body and leaving fine craters in the surrounding ground, fortresses, and building walls. From a distance, the naval captain looked like a traveler braving a raging storm. So fierce. How is this possible? How could a human possess such a physique? Vinsmoke Judge roared with eyes blazing with fury. Seeing that the gunfire was ineffective, a clone soldier took a small rocket launcher from the military fortress, shouldered it, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bayou. The palm-sized rocket launcher emitted a sharp explosion and roared toward Darren, leaving a long, crimson tail. But the latter suddenly raised his hand and grabbed it. This brand new technology is far superior to the Navy's artillery shells. Darren looked with interest at the trembling rocket launcher in his hand, made a casual remark, and then threw it out with a thud. Bayou. The rocket launcher returned along its original path and exploded in front of the clone soldier, holding the rocket launcher barrel, instantly engulfing an area within a 5-meter diameter in flames. Its power is comparable to a small heavy artillery piece, but it's much more portable. Darren squinted as he observed the power of the rocket launcher and gave his assessment intuitively. He already had a general idea in mind. His elaborate schemes to extract wealth from the mafia and to maintain the North Sea Navy with military spending several times greater than that of headquarters clearly had a very clear objective. He wants to turn the North Sea Navy into his own private domain. The entire North Sea fleet will become his personal armed force. As a time traveler, he was well aware of the biggest hindrance of being in the Navy. That is, no matter how you try to whitewash it, the Navy's justice will always stand above the mountain of the world government's power. This is a real problem that cannot be ignored. The Navy, the world's largest violent law enforcement agency, is an institution under the world government and also serves as the face of the government. The most crucial point here is military spending. The world government collects heavenly gold from its member states and then uses it to directly or indirectly control the Navy's financial lifeline through military budget allocations. Without independent financial power and lacking additional channels for obtaining military funding, the Navy is subject to restrictions at every turn and ultimately has no choice but to bow to reality. Darren's ultimate goal in amassing wealth was to control an independent military force that he could use at his own discretion and that was not subject to government control. At least for now, after several years of hard work and planning, the North Sea Navy's military expenditure is fully self-sufficient, and its expenditure standard even far exceeds that of its counterparts at the headquarters. But that's not enough. Darren was acutely aware of the weakness of the Four Seas Navy, which was far inferior to the elite forces of the headquarters in terms of combat power, and was even further behind the hockey level of the New World. Although it has significantly improved the overall strength of the North Sea Navy through various means such as strengthening training and implementing training methods scientifically. But that's still far from enough. However, returning to reality, improving the combat effectiveness of the military is not something that can be accomplished overnight, and it is not something that Japan can achieve on its own. But the Germa 66 in front of him opened up a completely new way of thinking. The Germa 66 possesses some of the world's most advanced and cutting-edge military technologies. Whether it's various new weapons, cyborg technology, or even combat suits, they can rapidly enhance the combat capabilities of the North Sea Navy. If we can acquire the technology of Germa 66, we can equip our North Sea Navy with it. Darren believed he would soon possess an incredibly powerful North Sea fleet. Since that's the case, Darren's lips curled into a smile, and he suddenly quickened his pace. Target: Vinsmoke, Judge, Commander of Germa 66. Data is very important during the new book's release period, so please show your support and keep reading. Chapter 16, I am the genius of this department, Kaji. As Darren began his charge, striding forward, the ground beneath his feet trembled violently, blasting open a hole as if struck by an invisible giant hammer, causing it to sink and sending mud flying everywhere. With this burst of inhuman power, Darren was like a cannonball fired from a gun, carrying a violent hurricane, and rushed out in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Vinsmoke Judge felt a suffocating sense of oppression wash over him, and a chill ran down his spine, as if he were being stared at by a giant sea monster. The chilling, killing intent emanating from the naval captain was like a demon emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, as if even the sea breeze was filled with the scent of iron and blood. Kill him for me. Recalling the brutal methods the Navy used to suppress pirates, Vinsmoke Judge's eyes filled with bloodshot veins as he screamed. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of clone soldiers around him grabbed their weapons and charged toward Darren. Two gleaming long swords slashed down, and Darren's lips curled into a smile as he subtly shifted his stance. The sharp blade grazed his body. In the instant they passed each other, the naval captain's hands, like spears forged from steel, transformed into blades, swiftly piercing the throats of the two clone soldiers. Laugh. Crimson blood spurted out, and the clone soldier's pupils quickly dimmed. Without the slightest pause, after easily dealing with the two people in front of him, Darren once again charged out like a tiger released from its cage. With a physical defense comparable to iron blocks, he charged into the ranks of the clone soldiers like a tiger among sheep, unstoppable and unstoppable. From a distance, the naval captain was completely surrounded by a densely packed army of clone soldiers, and from the center of the encirclement came the sounds of flesh being torn apart and bones breaking. The warm corpses of clone soldiers, accompanied by splattered blood, flew out of the crowd and fell. In just 10 seconds, the ground was stained red with blood, and there were pieces of corpses everywhere. Gion and Keikiai, aboard the warship, watched this scene with utter shock and disbelief. At this moment, Darren seemed to have transformed into a highly efficient and precise killing machine. Wherever he went, none of the clone soldiers, whose physiques were several times stronger than ordinary people, could withstand his abnormal physique and ferocious close combat for even a moment. They died instantly upon contact. Darren's body was so devastating that every part of him became a deadly weapon, reaping lives at an astonishing speed, like a whirlwind sweeping away fallen leaves. Bullets, steel knives, battle axes, long swords, and all sorts of weapons struck him, but it was as if they had struck steel, sparks flying, leaving only a faint red mark. The naval captain, covered in blood, laughed wildly, his snow-white cloak of justice stained crimson behind him. That guy is enjoying the thrill of the fight. Guillaume stared blankly at the naval captain, whose face was full of arrogant and malicious smiles, and her mind involuntarily recalled the scene on the training ground yesterday. Faced with his own iron-cutting swordsmanship, Darren chose to take the hit head-on. Now it seems that he wasn't overconfident in his physical defenses at all, but rather he was thoroughly enjoying the feeling of being on the brink of death and indulging in unrestrained slaughter. This guy is insane. Guillaume gritted her teeth, unable to suppress a curse. Kei glanced at Guillaume and saw her staring blankly at Darren's back. Suddenly, as if realizing something, it turned its head and hurriedly roared at the flying squirrel. Quick, we need to go too. I'm going to beat Vinsmoke, Judge, to a pulp. The flying squirrel was stunned, somewhat puzzled as to why this lazy pig-headed creature had suddenly become so enthusiastic, and subconsciously said, "Are you sure? Colonel Darren doesn't like us interfering in his battles. He's enjoying himself right now, and according to our intelligence, Germa's 60 SIXS commander, Vinsmoke, Judge, is very powerful, the high-tech weapons he's developed." Before he could finish speaking, Jia Ji grabbed the collar of his military uniform. The latter's face flushed red, and he said fiercely, "Damn flying squirrel. Who do you think you are? I am the genius of headquarters, Kei. How could a mere Germa 66 possibly be a match for me?" He released his grip, turned abruptly, his small eyes darted around, glancing at Guillaume's eyes out of the corner of his eye, then looked righteously in the direction of Germa 66, his voice deliberately low, and chuckled. "This exhilarating feeling, it's been so long since I've felt it. I never expected that someone from Beihai could put such pressure on this genius." Watching Kaji's dashing figure, the flying squirrel's lips twitched. He waved his hand helplessly, making a military gesture. The Navy immediately sprang into action, with the warship's engines at full power, accelerating towards the Germa kingdom's fleet. On the other side, clang, a crisp sound rang out, like metal clashing. Several steel knives slashed heavily into Darren's chest, sparks flying, before snapping in two. The clone soldiers in front of them stared in astonishment at the steel blade broken in two in their hands. Although they were deprived of the ability to feel pain by Vinsmoke, Judge, and were neither afraid of death nor willing to betray, their basic emotions remained. But they simply couldn't understand why the man's body was harder than the weapons they had forged from refined steel. Moreover, it is quite obvious that this Navy's physical defense has become stronger compared to the beginning. That's about enough. Real combat is indeed the best way to improve one's strength. Darren suddenly laughed. According to his insight talent, after the fierce battle just now, his physique and strength have been greatly improved, especially his physique, which has broken through the 60-point mark. Time to get down to business. After physique is raised to 60 points, there is no longer a significant improvement effect when facing attacks from clone soldiers. Moreover, these guys have been deprived of fear, are tireless and unafraid of death, and continuing to fight them is just a waste of time. Thinking this, Darren licked his slightly chapped lips. A sharp whistling sound came from behind. Several clone soldiers leaped high into the air, wielding steel blades as they slashed down at Darren's neck. But the next second, to their astonishment, their long swords, which they had swung, suddenly stopped moving just a hand's width away from the back of Darren's head. Buzzing. An extreme silence enveloped the surroundings. The long sword, suspended in midair, trembled and hummed continuously. Then, no one saw the naval captain make any move. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to move. Strips of steel, like giant black pythons, rose from the ground, intertwining and tangling as if alive, forming a dense black net that enveloped the clone soldiers. They didn't even have time to react before their bodies were completely bound by the crisscrossing and twisted steel bars, and then they were torn off alive. The steel bars imprisoned their bodies, their ends digging deep into the dilapidated ground, tightening ever more. In Vinsmoke, Judge is horrified, almost frozen gaze. Darren's location was the center, and within a radius of 100 meters were hundreds of clone soldiers. They have all been bound by steel bars that grow from the ground and are constantly tightening. Blood gushed out as the rusty steel bars brutally tore through their skin and flesh. In just a few seconds, crimson blood flowed across the ground as their bodies were pierced and severed by the tangled and twisted steel bars, their organs spilling out everywhere. The entire battlefield fell silent. The highest-ranking officer of the North Sea Navy stood amidst the blood-red ruins of corpses. Countless steel bars around him danced wildly like long black snakes. Like a demon emerging from hell. Chapter 17. The Navy is the true ruler of this sea. Dust billowed. The cold steel was dancing wildly. Vinsmoke Judge stared at the Germa kingdom, now mostly in ruins, his eyes wide with fury. Damn it. I'm the man who's going to lead Germa to dominate the North Sea. Darren squinted and smiled. The Navy is the true master of this sea, and you are certainly not the king of the North Sea. He raised his hand and waved it forward. Dozens of twisted steel bars suddenly erupted, stretching and elongating violently. Under the influence of the magnetic field, they pierced the air and shot towards Vinsmoke Judge. Laugh. Two plumes of white smoke suddenly shot out from the heels of Vinsmoke Judge's boots, and propelled by the thrusters, his figure soared into the air like a strange bird. Then let me show you the true power of Germa 66. Darren Bratt. He brandished his metal spears, repeatedly deflecting the rapidly approaching steel bars, and then swooped down from the sky, his long golden hair fluttering behind him. Sizzle sizzle. A burst of dazzling blue lightning flashed across the spear, radiating a brilliant light. Electromagnetic thrust. In the blink of an eye, Vinsmoke Judge had already swooped down in front of Darren, gripping the lightning-fast spear tightly in both hands, and thrust it down fiercely. The high-temperature current and penetrating force even caused the air to explode with a loud bang. The power of technology? Darren merely chuckled as he faced the lightning-fast spear that could pierce through steel and fortresses. The gust of wind whipped his black hair, and as the tip of the spear drew ever closer to his brow, he could even feel the intense heat of the electric current, yet he maintained his smile. An invisible magnetic field suddenly emanated from his body. Next second, ripples seemed to spread through the air. The exploding spear seemed to pierce into a ball of transparent paste, its penetration speed slowing down at an astonishing rate before finally coming to a standstill. Vinsmoke Judge's pupils constricted. No matter how hard he tried to wield the spear, the high-tech weapon that had always been invincible remained motionless, as if it were being tightly gripped by a giant hand. Using technology to deal with me is your greatest folly, Darren said calmly. Damn it. I don't believe it. With a hysterical roar, Vinsmoke Judge abruptly abandoned his spear, his body spinning in midair, his boots crackling with electricity as he lashed out horizontally toward Darren's head. Electromagnetic shattering. However, the same scene played out again. The combat boots, which were constantly spewing out white-eyed blasts of air, were also frozen and imprisoned in midair by that strange force, and could no longer move. A look of horror flashed across Vinsmoke Judge's face. His high-tech weapons were completely countered by this guy's devil fruit ability? Before he could react, Vinsmoke Judge felt a blur before his eyes, and the naval captain in front of him had vanished without a trace. Wow, that's fast. A burst of wind exploded beside him, and Vinsmoke Judge gritted his teeth, a chill running down his spine. Behind him, the flowing cloak suddenly began to writhe as if it were alive, enveloping his body. Boom. The military boot struck him hard in the abdomen. With an explosive burst of power, Germa's 60 SIXS commander was sent flying like a cannonball, hurtling towards a distant military fortress. Rumble. The entire castle was instantly pierced, with countless cracks spreading across the walls before it collapsed with a deafening roar. Countless rocks fell, and the earth groaned in despair. Darren landed steadily. Damn it. This can't be. My technology is clearly invincible. Darren's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he watched Vinsmoke Judge stumble and crawl out of the rubble. He was testing the power of the combat suit. Unlike his later children, Vinsmoke Judge's body was not genetically modified by technology, and he did not have the kind of invulnerable monster body. The vast majority of his strength comes from his high-tech weapon, the combat suit. Without his combat suit, his strength wouldn't exceed that of a naval officer. Although this is only the second generation of the battle suit, and its power is far less than that shown in the Whole Cake Island storyline, it is still quite impressive. Judging from Vinsmoke Judge's attack and the cloak's defensive capabilities, Darren is quite satisfied with the power of this Generation 2 combat suit. At least within his estimation, any professionally trained naval officer equipped with similar combat suits would likely gain combat power comparable to that of a Commodore. And at that very moment, ha ha ha, let me help you, Darren. The genius cake from Marine headquarters will defeat the evil army commander in this battle, save the kingdom of Aldous from the flames of war, and become a hero of the Navy. A wild, arrogant laugh came from not far away. Darren froze and turned to look. They found their own warship had already docked at some point, and Gion and Momonga were leading the Navy in a fierce battle against the remnants of the clone soldiers. Meanwhile, Gaki's figure charged out of the crowd with imposing momentum, kicking up clouds of dust as he pounced on Vinsmoke Judge with unstoppable force. A few black lines appeared on Darren's forehead. Is this guy trying to show off again? He instinctively wanted to speak, but Jiaji instead laughed arrogantly. Darren, don't do it. Darren thought for a moment and then stopped. Upon seeing this, Jiaji was overjoyed. Looking at the panting Vinsmoke Judge, he couldn't help but curl a smug smile into his lips. He could tell from their earlier exchange that this guy wasn't very strong. If I can defeat him, Gion will definitely look at me differently. Even if it doesn't work out, I can still become the hero who saves the kingdom of Yadis. How many ladies and young misses will be waiting for me to care for them? Thinking this way, they accelerated their charge. I, Lieutenant Commander Kaji of the Navy Headquarters, hereby declare, Commander of the Evil Army, Vinsmoke Judge, in the name of justice. He didn't finish his sentence. Boom. The combat boots, crackling with blue lightning, struck his face squarely. Then, it flew back at twice the original charging speed, crashing into a military fortress. Not far away, the flying squirrel covered its face with its hands in pain. Vinsmoke Judge's utter defeat wasn't due to his weakness, but rather Darren's overwhelming strength. Gion shook her head silently. After kicking away the idiot Navy guy who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, Vinsmoke Judge turned around, panting, and stared intently at Darren. Damn you all, you Marines are such an eyesore. Boom. His combat boots once again spewed out hot air, and his figure soared into the air again, diving towards Darren. He absolutely refused to admit that the technology he had painstakingly developed from Vegapunk had been lost so utterly. However, faced with his offensive, Darren simply raised his hand and lightly grasped it. The invisible magnetic field diffuses and exerts its effect. Vinsmoke Judge's figure hovered in midair. The next instant, intense pain shot through his hands and feet. Laugh. The sound of flesh being pierced rang out. The metal spear he held, and the combat boots he was wearing. The loaded metal components writhed and pierced through his hands and feet, leaving him covered in blood. The intense pain caused him to let out a wail. But soon several thick steel bars shot out from the ground, coiling around him like pythons and binding him tightly in midair. Clang. A piece of metal was used to seal his mouth, abruptly silencing his cries of agony. Thick, bloodshot veins filled the area around his pupils. Shoo. The naval captain walked up to him, made a shushing gesture, and smiled elegantly. I'm sorry, your plan to dominate the North Sea has come to an end. Chapter 18, Then I'll Leave. That evening, the kingdom of Yadis, with its capital city of Verna. A magnificent side hall of the palace. Darren, you little bastard. That's Germa, a member state of the world government, and you almost wiped it out. A furious roar came from the military Den Mushi sitting on the coffee table, which vividly simulated the furious and spitting fire appearance of Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters. Did you know that the Kingdom of Germa is not an ordinary member state? It's a member state qualified to participate in the World Conference. Do you realize the immense political pressure this will cause? Protecting member states is the Navy's duty and responsibility. Darren sat on the soft leather sofa, holding a glass of whiskey on the rocks and a lit cigar between his fingers. He sat with his legs crossed, smoking a cigarette, listening casually to Zhangguo's angry curses. Gion, the flying squirrel, and Cake, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, stood there, barely daring to breathe, their eyes downcast and their minds blank. Damn it, Darren, you bastard. Did you even hear what I said? After spitting for 2 minutes, Sengoku became even angrier when Darren showed no sign of replying. Are you trying to lose your job as the Admiral of the North Sea? Darren smiled and said, Then I'll leave. Warring States period. On the other side of the Den Mushi, in the Admiral's office, Zhangguo was immediately rendered speechless, and Zhang Lao's face turned bright red. The situation in the North Sea was extremely chaotic, And he had not forgotten the lessons learned from the previous tenure of those two bastards, Borsellino and Sakazuki. Only that cunning brat Darren could manage to keep the North Sea under control. If he leaves office, without his suppression, the North Sea will likely soon become the playground of pirates and mafia families again. Just kidding. Darren's smile deepened. He picked up his whiskey, took a small sip, and savored the spicy, strong liquor as it flowed down his throat. He said softly, "General of the Warring States period, there's no need to be so nervous. I will handle this matter." Hearing the North Sea Admiral's nonchalant attitude, Sengoku almost jumped up again, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to rush to the North Sea and beat Darren up. "Darren, what are you thinking? If this assassinate handled properly, it will trigger a chain reaction. The Warring States period spoke in a low, solemn voice. The Germa kingdom has been a member of the world government for 300 years since its founding. If the Navy takes action against a member state, and this gets out of hand, even I won't be able to protect you." Darren exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled. "Of course I understand, Warring States General. But this time, everything had a reason. Vinsmoke, Judge, led Germa 66 to attack the Kingdom of Yachties. The Kingdom of Yachties is also a member state of the government. If I hadn't intervened to stop this war, the Kingdom of Yachties would probably be in war and bloodshed by now." Sengoku's lips twitched. "Are you trying to stop this war? You almost slaughtered the entire army of the Germa kingdom." Darren continued. "As for the chaotic situation in the North Sea, I believe that with the wisdom of the Warring States generals, they must have seen through it all. With ongoing conflicts and clashes between countries, this incident serves as a signal and a warning to many nations in the North Sea region. As for the casualties of the Germa kingdom, Germa 66 army was basically composed of clone soldiers. This product of cloning technology is essentially a weapon and is naturally not civilian. Given Vinsmoke Judge's ambition and arrogance, after careful consideration, I believe that only in this way can we teach him a truly memorable lesson. If we don't subdue him with overwhelming force, given his personality, he will only become more arrogant, rampant, and unscrupulous. In that case, it won't just be the Kingdom of Yachties that gets dragged into the quagmire of war. It's hard to imagine how many innocent civilians will lose their lives to the war, and how many happy families will be torn apart by Germa's ambitions." Upon hearing the naval captain's righteous words, Guillaume and Cake, who were standing nearby, both rolled their eyes. "You don't care about civilian casualties. You're only worried that war will break out and you won't have any money to make." Sengoku, on the other end of the den mushi, also fell silent. He naturally knew something about Vinsmoke Judge, the ambitious Germa commander. Indeed, as Darren said, the Kingdom of Yachties was merely Vinsmoke Judge's first step. After all, the latter's ambition and goal was to dominate the entire North Sea. "So Darren, what are you planning to do?" After a moment of contemplation, the anger in Zhangguo's voice subsided considerably. "Although I am very dissatisfied with Darren's actions, since the incident has already happened, there is no point in pursuing accountability. Darren's talent, methods, gifts, and achievements all prove that he is an indispensable pillar for the future of the Navy. Moreover, based on Sengoku's understanding of Darren, this cunning and shrewd little devil never gets himself into trouble. No matter how sensitive the political event, he could resolve it perfectly in an unexpected way. You don't need to trouble yourself with that, General of the Warring States period." Darren flicked his cigarette ash and smiled with great interest. "I will handle the situation well and give Vinsmoke Judge an offer he can't refuse. He will not protest to the world government. The Germa kingdom will remain a member state. The Navy will not be implicated or affected in any way, and the North Blue will continue to maintain peace and stability." Darren leaned forward slightly, his smile chilling. "Under the command of our Navy." The side hall fell silent, with only Darren's powerful and domineering voice echoing faintly. 3 seconds later. "Then it's up to you, Darren. You must handle this matter well, no matter what." Sengoku's deep voice came through the den mushi. Darren smiled with satisfaction. "I guarantee the mission will be accomplished, Warring States General." Blue. The den mushi communication was interrupted. Darren turned to look at the flying squirrel. "How's the situation with Germa going?" The flying squirrel said in a deep voice. "We have already transferred 10 warships and more than 5,000 troops from other branches in the North Sea. Basically, the situation in the entire Germa kingdom has been brought under control. Their fleet has already left the waters of the Yachties kingdom under our escort. As for Vinsmoke Judge himself, he has been imprisoned on our warship as you wished." Darren nodded. After years of cooperation and working together, he had great trust in the flying squirrel's ability to get things done. What do you intend to do with Vinsmoke, Judge? After all, he is the ruler of the country. At this moment, Guillaume, who had been silent all along, finally couldn't help but speak up. Darren glanced at her and suddenly laughed. There's no need for Major Guillaume to worry too much about that. Now we have something more important to do. What is it? Guillaume asked, bewildered. Darren clapped his hands and laughed. Celebrate our victory. Chapter 19, Our Navy's Unshirkable Duty. As Darren clapped his hands, the ornately decorated side hall door was suddenly pushed open. One by one, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Yadis, dressed in their standard military uniforms, carried in large wooden crates. In less than a minute, dozens of large wooden crates were piled on the marble floor of the side hall, looking like a small mountain. Darren, could this be? Looking at the obviously heavy wooden box, Guillaume suddenly felt a bad premonition. At this moment, a man dressed as a butler walked in, his face full of fawning smiles, bowing and scraping as he said, Admiral Darren, I am the finance minister of the Kingdom of Yadis. He pointed to the large wooden crate on the ground. This is a small gift from our Kingdom of Yadis. We hope that the North Sea Navy fleet, which is committed to justice, will not refuse it. As he spoke, he ordered his soldiers to open the wooden crate. In an instant, Guillaume and Cake's eyes widened and their mouths opened into an O shape. A dazzling and brilliant light emanated from the open wooden chests, illuminating the entire side hall of the palace with a kaleidoscope of colors. Splash! A dazzling array of gold and silver treasures, stacks of colorful banknotes, all sorts of rare and exotic items, fine cigars, and high-end wines poured out of the overflowing wooden crates like flowing mercury, filling the entire side hall with the smell of money and corruption. This. Jiaji stared dumbfounded at the mountain of gold and silver treasures before him, his words becoming stammering, his swollen pig-like face displaying an extremely comical expression. This is such wealth. He simply can't count them all. Having grown up in Marineford, he had never seen such immense wealth in his life. Darren smiled with satisfaction. King Yadis is too kind. Protecting the members of the member states from harm is our Navy's bounden duty. The Chancellor of the Exchequer smiled and said, Of course, who in the entire Beihai doesn't know that our Admiral is selfless, honest, and upright, and has devoted himself to protecting the lives and property of the people of Beihai without asking for anything in return. It is truly a blessing for the entire North Sea to have Lord Darren's protection. However, we cannot let the many soldiers of the North Sea Navy come for nothing. Hospitality is a tradition of our Kingdom of Yadis, so please do not refuse, Lord Darren. She's quite eloquent. No wonder she's the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Darren smiled and was about to nod. Unexpectedly, Guillaume suddenly stepped forward, her pretty face filled with anger, and gritted her teeth, saying, No, we can't accept this money. She turned around and glared fiercely at Darren, angrily saying, Our Navy absolutely cannot accept money from other sources. Darren, this is a bribe. If you dare to accept this money, I will report you to headquarters immediately. The person next to him, Jiaji, also joined in the shouting. That's right. I'll report you to headquarters. As if his overly excited expression aggravated the injury on his face, he grimaced in pain, his heart burning with resentment. If it weren't for that bastard Darren, I wouldn't have been instantly killed by Vinsmoke, Judge, and made a fool of myself in front of Guillaume. Upon hearing their words, the Chancellor of the Exchequer's smile froze. He glanced at Darren cautiously and asked respectfully, Lord Darren, who are these two? Darren, puffing on his cigar, smiled easily and said, Oh, these two are Lieutenant Commander Guillaume and Lieutenant Commander Cake from Marineford, Naval Headquarters. Yes, they are now my adjutants. A direct descendant of the Navy Headquarters? The Chancellor of the Exchequer immediately sensed something amiss from Darren's tone. He was able to rise to a high position in charge of the national finances in the Kingdom of Yadis, which naturally shows he was an extremely shrewd and experienced veteran. So he immediately turned around with a smile, bowed to Guillaume and Cake, and said, So you're a Marine who's come all the way from headquarters. I'm so sorry for my rudeness. I was really mistaken. Guillaume, with a solemn expression, said to the Minister of Finance, Hello, sir. I must clarify a fact here. Our Navy is committed to upholding peace and justice, and protecting civilians is our responsibility and obligation, without expecting anything in return. She pointed to the glittering gold and silver treasures scattered all over the place, her tone resolute. We cannot accept this money, Otherwise it would be the greatest insult to justice. Of course, Major Guillaume is right. The Chancellor of the Exchequer expressed his deep agreement. However, since you two have come from afar and have gone through so much trouble, the Kingdom of Yadis has also prepared an extra small gift for you. Major Guillaume looks like a powerful swordsman. Fortunately, our kingdom's treasury has a piece of fine iron that can be used to forge a fine scabbard for your beloved sword. And on Major Keiki's side, we happen to have quite a few fine cigars. Guillaume. Additional information. I've already said, we can't accept anything. Guillaume said angrily. The Chancellor of the Exchequer was taken aback, then laughed and said, of course, in addition to the gifts mentioned above, we will also provide additional compensation for your hard work in this battle. The royal treasury also contains many fine swords, which Major Guillaume can choose from. And for Major Keiki, our royal dance troupe has prepared a wonderful performance for you. Added, carrot. Really? His eyes lit up, and he blurted it out. Bang. Before he could finish speaking, he was kicked away by Guillaume, his head disappearing into the wall, his legs dangling in midair. Your Excellency, I am seriously refusing. I do not mean to ask you to pay more. Guillaume turned pale with anger, took a deep breath, and gritted her teeth. The Chancellor of the Exchequer was stunned and looked embarrassed. Your constant refusals are just a pretext to ask for more money, aren't they? Isn't that enough? At this point, Darren couldn't stand it anymore, sighed helplessly, and spoke up to defuse the situation. Thank you for your trouble, Minister. We are very pleased with these gifts. Please convey our deepest gratitude to King Yadis and our North Sea Navy. The Chancellor of the Exchequer finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Actually, this is all because the public is too enthusiastic and spontaneously raised funds to thank the North Sea Navy for their contributions. In addition, the royal family has prepared a banquet for you all tonight, and you are cordially invited to attend. After saying this, he bowed slightly to Darren and the others, then quickly left. Once the gate was closed, Guillaume finally couldn't contain her anger and glared at Darren, who had sat down again and crossed his legs. Darren. Before she could finish speaking, Darren waved his hand, interrupting her. Guillaume, you can see the Minister of Finance's predicament. If you don't accept the money, he will have no way to go back and explain himself. That's the rule in Beihai. In their view, they simply cannot feel at ease if you don't accept this money. The concept of justice doesn't work in this sea area. That's human nature. Seeing that Guillaume still wanted to refute, Darren shook his head. All right, that's all for now. Go and get ready. You'll be attending a banquet later. Chapter 20, Caring for the People, an additional plan. Damn you, Darren. You betrayed the faith of justice. You are a disgrace to the Navy, a scoundrel of justice. Behind him came Guillaume's furious curses, but Darren laughed and walked out of the palace's side hall. He doesn't care what others think of him. Being overly concerned with one's reputation will only restrict one's actions and prevent one from fully realizing their potential. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak, governed by the most primitive law of the jungle. Darren did not deny that there were indeed some people in the Navy who genuinely upheld their sense of justice, and he sincerely respected these people. They are willing to give everything for their ideals and beliefs, to protect what they want to protect, and to sacrifice their youth, energy, and even their lives. Such a person is indeed very respectable and great. This is also why Darren doesn't dislike Guillaume, who is in the way. Because there always needs to be fools like Guillaume to keep the world full of hope. But Darren doesn't think he can do that. Because the right path is just too difficult. Darren doesn't have the monstrous talent of Sakazuki, nor the privileged family background of Guillaume. Therefore, he had to be extremely cautious and careful. To seize power, wealth, strength, interests, and status as much as possible. Now, it's time to reap the rewards of this victory. With that thought in mind, Darren quickened his pace. Night fell. The capital of the Kingdom of Yadis, Verna, was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Royal Palace, Guest Hall. The nobles, celebrities, ministers, crown princes, and wealthy merchants of the Kingdom of Yadis attended the event in their finest attire, clinking glasses and exchanging toasts. The crystal chandelier on the ceiling cast a dazzling light, reflecting off the red wine in the guests' hands and creating enchanting ripples. The guests chatted happily. Let me tell you, that battle was incredibly dangerous. Germa 66 truly lived up to their reputation as an evil army, and their commander, Vinsmoke Judge, was as powerful as a monster. On the side of the banquet hall, Jiaji, dressed in a brand new tailcoat and looking quite presentable, swirled his glass of red wine, and boasted smugly among the elegantly dressed noble ladies and young women. You all don't know, do you? The weapon he uses is an extremely advanced high-tech weapon. The electric current released from the spear can directly stun an elephant. Upon hearing this, the noble ladies and young women covered their mouths with their hands, letting out a low gasp of shock. Then what? And then, Jiaji deliberately lowered his voice, making it magnetic, mimicking Darren's image in his mind, and gave a faint laugh. German technology is indeed powerful, but I am a genius who has been tempered and refined at Marine headquarters. How could Vince Smoke Judge, a mere mortal, be a match for me? I just kicked him casually, and he flew more than 10 meters away. Faced with the majesty of justice, he still tried to struggle in his death throes, but in the end I couldn't stand his noise anymore, so I gagged him. The ladies and young women stared wide-eyed at Jiaji, their eyes shining with admiration, which secretly pleased him. Major Kaji is amazing. Truly a genius of the Navy headquarters. The powerful, evil army of Germa 66 was so easily defeated by you. Faced with everyone's praise, Jiaji felt as if every pore on his body was opening up with pleasure. Beihai is still the best. So many elegantly dressed noble ladies and young women, the finest red wine, the best cigars, and a wonderful cabaret performance. No wonder that bastard Darren has been staying in this place. As for the truth behind what was just said, well, anyway, when the war broke out, the kingdom of Germa was some distance from the coastline, and with the obstruction of sea fog, even the army of the kingdom of Yadis couldn't see what was happening, let alone the ladies and young women in the capital, Werner. Having considered the details, Jiaji took a small sip of red wine, puffed on his cigar with a desolate expression, and sighed sadly. Do you know? I have spent my whole life searching for a worthy opponent. I thought that coming to Beihai would bring some fun to this genius, but I never expected to be so disappointed in the end. The ladies and young women were even more shocked upon hearing this, their eyes shining as they stared at Jiaji and exclaimed in amazement. If even Major Kei is this powerful, then how powerful must Lord Darren be? Yes, Lord Darren is not only incredibly powerful, but also so handsome and charming. Yeah. The young ladies blushed shyly at the thought of the North Sea Navy's highest-ranking officer, while the noble ladies stared in fascination, their eyes filled with longing and desire. Additional calculation. No, didn't any of you hear what I said? Isn't this about me, the genius? How did it get back to that bastard Darren? That guy didn't even attend the banquet. Jiaji couldn't help but roar in his heart, his facial muscles twitching, and his face gradually turning black. He took a deep drag on his cigar, his face full of resentment. That Mr. Jiaji. Just then, a timid voice suddenly rang out from behind. He turned around instinctively and saw a girl in a white lace dress standing there with a slightly flushed face, her fair hands fidgeting in front of her, exuding a shy and youthful charm. What a beautiful and innocent girl. Jiaji felt as if his heart had been struck by something. His heartbeat slowed down, and his eyes suddenly shot out red hearts. Love. This is love. His mind screamed wildly. That Mr. Kei, I think. The girl shyly raised her eyes, glancing timidly at Jiaji before quickly looking away in fear. Her innocent, startled expression was like that of a frightened fawn. She softly said, I need the contact information for Den Den Mushi, a type of Den Den Mushi. She's shy. She wants my Den Den Mushi contact information. She must have heard about my achievements. She likes me. Jiaji was struck dumb and nodded frantically in a panic. No problem. I'll give you my private Den Den Mushi number right now. His lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. No, I wanted to ask if you know Mr. Darren's contact information. The girl shook her head, her face slightly flushed. Click. Jiaji felt as if his heart had been struck by something. His heartbeat stopped, and the red hearts in his eyes instantly turned to stone and cracked. In the girl's bewildered gaze, he turned away as if a deflated balloon, his back to him slumped as he walked to a corner of the banquet hall, where he squatted down, motionless. 2 lines of tears, uncontrollably, streamed down his face. Not far away, wearing a pink evening gown with a high slit, Guillaume refused the dance invitation for the 15th time. She glanced at Kei, who was squatting in the corner, emitting a smoky, dejected look, and her lips twitched. She took a sip of red wine, as if remembering something, gritted her teeth, and clenched her fist. On the other side, Darren also arrived at the port and boarded a warship. Chapter 21. What do you want? Base Commander Darren. On the deck of the warship, the North Sea Navy soldiers on duty immediately raised their hands and saluted when they saw Darren appear. Thank you all for your hard work. Darren smiled and said. Everyone shook their heads and then returned to their respective posts. The treatment of the North Sea Navy is far superior to that of navies of the same level in other sea areas. In addition to basic military pay, they also have fixed paid leave, are equipped with the finest weaponry and equipment, and receive the highest level of military training in the North Sea. Everyone in the North Sea Navy knows in their hearts that everything they have is thanks to their admiral. Darren slowly walked into the warship's cabin, down the narrow steps, and arrived at the bottom of the cabin. A makeshift prison has been set up at the bottom of the ship's hold. Vinsmoke Judge, the commander of Germa 66, is imprisoned here. Upon seeing the arrival of that damned navy, Vinsmoke Judge, whose entire body was bound and imprisoned by steel, and whose mouth was even sealed, struggled wildly, his eyes bulging with ferocious bloodshot veins, and he uttered indistinct sounds. One can imagine that if looks could kill, his violent and venomous gaze at this moment would be enough to kill Darren 100 times over. Darren waved casually. The steel block that had sealed Vinsmoke Judge's mouth flew out of thin air. The former immediately roared in fury. You damn Navy brat! How dare you imprison this old man? The Germa Kingdom is a member state of the world government. You're dead. His words abruptly stopped, and his pupils contracted. A sharp steel bar suddenly twisted and protruded from the cell, piercing the air and hovering steadily between his eyebrows. In the reflection of Vinsmoke Judge's pupils, the sharp ends of the steel bars, illuminated by the flickering torchlight, gleamed with a chilling light, like a venomous snake ready to devour its prey. Have you said enough? Darren smiled. Vinsmoke Judge gritted his teeth. Looks like I've said enough. Darren was pleased with his reaction, and with a flick of his finger, the snake-like steel bars slowly retracted. Vinsmoke Judge, you rewrite. The Germa Kingdom is a member state of the world government, and according to naval discipline, this operation will indeed cause me a lot of trouble. Darren took out a cigar, put it in his mouth, and lit it. But you forgot something. He looked at the defeated overlord of Beihai, who resembled a dead dog, with a half-smile. You cannot represent the kingdom of Germa. Upon hearing Darren's words, Vinsmoke Judge's heart skipped a beat, and he said, his voice trembling with fear. What do you mean by this? I am the head of the Vinsmoke family and the king of Germa. How can I not represent the Germa kingdom? No, Darren scoffed. You still don't understand what I mean, He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. This time, it seems like I killed a lot of Germa's 60 SAXS troops, but you and I both know that they were just clone soldiers. As long as you have enough time and money, you will be able to create them again in no time. Ultimately, clone soldiers are not human, they are merely weapons. And most importantly, the world government doesn't care about the lives of its member states, the five elders don't care, and the celestial dragons care even less. What they care about is whether the member states can regularly pay the heavenly gold they need. As long as the kingdom of Germa pays its heavenly gold on time, the big shots won't care whether the person sitting on the throne is Vinsmoke Judge or not. Vinsmoke Judge's face turned pale. It seems you're starting to understand what I mean. Darren raised his hand. The steel cage that imprisoned Vinsmoke Judge suddenly burst open like blooming flowers, and at the same time, twisted metal intertwined and converged behind Darren to form a steel chair. Vinsmoke Judge, now free, did not angrily attack Darren. Instead, he stood there with a livid face. He knew very well that without his combat suit, he was no match for this man. Darren sat leisurely in the steel chair, smoking a cigar, and smiled. I believe that the other nobles of the Germa Kingdom would be interested in the throne, and they would also very much like to see you die here and never appear again, wouldn't they? Vinsmoke Judge fell silent, his face extremely grim. He knew Darren was right. The kingdom of Germa has a long history, and in addition to the Vinsmoke family, there are other noble families of varying sizes. After leaving the research team and returning to Germa, he forcefully seized power in the Germa Kingdom with his high-tech weaponry, and the bloodshed involved goes without saying. In the process, he also carried out a large-scale purge of the other nobles of the Germa Kingdom. But he couldn't possibly kill all of these nobles. One can imagine that those guys probably really wanted to die at the hands of this navy. You wouldn't dare kill me. Vinsmoke Judge said in a hoarse voice. Darren laughed. I do admit that. After all, you are the king of a constituent republic, while I am just a mere naval captain. However, I can hand you over to the world government. I believe the government would be very satisfied with my move, given that I am a scientist with strong scientific and technological capabilities who once worked with Vegapunk in the MADS team. Vinsmoke Judge's expression changed drastically. What do you know? He barely managed to escape from the pursuit of the world government agents, avoiding falling into their hands and becoming a research tool. But how did this kid in the Navy know about such a secret event? Darren smiled and said, "What I know is none of your concern. You only need to know one thing. If you cooperate with me, you can continue to be your king and commander without any problems. Maybe when I'm in a good mood, I can even help you fulfill your ambition of dominating the North Sea. Or rather, they are trying to rebel against me. I will hand you over to the world government, and then support another nobleman to become king in Germa. As long as the amount of celestial gold in the Germa kingdom increases by 20%, I believe that the government will not only not hold me accountable, but will also likely publicly reward me." After he finished speaking, Vinsmoke Judge fell into a long silence, his expression becoming unpredictable. Darren wasn't in a hurry. He just sat there smoking a cigar, oblivious to everything else. He knew this guy's personality very well. A thirst for power, vain and arrogant. Is it to fight to the death for one's own dignity, or to lose freedom and power? Darren believed that Vinsmoke Judge would make the right choice. Half a minute later, Vinsmoke Judge raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, and hissed, "What do you want?" Chapter 22 Protecting the Celestial Dragons. The following day, news was released from the Germa Kingdom, a member state of the world government. The Germa 66, in conjunction with the North Sea Naval Fleet, completed its first public military exercise yesterday in the waters near the Kingdom of Yachties in the North Sea. During the exercise, both sides demonstrated strong military combat capabilities. King of the Kingdom of Germa and Commander-in-Chief of Germa 66, Vinsmoke Judge, expressed his support for the cooperation of Admiral Darren of the North Sea Navy and pledged to sign a long-term friendly cooperation agreement to jointly maintain the security, peace, prosperity, and stability of the North Sea. In the office of the 321st Branch Base Chief, Guion and Cake stared at the newly published newspaper in their hands, speechless. How is this possible? The newspaper article, accompanied by a photo of Darren and Vinsmoke Judge shaking hands under the seagull flag, made them almost unable to believe their eyes. They were fighting to the death the day before yesterday, almost wiping out Germa 66, and now they're cooperating in less than a day. Looking at the familiar, kind, and warm smiles on Darren and Vinsmoke Judge's faces in the group photo, people who don't know them would think they are long-lost brothers. This is like a dream. How could that be impossible? Mr. Vinsmoke Judge is a reasonable man. After my patient explanation and persuasion, he quickly recognized the position of our North Sea Navy and the Navy's determination to uphold justice and peace. Darren smiled and glanced at the two Guion members who were completely shocked, then slowly lit a cigar. And he realized his mistake in starting the war and decided to correct it. Isn't that a reasonable thing? Jiaji nodded in sudden realization. Yes, that makes perfect sense. Bullshit, he said through gritted teeth. How could Vinsmoke Judge, with his brutal, domineering, arrogant, and ambitious nature, possibly be swayed by a few mere words from Darren? You are a devil fruit user who can control metal. You're not a user of the encouragement fruit. Darren, what did you do? Did you threaten him? Guion gritted her teeth, her face full of disbelief. You found out. Darren raised his hands, giving him a "you've caught me" look. He smiled. Actually, I didn't do anything. Just as I told the Sengoku general, I simply offered him a proposal that he couldn't refuse. I just didn't expect that Vinsmoke Judge would be so reasonable. Guion and Keiki, looking at Darren's silent smile, they knew it was unlikely they would get anything out of him. Although it's unclear what method this guy used to subdue Vinsmoke Judge, the final outcome was still quite perfect. They stopped the war. Hundreds of thousands of people in the Kingdom of Yachties were not involved in the war. The Kingdom of Germa dropped the charges against the North Sea Navy. Guion received several banners from the royal family of Yachties. Several more boxes of fine wine and tobacco appeared in Jiaji's mansion. Everything seems to be heading in a wonderful and happy direction. What a load of rubbish. Looking at Darren's relaxed and confident smile, as if he was in complete control, Guion felt indignant and frustrated. Coercion, bribery, deception, violence, bloodshed, and deception of superiors and subordinates. These were all extremely vile things, words completely unrelated to the justice she believed in. But in the hands of that bastard Darren, they became the best means to successfully govern the North Sea. This is completely at odds with the education she received in the past. It completely overturned her worldview. Brew, 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 brew. Just then, the call from the military Den Den Mushi suddenly rang. Darren picked up the Den Den Mushi and connected the call. I am Darren Da. Admiral Sengoku's hearty laughter came through the din mushi. Ha ha ha. Darren, you rascal, you truly live up to your reputation as a trusted subordinate. You've handled this matter exceptionally well. Gion and Cake both rolled their eyes, their faces full of black lines. They clearly remembered how the Sengoku general had been furious on the din mushi yesterday. All glory belongs to justice. And this is all thanks to the guidance of the great generals of the Warring States period. Darren said modestly. The Warring States period smiled with satisfaction. I knew I hadn't misjudged them. It seems that sending those two little guys, Gion and Cake, to the North Sea was the right decision. Those two little rascals are a real headache. That brat is lazy and always trying to steal my cigars, and Gion? She's just like her sister, so naive. Listening to Sengoku's complaints, Darren glanced at Gion and Cake, whose faces were gradually darkening, and a strange look appeared on his face. In short, those two little ones are still very young. If you have time, take them out to broaden their horizons. The Warring States period was still unaware of the seriousness of the matter, and the more he talked, the more agitated he became. Cough cough. Noticing that Gion's gaze was growing colder, and that she was emanating a chilling killing intent, Cake couldn't help but cough twice. Warring States period. The military grade din mushi fell silent. General of the Warring States period, I've heard you're quite dissatisfied with me. Gion spoke to the din mushi with a blank expression. Warring States period. Hello? Hello? I can't hear you clearly. Wait, the signal seems bad. I can't hear you, Darren. You brat. Did you hear what I just said? Take good care of Gion and Cake for me. They are the future of the Navy, the hope of justice. Hello? Why is the signal not working? Blue. The din mushi fell asleep. Communication was interrupted. Gion. Additional calculation. Darren. The three looked at each other in bewilderment. The flying squirrel, who had been standing silently to the side, covered its forehead in pain. This acting is so bad. But less than a minute later, the military din mushi rang again. Darren answered again. A great general of the Warring States period. Darren, I almost forgot to mention, there's a very important mission. Sengoku spoke seriously, as if nothing had happened. General of the Warring States period, please speak, Darren said. Zhangwa said in a deep voice. A few days ago, Bondi Waldo attacked a world government official ship, and the world noble celestial dragon Sild Sane on board was shipwrecked and drifted to Beisha Island in the North Blue. Headquarters has received orders from the government, and I am currently on my way to Beihai. Darren frowned upon hearing this. He recalled the news he had seen in the newspaper a couple of days earlier. The great pirate, world destroyer, Bondi Waldo sinks a world government ship, enraging the celestial dragons, who have placed a bounty of 200 million berries. The ward pirates may become the government's greatest threat. Great General of the Warring States, what am I required to do? Hunt down world destroyer Bondi Waldo. Darren exhaled a plume of smoke resembling a dragon, his eyes half closed. Warring States shook his head and said, No, while your strength is not bad, it is still a long way from that of Bondi Waldo. It is my mission to defeat Bondi Waldo. And your mission is to set off immediately for Beisha Island to protect Sild Saint. The CP department has dispatched personnel to the North Sea to provide escort, but the government needs to have the nearby Navy protect the personal safety of Sild Saint before they arrive at Beisha Island. Chapter 23, as expected of a genius. Blue sky, clear sea, and white clouds drifting by. The massive warship sailed steadily across the boundless blue sea, leaving a long white trail in its wake. In the dimly lit cabin, Darren sat alone cross-legged on the deck, his eyes closed. The light from the oil lamp cast a blurry shadow of his figure on the cabin wall. 3 smooth metal spheres floated in mid-air, orbiting his body in a centripetal motion. If anyone were here, they would probably be very surprised, because these 3 metal spheres orbiting the naval captain maintained an absolutely constant relative distance from each other, even during their movement. This requires an extremely high level of control. Time passed second by second. With a gentle flick of Darren's finger, the 3 metal spheres changed shape continuously, as if in a liquid state. Sometimes they stretched and extended into sharp spikes, twisting and writhing like insidious iron chains. Other times they spread out like a solid steel shield. At a certain moment, Darren slowly opened his eyes. The 3 metal spheres instantly converged and transformed into a silver metal wristband, which solidified on the naval captain's right wrist. He let out a soft breath, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Physical strength, 60.451. Strength, 55.890. Speed, 58.048. Fruit, 71.871. Indeed, only real combat and battles can force you to grow faster. Darren used his insight, talent to sense his physical condition and couldn't help but sigh. Over the past few months, his training progress has slowed down considerably, and his speed and devil fruit abilities have almost stagnated. Although his physical metrics continued to improve slowly as he increased his training intensity, the rate of improvement was not satisfactory. However, after the battle with Germa 66, Darren's physique and strength both increased by more than 1 point. If it's training, it would take at least a month to achieve the same results. Unfortunately, Germa 66 was too weak and couldn't get me into the game. Darren smiled and lit a cigar. Germa 66 and Vinsmoke Judge are not actually weak. It's just that their abilities are too effective against Germa's technological weapons. Without a doubt, if it weren't for his appearance, with the military strength of Vinsmoke Judge and Germa 66, killing the kings of the 4 North Sea kingdoms, and even dominating the North Sea wouldn't have been too much of a problem. I really miss the days when I fought that madman Sakazuki. Darren's eyes held a hint of emotion. Before Sakazuki left the North Blue to train at headquarters, he would often train and spar with him without using their devil fruit abilities. Of course, their sparring was deadly in the eyes of others. After all, Sakazuki never holds back. If you're not careful, you could get killed, and then tragically become an accident. During that period, although he was seriously injured almost every day, the exhilarating battles and the constant pushing of his limits in the face of life-or-death crises captivated Darren. That was also the period when his strength improved the most. Unfortunately, that's all in the past. After training at the headquarters officer training camp, and under the tutelage of former Admiral Zephyr, Sakazuki is now estimated to have mastered Haki. The distance between him and himself has been stretched to an unlimited extent. After all, Kaido-sensei said that Haki is the most powerful ability on this sea. Thinking this, Darren slowly stood up. He wasn't in a hurry. The 3rd officer training camp is about to begin, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, I have already secured a spot. Although his talent is far inferior to monsters like Sakazuki and Borsalino, Darren believes that with his abilities, he can definitely earn a place in the Navy. Before that, he had to build up the North Sea Fleet. Transform this powerful fleet, soon to be equipped with Germa technology, into a military force that belongs only to me and obeys only my orders. A resolute glint flashed in Darren's deep eyes as he stepped out of the cabin and pushed open the door. As the sun shone down, naval soldiers patrolled and performed routine maintenance on the guns and artillery outside the ship's cabin. On the spacious deck, Keikiai and Gion were sweating profusely as they trained. The former was carrying a huge barbell weighing tons, gritting his teeth and looking ferocious as he did handstand push-ups. The latter held a long sword, his expression serious, and practiced his swordsmanship methodically. The sharp blade cut through the air, emitting a series of sharp whistling sounds. Are those two acting crazy? Darren looked at the scene with a puzzled expression and asked the approaching flying squirrel. The flying squirrel rubbed its temples helplessly. The Germa 66 incident really affected them, especially after Kaji came back. He trained like crazy. Darren couldn't help but laugh when he recalled the miserable sight of Gagi being stomped on the face and kicked away by Vinsmoke Judge. Boom. At that moment, a magnificent column of water, tens of meters high, suddenly exploded on the side of the warship. A surge of towering waves erupted, and the entire warship began to rock violently. What happened? Is it an enemy attack? No, it's a Sea King. The sailors on deck changed their expressions slightly and quickly sprang into action, drawing their sabers, raising their rifles, and adjusting the cannons on the warship. A huge shadow slowly emerged from the splashing seawater, casting its light in front of everyone and almost enveloping the entire warship. The blazing sun overhead seemed to have disappeared, replaced by a colossal creature that was at least 60 or 70 meters tall. With its jet-black scales and gill-like organs, it looks like a giant eel. Its lantern-sized eyes looked down at the Navy on the deck and slowly opened its blood-red maw filled with sharp, menacing teeth. A small sea king? Darren looked at the strange fish in front of him with great interest. At this time, Vegapunk had not yet figured out a way to load sea stone onto the bottom of warships so that the Navy could cross the comm zone. In other words, even at this time, sea monsters could still sense the presence of warships. The flying squirrel next to him instinctively reached out and gripped the hilt of the military knife at his waist, about to strike. Darren, however, pressed down on his shoulder and shook his head. The flying squirrel was stunned, but then it heard a strange cry coming from the deck. Ha ha ha! You've come at the perfect time. I'll use you, you little worm, to test the results of this genius's cultivation. The moment the arrogant laughter rang out, Jiaji's figure stepped onto the railing of the warship and shot backward like a cannonball. Roar! A flash of human-like anger appeared in the Sea King's blood-red eyes, as if it was enraged by the arrogance of the ant before it, and it suddenly let out a deafening roar. The powerful roar suddenly subsided, causing many sailors on the deck to sway and stagger. The sea monster opened its gaping maw, filled with sharp teeth, and lunged to devour the leaping creature. Bang! An extra punch lands. Visible ripples and waves of air spread outwards. The Sea King's pupils dilated, and its expression became bewildered. Crackling. Under Jiaji's punch, its teeth developed numerous cracks, and then shattered. Sea King's. Scalding tears welled up in its eyes. Just then, clang. The humming sound of a famous sword being drawn suddenly rang out. The golden sword tore through the air, and a golden sword light shot out, flashing and disappearing in the void. Laugh. A thin, long bloodstain slowly appeared on the neck of the poor sea monster. Cut in two. Then, boom. The sea monster's enormous head separated from its body and then crashed into the sea, once again creating a surging wave. The gushing blood dyed large areas of the sea crimson. On deck, he landed steadily and struck what he thought was a cool pose. Gion coldly sheathed her sword, her cloak billowing wildly behind her. The other marines stared in disbelief as Gion and Cake effortlessly dealt with the Sea King-like behemoth. After a few seconds of silence, they erupted in joyful cheers. Some people even swiftly threw out their nets, preparing to add to their meal. Truly worthy of being a genius and future general candidate from headquarters. Darren watched this scene and murmured to himself with emotion. Darren could tell from their actions that their strength had clearly improved significantly since they first arrived in North Sea. The added strength, speed, and physical skills have increased by at least 30%. As for Gion, she even mastered the flying slash, able to unleash sword beams, thus stepping into the realm of a swordsman. It's only been a few days. This terrifying talent is not far off from that of monsters like Sakazuki and Borsellino. Ha ha ha. Darren, did you see that? Jiaji walked over with a smug look on his face, raised his arm and bent his elbow to show off his biceps. That was a huge Sea King, and this genius fist shattered all its teeth. You think you can? Boom. Just then, as if drawn by the blood of the Sea King, a huge wave once again erupted on the sea surface. Head. Both ends. 3 heads. 8 sea monsters, each over 100 meters tall, emerged from the undulating sea, roaring and echoing each other with earth-shattering roars. As its massive body twisted and rolled, towering waves surged across the sea, crashing towards the warship. The tiny warship swayed and trembled before the 8 much larger Sea Kings. Darren waved. The metal wrist guard on his arm suddenly fell off, then twisted and stretched like a living thing into a sharp spear, which shot out through the air. Sharp explosions rang out continuously, and under the propulsion of the terrifying magnetic field, white ripples continuously spread in the surrounding void wherever the metal spear passed. The speed instantly reached its maximum. No one could discern its trajectory. Everyone on the deck felt only a blur before their eyes, as if something was repeatedly weaving through the void, like a silver phantom. The 8 roaring Sea Kings all froze in place. Laugh. Their bodies were constantly burst open with countless tiny blood holes, spraying out high-pressure streams of blood like sieves. Rumble. The colossal structures collapsed one after another, sending up towering columns of water. Darren recalled the metal spear, which condensed back into a bracer, and casually put it on, with the scene behind him showing 8 lifeless Sea Kings falling into the sea. He turned to look at the dumbfounded Jiaji and said, "Major Kei, what were you trying to say just now?" Jiaji's lips twitched slightly, and he smiled. "I told you could do better than me." Darren glanced at him, patted him on the shoulder, and looked into the distance. The outline of the island gradually emerged on the distant sea. "Get ready, we're about to land on the island." A mocking smile, not quite a smile, curled at the corners of his lips. "Our mission this time is to protect the great, sacred, and noble celestial dragons." Thank you so much. Chapter 24 Arrival. North Sea, Body Island. The warship slowly entered the port. With the anchor lowered, the naval members of the 321st North Sea Squadron, led by Darren, slowly stepped off the dock. Darren looked surprised as soon as he set foot on the mainland of Badia Island. This doesn't seem quite like the Badia Island I remember. Badia is a transportation hub for several well-known shipping routes in the North Sea. Although its trade volume is far less than that of some commercially prosperous islands along the Grand Line, it is still among the top in the North Sea. Many merchant ships and trading fleets would stop by Badia Island for supplies, which supported the island's economic development. However, where wealth flows, dirty dealings will naturally lurk. This is a common sense in the world. Because of Badia's wealth, prosperity, and convenient transportation, it naturally became a place for illicit gains and corrupt practices. Mafia, underground forces, illegal transactions, and even pirate raids have become commonplace here. Darren had previously spent considerable effort and energy balancing the power dynamics on Badia Island. Even so, Darren's impression of Badia was still that of a bustling, yet chaotic place. But what he saw before him was somewhat unexpected. The once crowded and oil-stain-covered island port has been transformed, now adorned with vibrant flowers. The streets were exceptionally clean, with no litter whatsoever. The street stalls that used to be scattered everywhere were now neatly arranged and orderly. The old buildings have all been painted with new paint, and the houses have been painted with white walls and blue roofs, making them look quite impressive. In front of the town's main gate, a brand new archway, 10 meters high, was temporarily erected, with colorful words, "Welcome to St. Sir Silds," hanging on it. Because the celestial dragons were shipwrecked and drifted to Badia Island, the island's mayor immediately issued a decree to improve the city's appearance and spend a large sum of tax money to renovate some dilapidated buildings. The flying squirrel then walked up to Darren and explained in a low voice. As for the color of this house, it is said that the city government wanted to imitate the decorative style of the Holy Land of Mary Geos so that the world's nobles could feel at home here. Gion and Keiki, who were standing nearby, were taken aback by what they heard. Darren couldn't help but smile. It seems that image projects exist in every world. But that's normal. The celestial dragons are beings who call themselves gods on this sea, possessing supreme power. In a small place like Badia, the local governors rarely had the opportunity to see the true faces of the world's nobles. Now, by chance, a celestial dragon who has encountered an accident has come to the area under his jurisdiction. The mayor naturally has to make a good impression, even if it's just to gain a good impression. Maybe if the world's nobles are in a good mood, a casual remark could put him on the top of his life. That's interesting. Darren smiled and nodded, then turned to Gion and the others and instructed them. You should take your troops and move in first. Set up a protective perimeter around the area where Hilda's Saint is active, and be sure to check for suspicious persons to ensure that no unexpected situations occur. Although he wasn't interested in protecting the boar-like celestial dragons, he would even like to kill 2 of them if he could. However, since this was an order from headquarters, Darren would naturally do his best to comply. After all, judging from the current situation, this mission could very well determine his political future in the Navy. If something were to happen to a celestial dragon while he was protecting them, even Sengoku probably wouldn't be able to protect himself. Darren has no desire to leave the Navy. Being a pirate is a dead end. He doesn't want to be chased by the Navy all over the sea. Darren doesn't consider himself a good person, but he still has his principles. He simply can't bring himself to become a pirate and rob civilians. Not to mention that for a transmigrator like him who doesn't have any cheat codes, the Navy, with its relatively complete training system, is undoubtedly the best choice. Most importantly, he has invested so much energy and effort in Badia that he cannot simply give up now. And what about you? Gion frowned as she looked at Darren. She had naturally heard about the celestial dragon's terrible character and was naturally reluctant to protect them. I need to go and hand over the mission to our mayor first, since the city government's militia is now in charge of the celestial dragon's security. Darren smiled and said to Gion and the Peking and Gaga, now that we're here, we should at least say hello to the local government. You don't need to worry. The specific security work will be mainly handled by Major Flying Squirrel. You just need to assist him. After all, you 2 are new to Badia and not very familiar with the business here. After saying that, Darren shifted his gaze to the flying squirrel. They're in your hands now. The flying squirrel nodded. Seeing that Darren had already given the order, Gion didn't press the matter and remained silent, watching Darren get into a carriage and drive away towards the city hall. Then, this way, Major Gion, Major Cake. The flying squirrel greeted them with a smile, then turned around and led his subordinates to their designated destination. He knew that Darren was going to see the mayor to discuss some matters, and it would be inconvenient to bring Guion and Cake along. Guion and Cake exchanged glances, hesitated, and ultimately said nothing, quickly following after him. Chapter 25 The Little Flower Seller. Beisho Island. City Hall. Darren, led by his sexy secretary in professional attire, entered the mayor's office. The office is decorated in a high-end and magnificent style. Animal skin carpets were laid on the gleaming marble floor, and oil paintings that looked expensive hung on the walls. We are truly sorry for not being able to welcome our distinguished guests properly. Please forgive us, Colonel Darren. Before long, a fawning laugh rang out. A middle-aged man in a suit jogged in, sweating profusely. His obese figure made the expensive suit bulge, making him look like a round ball. Mayor Hunter is very busy with official duties. It is I who have bothered you. Darren smiled, accepted the cigar offered by Mayor Hunter with utmost respect, and sat down unceremoniously on the soft leather sofa. Not at all, Colonel Darren. As you know, we've been incredibly busy here since Lord Silds arrived on Beisho Island. Hunter pulled a silk handkerchief from his pocket, wiped the sweat from his face, and smiled broadly. Darren nodded and lit a cigar. I can understand. After all, this is a grand event that only happens once every few decades. I was quite surprised to see the completely new Badia Island on my way here, and I think Sild Saint will also be satisfied with your arrangements, Mayor. Hunter was overjoyed upon hearing this. That's good, that's good. He had prepared a document beforehand and handed it to Darren with both hands. Colonel Darren, look at this. This is the situation on Badia Island over the past 6 months. Watching Darren take the documents and casually flip through them, Hunter carefully explained. Under your intimidation, the 2 major mafia families on Beisho Island have maintained relative restraint in the past 6 months and have paid the required taxes on time. Darren glanced at the last number in the document and smiled with satisfaction. Well, they're relatively well-behaved. Henrietta Bose and Bose. Of course, who in Beihai would dare not give you face? He said with trepidation, bending down even lower. Others might not know, but how could Hunter, as the mayor, not know the methods of the man in front of him? Beisho Island was originally home to numerous mafia gangs that constantly fought each other for territory, with bloodshed being a common occurrence. Until the year before last, Darren, the newly appointed head of the 321st branch, arrived on Badia Island and, with the most forceful and ruthless methods, almost completely eradicated the mafia's influence. Even today, Hunter still vividly remembers that hellish scene. Blood flowed like rivers in the streets, and corpses piled up like mountains. The man in front of them stood there covered in blood, while the 2 remaining mafia family leaders knelt before him, trembling. From that day on, there are no more gang feuds or turf wars on Beisho Island. The 2 remaining mafia families have carved out their own territories, keeping to themselves and regularly handing over half of their income as taxes. With the elimination of gang warfare, civilians were able to recuperate and live in peace, the social environment stabilized, and the economy of Beisho Island flourished. Yes, I'll say it again, please pass on this message to them for me. Darren slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. As long as they don't go too far, I'll just turn a blind eye. As long as they behave themselves, they will always be able to make money. But I don't want to see any civilians bleed to death in my jurisdiction. He smiled. After all, I'm a righteous Navy officer, don't you think, Mayor Hunter? Hunter nodded nervously and said with a fawning smile. That's for sure. In North Sea, who doesn't know that Colonel Darren is a symbol of justice? On the other side, the 3 flying squirrels, along with over 100 naval soldiers, were walking through the bustling town streets, heading towards the residence of Hilda's Saint. Guion looked preoccupied as she watched the flying squirrel walk ahead. She had a bad feeling about it, and suspected that Darren had deliberately sent her and Gage away to act alone. Big sister, you're so pretty. Just then, a childish voice rang out from the side, interrupting Guion's thoughts. Guion was stunned and turned around. What comes into view is a little girl wearing a simple floral dress, with a backpack on her back containing neatly wrapped red roses. The little girl looked only 7 or 8 years old, with big, bright eyes. She bowed politely to Guion and said, "Do you want to buy flowers?" Seeing the little girl's adorable appearance, Guion's heart almost melted. A gentle smile appeared on her face as she half squatted down and touched the little girl's hair. "Little sister, how much did you spend on this?" As if seeing the long sword hanging at Guion's waist, the little girl said somewhat timidly, "Sister, is 200 berries okay?" Guion chuckled. "You shouldn't be asking me that." Noticing the little girl's gaze, she smiled gently. "Don't worry, Your sister is in the Navy, she'll protect you. Sister, this knife will only be used to deal with bad guys. Chapter 26 The Navy's Biggest Problem. Little girl, really? Gion nodded and smiled. Of course, that's what our Navy should do. She looked at the flowers the little girl was carrying. Give me one. As she spoke, Gion took out 200 berries and placed them in the little girl's hand. The little girl looked up in surprise, then awkwardly put down her school bag and began to carefully select items. Yes, this one is the most beautiful. She picked out the most brilliantly blooming red rose, held it high with both hands, and handed it to Gion. Gion took it and asked with a smile, Little sister, why are you selling flowers at such a young age? The little girl smiled sweetly and replied, Leah is not a little girl anymore. She can help her father now. She looked at the roses in her backpack with a proud expression. These are flowers my dad planted. They're just as pretty as my sister's. Gion laughed. Oh, I see. Is Dad a flower farmer? Where is your mother? The little girl's eyes were dark. Mom is sick. Dad told me she went to a very, very far place to get treatment. Gion paused, a look of sadness flashing in her eyes. Then the little girl turned around, looked at Jiaji next to her, and politely bowed and asked, Uncle, are you buying flowers? Jiaji's face darkened. His eye twitched, and he squatted down, putting on what he thought was a friendly smile. Little sister, I'm not even 20 years old yet. You should call me brother. The little girl opened her eyes wide in surprise, carefully examining the man in front of her wearing a brown hat and holding a cigarette, before finally shaking her head firmly. No, uncle, you don't look like a brother. You look like an uncle. Additional calculation. He gritted his teeth and forced a stiff smile. Little sister, if you call me brother, I'll buy all your flowers. The little girl's eyes lit up, but she quickly became conflicted, fidgeting with her delicate little hands in front of her, her face full of grievance. Although Leah really wanted to sell all the flowers, her father told her that she couldn't lie. Bang! He fell headfirst to the ground. He got up again and said fiercely, Damn it! Open your eyes and look. I'm only 19 years old. He screamed wildly. All right, Gion said, kicking Keiki away in exasperation as she saw the little girl looking so frightened she was about to cry. She then squatted down and patted the little girl's head. That uncle may be a bit ugly, but he's a good person. Don't be afraid. The little girl blinked her big eyes and nodded blankly. She immediately took the 200 berries she had earned from selling flowers in Gion, spread them out in her hand, clumsily counted them, then took out 40 berries and put them into her left pocket, and the remaining 160 berries into her right pocket. Seeing this, Gion asked curiously, Why do you keep your money separate? The little girl said earnestly, Dad said that we should hand over a portion of our income so that those armed people won't bother us. Gion's expression changed slightly. But at that moment, a man ran over anxiously, took the little girl's hand, and bowed somewhat fearfully to Gion, saying, I'm so sorry, Navy Captain. Lydia was being silly and said something inappropriate. After saying that, he picked up his daughter and fled as if running away. Goodbye, big sister. Goodbye, uncle. The little girl in her father's arms smiled and waved to Gion and Cake. Damn it. I've already told you I'm the older brother, not the uncle. He added angrily. As Gion watched the father and daughter walk away, she seemed to realize something. Taxes on those who take weapons with a portion of their income. She frowned, strode forward, and stopped the flying squirrel who was directing his troops to deploy tasks not far away. Major Flying Squirrel, tell me, is Darren up to something shady again? Gion's face was serious. Looking at Gion's serious face, the flying squirrel said with a headache. Major Gion, as the highest-ranking officer of the entire North Sea Navy, Commander Darren naturally has matters to attend to. As his adjutants, our primary responsibility is to carry out the orders he gives us. Our most important task at present is to carry out security work in Sild Saint. Gion stubbornly shook her head and said, No, I want to know what Darren went to do. Now that the order has been issued from headquarters, Marineford must have already communicated with the governor of Baisha Island. There is no need for Darren to go there in person to hand over the duties. Since the mission of protecting Hilda's Saint is so important, Darren, as the person in charge of the operation, should not leave. She gritted her teeth and questioned. Did Darren go to the mayor to collect taxes from those mafia families? The flying squirrel was stunned, somewhat surprised. Although Gion's thinking is often quite naive, she is indeed very clever, as she actually guessed Darren's purpose. I knew it. Gion clenched her fists tightly. From the flying squirrel's reaction, she had gotten a definite answer. How could you do this? Chapter 27 I want her. If you take the money, you'll get things done. The flying squirrel didn't try to explain much. It simply continued walking steadily, saying calmly, "These are Darren's rules, and they are also the rules of the North Sea." As they were speaking, they arrived at a magnificent mansion. The mansion was clearly newly built, with a blue roof and white walls, and exquisitely decorated flower beds. Outside the courtyard, a security perimeter had been set up by poorly equipped militia, numbering approximately several hundred. Damn incompetent. Can't even handle something this simple. They heard a furious shout coming from the mansion, accompanied by the sound of things being smashed. Soon, they saw the trembling militiamen kneel down one after another, starting from the front row, their faces gradually turning pale. As the figure dressed in white silk robes and with a glass dome over his head walked out of the mansion with an air of superiority, waves of kneeling people spread outwards like ripples. Hilda's saint was very angry. He never expected that this exciting trip would lead him to run into that madman, Bondi Waldo. What surprised him even more was that a mere commoner dared to attack the world government's official ship and his own flagship. Most of the CP members who accompanied him died in that horrific, apocalyptic disaster, and then a storm at sea washed him to this island. This was the most embarrassing moment of his life. Damn it! The blonde-haired Sild Saint cursed through gritted teeth. He glanced at the two CP members behind him, both dressed in black suits. These were his last two guards. "Get out of my way. Don't block my path." In a bad mood, he kicked the militiaman kneeling on the ground in front of him to the ground. Looking up, he saw a Navy man wearing a snow-white cloak walking towards him. "Lord Hildas, I am Squirrel, the Deputy Commander of the 321st Branch of the North Sea. I have been ordered by the Navy headquarters to ensure your personal safety. The flying squirrel walked over, raised its hand in a military salute, and said expressionlessly. Hilda's Saint glanced at him sideways, his attitude extremely arrogant, and sneered disdainfully. "Hey, here comes my sweet little Navy puppy. How come you're only a deputy base commander? Where's your boss?" The flying squirrel clenched its fist, then quickly released it, and said in a deep voice, "The base commander is currently handing over security duties to the municipal government. Your safety will be the responsibility of the North Sea Navy until the CP department's official ship arrives. TCH, I didn't expect you bunch of good-for-nothings who can only be used to guard the house. Oh well, the CP department will be here in 2 hours anyway, so we'll just have to make do." Hilda's Saint said casually, completely ignoring the flying squirrel's ugly expression, and turned his gaze elsewhere. The moment he saw Guillaume, his eyes suddenly lit up. The greed and lewdness in her eyes made Guillaume frown, feel uneasy all over, and subconsciously take a step back. TSK, I never expected there to be such a beauty in the Navy. Hilda's Saint looked Guillaume up and down, his eyes filled with aggression, clicking his tongue in admiration. The flying squirrel's expression changed slightly. His pupils constricted, and he involuntarily took a step forward. They had heard of the celestial dragon's wicked tastes, if he really had his eye on Guillaume. "It's just a pity you were too old. Almost, you caught my eye and became my 18th wife. Ha ha ha." Saint Hilda's winked and grinned lewdly at Guillaume. "Let's go out and have some fun. I'm so bored these past few days resting in this lousy place." Amidst the grim expressions of the Navy personnel, Sild Saint swaggered out of the mansion. "That damned bastard dared to make a move on you," Jiaji muttered indignantly. "I'm the one who's qualified to be your husband." Guillaume rolled her eyes, loosened her grip on the hilt of the sword, and inexplicably felt a sense of relief. The celestial dragons, the world's nobles, possess supreme power. If they were to be targeted, it would likely bring a lot of trouble and pressure to Tsuru and the others. "Let's go." At this moment, the flying squirrel said something with a gloomy expression. "Major Guillaume, stay away from him." Guillaume nodded, hoping only that nothing more would go wrong. So the group, along with the naval soldiers, quickly followed in the footsteps of the celestial dragon. A large group of people, led by celestial dragon Hilda's Saint, walked along the main commercial street of Bayshore Island. Wherever it passed, the once bustling streets instantly fell silent. The common people knelt on the ground in large numbers, spreading out like waves, their expressions filled with fear, and dared not approach. The world government has ruled this world like a behemoth for 800 years. Faced with the god, who holds the greatest power in the world, the common people are filled with a deep sense of awe. But at this moment, a childish voice suddenly rang out, sounding so jarring in the deathly silent street where you could hear a pin drop. Guillaume's expression changed drastically. The pupils of the flying squirrel contracted. They stared at it, and their whole bodies involuntarily trembled. A little girl with black hair, wearing a floral dress, carries a large bouquet of flowers on her back. A sweet smile graced her face as she innocently gazed at the man in front of her, who was wearing a glass dome, her small, delicate hand holding a vibrant rose high above her head. "Uncle, would you like to buy some flowers?" Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Under the despairing gazes of everyone in Gion, they saw a flushed, excited smile gradually appear on Hilda's saint's ugly, pockmarked face. His eyes were filled with intense greed and possessiveness. That twisted obsession was tinged with an indescribable excitement. "It looks like a naughty child has spotted a fun toy." Gion and Cake immediately tensed up, gritting their teeth, because they saw that ugly celestial dragon slowly extend his fat finger, adorned with jeweled rings, pointing at the innocent-looking little girl in front of him, and sneer. "I want her." Chapter 28, I Met Saint Hilda's. "I want her." Sild's saint's excited, sinister laughter echoed through the deathly silent streets. Gion and Keiki's faces immediately turned deathly pale. Just then, a man covered in mud and filth frantically pushed through the crowd of kneeling people, stumbled out, and knelt down in front of St. Hilda's with a thud. He pulled his daughter close, shielding her tightly behind him, and said in a trembling voice, his face deathly pale, "Sir, I'm sorry, my daughter is blocking your way. I'll take her away right away." Seeing the fear on her father's face, the little girl named Leah finally realized that she had made a mistake. Her little face turned pale, and she tightly gripped her father's clothes with her small hands. "Blocking the way? No, 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 she's not blocking the way." Hilda's saint chuckled grotesquely, his sickly gaze never leaving the little girl. "This is your daughter, right? Very nice. From this day forward, your daughter is blessed with the greatest fortune of her life, becoming the 18th wife of my great Sild saint." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's legs went weak and his eyes widened. He kowtowed forcefully, his eyes bloodshot, and said, "Please, Lord Hildas, don't take my daughter away. She is my last remaining relative in this world." Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the man's forehead hitting the floor was so jarring, and the force was so great that a shallow bloodstain could be seen on the ground. The little girl behind her was so frightened by what she saw that she couldn't make a sound, and large tears streamed down her face. Hilda's saint snorted coldly in dissatisfaction, raised his foot, and stomped heavily on the back of the man's head, snarling, "What's wrong? You still don't want to. It's the greatest honor of your lives that I've taken a liking to your daughter. You should be grateful. Do you know how many people on this ocean wish to marry their daughters to the great, holy, and noble celestial dragons? If your daughter becomes my wife, you will live a life of comfort and luxury for the rest of your life." The man's face was being stomped on by the celestial dragon, causing it to bleed and become contorted in pain. He roared, managing to force a smile. "Lord Hildas is grateful for your suggestion, but Leah is still young, and I just want to live a peaceful life with her daughter." Hilda's saint was furious and kicked the man hard in the face. The man rolled several meters away, his face immediately swollen, and blood gushed from his mouth. "Dad." The little girl finally burst into tears. Gion's face turned ashen and stiff, and she instinctively gripped the hilt of her sword. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The surrounding civilians knelt there, trembling, not daring to be angry or speak out, their hearts filled with sorrow. The celestial dragons are descendants of 19 of the 20 kings who formed the world government 800 years ago. They consider themselves descendants of the Creator and enjoy all privileges. They possess supreme power, and any action that dares to provoke or oppose the celestial dragons will be met with fierce retaliation from the world government. If offended, a naval admiral or CP0 officer must be deployed to provide protection. That little girl has caught the eye of a celestial dragon, which is not a good thing. The celestial dragon's obsessive, perverse, and twisted nature is no secret on this sea, and they themselves make no attempt to conceal it. She was nominally called a wife, but in reality, she was nothing more than a plaything. The celestial dragons, who regard others as lowly people and ants, would not care about the life or death of their playthings. Generally speaking, once someone becomes a plaything of the celestial dragons, death becomes the greatest luxury. The little girl will become Sild's saint's 18th wife. So where did his previous 17 wives go? The answer is self-evident. Ha ha. Come back to the Holy Land, marry Geos with me. Without even glancing at the man who had collapsed and coughed up blood, Hilda's saint laughed as he walked toward the little girl, about to reach out his hand. "No, you're a bad person. I don't want to go with you. The little girl's eyes filled with tears as she bit down hard on Hilda's Saint's hand, struggling to break free from his grasp. Hilda's Saint cried out in pain, but his eyes grew increasingly excited. That's right. That's exactly the look you're looking at. It's a really good look. He licked his lips, looked at the little girl in front of him, trying her best to be strong, and smiled with satisfaction. It's so exciting to see them stubbornly resisting despite their terrified and defeated expressions. It's an amazing experience. I don't think I'll get tired of it for a long time. Grab her here, but be careful not to hurt her, or I'll chop you all up and feed you to the dogs. He grinned maliciously and gave orders to the two CP members behind him. Without hesitation, the CP members acted swiftly, surrounding the little girl step by step. Damn it. No. At this moment, the man who had fallen to the ground finally caught his breath, struggled to his feet with bloodshot eyes, and roared as he charged towards Hilda's Saint. One of the CP members stepped forward and punched him hard in the abdomen. The man immediately bent over, his eyes bulging, as if he were suffocating. He slowly slid to the ground, spitting out bright red blood. What an ungrateful wretch. A hint of impatience flashed in Hilda's Saint's violent eyes as he suddenly pulled out a golden pistol. Damn it, he added a low, cursing remark, and slightly bent his knees. Gion gripped the hilt of the sword at her waist. Just as the two were about to make their move, suddenly, the figure appeared between them like a ghost, pressing down on Cake's shoulder and on Gion's sword, forcefully pushing him back. Keiki and Gion were stunned, but before they could react, their pupils suddenly contracted, and countless blood vessels seeped from their pupils. Die, you ignorant and lowly wretch. Hilda's Saint grinned savagely. In the man's desperate eyes, amid the little girl's heart-wrenching cries, the trigger was pulled. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The world was deathly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed. The CP members were stunned. Hilda's Saint was stunned. The man and the little girl were also stunned. A faint buzzing sound, as if something was being suppressed to the extreme, emanated from in front of the man. He knelt there, stunned, his breath catching in his throat. A rapidly spinning bullet vibrated and buzzed in front of his brow. It hovered there. It was as if it were imprisoned in the void by some strange force. Second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Damn it. Who is it? Hilda's Saint roared in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. A figure with a profound and terrifying aura slowly emerged from the naval crowd. Short black hair, deep-set features, and a face with sharp, cold lines like a precipice. He was exceptionally tall, almost 3 meters. A wide, snow-white cloak billowed behind him, moving and fluttering even without wind. He slowly walked up to the man, whose expression was blank and whose face was covered in blood, and raised his hand to remove the bullet that was hovering in midair. Turn around. The towering figure loomed over Hilda's Saint like a mountain, exerting immense pressure on the latter. The black-haired Marine looked down at the celestial dragon before him. Only after the latter finally couldn't suppress his inner fear and unconsciously took a half-step back. He then smiled and said, Admiral of the North Sea, the highest-ranking officer of the North Sea Navy, Colonel Darren of the Naval Headquarters, greets Lord Hilda's Saint. Please provide your support. Chapter 29 I admire you. Admiral of the North Sea, the highest-ranking officer of the North Sea Navy, Colonel Darren of the Naval Headquarters, greets Lord Hilda's Saint. The naval captain's casual, relaxed, and magnetic voice slowly faded, echoing through the silent street. The man, his face covered in blood, stared blankly at the tall, imposing figure before him, motionless. Gion, Cake, and the others were equally shocked and couldn't help but exchange glances. Darren intervened and stopped the bullet. He stopped the celestial dragons from firing their guns. For some reason, both Gion and Cake breathed a sigh of relief. Admiral Bahai? Upon hearing this, Hilda's Saint was first stunned. Overwhelmed by the Navy's imposing aura, he broke out in a cold sweat, and, though outwardly fierce, inwardly trembled as he barked a menacing snarl. How dare you stop me? He paused, then suddenly roared wildly. How dare you stop a celestial dragon? Darren suddenly laughed. His eyes were half closed, and the curve of his lips resembled that of a cunning fox. No, Lord Hilda's, I did not mean to stop you. I simply believe. Darren suddenly turned around and kicked out with a vicious motion. The shiny black military boots slammed into the man's abdomen with tremendous force. The astonishing power burst forth, leaving the latter unable to even utter a wail. Like a kite with a broken string, it traced a blood-red parabola in midair and flew backward for more than 10 meters. Their fate is unknown. Hiss. Everyone present gasped in shock at the sight. Guillaume and Cake's eyes were bloodshot, and they felt an indescribable anger welling up in their hearts. Finally, they could no longer suppress their emotions. They gripped the hilts of their swords, their whole bodies tense, and they were about to make their move. Unexpectedly, the flying squirrel appeared in front of them the next second, its expression cold as it whispered, "Do you want everyone on this island to die because of your stupidity?" The flying squirrel's cold expression and the sternness in his words were like a bucket of ice water poured over their heads, sending a chill down their spines. Their bloodshot pupils trembled, their breathing became heavy, but the tense muscles in their bodies were forcibly relaxed. Yes, they understood. If they dare to make a move here, and incur the displeasure of the celestial dragons, then under their madness, the entire island of Peisha will likely face their wrath. At that point, it won't be enough for that man's mere commoner life to make up for it. Instead, everyone on this island will be punished for their impulsiveness and recklessness. They clenched their teeth so hard they almost broke them. Hilda's Saint looked at the naval captain's actions with a bewildered expression, his thoughts somewhat unfathomable. At this moment, Darren withdrew his foot and said with a smile, "There's no need to dirty Lord Hilda's hands dealing with such lowly people, is there?" A smug smile suddenly appeared on Hilda's Saint's face. "Ha ha ha. Excellent. Truly worthy of being the celestial dragon's watchdog. Very sensible indeed," Darren said with a forced smile. "Serving the great celestial dragons and the revered world government is the duty of our navy." Guillaume and Kei, who were not far away, were so engrossed in the conversation that their eyes were bloodshot and their chests heaved. Darren stepped forward, moved closer to Sild's Saint, and lowered his voice. "Holy Lord Hildas, with your status and position, there's no need to bother with these lowly people. It's a waste of time. It is a rare privilege for you to visit Beihai. Our Beihai Navy has prepared a small gift for you, and we hope you will not refuse it. This is the welcome and enthusiasm of the people of Beihai for the great and sacred Saint Silds, and it is also my personal little token of appreciation." As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and less than 10 seconds later, Mayor Hunter led a dozen militiamen, carrying huge, heavy boxes, and jogged over with big smiles on their faces. "Greetings, Lord Silds." Mayor Henry bowed and scraped, his face full of fawning smiles. Hilda's Saint didn't look at him, but merely squinted at Darren before stepping forward and casually opening a crack in one of the boxes. A dazzling array of multicolored light burst forth from the cracks, clearly revealing a vast amount of gold and silver treasures. A satisfied smile finally appeared on Sild's Saint's face. He closed the box, stared at Darren with admiration, and laughed heartily. "Your name is Darren, right? Very good, I admire you. With your talent and ability, being merely the Admiral of Beihai is a waste of your abilities. As a celestial dragon, a world noble, he possesses extraordinary power, yet he still lacks money. The expenses and expenditures provided by the world government to each noble are indeed enormous sums of money that are unimaginable to ordinary people. But for the celestial dragons, who lead corrupt, decadent, and extravagant lives, no amount of money is ever enough." Darren smiled and shook his head, saying, "They are all serving the Navy in justice, and they can all make the most of their abilities in whatever position they are in, without any difference. Although the North Sea cannot compare to the splendor of the Grand Line, I grew up in this sea area and have a deep affection for it. Lord Hildas, an official of the world government, arrived at the port 2 minutes ago. For your safety, I suggest you set sail back to the Holy Land as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Hilda's Saint nodded and said, "It's true that the air in Beihai is filthy and vulgar. It's truly nauseating." He glanced disdainfully at the surrounding buildings with their blue roofs and white walls, and said with dissatisfaction, "And the style of this building is simply a poor imitation." Mayor Hunter, standing nearby, broke out in a cold sweat and forced a smile, saying, "Lord Hildas is right. I will immediately order improvements." He didn't even bother wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and turned to the militiamen urgently, saying, "Hey, hurry up and move all of Lord Hilda's gifts to the port." Darren then gestured for him to proceed. Then, "Lord Hilda's, this way please." Hilda's Saint smiled, and just as he took a step, he suddenly remembered something and stopped. "I almost forgot." Guillaume and the others' expressions suddenly changed drastically. He glanced greedily at the little girl Leah, whose face was as pale as paper, then turned back to Darren with a smile. There was a hidden, amusing quality to his smile. "Arrest my wife and bring her back to the Holy Land with me. Once we arrive, we will get married." As soon as he finished speaking, Darren's smile gradually faded. Chapter 30 Survive. Guards, arrest her. Hilda's saint laughed triumphantly and gave orders to his 2 CP guards. No, don't. The little girl's eyes were swollen from crying. She struggled back in fear as she watched the 2 men in suits walking towards her. The 2 CP members stepped forward expressionlessly, grabbed the little girl's hands and shoulders, and acted extremely roughly. Ignoring her desperate cries, they quickly left bloody marks on the little girl's arms. The other civilians kneeling on the ground could no longer bear to look away, unable to bear witnessing this cruel scene. Guion and the other Navy men stood there with livid faces. Their anger made their bodies seem to burn, but their hands and feet felt as heavy as if they were filled with cement, making them unable to move. Darren took a deep breath. St. Hilda's. What's wrong, Governor Darren? Do you have any objections to my decision? Hilda's saint interrupted Darren with a mocking expression, staring at him with a half-smile. Darren's eyes narrowed, but a smile that was even more enthusiastic than before suddenly appeared on his face. Of course not. It is her good fortune and the glory of the people of the North Sea that Lord Hilda's has taken a liking to her. I'm just worried that your 2 men might hurt your wife, so I'd like to lend you my assistance. After saying this, Darren's figure vanished from the spot like a ghost. The next second, he was already in front of the little girl. Without seeing him make any move, the 2 CP members felt an invisible force pushing them away. Darren casually waved his hand, and the long sword at the waist of one of the CP members suddenly flew out, twisting into liquid metal in midair. Most of it quickly solidified into shackles, binding the little girl's hands and feet. The remaining metal coalesced into a gag, sealing the little girl's mouth and abruptly stopping her cries. Only a pair of terrified, tear-filled eyes were exposed. Darren stepped forward, crouched down, met the little girl's hateful gaze, and said expressionlessly, "It is your honor to serve the great Saint Silds." He took the little girl's hand and led the despairing, dazed girl to Sild Saint. "Holy Lord Hilda's, this way your journey will at least be a little quieter." Hilda's saint glanced at Darren, then suddenly burst into laughter again. "Ha ha ha. Funny, funny. You Navy guys are so funny." His gaze toward Darren was full of admiration and amusement. "You're quite good. Darren, I'll put in a good word for you with those old men in the government." Amidst the resentful and hateful gazes of countless civilians, Darren bowed slightly and smiled. "Thank you, sir." "Ha ha ha ha." Hilda's saint laughed again. "Then let us set off on our return journey." As soon as he finished speaking, a member of the CP moved nimbly over and lay down on all fours like a tamed, loyal hound. Hilda's saint straddled his back and headed away imperiously toward the port. Another member of the CP also pulled along the distraught little girl, who seemed to have lost her mind from fright. "No, I don't want to." At that moment, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Everyone was stunned. The little girl's father shakily struggled to his feet from the blood-stained ground, his hand outstretched in the direction the celestial dragons had gone, utterly despondent. It was as if it wanted to grasp something. But in the end, he couldn't grasp anything. Guion looked sad and went over to help him up. "Sorry," she whispered. She couldn't bear to look into the man's heartbroken eyes. They saw the escorting party of the celestial dragons board the magnificent official ship, set sail, and quickly disappear into the sea. A stiff smile suddenly appeared on the man's blood-stained face. That smile, concealing sadness, despair, and absurdity, was unbearable to look at. Liao might end up living a pretty good life. Guion uttered a comforting statement that even she herself didn't believe. "You live well too." Suddenly, the man's head slammed into the wall of the building. Bang! Blood splattered on Guion's face. She felt her vision blur, as if it were filled with a blinding red, and everything in her sight seemed upside down, like hell. She vaguely saw the man's blood flowing down the snow-white walls of the city government building, painted to welcome the celestial dragons. Blood red and snow-white intertwined in her world, creating a distorted tapestry of colors. The dull thud echoed repeatedly in her mind. Panic screams, calls for a doctor, angry shouts, and footsteps broke the deathly silence of the street. "Quickly save them. He's still alive. He can still be saved." Guion knelt there blankly, her body limp. In her hand, she tightly gripped a beautiful, blooming rose. The thorns of the rose pierced the flesh of my palm, drawing blood. But she was completely unaware. "Live well." She suddenly realized how absurd her comforting words were. The little girl's mother had passed away from illness, and the man's only true love was her. And now she has been forcibly taken away by the celestial dragons. From this moment on, The man with his hands covered in mud was all alone. What reason or courage did he have to live on? In a daze, she recalled the words she had said to the little girl. Don't worry, your older sister is in the Navy, she'll protect you. Of course, that's the Navy's responsibility. Gion suddenly began to tremble all over. She raised her head and stared blankly at the sky. The sky was overcast and gloomy, as if the light was being blocked by something. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from the dark clouds, flashing and exploding. Snowflakes drifted down gently, like goose feathers. It's snowing even though it's still the height of summer. She murmured blankly. In the year 1492 of the sea calendar, the tropical island of Badia in the North Sea experienced its first snowfall in decades. The snowflakes, which were not cold, fell on Gion. She turned her head blankly, looking at the silent back of the North Sea admiral not far away. Her mind seemed to be frozen, and she lost all ability to think. In a daze, she suddenly understood. She finally understood what the Warring States general had said. This ocean is too vast. The light of the righteous seagull flag cannot shine into all the dark, dirty, and gloomy corners. Chapter 31 Reasons. Beisho Island. Hospital. Although he suffered a head injury, strangely, the impact was not strong, and he will recover after a period of rest. Okay, I understand. Thank you, doctor. The flying squirrel nodded expressionlessly. The doctor gave him a complicated look, then walked out of the ward with a somber expression. In the empty hospital room, the flying squirrel looked at the unconscious man lying on the hospital bed, pursed its lips, and let out a long sigh. Damn it! Damn it! Not far away, Jiaji roared with bloodshot eyes, pounding his fists against the wall. The plaster on the wall fell off in a flurry. On the gray walls, there were holes with traces of blood. She called me uncle. She really called me uncle. Jiaji roared like a wild beast. Blood seeped from his fist, but he was completely unaware. Gion would sit by the hospital bed from time to time, her eyes closed, her hands intertwined and placed between her eyebrows. At one point, she suddenly stood up. Her delicate eyes were bloodshot as she turned her head and stared intently at the man standing by the window, smoking. Darren, how can you still be smoking? An inexplicable surge of anger slammed into her throat, making her voice hoarse. Didn't you say you were the overlord of the North Sea? Don't you think you're really that great? After watching Darren finish his cigarette, he immediately lit another one. Gion's anger intensified, and her eyes filled with tears. Say something. She bit her red lips so hard that they left a shocking bloodstain. Call. Darren exhaled a long puff of smoke and flicked his cigarette ash as if he hadn't heard anything. The ashtray on the windowsill was piled high with cigarette butts. The ward was eerily silent. It's like a tomb that buries people's hearts. The flying squirrel looked at Gion, who suddenly roared at Darren, opened its mouth, but ultimately couldn't say anything, its expression complicated. Otherwise what? The naval captain's voice suddenly broke the silence. Gion was stunned. She saw a mocking smile slowly rise from the naval captain's lips. Darren slowly turned around, a cold laugh escaping his lips. As he spoke, he glanced at the wall clock. The color drained from Gion's face. Speechless. Yes, what else can we do? Let alone a mere admiral of the North Sea or a colonel of the main force. Even a great general from the Warring States period probably couldn't change the ending of the story. That's a celestial dragon. The celestial dragons, the world's nobles who possess all the privileges in the world. If they dare to make a move, not only the Navy present, but also the entire civilian population of Beisho Island will likely lose their lives due to their stupidity and impulsiveness. Am I still alive? At this moment, a voice that was extremely weak suddenly rang out. Gion and the others were startled by the sound and quickly turned to look. The man struggled to lift his heavy eyelids and slowly woke up. Lealia, he muttered absent-mindedly. When out of the corner of his eye he suddenly saw Darren standing by the window smoking, and he shuddered. Lord Darren, the Navy commander. He gritted his teeth and struggled to sit up in bed, but collapsed weakly to the ground. You should rest first, Gion said urgently, stepping forward to help her up, but the latter waved his hand and refused. The man's eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at Darren's profile with a desperate, pleading look. Lord Darren, you saved me. Upon hearing this, Gion and Keikiai, who were standing nearby, were both stunned. They both remembered what the doctor had just said. The impact was not very strong. Could it be? They noticed that the man's dirty clothes had metal buckles on his belt, and they all realized what was going on. Since we've survived, let's live well. Darren took a drag of his cigarette, looked at the man calmly, and said indifferently, Under my rule, no civilian death will be permitted. No, Lord Darren. The man knelt on the ground, looking at the naval captain with a sorrowful expression. Please, please save my daughter. Her mother passed away from illness when she was very young. She's a very well-behaved and sensible child. She never cries or makes a fuss, and she even helps me sell flowers on the street. The flower seller was suddenly struck dumb. Smack. He slapped himself hard and burst into tears. It's all my fault. If I had been more capable, if I hadn't let her go out and sell flowers on the street, none of this would have happened. The man cried uncontrollably, banging his forehead against the floor repeatedly. Please, Lord Darren, save Leah. She's my cheese. I'll do anything to save her. I can be your servant. I can kill for you, my garden, and my money. You can take anything you want. Please. He frantically rummaged through his mud-covered clothes, pulling out a few crumpled, mud-stained banknotes and a pile of coins from his pockets. As if due to physical weakness, his hands trembled constantly, and coins slipped from his hands, clattering and scattering all over the ground. The coin spun on the ground, its surface stained with mud and blood, before finally falling over. The smooth surface reflects the light and shadow of the world, and the naval captain's cold, stern face. No, you didn't understand what I meant, Darren said calmly. He glanced at the wall clock again, then stubbed out his cigarette, reached up and took the white cloak hanging on the coat rack, draping it over his shoulders. A grand yet ruthless sense of justice unfolded slowly on his broad back, surging and undulating like ocean waves. It bruised endless iron and blood. The man stared blankly at the naval captain before him, his pale face filled with bewilderment. Seeing this, Darren sighed softly and stared intently into the man's eyes. I will say it again. No civilian shall die an unnatural death under my rule. He glanced at the banknotes in the man's hand and the coins scattered on the ground. As for money, Darren smiled. I already accepted it. After saying that, Darren started walking towards the door of the ward. Where are you going? Guillaume couldn't help but ask. For some reason, a sense of unease welled up in her heart. Jiaji stared intently at Darren's retreating figure, blood dripping from his fist. It's almost time. Darren didn't turn around. He simply said something in a flat tone. Time. Guillaume and Cake were stunned. They suddenly remembered a detail. From the moment they entered the ward, Darren kept glancing at the wall clock, as if waiting for something. Before they could react, Darren had already walked out of the ward. Walking down the cold, long hospital corridor, the military boots made a crisp sound. Darren's eyes gradually turned cold and arrogant. Darren! A voice suddenly sounded from behind. Darren stopped and turned to look at the flying squirrel that had quickly caught up with him. The latter hesitated for a moment. Before the incident, Major Guillaume had interacted with that little girl and bought flowers from her. Major Guillaume did not do it intentionally. I know. Darren interrupted him. He looked at the flying squirrel in front of him and smiled. It seems you have a good impression of Guillaume. The flying squirrel gave a wry smile, a hint of emotion flashing in its eyes. On this vast ocean, there are far too few people like her who so purely uphold justice. Darren didn't say anything. This is a fact. That's why he doesn't dislike Guillaume. Her anger was not directed at herself. She herself was well aware that, under the watchful eyes of everyone, no one could change the outcome of the matter. Her anger was mostly directed at herself. Anger at one's own incompetence. Anger at the inability to uphold justice. Anger at the injustices of this world. Is there anything else? Darren asked again. The flying squirrel paused for a moment. Are you sure you want to go? No Navy has ever done anything like this before. You don't need to do this. He stammered. Darren suddenly laughed. Flying squirrel, do you know? You're right. I do have many reasons not to go. I could easily list dozens. This world is filled with all sorts of tragedies, and those caused by the celestial dragons are countless. I am merely the admiral of the North Blue. I simply cannot possibly manage them all. If I do this, I'm very likely to get myself into trouble. Once I'm discovered, no one can protect me. As a naval officer, I should have understood long ago that the Navy serves the world government. Although I'm angry inside, I'll get used to it. There's no need to take such a big risk for a strange little girl. If I'm not careful, everything I've worked so hard to build in Beihai will be ruined. Yes, there are far too many reasons not to go. Darren smiled. As for the reasons why I should go, I can only think of two. However, these two reasons are enough to overturn all the reasons for not going. His words, spoken with an arrogant and cold tone, were like cold nails piercing deep into the air. First, the North Sea is my territory, and I will not allow such a thing to happen on my territory, even if he is a celestial dragon. Secondly, That guy's face was so disgusting that it gave me the urge to kill him. Darren grinned, almost cruelly. The kind that you just can't control no matter what. Chapter 32, The Only Hope. In the hospital corridor, the two gazed at each other from afar. Snowflakes are falling outside the window. The flying squirrel, however, felt that it was colder indoors than outside. It chills you to the bone. Darren's smile grew increasingly intense, arrogant, and even manic. You said this kind of thing has never happened before. Yes, that has never happened. But never before does not mean it is impossible, much less that it is wrong. His tone suddenly became meaningful. The meanings represented by 0 and 0 are quite different. Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel seemed to be struck by lightning, and its hands trembled slightly. He felt an unprecedented fear gripping him tightly, making it hard to breathe and almost suffocating him. But the next second, he suddenly clenched his fists tightly, raised his head with a resolute look in his eyes, and gritted his teeth, saying, "I'll go with you, Dot." Darren smiled with satisfaction, as if he had finally received the answer he wanted. However, he directly refused. "No need. It's more convenient for me to do things on my own. And even if something really happens to me, I'm very confident in entrusting the North Sea Naval Fleet to you. You stay here and keep an eye on those two guys. I'll be back soon." After saying that, Darren turned around and left without hesitation. Only after Darren's figure disappeared at the end of the hospital corridor did the flying squirrel, which had been standing motionless like a statue, slowly exhale. He was surprised to find that his back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly gave a solemn military salute towards the end of the corridor, even though the place is now deserted. Suddenly, the flying squirrel unconsciously looked out the window. Snowflakes danced in the air, casting a gloomy shadow over the entire world. The distant clouds were pitch black, with flashes of lightning and rumbles of thunder, as if a terrifying storm was brewing. "The world is about to change," the flying squirrel murmured, then turned around, its eyes quickly regaining their usual firmness. "As expected of you, Colonel Darren," he murmured, his voice trembling, yet a genuine smile appeared on his lips. "It is a great honor to be your adjutant." He clenched his fist. Darren is right. It wouldn't make a difference if I went myself. With his own abilities, he couldn't help Darren at all. But if I stay, maybe I can do something. Minutes later, Darren, having left the hospital, traveled alone to the north of Badia Island. This is a range of rolling mountains. Because of the heavy snow, the once lush and dense forests in the mountains have been transformed into a snow-white world. After confirming that no one had discovered his whereabouts, Darren took out a crumpled piece of white paper from his pocket. The white paper was only half there, and there were obvious signs of it being torn. Life card. This is my own life card. If you place the Vivre card flat in your palm, you can clearly see that, as if driven by an invisible force, the Vivre card is slowly moving in a certain direction. Having determined the specific direction, Darren put away the Vivre card. Although the action was indeed risky, Darren was not one to act rashly. He was able to climb from the lowest rank of private to his current high position and power, and it wasn't just through force that he was able to do so. He believed that he was second to none in terms of caution, vision, methods, and analytical ability. Back when he handed over the mission, he had already confirmed that all the CP members who came to escort Hilda's Saint belonged to the CP-1 sequence. Those were intelligence personnel who were even inferior to the CP-9 guarding Eni's lobby. This also means that none of the guards escorting Saint Hilda's possessed hockey. That's enough. As his thoughts drifted through his mind, faint arcs of electricity suddenly flickered between Darren's fingers. An invisible force field instantly spread out from his body. The metal wristband on his right hand instantly melted, wriggling like liquid metal and rapidly extending into an extremely thin metal plate. It is about 1 meter long and less than half a meter wide, with a triangular shape at the front and a streamlined aesthetic. Like a silver skateboard, it floats steadily in midair. Darren stepped onto the skateboard, his knees slightly bent and his upper body leaning forward. Next second, driven by the turbulent, boiling magnetic field force, the metal skateboard carried the naval colonel forward at an astonishing speed, breaking the sound barrier in the blink of an eye and exploding in the air with a series of muffled sonic booms. It quickly disappeared into the dark clouds amidst the thunder and lightning, vanishing into the distant sky. At the same time, the open sea off Badia Island, a magnificent ship, flying the flag of the world government, sailed slowly across the sea. Ah, what kind of weather is this? It's the middle of summer, yet it's snowing. This isn't some new world. On the deck, celestial dragon Hilda's Saint sneezed, tightened his magnificent robes, and couldn't help but curse. Heavy snow was falling from the gray sky. The snowflakes danced down and landed on the deck and mast of the official ship, covering the white-painted ship with a layer of silver frost. A biting, icy sea breeze blew in, and the low temperature caused the glass dome of Sild Saint, used to isolate the air, to become fogged up. Holy Lord Hildas. According to the established voyage, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the official ship will arrive at the Holy Land in 2 days. A member of the CP, dressed in a black suit, walked over respectfully, knelt on one knee, and presented a soft mink coat with both hands. The world government's CP-1 department, consisting of 12 members, will be at your service during this return journey. Hilda's Saint took the expensive-looking mink coat, draped it over his shoulders, and said with some dissatisfaction, "How can it be CP-1? What about the members of CP-0? The celestial dragons all have their own bodyguards, but Hilda's Saint's bodyguards were almost all wiped out when they encountered World Destroyer Bondi Waldo. Within the intelligence agencies under the world government, CP-0, as the highest level of the Cipher Pole organization, has the authority to dispatch all personnel from CP-1 to CP-9. Normally, when faced with such a threat and danger, the Holy Land should at least send more than 100 CP-0 members to be responsible for its security, instead of CP-1, which is primarily responsible for intelligence work. The CP-1 team leader said with trepidation. Reporting to Lord Hildas, the CP-0 officers are currently working with the Navy to hunt down the great pirate Bondi Waldo, and a significant number of their forces have been mobilized. The CP department has conducted a safety analysis for this return flight, and there will be absolutely no problems. Please rest assured. Upon hearing this, Hilda's Saint could only nod impatiently. Although the celestial dragons have the power to deploy CP-0, that power is limited to important events and times of crisis. Under normal circumstances, the real power to deploy CP-0 actually lies in the hands of the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government. Sir, it is cold. Please return to your cabin to rest. CP-1 team leader said respectfully. Hilda's Saint waved his hand. No, take me to see my wife first. The CP-1 member nodded, turned, and led the way into another separate cabin. The cabin was dark, filled with dampness and a putrid smell, and even a faint stench of blood. In the center was a cage specifically for slaves. The little girl, with her hands and feet in shackles and her mouth gagged, sat there trembling. The moment she saw the celestial dragon walk in, her tear-reddened eyes revealed a stubborn look, and she glared at him angrily. What excellent eyesight. Hilda's Saint's heart pounded with excitement. That's the feeling. When others learned who he was, they all became obedient and fearful, like lapdogs. It's completely meaningless. It's precisely that stubborn look in their eyes that makes conquering them so interesting. He watched her gradually break down under his torment, the light in her eyes slowly disappearing. That process is truly one of the most interesting and enjoyable things in the world. Wait a little longer, my lovely wife, just a little longer. Once we return to the Holy Land, we will live a happy and fulfilling life. He couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh. All the vexation he felt because of the weather vanished, and he stepped out of the cabin. Although his blood was boiling and he was about to lose control. But how could a noble celestial dragon possibly have fun in this filthy, lowly cabin? Moreover, she was filthy and covered in mud, so she had to return to the holy site to clean herself. Otherwise, you'll end up smelling cheap and lowly on yourself. The cabin door closed tightly again. In the darkness, the dim lights flickered with the rise and fall of the ship, casting illusory light and shadow. The little girl sat there, motionless. There were new abrasions on his knees and arms, presumably from being dragged into the cage. The small, thin body huddled tightly in the corner, hidden in the shadows. What no one noticed was that her little hands were clenched into fists. He gripped the paper tightly in his palm. That was something that the handsome Navy man had slipped into my hand when he was binding me. She didn't know what it was, but somehow, she never let go. It was as if that could give her safety and protection, and in this dark world, the only hope. Chapter 33. The way he looked at me was strange. Remember to deliver the food on time. I can't let my beloved wife go hungry. After stepping out of the cabin containing the cages, Sild Saint Imperial gave orders to the CP-1 members in a condescending manner. Yes, Lord Hilda's. The CP-1 member nodded respectfully. Oh right, there's one more thing. Hilda's Saint paused, then turned back again. The Navy's highest-ranking commander in the North Sea? Yes, that guy named Darren. CP-1 was taken aback upon hearing this. Then, recalling the gift the North Sea Admiral had previously sent, bowed and said, "Does Your Excellency intend to promote him?" Darren, the highest-ranking officer in the North Sea Navy, holds the rank of captain at the naval headquarters. According to reliable intelligence, he has been included in the Naval Headquarters Key Training Program and has been qualified for the Marineford Officers Training Camp. This guy is very capable, with excellent skills and vision. Under his governance, Beihai has seen significant improvements in both order and economy, and he is indeed worthy of promotion. Promoted? Suddenly, Sild Saint laughed, as if he had heard some absurd joke. He sneered. No, let's find a chance to kick him out of the Navy and then kill him. The CP-1 leader was stunned. Time seemed to be slipping out of the Celestial Dragon's train of thought. Did that guy anger the adults? Although the Celestial Dragons wield immense power and can easily decide an individual's life or death. But Darren is no ordinary person. Those who manage to secure a spot in the Marineford Officers Training Camp are all individuals whom the Navy headquarters is focusing on developing. Even with the power of the world government, it would not be easy to rashly interfere with a key officer being trained by the Navy headquarters, especially one with real power who has command over the entire North Sea Navy. At least on the surface, there needs to be a somewhat plausible reason. Angered? Not at all. Hilda's Saint chuckled strangely. CP-1 knelt down on one knee in a state of trepidation. The specific reason is, Hilda's Saint glanced at him sideways, then suddenly stomped on the latter's head, kicking him until his head bled profusely. Do I need a reason to make a decision? No, that's not necessary. Upon seeing the Celestial Dragon's anger, the CP-1 leader trembled violently, his face turning pale, and he dared not wipe the blood from his face. Hilda's Saint snorted coldly. If I absolutely had to give a reason. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze fierce. The way he looked at me was strange. I hate the way he looks at me. Is that enough? After saying this, he went into his private cabin. It was different from the cabins where slaves were imprisoned. The independent cabin of the Sild Saint was very spacious, brightly lit, and luxuriously decorated. A soft carpet lay on the dry floor, and an oil lamp cast a warm glow. Hilda's Saint glanced at the gift that the so-called North Sea Admiral had sent. The large chests, filled with gold and silver treasures that filled the entire ship's hold, were now radiating a dazzling array of colors, illuminating the entire ship's interior in a magnificent golden glow. A satisfied smile appeared on the Celestial Dragon's face. He took off his mink coat and casually threw it on the ground. Passing through mountains of gold and silver, we reached a hidden door at the end of the cabin and unlocked it. The hidden door was slowly pushed open. Come out, my baby. Hilda's Saint licked his lips, his inner desires surging, his narrow eyes flashing with a violent and excited red light. Soon, a woman slowly crawled out from behind the hidden door. The woman had a beautiful face, but her hands and feet were shackled with heavy chains. Her expression was numb and blank. Her pupils were dull and lifeless, and saliva kept dripping from her lips, which were painted with bright red lipstick. A twisted madness appeared on Hilda's Saint's face, and he laughed morbidly. He casually pressed a button on the phonograph, and soon a melodious saxophone tune flowed out. Outside the cabin, on the deck of the official ship. Boss, are you all right? The CP-1 members looked at the bloodstains on their leader's face and couldn't help but ask. It's all right. It's our honor to be encouraged by the Celestial Dragons. The CP-1 team leader laughed proudly, wiped the blood off his face, took out a pack of cigarettes, handed one to each of his men, and then lit one for himself. Call. The CP-1 members leaned against the railing of the official ship, exhaling thick smoke, looking quite content. They all really liked this feeling. The smoke from burning high-quality tobacco, mixed with the damp scent of falling snow, is deeply inhaled into the lungs, bringing a sense of peace and comfort. Standing on this magnificent and prestigious official ship, overlooking the boundless sea in the distance, it felt as if the whole world was right before my eyes. On each island they visited, the foolish, lowly commoners would kneel before their masters, looking at them with fear and dread. This gave them a surreal illusion of being of noble birth. This is a day that only outstanding people like them, who serve God, deserve to enjoy. At this moment, melodious and extravagant saxophone music gradually drifted from the cabin, interspersed with the ferocious laughter of the Celestial Dragons, the cracking of whips, and the painful screams of women. Upon hearing the familiar music, a hint of envy flashed in the eyes of all the CP-1 members. St. Hilda's has started again. I wonder if he'll be generous enough to give us his toys after this is over? He. They seem to have remembered something memorable, and smiles that only men could understand appeared on their faces. "You bunch of guys." The CP1 team leader looked helplessly at his subordinates, then shook his head with a wry smile. He was about to say something when he suddenly froze. He noticed that his men were staring at him with horrified eyes. A chill ran through my brain. The CP1 leader turned around, his eyes widening in surprise. Ahead of the magnificent official ship, a man with a metal skateboard is floating in midair, his wide white cape billowing in the sea breeze behind him. Amidst the falling snow, he was raising his finger, making a shushing gesture at them with a murderous yet smiling expression. "Shoo, please give me your support. I would be very grateful, and I would appreciate a 5-star review." Chapter 34 Goodbye. The music played on the saxophone gradually reached its climax. The music, with its extremely wide range, is like the raging waves of the sea, surging and crashing. Inside the cabin, the celestial dragons began to dance wildly, lashing out mercilessly with their iron whips. His expression was frantic and excited, his face filled with a twisted, morbid smile. Footsteps followed the rhythm of the music, the sound of whips intertwined with the melodious and stirring saxophone music, echoing each other. Smack, smack, smack. The sound of the whip cracking against delicate flesh rang out. The woman gritted her teeth, her body already covered with countless bloody welts. A searing pain shot through her wounds, but she dared not utter a sound. She gritted her teeth and forced a fawning smile onto her beautiful face. "No, that's not right. Your eyes are wrong." Suddenly, Hilda's saint roared in anger, his hand, adorned with jeweled rings, lashing out with his long whip again, the force growing ever more ruthless. "You should look at me with defiant eyes. You should hate me. You should despise me. Think carefully. I killed your father. I killed your mother. Remember this well." Smack. The sharp whip lashed through the air, leaving a bloody wound on the woman's chest. The woman groaned, her body covered in blood, lying on the ground, panting heavily, her eyes filled with an increasingly humble and submissive look. She knew very well that if she showed hatred in her eyes, it would only further incite the celestial dragon's morbid and twisted desires. On the contrary, if one simply obeys and submits, he will often lose interest in a short time. Damn it! Damn it! Hilda's saint strode forward and slapped the woman across the face with his greasy hand. The woman's body flew 2 meters backward, her face visibly swollen, a streak of blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, and her long black hair scattered messily. How boring! Tianlong cursed breathlessly, getting angrier the more he thought about it. He pulled out the gold pistol from his waist, clicked the safety off, and pressed it against the woman's blood-stained forehead. He had originally thought that if she could please him, he would spare her life. It seems unnecessary now. Indeed, the noble god has no need to have any pity for these lowly, filthy ants. Anyway, I've already found the next great toy, haven't I? Thinking this, Hilda's saint grinned cruelly again. "I'm so sorry, my beloved wife." He looked down at his 17th wife, his finger lightly on the trigger of his pistol. By now. However, at this very moment. Suddenly, Hilda's saint noticed that the woman's pupils contracted slightly. Her previously blank expression gradually came to life, and her eyes stared intently behind her. Silt Saint frowned. He smelled a strange odor. He was very familiar with this taste. It smells like blood. An overwhelmingly strong smell of blood. Just then, a creaking or grinding sound suddenly came from behind him. Hilda's saint turned around and looked at the cabin door with some surprise. The cabin door was being slowly pushed open. Meanwhile, from the crack in the door on the ground, bright red blood was flowing in from the outside. As the cabin door opened completely, a fierce wind carrying flying snow rushed in from the outside. A tall figure, covered in blood, stood there, his short black hair streaked with snowflakes, and a wide white cloak billowed behind him, carrying the stench of blood. Hilda's saint's eyes widened suddenly, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "It's you." He stared intently at Darren, who was standing at the cabin door, while his peripheral vision caught glimpses of the horrific scene on the outer deck. The corpses, dressed in black suits, hung in midair. The 12 CP members responsible for escorting the ship had completely lost their lives, their bodies pierced by rusty steel bars, lying haphazardly and in a chaotic state. Like tattered clothes, they were left to dry in the wind and snow. Fresh blood dripped from their corpses, staining the entire deck crimson. Hilda's saint's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of needles. This guy actually killed one of my men? Could it be? In an instant, a bottomless chill suddenly surged from the celestial dragon's feet, rushing up his spine to his head, making his scalp tingle. Admiral of the North Sea, the highest-ranking officer of the North Sea Navy, Colonel Darren of the Naval Headquarters, greets Lord Sild Saint. Darren, standing at the door, squinted, bowed slightly, and smiled. Bang! The golden pistol spat out flames. The bullet struck Darren squarely in the forehead, producing a metallic clang as it flew off, sparks flying. It seems your marksmanship is quite good, sir. Darren smiled and started walking. You. When Sild Saint saw that the shooting had no effect, he was shocked and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Darren, what are you trying to do? What I want to do is a good question. Darren smiled, paused for a second as if thinking, and winked at Sild Saint. What do you think, Lord Hildas? Hildas Saintlung immediately flew into a rage and said, Whatever you want to do, you have offended me, and you must die. As the naval captain drew ever closer, he frantically pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets kept hitting the naval captain's body, but bounced off and left several craters in the cabin floor and walls. After firing several shots, Sild Saint looked at the man who had come up in front of him, his face full of astonishment. You? Darren slapped him across the face, shattering the glass dome he was wearing. Countless shards of glass pierced the celestial dragon's face, causing blood to flow. Under Darren's terrifying power, Hilders's boar-like face twisted and deformed, and he spun and flew backwards several meters in midair before crashing straight into the cabin. With a loud bang, the wooden planks of the cabin shattered. Hilda's Saint let out a miserable wail, his bloodshot eyes glaring venomously at Darren, pointing at the latter. You lowly creature. Laugh. 2 steel beams suddenly shot out from the bottom of the cabin, wrapping around the celestial dragon's hands like tree roots, piercing through his greasy hands and pinning Hilda's Saint to the cabin wall. Aoawa. Hilda's Saint let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Chapter 35 The Rules of Beihai. The celestial dragon's piercing screams echoed throughout the entire world government ship. Inside the cabin, the woman, covered in whip marks and blood, lay in a pool of blood, staring blankly at the screaming god, her mind a complete blank. This marine actually injured a celestial dragon. No, he wanted to kill a celestial dragon. He's gone mad. Are you out of your mind? Any act that offends a celestial dragon, regardless of who it is, will be met with fierce retaliation from the world government, and even the Navy admirals will be mobilized. This is a forbidden zone that no one can cross on this vast sea. You're too noisy. Darren frowned and waved his hand dismissively, seemingly impatient. With this movement, 2 steel bars rose from the cabin floor, whistling out and piercing through Hilda's Saint's feet like sharp blades, embedding themselves in the wall. Blood dripped continuously from his pierced hands and feet, falling to the ground and forming a shocking pool of blood in just a few seconds. You're dead. Darren. The unbearable pain caused Hilda's Saint to scream again, almost fainting from the agony. He was born standing on a mountaintop, a celestial dragon, a god of this world, and a descendant of the Creator. Having been pampered since childhood, I've never experienced anything like this, let alone such a severe injury. I thought that the blood of the high and mighty gods was golden, but I didn't expect that they were no different from ordinary people. It seems that the celestial dragons are not gods after all. Darren smiled and said. Hilda's Saint's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at him. That damn smile again. A hypocritical, mocking smile, as if he didn't even respect himself as a god. It was this smile that made Hilda's Saint dislike Darren. What he hated most was that he couldn't see the familiar fear in Darren's eyes. The fear that a lowly, humble commoner should feel when looking at the world's nobles fueled an immense surge of anger within him. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the world government for doing this? Do you think you can escape? Hilda's Saint gasped for breath, letting out a low growl like a wild beast. Revenge. Darren laughed. Who would know I did this? Putting everything else aside. He pointed to the mountains of gold and silver treasures piled up in the ship's hold. At least in the eyes of everyone on Bayshore Island. I, this scoundrel of the North Sea Navy, have given the great Lord Hildas a large sum of money to curry favor with him. Who would think that a marine would dare to attack a celestial dragon? Upon hearing Darren's words, Hilda's Saint's pupils contracted. He suppressed the dizziness caused by massive blood loss and gritted his teeth, saying, Darren, I don't understand why you attacked me. He suddenly seemed to realize something. Is it that little girl? From Darren's silence, Sild Saint received a definite answer. Just because he's an ordinary citizen. His face was filled with disbelief. He's just a lowly commoner. Why do you have to go to such lengths? Darren stared silently at the celestial dragon in front of him, whose expression was contorted with rage. The blood on the floor had already seeped into his military boots. That was more than just an ordinary citizen. He suddenly said, "Those are civilians under my jurisdiction." Hilda's Saint roared. "Why are you so concerned about the life and death of an ordinary citizen? Besides, don't think I don't know. Do you think you're some kind of good person? In the entire North Sea, who doesn't know that you exploit the lowly common people to make money by supporting the mafia? In the end, you're not much more noble than me." Darren suddenly laughed. He beckoned with his finger. The steel binding Hilda's Saint's right arm suddenly tightened and contracted. Snap! A blood-stained severed arm rose into the air. Ayaya! Hilda's Saint convulsed in pain, and yellow urine gradually seeped from the crotch of his luxurious silk robe. "You're right. I'm not a good person. That's why I came," Darren said calmly. "If I were a good person, I probably wouldn't dare to come. Of course, I didn't want to come either, and I didn't want to deal with disgusting celestial dragons like you. I just wanted to live my life peacefully and run the North Sea Fleet. But I took the money from that father and daughter. You received the money?" Hilda's Saint gasped for breath, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets from the pain. "How much did you get from her?" "I'm a celestial dragon. I have plenty of money. As long as you let me go, I'll give you any amount of money you want. No, not just money. I'll give you anything you want. Women, not just human women. I can easily get you women of other races too. Power? I can promote you to Vice Admiral immediately. I can give you anything you want." Darren suddenly sighed. "Can you give me anything I want?" The celestial dragon breathed weakly, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes, and nodded with a smile. "That's right. You just need to speak up. Just speak up. Anything is fine. That's typical of the celestial dragons. There is something I really want." Darren looked at Hilda's Saint, tilted his head, and a sinister smile gradually crept onto his lips. "I want to kill you." Hilda's Saint was stunned, but the next second, he burst into wild laughter. "You'll die if you kill me." "Darren, you didn't expect this, did you? The world government's official ships are all equipped with covert surveillance, din mushy. At this very moment, the world government has already seen what's happening here. You're dead. Ha ha ha." His crazed gaze was fixed on Darren, trying to find terror and fear in the latter's eyes. But he failed. Smile. The naval captain still wore that annoying smile. An extreme sense of unease surged into Hilda's Saint's mind, causing his heart to pound wildly. "Hilda's Saint, compared to the other celestial dragons, you are one of the smarter ones." Darren began to speak with great interest. "I can give you a chance." Without him making any move, the steel binding Hilda's Saint loosened completely. The celestial dragon slid down the wall like a sludge pile of mud, panting heavily. Darren pulled out a military-grade din mushy and casually tossed it over. "Give it a try, if you can get through to the signal." Meeting the naval captain's ambiguous gaze, Hilda's Saint trembled. He gritted his teeth and, defiantly, tried to dial the din mushy, a type of electric scooter. Second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The military din mushy remains dormant. No response. The color drained from Hilda's Saint's face instantly, leaving him deathly pale. Communication signals were blocked. "Impossible," he murmured absently, his eyes glazed over. In that instant, it was as if his soul had been ripped from his body, leaving him looking blank and dazed. The din mushy's communication signal has been completely blocked? How is that possible? The signal is blocked, which means that no one in the world will know anything that happens on this official ship. Hilda's Saint trembled all over, and a deep despair finally welled up in his eyes. Darren watched him quietly, illusory arcs of electricity flashing between his fingers. He's not the kind of idiot who would act rashly because of a moment of passion. From the moment Hilda's Saint disregarded his dignity and insisted on taking the little girl away, he decided to kill this ugly pig. So while he was capturing the little girl, he slipped his life card into her hand. In this way, the route of Hilda's Saint will also be known. Through the handover of security duties, he also successfully obtained information about the CP members involved in this escort mission. With that, only one last problem remains in dealing with Hilda's Saint. Monitor. World government ships are typically equipped with monitoring din mushy, snail-shaped electric devices to ensure the safety of the celestial dragons. However, this is meaningless to me in terms of my own abilities. With the development level of his magnet fruit, he is able to create a magnetic field region centered on him, with a diameter of approximately 100 meters. Under the influence of a magnetic field, the signal of a din mushy, snail telephone mushy, will be completely blocked. Its range was large enough to cover the entire official ship. This was inspired by Doflamingo's birdcage. And that's the biggest reason why Darren dared to attack the celestial dragons. No. Why? Since you knew I was stalling for time, why didn't you just kill me? Suddenly, Hilda's saint raised his head and stared at Darren, roaring furiously. He didn't understand. This guy clearly possesses the strength to easily kill me and has seen through my intentions, so why doesn't he just take action and kill me directly? Darren narrowed his eyes, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Because killing you cleanly and decisively would be too lenient on you. As he spoke, the despair on the faces of the father and daughter he had seen on Badia Island flashed through his mind. At least, before you die, I want you to taste the bitterness of despair. As soon as he finished speaking, Darren slowly pulled out his pistol. In the despairing, gloomy eyes of the celestial dragons, the muzzle of the pistol, it was gently pressed against his forehead. No. A fear never before filled Hilda's saint's eyes, and he screamed in terror. I am a celestial dragon. If you kill me. Bang. A gunshot rang out. Darren pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet pierced his forehead and exited from the back of his head, leaving a large hole in his skull. Large splattered liquid, red and white mixed together, splashed in fan shapes on the ship's walls. Hilda's saint's body twitched, and the light in his pupils quickly faded. Damn it. He took the money just because of some lowly commoner. He slowly fell to the ground. Their expressions froze, a mixture of bewilderment, confusion, astonishment, and fear creating a bizarre, yet captivating scene. He died. Darren stood before the celestial dragon's corpse, looking down at him with a calm tone. Once you've received the money, you have to do the work. This is the rule of Beihai. Please provide your support. Chapter 36 Spirit. You killed him. The naked, wounded woman stared in horror at the celestial dragon lying in a pool of blood, her voice trembling and her face deathly pale as she watched the blood continue to spread. She felt that everything before her eyes was extremely unreal, as if she were dreaming. You killed a celestial dragon. She murmured repeatedly, reaching out to touch the flowing blood on the ground, feeling the warmth of the blood. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You killed him. His smile gradually turned manic. Ha ha ha. You killed him. He's finally dead. Ha ha ha. The woman laughed heartily, but bloodshot tears gradually seeped from her eyes. He's finally dead, sob sob sob. She choked up and finally broke down in tears. Darren looked down at the woman who was laughing and crying wildly, her expression both crazy and distorted. You are free, he said. Free. An unspeakable bitterness appeared on the woman's face. She gently turned her body, letting Darren see her bare back. On his back, a blood-red mark of a flying dragon's hoof was extremely conspicuous. What freedom is there in this world for me? She looked up and smiled at Darren. His smile was somewhat serene, even resigned. Thank you, Navy officer. She struggled to her feet, knelt on the ground, and sincerely kowtowed to Darren. I have no reason to live anymore. Everyone I cherish in this world has died at his hands. Please go do what you're supposed to do. Darren looked at her intently. He saw a tenacious will to die in her eyes. He had no idea what she had gone through or how long she had been tormented by Hilda's saint. But he has always adhered to a principle. Don't judge someone's life if you haven't personally experienced the pain they've gone through. I see. Then, have a safe journey. After saying that, Darren turned around without hesitation and walked out of the cabin. The woman knelt on the ground, watching the naval captain's departing figure, and raised her hand to wipe away the tears on her face. Her eyes were no longer dull or numb. A bright, warm smile slowly spread across her blood-stained face, like a flower that grows and blooms tenaciously on a precipice. Thank you so much, Navy officer. If I survive, it will be very inconvenient for you, won't it? She smiled, pursing her lips. He slowly picked up the golden pistol from the ground. Bang, bang. She gritted her teeth and fired 2 shots at the celestial dragon's corpse. Dad, Mom, I'm here to keep you company. She smiled radiantly. He pointed the gun at his temple. She saved the last bullet for herself. Bang. Gunshots and the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground came from behind, but Darren's steps did not falter in the slightest. He is not the Virgin Mary. It's impossible to force someone who's determined to die to muster the courage to live on. She didn't have a choice before, but now she at least has the freedom to choose to die. Suppressing his emotions, Darren strode quickly toward the cabin on the official ship where slaves were imprisoned. The locked hatch flew straight out. Without any hindrance, Darren walked step by step into the building. A foul, damp smell wafted over, and a dim yellow oil lamp flickered in the murky air. Hearing the noise, Leah, who was huddled in the corner of the cage, first showed a look of fear on her small face, but when she saw that it was Darren, her fear was quickly replaced by surprise. Darren waved. The steel cage collapsed, twisted, and then disintegrated instantly, along with the shackles on the little girl's body, which broke and fell to the ground. Navy brother. The gag covering her mouth came off, and the little girl cried out in tears, stumbling towards Darren and hugging his leg tightly. Darren ruffled her hair and smiled. Come on, I'll take you home. With red eyes, Leah nodded heavily. So Darren took her hand and led her out of the cabin. However, when Leah stepped out of the cabin and saw the corpses strung together with steel on the deck, her face turned pale. She instinctively looked into the cabin. That terrifying, ugly celestial dragon lay dead in a pool of blood. Leah involuntarily released Darren's hand and took 2 steps back in alarm. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth and slammed herself against the mast next to her. Darren reached out and grabbed her clothes, lifting her up like a kitten. What are you doing? He frowned. The little girl said in a tearful voice. I can't survive, can I? If I survive, I will cause a lot of trouble for my Navy brother. Darren paused, then sighed. He recalled the little girl's father's earlier act of banging his head against the wall and felt helpless. What an identical father and daughter. He picked up the little girl and said seriously, since we've survived, let's live well. Your dad is waiting for you to come home. I took your money, so I have to protect you. The little girl paused for a moment, then said somewhat shyly, Coco, the amount I paid was very small. Darren laughed. That's enough. A metal skateboard floated over. He stepped onto it, and his figure gradually rose into the air. Hovering high in the sky, Darren held the dirty little girl in his arms, looking down at the blood-soaked world government ship below. He slowly raised his hand, spread his fingers, and reached out to grab her from afar. Rumble. Click, click. Driven by the metal of the official ship's hull, the entire ship was continuously compressed, collapsed, and twisted under the influence of a strange magnetic field. With a deafening roar, the gunpowder in the ship's hold and the cannons loaded on board were quickly detonated, and a raging fire shot into the sky, engulfing the entire ship like a giant fireball. The scorching, overwhelming shockwave rushed towards her, causing the little girl to instinctively bury her head in the naval captain's chest, as if it were the safest place in the world. The official ship gradually sank, and the flag of the world government, representing supreme authority, turned to ashes in the flames. Thick black smoke billowed into the sky. Thick, dark clouds were filled with flashes of lightning and rumbles of thunder, signaling the imminent arrival of a long-brewing storm. In that hazy, flickering, and distorted firelight, Darren seemed to see faces appearing and disappearing within it, like a dream. He saw Guion on the street, her eyes blank, clutching a rose tightly in her hand. I saw Jiaji punching the wall repeatedly to vent his anger. She saw a man kneeling in front of her, pleading with her with a large pile of coins. I saw the woman laughing as she picked up a golden pistol and committed suicide. I saw the celestial dragon's ugly, grinning faces. Faces and images appeared and disappeared amidst the towering flames. Darren let out a long breath. The deepest feeling of frustration and annoyance finally dissipated completely at this moment. As his thoughts cleared, an indescribable emotion and power surged within his chest, compelling him to express it. Tear. A pale bolt of lightning suddenly tore through the dark sky, illuminating the entire world. A fierce storm of devouring everything followed. A storm is brewing. The naval captain hovered high in the sky, his aura constantly rising, his wide cloak dancing like a raging dragon behind him. A powerful, domineering, and awe-inspiring aura, as if echoing the storm in the world, erupted fiercely from his body. The world changed. At the same time, in Darren's perception, a new project slowly emerged. Conqueror's Haki, 20. The aura of a king has been awakened. Chapter 37, World Destroyer. At the same time, on the blood-red cliffs, the towering red earth continent seems to disappear into the sky. Mary Geos. Buildings with blue roofs and white walls stand side by side, and the streets are spotless. Surrounded by vegetation, artificial hills, fountains, and man-made gardens, the grand and ancient buildings sit on the fragrant hillside, like a fairyland. This is the holy land of Mary Geos, the abode of the noble, sacred, and great gods. Suddenly, a horrified scream shattered the peace and tranquility of the land of the gods. How is this possible? Inside a magnificent golden building in the land of gods, an official responsible for managing the daily lives of the world's nobles was pale with fright, so frightened that he sat down on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. His voice quickly attracted the attention of other officials. The moment they rushed into the main hall of the building upon hearing the sound, and saw the life card gradually burning and turning to ashes, they almost forgot to breathe, their minds going completely blank. St. Hilda's. That's Lord Hildas's life card. According to the latest intelligence, wasn't he in the North Sea, having just boarded the returning official ship not long ago? How is that possible? The officials on the ships looked at each other with fear and trepidation, their throats bobbing as they unconsciously swallowed, their throats burning as if on fire. Celestial Dragon Sild's saint is dead. Quickly, report to the 5 elders. The leading official jolted awake, forced his limp body to its feet, gritted his teeth, and roared. The news spread quickly. The holy land of Mary Geos was suddenly filled with a tense atmosphere. CP agents in suits moved through the streets like ghosts, while the Holy Land guards galloped wildly on horseback through the clean streets, making the residents tremble with fear. The officials looked in fear toward the stairway to heaven, their hearts filled with turmoil. The sacred and noble celestial dragons are dead. This is the first time a god has fallen on this sea since the Valley of Gods incident 8 years ago. North Sea, a certain sea area. The sky was dark, and the surging black clouds rolled and churned like a heavy city wall about to collapse. The torrential rain enveloped the entire world, and the warships were tossed about by the surging waves, as if being constantly tossed up by an invisible giant. Rumble. Dense bursts of fire erupted from the warship's cannons, bursts of light flashing one after another, the black cannon barrels glowing red from the intense heat. The roar and explosion of shells ignited fierce flames on the distant sea, and magnificent columns of water shot into the sky. Bondi Waldo, you can't escape. On the warship, Sengoku, wearing black-rimmed glasses and with a black beard tied in a braid, stood on the bow, staring at the pirate ship in the center of the distant artillery bombardment, and roared loudly. Torrential rain poured down from the sky, bouncing off the deck and enveloping the warship in a layer of white mist. On the deck, numerous sailors braved the torrential rain, rapidly loading ammunition into the heavy cannons. Each shell fired sent the warship trembling. Sengoku, you're far from being able to arrest me. On the pirate ship, a burly figure stood at the bow, arms crossed, grinning maliciously. He wore a bright red captain's coat and a horned helmet. His gray-green beard trembled slightly with his loud laughter, and he exuded a deep and powerful aura. Bondi Waldo, the world destroyer, captain of the Ward Pirates, with a bounty of 200 million berries. A legendary pirate, a man who stood shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard and Roger. The cannonballs exploded around the pirate ship, sending up sprays of seawater and billowing smoke. But Bondi Waldo paid no heed, staring fiercely at the warship, a cruel smile suddenly creeping onto his lips. When it comes to firepower, I've never lost to anyone. His figure vanished from the spot like a ghost. A ghostly figure seemed to dart out from the dense rain curtain, moving so fast that it even created a long vacuum in the rain for a brief moment. Next second, Bondi Waldo had appeared on the other side of the deck, his hands gripping the cannon. Men, adjust your course and show those world government lackeys what the Ward Pirates are all about. He shouted loudly. Roar. The Ward Pirates crew members' eyes gleamed with fervor as they raised their arms and shouted. Amidst the surging waves, a pirate desperately turned the ship's rudder. Attention, hard to starboard. The moment the words fell, the pirate ship creaked and groaned, listing noticeably amidst the raging storm and bombardment. The decks suddenly began to tilt, and the pirates clung tightly to the slippery railings to avoid falling into the sea. The heavy rain splashed up on the deck. Bondi Waldo gripped the cannons firmly with both hands like iron clamps, and as the ship shifted, the fixed cannon barrels gradually aimed at the massive warship. Is it really necessary to chase after me, T&I, just because you sank a Tianlong human pig's official ship? He scoffed dismissively, then burst into a maniacal, sinister laugh as the rain poured down. Come on, Sengoku. Let me show you the power to destroy the world. He pulled the cannon's fuse sharply. Boom. A jet-black shell burst from the cannon barrel, piercing through the rain-soaked sky. Momo 50 times cannon. As Bondi Waldo shouted coldly, it was as if some invisible force was spreading out. White shockwaves spread from the whistling shells. Then an unbelievable scene unfolded. Suddenly, the cannonball that had been flying through the air expanded and multiplied, increasing in size dozens of times in the blink of an eye. The black cannonball, with a diameter of over 20 meters, also increased in speed, and after reaching the highest point of its parabolic trajectory, it crashed wildly toward the warship where Sengoku was. Its speed, the force of its fall, and its size were so great that it even created bursts of fiery red air currents from friction with the air, making it look from a distance like a meteorite that had broken through the clouds and fallen from the sky. This is Bondi Waldo's ability. Momo fruit can increase the speed and size of an object. Because of the increased speed and size, the power of the amplified shell will also increase exponentially. It's no exaggeration to say that if this shell hits and explodes, its explosive power would be enough to easily flatten a town. The crimson light expanded continuously overhead, and a massive shadow suddenly enveloped everyone on the warship. The gusts of wind from high above pressed down, causing the entire warship to sink, and the deck even cracked and splintered. Damn it! The Warring States period roared furiously, his eyes bloodshot. If this shell were to hit the warship, the Navy personnel on board, including himself, would likely perish in the raging waves of the sea. Military boots slammed heavily on the bow of the ship, and the figure of the Warring States period was sent flying like a cannonball. A magnificent and dazzling golden light suddenly illuminated the sky. The naval personnel were astonished to see their admiral transform into a gigantic golden war Buddha in an instant, unleashing a palm strike from afar at the massive cannonball falling from the sky. Buddha impact. Boom. A vast golden shockwave crashed heavily into the cannonball. After a brief moment of silence, a massive explosion erupted high in the sky. A fireball with a diameter of over 100 meters rose into the air, and countless fragments of artillery shells rained down on the warship like a dense firestorm. Sengoku, who had reverted to human form mid-air, changed his expression slightly and roared. Borsalino. Okay, I understand. A casual voice echoed through the downpour, followed by a flash of golden light that soared into the sky. The 8-foot jade, curved jewel. The sky was filled with a barrage of fireballs, which continuously washed away the falling shell fragments, and the raging flames completely illuminated the dark sky. Amidst the billowing smoke, the figure of the Warring States period landed steadily. The wind dispersed the smoke of battle, and his eyes were fixed on the pirate ship fleeing into the storm in the distance. He gritted his teeth, just about to give the order to pursue. A hoarse voice suddenly rang out from behind. Stop the pursuit, something's happened. Zhangguo frowned. A CP0 member wearing a mask with strange patterns walked quickly out of the cabin. This operation to subdue Bondi Waldo was a joint effort led by the CP department and the Navy, with intelligence primarily coming from the CP department. Retreat? Bondi Waldo has been cornered by us, and ahead lies the notoriously chaotic waters of the North Sea. In these weather conditions, he has no chance of escape. Sengoku retorted. Unexpectedly, the CP0 member shook his head. Bondi Waldo is no longer important. He took out a military-grade den mushi and handed it to Sengoku. An aged, sinister voice slowly came from the military den mushi. Warring States period, retreat immediately. Sengoku was stunned and subconsciously said, Lord Five Elders, the operation is about to succeed. The great pirate Bondi Waldo has entered the ambush zone according to our plan. Just give me a little more time. He was interrupted without any politeness before he could finish speaking. We order you to retreat immediately. Sengoku, seething with anger, asked in bewilderment. Sir, why is this? The government and Navy have devoted a great deal of resources and effort to this operation. Sild Saint died in the North Sea. Sengoku froze on the spot when he heard the voices of the 5 elders on the other end of the den mushi. Are the celestial dragons dead? How could this be? Sengoku, as the only current admiral in the Navy headquarters, your top priority is to thoroughly investigate the cause of Hilda Saint's death. Do you understand? Apart from that, nothing else matters. The 5 elders' voices rang out in an unquestionable tone. On the deck, Sengoku, soaked to the bone by the torrential rain, took a deep breath, his inner passion seemingly extinguished by the cold rain. I see. He gritted his teeth and said. Seeing this, CP0 put away the den mushi and turned to walk into the cabin. At this moment, countless golden photons gathered around Sengoku and quickly reformed into a human shape. He was unusually tall, wearing a yellow and white striped suit, exaggerated aviator sunglasses, and a full beard. Major General Borsalino, a rising star in the Navy. Should I continue chasing after them, Sengoku General? Borsalino looked at Sengoku's ashen face and said slowly and deliberately. Sengoku glared hatefully at the ward pirates, who were gradually disappearing into the distant storm, and suddenly slammed his fist heavily on the railing, smashing it to pieces. No need, let's return. He gritted his teeth and spat out those words, his face extremely grim. Borsellino, as his adjutant, was quite capable, far exceeding the level of a lieutenant general. However, compared to great pirates like Bondi Waldo, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard and Roger, he still had a certain gap to close. If he were to pursue it alone and fail, falling into the hands of Bondi Waldo, it would be a loss that the Navy headquarters could not afford. He's a future naval admiral, a guy with talent that's almost monstrous. We can't afford any accidents to happen to him. What Sengoku didn't expect was that despite using so many resources and effort, and being so close to arresting Bondi Waldo, he ended up failing in the end. He was unwilling to accept it. However, Sengoku also understood that he could not refuse the world government's orders. A celestial dragon died in the same sea. Now that he is the only admiral at the Navy headquarters, he has to put aside all his important duties and go to investigate the matter thoroughly. Only, in the North Blue, who dares to lay a hand on a celestial dragon? Zhangwa stood in the torrential rain, the raindrops pattering against his slightly pale face. His expression shifted between light and dark as he fell into deep thought. Chapter 38: Kong the Steelbone and the Five Elders. Late that night, awakened from his sleep by his personal guards, Admiral Sora forcibly suppressed his restlessness at being deprived of sleep and boarded his flagship overnight to head to the holy land of Mary Geos. After transferring to a world government vessel on the inland river of the Red Line, and then to a horse-drawn carriage, the Admiral, exhausted from a 3-hour journey, finally entered the inner city of Mary Geospangu. Although Admiral Kong Shinian is nearly 80 years old, he shows no signs of aging or decline. He was in high spirits and had deep, penetrating eyes. He had a mohawk hairstyle, with his gray hair standing up like steel needles, and his face was cold and resolute. His muscular physique and open chest, with muscles that looked as if they had been carved by a knife and axe, were clearly defined and exuded a rough, violent beauty against his bronze skin. He exuded a majestic and powerful aura, as imposing as a towering mountain. His marshal's cloak, adorned with golden wheat ears, fluttered in the wind, creating an imposing presence. The weary Marshal Kong looked up at the staircase that seemed to lead to a divine kingdom. Surrounded by countless white, ghostly figures lurking in the shadows, he straightened his back and, as his nickname Steelbone suggests, strode up the snow-white, sacred staircase to heaven. He quickly completed this sky-reaching road, passed through a small garden filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, and arrived at a small Western-style building nestled among the flowers. The exterior of the small villa is entirely white, with lush ivy climbing the corners. The vicissitudes of time have left mottled marks on the walls, and the dome is sharp like a giant sword. Steelboned Air Marshal. 2 waiters dressed in black suits and wearing white gloves stood outside the door and bowed slightly to Steelbone Sky. Steelbone Kong nodded to them, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door of the small villa. Inside the small villa is a meeting hall with elegant and simple decorations. On the ornately decorated tea table sits a pot of tea that has already been boiled. The 5 elderly men, some standing and some sitting, exuded an aura of authority that was unapproachable and unassailable. These 5 elderly men are the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world's governments today. Marine Admiral Steelbone Kong greets the 5 elders. Steelbone Kong stepped forward steadily, speaking neither humbly nor arrogantly. He glanced at one of the 5 elders on the far left. He was wearing a custom-made black suit, bald, with a mustache and a shocking scar on his face. Congratulations to Saint Damocles for being elected as the new supreme ruler with a high number of votes. The newly appointed 5 elders, Damocles Saint, waved his hand and said in a hoarse voice, "No need for such polite words, it's empty. You should know very well why we summoned you here today." Steelbone said in a deep voice, "Of course I understand, but before that, I have a question for you gentlemen." He paused, his gaze suddenly turning solemn. "Why did you gentlemen bypass me, the fleet admiral, and directly issue the retreat order to Admiral Sengoku? The operation to arrest Bondi Waldo has been planned for a long time and is about to be successfully completed. If we miss this opportunity, there will be endless troubles in the future. Kong, are you questioning the government's decision?" Damocles Saint asked in displeasure. According to regulations, any action that offends a celestial dragon must be punished by a marine admiral. Sild Saint died in the North Sea, and we haven't even held your navy accountable for its dereliction of duty yet. Or do you think the lives of world nobles are less important than a mere arrest mission? Upon hearing this, the other 5 elders also cast cold glances at Steelbone, and the pressure immediately surged like a tidal wave. Facing the supreme power of the world government, Kong felt a chill run down his spine, yet he did not bow down. The safety of the world's nobles is important, but the task of arresting Bondi Waldo is equally urgent. This guy is extremely ambitious and incredibly powerful, possessing the strength to destroy the world. My lords, please don't forget that Holy Lord Silds was shipwrecked because of Bondi Waldo's attack in the first place. Until Bondi Waldori is dealt with, this sea will never find peace. Furthermore, I can send other personnel from headquarters to investigate the cause of Hilda's saint's death. Who can you send? The blonde 5 elders coldly interrupted him. A mocking sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. With the Navy headquarters having 3 admirals, Zephyr has already stepped down to the second line, and Garp has repeatedly refused promotion. Besides, are you suggesting that you send Garp to investigate the Celestial Dragon's deaths? Or are you, as the fleet admiral, going to the North Blue yourself? Hearing the 5 elders' aggressive questioning, Cyborg opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. He was deeply distressed. Despite his seemingly immense power as a naval admiral, he actually had very few men under his command whom he could truly control. As for Zifa, needless to say, that kid has long since left the game because of the tragedy that happened back then. If it weren't for my earnest plea to stay, and out of respect for my mentor, Zephyr would have already decided to leave the Navy. Although Zephyr retained the rank of general, he had essentially detached himself from general duties and devoted himself to teaching at the officer training camp. Even as the fleet admiral, he couldn't go against the man's personal wishes. As for that bastard Kapna, should we send him to investigate the Celestial Dragon's deaths? Are you kidding me? When that bastard finds out, he'll probably just go wild eating donuts to celebrate, laughing and saying, good riddance. From this perspective, the Warring States period was indeed the only option. Thinking of this, Steelbone Kong couldn't help but grit his teeth and clench his fists. The danger level of world destroyer Bondi Waldo was assessed by the Marine headquarters as extremely high, even surpassing Roger and Whitebeard. After all, Roger and Whitebeard were stronger and more powerful, but they would not usually attack civilians or towns. Although the former likes to act impulsively, he would not normally attack civilians, and he even cooperated with the Navy during the Battle of God Valley. The latter had little ambition. He traveled around the New World, inviting new members and forming what he called a family. But Bondi Waldo, that madman, is different. His slogan was destroy everything that stands in my way. And he was ruthless, attacking towns, civilians, and even naval bases to achieve his goals. He harbors a grand ambition to overthrow the world government, and with the terrifying destructive power of the Momo fruit, he poses a far greater threat to world peace than Whitebeard and Roger. They were so close to arresting him. Damocles Saint looked at Steelbone Kong's unpredictable expression and slowly said, so CP's influence has already infiltrated the Ward Pirates. Bondi Waldo won't be able to escape much. Steelbone Kong was stunned by what he heard. CP has actually infiltrated Bondi Waldo's men. The bald 5 elders, dressed in monastic robes and wiping his katana with his head bowed, said calmly, let's leave it at that. We don't want to waste any more words on this matter. The deaths of the Celestial Dragons involve the face of the world government, and the truth must be thoroughly investigated. Your Navy must fully cooperate and give us an explanation. Besides that, let's keep the news under wraps. This incident must be kept secret. I see. Steelbone Kong knew that at this point, there was no point in continuing the argument. Not all Celestial Dragons are snot-nosed, bossy, arrogant, stupid, and incompetent losers. Born with unimaginable power, such privileged status and background are a breeding ground for idiots, bastards, personality disorders, and megalomaniacs. However, there are still a small number of elites among the Celestial Dragons who possess talent, wisdom, and martial prowess. They receive the highest level of education from a young age, are guided and nurtured by the best teachers in their respective fields, and go through rigorous selection processes before gradually occupying core positions in the world government after adulthood. Otherwise, if all the Celestial Dragons were psychologically disturbed pigs, the world government would have collapsed long ago and would never have been able to maintain its rule for 800 years. The 5 elders, representing the highest power of the world government, are the elite of the Celestial Dragons. Their background naturally leads them, who hold high positions, to uphold the rule and status of the celestial dragons. This is inevitable. The celestial dragons are supreme beings, the gods of this ocean. This is their bottom line and ironclad rule, which no one can break, and there is absolutely no room for negotiation. However, Kong seemed to have vaguely sensed something from the five elders' last words. Blocking the news. Chapter 39 Good Riddance. North Sea. The area where the world government's official ship sank. On the vast sea, heavy snow continued to fall from the gray sky. Yes, Marshal Kong, based on the flight path provided by the government's CP department, I have arrived at the crime scene. On the warship, Sengoku, holding a military den mushi, gave a report with a gloomy expression. He adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and quickly glanced at the sea. There weren't many obvious traces at the scene. Yes, I understand. After hanging up the den mushi communication, Sengoku couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. The diving team has been dispatched. The adults are taking this incident very seriously. A figure dressed in a silk robe and wearing a mask with strange patterns, appearing like a ghost beside Sengoku, a hoarse voice faintly emanating from beneath the mask. Sengoku nodded, but inwardly he was somewhat unconvinced. The sea was turbulent, with only a few shipwrecks floating on it, occasionally revealing charred and rotten limbs, making it impossible to identify their specific identities. The authorities in the Holy Land of Mary Geos have determined the actual time of the incident based on the moment when the lifecart of Sills was burned out. 3 hours had passed between the time of the incident and when Jean Gua and his companions arrived at the scene. 3 hours of turbulent sea would be enough to swallow up any evidence and traces that might have been left behind. At this point, what good would it do to send out a diving force? Sengoku was somewhat displeased that such a huge effort had been made because of a dead celestial dragon, and that Bondi Waldo had even escaped for nothing. However absurd it may seem, it was an order issued by the world government after all. No matter how dissatisfied or dismissive he was, Sengoku would do his best to fulfill it responsibly. The government has issued a gag order. After all, once this incident is exposed, it will weaken the government's authority and damage its image. However, this incident involves the celestial dragons, making it extremely sensitive and troublesome, and indeed a headache. Sengoku glanced subconsciously at the deck not far away, and the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. While he, as the commander-in-chief, was busy to the point of exhaustion, his adjutant, Borsellino, that bastard, was lying on a beach chair drinking watermelon juice, acting as if it had nothing to do with him. Borsellino. Sengoku gritted his teeth and roared. We're on a mission. Upon hearing Sengoku's voice, Borsellino raised his hands in surrender and grinned. They're here, they're here. He slowly put down the watermelon juice, stood up from the beach chair, and walked over. What did you discover? The Warring States period was quite annoyed. Let me take a look. Borsellino stroked his stubble, adjusted his sunglasses, and intently observed the crime scene. 2 seconds later, he suddenly opened his mouth slightly, as if he had discovered something interesting, and said in an exaggerated manner. How terrifying. The celestial dragons died so cleanly. Not even a scrap of flesh was left behind. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. The deck was unusually quiet. Quack, quack, quack. Several crows flew across the sky. Warring States period. CP0. All Navy. Borsellino. Oh. Warring States period. Sensing the rising killing intent emanating from CP0 beside him, Sengoku's eyes twitched. He struggled to suppress the urge to pin this yellow-skinned monkey to the ground and beat him senseless, gritting his teeth as he said, Borsellino, you little bastard. Get out of my way. Borsellino raised his hands again, looking completely innocent. Okay. He walked back with a regretful look on his face, muttering to himself. You were the one who asked me to come and help. Then he lay back down on the beach chair and slowly picked up the watermelon juice. There's really no other way. Upon hearing Borsellino's mutterings, Sengoku's face turned pale and then red, his expression twitching, his fists clenching and unclenching repeatedly. I wish I could slap myself twice. I should have made Sakazuki my adjutant. The two who graduated from the military academy at the same time with honors as the top graduates, and were called monsters, were at least not as infuriating as that gloomy brat Sakazuki. How could I have been so blind to choose that bastard Borsellino? In the Warring States period, he covered his forehead in anguish with his hand. But there's no going back now. Sakazuki's personality is too obsessive, and he adopts an extremely extreme attitude and methods towards pirates, often disobeying orders. This was something that the Warring States period could not tolerate. Although Borsellino often gets so angry that he flies into a rage, He is at least able to obey orders. Zhang Guo let out a long sigh of frustration. Looking at CP0's cold and indifferent face, he gave an awkward smile and was about to say something. Brew 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 brew. The call from the military den mushi suddenly rang out, interrupting Sengoku's opening. Sengoku frowned, gave CP0 an apologetic look, and connected to the den mushi. Hello, this is Sengoku. A loud, carefree laugh rang out from the den mushi. Ha ha ha, Sengoku. How's things going on your end? Bondi Waldo is already taken care of, right? I'm all done here. You wouldn't believe it. That green pepper's head is dented from my iron fist. What an exhilarating battle. Ha ha ha. The den mushi vividly mimics the image of a person picking their nose and laughing. Warring States laughed. The green pepper of the cone, the leader of the 8 Treasures Navy, the world-famous iron-headed cone. You actually dented it. He probably hates you to the core, Garp. He shook his head. My mission failed. An emergency occurred, and Bondi Waldo escaped. An emergency? What kind of emergency has occurred? Garp scratched his head, then winked and said, That doesn't make sense. Hey, Sengoku, could it be that you couldn't beat Bondi Waldo, and that's why you made up this excuse because you failed the mission? The Warring States period said irritably. Go away, I'm busy here. A celestial dragon, a world noble, has been killed in the North Blue. I'm here on orders from the world government to investigate. As soon as he said it, Zhang was secretly knew that something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, Garp's hearty laughter came through the den mushi. Ha ha ha. A celestial dragon died? Good riddance. I wonder which guy took down that trash, otherwise I'd really like to thank him in person. Ha ha. Well done. As Garp laughed, Sengoku's face grew darker and darker. The murderous aura emanating from the CP0 member next to him grew increasingly intense, almost freezing the air itself. I say, Sengoku was just a celestial dragon. He died, and that's it. There are plenty of those in the Holy Land. You can just do a cursory search and pretend. That kind of trash deserves to die, huh? Seeing that Garp was getting more and more excited, Sengoku cautiously glanced at the motionless CP0 beside him, and finally couldn't help but grit his teeth and remind him. Garp, you can say that. They are world nobles with a prestigious status. TCH, don't pretend, Sengoku. Don't think I don't know what you're really thinking. Sengoku shuddered and hurriedly grabbed the den mushi, roaring out. Garp, the CP0 representative from the world government is right next to me. The deck suddenly fell silent. Seconds later. What I just said doesn't count. Take it back. Take it back. The Garp on the den mushi made a denial expression. Then, blue. The den mushi communication suddenly stopped. Warring States period. He stared in disbelief for a few seconds. Then he blinked, coughed lightly, put away the den mushi, and looked at the silent CP0 beside him. His expression suddenly became extremely serious and solemn, and he said in a deep voice, Okay, let's begin the investigation now. Meeting the empty, cold eyes beneath the CP0 mask. Warring States period, waving his fist, said with righteous indignation and unwavering resolve. At any cost. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. We must find out the truth. Chapter 40 Kizaru's Speculation. The waves rose and fell. On the deck of the warship, Sengoku looked solemn, his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth restlessly. Snowflakes falling from the sky lingered on his hair and military uniform, but he didn't bother to wipe them away. Splash. Accompanied by the sound of crashing waves, heads emerged from the sea. It was the diving team. Reporting to the Warring States General, the official ship has been completely destroyed, and most of the wreckage has been washed away by the sea. No meaningful remains can be found. But what is certain is that the hull of the official ship was destroyed in a very short time, and the shells and gunpowder loaded in the cabin were ignited, which led to a fire and an explosion. Members of the diving unit, their bodies soaking wet, swiftly boarded the warship and saluted Sengoku to report. Is that really the case? Zhang heart sank slightly. Although he had already guessed this would be the likely outcome based on the traces left on the sea, people always have a bit of wishful thinking. Sengoku frowned and looked at the CP0 members who remained silent beside him. Where are the surveillance den mushi on the official ship? If I remember correctly, according to normal regulations, world government ships are equipped with surveillance den mushi to ensure the personal safety of the celestial dragons. CP0 hesitated for a second, then turned around and walked towards the cabin without saying anything. Upon seeing this, Zhang Guo was stunned, but instantly understood what was happening and quickly followed. After they entered the cabin, closed the door, and confirmed that no one was around, the CP0 members slowly took out a single image Den Mushi from their pockets and placed it on the table. The official ship was indeed equipped with a surveillance Den Mushi. Under normal circumstances, as soon as someone boards the official ship, they will be immediately captured on the Den Mushi's surveillance footage. CP0 spoke in a low voice, his strangely patterned mask staring blankly at Sengoku, making the latter feel inexplicably uncomfortable. This is the actual video footage from that time. Sengoku instinctively reached out, wanting to turn on the video Den Mushi and play the recording. The CP0 member suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Sengoku's hand, and said coldly, "This footage involves the privacy of the world government and the world's nobles. Whatever you see in it, you must not disclose it." Zhangwa glanced at him. "Of course I know." CP0 then withdrew his hand, which was wearing a white glove. As the projection of the video Den Mushi was activated, a hazy white light quickly illuminated the dimly lit cabin. Several surveillance images from different angles were simultaneously presented to Zhangwa. The first thing that catches the eye is, it was a harbor that resembled a white crescent moon, but due to the clearing out, the once bustling harbor appeared somewhat deserted. The background sky was a hazy gray, with heavy snow falling, creating a desolate atmosphere. From the surveillance footage, Zhangwa saw several CP1 members dressed in black suits carrying heavy boxes into the main cabin. Next up was Celestial Dragon Saint Hilda's Saint, wearing a glass dome, who swaggered onto the official ship under the escort of several CP1 members. The sails on the official ship's masts billowed and rattled as it sailed out of the harbor, billowing in the sea breeze. The surveillance footage is shown from different angles. Sengoku saw a little girl with red, tear-filled eyes, her hands and feet shackled, being roughly dragged into a separate cabin by CP members, where she curled up in a dark corner, desperate and helpless. He saw the CP1 members on the deck, looking relaxed, smoking and joking with each other. He saw mountains of gold and silver treasures piled up in the main cabin. He saw a celestial dragon torturing a woman with a long whip, accompanied by saxophone music, and then dancing excitedly. Just a few short images. He saw heaven and hell on earth. Extravagance and cruelty. Glamorous and dazzling, and despairing and cold. They are separated by only a wall. A stark contrast of scenes was presented to the Warring States period. What he didn't realize was that his fists had become clenched tightly without him noticing. Suddenly the surveillance video froze, then turned into countless snowflakes. Warring States period. What about the next surveillance video? He finally came to his senses, took a deep breath to suppress his discomfort, and asked in a stiff tone. A hoarse, chilling voice emanated from beneath the CP0 mask. This is the complete surveillance footage. The surveillance Den Mushi on the official ship was interrupted instantly, and the image disappeared completely. Warring States' heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out. In other words, in less than a second, the entire official ship was sunk, and everyone on board was killed. The moment he said those words, even he himself felt a little incredulous. With the world government's official ships having such a wide network of surveillance Den Mushi, the possibility of anyone infiltrating them was completely eliminated. Even if someone dared to attack a celestial dragon, he would face obstruction from the CP members on the ship. Although CP1 is mainly responsible for intelligence gathering and analysis within the CP sequence, they are ultimately elites trained and cultivated under special government support. At the very least, each of them possesses combat capabilities comparable to those of a naval colonel at the Navy headquarters. Despite their obstruction, the surveillance Den Mushi would at least capture the attacker's appearance or figure. But the surveillance video in front of them suddenly stopped. Given the limited perspective of the Warring States period, the only possible explanation for this outcome was, before anyone could react, the attackers destroyed the entire government ship in an instant from a distance far beyond the range of the surveillance Den Mushi recording. CP0 remained silent. But silence is the best answer. Sengoku's eyes immediately turned incredibly gloomy and solemn. A person capable of possessing such strength. He crossed his arms, his brows furrowed, lost in thought. Destroying the entire ship instantly, or a long-range attack. There are quite a few people on this ocean who can do this, but there are definitely not many. At least by naval combat standards, even a vice admiral at headquarters would not be able to do it easily. In an instant, names that resonated like thunder and faces that struck fear into the hearts of all flashed through the Warring States period's mind. Based on our CP department's analysis of the remaining wreckage of the official ship, the attacker's abilities were not swordsmanship. At this moment, the CP0 member suddenly spoke up. Has the possibility of a great swordsman taking action been ruled out? Zhang Guo was slightly taken aback, but then shook his head. That's not enough to explain the problem. Long-range slashes can indeed achieve that, but experts of this level usually possess a variety of different attack methods. Whitebeard and Golden Lion are the best examples. As if remembering something, he took out a military den mushi and dialed the headquarters communication. The communication was established in less than 3 seconds. Sengoku said solemnly to the den mushi. Hey Tsuru, this is Sengoku. Yes, I'm investigating the attack on the world nobles. Could you help me find out the movements of Whitebeard, Roger, and Shiki in the last 3 days? What? You're saying they haven't appeared in Beihai for the past 3 days? The Warring States period was silent for a moment. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Xiaohe. He put away the den mushi and paced back and forth in the dimly lit cabin, muttering to himself. Aren't they those guys? Based on the situation at the scene, the likelihood of them attacking the celestial dragons, and other factors, the most probable attacker should be. The stern expression on Sengoku's face suddenly turned somewhat strange. Bondi Waldo. A long-range attack instantly destroyed a large official ship. Brutal and savage, he attacked the world government and the celestial dragons without restraint. The exact location is right in Beihai. If the incident hadn't happened during his pursuit of Bondi Waldo, Sengoku would have already been certain that world destroyer Bondi Waldo was the attacker. Has my train of thought been interrupted again? Zhang Guo rubbed his temples. At this time, knock knock knock. A knock on the door suddenly rang out. Sengoku was stunned. Using his observation haki, he sensed that it was Borsellino knocking on the door. He hesitated for a moment, then turned off the video den mushi and gave a reply. Come in. Borsellino pushed open the door and entered. Shogun, I think I know who attacked the celestial dragon's ship. He slowly walked into the cabin. CP0 raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guo's eyes lit up. What are your thoughts? Borsellino, beaming, puffed out his chest and said in a serious tone. Sea king-like creatures. He held his head high, his face proud. Warring States period. CP0. The next second, Sengoku's furious roar came from the cabin, making the entire warship jump. You bastard, get out of here. Please support me. Chapter 41 scene. On the other side. North Sea, Kiev Island. Kiev Island is a neutral island located in the North Sea. The island is not large, with only a town of a few thousand people, and it is not within the sphere of influence of any country. It was precisely because of this lack of management that various illegal forces gradually gathered on Kiev Island. Thieves are rampant, the mafia is rife, pirate ships dock recklessly in the dilapidated harbor, and gunshots occasionally rang out in the streets. Darren and Flying Squirrel stood on the harbor smoking, their black hooded coats almost completely obscuring their figures, making it impossible to identify them. A bustling crowd moved about on the port docks, and the sounds of arguing, hawking, and goods being dragged across the ground filled the air. The port and docks reeked of a foul odor. The shoreline was littered with rotten fish, decaying fruit, expired spices, excrement, and even the remains of corpses, and the stench that filled the nostrils was nothing short of hell. Is everything arranged? Darren squinted at the merchant ship that was gradually sailing out of the harbor, and asked while puffing out a cloud of smoke. Yes, I didn't show myself. The caravan was handed over to us through a mafia organization we control. It's impossible for anyone to trace it back to us. She will go to a completely new place and start a completely new life. The Flying Squirrel spoke in a low voice with a serious expression, its heart beating extremely fast beneath its seemingly calm face. Don't be so nervous. Darren noticed the Flying Squirrel's unusual behavior, turned around, and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Besides her, there were no survivors on that ship. Even if the higher-ups really launch an investigation, they won't be able to find any clues. For the world, that little flower girl has already sunk into the sea along with the official ship. The Flying Squirrel took a deep drag on its cigarette and couldn't help but roll its eyes. You make it sound so easy. Even now, thinking about the incredible feat this guy did, the Flying Squirrel is still so nervous that his palms are sweating. Those are celestial dragons, a god who possesses supreme power and status. However, upon learning that Darren's god-killing operation had succeeded, he also felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration. The innocent, clear smile on the little girl's face when they parted just now involuntarily floated into his mind. Perhaps, for that smile, such a risk is worthwhile. Darren, you're right. That celestial dragon truly deserved to die. Where is her father? What should we do? The flying squirrel exhaled a long puff of smoke and asked in a deep voice. Darren hesitated for a moment. It's estimated that it won't be long before the higher-ups send people to Beisha Island to investigate, so we can't tell her father the truth yet. We need him to cooperate in putting on a show. The flying squirrel's pupils contracted slightly. Investigate? Didn't you say they couldn't possibly find any clues? Darren sneered. They can't find it. Using the power of the magnet fruit, he directly blocked the signal of the monitoring Den Mushi. Even if the government investigates the surveillance footage afterward, they will only find that the line was suddenly interrupted. Therefore, the conclusion they would draw from this would be that the entire official ship was destroyed in an instant. As a result, their investigation will naturally shift towards those powerful individuals with terrifying strength. He was just a mere colonel at headquarters, and there was no way he could be suspected. But in any case, the investigation team has to put on a show in order to give the government an explanation. The flying squirrel suddenly realized, then frowned. Do you think the government will investigate this thoroughly? Darren shook his head. Impossible, they don't have that kind of patience. Most importantly, the celestial dragon's incident remains a secret. Apart from the members of the investigation team and the high-ranking officials of headquarters, no one knows about it. Since nobody knows, the government naturally doesn't face much political pressure. This celestial dragon incident is different from the Sabaody Archipelago incident in the original storyline. In the original storyline, Luffy, the Straw Hat Pirate, attacked a celestial dragon in full view of everyone on the island. Everyone knew that the celestial dragon had been offended and attacked, and the world government, under political pressure, had to take drastic measures. With the deployment of a Marine Admiral, Kizaru's suppression of the Straw Hat Pirates ended in failure, and he could only capture 500 unfortunate pirates to appease them. But this time it's different. Nobody knew that a celestial dragon had died. Clues and evidence were completely blocked and shut down by themselves. The investigation will ultimately end up being hastily concluded. Listening to Darren's analysis, the flying squirrel couldn't help but sigh. I really don't know how your brain works. You're clearly from Beihai, yet you have such a clear understanding and analysis of the higher-ups. But if the investigation comes down to it, aren't you afraid that Keikiai and Gion might figure something out and expose them? He turned to look at Darren, his tone revealing a hint of worry. In any case, to the North Sea Navy, the two men from Gion were ultimately outsiders. Not to mention, they didn't have a very good impression of Darren from the start. Darren smiled. Even if they guessed something, they wouldn't dare to say it, much less would they. He looked at the dirty, blackened harbor before him with a contented expression, as if he belonged there. They are good people, better than me, better than you, and even better than the vast majority of people in this world. They are too clean, too clear-minded, which is their greatest strength and also their greatest weakness. I did what they wanted to do, but didn't dare to do, so naturally they didn't say anything. But once they made their choice, the naval captain's eyes suddenly became somewhat meaningful. They were tied to our ship. The flying squirrel was shocked. It took a deep breath, then couldn't help but smile bitterly. You actually used them all? You're a devil. Darren laughed dismissively. Flying squirrel, do you know? Life, and I mean real life, is never a war between good and evil, but a choice between great evil and small evil. This world has long been turned upside down, and pure justice has no fertile ground to grow. The vast majority of the Navy either swallow their anger and become the government's watchdogs, or can only watch helplessly as crimes occur, powerless to change anything and ultimately driven to impotent rage. Unfortunately, I don't want to be a dog, nor do I want to be a bystander. He turned his gaze to his adjutant, comrades in arms, and partners who had followed him for many years, his eyes filled with arrogance. Everything will change someday. But before that, I have to be a devil. He exhaled a plume of smoke that resembled a dragon, and said meaningfully, because we are already living in hell. The flying squirrel listened to these words in a daze, remaining silent. After saying that, he looked relaxed again, stubbed out his cigarette, and stretched out his arms wide. Let's go back and greet our warring states general, he said with a smile. Beisha Island. A massive, heavily damaged warship slowly approached the shore. The warship's bow was shaped like a large Buddha, and the deck was guarded by naval soldiers with grim expressions. They appeared to be the most elite force in the Navy. The civilians and merchants in the port stared in disbelief at the enormous vessel carrying super-large cannons and exuding a solemn atmosphere of war. They instinctively stepped back and dispersed, deeply shocked. It's practically a war fortress floating on the sea. Sengoku led the navy down from the deck, while the masked CP-0 member remained hidden among the crowd. This island. Sengoku frowned as he looked at the blue-domed, white-walled architecture on Body Island. A guard walked up to him and whispered a few words in his ear. I see. Sengoku sighed inwardly. Although he was somewhat disgusted by the way the Beisha Island municipal government acted, he could only shake his head helplessly. Tap tap tap. At this time, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the street. When Zhanghua looked up, a gentle smile quickly spread across his face. Gion and Keikiai, leading over 100 Marines, were seen rushing over. A great general of the Warring States period. The two men approached the Warring States and solemnly raised their hands in salute. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding onlookers were all greatly surprised. This unassuming middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses, a strange seagull hat, is actually a Marine admiral and the world government's highest-ranking military officer? Yes, very good. You've grown a lot since you came to Beihai. Sengoku looked at the two Gion members in front of him, and his eyes gradually filled with admiration. According to his observation haki, Gion and Cake's auras were much stronger than when they left Marineford. It's clear that Darren, that brat, is quite devoted to you guys. Upon hearing this name, both Keikiai and Gion showed dissatisfaction and anger. But speaking of which, why are there only the two of you? Where are Darren and the flying squirrel? Sengoku looked around and asked. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice, tinged with a light laugh, came from the other side of the street. It is truly an honor for Beihai to have a great general from the Warring States period grace its shores. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Darren and Flying Squirrel, both dressed in military uniforms, walked over quickly. However, the moment Darren appeared, Sengoku clearly sensed through his observation haki that the people on Badia Island were looking at Darren with anger, resentment, and fear in their eyes. He looked angry but dared not speak out. This is... Zhanghua frowned almost imperceptibly. Please add more chapters, and please let me know. Chapter 42 Consensus. Beisha Island. Municipal Government Office, Conference Room. The rest of the people had already left the meeting room, leaving only Darren, Momonga, Gion, Sengoku, and Borsalino seated. This is an internal meeting of the North Sea Navy. Darren lit a cigar, glanced at Borsalino wearing aviator sunglasses, then turned to Sengoku and smiled. I wonder how the Sengoku General's campaign against Bondi Waldo is going. Darren found it somewhat amusing to look at the naval admiral in front of him with a frustrated expression. With two of the three admirals of the Navy headquarters in vacancy, Zephyr focused on teaching, and Garp refused a promotion, so basically all the trivial matters and troublesome issues fell on Sengoku's shoulders. Pure and simple traitor. Sengoku shook his head and said. Something happened en route, and the mission was interrupted. He picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and his deep gaze swept across the faces of everyone present, his expression gradually becoming serious and cold. The reason I came here today is because of this matter. Sensing the seriousness in Sengoku's tone, Gion and the others sat up straight and became solemn. After a pause of a few seconds, Sengoku slowly said, 10 days ago, something happened in the North Sea that shocked the world's governments. Not long ago, celestial dragon Sild Saint, who was returning to the holy land of Mary Geos from Beisha Island, was attacked and died on the spot. The moment he finished speaking, Darren's expression changed drastically, and he abruptly stood up. What? How is this possible? The flying squirrel's face also showed a fitting expression of shock, looking utterly incredulous. Gion and Cake were both trembling. For some reason, they glanced instinctively in Darren's direction, but when they saw the surprised expression on Darren's face, they were all stunned. Sengoku, overwhelmed by the situation, didn't notice the subtle expressions on the two men's faces. He simply rubbed his temples in exasperation. Borsalino, however, seemed to sense something, and the smile on his lips suddenly became meaningful. The attack on the celestial dragons remains a secret, but I have received orders from the government to conduct a thorough investigation. The Warring States period sighed. But according to the surveillance footage of the Den Den Mushi on the official ship, no clues have been found yet. But it can be inferred that the attackers were incredibly powerful. The world government's guards didn't even have time to react before the official ship was sunk. This is relevant intelligence. As he spoke, Sengoku took out a document and handed it to Darren. Darren took it, glanced at it quickly, and couldn't help but mutter. The ability to destroy an official ship in an instant is something that few people in the Grand Line could do, let alone in a small place like the North Sea. He handed the documents to the flying squirrel and the others in turn. The flying squirrel quickly read through the document, and although it had expected this, it was still shocked. The intelligence described in this document, as well as the direction of the Sengoku general's investigation, were exactly as Darren had analyzed. General of the Warring States period, have you identified a suspect yet? At this moment, Darren spoke in a deep voice. Since this incident occurred in the North Sea, I must also bear some responsibility. I and the North Sea Navy are willing to cooperate with your work unconditionally. Sengoku was very satisfied with Darren's attitude and nodded, saying, yes, it was indeed a wise decision to entrust the North Sea Navy to you. However, I have already investigated suspects with this ability, but so far I have not found any. The reason I came to Beisha Island this time is to conduct further investigations. After all, considering the cause and effect, Saint Hildas himself departed from Beisha Island to return to the holy land of Mary Geos. I see. Darren suddenly understood and nodded in deep agreement. You are responsible for protecting Sild Saint Ben on the island of Beisha. Sengoku gently tapped the conference table with his fingers. Before Hilda's Saint set sail, did you notice any strange people or strange things he encountered on the island? As soon as he finished speaking, Sengoku noticed a change in the expressions of Gion and Cake, who seemed to want to say something but hesitated. To be honest, I was a great general during the Warring States period. Darren then spoke slowly, his expression extremely complicated. Something did happen before St. Hilda's set sail died. Oh, Sengoku raised an eyebrow. What is it? Gion and Keiki suddenly turned around and looked at Darren with astonishment. The naval captain sighed. That was a very unfortunate thing. He carefully considered his tone before slowly recounting the story of the flower-selling father and daughter on Badia Island. Bang! With a massive fist, the conference table in front of Sengoku shattered into pieces. Damn it! He suddenly stood up, his fists clenched tightly, trembling visibly. I don't even know who that damn it was actually directed at. An image flashed through his mind of a frail little girl being roughly dragged into the cabin, shivering and huddled in a dark corner. Gion and the others, seeing the angry expression on the Sengoku general's face, dared not speak. After a long while, Sengoku forced himself to suppress his anger. Let's end the meeting here. I'm a bit tired. After a moment of silence, he uttered those words in a hoarse voice, then turned and left without another word. Gion and the others hurriedly followed. In the huge conference room, only Darren and Borsellino remained. Both of them wore a half-smile on their faces. Sasabaldana, Major General Borsellino. Darren suddenly laughed, breaking the silence, and took out a cigar with gold lettering, tossing it to Borsellino. Borsellino took it, sniffed it, and said with a smile, "It's been years since we last met, and you still enjoy life as much as ever, Darren." Darren lit a cigar for himself and shrugged. Being in the Navy is tough enough as it is. There's no need to compromise yourself for many things, is there? Borsellino looked at him intently, then suddenly grinned. It's obvious you're doing quite well in Beihai. He paused, his tone full of profound meaning. Darren, this is just the beginning, isn't it? Darren smiled calmly. Who knows? I don't like trouble either. Well, I learned that from you. Borsellino scratched his head, looking somewhat troubled. That's true. Trouble is never good. But trouble always finds its way in, Darren said. Just don't drag me into this. Borsellino stretched lazily, stood up from his seat, and walked towards the door. Thank you for the cigar. He waved to Darren with his back turned. Just as he stepped out of the conference room, he suddenly stopped, turned back, and smiled at Darren. By the way, I always felt that the truth behind the attack on the celestial dragons wasn't actually that complicated. Oh, what's Major General Borsellino's opinion? Darren flicked his cigarette ash. Borsellino's sunglasses gleamed with an eerie light. I think it's very likely that we were attacked by a sea monster. After all, such a huge ship is quite conspicuous. It was an accident, don't you think, Darren? Silence. A deathly silence. Borsellino stared at the naval captain sitting there smoking, as if trying to read something from the latter's face. However, Darren simply said, Major General Borsellino's opinion is excellent. I agree with him. The two stared at each other for a long time. Then they both laughed. Like two cunning foxes. Chapter 43, Eliminating the Impossible. The next day, Badia Island, City Hall meeting room. After days of intelligence gathering and investigation, the final investigation meeting regarding the attack on the celestial dragons officially began. Everyone took their seats. The conference room was extremely quiet. You could hear a pin drop. The only sound was the rustling of Sengoku flipping through intelligence documents. Everyone else remained silent, waiting quietly. A few minutes later, Zhangguo closed the document, looked up, and glanced at everyone. Let's all share our opinions. He rubbed his temples. Everyone looked at each other, and finally Borsellino spoke first. He said with a smile, I still hold the same view. Based on the surveillance footage, this incident is most likely just an accident. The probability of an attack by a sea monster is not high, but it is not impossible either. Upon hearing this, Sengoku rolled his eyes, completely ignoring the scoundrel's remarks, and turned to look at the highest-ranking officer of the North Sea Navy. Darren, what's your opinion? Darren considered his words carefully and said in a deep voice, General Sengoku, I agree with Major General Borsellino's views. There's a saying in my hometown, when you eliminate all the impossible, whatever remains, however unbelievable, must be true. In fact, there is no powerful being in the North Blue who can destroy the world government's official ship in an instant. We have also ruled out other possible individuals. Therefore, the only reasonable answer is undoubtedly an attack by a sea king. Zhangguo frowned. At that moment, Darren suddenly looked at Guillaume and Cake. Perhaps Major Guillaume and Major Cake have other ideas? Guillaume and Cake's hearts skipped a beat upon hearing this, and they felt a little uneasy as they met Darren's calm gaze. Do you two have different ideas? The Warring States period also turned its attention to the two of them. Jiaji opened his mouth. But in my mind, I saw the little girl's father kneeling on the ground, crying his heart out, his expression one of utter despair and collapse. I agree with Colonel Darren's opinion, Guillaume suddenly said coldly. Her hands were clenched so tightly that her knuckles were even turning blue. Cake turned to look at Guillaume in astonishment, momentarily unable to process what was happening. Sengoku noticed the unusual reactions of the two in Guillaume and was puzzled, but he quickly understood and sighed inwardly. Watching helplessly as the civilians they were supposed to protect were enslaved by the celestial dragons, and being powerless to stop such atrocities, must have been a devastating blow to those who champion justice. Warring States shook his head. So, is the final truth really as Borsellino said? Thinking this, he turned to look at Borsellino, who was sitting there lost in thought, and his expression suddenly became strange. He felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Is it really a Sea King? Temporary office. So, this is the result of your investigation, Sengoku? An attack by Sea Kings? Dressed in a white silk robe, CP0 sat opposite Sengoku, his tone chilling, his empty eyes staring at him from behind a strange mask. Are you sure you're not joking? The adults won't accept this outcome. Sengoku felt uncomfortable under the suspicious gaze of CP0 and coughed lightly. Yes, that's right. As if to emphasize his credibility, he paused and added, in my hometown, there's a saying, when you eliminate all the impossible, whatever remains, however unbelievable, must be true. CP0 said coldly, Sengoku, do you think the adults will accept this conclusion? The Warring States period immediately fell silent. CP0 hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said, what about the little girl's father? I think he should be interrogated. After all, he had a motive for the crime. Upon hearing this, a surge of inexplicable anger welled up in Sengoku's heart, and he gritted his teeth and said, I don't think there's anything wrong with that man. He's just an ordinary citizen. He had already secretly visited the little girl's father. His face was gaunt, his eyes were empty, and he looked as if he had lost his soul, like a walking corpse. He looks exactly like a middle-aged man who has lost his beloved daughter. What's there to doubt? As for the motive? Of course they have a motive. Hilda's saint forcibly abducted someone's daughter. If the former hadn't been a celestial dragon and heavily protected, that man would have torn Hilda's saint to pieces, even if he had only a slight chance. However, CP0 remained unmoved, only coldly stating, this incident involves the world's elite, so we cannot be too careful. Sengoku, don't forget this is a government order. You are a naval admiral and should obey unconditionally. I'm just following the government's orders. Sengoku interrupted CP0 without any politeness. He braced himself on the desk with both hands, slowly stood up from his chair, leaned forward, exuding a powerful and imposing aura, and looked down at the CP0 in front of him, his voice stiff and hoarse. According to you, everyone on Badia Island has a motive. Are you suggesting we arrest everyone on the island and torture them to extract confessions? If necessary, CP0 said coldly. Sengoku looked at CP0 in front of him and suddenly laughed, a laugh that seemed somewhat absurd. I'm sorry, I can't do that. The attack by Sea King creatures is the conclusion I've drawn from my investigation. As for the man who lost his daughter, he's nothing but a pathetic man. Report it to the 5 elders. CP0 looked at Sengoku, who stood before them with unwavering resolve and no intention of backing down, and remained silent for a moment. Good. Mary Geos. The World Government Headquarters, a small Western-style building. The boiling tea leaves continuously emitted steaming hot vapor. The 5 elders, the highest authorities in the world government, stood or sat, their expressions stern, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. My lords, this is the answer given by the warring states, period. A hoarse voice came from the military den mushi. We understand. You can continue to wait for news. The blonde 5 elders said expressionlessly. Yes, sir. The den mushi communication was subsequently interrupted. How absurd. Damocles Saint suddenly sneered. Actually, it's not impossible, the blonde elder suddenly said. Of course I know there's a possibility, but the Holy Family of Hildas will not accept that outcome. Saint Damocles shook his head. Upon hearing this, the other 5 elders all fell silent. Although they, as the 5 elders, represent the interests of the celestial dragons, the world's nobles, they are essentially lazy celestial dragons who don't care if they die. What they cared about was quelling the anger of the celestial dragon families within the Holy Land. Although Sild Saint himself was a good-for-nothing, his family wielded considerable influence in the Holy Land of Mary Geos. The so-called investigation into the truth, to put it bluntly, is to give them an explanation. Perhaps we should broaden the scope of our investigation. Damocles suddenly said. Upon hearing this, the other 5 elders all frowned. A cold, sinister glint flashed in Damocles' aged eyes. I have experienced countless wars in my life, and have learned a lesson. That means there is no such thing as an accident in this world. The other 5 elders raised their eyebrows. You mean? Damocles Saint sneered. Although the findings of the Warring States period were absurd, at least one of his statements made a lot of sense. When you eliminate all the impossible, whatever remains, however unbelievable, is the truth. Now that we've ruled out pirates and civilians, there's only one possibility left for them to take action. The other 4 were stunned. Could it be that? Yes, I suspected. Well, it's only a possibility, of course. Damocles narrowed his eyes. Could the person who did it be? He slowly uttered a word that caused the other 5 elders to change color slightly. Navy. Chapter 44 first eliminates his suspicion. Navy. As Damocles finished speaking, the other 4 elders were all stunned, and then looked at him with puzzled, or even incredulous eyes. Damocles, what are you doubting? How is this possible? That's a celestial dragon, a world-class noble. They simply didn't believe the Navy would attack the celestial dragons, not because they lacked the ability, but because they dared not. As the largest law enforcement agency under the world government, the Navy's military funding comes entirely from the world government's support. Although the Navy has maintained a relatively independent organizational structure and command authority since its inception, the government still wields considerable influence within the Navy. Not to mention the suppression of power and the constraints of the celestial dragons are supreme concept. The military expenditure alone is enough for the world government to have a firm grip on the Navy. If we're talking about who on this ocean would dare to lay a hand on a celestial dragon, the Navy is definitely the one, without a doubt. Damn, Chris, are you sure your suspicions are justified? If the suspicions are true, the nature of many things will change. This is an extremely sensitive topic. At this moment, the bald 5 elders, who had been intently wiping the long sword in his hand with his head down, suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. He sat cross-legged in samurai attire, a long sword with purplish-black flame patterns lying across his knees, gleaming with a chilling, sinister light under the lamplight of the small villa. The peerless demon's sword. As he spoke, he raised his head, his withered, veiny arm gently wiping the demon's sword. Behind his frameless glasses, his murky and sinister eyes stared straight at Saint Damocles, his best friend with whom he had grown up and received an elite education. Colleagues, I am well aware of your concerns. Damocles said calmly. Despite his small stature, he exuded a domineering aura, his presence rising like a towering mountain from the ground. On the surface, it seems that the Navy has no possibility of attacking and killing celestial dragons, but this is not absolute. He gave a cold laugh. After all, there are quite a few fools in the Navy who insist on their ridiculous justice. And most importantly, our compatriots sometimes do things that are truly outrageous and reprehensible to both heaven and man. That's the basis for my doubts. Upon hearing this, the other 5 elders all turned to look at him. Damocles, what do you mean by this? Don't forget that the power and position you currently possess were also elected by our fellow countrymen. Watch your attitude. Saint Damocles calmly glanced at them and slowly said, I didn't mean to belittle anyone. I was just stating the facts. I come from the weakest and least powerful of the 19 celestial dragon clans. I have climbed my way up to my current position and know my fellow countrymen better than anyone else. Don't you all think so? The others fell silent upon hearing this. In fact, they were also aware of the inherent flaws of the so-called celestial dragons. A person who is born with immense wealth, supreme power, and status stands at the top of the world without any effort. Effort, character, and hard work are naturally not within the scope of their life goals. What they need to do, what they are passionate about, is to constantly seek out all kinds of entertainment, repeatedly pushing the boundaries until it reaches a morbid, distorted, and absurd level. Sometimes, the five elders couldn't stand the despicable behavior of those world nobles and were disgusted by it, but they couldn't express their opinions due to the face of their own race and the political pressure from the Holy Land, so they just turned a blind eye. There is no problem with Damocles conducting an investigation into the Navy, but the investigation must be conducted with caution. At this moment, Solomon, one of the five elders dressed in samurai attire, gently pressed the hilt of the demon's sword and said in a hoarse voice, and there must be a limit. When he saw his closest friend take the lead, Damocles smiled. He understood the meaning behind Solomon's words. It mainly contains two meanings. First, you can investigate, but you must investigate carefully and secretly. Secondly, there needs to be a limit. Just enough is enough, otherwise it will provoke a backlash. So he slowly said, that's natural, because the matter of making Sengoku retreat has already made that guy Sora quite unhappy. If the Navy finds out that we are investigating them now, it will probably cause quite a backlash. Of course, the investigation may not ultimately yield any results. After all, we are only considering a potential possibility, and I will not dwell on this matter. Upon hearing this, the other three elders exchanged glances. So who should we choose? We probably can't use anyone from the CP department. They're too conspicuous. Once CP is used, the Navy will also be on high alert. It would be best to find someone within the Navy for this. So, who would be a suitable candidate? They discussed it amongst themselves, and finally their eyes all fell on Saint Damocles. The name Damocles is a symbol of wisdom among the elite celestial dragons of the Holy Land. It was precisely because of this title that they ultimately agreed to Damocles Saint's proposal to investigate the Navy. Seeing everyone's gaze directed at him, the newly appointed supreme authority of the world government, Damocles Saint, proudly raised his head, a haughty smile on his lips. To be sure, there are several conditions that must be met when choosing a candidate. He began to analyze the situation clearly and logically. First, this person must be intelligent, cautious, and capable enough to perfectly complete the mission of the covert investigation. Everyone nodded in agreement. Secondly, this person must have an extremely strong desire for power, and it's best if they come from a humble background, so that we can control them better. The other five elders wholeheartedly agreed and clapped their hands in laughter. Third, this person must not have that nauseating smell of justice. Damocles spoke eloquently, his aged eyes gleaming with wisdom. And most importantly, the ideal situation is that this person has a very bad reputation among the people, is obsequious to the world's nobles, so that we can first eliminate his suspicion. In summary, with an air of confidence, he quickly picked up a naval officer's file and began to peruse it rapidly. At a certain moment, snap! Damocles slammed his hand heavily on a page of the file. He is the best candidate. The other five elders looked over, were initially stunned, and then all showed satisfied smiles. Truly worthy of being called Damocles. I agree with this choice. I second that. Agree. That page in the file. He was a handsome, arrogant naval officer with short black hair. Name, Rogers Darren. Position, Admiral of the North Sea Navy, Captain of the Naval Headquarters. Evaluation, extremely power-hungry, greedy, lustful, and oppressive to the people. His reputation is extremely poor, earning him the nickname, the scum of the Navy. Hearing the approval and recognition from his colleagues, Damocles Saint smiled proudly. Looking at the photo of the black-haired Navy man in the file, he felt as if he had some connection to himself, a sense of familiarity. As he said before, his family is the weakest of the 19 celestial dragon clans. From a young age, he was determined to be different. Therefore, he diligently received the best education, experienced the most brutal training, and even participated in bloody and ruthless wars under an assumed name, sustaining over 100 major and minor injuries. He was well-versed in strategy classics, quick-witted, and climbed the ranks step by step with his powerful martial arts and unparalleled wisdom among the celestial dragons, winning one merciless power war after another. And now, he has finally ascended to the position of one of the 5 elders. He has to prove himself. Prove that you are superior, wiser, stronger, and more authoritative than the other 5 elders. Only then could he, without the support of the elders. They are now more secure in their newly elected positions among the 5 elders. Finally, he became the head of the 5 elders. This attack on the celestial dragons may be a terrible disaster for others. But that was his chance. Looking at the smiling photo of the black-haired Navy officer in the file, Damocles Saint seemed to see fate smiling upon him. Happy Children's Day, everyone. Chapter 45 requires additional payment. North Sea, Badia Island. A private residence. This way, please. Colonel Darren is waiting for you in the reception room. The flying squirrel looked at the CP0 members who had come to its door and gestured for them to enter. The mansion is very large, covering an area of over 2,000 square meters, and is equipped with facilities and buildings such as artificial hills, gardens, fountains, and even training grounds. As the flying squirrel led the CP0 members through the lush garden, cold sweat seeped from the palms of his hands, which were covered by leather gloves. The fact that the CP0 personally came to Darren's door, specifically requesting a meeting by name, suggests that the government has sensed something. The flying squirrel forced itself to calm down and subconsciously quickened its pace, soon arriving at the door of the reception room. Colonel Darren. The flying squirrel raised its hand in salute. In the reception room, Darren, who was sitting with his legs crossed and smoking a cigar, stood up from his seat with a big smile and walked over enthusiastically. With such distinguished guests arriving, I am deeply sorry for failing to greet you properly. A mask with bizarre patterns concealed CP0's expression, and a cold voice came from beneath it. Colonel Darren, I come on behalf of the Supreme Lord Damocles, the highest authority of the world government. Oh, Darren raised an eyebrow, gestured for CP0 to sit down, walked to the bar, and poured 2 glasses of whiskey, adding a few ice cubes to each glass. He had heard of this person. This newly appointed member of the 5 elders comes from a weak celestial dragon family, but with his own strength and wisdom, he forcefully won most of the votes at the celestial dragons meeting in the Holy Land, and became the highest authority in the world government. It must be said that it is indeed a legendary story that is both moving and inspiring. This name sounds a bit taboo. Legend has it that the sword of Damocles represents immense power, making it extremely insecure and easily stolen. Or, to put it simply, it's the fear of the end of the world. What are your instructions, Lord Damocles? Darren handed CP0 a glass of whiskey, sat down, took a sip, and said seemingly casually. CP0 didn't drink. He simply put down his glass and glanced at the flying squirrel expressionlessly. The flying squirrel saluted again, turned, and walked out of the reception room, closing the door behind him. CP0 then took out a top-secret military den mushy from his pocket, placed it on the smooth tabletop, and dialed a signal. Brew brew brew. The military den mushy emitted a series of calls. Upon seeing this, Darren narrowed his eyes. Is it so confidential that it requires direct communication with the 5 elders? If he wasn't absolutely certain that he hadn't left any evidence or trace, he would have started to suspect that the government was going to take action against him. The den mushy communication was quickly established. Swish. A picture was immediately projected from the den mushy. In the elegant yet dignified villa, 5 elderly figures, some standing and some sitting, scrutinized the naval captain with a strange gaze. Upon seeing this, Darren immediately put down his glass with trepidation, stood up from his chair, and bowed slightly, saying, Naval Headquarters Captain Rogers Darren, North Sea Admiral, greets the 5 elders. The 5 elders sneered at Darren's actions. All right, stop acting here. We all know what kind of person you are. A notorious scoundrel in the Navy. Darren smiled slightly. You flatter me, sirs. The 5 elders. Darren laughed. I wonder what brings the 5 elders to personally contact their subordinates. The Sengoku general is also on Badia Island. His subordinates can contact him at any time. No need that St. Damocles waved his hand to interrupt Darren. This is not something the Sengoku period should know. He looked at the naval captain with a serious expression. We have a different perspective on the attack on the Northern Sea celestial dragons. Darren frowned and tentatively asked, What does the adult mean? Damocles Saint sneered. We hereby order you to begin a secret investigation, effective immediately, into the naval deployments and movements of all naval vessels with flight or near-flight capabilities at the time of the incident. As the highest-ranking officer in the North Sea Navy, it shouldn't be difficult for you to find out this intelligence. Upon hearing this, Darren's eyes widened, his face filled with astonishment. What are you all doubting? Damocles Saint said calmly. You know very well what we suspect. If you want to continue being the Admiral of the North Sea, then obey orders. Darren's face immediately darkened. Your Excellencies are sending me to investigate my colleagues. I'm a Navy officer, and you want me to investigate my comrade? Are you asking me to betray my comrades and break their trust in me? The 5 elders frowned in unison. So you mean you want to disobey government orders? Darren took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. No, what I mean is. He clenched his fist and said fiercely. The rank of colonel at headquarters is too low. The 5 elders were stunned upon hearing this, their faces filled with astonishment, as if they had heard something absurd. Is this kid directly asking them for power? How dare a mere naval captain brazenly demand power from the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government? Ha ha ha. Damocles Saint suddenly burst into laughter, staring at Darren with admiration in his eyes. Very good, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. The Navy is the face of the world government, and a dog in the hands of the celestial dragons. For them, the more ambitious and voracious a dog is, the easier it is to control. What the 5 elders find most troublesome are those stubborn individuals who are loyal to their personal beliefs and refuse to listen to reason. Keep up the good work, Darren Kid. With your talent, the rank of colonel in this unit is indeed a bit of a waste. After saying this, Damocles gave Darren a meaningful look and then hung up the den mushy. The screen then disappeared. CP0 immediately put away the den mushy and stood up. Won't you have a drink? Darren said with a smile. After all, we'll all be colleagues working for the adults from now on. CP0 hesitated for a moment, picked up his glass, took a sip, and then disappeared silently from the spot, his figure like a ghost. As CP0 disappeared from sight, Darren's smile gradually faded. A purple-blue arc of electricity suddenly leaped between his fingers, and an invisible magnetic field fluctuation instantly spread out. There are no life magnetic field characteristics of that CP0. Once he was sure CP0 had left, Darren tapped the table lightly. The flying squirrel outside strode in. What happened? Darren lit a cigar and said calmly. The world government has begun to suspect that the Navy may have been behind the attacks on the celestial dragons. The 5 elders just spoke to me personally and raised doubts. It should be that newly promoted 5 elder, Saint Damocles. The flying squirrel's pupils contracted. Damocles Saint, the supreme authority of the world government, known for its wisdom. At the recent coronation ceremony of the 5 elders, the MC publicly read out the meaning behind the names given to them by their fathers. It symbolizes the supreme sword of judgment, hanging at the top of the world, forcing everyone to submit, and representing the ultimate divine authority that controls power and profit. Could it be that they really discovered something? Darren smiled, shook his head, and interrupted. Don't be nervous, they're just suspicious. They made me start a secret investigation into everyone in the Navy. This is terrible, damn it. The flying squirrel instinctively cursed, then realized the words were inappropriate. Etc. He stared incredulously at Darren, who was smiling at him. You said they asked you to investigate? Darren exhaled a plume of smoke resembling a dragon, his face beaming with a smile. Yes, they sent me to investigate. He emphasized the word, I very much. It was indeed a wise decision. Darren blinked. After all, a notorious, disgraced, sycophantic, and power-worshipping naval scum would never attack a celestial dragon, would he? Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel's face turned bright red, and its expression became extremely strange. What's this? Did they directly rule out the correct answer? Please show your support. If you think it looks good, please give it a thumbs up. Chapter 46 contains wisdom, but not much. So what are you planning to do? Are you really going to investigate the Navy? The flying squirrel frowned deeply, instinctively lit a cigar, and looked at the naval captain in front of him with some concern. Although this was an order directly issued by the highest authority of the world government, the target of the investigation was, after all, the Navy, which belonged to their own people. In any case, Momonga still had some resistance to this so-called order. Investigate? Why aren't you investigating? Darren casually raised his glass to his lips, took a small sip, and smiled somewhat mockingly. That was an order directly issued by the great and revered 5 elders, so of course we have to do it perfectly for them. Now that the investigation into this celestial dragon attack incident is in my hands, we can take the initiative. The flying squirrel glanced at him, and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. It must be said that the sage Damocles, who is known as the wisest man of the century, was able to keenly perceive the clues of this attack, which indeed shows that he has extraordinary wisdom. But not many. The flying squirrel's lips twitched as it told the murderer to catch it. However, this matter should not be delayed any longer. The investigation should be concluded as soon as possible. Darren took a deep drag on his cigar, his deep eyes gleaming. After all, as long as this case is not over, CP0 and the investigation team will not leave Beihai. I don't like this feeling of being watched. The flying squirrel nodded in deep agreement. Because of the arrival of the investigation team, many of their recent activities have come to a halt. After all, as the commander of the main force during the Warring States period, there were many things he couldn't do that were too outrageous. The next day, Beisha Island City Government Office. Meeting room. What? The Celestial Dragon's attack will be entirely investigated by Darren. Sengoku stared in astonishment at the government order document that CP0 had produced, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Gion and Cake stared at Darren in disbelief, as if they had heard something absurd. Wearing a mask and a long white silk robe, the CP0 officer read out the government's order in a detached tone. Given the heavy military duties of Admiral Sengoku of the Marine Headquarters and the urgent need to capture the great pirate Bondi Waldo, the investigation into the Celestial Dragon attack incident will be transferred to the highest-ranking officer of the North Blue Navy, Admiral Rogers Darren, effective immediately. After reading the document, CP0 gave Darren a cold look. The mission is urgent. Colonel Darren, please begin the investigation as soon as possible. Darren smiled and nodded. Please rest assured. CP0 nodded and was about to leave. However, during the Warring States period, he suddenly expressed his dissatisfaction. Haven't I already submitted my investigation results? This incident was entirely an accident. The one who attacked Hilda's saint was a Sea King. His voice gradually lowered and became hesitant. Because CP0 was staring at him coldly with an expression that said, "Look at an idiot." Upon seeing Sengoku awkwardly sit back down, CP0 remained silent, their figures gradually fading into nothingness and disappearing from the spot. Only the Navy personnel remained seated in the conference room. The place was quiet, utterly silent. Keiki and Gion exchanged a subtle glance. Why did the power of investigation fall into Darren's hands? Gaji's eyes widened in disbelief. How was I supposed to know that this was a direct order from the government? Gion frowned. Kaji raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the celestial dragon Hilda's saint wasn't killed by him? I have a feeling things aren't that simple. Gion narrowed her eyes. Additional calculation. Hey, what are you two doing with those weird expressions and grinning faces? Sengoku said irritably. Gion and Cake immediately sat up straight. Perhaps Major Gion and Major Cake have some new insights into the investigation of the attack. Upon hearing this, the two Gion members shivered and looked up to see the Admiral of the North Sea, who was smoking a cigar, staring at them with a half-smile. They felt inexplicably uneasy. No. Jiaji chuckled sheepishly. After giving these two troublemakers a dressing down, Darren smiled and looked away. Darren, what are your thoughts on this? Why did the government entrust you with the investigation? At this moment, Sengoku stared at Darren with a serious expression and said in a deep voice. Darren hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, General of the Warring States period, I think the government's decision is very reasonable. Oh, Sengoku frowned. Darren continued. The investigation into the attack on the Celestial Dragons has dragged on for far too long. As a Marine Admiral, you have heavy military duties and are naturally not suitable to continue leading the investigation, which would be a waste of time. Zhangguo rubbed his temples and sighed. In that case, they should accept my investigation results so that the case can be closed sooner. He suddenly looked at Darren suspiciously. Or do you have some new intelligence or clues? Darren raised his hands in surrender. Of course not. Personally, I agree with Major General Borsellino's point of view. He smiled and nodded at Borsellino. The attack on the Celestial Dragons was essentially an accident. Sengoku narrowed his eyes, a hint of doubt flashing deep within them, and murmured to himself. Since there are no new leads, there's no reason for the government to transfer the investigation authority away from me. That's great. This saves a lot of trouble. Borsellino, who was picking his nails with nail clippers, suddenly murmured with a smile. The speaker may seem unintentional, but the listener takes it to heart. Upon hearing this, Zhangguo's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, this is a good thing. He didn't want to get involved in this mess either, since it was a thankless task. Now that Darren is in charge of the investigation, can't I, as a naval admiral, continue to attend to my own affairs? Whether it's returning to Marineford headquarters or continuing the hunt for Bondi Waldo, wouldn't it be much better than staying here and wasting time and energy on a dead celestial dragon? Thinking of this, Sengoku smiled contentedly. He looked up, coughed lightly, and said to Darren in a serious tone, "Well, since the government relies on you so much, Darren, you must perform well and not let the government down." Darren smiled modestly. "We still need more guidance from the great generals of the Warring States period." Sengoku's smile deepened, and he stood up to pat Darren on the shoulder. "Then I'll leave this matter to you." That evening, Darren, covered in sweat after finishing his daily training at the training ground, walked toward his private residence on Badia Island. Sunset. Darren's military uniform was tattered and hung on his body like a rag. His muscles were sculpted like those of a knife and axe, and his sweaty skin bore many shallow bullet holes and charred dirt, the marks of bullets and artillery fire. "You haven't changed at all." A slow, deliberate voice suddenly sounded from behind. Darren paused, a slight smile playing on his lips, and turned around. A tall figure stood in the setting sun, arms crossed, leaning against the wall, his wide cloak glowing blood red in the sunset. He looked at Darren's blood-stained, scarred body, his eyes behind his sunglasses flashing with a sinister smile. "Aren't you tired of living like a wild beast every day?" Darren casually tossed him a cigar, lit one for himself, and chuckled, saying, "Not everyone possesses such monstrous talent as you, Major General Borsellino." Chapter 47. He even got promoted? Upon hearing this, Borsellino raised his hands in surrender. "How could that be? You're the man Sakazuki approves of." "Something about that doesn't sound quite right," Darren said, brushing the dust off his hands. Borsellino looked at him intently, then suddenly grinned. "So the government is starting to have doubts." As expected of a shrewd guy, Darren noticed something so quickly. This thought flashed through Darren's mind in an instant. As a time traveler, Darren has a certain understanding of the original plot. But Borsellino is still someone he can't see through. Even though Darren had worked with him for a period of time as his subordinate when he was in office in North Sea. But he never understood Borsellino's position. Is ambiguous justice considered justice? What is certain is that this guy is extremely well hidden and will never get into any trouble. Countless thoughts flashed through Darren's mind, but he maintained his usual smile. "I was just following orders." Borsellino exaggeratedly opened his mouth slightly, scratched his head, and said, "That's really strange." He gave Darren a meaningful look. "That's understandable, though, since you're the least suspicious. That bastard who loves to stir up trouble." Darren's lips twitched slightly. He was certain that Borsellino might have guessed something and was testing him. It has to be said that Borsellino's smile is just too irritating. "Of course." Darren smiled faintly. "Since you've tested me, I won't let you off easy either. But after thinking about it again, I seem to have remembered something else regarding the celestial dragon's attack." "Oh." Borsellino feigned surprise and asked, "What is it?" He looked at Darren with a mocking expression. "I thought you shared my opinion, believing that the celestial dragons were attacked by sea kings." "Who knows? People's thoughts can change." Darren shrugged. Borsellino tilted his head. "So what are your thoughts now?" Darren smiled and held up one finger. "First, in the celestial dragon's attack incident, the attackers possessed powerful offensive capabilities, capable of destroying the official ship in an instant." Borsellino looked at Darren, nodded, and smiled. "Yes, that's right." Darren ignored the man's knowing look and simply raised his second finger. "Secondly, regarding the timing of the crime, the attacker must have been in Beihai at the time of the incident." Borsellino didn't say anything, still looking at Darren with that damn smile. Darren raised his third finger. "Third, I have sent people to check the warships and ships registered in Beihai and found nothing particularly unusual, so the attackers are very likely to have the ability to fly at high speeds. In conclusion, I've thought of someone who meets all three of these criteria for Major General Borsellino." "Oh, so who is it?" Borsellino asked with a dismissive smile, only to find the naval captain staring intently at him. His smile froze instantly. "Ha ha ha ha, just kidding." Darren suddenly burst into laughter. For some reason, watching the yellow-skinned monkey get its comeuppance gave him an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. "Of course I am on your side, Major General Borsellino." After saying this, Darren turned and walked into his private residence, waving goodbye with a flourish. "Get some rest, Major General Borsellino. Tomorrow you and the Sengoku General will set sail again. I will come to see you off." Under the setting sun, Borsellino stood still, motionless. The exaggerated sunglasses clearly reflected Darren's receding figure, and the gradually cooling breeze ruffled the large cloak behind him. This is getting more and more interesting, Darren, he muttered to himself. The corners of his mouth slowly curved into an intrigued smile once more. The next day, Beisha Island, port. The North Sea Naval Forces, led by Darren, had blockaded the port and held a grand and lively farewell ceremony for the departing admiral from the naval headquarters. Flowers lined both sides of the street, and naval formations stood in squares, firing salutes. The cannons and fireworks soared into the sky, a riot of colors that captivated the sailors aboard the Sengoku flagship, their faces beaming with pride. You brat, you're always doing this useless stuff. Zhang Guo grumbled and cursed Darren, but Zhang Lao's face was already beaming like a chrysanthemum. Darren bowed slightly with graceful movements and said, "This has nothing to do with subordinates. It was all a spontaneous organization by the North Sea Navy to show their admiration for the warring state's admiral." "You little rascal," Sengoku said with a smile, waving his hand. He felt that Darren was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. "She is capable, hard-working, sincere, and can help me with my work. She is clever and considerate, and most importantly, she has a good appearance that is pleasing to the eye." Then look at your adjutant. Before his superior even boarded the warship, he was already lounging on a beach chair on the deck, sunbathing and drinking watermelon juice. Who exactly is the admiral? The thought of having to face Borsellino's lewd face every day after setting sail suddenly dampened Sengoku's mood, and he sighed with a melancholy expression. "They're always sitting next to you, being sarcastic and saying how scary about everything. It's infuriating. I must have been blind to have chosen this guy as my adjutant." Brew, 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 brew. At that moment, the din-din mushi in Sengoku's arms suddenly started ringing. He paused for a moment, then took out his din-din mushi and connected the signal. "Warring States period." A hoarse voice came from it. Upon hearing this voice, the Warring States period felt a sudden weight in his heart and solemnly replied, "Lord Damocles, regarding the attack on the celestial dragons." He subconsciously assumed that the 5 elders had come to urge an investigation and began to explain himself. "No, that matter has already been resolved." Damocles Saint in din-din mushi was clearly in a good mood, even smiling for once. "Admiral Darren of the North Sea has submitted the case closure report, and we are all very satisfied with the results of his investigation." "Sengoku, you did a great job." Darren pointed out in his investigation that he couldn't have found out the truth behind this incident without your guidance. Warring States period? He listened blankly, completely bewildered. "The investigation results are in? When? How long has it been?" "Less than a day has passed. But Darren has been staying on Beisha Island the whole time." Sengoku couldn't help but shift his gaze to Darren, who humbly bowed slightly to him, smiling without saying a word. "Warring States period, did you hear that?" Before Sengoku could respond, Damocles Saint on the other end of the din-din mushi said something unpleasantly. "I heard it." Zhang suddenly came to his senses and replied, "Yes, the government is very satisfied with your performance this time." The voice of Damocles, filled with admiration, rang out. "You truly deserve the title of wise general." Sengoku was confused, but faced with the praise from the 5 elders, he couldn't help but smile with a touch of pride. "You flatter me, sir. Okay, let's stop here then. By the way, Darren, that kid is pretty good." Damocles paused, then added, "With his talent, the rank of colonel in this unit is indeed a bit of a waste." Sengoku naturally understood the 5 elders' meaning and immediately said in a deep voice, "Colonel Darren has passed the officer training camp's review and will go to Marineford headquarters for further training after completing his duties. His outstanding performance has always been evident to our naval leadership, and we will absolutely not waste any promising talent." "That's good." The call ended abruptly after the speaker finished speaking. Sengoku stared blankly at the dormant military din-din mushi in his hand. After a few seconds, he suddenly snapped out of it, turned to glare at Darren, and gritted his teeth, saying, "You brat, when did you find out the truth?" Darren smiled and said, "Yes, this is all thanks to the guidance of the Warring States General." Warring States rolled his eyes in annoyance. Without realizing it, he had ended up owing this kid a favor. Who is the murderer? The natural way of ethics. World Destroyer, Bondi Waldo. Warring States period? What? He looked on incredulously, speechless, and almost bit his tongue. Bondi Waldo clearly didn't have the time to commit the crime. At the time of the incident, he was being pursued by me. The Warring States period abruptly ended its sentence. He seemed to realize something and stared blankly at Darren. The latter casually lit a cigarette and smiled meaningfully. Who cares about the truth? These words exploded violently in the mind of the warring states, period, like a thunderclap. Yes, who cares about the truth? There were no witnesses to the attack, and the Navy kept the news under wraps. In other words, apart from the top brass and a very small number of people, the vast majority of people on this sea do not know that a celestial dragon has died. The reason the government asked them to investigate as soon as possible was, frankly, because they needed a plausible conclusion to appease the celestial dragon families in Mary Geos. What they need is not the truth. At least it's not the absurd truth of being attacked by sea kings. Darren's investigation results perfectly solve the problem. On the surface, it is said that Hilda's saint was killed by the great pirate, world destroyer, Bondi Waldo, which can divert pressure from Hilda's saint's family in the Holy Land. For the Holy Family of Hilda's, being killed by a great pirate is a more palatable reason than being attacked by a sea king for no reason. In fact, the truth of the matter was indeed found out. It was just an accident. This survey result satisfies both the substance and the appearance. The Navy can give an account to the world government, and the world government can give an account to the Holy Land. This is a solution that will satisfy everyone. Well, except for Bondi Waldo himself. Wait a minute. If that guy knew he had killed a celestial dragon, he'd probably be quite pleased. It really was a satisfying ending for everyone. What I need to do now is to bring Bondi Waldo, that arrogant murderer and criminal who dared to kill a celestial dragon, to justice. This is something I was supposed to do anyway. The more Zhanghua thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. Darren, that kid, he's a genius. Ha ha ha. You did a great job, kid. He suddenly burst into laughter, patting Darren on the shoulder with a look of satisfaction on his face. I knew I had the right choice in entrusting you with the task of investigating this incident. Gion and Keikiai, who were standing nearby, were speechless. When did this become your decision? Wasn't it the world government's order to hand the investigation over to Darren? But they dared not say it aloud. Well, now it seems that the colonel at headquarters is indeed a bit overqualified. Sengoku looked Darren up and down and smiled with satisfaction. Once I return to headquarters, I will submit my application to Marshal Kong. He winked at Darren. Congratulations, Brigadier General Rogers Darren. Upon hearing this, Gion and Cake were immediately dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief, their minds buzzing. Especially with Jiaji, his eyeballs looked like they were about to jump out of their sockets. Brigadier General of Headquarters? So he's a general-level officer now? Darren killed a celestial dragon, a world noble, and still got promoted? Long chapter, please support me, thank you so much. Chapter 48, The Admiral of Beihai's Mourning and Condolences. At that moment, Gion and Cake suddenly felt that the world before them was so absurd, as if they had fallen into a dream. Their lips parted slightly, but they couldn't utter a single word. This just doesn't look right no matter how you look at it. Even if you killed a celestial dragon and were careful enough not to get caught, there's no way you'd get a promotion for that. Although they were only speculating, and there was no substantial evidence to prove that Darren was the murderer of Sild Saint. Darren, that guy, has truly mastered the game of power and politics. He clearly and keenly grasped the political needs of the world government and easily solved this problem that had been a headache for even the great generals of the warring states period. Looking back, with Darren's cunning and scheming, wouldn't it have been incredibly easy for him to make the two of them disappear from the North Sea without a trace? The moment this thought crossed their minds, a hint of fear crept into their eyes as they looked at Darren. Then I will thank the warring states general in advance for his guidance. Darren, keenly aware of the constantly shifting expressions on Gion and Cake's faces, smiled faintly and gave Sengoku a sharp military salute. Yes, very good, full of energy. The warring states period was filled with satisfaction. Then I shall take my leave. He glanced at the bewildered Keikiai and Gion beside him, thought for a moment, and added a word of advice. I'm leaving these two little ones in your care. Darren smiled and readily agreed. No problem, warring states general. So the warring states period turned around and boarded a warship. Amidst the fierce salutes and cheers of the North Sea Navy officers and soldiers, the flagship Sengoku, the flagship of Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters, slowly raised its sails. The fluttering sea breeze billowed the sails, making them bulge, and the two characters for justice, in bold, flamboyant strokes, appeared solemn and vigorous. Set sail. On the warship's lookout tower, a young marine shouted loudly. The rudder rose, the anchor turned, and the massive warship, as large as a sea fortress, sailed out of the harbor, facing the cool sea breeze. Sengoku, in his final moments, saluted the North Sea Navy led by Darren at the port, full of pride and confidence. He immediately turned around and saw the figure lying on the deck sunbathing, and his lips twitched involuntarily. Sengoku soon noticed that at the stern of the ship's cabin, there were piles of wooden crates of various sizes. "Borsellino, what is this?" he shouted. Upon hearing the sound, Borsellino slowly rose from the recliner and walked over, stretching as he did so. "This one." He stroked the stubble on his chin and smiled. "This is a farewell gift from Colonel Darren to you." Jean Guo was stunned, and suddenly a bad premonition welled up in his heart, and his expression became stern. "Could that brat Darren have sent me money? This is not a good situation to handle." He strode forward and opened all the wooden crates, large and small. The moment he saw what was inside the box, Sengoku was slightly taken aback. Cigars, rice crackers, tea, donuts, spirits, and fruits, a dazzling array of goods filled the side of the ship's cabin. Looking at the mountain of goods, Sengoku's originally stern gaze gradually softened. The gifts weren't expensive. They were all from mid-range brands that ordinary families could afford. The cigars were a brand favored by the air marshal. The senbei, rice crackers, are the kind I like to eat. Jasmine tea is Xiao's favorite. Capote is incomplete without donuts. The wine was Zifa's favorite sherry. Fruit was the most important supply besides fresh water and food during long-distance voyages, and it could prevent scurvy. Standing before the pile of small gifts, Jean Guo remained silent for a long time before suddenly shaking his head with a smile. "That's really thoughtful of you, Darren, you brat," he said with some emotion. But the next second, he suddenly changed his expression, jumping up and down and roaring. "Borsellino, you bastard! What are you doing?" Borsellino, who was reaching for the banana, froze, his hand hovering in midair. "I want to eat fruit, General of the Warring States, period." Sengoku looked at Borsellino's innocent face and felt a surge of anger rising within him. "This is a gift from Darren to this old man." Borsellino was stunned for a moment, then helplessly raised his hands in surrender. "Okay." He turned away and muttered under his breath. "They're getting more and more stingy." The corners of Sengoku's mouth twitched violently. Red Earth Continent. Merigios. World Government, a small Western-style building. "My lords, this is the result of a secret investigation submitted by Admiral Darren of the North Sea." A CP0 officer dressed in a pale white silk robe knelt on one knee and respectfully presented a document. The five elders exchanged glances. "That kid Darren's quick, huh? His talent is indeed quite remarkable. Damocles, your judgment is as accurate as ever." As Damocles heard his colleague's approval, a proud smile crept onto his lips. Darren, that little Navy brat, certainly didn't disappoint him. In just one day, he found a solution that satisfied everyone. But why has the Holy Family of Hildas suddenly become so quiet in the Holy Land of Damocles? Saint Solomon, who was wiping his eerie, purplish-black samurai sword, suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, the other five elders also looked at Saint Damocles. Although Darren's solution was quite ingenious, giving them a reason to withstand the pressure from the Holy Land elders, the Holy Family of Silds was no pushover. They are known among the celestial dragon families in the Holy Land for being tyrannical, rude, paranoid, twisted, and extremely greedy. Damocles smiled. 3 hours ago, a merchant ship from the North Sea entered the inner sea of the Red Earth continent, and, after passing through numerous checks, entered the land of the gods. More than 1 billion berries worth of gold and silver treasures, as well as countless rare North Sea specialties, were unloaded from that merchant ship and then sent to the mansion of the Holy Family of Silds. The caravan manager delivered a letter to Hilda's saint's father. The letter roughly stated that the North Blue Admiral Rogers Darren expressed his deepest condolences and profound grief over the loss of the Hilda's saint family, and offered his humble condolences to the great celestial dragons. At this point, Damocles' saint's smile turned mocking. It is said that 10 minutes after receiving this consolation money, the CP department received an order to escort a world-class noble on an expedition. Sild Saint's father, Sild Saint, is now on his way to the New World Pleasure Street. For elders. Note, Entertainment District, a notorious illegal area in the New World, the largest red light district and kabuki district in the One Piece world. Chapter 49, Even Celestial Dragons Have a Price. I see. The remaining 5 elders looked at each other, and finally gave a wry smile in silence. For the celestial dragons, bloodline is important, but not that important. Those in power never have compassion or mercy. Only interests are eternal. Anyway, You can always have a few more sons. What a sensible little rascal. This saves us a lot of trouble. 1 billion berries is no small amount. Indeed. The 5 elders offered their comments one after another. Damocles smiled and said, Darren is a smart kid. Perhaps after this incident, we can maintain a certain level of contact with him for a long time. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other 5 elders brightened slightly. That's a good idea. Anyone could see that Rogers Darren, the North Sea Admiral, would sooner or later enter the ranks of the Navy's highest decision-making body. With his talent and ability, becoming a naval admiral is perhaps only a matter of time. At that time, with a naval admiral who directly obeys the orders of the world government, their control over the Navy will be greatly increased, and they will also be able to monitor other naval commanders. Damocles saw the changes in the expressions of his colleagues and sneered inwardly. He has risen to the highest position in the world government, wielding immense power. A casual order or a single glance from him can bring about the destruction of a nation. But he was not satisfied with that. His name is Damocles, a legendary sword that represents the authority of gods. His ultimate goal is the position of head of the 5 elders. However, unlike the other 5 elders, the family behind Damocles Saint does not have a great deal of influence and power in the Holy Land. The support and resources of the Holy Land are far inferior to those of his colleagues. If he wants to reach that position below the ruler, he must win over external forces. The Navy, as the largest violent law enforcement agency under the world government, is his weak point. Starting with supporting Rogers Darren, he quickly rose to a position of real power in the Navy, gradually taking control of the Navy step by step. At that time, my influence in the world government will naturally increase significantly. But before that, let's take a look at the results of this investigation. Damocles smiled and changed the subject, slowly opening the document in his hand. Beihai, Branch 321. The base commander's office. After seeing Sengoku off, Darren took Mamanga and the others and returned directly from Beisha Island. So are you sure there are no problems at the Holy Land? Looking at Darren, who was sitting there calmly smoking a cigar, the flying squirrel finally couldn't suppress its curiosity and asked. Darren exhaled a plume of white smoke resembling a dragon and smiled with narrowed eyes. I sent a very sincere message of condolence to the Holy Family of Silds, which they could not refuse. He deliberately emphasized the word sincere when he said it. What condolences? The flying squirrel asked, bewildered. 1 billion pellis. What? The flying squirrel gasped, hardly believing its ears. 1 billion pellis is no small sum. This is equivalent to the entire annual tax revenue of many small and medium-sized kingdoms. In the entire North Sea, the taxes Darren and his gang collected by supporting countless mafia families and underworld forces amounted to just over 2 billion berries per year. Now, just to send a condolence message, the North Sea Navy is working for free for half a year. Not to mention that in their original plan, and even more so in their plans and expectations, the establishment of the North Sea Naval Fleet would have been a bottomless pit in terms of resources and funding. Are you crazy? The flying squirrel looked at Darren, who seemed completely unfazed, with a helpless expression. As Darren's adjutant, he served as both a housekeeper and an advisor. Watching Darren squander money like this, the flying squirrel felt as if his heart was bleeding. It's all worth it. Darren flicked his cigarette ash lightly. Money can be earned back, but the opportunity to give gifts to the celestial dragons is not something everyone gets. If I hadn't gotten on the good side of Damocles this time, the merchant ship I sent out wouldn't even have been qualified to enter the inner sea of the Red Earth continent. 1 billion pellis is indeed a terrifying astronomical figure. Keep in mind that it's only the year 1492 in the sea calendar. The Great Pirate Era hasn't even started yet, and inflation isn't nearly as severe as it will be in later years. Bailey's purchasing power is still strong. Even a legendary pirate like Bondi Waldo, known as the World Destroyer, only has a bounty of 200 million berries. 1 billion pellis, that's equivalent to 5 Bondi Waldos. However, Darren felt the money was well spent. In this world, strength always comes first. Besides these, power, not money, comes in second place. After hearing Darren's answer, the flying squirrel considered it carefully and found it made sense, but still felt a little pained and said, "It's still too expensive." "Is it expensive?" Darren glanced at him, then suddenly laughed. "At least I found it quite interesting." The flying squirrel asked, "You mean?" Darren tilted his head back and took a puff of his cigar. The celestial dragons possess supreme power in this world. They can plunder and trade people anyone like pigs or dogs. For them, money is the standard by which everything is measured. But this time, it proves something. He paused, then laughed with a hint of mockery. So even the lives of celestial dragons have a price. The flying squirrel listened in silence and gave a bitter smile. Only a freak like Darren, whose very being is filled with rebellion and madness, could come up with such a unique way of thinking. A moment later, the flying squirrel seemed to remember something and slowly asked, "That investigation within the Navy?" Darren laughed. "The report has been submitted, and I will provide whatever the government needs unconditionally. The navigation status of each warship at the time of the incident, and the positions of the naval officers, including our North Sea Navy." The flying squirrel frowned and asked, "And what about you?" "I." Darren gave a half-smile. "As the North Sea Admiral, I was naturally stationed on Badia Island to uphold my duties when the incident occurred." On this point, everyone in the North Sea Fleet, as well as Lieutenant Commander Cake and Lieutenant Commander Guion from the Inspectorate Group of the Navy Headquarters, can testify for me. A perfect alibi. After saying that, Darren stubbed out his cigar and put on his Navy cloak. "Let's get going. Now that the big shots at headquarters have left, it's time for us to get to work." The flying squirrel said in astonishment. "Where to?" Darren didn't hesitate for a moment before pushing open the door and stepping out. The biting sea wind whipped his cloak into a frenzied dance. The money lost from one celestial dragon must be recovered from another celestial dragon. The flying squirrel was taken aback at first, but then immediately understood. A name flashed through his mind. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Chapter 50. You've crossed the line. North Sea. Lubeck Island. The sky was overcast and desolate. Bang bang bang. Rumble. Gunfire roared continuously throughout the town, and hundreds upon hundreds of people fought madly in the streets. The civilians screamed in terror, ran for their lives in fear, and cries filled the air. Buildings burst into flames under the gunfire and collapsed with a roar. The intense heat transformed into enormous, fiery red wings, licking the belly of the sky. "Damn the Don Quixote family. Rubeck Island is our fell's family territory. You've crossed the line." The man, wearing a newsboy cap, a black overcoat, and a suit, slit the throat of a pirate charging towards him and roared furiously. His face was splattered with pirate blood, his white shirt was stained red, and his bloodshot eyes were fixed on the blonde brat not far away. He was about 12 years old, only about 1.4 meters tall, with short blonde hair, wearing sunglasses, a white shirt, and cropped trousers. Despite being a mere brat, he wore a mad and cruel smile that even the head of a mafia family feared. Don Quixote Doflamingo. A brat who appeared out of nowhere, ruthless, cold-blooded and cruel. With his formidable strength, he led his Don Quixote family to cause trouble as soon as they arrived in the North Sea. They had already ruthlessly eliminated several well-known mafia families on nearby islands, and taken over all the territories that originally belonged to them, recruiting soldiers and expanding their power at an astonishing speed. Fu. Upon hearing Phil's words, Doflamingo laughed so hard he clutched his stomach and bent over backwards, as if he had heard some absurd joke. Several Don Quixote family officials standing next to him couldn't help but laugh. Torbol, covered in sticky mucus, clutching a cane, and with 2 streams of snot hanging from his nostrils. Pika stood there like an iron tower, his muscles bulging. Diamante, dressed like an Indian native with his face painted in various colors. And Virgo, with a piece of steak still stuck to his face and a blank expression. They crossed the line? Doflamingo grinned maliciously, looking completely smug, and said with an exaggerated expression, No, I didn't cross the line." As Phils watched his family members around him fall, groaning in pain, his anxiety grew. After recruiting and expanding their ranks, the Don Quixote family's power far surpasses that of the Fels family, both in terms of the individual strength of its members and its weaponry. If this continues, they will be wiped out by the Don Quixote family in less than 10 minutes. He gripped the dripping blood-stained longsword tightly, gritting his teeth fiercely as he said, "The territories of the gangs are clearly defined, and they maintain stability with each other. No one is allowed to cross the boundaries. This is the rule in Beihai." Doflamingo grinned maliciously. "No, you still didn't understand what I meant. So-called rules are constraints imposed by the strong on the weak. They are cages used to imprison the incompetent, the mediocre, the useless, and the trash. I did not cross the line." He stuck out his tongue and licked his slightly chapped lips, then opened his arms, threw his head back, and laughed cruelly. "Because the entire North Sea is mine. The rules of this world mean absolutely nothing to me, Doflamingo. With his loud laughter, hundreds of Don Quixote family members also grinned maliciously, carrying spears, cannons, battle axes, and long swords, and like a pack of hungry beasts, they surged into the Fels family's ranks. In an instant, swords clashed and blood splattered. A striking and deep crimson color slowly bloomed on the once bustling and noisy street. "You're asking for death." Upon seeing this, Phil's eyes widened in fury as he roared in anger. His feet stomped on the ground, and with the floor cracking, his figure covered a distance of more than 10 meters at an incredible speed, arriving in front of the arrogant blonde brat in the blink of an eye. With his hands gripping the blood-stained longsword tightly, he brought it down heavily towards Doflamingo's face. The explosive power was so great that even the traces left by the blade as it sliced through the air produced white shockwaves. The intention to eliminate flashed in Fel's eyes. He could even foresee that the brain of this ignorant blonde brat would be cleaved in two by his blade. However, just as the long sword was about to fall, Phil's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw a sneer. On Doflamingo's face, and on the faces of his subordinates, a mocking smile, like a cat catching a mouse, appeared. Clang! A brilliant spark suddenly burst forth before his eyes, and Phil's bloodshot pupils trembled violently, an expression of disbelief washing over his face. His sword stopped abruptly 3 centimeters from Doflamingo's forehead, unable to strike any further. It was as if some invisible force in the void was desperately blocking his longsword. The point of impact even produced a sharp, piercing sound, like the friction of swords clashing. How is that possible? Phil's throat bobbed, and he spoke with a dry, hoarse voice. Looking at the blonde kid's ambiguous smile, his heart suddenly started pounding. It felt as if an invisible hand was gripping it tightly. Fufufufu is really uninspiring. Doflamingo let out a grotesque laugh, and his fingers suddenly twitched like chicken claws. Fel's pupils contracted to pinpoints. The sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air suddenly exploded. The moment the sound of something cutting through the air suddenly arose, it felt as if his chest had been sliced open by an invisible sword, exploding into a large spray of blood. Laugh! Hot blood gushed from the deep, bone-revealing wound on his chest, splattering onto Doflamingo's face, making his young and arrogant features appear ferocious and terrifying, like a demon. Phil's face gradually turned deathly pale, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. The gushing blood spread beneath him, forming a horrifying pool of blood. "You've crossed the line. Darren's navy won't let you get away with this." The dim sunlight was blocked by Zhang's violent and distorted face, and all Phil's could see was shadow. Cold, dark, bloody, and twisted shadows. "Navy?" Doflamingo looked down at the mafia family boss of Rubeck Island and sneered. "I'm actually really looking forward to it." As soon as he finished speaking, Doflamingo slowly raised his foot. The pointed shoe slammed down hard on Phil's head. Bang! A dull thud was heard, and Phil's head exploded like a watermelon, the red and white parts mixed together, resembling a lump of paste. Chapter 51 Doflamingo's Spirit. Blood and brain matter mingled, creating a brutal scene. The pointed shoes sank into the blood-red mud, and the blond boy, his face covered in blood, displayed a morbid pleasure and satisfaction as he burst into wild laughter. Fufufufu. At that moment, the members of the Phil's Mafia family looked at the ferocious teenager and felt an unprecedented fear welling up in their hearts. Their faces turned pale, and they even subconsciously stopped what they were doing. That brat. Devil. He's a devil. Burning ruins, collapsed buildings, billowing black smoke, twisted flames. The blond boy stood beside the headless corpse, like a demon whose head had emerged from blood and fire. Treble and other family executives looked at Doflamingo's retreating figure with eyes filled with intense admiration and pride. This is the king to whom they willingly submit. How dazzling. Like a rising star, it shines brightly and dazzlingly. The majesty and radiance he exuded, along with his innate noble and sacred bloodline, deeply captivated each of them. Doflamingo's lips curled into a chilling smile as he stepped over Phil's corpse and continued walking forward. His fingers kept moving, as if connecting to something. As he moved, it was as if some incredibly sharp weapon was constantly slicing through the void, leaving smooth cuts on the streets, on the walls of buildings, and on the ground. Meanwhile, in front of him, a dozen or so members of the Phil's family gang all froze. A bright red, glaring line of blood gradually enlarged from their throats. They were completely caught off guard and felt the world suddenly begin to tilt and turn upside down. Then, they saw their own bodies. "I saw my shoes." A look of doubt appeared in their blank, gradually unfocused pupils. Finally, it lost its vitality. Their heads were separated from their bodies. Laugh. On the headless corpse that stood motionless, blood gushed out like a fountain from the cut on its neck, splattering all over the ground. Fu-fu-fu-fu. Doflamingo laughed even more maniacally. He continued forward, leaving a trail of blood, pain, and wailing in his wake, under the fearful gaze of the Phil's family. Then let's wipe them all out. Doflamingo smiled and gave the order. As soon as the words were spoken, the Don Quixote family pirates' eyes gleamed with a crimson, crazed light. Like a wild beast driven to its wits' end by extreme hunger, they launched an attack without hesitation, and in a short time, dozens of members of the Phil's family gang had fallen to the ground dead. And so, the massacre began. Blood flowed like a stream on the once bustling streets, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Doflamingo stood in the middle of the street, looking at the scene before him, which resembled purgatory. I couldn't help but take a deep breath. Fu-fu-fu-fu. This is the life I want. A chaotic world, rife with evil, where only the victors can reach the final stage. What an interesting world. What a wonderful world. Fu-fu-fu-fu. He spread his arms wide, his body, which was less than 1.5 meters tall, exuding a domineering, cruel, and unruly aura. Everywhere smelled of thick smoke, stench of sweat, gunpowder, blood, corpses, and fear. This is his favorite flavor. The smell of chaos. In that burning town, he saw the way the members of the Fell's family looked at him. Fearful, submissive, trembling, eyes that dared not look directly at each other. Yes, that's exactly the look in their eyes. The lowly ants living in this world should look at me with this kind of gaze. Father, can you see this? This is the kind of look that the lowly should give us. This is the life that we, the noble celestial dragons, should enjoy. In a daze, Doflamingo seemed to recall that time. He still remembers the stench of blood, sweat, and gunpowder, the deafening screams, the venomous curses, and the distorted faces swaying and twisting in the flames. Those lowly people who should have been kneeling on the ground held torches and arrows in their hands. And they, the great celestial dragons, the noble Don Quixote family, were tied to the city wall like pigs and beasts, and were almost burned alive. Father, you are wrong. You're wrong. I'm right. Doflamingo clenched his fists, his sunglasses flashing with a cold and ruthless light. Tear. A pale bolt of lightning suddenly tore through the dark sky, illuminating the hellish world. The long brewing storm finally arrived, and a torrential downpour began to fall from the gloomy sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Splash. The torrential rain washed over everything on the ground, washing away the blood, slapping the corpse. The flames were extinguished. The thunder in the sky gradually grew deafening, drowning out the shouts and wails from the streets. The killings gradually subsided, and the massacre entered its final stages. With the death of their leader and faced with Doflamingo's overwhelming power, the members of the Phil's family had long lost the courage to continue fighting. They pleaded repeatedly, even kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. But what awaited them was only the merciless blade of the Don Quixote family. Half an hour passed quickly. The sudden downpour disappeared just as suddenly. On the streets washed by rain, white mist rose from the ruins of buildings everywhere. Red bloodstains seeped into the cracks between the bricks and stones, and corpses lay scattered on the ground. I don't know when. Only other people were standing on the street. Rain dripped from his hair, clothes, and trouser legs onto the ground. Around him, members of the Don Quixote family, including Treble, knelt on one knee, their expressions respectful, their weapons still dripping blood, silently awaiting their king's command. Go, take over this entire island. Doflamingo's smile had vanished, replaced by a cold expression as he said, try not to use violence against civilians. Let the island know clearly that the arrival of our Don Quixote family will only bring them a more peaceful life. His hands trembled slightly, as if he was trying his best to suppress the destructive impulse within him. But he knew he had to control himself. Lubeck Island. No, the North Sea is just the beginning. Before venturing into a wider world, he knew he had to first accumulate as much initial capital as possible. Wandering all over the world, they kept looting towns and cities. That's something only low-level pirates would do. Territory, power, resource. By gradually annexing chess and controlling a vast amount of resources and power, one day the whole world will kneel before Doflamingo. Before that, he had to try to restrain himself. Upon hearing this, the Don Quixote family members' eyes shone with even greater admiration, and they bowed their heads in sincere respect. Only those who can control their desires and impulses are worth following with their lives. This is their young master. Clap, 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 clap. Just then, an untimely burst of applause suddenly rang out. The Don Quixote family members were stunned at first, then turned around warily and looked in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, a tall and imposing figure appeared atop the ruins of a building, clapping his hands and looking down at their young master with great interest. A commendable vision and ambition. A pure libertine and a person determined to do great things have completely different appearances. You're quite good, Doflamingo. The black-haired youth smiled. Chapter 52, I want to talk. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes behind his sunglasses, carefully scrutinizing the uninvited guest. The black-haired youth stood on the smoldering ruins of a building, clapping his hands. He was tall and imposing, unlike ordinary people, with short black hair and a wide white cloak behind him that swayed gently in the wind filled with the smell of gunpowder. Although he was a lowly commoner, this young man gave him the impression of being tall, fierce, and handsome beasts, exuding the aristocratic air that only elite celestial dragons possess. He had a warrior-like, deep-set face. Such a person would laugh out loud at his own pain. Strong yet elegant. Wild yet not aristocratic. Arrogant, but not lacking in intelligence. This is a man whose gaze is always fixed on the distant horizon. He wore a smile of great interest. Doflamingo understands that smile very well. He had shown a similar smile to his goals countless times in the past. The hunter's mocking smile as he looks at his prey, like a cat playing with a mouse. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Doflamingo suddenly felt an overwhelming, irrepressible urge to destroy deep within him. An uncontrollable desire and rage to kill this man, no, to utterly destroy him. How dare he look at me like that? That look in his eyes was exactly like the look those 5 damned old men from the world government gave me when I carried my father's head up the stairway to heaven. Doflamingo. Navy. Toripole quickly realized what was happening and confirmed Darren's identity the moment he saw his military uniform. In an instant, Darren felt a wave of killing intent surging from all directions. Swish, swish, swish. The Don Quixote family members scattered around all raised their lances in unison, their eyes fiercely fixed on the black-haired Navy man. Hundreds of dark gun barrels were all focused on Darren. They are the Don Quixote pirates. They never took the mere Navy seriously. Hey, 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 are you going to pull out a gun just because we disagree? At that moment, the naval captain raised his hands in surrender and said with a smile, does this gesture mean he's surrendering? When Toripole and the others saw Darren raise his hand, strange and absurd expressions appeared on their faces. But what happened next made them suddenly feel a bone-chilling cold surge from the soles of their feet, which instantly rushed to their brains. I don't like having a gun pointed at me. The naval captain laughed. The members of the Don Quixote family were all stunned. Suddenly, an invisible force suddenly emanated from the naval rear admiral in front of them. They felt their guns being suddenly seized by an irresistible force and uncontrollably slipped from their hands. The long steel spear hovered and spun in midair, its muzzle pointed directly at his forehead. What kind of power is this? The Don Quixote family members' expressions changed drastically. The pistol had started moving on its own. They had never seen such a bizarre power before. The moment a gun was pointed at their foreheads, they instinctively raised their hands. Click! The safety on the spear, which was suspended in midair, was automatically activated. The trigger was being pulled in little by little. Such a terrifying scene. At such a close distance. They could even smell the gunpowder in their guns. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The entire street was eerily quiet. You could hear a pin drop. The only sound was the faint clicking of hundreds of musket triggers being pulled. An overwhelming fear of death instantly filled their minds, turning each of them deathly pale. Someone made a sound of their throat bobbing and swallowing saliva. Well, at least everyone has raised their hands in surrender. I bet Borsellino will really enjoy this scene. Darren watched as the once aggressive pirates, now pointed at by his gun, turned pale with fear and raised their hands in unison, and couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. He turned to look at the blonde kid. Hey Doflamingo, I want to talk to you. Darren initially just wanted to come and teach Doflamingo, that sickly blonde brat, a lesson, and maybe even take some money off him. If I'm in a bad mood, I'll just beat him up and kill him. If I'm in a good mood, then I'll give him a quick death. With her abilities, she could easily wipe out the Don Quixote family without anyone in the world knowing, not even the world government. As for Doflamingo's so-called celestial dragon bloodline, Darren wouldn't care at all. The incident involving Hilda's saint has already demonstrated that even the lives of celestial dragons have a price. But Doflamingo's words just now made him change his mind. Doflamingo is indeed a twisted madman filled with destructive desires, but he is more shrewd, cunning, and strategic than the average madman. He is different from those pirates who only know how to destroy and plunder. He can restrain his desires for the sake of his ambition. Even if they are enemies, such a person deserves Darren's high regard. And most importantly, Doflamingo's identity as a former celestial dragon, coupled with his methods and abilities, should be quite valuable if properly controlled. If I can control him, many of my future actions will be much easier. Even the world government wouldn't dare to cause trouble for them, let alone the headquarters. Let's talk. Doflamingo seemed to have heard some absurd joke and laughed sinisterly. The Fufufu pirates have nothing to talk about with the Navy. That's not necessarily true. I'm not an ordinary Navy officer. Darren shrugged indifferently, then said with interest. But I don't want to talk to you at all. Doflamingo's smile suddenly turned ferocious and twisted. A cold glint flashed in his sunglasses, and he abruptly raised his hand and swung it heavily at Darren from a distance. A ferocious laugh. I just want to kill you. Laugh. A sharp, explosive sound suddenly tore through the air. It was as if an invisible sword swept across the void, slicing through everything. Suddenly, a long, thin cut appeared in the wall of the two buildings in front of them, and then the upper half of the buildings collapsed with a rumble along the smooth cut. Clang. A crisp sound rang out. Doflamingo's pupils contracted. On the chest of the black-haired Navy man, his uniform had been cut open. The almost transparent, sharp thread pierced his chest skin, but sparks flew from the friction of metal, and it could not advance an inch. Impossible. Toripole and other cadres gasped in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Although the young master is still very young, with his amazing talent, he has already developed the power of the string fruit to perfection. Those sharp threads can kill without leaving a trace. It can easily cut through not only mortal flesh and blood, but also buildings and rocks. With his full power, the young master once cleaved a pirate ship in two at sea. But now, the young master's string fruit ability couldn't even cut through this marine's body. What kind of monster is this? The string fruit? Too bad you haven't mastered hockey yet. Darren looked down at the sharp thread stuck between his muscles and suddenly smiled. With his current physique, apart from the swordsman's slash, any attack without armament hockey would be virtually impossible to harm him. Doflamingo is only 12 or 13 years old and still growing. To have achieved this much already shows that his talent far surpasses that of most geniuses on this sea. Under the frozen gazes of the Don Quixote family, Darren reached out his finger and hooked the thread stuck in his chest, pulling it lightly as if it were an unintentional action. Doflamingo's expression changed slightly. The thread connecting his finger emitted a terrifying force that was simply impossible to resist. His body was dragged by the silk threads, and he was thrown backwards from his spot, flying rapidly toward Darren. If you dare to draw your gun, you should be prepared to be killed. Darren looked at Doflamingo, whom he had dragged over, and said with a smile. Snap. He snapped his fingers. Then, bang 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 bang. Gunfire, dense as raindrops, rang out continuously in the streets. The triggers of the long guns, suspended in midair, were pulled simultaneously. Blood blossoms bloomed on the foreheads of the Don Quixote family members. Their heads tilted back, and they fell like dominoes. At this time, Doflamingo had been dragged to within 3 meters of Darren. In his sunglasses, the reflection showed the cold smile on the Navy man's face. Getting closer. Chapter 53 is about taking down the celestial dragons. Young master. Dover. Damn it. Seeing their young master being dragged away by that powerful, monstrous-looking marine, Treble and the others were terrified, their scalps tingling with fear. They all grabbed their weapons and charged toward Darren with bloodshot eyes, trying to save Doflamingo. They had no regard for the hundreds of Don Quixote family members who had been shot and killed. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Looking at Doflamingo, whom he had dragged there, the naval captain curled his lips into a cold smile, exuding a powerful and profound aura. Behind him, the wide cloak of justice fluttered without wind, and as he clenched his fist, the air even seemed to explode with a buzzing sound, as if it were being crushed. The distance between the two was instantly shortened, and in the blink of an eye, they were already within arm's reach. Darren's fist struck out with the force of a meteor. Roar! The power and explosive force of the punch were so fierce that they even stirred up a violent wind in the space in front of him, causing Doflamingo's young face to bulge. Snap! The wind pressure on Doflamingo's sunglasses caused long, thin cracks to appear. What terrifying power! This Navy officer is nothing short of a humanoid beast. These are the kinds of people Beihai should have. Shouldn't the Marine headquarters transfer someone with such formidable strength to the Grand Line or the New World? Doflamingo's eyes were glazed over. Even Darren's unstoppable punches. It made him feel as if he was experiencing a series of distorted illusions. The fist, gloved with black leather, seemed to be growing larger and larger, casting a shadow over his figure like an avalanche. A chilling coldness suddenly surged from the soles of Doflamingo's feet, shooting straight up to his tailbone. An unprecedented sense of death threat instantly overwhelmed his mind. You're asking for it. Doflamingo shuddered, gritted his teeth, and roared in fury. If I were hit head-on by that punch, I would definitely die. Feeling the overwhelming force of the wind and waves rushing towards him, Doflamingo had this thought pop into his mind. Block. We must stop them. In the instant the thought flashed through his mind, he severed the threads connecting his fingers, and his hands, with bulging veins, hooked up like chicken claws, grabbing heavily forward in midair. Whoosh. Hundreds and thousands of white threads shot out instantly, forming a huge spider web, like a snow-white wall, stretching between Darren and Doflamingo. The ends of the spider web burrowed deep into the surrounding dozen or so buildings and the ground, forming an impenetrable and absolute defense. Spiderweb wall defense. The fist landed. Faced with the spiderweb wall created by Doflamingo using his devil fruit powers, Darren simply maintained his cold smile. There were no changes to the moves. The strong wind whipped his black hair, and beneath it, his eyes were filled with crushing confidence and ruthlessness. The fist, as powerful as a collapsing mountain, with its fierce and domineering speed and force, dragged a spiral of white air waves through the air as it slammed into the spiderweb wall made of silk threads. The moment the fist touched the spiderweb wall, with strength and toughness comparable to metal, was suddenly stretched and deformed, hurtling towards Doflamingo with exaggerated speed and without any reduction in force. Doflamingo was shaken to his core, and his eyes behind his sunglasses instantly filled with ferocious bloodshot veins. That damn bastard. How could I lose here? Boom. A powerful and domineering aura, like a raging storm, erupted from his body and spread wildly in all directions. The world suddenly changed color. The world before my eyes seemed to suddenly turn black and white, and waves of shock from the depths of my soul swept through most of the town like ocean waves. The four men, including Toripol, who were attacking Darren, seemed to have been struck by an invisible heavy blow, and their steps came to an uncontrollable halt. They stared at Doflamingo with shocked expressions, their hearts pounding. It's the young master's aura. The spirit of a king. Truly worthy of being called Dover. Feeling the waves crashing down on them, their souls and spirits were shaken, and they almost couldn't stand up straight. Conqueror's Haki. A kingly aura that only a select few among millions can possess. It was because they had witnessed Doflamingo's kingly aura that they wholeheartedly accepted this 12 or 13-year-old brat as their king and knelt down in worship. Under the threat of death, Doflamingo unconsciously unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Before they could react, at the same time, an even more profound, magnificent, majestic, and domineering aura erupted. Boom. Toripol and the others stared in utter shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Conqueror's Haki. The kingly aura of a young master. No, this aura is even more terrifying than the young masters. They felt as if they were facing an iron-fisted emperor or a demon from hell, inspiring submission and fear in their hearts. The owner of this aura. Impossible. Diamanti screamed in horror, his face, covered in various colors of paint, turning deathly pale. It's the Navy. That Navy guy, a naval captain in the North Sea, actually possesses the aura of a king? Boom. Accompanied by their strange cries, the two streams of Conqueror's Haki collided violently in midair. Like a vast storm, they poured wildly from Darren and Doflamingo's bodies, clashing against each other in midair. Compression and expansion, expansion and compression. Crackling. Suddenly, black and red lightning burst open in the void, constantly appearing and disappearing. The storm, carrying countless bricks, soil, and dust, soared into the sky, stirring up the clouds. A clash of Conqueror's Haki. Toripol murmured, his face deathly pale. Before they knew it, their bodies were completely exhausted, their brains were spinning, and they knelt on one knee, struggling to raise their arms to block the gale. You actually possess the same kingly potential as me. Doflamingo roared, his face contorted in agony, unable to accept what he was seeing. Darren sneered. Although Conqueror's haki is rare, those who possess it are as numerous as carp crossing a river in that chaotic and dangerous New World sea. As soon as he finished speaking, the naval captain's arm muscles bulged suddenly, tearing through his uniform. With a second burst of power, the sleeves of the military uniform ripped apart, sending shards flying everywhere, and the fist slammed down once more. They kept getting closer and closer to Doflamingo. The Conqueror's haki actually showed a tendency to suppress the latter. Damn it! How could your Conqueror's haki possibly suppress me? Doflamingo's pupils trembled violently as he roared madly. The skin on his hands, which were controlling the threads, burst open, exploding into a mist of blood. I am Don Quixote Doflamingo. The threads created by the string fruit are extremely strong, and even a swordsman cannot cut them. No matter how strong the Marines are, they cannot break through it. It can stop it. It can definitely stop it. I am the noble celestial dragon. I'm going to fight the celestial dragons. A cold, sharp shout interrupted him without any politeness. As Darren stepped on the ground within a 30-meter radius beneath his feet shattered, countless cracks forming a spiderweb shape, which then exploded into large muddy waves. In the instant the earth roared, he used the recoil to unleash his full power. A terrifying force, comparable to that of giants, surged from the soles of his feet, traveling upwards along his spine. The naval captain's body was like a taut bowstring stretched to its limit, with immense power pouring out from his fists. Click! Tear! Amidst the fear and shock in the eyes of Tori Pole and the others. Under Doflamingo's frozen, astonished expression, the snow-white spiderweb wall looked as if it had been struck by a meteorite. The center is directly concave, and the dense, intricate web-like threads spread out, connecting to everything. Vast tracts of land. The walls of each building. The main building of the low-rise houses. It was forcibly uprooted. Darren's punch was so powerful that it literally overturned more than a dozen buildings in a large area of land. This exaggerated scene sent chills down Doflamingo's spine, and he felt an indescribable fear rising in his heart and slamming into his throat. He failed to break through his own silken defenses. He directly overturned the fixture securing the thread. Bang! Before he could react, Darren's unstoppable punch struck Doflamingo directly in the stomach. Despite being dragged by more than a dozen buildings and heavy land, its exaggerated power still created a white ripple of air behind it. Doflamingo's eyes instantly rolled back, his bloodshot eyeballs squeezed out of their sockets, and his mind went completely blank. His body arched and bent in midair. Wow! Blood gushed from his mouth. The next moment, Doflamingo was shot backward like a cannonball, flying at high speed. He knocked Toribol, who was kneeling on the ground, flying. He crashed through a tall lamppost on the street. He crashed through house after house. It crashed through the obstacles in its flight path. After flying straight for dozens of meters, his figure disappeared directly into the building, accompanied by the earth-shaking tremors. The building, several meters tall, emitted a groan of despair as it succumbed to the weight. It collapsed with a crash. At the same time, the back of Rubeck Island. A warship was anchored on the coastline. Nearly 100 North Sea Navy soldiers stood ready, awaiting orders from their superiors with a solemn and imposing air. In the distance, countless civilians, led by squads of naval personnel, fled the town in panic. Reporting to Major Squirrel, the civilians on the island have been basically evacuated. The cordon has been set up. A naval soldier saluted and reported to a flying squirrel standing on the roof of a building. The flying squirrel, which was observing the distance through binoculars, didn't turn around. It simply waved its hand to indicate that it understood. His eyes never left the binoculars. Just then, a muffled rumble echoed from a distant town. The flying squirrel saw through its binoculars that billowing smoke rose like a roaring dragon. He slowly lowered the binoculars, then covered his forehead in helplessness and pain. This is too reckless. His lips twitched involuntarily. It's just like a father beating his son. I haven't been feeling well these past couple of days, and I just got back from the hospital today. I'll try to update more frequently starting tomorrow. Yes, a different style, a different story. But he's still the same old Ma. Best wishes. Chapter 54 Subordinates. Rumble. Observing through the binoculars the collapsing buildings one after another in the ruins of a distant town, and the smoke and dust rising from the ground like dragons dancing wildly, the flying squirrel's eye muscles twitched. Even as his adjutant, the flying squirrel had no idea what level Darren's true strength had reached. However, judging from the inhuman training he underwent day after day, The flying squirrel could deduce that in the North Blue, apart from a very few great pirates, with nicknames who came here for various reasons, no one was Darren's match. The magnet fruit's power grants him wide-range attack and control abilities comparable to Logia-type devil fruit users. As for close combat, apart from Sakaski, who was still serving in the North Sea back then, who could fight Darren, that madman, hand-to-hand? At least the flying squirrel had never seen anyone as ruthless as Darren. When facing an enemy, once the objective is determined, we must go all out and never give up until the goal is achieved, without looking back or hesitating. He was even more ruthless to himself than to his enemies. As for that arrogant, paranoid, and morbid brat Doflamingo, let him fend for himself. His life is now in Darren's hands. Civilians have been evacuated, and the town has been sealed off. There is no way for news to get out of here. A former celestial dragon? So be it, he's dead. Anyway, this isn't the first celestial dragon to die in the North Blue. The moment this thought popped into the air, the flying squirrel seemed to realize something and suddenly woke up with a start. How could I have such a disrespectful thought towards the supreme celestial dragons? Before he knew it, a layer of cold sweat had seeped out on his back. The flying squirrel took a deep breath, smiled bitterly, and murmured, "Darren, you were right. The zero-sum does indeed represent a different meaning." Lubeck Island. In the center of town. Rumble. Buildings that were hit collapsed one after another, kicking up clouds of dust. The earth groaned under its unbearable burden, sending out a heart-stopping tremor. Click. The sound of a lighter rang out. Darren stood on a barren, collapsed, and cracked piece of land, took out a cigar, and lit it. His military uniform was already tattered from the battle. With a cigar in his mouth, he simply unbuttoned his navy cloak, tore off his black tie, and grabbed the tattered uniform, pulling hard. Tear. His uniform was torn open, revealing the naval captain's wild and explosive upper body. The muscles, sculpted by a knife and axe, were clearly defined, and they pulsated and rose rhythmically with each breath. His skin was covered with a dense array of crisscrossing scars, which, combined with his arrogant and deep eyes, made him look like a wild beast. That feels much better. Darren grinned. At this moment, a furious yet slow voice rang out. I'll talk, how dare you?" With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Toripole brandished his cane, spurting out disgusting sludge that suddenly stuck to a 4-meter-high rubble of a house, dragging and hurling it heavily toward Darren. Sticky meteor. The wreckage of the houses was thrown high into the air, emitting a dull creaking sound as it fell at high speed. The howling wind rushed in, causing the cigar to suddenly ignite and glow red. Darren narrowed his eyes and gently waved his hand to the left. As the rubble of the houses crashed into them, steel bars pierced through the building's interior in an instant. Tear. The building's remains were torn in two by twisted steel in the center, whistling past Darren's left and right sides, carving long grooves into the ground. Darren immediately raised his hand. Without anyone's command, thick steel bars and metal rise from the ground, constantly being cut, divided, stretched, and lengthened like living things. Dozens of gleaming metal spikes hovered around Darren. Under Torpole's astonished gaze, he smiled and waved at the former. Whoosh. Dozens of metal spikes shot out simultaneously, instantly exceeding the speed of sound, and plunged into Torpole's location at an astonishing speed. Rumble. The earth instantly billowed up with dust, and large amounts of slime splattered as the metal spikes pierced through. Darren then took a step, but his body suddenly swayed. Suddenly, the earth before my eyes began to flutter like a flag, like wild grass swaying in the wind across an endless wilderness. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze instantly locking onto the figure. Diamante, dressed in Native American attire, squatted a short distance away, her hands pressed against the ground, her hands red with blood. Army flag. The ability to make the fruit flutter. It can transform the ground within a certain range around the user into a light, flowing form, like a large piece of cloth fluttering in the wind. It can cause the opponent to lose their balance and fall, thereby rendering them unable to retaliate. And just as Darren lost his balance, suddenly, the Taoist figure leaped high into the air behind him. The boy wore sunglasses, had a blank expression, and had a piece of leftover steak stuck to his face with a thick beard. He held a bunch of bright green bamboo tightly in his hands. Virgo. Ghost bamboo. With a cold look in his eyes, Virgo slammed the bamboo in his hand down heavily on the back of Darren's head. Smack. The bamboo, with strength comparable to steel, shattered instantly, exploding into countless fragments. Virgo's pupils contracted instantly, and his heart pounded wildly. This guy's body structure. Is he even human? Before he could react, his vision blurred, and the black-haired Navy man vanished like a ghost. Buzzing. The sound of air exploding suddenly rang out beside my ear. Virgo turned his head away with difficulty. A pair of jet black, gleaming military boots rapidly magnified in the reflection of his sunglasses. Boom. Virgo's figure flew out like a cannonball and disappeared directly into the building. The building then collapsed, causing a series of rumbling sounds from the ground. In the billowing smoke and dust, the naval captain's face, puffing on a cigar, emerged from the smoke, and a long spear, its handle twisted and solidified into metal, suddenly pierced through the air. With a speed that Diamante couldn't even react to, it plunged directly into his abdomen, throwing his body flying, and then pinning him deeply into the wall. Diamante coughed up a large amount of blood, and in the midst of the intense pain, his eyes, as he looked at the naval captain, were filled with unprecedented fear. Rumble. At that moment, a nearby building suddenly exploded, and the moving rock instantly expanded into a 20-meter-tall rock giant, wielding an enormous fist with a diameter of 3 meters, and crashing down on Darren from above. This is a golden opportunity. You're dead. A sharp, piercing sound rang out. It was Pika. Chapter 55. Can we talk about this now? It's hard to imagine that Pika, that big, silly guy, could have such a hilarious shrill voice. A huge shadow rose up behind the naval captain, completely enveloping him. However, Darren showed no sign of being caught off guard or flustered by the sneak attack. Instead, as if he had anticipated it, he stepped into the ground. Amidst the flying pebbles, a mocking sneer curled at the corner of his mouth as he bit into a cigar. The naval captain suddenly turned around and unleashed a powerful backhand punch. For Pika, who excels in strength, of course you have to use even greater strength to crush him. Only such a brutal and wild fighting style can bring you the thrill of every punch landing. Next second, two fists of vastly different sizes collided violently in midair like meteors hitting the earth. Boom. It was as if an ancient bronze bell had been struck loudly, and the surrounding air immediately began to ripple and swell. However, this stalemate lasted only half a second. Beneath the rock giant's increasingly horrified, distorted, and terrified face, the enormous fists, arms, shoulders, and even the giant's body, all constructed of rock, cracked and shattered. Countless cracks spread out from where Darren's fist landed, eventually covering the 20-meter-tall rock giant's body. A tremendous force, like the breath of a dragon, poured out from the naval captain's fist. Boom. The rock giant's body instantly disintegrated, turning into countless fragments of stone that scattered like rain. Amidst the scattered rubble, Pika, clad in golden armor, stood frozen in midair, unable to believe her eyes. Darren's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, they appeared above Pika. The black military boots were raised high, accompanied by a white shockwave, heading towards Pika's head. It fell like a battle axe. Bang! Pika sank into the earth like a meteorite, and a huge tremor and roar exploded in the center of the town. The ground within a radius of 100 meters collapsed by half a meter, and a huge column of dust and water shot into the sky. Super whiplash. Just then, a hoarse, furious shout came from afar. 100-meter-long silk thread suddenly swung down from the sky, looking from a distance like a slash from heaven, directly slicing Darren, who was in midair, into the ground. Sharp threads pierced the earth, and violent tremors emanated continuously. The earth in the center of the street was cut open with a deep groove, and then collapsed and caved inward. The buildings on both sides of the street tilted and collapsed with a loud rumble, kicking up a vast cloud of dust. 100 meters away, Doflamingo, covered in blood, struggled to crawl out of the ruins, panting as he stared at the center of the smoke and dust, clenching his teeth so tightly that blood kept seeping from the corners of his mouth. At this point, he had completely lost the arrogance and domineering attitude he had when he first arrived on Rubeck Island. The sunglasses were covered in cracks and could shatter at any moment. His short, blonde hair was mixed with dirt and blood, making it look sticky and messy. His ribs were deeply sunken, and his face was deathly pale. Did you succeed? Doflamingo's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, were fixed on the distant, smoke-filled area, completely ignoring the disheveled and seriously injured officers lying on the ground. The super whip is the strongest move he has mastered at this moment. Its power is so great that it can easily cut a pirate ship in half from the middle. Even that monster couldn't possibly. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Doflamingo seemed to see a terrifying scene, and his bloodshot pupils contracted to pinpoints. As the thick smoke was gradually dispersed by the strong wind, Dao's tall figure, which was sometimes visible and sometimes hidden, slowly emerged. Call. Doflamingo heard the Taoist priest exhale. The slowly exhaled cigar smoke condensed into a flag in front of the terrifying figure. Footsteps slowly approached. The first thing to emerge from the thick smoke was a black military boot. Then there are the straight, slender legs. A muscular, angular body. A handsome face with an arrogant and aloof air. The cigar he was biting was still burning, occasionally flashing a red glow. There was a glaring bloodstain on his chest, from which blood continued to flow. A sharp thread, deeply embedded in flesh and blood, could not sever its bones. That's interesting, it actually hurt me. Darren looked down at the thread that was noticeably thicker, wiped away the blood, and licked it from the corner of his mouth. Doflamingo felt every pore on his body stand on end, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. This guy laughed. He was actually enjoying the thrill of fighting and getting hurt. Well, that's enough fun. Darren casually pulled the thread stuck between the flesh and blood, twisted his neck, and looked up at Doflamingo, the blonde brat, with a sinister grin. His knees sank slightly. Push harder. Boom. Behind him, vast stretches of land and ruins collapsed simultaneously, creating huge fan-shaped depressions. Darren's figure shot out from the spot like a cannonball, at a speed that was impossible for the naked eye to detect. Wow, so fast. That's too fast. Doflamingo's pupils dilated violently. He only felt a blur before his eyes, and a fist had already slammed heavily into his abdomen. Bang! Doflamingo bent over, coughing up blood, his eyes bulging as if about to burst. Bang! Then, a fist struck his chin from below. Snap! He heard the sound of his jawbone cracking. The figure rose up from the impact of the punch and was thrown into the air. The next moment, Darren's figure suddenly shot up from the ground and arrived in front of Doflamingo in the blink of an eye, kicking out. Bang! Doflamingo was sent flying sideways. It hasn't landed yet. The knee strike was a heavy blow to his back from behind. So on the edge of the distant island, the flying squirrel saw a scene through the binoculars that sent chills down his spine. That blonde brat with the noble bloodline of the celestial dragons flowing through his body. Like a ball, he was repeatedly tortured, whipped, kneed, and elbowed by Darren in midair. Fresh blood continued to spurt out. It looked extremely miserable. And around the ruins-like streets, the several seriously injured family executives under Doflamingo were already pale with fright, staring dumbfounded at the exaggerated scene before them. A full minute later, with Darren's powerful kick, Doflamingo, whose body was already torn and bleeding, with at least 20 broken bones, crashed heavily to the ground. Darren landed steadily. He flicked the ash from his cigar, then bit it again, and walked step by step toward Doflamingo, who was convulsing and looked like a bloodied man. When he reached Doflamingo, the latter was struggling to open his swollen eyelids. Darren reached out his large hand and grabbed Doflamingo's head, lifting him into the air. Make him look at you at eye level. The setting sun pierced through the clouds after the rain, casting a thin layer of blood-red hue over the world. Amidst the smoky, mottled ruins, a naval captain, a full 3 meters tall, was carrying a blonde brat covered in blood, who only reached his waist. Blood dripped from the latter's body and onto the ground. Darren stared silently at Doflamingo, who was nearing unconsciousness, then suddenly grinned. So, can we talk now? He paused, as if remembering something, and added, Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. How rude of me. The naval captain exhaled a puff of smoke. My name is Rogers Darren, the highest-ranking officer in the North Sea Navy. Everyone calls me King of the North Sea, but I prefer my other nickname, the Scum of the Navy. If you like this book, please give it a 5-star review. Thank you so much. Chapter 56 The Big Show. Burning gives everything in the world a different smell. A blank sheet of paper is completely different from a damp tree. The smell of expensive wild boar meat and human flesh is similar, but 10-year-old Doflamingo hasn't tasted meat in a long time. Flames rose before my eyes, turning the dark night sky crimson. Shouts, curses, angry outbursts, shouts, resentment, and rebukes. The sound of explosions cracking the walls from the fire jolted him awake from his pain, and the noisy sounds whistled past him. His eyes were blindfolded, and his body was tied to the city wall, like a criminal being executed. They're from the Celestial Dragon Clan. Don't kill them. Let them live and suffer. Countless people stood below the city gate, angrily shouting at the Don Quixote statue hanging on the city wall. They rained stones, rotten vegetable leaves, rotten eggs, and garbage at the few people on the city wall. Doflamingo felt something sticky splash on his face and then run down. He heard his father's sorrowful cries. How ironic, father. You relinquished your noble celestial dragon status, believing it to be an act of pity and mercy, in order to get closer to ordinary people and live a peaceful and friendly life with them. But did you see it? Oh no, your eyes are also covered, so you can't see. But can you hear me? Their greedy breathing, their ferocious laughter, their almost boiling desire. Father, this is the common people you so desperately wanted to be close to. Did they thank you? No. What they saw was God stepping down from his pedestal. This is human folly. This is the inherent weakness of humanity. Who can resist the temptation to trample on the great God? They just want to trample on the God who has fallen into the ditch and spit on him. Are you crying? What's the use of crying now that things have come to this? Doflamingo suddenly felt like laughing. The flames gradually spread upwards, and the rolling heat waves licked at the walls. He smelled the aroma of roasted meat. His feet were almost roasted. The insults continued. Countless pieces of rotten garbage were thrown in from all directions. 2 streams of bloody tears welled up in Doflamingo's eyes. Hearing the overwhelming jeers, he finally couldn't help but let out a sinister laugh. Fu. He clenched his fists tightly. Remember this, you bunch of bastards. I will not die. He grinned, revealing his bleeding teeth from the beating. That was the last vestige of his pride. The crowd's expressions changed upon seeing this. Although the torture inflicted on the celestial dragons allowed them to vent their pent-up resentment and anger, their inner fear remained. No matter how you torture me, I will live on. He. Doflamingo raised his head, looking down with disdain at the motionless crowd below. They might watch him burn to death on this city wall, but they won't see me begging for mercy. I am a celestial dragon, the greatest being in the world. Doflamingo roared with rage in his heart, his lips gradually parting to reveal a defiant smile. Then I'll kill you all. Not a single one left. The scene suddenly changed. In the dilapidated room, the corners, filled with grime and worry, were piled high with garbage and waste. Flies buzzed around, and the warm sunlight outside the window couldn't penetrate into this damp and cold room. The hand that was tightly clenched around her slowly and limply fell to the ground. Doflamingo stared blankly at his mother, who was lying motionless on the hospital bed, his pupils seemingly unfocused. The sound of Rosanani sobbing could be heard from the side. I'm sorry, Dover. The father, sitting by the hospital bed, spoke in a low voice, his eyes red and his face gaunt. Does saying sorry do any good? Doflamingo suddenly laughed. He laughed maniacally. He laughed until tears streamed down his face. It's all your fault, Fu. It's all your fault. He laughed maniacally and pulled out a pistol. The gun was pointed directly at his father. If it weren't for you, Mother wouldn't have died of illness. If it weren't for you, our family would still be living happily in this world. If it weren't for you, I would still be a high and mighty celestial dragon. Don Quixote homing looked at his own son, who had raised a gun, with a look of horror on his face, but quickly smiled with relief. She smiled gently. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The celestial dragon slowly collapsed to the ground, blood gushing out. I'm sorry, Dover. He murmured. In the vision that was gradually stained red with blood and becoming blurred. His own biological son. She was both crying and laughing. The screen kept flashing. Under the pressure of silence. A blonde child, carrying a bloodied head, climbed step by step up the snow-white and sacred staircase to heaven. His head was still bleeding. His expression froze, yet it carried a hint of gentle smile. Soon he saw the 5 aged figures. They stood atop the clouds, looking down upon the world like gods. This was supposed to be my life. Doflamingo murmured to himself. Then he raised his own father's head and coldly addressed the 5 supreme leaders of the world government. I want to become a celestial dragon again. But what greeted him were 5 pairs of disdainful, mocking, sarcastic, and indifferent gazes. The Don Quixote family are traitors. You are not qualified to continue living in the Holy Land. Go back. You are no longer a celestial dragon. Also, clean the stairway to heaven. Doflamingo finally cleaned up the stairway to heaven. Then he boarded a merchant ship and arrived at the North Sea like a stray dog. A group of thugs and hooligans came after him. They knelt before him. Listen up, Dover, you are the king. No one who disobeys you will be tolerated. One day, you will become the king of this sea. Yes, I am the king. One day, I will become the king of this sea. I am Doflamingo. I will become the king of this sea. World government, 5 elders, celestial dragons. I will destroy this world, destroy everything you rule. I want. Smack. The large bell made Doflamingo suddenly open his eyes and wake up from his dream. My face is burning with pain. No, it's not just my face. Every part of my body hurts. He looked completely bewildered. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb your dream, but you're too noisy. A deep voice sounded. Doflamingo saw a dark-haired marine sitting with his legs crossed, a lit cigar dangling from his lips, shrugging helplessly at him. I'm adding more chapters. Please support me. Thank you. Chapter 57 Doflamingo's Training Plan. Doflamingo's pupils contracted, and his heart pounded wildly. This is that Navy guy. That North Sea Admiral. Rogers Darren. The image of this guy, so brutal and ferocious, crushing and defeating everyone in their Don Quixote pirates not long ago, flashed through his mind again, sending a chill down his spine. Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. Darren sat comfortably on the sofa, legs crossed, puffing on his cigarette as he spoke. He saw a deep, hidden fear in Doflamingo's eyes, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. As expected, disobedient kids need a good beating to learn their lesson. Damn it, no malice intended. Doflamingo felt as if a sword had pierced his heart upon hearing this. His bloodshot eyes stared intently at Darren, and he gritted his teeth, saying, What exactly do you want? He glanced around at his surroundings. It was a dark hall with oil lamps hanging on the gray walls, casting flickering light and shadows that made the room feel extremely eerie. The door to the hall was not closed, and outside was a dilapidated courtyard. Large sections of the rotten plaster wall on the archway leading to the courtyard have peeled off, revealing damp bricks and stones. The hall was lined with dark doors on both sides, leading into darkness where no light could penetrate. Tori Pole, Diamanti, Virgo, and Pika lay unconscious in a corner of the hall, their wounds simply bandaged, their eyes closed. Seeing that his subordinates were not in mortal danger, Doflamingo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, raised his stubborn face, and said coldly, Why don't you just kill me? I am a pirate, and you are a marine. You self-proclaimed righteous marines, don't you consider defeating pirates your highest honor? Kill you? No. I already said I wanted to talk to you. I meant no harm. Darren said, feigning helplessness. It's just that you attacked me without warning, so I had to act in self-defense. Doflamingo was so angry, he almost spat out blood. Are you kidding me? Veins bulged on his forehead as he roared menacingly. If it weren't for the pain that was making him almost faint and the cold sweat seeping from his body, he would have had to fight that bastard Navy man again, even if he couldn't beat him. Believe it or not, Darren shrugged. As for your idea that the Navy is justice and pirates are evil, that's outdated. He looked at the old-fashioned, pale-faced brat in front of him with a half-smile. I am the scum of the Navy. Concepts such as justice, evil, or neutrality are all worthless to me. From ancient times to the present, this world has always followed this most basic law. Justice will prevail? Of course. Darren leaned forward, his arrogant and cold face smiling as he approached Doflamingo. Because only the victor is righteous. A wake-up call. Doflamingo's face turned pale, and looking at the crazy and ambitious eyes of the Marines in front of him, he couldn't help but shrink back. But he quickly realized his mistake, gritted his teeth, straightened his chest, and met Darren's gaze head-on. So what? Even if you're a scum of the Navy, so what? You're still in the Navy, that won't change anything. Kill me if you want, do it. The weak don't even have the right to choose to die. He stared at Darren without backing down, a cruel smile even appearing on his lips. Darren smiled with satisfaction. He is indeed a promising talent. He stared admiringly at the blonde kid in front of him, who looked only 12 or 13 years old, yet whose eyes held a destructive desire and ambition. He couldn't help but compare Doflamingo to the protagonist of this world, the Straw Hat Puppet. At 12 years old, what was our chosen one, Straw Hat Luffy, doing? He was probably playing house with his 2 best friends. And what about Doflamingo? He has gathered a group of capable, loyal, and reliable subordinates, and has carved out his own territory in the chaotic waters of Beihai. Exceptional talent, the power of the string fruit, a natural kingly aura, and his identity as a celestial dragon. If managed properly and with the right support, Doflamingo could become an extremely useful card in one's hand. At this moment, Doflamingo is like a rising shooting star, dazzling and brilliant. If I just give him a little push from behind, he will definitely set the world on fire. Darren has a very clear plan for his future development. His identity as a naval officer could not be easily abandoned. A powerful North Sea fleet that obeyed only his orders was being built, not to mention the vast cultivation resources he would gain after joining the officer training camp. Power, status, strength, and subordinates are things that pirates cannot provide him. Although Celestial Dragon Hilda's sacred retribution was ultimately resolved through his shrewd political maneuvering, it served as a wake-up call for Darren. This time I got through it by sheer luck. But what about next time? And the next time? Darren didn't believe he would never have any dealings with the Celestial Dragons again. A break with the world government was inevitable. Moreover, he must not put all his investments into the Navy. Zephyr from the original storyline is the best example of what not to do. He dedicated his life to the cause of justice, working tirelessly and sacrificing everything for it. But in the end, it was his three most prized and outstanding students who personally gave the order, carried out the deed, and buried him. Therefore, Darren must develop a trump card outside the Navy that would make the world government and even the Navy headquarters wary. And now, the answer is right before our eyes. And most importantly, Doflamingo was only 12 years old at this moment. His body was not yet fully developed, and his conception and understanding of the world were even more still incomplete. If it were the king of Dressrosa in later generations, Darren of the Sea, one of the 7 warlords, he would have killed him without even thinking. But the Doflamingo of today is different. He was still young. This means that as long as you apply certain stimulation and whipping and train him, he will obediently obey you. Thinking this, a smile gradually appeared on Darren's face that sent chills down Doflamingo's spine. A knowing smile. Doflamingo was very familiar with that kind of smile. It was as if the little boy had found an interesting toy. He couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 58 The Strong Never Complain. The flickering light from the wall lamps in the dilapidated hall shone down. In young Doflamingo's eyes, the Marine sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, his figure half lit in the light and half hidden in the shadows, had a sinister smile. I have good news for you. Darren smiled and said, You will not die today, nor will your men. You will even live better than anyone else. I just need us to have a brief chat. Doflamingo was stunned. Is this guy serious? What do you want to talk about? His eyes flickered behind his sunglasses, and he spoke in a hoarse voice. It's always better to be alive than dead. Darren smiled with satisfaction when he saw Doflamingo cooperating. Please tell me, what are your ambitions? You possess the aura of a conqueror's haki, and you are a noble celestial dragon, yet you've come to the North Blue, a godforsaken sea. What exactly are you plotting? Tell me the truth. The naval captain stared intently at the blonde kid whose body was covered in bandages. To raise a fierce wolf, you must arouse its desire for flesh and blood. Come on, Doflamingo. Doflamingo fell silent upon hearing Darren's question. Images flashed rapidly through his mind. Flames, screams, curses, hospital beds, corpses, gunshots, heads, the stairway to heaven. Listen carefully, Dover. You are the king. Countless memories flashed by like a revolving lantern, eventually converging into sentences filled with resentment and anger. He suddenly raised his head and met Darren's gaze. He gritted his teeth, his eyes stubborn and fierce, and said, I will destroy this world. Snap. Darren slapped him so hard, he flew several meters away. Doflamingo's body slammed heavily into the mottled wall, creating a large crater and large patches of old plaster peeled off. His face swelled up visibly, and he stared incredulously at the Navy officer who had suddenly made his move. What are you doing? Doflamingo angrily questioned. Darren looked down at him with a disdainful and mocking gaze, and said indifferently, I am very disappointed. I thought you could come up with some earth-shattering ambitions, but I didn't expect you to say such boring things. Destroy the world? The world hasn't done anything to you. What do you know? Doflamingo interrupted the naval captain with bloodshot eyes. He struggled to get up from the ground, and the wounds on his body reopened with his movements, oozing blood continuously. When I was 10 years old, I had already seen the heaven and hell of this world. He stood there, his legs trembling, panting heavily. The image of flames spreading to the city walls resurfaced in my mind. Twisted faces appeared and disappeared in the flames. They were cursing. It's hot, too hot. I should have lived in paradise. I should have stood on the clouds, looking down at the world from above. But because of my foolish father's decision, my life plummeted from heaven to hell in an instant. As if the pain had stirred up a nightmare hidden deep in his memory, Doflamingo roared somewhat uncontrollably. How dare these mere commoners and lowly scum treat the great celestial dragons like pigs and dogs, dropping them onto the city walls. They set it on fire. They shot it with arrows. They pelted it with stones. They tried every possible way to torture us. They wanted me dead, but I survived. He suddenly burst into manic laughter. I survived. He looked up, trying to discern any unusual expression of shock or bewilderment on the Navy man's face. But he was stunned. He failed. He couldn't tell. The Navy officer's face still held that disdain and contempt. That's it, he said. What does that mean? Doflamingo stood there, stunned. Such a tortuous, tragic, and torturous life was so insignificant in the mouth of this Navy officer? No. A surge of unprovoked, violent rage slammed into his throat, and Doflamingo roared, trembling all over. Isn't that enough? Because of my father's stupidity, our whole family is destitute. I lost my job. I even had to scavenge for food in the trash because I was so hungry. You don't know my past. No one else has had such a complicated life as me. Have you said enough? Darren coldly interrupted him. He walked step by step toward Doflamingo, his towering figure casting a huge shadow that completely enveloped the latter, who was only about 1.5 meters tall. You think your life is miserable? Full of twists and turns? That no one can compare to you? The naval captain said with a mocking smile. Isn't that right? Doflamingo retorted through gritted teeth. Overwhelmed by the imposing presence of the Navy man before him, he instinctively took a step back. I've seen many tragic lives, and I've seen quite a few complicated lives. Believe me, Doflamingo, the naval captain's cold smile widened. There are plenty of people whose lives are more tragic and complicated than yours. In the waters off Beihai, gunshots ring out every day, and the harbors and coastlines are forever littered with rotting, stinking corpses. I've seen people betray their blood brothers for money. I've seen people give up their wives for power. I've seen people cut off their own legs to make a living. I've seen so many different stories that I'm tired of hearing them. But do you know what? Even those miserable people who live lives worse than animals don't cry and complain like you do, acting like a woman. How old are you? 5 or 3? Why don't you go home and have your parents nurse? Darren looked down at Doflamingo, whose face was gradually turning pale, his disdain in his eyes undisguised. Once the wolf has unleashed its ferocity, the first to turn against it will be its master. At that point, it must be ruthlessly trampled, its self-esteem torn apart, and its wildness crushed. Doflamingo clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot, his teeth grinding together. My mother died of illness. She's so lucky. At least she doesn't have to listen to your damn complaints anymore. In the end, you're just a spoiled brat. If I'm not mistaken, while she was alive, she probably heard your complaints the most, right? Darren scoffed. Or is it that your mother was so angered by your complaints that she died? Doflamingo was stunned. He felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been slapped again. You're asking for it. He roared like a wild beast, trying to beckon with his fingers. Bang! A fist had already struck his abdomen. Doflamingo bent over, his back slamming against the wall, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The strong never complain. Even ordinary people do this better than you. Darren grabbed Doflamingo by the collar, pulled him up in front of him, and sneered. I've never seen a strong person who constantly complains about how unhappy they are. With your limited capacity, you think you can destroy this world? Doflamingo gritted his bloodied teeth and struggled violently. Darren narrowed his eyes even more. Almost there. The heat is getting better and better. Chapter 59, The Devil's Ramblings. You complain about everything and blame your father. What have you done? Darren showed no mercy in his sarcasm and ridicule. Looking at the blonde brat in front of him, whose mouth was bleeding and whose face was gradually contorting into a ferocious expression, the barely perceptible smile in the depths of his half-closed eyes grew even stronger. Come on, just say it. The deepest anger and hatred in your heart. Doflamingo clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding together. What did I do? What did I do? He suddenly gritted his teeth and roared with bloodshot eyes. I killed my stupid father. The moment the words left his mouth, he seemed to find an outlet for his emotions, and an uncontrollable, ferocious smile appeared on his face. Fu-fu-fu-fu. He burst into maniacal laughter. You wouldn't believe it, would you? That feeling was absolutely wonderful. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have suffered so much torment and misfortune. I didn't complain, I took action. I am a born king. Fu-fu-fu-fu. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to win, and he stared intently at the Navy in front of him. You should see how desperate his eyes are. You should see how interesting his expression was when I pulled out a gun and pointed it at him. Fu-fu-fu-fu. Doflamingo laughed maniacally, but blood-red tears welled in his eyes as he screamed wildly. I swear I will take back my cheese. I've had enough of this hellish life. I was born a god, standing in heaven. Why should I live in this hell on earth? Even on his deathbed, he was still saying sorry, but what good is an apology? An apology can't change anything. But if he dies, that's fine. So I fired. I cut off his head, and carrying that bloody head, I returned to the holy land of Geos. I wanted him to see with his own eyes that I was once again a celestial dragon, living the life that was rightfully mine. Slap, slap, slap. A sudden burst of applause rang out, sounding incredibly jarring in the dimly lit hall. Doflamingo stared in astonishment at the black-haired Marine clapping in front of him. I see. It really is a moving and dramatic story. Darren clapped his hands, a mocking smile playing on his lips. This really makes me feel sorry for him from the bottom of my heart. A foolish father, a gentle mother, and a rebellious and obsessive son. Let me guess. The happy ending of the story should be that the son kills his own father, proves himself, and finally regains the life he wants. Doflamingo was struck dumb. Darren smiled. It's almost here. You're about to break down. Feel the despair. He half squatted down, reached out, and ruffled the blonde kid's hair, his smile teasing. So, did you get what you wanted, Doflamingo? You killed your beloved father, and even cruelly cut off his head. The world government should be very satisfied with your actions, right? Doflamingo stood there blankly, his lips moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. Darren's smile was full of meaning as he slowly approached the blonde boy. You held your father's head as if you were returning victorious with a trophy. You must have felt very excited and thrilled at the time, right? Perhaps in your imagination, the world government will also pile up flowers along the road and play rousing music, building a grand stage for you so that, witnessed by the world, the invincible, born King Don Quixote Doflamingo can once again ascend the throne of the celestial dragons. He made an exaggerated gesture, his voice gradually lowering, revealing an inexplicable magnetism. You yearn from the bottom of your heart that you will ascend the ladder to heaven step by step under the watchful eyes of thousands. You yearn from the bottom of your heart that, amidst praise and flattery, the 5 elders will personally drape you in magnificent robes. Deep down, you yearn to become a celestial dragon again and live a wonderful life once more. The naval captain's voice was like a series of cold nails, or a sharp dagger, piercing deep into the blonde boy's heart. That way you can prove your father wrong. That way you can find a suitable reason to kill your father. Only then can you ease the guilt and self-blame you feel from killing your father. With each word he spoke, Doflamingo's face turned deathly pale. But none of that happened. You risked everything, killed your father, and endured self-blame and guilt, only to be met with cold stares, contempt, and ridicule. There was no grand return ceremony, no applause and flowers, and no life of privilege. You, ambitious as you were, carried your spoils to the holy land of Geos, only to be driven out like a stray dog in the end. I even heard that you knelt humbly on the stairway to heaven that day, wiping away the remaining bloodstains. That's enough. Doflamingo suddenly roared out of control, his bloodshot eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. Stop talking. His forehead was covered with a dense network of blue veins. His eyes were filled with unspeakable resentment and anger, like a raging fire that wanted to burn the whole world to ashes. That's why I want to destroy this world. Yes, it's cooked perfectly. It's simpler than I imagined, which is why I'm so frustrated. But then again, he's only 12 years old. Since the wolf is completely starving, let's give it a hunting target. Darren's eyes gleamed, and he smiled slightly. No, you're going in the wrong direction. Think about it carefully. Is it the world's fault that you've ended up in this situation? He brought his mouth close to Doflamingo's ear and coaxed him gently. You are a born king, and the magnanimity of a king should not be limited to venting your anger on lowly commoners. Trampling on the weak is utterly meaningless. Doflamingo, think carefully. Who is it that has brought you to this state? Is he your father? Perhaps, but he's dead. Were they the civilians who tormented you? But they're all dead now. Think carefully. Who exactly made you come to this godforsaken place like Beihai, kneeling on the ground wiping away blood like a stray dog? Think carefully. If you could get revenge, who would be the most satisfying target for revenge? Think about it carefully. If you had the chance right now, imagine having some people kneel before you and beg for mercy. Who would you choose? The naval captain's magnetic voice, like the murmur of a demon from hell, exuded a captivating allure. Doflamingo was stunned. His blood-red eyes trembled violently, and his expression kept changing. Darren delivered the final blow decisively. Think carefully, who do you most want to be? Doflamingo trembled all over. Second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Then, with Darren's satisfied look and smile, like a ravenous wolf, his eyes bloodshot, filled with resentment and madness, he hissed out those words through clenched teeth. The 5 Elders of the World Government. Chapter 60. My Godfather. Hatred is a very peculiar emotion. It contains anger at injustice and harbors a destructive impulse toward its target. This emotion does not diminish or disappear with changes in time, place, or space. The most terrifying thing is that once the seeds of hatred are sown, no one can change them. This seed will continue to grow in a person's heart, take root and sprout, grow into a towering tree, and control a person's life from beginning to end. It drives people to move forward madly, willing to pay any price to achieve this goal. And now, the seeds have been sown. What kind of evil flower will it grow in the heart of this celestial dragon boy? Darren is looking forward to it. Very good. You have finally seen the truth of everything. Darren took a step back, staring intently at Doflamingo in front of him, his tone full of admiration. Now, let's talk about how you can achieve this goal. Doflamingo was stunned by what he heard, but quickly came to his senses. You're going to help me? Of course, who in the entire North Sea doesn't know that I, Rogers Darren, am a helpful Navy man? Darren answered with a smile, then took out a cigar and lit it. Doflamingo looked at the Navy captain, who had sat back down on the sofa, and suddenly said in a hoarse voice, "Give me one." Darren glanced at him in surprise, but didn't refuse, tossing him a cigar. Doflamingo took it, skillfully used the string fruit to cut off the top, then bit into it, lit it, and took a hard drag. Darren's lips twitched slightly at the sight of those incredibly practiced movements. This guy's a long-time smoker. No matter how you look at it, the sight of a 12 or 13-year-old kid acting all mature for his age while smoking a cigar does create a somewhat jarring effect. Why are you helping me? After taking a few puffs of his cigarette, Doflamingo gradually calmed down and looked at Darren with a cold gaze through his sunglasses, asking a question. You are a naval officer. The primary purpose of the Navy is to maintain the rule of the world government. They certainly have great potential. They recovered from that emotional breakdown so quickly. Darren smiled and shrugged. I've already said it. I'm not an ordinary Navy officer. If I had to give a reason, it would be that I can't stand the behavior of the world government and the celestial dragons. The Navy may be the face of the world government, or it may be the watchdog of the world government, but I don't want to be a dog. Those celestial dragons think they are gods, born great men. Unfortunately, I refuse to be a puppet of great men. Doflamingo squinted at Darren for a long time, then suddenly laughed mockingly. Fu, I understand now. You want to use me as a pawn against the world government. Do you think I'll believe you so easily? Darren grinned. Trust is not the basis for cooperation, interests are. We have a common enemy, don't we? Doflamingo immediately sneered. Fu, common enemy. Darren, your statement is ridiculous. If the world government, no, the celestial dragons, are your enemies, then you should be the one taking action against them. But what I saw was a coward, a weakling, a coward who only knew how to hide in the shadows and incite hatred in others. You want me to cooperate with you? No, you want me to obey you, but you can't offer me anything that can convince me. At this point, Doflamingo arrogantly exhaled a puff of smoke. My demands aren't many. Even if you dare to kill a celestial dragon, not one like me who has been stripped of their rights, but a true celestial dragon. He sneered with absolute confidence. I'll acknowledge your abilities, and I might even acknowledge you as my godfather in the way you people from Beihai do. Oh, Darren raised an eyebrow, his expression turning strange. Are you sure you want to take this bet? Seeing the amused smile in Darren's eyes, Doflamingo suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, but he gritted his teeth and said resolutely, That's right. He certainly wouldn't dare to attack a celestial dragon. Doflamingo wasn't stupid. He had collected information about this North Sea admiral. Greedy, lustful, deceitful, obsequious, and power-hungry. Such an individual simply wouldn't have the courage to attack the celestial dragons, the world's nobles. Thinking this, Doflamingo puffed out his chest with confidence and revealed a cunning smile. Most importantly, even if he dared to attack the celestial dragons, he would face a fierce retaliation from the world government, and the so-called agreement would naturally no longer be valid. You said it yourself. Darren shook his head helplessly. To be honest, being a father is an extremely dangerous job. However, coincidentally, he changed the subject and laughed with amusement. I really like danger. As he spoke, he pulled out an object the size of a fingernail from his pocket and casually tossed it in front of Doflamingo. The moment Doflamingo saw the object, his pupils contracted to pinpoints, and every pore on his body stood on end. A chilling sensation surged from the soles of his feet, running up his spine to his head, making his scalp tingle. That thing. That's a chip. The proof chip of the celestial dragons, the world's noble race. Doflamingo swore he would never admit his mistake. Each celestial dragon family possesses a celestial dragon proof chip. When a celestial dragon decides to relinquish their power, they must return the proof chip. However, returning the proof chip will result in the loss of the right to receive protection from the world government and the Navy. When his father decided to lead his family to give up their celestial dragon rights and leave the Holy Land Mary Geos, the Holy Land demanded that they return their celestial dragon-proof chips. He returned to the Holy Land carrying his father's head in order to reclaim his own chip. Chips cannot be counterfeited or copied. Only the existence of chips can prove the noble status of celestial dragons. They are the most important items that every celestial dragon keeps close to their body. But now Darren actually possesses a celestial dragon's identity verification chip? How could this be? Could it be? Just as Doflamingo's heart was in turmoil, the deep voice of a naval captain slowly drifted through the dark hall. A few days ago, celestial dragon Hilda's Saint was unfortunately killed in the North Blue. According to the investigation team, Hilda's Saint's official ship was destroyed in an instant, leaving no useful clues. Even the surveillance Din Mushi on the ship did not capture any trace of it. Based on this, the investigation team concluded that celestial dragon Lord Hilda's died from an attack by a sea king creature. It was an unfortunate accident. Darren blinked and smiled. Yes, at least that's what the investigation report submitted to the government said. This identification chip, of course, was taken from the body of Sild's Saint. Doflamingo was stunned upon hearing this, as a flood of information rushed into his brain. A chill ran down his spine, and fear gradually filled his eyes. This madman actually dared to attack a celestial dragon. Moreover, they escaped unscathed. So he really did dare to kill me. Doflamingo's mind went blank, buzzing. Darren sat up with a smile, his upper body leaning forward slightly in an aggressive manner. As that arrogantly smiling face drew ever closer, Doflamingo involuntarily took a step back, his throat bobbing involuntarily. Do you understand now, Doflamingo? I can give you everything you want. Power, status, territory, military protection, industry, influence. But you need to understand one fact. Beihai is my territory, and the rules here are the rules I set. No one can run wild in this place unless I allow it, not even the celestial dragons. Darren recklessly blew a cloud of smoke, like a dragon, right into Doflamingo's face. Then, in the astonished gaze of the celestial dragon boy, the black-haired Navy officer reached out and ruffled the latter's short, golden hair. The flickering flame of the wall lamp cast dynamic, eerie light and shadow on his face. Darren smiled and said, "Welcome to the North Sea, my godson." Note, the celestial dragons proved that the chip existed in the original storyline, but it was not mentioned much. Chapter 61 The Beihai Underworld is ours. Stepping out of the dimly lit hall, Darren lit another cigar and stretched lazily. In the dilapidated courtyard, withered ivy covered the area around the collapsed fountain. The night was desolate, and the moonlight shone coldly. The flying squirrel stood motionless and silent in the shadows of the wall, seemingly blending into the surrounding architecture. For a full hour, he didn't move an inch, nor did he shift his center of gravity. His face was cold and resolute, and Darren felt that he wasn't even breathing, standing there like a statue. "Thanks for your hard work." A unique warmth flowed through Darren's heart, and he smiled as he spoke. Beihai is a very dangerous sea area. He still clearly remembered how chaotic this sea area was when he first arrived. The mafia wreaked havoc in towns and streets with impunity, while weeping civilians trembled in fear on street corners, and the kingdom's nobles mingled and feasted at elegant banquets. There is no basic trust between people. There is only scheming, deception, and betrayal. On the surface, they may call you brother and flatter you with gifts, but behind your back they will stab you in the back. Darren, who struggled to climb the ladder of power, had lost count of how much blood his hands had stained. He always had far more enemies than friends. Even now, despite wielding considerable influence in the Beihai region, he still lives a life of extreme caution. In this environment, having a trustworthy and reliable deputy is indeed a very fortunate thing. The flying squirrel slowly emerged from the shadows, a disgruntled smile playing on its lips. You're ruthless enough. That's just a 12-year-old kid. He naturally heard Darren's CPU to Doflamingo in the hall. Darren spread his hands and said, even the youngest wolf can easily tear open a person's throat. Don't forget that he's someone who killed his father when he was 10 years old and awakened Conqueror's Haki. The flying squirrel remained silent upon hearing this. He glanced at the chip Darren was fiddling with, then looked with some concern at the eerie hallway and asked, aren't you afraid he'll stab you in the back? He wouldn't dare. He has no evidence, and nobody would believe him. Darren chuckled. Besides, I am his godfather now. The flying squirrel rolled its eyes. The saying the son laughs when the father dies actually happened to Doflamingo. However, he also knew Darren's temperament. This ambitious North Sea commander has a mad blood running through his veins. He enjoys the thrill of being on a tightrope over a cliff, in that breathtaking danger. It was as if only in these tense, suffocating moments, when his heart was almost stopping, could he truly feel alive. By the way, has this matter been kept secret? Darren seemed to remember something and suddenly asked. The flying squirrel nodded solemnly. At that time, a cordon had been set up and civilians had been completely evacuated. Even the North Sea Navy who went out to sea with us did not know the specific details. They only knew that it was a mission to subdue pirates. Darren laughed. That's good. Let's keep it a secret for as long as we can. It's time we went back. If I remember correctly, we had a date with Vinsmoke Judge tomorrow. The flying squirrel said in a deep voice. That's right. Germa's first batch of high-tech weapon prototypes has been manufactured. You need to go there in person to see them and conduct the first test. We are awaiting a response from Vinsmoke Judge regarding the specific location of the meeting. Darren nodded and started walking. Behind him, a wide cloak of justice danced wildly in the air. Very good. In that case, our North Sea Fleet plan will officially begin. Under the night sky, his eyes shone brighter than the stars. In the dimly lit hall, the cold, piercing moonlight streamed through the dusty glass windows of the dome, falling like silver light onto Doflamingo. The wall lamp was still burning stubbornly, crackling and flickering, casting swirling light and shadow. The blond boy sat on the soft sofa, a burnt-out cigar between his fingers, his head tilted back, his eyes unfocused as he stared blankly at the distant dome. Dover, young master. It is unknown how much time passed before Toripole and the other three slowly awoke from their unconsciousness. They first glanced around in alarm, and only breathed a long sigh of relief after finding no trace of the Navy. Dover, I was wondering why we're back. Toripole, supporting himself with his cane, struggled to his feet. He was breathing heavily, his face deathly pale from the heavy injuries he sustained. I don't know either. When I woke up, I was already here. If I'm not mistaken. Doflamingo, still staring intently at the moon in the dome, suddenly grinned. It must have been Rogers Darren who brought us back. Upon hearing this, Toripole and the other three gasped in unison, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. This place is located on the island of Mignon, and this long-abandoned villa is the secret stronghold of the Don Quixote family, known only to a few of them. But now, the highest-ranking officer of the North Sea Navy has brought all of them back, even though they were unconscious. What does that mean? All their previous actions in the North Sea had already been spotted by that powerful, monstrous navy. In a daze, they sensed that even this secret outpost had become unsafe. It seemed as if some invisible, terrifying monster was lurking in the dark corridors and gloomy rooms, secretly observing them. Then, young master, what should we do next? Diamante asked anxiously. Since they set sail, their journey had been smooth sailing, and they had never encountered such a heavy setback and blow. They were already used to others kneeling and begging before them, and used to giving orders. But now, the Navy officer named Rogers Darren stood like an insurmountable wall, blocking their path to conquering the North Sea. They easily wiped out their more than 1,000 men with just their own strength. And none of them could stand against Darren when they were together. That man was as powerful as a demon. It is terrifying and despairing. What to do? Doflamingo muttered something to himself, and his eyes finally focused again. He turned his head and met the worried and fearful gazes of Toripole and the others, remaining silent for a long while. I have lost all my family members, and you are all I have left. This thought flashed through Doflamingo's mind. The moment the thought arose, an indescribable bitterness welled up in my heart. He suddenly understood why Darren had spared the lives of Toripole and the others. I see. You're really ruthless. So Darren, in your eyes, everything I did was childish, like kids playing house, right? Don't worry. Doflamingo sighed inwardly, but smiled outwardly. The Beihai underworld is now ours. Under the increasingly surprised gazes of Toripole and his companions, the blond boy stood up from the sofa and burst into laughter. Fu. From this day forward, Rogers Darren is my godfather, Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Fu. Diane's increasingly ferocious and maniacal laughter echoed continuously in the gloomy courtyard. Please give me a 5-star review. I've been suffering from bronchitis and have a persistent cough lately, so everyone should take care of their health. I also wish all students taking the college entrance examination the best of luck. Best wishes. Chapter 62 Meeting. The next day, Beihai, waters near a certain independent island. The sky was clear and the sea was azure. White seagulls soar freely in the cloudless sky, skimming towards the distant horizon. A warship was sailing slowly, leaving a long white trail on the sea. How much longer until we arrive? Darren stood at the bow of the warship, arms crossed, a lit cigar between his teeth, his pristine white cloak billowing in the wind behind him. We are estimated to be a few minutes away from the agreed location. The flying squirrel standing beside him held a permanent pointer to determine the course. Germa 66 has always been elusive, and as a mobile war-torn nation, the evil army has no fixed territory. Darren nodded, glanced at the far end of the deck, saw the 2 young figures sweating profusely, and suddenly smiled. Noticing his gaze, the flying squirrel smiled wryly and said, Major Guion and Major Cake must have been stimulated. They seem to have gone crazy lately, throwing themselves into training day and night. This is a good thing, at least it's much quieter now. Darren said calmly. The Celestial Dragon's incident greatly stimulated these 2 chosen ones from headquarters. The Navy's own powerlessness, its despair in the face of power, and its self-blame and guilt for aiding and abetting evil are all enough to easily shatter the beliefs in a Navy officer's heart. In the original storyline's O'Hara incident, Kazan is the best example. From burning justice to lazy justice, hasn't Kazan personally experienced the paleness and powerlessness of the Navy's justice? Perhaps you could go and talk to them? The flying squirrel's expression suggested it wanted to say something, but hesitated, and finally it couldn't help but tentatively speak. He had personally witnessed Darren's persuasive and brainwashing abilities. With his keen insight and understanding of human nature, he is always able to pinpoint the truth of things. Leave the lecturing to the old men of the warring states period. I have no interest in raising children. Darren withdrew his gaze from the 2 in Guion and said casually, If they can't even get past this hurdle, then maybe they're not suited to be in the Navy at all. The flying squirrel remained silent for a moment after hearing this, and finally sighed helplessly. This guy really sees things very clearly. But because they see things so clearly, they can sometimes appear cold and ruthless. Arrive. Just as the flying squirrel's thoughts were wandering, Darren's deep and powerful voice suddenly rang out. The flying squirrel immediately snapped out of its daze and looked up. On the distant sea, huge shadows gradually emerged from the sea fog. Each warship, towed by a giant snail, plowed long white tracks across the sea, exuding a chilling and domineering aura. The battle flag of Germa 66 flew atop the warship, while the flagship, bearing the cross-eagle flag representing the Vinsmoke family, stood proudly at the highest point. The densely packed fleet quickly converged upon receiving the command from the main warship. The metal tracks and gears combined with each other, producing a dull rumble, and in less than 3 minutes, dozens of warships assembled into a vast nation. Germa 66. Truly worthy of being called Germa 66, a war-torn nation that strikes fear into the hearts of the world. The flying squirrel's eyes lit up, and it couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Darren nodded in deep agreement. Although Germa 66 was no match for him, it was because his devil fruit ability completely countered their technological power, not because Germa 66 was weak. In fact, the military strength of the Germa 66 ranks among the top in the world. High-tech weaponry, combat suits, fearless clones, freely combinable national territories, and the ability to fight across the Red Earth. If I could acquire all these military technologies and apply them to my North Sea fleet, I would have a powerful military force capable of operating across the Red Earth and easily entering the Grand Line or even the New World from the North Sea. Of course, what he wanted from Vinsmoke Judge was far more than just that. Let's get the strings back on. With a deep, eerie light in his eyes, Darren calmly gave the order. So the flying squirrel raised its hand and made a military gesture, and the naval forces of all ranks on the warship quickly took their positions. The rudder turned, and the warship smoothly sailed into the port of the Germa Kingdom. Gion and Kei also stopped their training, straightened their uniforms, and walked to the front of the army. They looked at Darren's broad, tall back with incredibly complex expressions. After the Sengoku general left Body Island, the two of them were filled with mixed feelings. They felt ashamed and dared not face Darren, avoiding him almost every day. At this time, bang 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 bang, a series of muffled cannon shots suddenly erupted, interrupting Kei and Gion's chaotic thoughts. Artillery fire. Kaji, looking wary, assumed a defensive stance, took a step forward, and shielded Gion behind him. Gion, don't worry, I will protect you. He spoke with an air of righteous indignation, and was about to stylishly toss his hair when he noticed that the surrounding navy were all looking at him, as if he were an idiot. Jiaji was stunned for a moment. Rows of vibrant, colorful streaks of light shot into the sky, scattering countless silver blossoms across the clear expanse. The dazzling light cast mottled colors on his face, making him look exactly like a clown. This is a salute? Jiaji stared dumbfounded at the dazzling fireworks filling the sky. His lips parted, but he couldn't utter a single word. Don't be nervous, Major Jiaji. Darren smiled and patted Kaji on the shoulder before stepping off the warship first. On the land of the Germa kingdom, rows of cannons continuously rose into the sky, painting the world with a vibrant and peaceful atmosphere. Ha 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 ha. Welcome Admiral Darren to the kingdom of Germa. It is truly an honor for Germa 66. From within a massive, imposing military formation, Vinsmoke Judge, dressed in a magnificent robe and sporting long blonde hair, strode out, extending his hand with a broad smile to the naval captain. I apologize for bothering you, but Germa 66's brilliance always excites me no matter how many times I watch it. Darren walked over with a smile. Their hands clasped together in midair. Gion and Cake watched this scene with trembling eyes. Seeing Darren and Vinsmoke Judge's enthusiastic smiles, they couldn't help but curse inwardly. Two cunning bastards. If they hadn't personally experienced the war that nearly destroyed Germa, they would have thought these two guys were long-lost brothers. Thank you. Chapter 63. You won't get the power by testing it like this. Germa Kingdom. Training ground. Unrelated personnel have been completely cleared out, and Germa 66's clone soldiers form a human wall, like cold sculptures, guarding the area around the training ground. Darren and other high-ranking North Sea naval officers stood in the center of the training ground, watching Germa soldiers carry heavy, sealed crates into the training area. According to our cooperation plan, this is the first batch of military technology weapons you requested. Vinsmoke Judge said calmly, glancing at Darren as he spoke. Although it is just a sample, the overall performance is basically stable. As long as you pass the acceptance test, you can start mass production at any time. But I must remind you that high-tech weapons are not cheap to make. Darren lit a cigar, smiled, and waved his hand. Money is no problem, let's open the box. Vinsmoke Judge then beckoned to the clone soldiers, who strode forward, tore open the seal, and opened the box. Darren and the others immediately began to look at them. Various kinds of technological weapons were laid horizontally in the wooden crate, padded with dry straw. Vinsmoke Judge casually picked up a sleek, cannon-shaped weapon. Unlike ordinary heavy cannons, this weapon had a thin, long barrel with a metal cylinder attached to the end. This is a flamethrower, capable of spewing flames of about 300 degrees Celsius, with an attack range of 30 meters and a continuous spray time of 15 minutes. It needs to be reloaded after the fuel is depleted. He glanced at Darren and asked, "Want to demonstrate its power?" Darren made a pleased gesture. Vinsmoke Judge then coldly shouted, "Step forward." Soon, a clone soldier wearing sunglasses strode out from the crowd, stood with his hands behind his back, and stood like a rock in the center of the training field. Upon seeing this, Gion and Cake's pupils contracted slightly. Is this guy planning to use his own men to test the power of his weapon? As if to confirm their idea, Vinsmoke Judge raised the muzzle of his flamethrower and aimed it at the clone soldier from a distance of 15 meters. Next second, he pulled the trigger without batting an eye or showing any expression. Roar! A blazing fire tornado erupted, instantly engulfing the clone soldier. Under the chilling gazes of Kei and Gion, the clone soldier was reduced to a human torch by the scorching flames. There were no cries of pain, no struggles, and his body didn't even tremble in the slightest. In less than 5 seconds, the fireman slowly collapsed. Flames raged on, smoke billowed from the rotting corpses, and the embers gradually died out. The training ground was filled with the smell of burnt feathers. Jiaji's face turned slightly pale. Gion felt waves of nausea. They are not immune to war. But the cruelty of Vinsmoke Judge's use of his subordinates as weapons test subjects was something they had never seen before. Smoke swirled around. Vinsmoke Judge put down the flamethrower, turned around, and looked at the naval captain with a proud expression. How? Darren frowned. 300 degrees? The temperature of the flame depends on the fuel and the density of the oxidizer, air, and ranges from several hundred to several thousand degrees. But that's based on real-world data. In the world of One Piece, where the technology tree is so skewed it's practically non-existent, the normal flame temperature is generally between 200 and 900 degrees Celsius due to the lack of high-concentration fuel. Limited by the world's setting, this is also the extreme temperature limit of the flame fruit. The temperature of magma is between 900 and 1,400 degrees Celsius, so magma fruit is superior to flaming fruit. The attack frequency is average, the attack range is average, and it needs to be refueled. As for its power, Darren shook his head and looked at Vinsmoke Judge. You can't test the power of this thing like that. Researching and manufacturing weapons is your forte, but killing people is another matter entirely. For a normal human body, to kill someone, a bullet, a dagger, or a blow to the head don't make much difference. Darren smiled at this point. Unfortunately, I have quite a bit of knowledge about murder. Vinsmoke Gagano then immediately said with dissatisfaction. So what you mean is? Darren stepped forward, raised his hand to remove the black tie from the collar of his military uniform, took off the pristine white cloak of justice, and removed the upper half of his uniform, revealing his scarred body. Upon seeing his actions, both Gion and Keikiai showed expressions of astonishment and shock. This guy wouldn't be trying to. The flying squirrel covered its face in pain. Vinsmoke Judge stared blankly at the naval captain who exuded a wild and violent aura, momentarily unable to process what was happening. Darren twisted his neck, making a crackling sound like popping beans, then grinned maliciously. Come, use me as an example. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind swept across the training ground, making the Navy's black hair fly wildly, and his eyes look even more crazed. Are you serious? Vinsmoke Judge asked, his eye twitching. Jiaji suddenly realized what was happening and jumped out anxiously, saying, Hey, Darren, this is no joke. It's a 300-degree flame that will burn you alive. Then I'll take the position of North Sea Admiral. Oh no, I let it slip. He quickly covered his mouth. Darren suddenly realized and said, Yes, Major Keikiai is right. In that case, I'd better not take the risk. Let's entrust this glorious task to the genius Major Cake from headquarters. As he spoke, he reached out his large hand and grabbed at the back of Jiaji's neck. No. You do it. Jiaji retreated with unprecedented speed, sweating profusely. Having finished his jokes, Darren looked at Vinsmoke Judge again and said seriously, I'm serious. He was indeed serious. Darren has trained his physique to the point where he can withstand bullets and small to medium-sized artillery shells. He can even withstand the shock and heat generated by the explosion of artillery shells, so this 300-degree flamethrower should not be too dangerous for him. Most importantly, possessing the talent of perception, he is indeed able to clearly judge the destructive power of a weapon by directly facing the attack. After all, the fleet he wanted to build was not meant to be a small-scale operation in the North Sea. In his vision, the military force under his command must at least possess the combat power level of a New World pirate crew. Therefore, naturally, the weapons equipped by this fleet must also reach a certain level of power. Seeing that Darren persisted, Vinsmoke Judge no longer hesitated and pulled the trigger directly at him. Roar! In the tightly constricted pupils of Keikiai and Gion, a long tongue of fire shot out from the jet, directly engulfing Darren's upper body. A wave of heat swept over us, and a scorching wind suddenly swept across the training ground. Everyone present stared in disbelief at the man who stood unyielding, bathed in crimson flames. Chapter 64 My child, please forgive me. Crackling. Flames roared up, and from a distance, Darren's upper body looked like a fireball. The swirling flames distorted the surrounding air, making Gion and the others' hearts pound with fear. It took Vinsmoke Judge a full minute to slowly lower the flamethrower. Unbeknownst to him, a fine layer of cold sweat had already seeped onto his forehead. Smoke billowed, obscuring visibility. Glug! Jiaji unconsciously swallowed, then lowered his voice and said to the flying squirrel beside him, Hey, did that guy get burned to death? The flying squirrel rolled its eyes in annoyance. Just then, a faint voice came from the center of the thick smoke. The power is not bad. A gust of wind dispersed the black smoke, and everyone stared wide-eyed as they saw Darren standing on the ground amidst the swirling embers, looking down at his own condition. His body was covered with a layer of black ash, and faint traces of charred burns were visible. But judging from his expression, the injury was not serious. Well, at least it's not serious for him. The flamethrower has passed the test. Darren brushed the ash off his skin and grinned at Vinsmoke Judge. Next one. He then turned his gaze to Jiaji and the others. Don't just stand around. Get up and start experimenting. Don't waste time. Thus began the most thrilling and horrifying test in the history of weapons manufacturing. Flamethrower. A high-voltage electric gun with thousands of volts. Portable rocket launcher. High-speed cutting wheel. Rapid-fire heavy machine gun. The various technological weapons manufactured by Germa 66 were unleashed upon the naval captain's body like a barrage of bombs. The training ground was filled with a continuous stream of muffled roars, sharp cutting sounds, and huge explosions, interspersed with occasional sly laughter from Jiaji. Everyone, including Vinsmoke Judge, went from being stunned at the beginning to taking it for granted, and eventually even became numb to it. A full half-hour later, Jiaji and the others, panting heavily, put down their last weapon and sat down on the ground without any decorum. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at Darren. Monster! Vinsmoke Judge raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and muttered to himself, his face pale. Darren sat on the weapons crate with a satisfied expression, a lit cigar dangling from his lips. A military doctor accompanying him was bandaging and treating his wounds. Very good. Let us produce the weapons we just decided on. 50% deposit, and the balance will be paid upon receipt of the goods. Darren smiled at Vinsmoke Judge. Vinsmoke Judge said in a hoarse voice. No problem. At this moment, he had clearly realized just how terrifying a beast this highest-ranking officer of the North Sea Navy was. After the accompanying medic finished bandaging him, Darren slowly stood up, put back on the uniform that Flying Squirrel had handed him, donned the snow-white justice cloak, and walked slowly to Vinsmoke Judge's side, lowering his voice to say. Furthermore, regarding the issue of warship modification, Vinsmoke Judge looked troubled. Your demands are too high. If the keel of the warship is replaced with metal, the weight of the warship will increase by at least 2 times. In that case, the draft of the warship will probably be. Darren waved his hand dismissively. No, you don't need to worry about the draft. His deep, dark eyes gleamed with a strange and fierce fire of ambition. What I need is that the main structure of the warship must be made of lightweight metal. Vinsmoke Judge frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, if that's the case, there shouldn't be any problem adding a small amount of alloy used to manufacture combat suits to the steel. But financially, he glanced at Darren, it's an astronomical figure. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Darren laughed. Money is just a pile of waste paper if you keep it in your hands. The key is to spend money effectively to improve one's own capabilities. The warships set sail and slowly sailed out of the port of the Germa Kingdom. Vinsmoke Judge stood on land, waving with a broad smile at the departing warship. As the warship disappeared into the distance, the smile on his face gradually turned cold and sinister. Sir, the deposit from the North Sea Navy has been deposited into the vault. A middle-aged man dressed as a butler approached respectfully and said in a low voice. Vinsmoke Judge nodded with a grim expression. He didn't speak, but simply waved for the butler to leave, and walked alone towards the main castle of the Germa Kingdom. Vinsmoke Judge passed through the heavily guarded main gate of the castle and entered a passage heavily guarded by soldiers. At the end of the passage was a large metal door. He stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the electronic panel on the metal door, and reached out to press the door handle. Iris verification successful, bloodline verification successful, welcome back, sir. A cold, emotionless electronic voice rang out. The door opened, and Vinsmoke Judge strode inside. Behind the metal door was a laboratory that was several footballs in size, with rows of huge test tubes displayed in front of you, slowly rotating as the machines ran. A giant test tube, 3 meters tall, was filled with green liquid, in which human figures floated. They were none other than Germa's clone soldiers. Vinsmoke Judge stood in front of a silver control panel, staring blankly at the constantly spinning green test tubes. Suddenly, he slammed his fist heavily on the control panel. Bang! Damn it! He roared through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, his expression ferocious and twisted. Disgrace. Utter disgrace. He was breathing heavily, his chest heaving, and his eyes were practically spitting fire. To think that my great Germa Kingdom king, the supreme commander of the evil army, has now been reduced to a lowly and despicable arms dealer. Does Rogers Darren really think the kingdom of Germa is his arms supplier? They even had their eyes on combat suits. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Vinsmoke Judge roared and punched repeatedly, leaving clear fist marks on the metal control panel. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the rows of clone soldiers that were being conceived, his face full of resentment. He was filled with extreme resentment. What just happened was ostensibly a weapons test, but Vinsmoke Judge knew perfectly well that it was a warning from that bastard Darren. He's using an overwhelming and domineering stance to demonstrate his power. Vinsmoke Judge was panting heavily, his vicious gaze sweeping across the experiment. The number of clone soldiers was utterly meaningless to that guy. Germa's prized combat suits. Various high-tech weapons. It was perfectly countered by that guy's devil fruit ability. Rogers Darren's ferocious demeanor while experimenting with weapons made him look like a complete monster. What methods are available to fight monsters? A sense of despair welled up in Vinsmoke Judge's eyes. Is there really no way to fight that guy? At that moment, a shout suddenly came from the microphone. Sir, Lady Sora's water has broken and she is about to give birth. Please come over. Vinsmoke Gazelle. Sora is his wife. His wife is pregnant and about to give birth. And he, the king of Germa, will welcome his first bloodline. A rare hint of tenderness appeared on Vinsmoke Judge's cruel face. My bloodline. He murmured softly. My bloodline. He was suddenly struck as if by lightning. Next second. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. I found a way to deal with you. Darren. Vinsmoke Judge suddenly threw his head back and burst into manic laughter. I should have thought of bloodline factor modification a long time ago. Only monsters can fight monsters. As if grasping at a last straw, he stumbled and staggered to the other side of the laboratory, grabbing a pink test tube. His increasingly crazed face was reflected in the transparent test tube filled with pink liquid. My child, please forgive me. This is for the glory of Germa. He hissed. Extra chapter. Chapter 65, Vinsmoke Reiju. Vinsmoke Judge's near-mad ramblings echoed slowly in the cold laboratory. Only monsters can fight monsters. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the test tube filled with pink liquid in his hand, while his mind kept recalling the scene of the Navy man who had defended himself with his own body and remained unharmed under a hail of bullets. Skin enhancement? No, skin and flesh alone cannot achieve that level of enhancement. Immense defense, remarkable physical regeneration, and beast-like strength. Yes, only exoskeletons can do this. He muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with a strange and crazed light, as he dialed the den mushy signal. Sir, have you arrived? Lady Sora is calling your name. The delivery is about to begin. The butler's extremely anxious voice came through the den mushy. Vinsmoke Judge gritted his teeth, his expression shifting uncertainly, but finally steeled himself and roared. Please ask the doctor to wait a little longer. I need some time. After saying that, he immediately hung up the den mushy communication. Carefully placing the pink liquid test tube on the lab bench, Vinsmoke Judge roughly swept all the instruments and other clutter off the bench to the floor. With a series of clattering sounds, he took out a pen and paper and began to calculate rapidly. The proportion of bloodline factors. Well, the exoskeleton alone isn't enough. We also need to add toxicity. Beads of cold sweat dripped down his cheeks and chin, but he paid no heed. Within minutes, the white paper was filled with densely packed calculation formulas and drug mixing ratios. Let's begin. With a hoarse murmur, he pressed a button on the control panel. The various instruments on the lab bench started operating rapidly, continuously injecting different proportions of reagents and substances into the pink test tubes. Soon the liquid in the test tube began to boil continuously, producing a large number of bubbles. It's a success. Seeing the indicator light on the control panel turn green, Vinsmoke Judge clenched his fist, took the test tube off the lab table, and strode out of the laboratory toward the palace. As Vinsmoke Judge passed through the long corridors and palace gardens, he heard painful wails the moment he stepped into the palace. That was his wife's voice. Sola. He muttered anxiously and quickened his pace into a lavishly decorated bedroom adorned with colorful murals. Large swaths of white sheets were now stained crimson with blood, and doctors and nurses in white coats were busy running around. A beautiful and gentle woman was lying on a soft bed, trembling and sweating profusely from the intense pain of childbirth. Master, you've finally arrived. The doctor, wearing frameless glasses, paused what he was doing and bowed to Vinsmoke Judge. Vinsmoke Judge waved his hand, walked quickly to the bedside, and held his wife's hand tightly. Sora, I'm here. Queen Sora of the Germa kingdom struggled to open her eyes, a gentle smile appearing on her face as she softly murmured, Gazajayaji. Vinsmoke Judge felt a pang in his heart when he saw the pain on his wife's face. He took a deep breath. Sora, I found a way to make Germa rise again and dominate the North Blue. He held up the test tube in his hand, from which pink liquid was flowing. Bloodline factor. With this technology, our children will be born with monstrous physical talents. Our children will become the most powerful warriors in the history of Germa 66. The name of the Vinsmoke family will surely resound throughout this sea as they grow up. He spoke with great excitement, anticipating his wife's joy. But what I got in return was a pair of bewildered and terrified eyes. You want to train our children to be weapons? Queen Sora said in disbelief, her face turning deathly pale. As the Queen of Germa, she was well aware of the drawbacks of the technology that Vinsmoke Judge possessed. Just like the clone army of Germa 66, those who use this bloodline factor technology will lose all human emotions and will be unable to disobey the orders of the patriarch Vinsmoke Judge. Vinsmoke Judge was stunned by what he heard. No, Sora. The fearful look in his wife's eyes made him feel an unprecedented sense of estrangement, and he finally softened and said, I will preserve our children's feelings. But our children will still become weapons in your hands, won't they? Vinsmoke Judge opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. He fell silent. The arrogant face of the North Sea Admiral still keeps replaying in my mind. This is for the glory of Germa. His voice suddenly turned cold, becoming utterly unfamiliar. The patriarch of the Vinsmoke family slowly stood up, his back to his beloved wife lying on the hospital bed, tears streaming down her face. He clenched his fists and hissed. Only in this way can Germa once again dominate the North Sea. I'm sorry, Sora. He murmured something in a very soft voice. Then, amid his wife's sobs, Vinsmoke Judge handed the pink test tube to the doctor, his bloodshot eyes brimming with grief, and gritted his teeth as he said, Inject the lady with this IVF preparation, and then begin the delivery. After saying that, he strode out of the bedroom without looking back. Half an hour later, Vinsmoke Judge, who was pacing restlessly and waiting silently outside the royal palace, finally heard the beautiful cry of a baby. Congratulations, sir. Your wife has successfully given birth to a girl. A doctor, covered in blood and wearing a white coat and mask, came out carrying a baby girl and respectfully greeted Vinsmoke Judge. Vinsmoke Gag was stunned. He stared blankly at the baby girl in the doctor's arms, then instinctively took her and held her in his own arms. Her right eye was covered by long pink hair, her left eyebrow was a counterclockwise circle, and her purple pupils made her look exceptionally clever. But sir, young lady's skin is incredibly tough. The needle can't penetrate it, so I'm afraid she can't receive the vaccine. The doctor seemed somewhat embarrassed. Vinsmoke Judge was stunned at first, then an indescribable surge of joy welled up in his heart. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but burst into laughter, laughing maniacally. The experiment was a success. It was a success. Born with a superhuman physique. No, you don't need to get vaccinated. My daughter is a born monster. Ha ha ha. That day, in the kingdom of Germa in the North Sea, the Vinsmoke family gave birth to their royal descendant. King of Germa, Vinsmoke Judge, commander of the evil army, named her Vinsmoke Reiju. Chapter 66 Special Training. North Sea, Branch 321. The sun blazed down on the drill ground, and yellow sand swirled in the air. Three imposing figures launched a fierce attack on the black-haired Navy man standing in the center of the training ground. Their speed and strength had reached their limits, and their coordination was almost perfect. The three snow-white cloaks, each representing the rank of major in the headquarters, fluttered wildly as the three men attacked. The man they were attacking was wild and arrogant, his upper body bare, revealing his chiseled muscles. He had a smile on his lips and easily dealt with the three men's storm of attacks. It's clearly Gion, Cake, and Mamanga who are besieging Darren. Despite having a numerical advantage, the three Gion members had beads of cold sweat on their foreheads, clearly under immense pressure. Even though they were the ones who launched the attack, it felt like Darren was ganging up on the three of them. Too weak, Jiaji. Didn't you eat? Your feeble punches are like a tickle. Darren let out a mocking laugh, which enraged the panting Gaggy. Darren, you bastard. What are you saying? A sharp whistling sound rang out from behind, and an oppressive sense of threat drew ever closer. Darren sidestepped the blades that Mamanga and Gion were about to slash down from behind, and chuckled mockingly. Isn't that right? So soft and weak. Are you even capable, Greyhound? As he spoke, the naval colonel deliberately glanced at Kaji's crotch, the deep meaning in his eyes enough to enrage any hot-blooded man. Darren, you're asking for it. I'll fight you to the death. Sure enough, the next second, Jiaji's furious roar echoed across the training ground. His skin emitted billowing heat. White smoke billowed from his nostrils, and his figure charged fiercely towards Darren like a raging bull. The explosive force of his foot stomping on the ground even blasted a huge crater with a diameter of more than 5 meters. The acceleration suddenly reached its maximum speed, and it flew out like a cannonball. Bang! A muffled thud. Jiaji stared in astonishment at Darren, whose face had been punched and whose head was thrown back, and at the splattered blood. He was momentarily speechless. It actually hit? But the next second, his pupils contracted instantly. Darren, his head held high, suddenly grinned with a gleeful smirk from the corner of his mouth, which was stained with blood. Instead of the anger and pain of being hit and injured, they smiled when they encountered interesting toys. Very good strength. A paranoid, excited voice slowly rose, but in Kaji's mind it sounded like the whisper of a devil. His eye twitched, and a bad feeling welled up inside him. Could it be? Darren grinned. Bang! He slammed his head directly and roughly into Jiaji's forehead. Blood splattered, and Jiaji immediately felt the world spinning before his eyes. Before he could recover, a large hand wearing only a black leather glove was already growing larger and larger in his blurry vision. Don't hit my face. The sound of wailing was added. Darren ignored him, grabbed his face, lifted him up, and slammed him heavily into the ground. Boom. The ground within a radius of 30 meters instantly cracked open with countless fissures, and the earth groaned in agony as it could no longer bear the weight. Smoke and dust billowed as Jiaji's upper body was completely submerged in the ground, while his 2 hairy legs, clad in wooden clogs, twitched in midair. Clang! At that very moment, the clanging sound of a military knife being drawn from its sheath suddenly rang out. The gleaming military knife pierced through the billowing smoke and dust, revealing the flying squirrel's resolute and composed face, adorned with a military cap. With his wide cloak billowing behind him, the flying squirrel's eyes flashed with fierce light as he gripped his military knife tightly and slashed down at Darren. A perfect opportunity. Laugh. The military knife, gleaming with a sharp edge, slashed down fiercely, drawing a large amount of blood from Darren's chest. Yes, you've made a lot of progress. Darren had a shocking bloodstain on his chest, but he seemed unaffected, looking at the flying squirrel with admiration. With a wry smile, the flying squirrel calmly accepted Darren's powerful knee strike. Bang! His figure flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into 3 human-shaped stone targets before landing in a disheveled state, spitting out blood. As soon as he landed the blow, Darren felt a chilling coldness approaching from above. That sharp aura even made him feel a slight tingling sensation on his skin. He truly deserves to be called a future general candidate. His swordsmanship talent is indeed astonishing. Darren murmured to himself, smiling as he reached out his hand. Clang! The golden sword slashed into Darren's palm, cutting through the black glove, but remained stuck there, tightly restrained by the latter. The fierce wind blew the smoke and dust into a chaotic spread. Gion's figure leaped high into the air, gripping her sword with both hands, assuming a fighting stance. The cloak behind her billowed wildly from the constantly erupting air currents, almost perpendicular to the ground. She looked at the naval captain who was giving her a cynical smile, and suddenly let out a low growl. The legendary sword, Kenpyra, instantly unleashed an unprecedented brilliance, desperately resisting Darren's inhuman power, and using the explosive force of the downward pressure to continuously slash down. That knife. It was just a hair's breadth away from striking the naval captain in the chest. However, even with all her might, Gion was unable to deliver that final blow. In the end, even pressing down by a centimeter became so difficult, like a pipe dream. Darren no longer held back. The hand, like an iron clamp, suddenly exerted force, and the collision between the fingers and the blade even produced a crisp sound of metal clashing. He pulled it away fiercely. In the moment when Gion suddenly lost her balance and was stunned, a fist slammed heavily into her abdomen. Bang! White ripples of air exploded on her back. Gion's face suddenly turned deathly pale, and she collapsed, her body going limp. She knelt on the ground, clutching her abdomen with both hands, blood seeping from her mouth. Drip, drip, drip. The glaring blood dripped continuously from Darren's wounds to the ground, where it was quickly absorbed by the dust of the training ground, leaving dark brown stains. Darren smiled as he looked at Gion, Cake, and Mamanga, who were lying on the ground panting heavily. Well, let's call it a day for today's training. He blinked beneath the three men's painful masks. To be continued tomorrow. After saying that, he turned around and strode towards the base commander's office. The flying squirrel rubbed its temples in distress. Gion lay flat on the ground, panting heavily, still tightly gripping her long sword. Unable to contain his groans, Jiaji angrily cursed. Hateful. Today marks half a month since the day we went to the Germa kingdom to test the weapons. Since that day, Darren, that bastard, dragged them into daily special training, ostensibly to help them improve their skills. But Jiaji always felt that that bastard was just finding new ways to bully noobs. Chapter 67 Life is simple. Evening, in the base commander's office. Darren, still shirtless with a lit cigar in his mouth, stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the entire 321st branch. Warships are conducting routine patrols around the island along fixed routes, and the figures of naval formations are faintly visible on the training ground, with shouts and striking sounds occasionally heard. Navy soldiers in uniform carry out routine maintenance and upkeep on gun emplacements and docked warships. The setting sun streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a long shadow on the naval captain's tall figure. The smoke swirled around his face, making his eyes appear even more profound. The progress in our strength is indeed slowing down more and more. At one point, Darren exhaled a puff of smoke and sighed with a hint of helplessness. He looked down at the wounds on his palms and chest. The wound has completely scabbed over, and I estimate that after a good night's sleep, it will be mostly healed by tomorrow. His superhuman physique gave him formidable defense and also greatly enhanced his regenerative abilities. His previous, conventional training methods could no longer improve his various statistics. Simply put, it means that the body has fully adapted to this intensity of external pressure and stimulation. So after returning from Germa Kingdom, he decided to train Mamanga, Gion, and Keikiai in special training. This will help them realize their talents and improve their abilities more quickly. On the other hand, it also puts new pressure and stimulation on oneself. Although the combined efforts of the three of them were far from enough to put enough pressure on Darren, his physical condition improved and even increased when he fought and sparred with them. Regardless, the three flying squirrels' talents are among the best, even on the entire ocean. With this in mind, Darren gradually calmed down and, through his talent of perception, clearly understood his physical condition, thus obtaining his own data panel. Physical strength, 61.753. Strength, 57.192. Speed, 59.241. Fruit, 72.111. Aside from his devil fruit powers, his physique, strength, and speed have increased by 0.5 to 0.8 over the past month, but have now stagnated. Most of this was thanks to this special training he received from Jiaji and the other two over the past 10 days. As for the development of devil fruits, progress has been even slower. Knock knock knock. Just then, a soft knock on the door broke Darren's thoughts. Come in, he replied softly. The office door was pushed open, and the flying squirrel, dressed in a crisp military uniform and wearing a military cap, strode in. Darren poured a glass of chilled whiskey and handed it to the flying squirrel, smiling. How are you feeling? The flying squirrel took the wine glass, grinning bitterly. Not so great. Not everyone is like you, a madman, who enjoys the thrill of fighting and pain. During the past 10 days of special training, he hadn't had a good night's sleep at all. Every day after the training ended, his bones felt like they were falling apart. Even when I'm lying in bed, my muscles are incredibly sore. Darren shrugged and laughed. Pain is a good thing. It reminds you that you are alive. In battle, using my own body to feel the opponent's attacks allows me to perceive the opponent's strength, speed, physique, and even more clearly, thus finding weaknesses. The flying squirrel rolled its eyes in annoyance. He picked up his glass, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. That's just how Darren is. Many times he can use his speed and burst of speed to evade his opponent's attacks. But he is often unwilling to do so. His brutal and savage fighting style contrasted sharply with his flexible, cunning, and shrewd political maneuvering. Between dodging and head-on confrontation, he always chooses the latter. This is his fighting style, which he has developed over the years, and may also be influenced by his former superior, Sakazuki. He enjoys trading injuries for injuries, risking his life against his opponent in the most dangerous moments. This kind of person is the most troublesome opponent you would never want to encounter. Like a mad, hungry wolf. Even if the internal organs are pulverized. Even if hands and feet are broken. Before it dies, it will grin maliciously and use its remaining sharp teeth to bite off a piece of flesh from its opponent. Darren chuckled dismissively at the flying squirrel's complaints and poured him another glass of wine. It's not a good habit to dodge in battle. It will make you cowardly, timid, and indecisive. Once you develop the habit of dodging in combat, you will subconsciously rely on it, and your movements will be easily predicted by the enemy. If you're used to leaving yourself an escape route in battle, you might have a way out, but you'll also lose your chance of winning. Having a habit of dodging is not a good thing for personal growth. Willpower, spirit, determination to win, and the ability to withstand life-or-death crises are the key factors for enhancing combat effectiveness. After thinking for a moment, Darren couldn't help but add a sentence. On this vast sea, there is only Borsalino. The image of that monster's sinister face flashed through his mind, and even someone as serious and earnest as the flying squirrel couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He sighed and remarked, "But if you risk your life every time without leaving any way out, how many lives do you have left to risk?" Darren picked up his glass and took a small sip. Who knows? His deep gaze drifted towards the distant sea, the smoke from his cigar swirling around his flawless, sharply defined profile, and his steady, powerful voice echoed in the empty office. "But we only live once, and I just want to live life to the fullest. I think life is actually very simple. You either move forward or you move backward. Retreating is naturally not a problem. Even the first time it happens, you will hypocritically comfort yourself. It's okay. Just bear with it, and it will pass. Just let it go, hide for a while, and then get your revenge later. But in reality, once it happens the first time, it will happen again. With each retreat, each evasion, each compromise, can you still be the same person you were before? There are too many reasons to back down, but only one reason to move forward, and that is enough." A smile gradually crept onto Darren's lips. "I'd rather die than lose." He clenched his fist. "I'm going to win." The flying squirrel fell silent. Hearing these meaningful words, he knew very well that Darren was talking about more than just the fight. The meaning behind these words is also a reflection of the countless choices Darren has made in the past. Step by step, retreating. This applies during battle. This is true when facing the world's leading military power, the Germa 66. The same applies when facing the celestial dragons, who wield supreme power. The phrase, "swallow your pride," has never been in Rogers Darren's vocabulary. Chapter 68, A Fair Game. After a long silence, the flying squirrel exhaled a long breath of stale air. He looked again at Darren's back as he stood in front of the French windows, and for a moment he seemed to see the soul that this scumbag of the Navy, whom everyone talked about, carried in that battered body. An untamed, ever-moving soul. Yes, precisely because he is that kind of man. Only then can he be the person he is willing to follow in life. Those two guys have made great progress recently. Darren suddenly changed the subject. His gaze shifted to the distant training ground. The training ground under the setting sun was a scene of swirling yellow sand. Besides the naval soldiers from the 321st branch conducting their daily training, two figures stood out. The man stood on the left side of the training ground, holding a long sword, his cloak billowing behind him, holding his breath and concentrating as he continuously swung his sword. The golden sword moved wildly like the wind, leaving behind streaks of dazzling light and shadow. With Darren's keen eyesight, he could clearly see that, accompanied by the wild swinging of the golden sword, countless sparks were constantly colliding and generating at the edge of the blade. Those are bullets. It was Gion Masashi who, with his swordsmanship training, precisely sliced the bullets fired from dozens of meters away in half. On the other side of the training ground, Jaji, his face flushed red, was gritting his teeth as he dragged a small, abandoned warship forward with great difficulty. His muscles were taut and bulging, veins bulging as if they were about to burst, and he was muttering to himself, "I'm not a greyhound. I'm definitely not a greyhound." The flying squirrel followed Darren's gaze and chuckled as well. "They're traumatized by your torment. That's why they keep saying they want to become stronger. They have indeed become much stronger, they just haven't realized it yet." As he spoke, he glanced at Darren and added a sentence in his mind. "After all, you're the one sparring with them." Darren smiled and said, "Gion is out of the question. She's always been a model student in the eyes of that old man from the Sengoku period." What I didn't expect was that this seemingly unreliable guy, Kaji, actually has such resilience. The flying squirrel wholeheartedly agreed. Major Keiki possesses extraordinary abilities. After his daily intensive training, he would add various extra exercises on his own, resulting in a training volume that was severely excessive. Even though you punished him the most during special training, and he was carrying his injuries, he always appeared on the training field the next day, full of energy and boundless enthusiasm. Even after being humiliated by you dozens or hundreds of times, he never gets discouraged. No matter what happens, he has the courage to fight on despite repeated defeats. I have to admit, he is truly admirable. Yeah, that's his perspective. It's always so strange. Strange. Darren raised an eyebrow and turned to look at the flying squirrel with some curiosity. The flying squirrel gave a helpless, bitter smile. Recently, the branch has received a lot of complaints, saying that Major Jaji appears in the female soldiers' dormitory too often. Darren, as expected of you, Jaji. Actually, there's something the flying squirrel didn't dare say. Keiki often goes to all sorts of aristocratic parties under the guise of caring for the people, only to return looking disheveled, yet he still seems to enjoy it. Darren shook his head and then asked, "How's that Brad Dover doing lately?" The flying squirrel's expression turned solemn, and it said in a deep voice, "The progress is very fast. In just half a month, he has taken over 30% of the mafia territory and underground business in Beihai. The Don Quixote family has also grown to a size of nearly 2,000 people. Doflamingo is indeed very capable. He forcefully suppresses rebellious troublemakers, uses the bloodiest methods to intimidate them, shows mercy to those who kneel and submit, constantly gathers his subordinates while restraining them, and tries his best to avoid harming civilians. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that he was just a 12-year-old kid. And his methods always remind me of someone else." When he said the last sentence, his tone was incredibly complex. "Who? You?" Darren suddenly laughed. "So, I really didn't make a mistake in choosing him as my godson." He shook his head and said again, "But shouldn't there be a but at the end of your sentence?" The flying squirrel was taken aback by these words, then smiled wryly. "You really can hide anything from me." Darren picked up his glass and took a sip of whiskey. "Tell me about it. After all, this is the North Sea, and the underground world in this area is a tough nut to crack." The flying squirrel said slowly, "Yes, although the Don Quixote family's expansion is very rapid, it is precisely because Doflamingo's rise is too fast and too dazzling that the mafia forces entrenched in other parts of the North Blue have become wary. Under common pressure, they have broken their agreement with our navy, are constantly recruiting soldiers, and are frantically staging territorial battles and bloodshed in an attempt to expand their own power to counter the rise of the Don Quixote family." Darren squinted. "I thought they would be more competitive." Upon seeing his micro-expression, the flying squirrel's heart tightened suddenly. He knew someone was going to be in trouble. "You mean?" The naval captain sneered. "If they can put aside their prejudices and unite against the Don Quixote family, I will not interfere in this power struggle in the underworld. After all, they gave me enough respect. The rules of the game are fair. The Don Quixote family broke the rules of the North Sea, so I killed all of his thousands of men as punishment. If he wants to become the overlord of the Beihai underworld, he must start from scratch. I will not give him any help. He must prove his ability. The Don Quixote family versus the entire underground forces of the North Sea. That's my idea. If he fails and can't even take Beihai, then it proves that he's only at this level. What I didn't expect was that the underground forces in Beihai were so incompetent. They actually dared to break the agreement, violate my rules, attack civilians, and take advantage of the chaos to plunder territory." Darren narrowed his eyes even more. "I'm very unhappy." The flying squirrel took a deep breath. "When do we depart?" He didn't ask for too many details or reasons. Because it's not important. Because in the North Sea, no one can disobey Rogers Darren's rules. As for the so-called fair game, there has never been a truly fair game in the world. Even the bookmakers sometimes get involved themselves. This simply means that the game will end instantly. Ultimately, in the so-called underground world of Beihai, it's nothing more than a matter of Darren's words. Let's set off now to deliver a little gift to my lovely godson. Darren pulled his military uniform off the hanger and put it on decisively. After all, I don't have much time left in Beihai. The flying squirrel was startled. Have you hit a bottleneck? He was roughly aware of Darren's special talent and knew that the latter was trying to push his physical limits through all sorts of hellish training. Darren nodded in agreement. That's right, I need a stronger opponent. There's no point in staying in the North Sea anymore. The Grand Line is the most exciting stage for this sea. Naval Headquarters Officer Training Camp. There, he will compete against naval elites from all over the world, inherit the legacy of a naval admiral, and master the superhuman skills of the 6 powers of the Navy, as well as the most powerful abilities on this vast sea. So domineering. As he spoke, Darren had already put on his black tie. He donned a large, white navy cloak. He said coldly, "Before I leave, I will completely unify the underground world of Beihai." Chapter 69 Greetings. North Sea, Fairbairn Island. Late at night, blood and flames lit up the sky. Bang 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 bang. Rumble. Gunfire roared through the streets as hundreds of sailors launched a fierce attack on a mafia family stronghold. Thick smoke billowed as the heavy fortifications were blasted open by successive artillery barges, leaving gaping holes and flying rocks everywhere. Damn the Navy! Where did they get these weapons from? A mafia executive in a black suit crawled out from under the collapsed wall, his face covered in blood, his eyes bloodshot as he roared. As one of the top mafia forces on Fairbairn Island, the Snooker family controls more than half of the underground industry within hundreds of nautical miles of the island, with operations encompassing illegal businesses such as brewing, smuggling, gambling, and prostitution. They wield immense power and influence within their sphere of influence, amassing fortunes daily. They command hundreds of members and are armed with firearms and explosives, making them a force to be reckoned with, even for small and medium-sized pirate crews. But everything went into chaos in an instant. The glamorous, wonderful, and decadent life was utterly shattered in the roar of the explosion. The sonic boom jolted York Snooker awake from his chaotic sleep. Countless attacks whistled past his ears, and he couldn't even tell what the sounds were. The family residence, armory, courtyard, conference room, chamber of commerce, the earth, the buildings, and the air were all trembling. Under the relentless bombardment, the Snooker family executives had no time to react and were buried in the ruins by the intense firepower. York Snooker felt his ears ringing, then go numb. He stared blankly as the well-trained North Sea Navy soldiers, armed with various weapons, methodically surrounded and crushed their family's territory, his heart filled with extreme fear. High-temperature flamethrower. A stun gun that spews blue electric light. Portable machine gun. York Snooker even saw a platoon of sailors, each carrying a rocket on their shoulder. An unprecedentedly advanced weapon. Boom. A portable, small missile suddenly exploded overhead, instantly shattering the church's dome-shaped structure into a scene of utter devastation. With a deafening roar, a large number of stones shattered and collapsed. A huge shadow suddenly descended upon York Snooker from above. A sense of despair filled his eyes. Before being engulfed by the boulder flow, he saw a sleazy-looking Navy man in wooden clogs walk out of the crowd with his hands in his pockets. And then, they literally tore up a residential building. Boom. The houses were thrown high into the air and crashed to the ground, completely destroying the Snooker family's residence, leaving it in ruins. Amidst the billowing black smoke, Jiaji stared blankly at his hands. When did I become so strong? He just wanted to try it out at first, but he never expected that he could actually throw a residential building out of the air with his bare hands. Major KKI is too strong. Germany's technological weaponry is still far inferior to Major Cake's power. They're incredibly strong, truly worthy of being the elite of headquarters. The surrounding North Sea Navy personnel stared at Kaji in shock, erupting in enthusiastic cheers. Hearing the cheers of the Navy around him, Cake was immediately filled with excitement and couldn't help but burst into laughter with his hands on his hips. Of course, I'm a genius. He glanced disdainfully at the repeating machine gun carried by the Navy man and said dismissively, "Guns are a primitive and crude way of fighting." At the same time, another island in the North Sea. A similar scene is unfolding. The naval forces swiftly launched an operation against the secret hideout of a mafia family. Navy. Damn Navy. You're leaving us no way out. A mafia boss with a mustache cursed angrily. As he spoke, he wielded a massive shield made of fine steel with both hands and charged into the oncoming naval group like a bull, his powerful force causing them to fall to the ground. Ha ha ha. Have you witnessed my power? The mafia boss laughed heartily, but his laughter stopped abruptly the next second. Clang. He heard a clear, crisp sound of a sword. Following the sound, they saw a tall, black-haired figure slowly walking out from the raging sea of fire. The sound of high heels on the ground was melodious and pleasant, yet it carried an extreme chill. That was a woman. She had a beauty mark on the corner of her mouth, Her long black hair was tied up in a bun at the back of her head, and a pink short skirt hugged her curvaceous body. With each step she took, the pristine white navy cloak behind her seemed to sway and dance in the flames. She was carrying a long knife in one hand. The blade is long and slender, displaying a dazzling gold color that reflects the flickering flames. This is a very exciting woman. Under normal circumstances, a mafia boss would probably try every means to get her into bed and conquer her. But now, he had no idea what to do. A long, thin cut slowly began to spread from his massive metal shield. The shield's strongest front, down to his arm, down to his throat. The bloodline slowly emerged. What a sharp knife! He hissed. The shield and the man were separated and fell with a crash. Gion stood before him, coldly sheathing her sword. In the name of justice, execute him. As soon as she finished speaking, the Navy soldiers surged in from behind her. Shouts of battle and cries of agony came from all directions. Gion stood still, lost in deep thought. I've become much stronger, she murmured softly. She suddenly understood a lot. The intensive training over the past 10 days has improved her skills by at least 30%. It was only because her opponent was that monstrous figure, whom she was always dominated by and who was always so unreachable, that she did not realize her own strength had increased. But her contemplation lasted only a few seconds before Gion clenched her fists again and gritted her teeth. Not enough, far from enough. On the other side, a private luxury mansion with an exorbitant construction cost. The residence of the head of the Rockefeller family, a famous mafia family in the North Sea, Great Britain. In the luxurious bedroom, the Rockefeller family patriarch, Germa, was suddenly awakened from his sleep. He abruptly pulled out the pistol hidden under his pillow and fired several shots at the shadowy figure in the room without even looking. Bang, bang, bang. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of bullets colliding with swords rang out, sparks flying, illuminating a serious face wearing a military cap. Germance's pupils contracted. It's you. His mistress shrank back in fear, pulling the blanket tighter around herself. The flying squirrel emerged from the darkness. He was carrying a military knife. Blood was dripping from the saber. You broke the rules, the flying squirrel said expressionlessly. Therefore, Rogers Darren, the highest-ranking official in the North Sea, sends his greetings to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold glint flashed and disappeared in the darkness. Laugh. The splattered blood stained the magnificent tent red. Next second, yeah. The woman's terrified screams echoed throughout the entire mansion. Please cut him. Chapter 70 The Greatest Darkness in the North Sea. Beihai's largest and most prosperous commercial port. Port Tass. When Doflamingo led the Don Quixote family members into the harbor of Tasso, they saw the following scene. Various ships vied for space in the harbor, their sails billowing like waves, sailors shouting on deck, nobles and wealthy merchants directing workers from the shore while smoking pipes, their shouts drowning out the sound of the waves. In the distance from the port, the streets are lined with all kinds of shops, and people are bustling about. Goods from Beihai, and even all over the world, are on display. Looking out along the street, the city seems to expand with distance, with its dense network of inland rivers resembling white ribbons weaving through large areas of buildings and houses. The place is bustling, prosperous, crowded, and filthy, filled with the mingled smells of money and decay. I can't believe it's the largest trading port in Beihai. Tory Pole exclaimed in amazement, snot hanging from his nose. There should be plenty of lucrative deals here. Diamanti, his face covered in paint, licked his lips. Virgo didn't speak, half a piece of bread stuck to his cheek. Pika laughed in a shrill voice. Soon this place will belong to our Don Quixote family. Their faces were filled with intense ambition and arrogance. Of course, they also have the right to be arrogant. In just half a month, the Don Quixote family started from almost nothing and swallowed up more than 30% of the mafia territory and underground businesses in Beihai. With unstoppable momentum, they directly rose to become one of the top underworld forces in Beihai. Such speed, such posture, such domineering presence, no one in Beihai's history has ever been able to achieve this. But the Don Quixote family did it. And now, this bustling trading port before them is their destination. The Rodriguez family. Doflamingo stood at the bow of the ship, surveying the bustling, lively town before him, a cold smile gradually spreading across his lips. He still looked as old-fashioned as ever, wearing sunglasses, a shirt, cropped trousers, and pointed shoes. However, compared to before, he now wore a pink feather coat, which fluttered in the salty sea breeze of the harbor, making him look like a young and arrogant flamingo. Dover, I'm telling you, if we just take down the Rodriguez family and absorb all their businesses, we can have the semi-underworld of the North Sea, right? Treble, leaning on his cane, walked unsteadily to Doflamingo's side and chuckled lewdly. Doflamingo nodded and grinned maliciously. That's right. The Rodriguez family controls Tassport, and their influence is deeply entrenched on the island. Leveraging Tassport's commercial advantages, they control at least 30% of the illegal businesses in the North Sea. After dealing with them, the remaining few particularly troublesome guys, the Snooker family, Vincent, and Rockefeller, are no big problem. Hearing their young master's confident words, the four Torypole family officials smiled with admiration. Young master, we Don-T actually need to bow down to that Navy. Diamante suddenly said in a sinister tone. His face showed dissatisfaction and indignation. Once we take over the entire underground world of Beihai, with such power, the Beihai Navy will not dare to do anything to us. Besides, he makes it sound nice, saying that the North Sea underworld belongs to us, but in the end, we fought for all the territory ourselves. Has Rogers Darren ever helped us in any way? Upon hearing this, everyone else fell silent. The smile on Doflamingo's lips gradually disappeared. He turned to look at Torypole and his three companions. Is that what you all think? The four lowered their heads, not daring to meet his cold gaze. We simply believe that you are a born king. A true king must never bow down to anyone. They whispered. Doflamingo stared at them silently for several seconds, then turned away, remained silent for a moment, and finally said calmly, I pretend I've never heard these words before. I don't want to hear about this again. Do you understand? Torypole and his three companions bowed deeply and said respectfully, yes. But as they spoke, they exchanged glances. Doflamingo's tone was calm, but they knew their young master all too well. Often, the calmer the tone, the more it reveals the turbulent, deeply suppressed anger within him. Would a born king, so arrogant and unruly, really bow down to another person? The name Don Quixote wouldn't allow him to do that. Let's go. Doflamingo took a deep breath, and his usual cold, mocking grin returned to his lips. Let's go and take everything that belongs to us. He raised his hands high, and countless invisible threads shot out from his hands, quickly disappearing into the void and shooting towards the distant town. The fierce wind made the pink feather coat flutter wildly. Doflamingo's maniacal laughter. The rule of this world is essentially the survival of the fittest. Fu-fu-fu-fu. The moment the words fell. Bang. Members of the Don Quixote family pulled out pistols and fired into the sky. The Don Quixote family is conducting an operation. All unrelated parties must make way immediately. The civilians, merchants, and sailors in the vicinity were startled by the sudden gunshot. They stared pale-faced at the slowly rising skull and crossbones flag, then dropped everything in their work in terror and fled in panic. The members of the Don Quixote family also jumped off the ship with sinister smiles and rushed towards the Rodriguez family stronghold, as indicated in the intelligence. The battle has begun. At the same time, a luxurious mansion. Inside the conference room, with the doors tightly closed. The flames in the fireplace illuminated two figures gazing at each other across the conference table. The middle-aged man in a black peak lapel suit looked at the naval captain sitting opposite him, who was casually smoking a cigar, with an extremely solemn expression, and said in a hoarse voice, I know you are angry, Admiral Darren. But isn't it a bit unfair for the bookmaker to personally participate? Darren narrowed his eyes, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Yes, it is indeed unfair. But that's how things are. The middle-aged man's forehead veins bulged as he gritted his teeth and said, For so many years, I've followed your rules. Now I'm just. But you still broke the rules, Darren interrupted him without any politeness. The middle-aged man's face turned deathly pale instantly. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the navy in front of him, his fists, thick with knuckles, clenching and unclenching repeatedly. Why me? He gasped. No, it's not just you. Everyone who breaks the rules will be punished. The man was taken aback by what he heard, and then he burst out laughing. He laughed maniacally, tears streaming down his face. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. That's good. After fighting each other for so many years, neither of us willing to admit defeat, at least we've both ended up in the same place. Ha ha. Rogers Darren, many call you the scum of the Navy, but I know you're actually a viper. Extremely cunning and extremely cold-blooded. I even doubt whether you have a single thread of attachment or pity in your heart. Let's do it. From the day I embarked on this path, I knew this day would come sooner or later. People call me a bigwig in Beihai's underworld. He laughed self-deprecatingly, his whole body trembling, staring intently at Darren. How ridiculous. In Beihai, the most wicked person is you, cloaked in the banner of justice. Chapter 71. Why should I submit? In Beihai, the most wicked person is you, cloaked in the banner of justice. The man's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the domed conference hall. We, the so-called giants of the underworld, the so-called leaders of the dark forces, are all tools that you, Rogers Darren, use to control the North Sea. His facial muscles twitched violently as he shouted. You, who wave the banner of justice, are darker and more evil than all of us. Darren watched the panting man silently, his expression unmoved by his words. He exhaled a plume of smoke resembling a dragon, and said calmly, "This is just how the world is. This is the world of One Piece. Anime is always wonderful, filled with beautiful elements such as freedom, dreams, passion, friendship, youth, and kindness. The adventures of the main characters are even more enviable and sound wonderful. But what is the reality? Beneath the surface of this so-called world of passion and adventure lies immense cruelty and coldness. Slaves lived a life worse than death, commoners were displaced, pirates plundered without restraint, and the mafia ran rampant. The celestial dragons, the world's nobles, are high above others and wield godlike power, able to execute commoners at will. Pirates celebrate freedom and dreams, so the increase in bounties is something to celebrate. The government was corrupt and greedy, and the aristocratic politicians lived a life of decadence and debauchery. The world government has ruled the world for 800 years and holds unimaginable and terrifying trump cards. As for the Navy, which is supposed to defend peace, is seen by many as a dog in the hands of the government. So-called justice is pale and powerless. Stepping outside the perspective of the main characters, this world itself is a dark, bloody, and utterly rotten world. Darren saw through the true nature of this world long ago. He cannot change the world for the time being. Therefore, he had to be darker and more ruthless than anyone else. The man was stunned by the naval captain's blunt answer. He remained silent for a long time, gradually regaining his composure, and suddenly said, "Considering our long-standing partnership, could you answer a question for me?" Darren nodded and said, "No problem." The man took a deep breath, stared intently at Darren, and asked in a low voice, "I'd like to know, after you've dealt with us old guys, who do you plan to hand over the underworld of Beihai to?" Darren raised his head, his eyes fixed on the chandelier in the dome, and said calmly, "Don Quixote Doflamingo." The man was taken aback by what he heard, then burst into laughter. He let out a long breath. I see. He slowly sat up straight, buttoned his cufflinks one by one, straightened his slightly disheveled peak lapel suit, and slicked back his hair. "Let's get started," he said with a smile. "Why should I submit?" Laugh. The incredibly sharp threads whistled through the void, instantly slicing through the three mafia members who charged at him with long knives. Large splattered intestines and entrails mixed with scalding blood lay on the ground. The three unfortunate men's faces still frozen in shock, their pupils rapidly dilating. Doflamingo flicked his fingers, and a few drops of blood splattered onto his sunglasses. He continued on his way. The Don Quixote family members swarmed him from behind, drew their long knives, and slaughtered him like wolves among sheep, leaving the street stained with blood. Why should I submit? Doflamingo looked around at the blood-soaked, hellish streets, and watched as members of the Rodriguez family fell one after another before him. His eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, were filled with restlessness. 5 more people jumped down from the roof of the building on the left, wielding giant axes and slashing down at him from above. A heavy whooshing sound came as Doflamingo merely beckoned with his finger. Those mafia members seemed to be bound by something, unable to control their bodies any longer. What's this? I can't move my body. My hand. What are you doing? I'm sorry, this wasn't my intention. I couldn't control my body. They cried out in horror, their faces filled with terror, as they watched in disbelief as their bodies moved on their own, striking down on their companion's head. Laugh. The weapons of all 5 men fell simultaneously, and one of them cleaved a horrifying gash in his forehead by his partner's weapon. Blood gushed out again. They convulsed, and slowly collapsed to the ground. The blood was getting thicker and thicker. I possess the power to control everyone's destiny. Doflamingo strode forward with a cold expression, unleashing the full power of his string fruit. Everything in front of him was sliced and pulverized by the sharp strings. I am a born king. I am a noble celestial dragon, a descendant of the Creator. Everyone must kneel before me. This is the treatment I deserve. Anyone who looks at me must do so with fear in their eyes. Yes, I'm right to think that way. Why should I submit? Laugh. Doflamingo waved his hand heavily, and dozens of threads shot out, twisting into a sharp whip, tens of meters long, which tore the Rodriguez family's armory to shreds. Boom. A massive explosion shot into the sky, sending up a dark mushroom cloud. In the raging flames, the Rodriguez family members who couldn't escape were engulfed in flames, burning like human torches, emitting heartbreaking screams. He said that the underworld in Beihai belonged to him, but even without him, he could easily rule the underground world of Beihai. I am destined to be the king of darkness. Why should I submit? One after another, figures fell before my eyes, and the sinister laughter of Toripole and his men echoed around me. The world was like purgatory. Perhaps Toripole and the others are right. Doflamingo continued toward the magnificent mansion, leaving behind chaos and pain in his wake. A cruel smile gradually crept onto his lips. There is nothing more pleasurable than appreciating the suffering of others. His whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. An irrepressible aura erupted from his body, causing the flamingo's feathers to flutter wildly. Dozens of gang members' eyelids rolled back, and they fainted instantly. Step by step, amidst sorrowful wails and maniacal laughter, Doflamingo advanced step by step. With each step taken, the more uncontrollable and violent his conqueror's haki became, the more ferocious it grew. A fierce wind raged, and the sky was filled with ever-changing clouds. Why should I submit? The Rodriguez family is just the first step. I won't stay in a small place like North Sea forever. The Grand Line, the new world, that's the stage where Don Quixote Doflamingo can truly shine. The seas belong to heroes, tyrants, and overlords. The shouts of battle and cries of agony gradually faded. Doflamingo stopped in his tracks. He stood in front of a luxurious and extravagant mansion. The villa of Rodriguez Michael, the North Sea underworld tycoon, head of the Rodriguez family. Unbeknownst to him, Toripole and his men, reeking of blood, along with hundreds of Don Quixote family members, had gathered behind him. They gazed at Doflamingo's retreating figure with adoration and fervor. That arrogant, haughty figure. Doflamingo stared at the gate of the domed villa, his sinister grin widening. Yes, no one can stop my rise. There is no one. So why should I submit? Doflamingo thought to himself. Then, he took a deep breath, his eyes cruel and cold, strode forward, and pushed open the door. Squeak, squeak. The heavy bronze door was slowly pushed open, making a dull creaking sound. Doflamingo's smile suddenly froze. Chapter 72. Thank you, Godfather. Squeak, squeak. The grand gate of the classically styled luxury villa slowly opened. A biting, icy wind rushed out from behind the heavy bronze door, engulfing Doflamingo's figure and causing his pink feather coat to flutter wildly. The whole world seemed to stand still at that moment. It was as if something invisible in the air had broken off. A deathly silence descended suddenly. The four men, including Toripole, who had been so aggressive, along with the hundreds of Don Quixote family members behind them wielding bloodstained swords, instantly held their breath and dared not move. They stared blankly at the scene in the villa's hall, gurgling sounds rising in their throats as they swallowed, a fine layer of cold sweat gradually forming on their foreheads. The once chaotic and noisy world became completely silent. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of some liquid dripping onto the ground echoed in the silent world, stirring the hearts of everyone who was on edge. They saw this scene. In the domed hall, flames burn in an ancient fireplace. The interplay of light and shadow, sometimes bright and sometimes dim, outlines the contours of the hall. A weathered oval conference table, bearing the marks of time, sits in the center of the hall. Intricately carved stained glass windows on the walls shimmer with a dim light, while a religiously themed oil painting adorns the circular dome. A figure hangs on the black wall above the fireplace. To be precise, it was a corpse hanging there. He had his hair slicked back, wore a mafia-style peak lapel suit, a blood-red rose tucked into his lapel, and his head hung limply. The gleaming metal spear was driven deep into his heart, piercing through his body and pinning him to the wall. Blood from his wound flowed continuously down his suit jacket, trousers, and shoes, dripping onto the ground. This created the tick-tock sound they heard. They immediately recognized the body. This is the ultimate goal of their line of work. Rodriguez Michael, the head of the Rodriguez family, and a powerful underworld figure who controls 1/3 of the illegal businesses in the North Sea. And now he is dead. It hangs on the wall like some kind of mysterious religious ritual. His head was bowed, and his empty eyes were staring straight at all of them. The slight upturn of his lips seemed to be a mocking smile directed at them. Toripole and the others suddenly felt a shiver run through their bodies, and their pores stood on end. They instinctively and stiffly shifted their gaze to a certain spot in the hall. In the dimly lit hall, flickering firelight, a man sat at the head of the round table at the conference. The firelight could dispel the darkness, but it couldn't illuminate the man's face. His face seemed to be forever hidden in the shadows. As long as he doesn't actively expose himself, the world will never discover him. Toripole and the others could only make out his silhouette. A crisp black suit, a white shirt, a somber black tie, and black military boots. He sat there, legs crossed, his fingers, holding a cigar, tapping lightly on the round conference table, his sharp, deep gaze casually observing them in the darkness. He was smiling. Even though they couldn't see clearly, the same thoughts surged in the minds of all of them, including Toripole. It came at just the right time. Darren slowly spoke, breaking the silence. As the light and shadow shifted, the firelight finally illuminated his face. He was indeed laughing. Well done. He looked admiringly at the young Flamingo. Doflamingo remained silent. A deep silence. Toripole and the others could clearly see that his fists were clenched tightly, trembling. They could only see Doflamingo's back, but they could guess that their young master's face must be incredibly ugly at that moment. Just then, the buzzing sound of a din-din mushy suddenly rang out. Brew 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 brew. Darren took out a military-grade din-din mushy from his pocket and connected the signal. It's me. A deep voice slowly came from the din-din mushy. Reporting to Base Chief Darren. All our operations have concluded 5 minutes ago. 17 well-known criminal organizations, including the Snooker, Vincent, and Rockefeller families, have been completely wiped out under the light of justice. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Don Quixote family gasped in shock. The entire underground world of Beihai has been suppressed by the Navy. An unprecedented fear surged into their minds, turning their faces deathly pale. The North Sea Navy carried out a bloody purge of the underworld, and now the highest-ranking officer of the North Sea Navy stands before them, along with the corpse of the Rodriguez family patriarch. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be that the Don Quixote family was also a target of the naval purge? Yes, I understand. You did a great job. I'm very satisfied. Darren replied to the din-din mushy. Let's start the return journey. I still have some things to take care of here, and I'll be back soon. Yes, Commander. The military din-din mushy communication was interrupted. Darren put away his din-din mushy, took a puff of his cigar, and slowly stood up from the head seat. With this casual movement, the thousands of members of the Don Quixote family all took a step back in unison. Only the people remained still. Doflamingo remained standing in the same spot, silent. His clenched fists trembled even more violently. I don't know what violent impulse it was suppressing. Darren walked towards him step by step. The expressions of Toripole and his men changed slightly. Just as they were about to make a move, a glance that the naval captain inadvertently cast at them made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and they immediately dared not move. With the sound of military boots scraping the ground, Darren finally stood in front of Doflamingo. He looked down at the blonde brat in front of him, who was clenching his teeth and had an unpredictable expression, and smiled. This is a gift for you, Doverda. His tone was very kind, as if he were an elder showing concern for a pampered junior. From this moment on, the underground world of Beihai is yours. He narrowed his eyes, smiled, and extended his hand, quietly waiting for Doflamingo's response. How do you like it? Second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The Toripole team watched their young master's motionless back, their hearts pounding, and they were covered in sweat. Why should we submit? Why should I submit? At some point, Doflamingo's clenched fists suddenly stopped trembling. He loosened his fist. Toripole and the others seemed to hear a silent sigh. Then their eyes widened. They saw. Their arrogant young master slowly revealed a smile on his face and stepped forward. Gently grasped the Navy man's hand. Bow slightly. Respectfully kissed the back of his hand. Thank you, my godfather. Chapter 73 Beihai. Only black and white can be separated. What is the most important thing when raising a wild wolf? Is it to incite its hatred for the celestial dragons and the world government, and to cultivate its thirst for blood? Is it to allow it to kill unruly and maintain its ferocity? Or should we give it a clear enough goal to train its hunting ability? All of the above, but not entirely. The most important thing in raising a wolf is to completely dominate it, constantly torment it, and let this submissive posture be deeply engraved in its brain like an imprint, becoming a habit and an instinct. Let it remember forever who its true owner is. This is the most important thing. Darren smiled with satisfaction as he watched the celestial dragon boy bend down to kiss the back of his hand. Very good, he truly is my godson. He affectionately ruffled Doflamingo's short blonde hair, made him stand beside him, and led him step by step out of the blood-soaked dome hall. Outside the old villa, watching their arrogant and unruly young master being dragged out by the black-haired Navy man like a real child, the entire Don Quixote family, who had been so imposing, were stunned and stood there, as if in a dream. Dover, is this one of your men? Darren smiled and casually glanced at the thousands of mafia members present. Doflamingo lowered his head and replied, Yes, Godfather. Darren nodded and smiled. Very good, they can be considered elite in Beihai. It's just a little bit bad. Doflamingo whispered. What do you mean, Godfather? Darren's lips curled into a cold smile. You are my godson, a born king, remember that. His eyes were sharp. Anyone who sees you except me must kneel down. As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura, as deep as an abyss and as majestic as a mountain, burst forth from the naval captain's body, gushing out indiscriminately and spreading in all directions. The world seemed to fall into a deathly silence at this moment, and all colors quickly faded away, leaving only black and white. A fierce wind swept through, scattering the remaining clouds. The pupils of all the Don Quixote family members, led by the four executives Toripol, Diamanti, Virgo, and Pica, trembled violently under the impact of this abyss-like and ocean-like aura. They felt the strength in their bodies silently fade away, their minds went blank, their knees buckled, and they collapsed to the ground as if all their strength had left them. Ding ding dang dang. Countless weapons fell from their hands, like dense raindrops hitting the ground with a continuous, crisp sound. Toripol and the other three knelt on one knee, gritting their teeth, their faces deathly pale. They stared in utter shock at the domineering North Sea Admiral, a single, unbelievable thought simultaneously flooding their minds. This powerful, soul-stirring impact is akin to the awe-inspiring sight of a vast army or the roaring ocean. This man's aura is noticeably stronger than last time. The winds and clouds in the sky were changing rapidly, as if they were about to sweep across the entire North Sea. At this moment, only two people remained standing in the world. Standing next to Darren, Doflamingo clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with dense, ferocious blood vessels, his expression shifting constantly, as if he were suppressing something. His inner conqueror's haki was stirring, but it was clearly being suppressed. Dover, I'll be waiting for you on the Grand Line. Darren turned his head, squinted at his godson, and smiled. A pristine white cloak roared and danced wildly behind him, casting a shadow that completely enveloped the blond boy's figure. Doflamingo lowered his head, his bloodshot eyes concealing a suppressed ambition and a cold glint, and said respectfully, Yes, Godfather. In September of 1492 in the sea calendar, under the orders of Rogers Darren, the highest-ranking officer of the North Sea Navy, the North Sea Fleet carried out a bloody crackdown and purge of more than 20 well-known mafia families in the North Sea region. This operation completely ended the chaotic situation in Beihai where underground forces had been rampant for decades, or even centuries. Within weeks of the operation, the Don Quixote family, led by Doflamingo, effortlessly seized control of the entire North Blue underworld, their power expanding rapidly until they quickly became a formidable force. Its businesses cover a wide range of industries, including arms smuggling, prostitution, gambling, espionage, and intelligence trafficking, with reach extending even to other sea areas and the Grand Line. From then on, a saying began to circulate in Beihai. The world is colorful, but in Beihai, it is only black and white. After that, the world recognized that the chaotic North Sea had entered a stable and peaceful order. You're a madman. Aren't you afraid that one day you won't be able to contain Doflamingo's ambition and he'll stab you in the back? Beihai 321 Naval Branch, Base Commander's Office. The flying squirrel flipped through the intelligence documents in its hand, looking helplessly at its boss who was sitting there leisurely smoking a cigar, and felt a headache coming on. The documents in his hand clearly showed the recent commotion caused by the Don Quixote family's takeover of various mafia businesses. The scale of the industry, the number of people involved, and various intelligence on the countries and towns involved are clearly listed. He wouldn't dare. Darren replied casually, his gaze drifting across the sea through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The flying squirrel frowned. Are you sure? That kid doesn't seem like the kind of person who'll behave himself. Darren slowly came to his senses, looked at the flying squirrel, and smiled. I feel at ease precisely because I know he won't behave himself. The truly dangerous enemies are often not these ambitious brats, but those seemingly insignificant individuals who keep their schemes hidden in their hearts. Doflamingo is a very talented guy. I need him to help me stabilize the situation in the North Blue. The more powerful he is, the more benefits it will be for us. With his status as a celestial dragon as a shield, the Marine headquarters, no, even the world government, will be wary of him and dare not easily interfere in the affairs of the North Blue. The flying squirrel pondered and said, "Of course I understand that, but I've seen that guy before, and I can tell there's something wrong with the way he looks at you. What I'm worried about is what will happen to him after you leave Beihai." Darren waved his hand to interrupt the flying squirrel, and instead asked a seemingly unrelated question. "Do you know what the aura of a king is? Is the legendary conqueror's haki, which only one in millions can be born?" "That's right." Darren smiled and said, "Doflamingo is an awakened user of conqueror's haki, which is why I chose him." There seemed to be a deeper meaning in his eyes. Strength, speed, influence, and status are all secondary. On this vast ocean, what truly determines the final victory or defeat is courage. As long as my conqueror's haki is stronger than his, he will never dare to rebel against me. Chapter 74: The Shortcut to Awakening Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki. The flying squirrel muttered to himself, but he quickly realized what was happening and stared incredulously at his boss, who was sitting with his legs crossed, smoking. "Wait, you've awakened Conqueror's Haki." Darren glanced at him and smiled. "Yes." During the battle with Doflamingo on Rubeck Island, he ordered Momonga to lead the Navy to directly blockade the island, evacuate civilians, and set up a cordon. When he clashed with Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki, Momonga was busy giving orders and was unaware of it. When did this happen? The flying squirrel gasped, completely dumbfounded. He had heard that Conqueror's Haki was extremely rare. In the North Blue, even the former North Blue Admiral, known as the Monster, had not successfully awakened it. Perhaps in the Grand Line or the New World, many powerful individuals have awakened Conqueror's Haki, but those are basically all renowned and powerful pirates. For example, the great pirate Whitebeard and the mysterious Roger. However, very few people in the Navy are capable of awakening Conqueror's Haki. As a violent law enforcement agency under the world government, the Navy emphasizes hierarchical discipline and obedience. There is simply not enough space or fertile ground for free will to arise, not to mention the lofty and powerful celestial dragons who are the world's nobles above them. Under these conditions, it would be no less difficult for a naval officer to awaken the spirit of a king. As far as Momonga knows, the only people in the Navy who have awakened Conqueror's Haki are the current Fleet Admiral Kong, Marine Headquarters Admiral Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Garp, the strongest Marine with the title of hero. But now Darren is telling me that he has actually awakened Conqueror's Haki. Does this mean that this guy's talent is even greater than that of Sakazuki and Borsellino, who are known as monsters? If the flying squirrel didn't know Darren's personality, it would have thought he was fooling it. When should we talk about it? Darren exhaled a puff of smoke, a half-smile on his face, and said, "It was probably around the time when Hilda's saint was attacked by a sea king and tragically perished. Well, if you also want to awaken Conqueror's Haki, I have a good method." A bad feeling welled up in the flying squirrel's heart, but he still braced himself and asked, "What?" Darren tossed a coin. The coin suddenly melted and twisted in midair into a gleaming dagger. The sharp tip of the knife is perpendicular to the ground and points straight to the sky. "Kill a celestial dragon." He said it casually. Flying squirrel. His lips twitched incessantly, and several dark lines appeared on his forehead. "Are you serious?" Darren shrugged and said, "Who knows? This is just my guess, but I estimate it will most likely be useful. This method might not be very effective against pirates, since they are lawless individuals, but it will definitely have a tremendous impact on the personal will of the Navy. According to my personal experience and understanding, the so-called Conqueror's Haki is ultimately an outward manifestation of personal will and spirit, and it generally awakens under extreme conditions. This extreme state does not refer to physical danger. After all, as naval personnel, we always face great risks when we go on missions. The so-called extreme state refers to the psychological one. As naval officers, from the day we put on our uniforms, we are trained and educated to obey orders and uphold world peace and justice. But in reality, everyone knows that it is just a lie. We may be defending justice, But deep down we all know that our mission and actions are, to a greater extent, about maintaining the rule of the world government. And at the top of the world government are the celestial dragons, who sit high above the clouds and call themselves gods. Darren's voice gradually lowered, his deep eyes gleaming with an inexplicable light, and he said with a smile, "For a Navy officer, what could be more exciting than killing the god, who is high above us and gives us orders? How about it? Want to experience what it's like to slay a god? Watch those ugly faces of the celestial dragons wail before you. Witness them kneeling and begging for mercy, leaving the noble and great descendants of the Creator utterly devoid of dignity and composure. Aren't you curious about that feeling?" The flying squirrel felt a chill run down its spine when it saw Darren's ambiguous smile, and instinctively took a step back. Ha ha ha. Seeing the flying squirrel retreat, Darren couldn't help but burst into laughter. The flying squirrel rolled its eyes in annoyance. "You bastard, don't tempt me. You're a devil. No wonder you have that brat Doflamingo completely under your thumb. Sometimes I even start to wonder if your devil fruit has some kind of bewitching power." To be honest, the flying squirrel found itself momentarily tempted by Darren's suggestion. However, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, a chill ran through him, and the pores on his back stood on end. The dagger in midair transformed back into the shape of a coin, with the patterns, numbers, and designs exactly the same as before, without the slightest change, exquisitely crafted. Darren caught the coin falling from midair, gently placed it on his desk, and smiled. That ability may exist, but in the end, the so-called human nature is actually very simple. Every human being, whether a high-ranking official or a lowly commoner, has weaknesses and desires. Money, wealth, power, status, fame, beauty, gambling, cigarettes, and wine can kill a person in many ways, but violence is the simplest and most direct way. But to destroy an individual's will, you must find his weakness. The desire to destroy is a weakness that exists in the vast majority of people. Don't be surprised. Our Navy's duty is of course to protect, but the Navy is also human, and humans have desires too. When faced with something magnificent and exquisitely beautiful, your first instinct is to worship it and cherish and protect it, but deep down, a twisted urge to destroy it also arises. We often have similar thoughts. What would it feel like if I destroyed something so beautiful with my own hands? Therefore, there are love stories in the world where people kill each other because they cannot have the love they desire. And what is the most sacred, beautiful, noble, and greatest thing in this world? Naturally, it's the world government. It's the celestial dragons. Perhaps one day, when the people of this world look at that behemoth that has ruled the world for 800 years, their fearful gazes will show a slight change. How spectacular that scene would be. Chapter 75: Encirclement and Suppression. You're really crazy. Hearing Darren's shocking words, the flying squirrel couldn't help but smile wryly and say, "Are you sure these are words I can hear?" Darren smiled and said, "Why not? I saw your potential the day you said you wanted to come with me. The world government's long history and brainwashing have divided this ocean into different classes, with the celestial dragons high above and in control of everything. But as times change and heroes rise, this ingrained concept will inevitably undergo a major transformation." He slowly leaned back in his chair, picked up his wine glass, took a small sip, and moved with elegance. "Of course, this is just my guess. To make it more certain, we need more examples and data to support it." Looking at Darren's ambiguous smile, the flying squirrel felt uneasy all over, and its lips twitched as it said, "Are you trying to use me as a guinea pig?" Darren laughed. "Your name is Flying Squirrel, isn't it?" "Flying Squirrel." Darren laughed even harder at the flying squirrel's disgusted expression. After a while, he suppressed his laughter and slowly said, "It's not entirely a joke. I don't trust anyone else with Beihai. After I leave the North Sea for Marineford, this area will be yours, Flying Squirrel." His expression turned serious. Although Doflamingo seems to have become more obedient after being disciplined, he is still an ambitious guy at heart. You can continue to use the Germa card. You can then deliberately stir up conflict between the two sides. Our North Sea Navy will only act as a mediator. There's not much need for us to do that. It's better for the dealer to get involved less, otherwise all the players will have to fold. But tactics and methods are only one aspect. The most important thing is strength. The flying squirrel nodded deeply and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I haven't been lazy at all when it comes to cultivation." Darren nodded upon hearing this. Just then, a series of urgent den mushy calls suddenly rang out. "Brew brew brew, brew brew brew." Darren and the flying squirrel both froze, their eyes turning to the military din mushy on the desk. I am Darren. Darren reached out to connect the signal and said in a deep voice, Darren, it is I. The solemn voice of the Sengoku general came through the military din mushy, carrying a sense of gravity. General of the Warring States period, what happened? Darren frowned, exchanged a glance with the flying squirrel, and gave it a look. According to the intelligence they possess, Sengoku should currently be working with members of the world government CP to hunt down and defeat world destroyer Bondi Waldo. The operation to subdue Bondi Waldo has run into trouble. Because of the increased bounty, that guy Bondi Waldo has become more vigilant. Reinforcements from headquarters have completely blocked the only route from the North Blue into the Grand Line, but Bondi Waldo and his men are hiding in the North Blue. On the other side of the din mushy, Sengoku's eyebrows looked as if they had been filled in with black ink, and they were furrowed together. Darren, I know you've been operating in the North Sea for many years and have a certain say and influence in this area. This time, I need to use your connections in the North Sea to find Bondi Waldo's hiding place. Darren raised an eyebrow upon hearing Sengoku's words. Since being framed as the Black Hat of Sild Saint, the Navy has increased the bounty of world destroyer Bondi Waldo from 200 million berries to 400 million berries. Unexpectedly, this made him more cautious and careful, which was something I hadn't anticipated. Darren thought for a moment, then slowly said, General of the Warring States period, using the power of the North Sea Fleet and my connections is not a problem. But what I'd like to know is, have you already clashed with Bondi Waldo again? Are you assessing the extent of his potential counterattack? Sengoku, true to his reputation as a wise general, instantly grasped the meaning behind Darren's question. Yes, General Sengoku. If Bondi Waldo is injured, he is very likely to take extreme retaliatory actions. Darren pondered for a moment and said, I'm not just referring to our Navy, but also to civilians. Sengoku was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I did indeed fight him several times during this period and he was injured. Darren smiled with satisfaction. I understand. General Sengoku, I will arrange for people to search for and track Bondi Waldo's whereabouts as soon as possible. I can't let such a prestigious award slip by. The North Sea was completely blocked off, and with the navigation technology of that era, it was impossible for Bondi Waldo to cross the calm belt and enter the New World. This also means that this is a game of trapping a turtle in a jar. Darren was naturally eager to see for himself how far he was from being a legendary pirate, a powerful figure comparable to Whitebeard and Roger. At the same time, North Sea, Lubeck Island, port. A pirate ship, its surface marked with the scars of war and in a dilapidated state, slowly sailed into the port. At the bow of the ship, a tall, imposing figure stood with his arms crossed. He wore a horned helmet, had a gray-green beard, and his dark green eyes gleamed with a murky and sinister look. Bondi Waldo. His chest was bandaged with blood. That damned yellow-skinned monkey really got caught in the crossfire. Bondi Waldo raised his hand and pressed the blood-stained bandage on his chest. The wound from the laser beam had stopped bleeding, but it still ached faintly. No one expected that the tall naval rear admiral would be even more sleazy than he looked, and that he would launch a sneak attack while he was fighting Sengoku. Valdo, are you alright? At this moment, a frail and short man walked up with difficulty. He had an 4 drip in his arm, looked listless, and had mottled wrinkles on his skin. Benjaku is the vice captain of the World Pirates and also the strategist of the crew, similar to an older brother to World. Don't worry, brother, I'm fine. Bondi Waldo smiled somewhat ly at his brother. From a young age, he and his older brother depended on each other for survival, and he dreamed of traveling the world on a great adventure. Benjaku glanced at Bondi Waldo with some concern, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. So, brother, are you sure the biggest underground brokerage in the North Sea is on this island? That guy named Doflamingo. Bondi Waldo looked up, squinting as he surveyed the bustling island and port before him, and said in a sinister tone. Benjaku nodded, his voice weak. Yes, the Don Quixote family is already the largest mafia force in the North Sea. According to the intelligence we have gathered, their sphere of influence is so vast and their methods so rampant that even the North Sea Navy has to give them a wide berth. But Waldo, are you sure you want to do this? We can still turn back now. Bondi Waldo burst into laughter. Brother, our dream of traveling around the world hasn't come true yet. How can the Ward Pirates' grand adventure end in this mere North Blue? He waved his hand suddenly, his aura rising. Go find that brat named Doflamingo. We will obtain the power to destroy the navy from him. Chapter 76 King of the Underworld? Finally discharged from the hospital. Lubeck Island. The residence of the Don Quixote family. In the magnificent lobby of the residence, a cool breeze rustled the curtains on the windowsill, creating ripples and folds. The open glass window creaked in the wind, and dust danced in the sunlight. On the spacious, soft leather sofa, Doflamingo, wearing a white shirt, leaned back, his head tilted back, a book obscuring his face. No, no, no. Doflamingo, who was fast asleep, suddenly trembled violently, opened his eyes abruptly, bent over and gasped for breath, a fine layer of cold sweat seeping from his forehead. He was breathing heavily. His eyes behind his sunglasses were bloodshot and menacing. He suddenly picked up the red wine on the coffee table next to him and gulped it down. Glug glug. The bright red wine slid down his neck, staining his white shirt in large patches, but he didn't seem to care. Dover. Treble and the others had entered at some point, their eyes filled with worry as they looked at Doflamingo, who was trembling as he lit a cigar. I'm fine. After taking a few deep puffs of his cigar, Doflamingo finally managed to calm down and waved his hand. The same dream. The burning city walls, the curses of the lowly, the fathers weeping, and the searing pain. How's business lately? Compared to his arrogance and naivety when he first arrived in the North Sea, Doflamingo now has less of a domineering air about him and more of a sinister and mature look. He had grown 10 centimeters taller. His face was cold and stern, and his short golden hair had grown a little longer and was combed into a neat slicked-back style, giving him the aloof and arrogant air of a king of the dark world. When business was mentioned, Toripole waved his cane enthusiastically, sticky snot dripping from his nose, and gesticulated wildly. I'm telling you, after this period of cleanup, our Don Quixote family has taken over most of the underground businesses in the North Sea. We are now the undisputed kings of Beihai's underworld. Diamanti, standing nearby, also exclaimed excitedly. Everything has come too easily. No one can stop our rise. At this rate of development, our industries and businesses will be able to spread throughout the Grand Line in less than a year. Pika sneered. Those arrogant and domineering kings and nobles of the North Sea are all wagging their tails and begging us like lapdogs. Dover, you should see their faces. Ha! You will definitely enjoy that scene. Hearing the smiles on the faces of his core members, whom he considered family, and their expressions of confidence in the future, Doflamingo's inner gloom dissipated considerably. He licked his chapped lips and grinned maliciously. The North Sea is just the first step in our conquest of this sea. Once we have enough initial resources, we will leave this place. I have a feeling that a new era is about to begin. As he spoke, Doflamingo clenched his fist, a sinister glint flashing beneath his cold sunglasses. A subtle yet powerful aura emanated from his body, causing his pink feather coat to flutter even without wind. When Treble and the others saw this, their eyes filled with undisguised admiration and fanaticism as they looked at Doflamingo. They were initially worried that Doflamingo would lose his kingly aura once his young master submitted to that navy. But now it seems that the great young master has not been discouraged by this. His aura was even stronger than before. But young master, aren't the taxes collected by the North Sea Navy too high? At this moment, Virgo, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke in a low voice. We employ so many people and operate such a massive industry in Beihai, yet in the end, over half the profits have to be handed over to the Beihai Navy. Before he could finish speaking, Doflamingo gave him a cold look and interrupted him. There are some kinds of money we can't make. Without the protection of the Navy, our business wouldn't have been able to proceed so smoothly. The smoke from his cigar swirled around his face, making him appear extremely gloomy. Let's wait a bit longer. Darren can't stay in the North Sea forever. A defiant sneer gradually crept onto Doflamingo's lips. He thought he could control me completely, but everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Upon hearing their young master's words, Toribole and the others all revealed cunning smiles. This is their wise and holy young master. We will never submit to others. But at this very moment, a sudden change has occurred. Boom. Suddenly, as if struck by a meteorite falling from the sky, the family council hall was accompanied by a tremendous roar, and the sturdy walls shattered and collapsed. Dust and rocks swirled like a raging dragon in the storm, and the roaring shockwaves sent Toripole and the others flying, crashing heavily into the ruins, coughing up blood. Ha ha ha! Where's that brat Doflamingo? Get out here and face me right now. A haughty, hoarse laugh rang out, and the dust-covered torii pole, and his men stared in disbelief at the burly figure wearing a horned helmet who slowly emerged from the dust, their pupils trembling violently. Who are you? How dare they trespass on the Don Quixote family's territory? You're asking for it. Several angry roars rang out simultaneously as the torii pole members leaped towards the figure in fury, unleashing their respective attacks. But the next second, they couldn't even see the person's movements clearly. They only felt a blur before their eyes, and it was as if they had been hit by a high-speed train. Their bodies flew backward like cannonballs. Rumble. They smashed through the thick, sturdy walls, causing them to collapse and raising clouds of dust. Whoosh. At that moment, an extremely sharp explosion suddenly rippled through the air. Laugh. Sharp threads shot out from Doflamingo's hand, easily slicing through rocks and earth, and fiercely slashing down towards that burly figure. It was Doflamingo who made the move. However, an unbelievable scene unfolded. All that could be heard was a clang, like metal clashing, as the incredibly sharp thread sliced through the man's chest, sending up a trail of brilliant sparks. Doflamingo's pupils contracted as he clearly saw that the man's upper body was covered by a layer of invisible, shiny black armor that reflected a chilling light. Armament hockey. Before he could even gasp, the guy had vanished from his sight. Bang! A dull thud was heard as a heavy fist slammed into Doflamingo's abdomen, causing his body to bend, his eyeballs to bulge out of their sockets, and his mouth to open. A large hand grabbed his blonde hair and pulled his head up. A rough, cold, and cruel face came into view. You're Doflamingo, right? Bondi Waldo looked down at the blonde brat with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and sneered. I heard that the entire arms smuggling operation in Beihai is under your control. After nearly 10 days of high fever, for drips, and lying in bed, I, old Ma, was finally discharged from the hospital, crying. Chapter 77. You want to blow this world up? So what if it is? His golden hair was almost torn off his scalp, but the intense pain only fueled Doflamingo's ferocity, and his bloodshot eyes flashed with ruthless ferocity. With his right hand curled like a claw, Doflamingo's hand rose from below, and the sharp, blade-like threads sliced through the ground with a whoosh sound, heading straight for Bondi Waldo's groin. Unexpectedly, Bondi Waldo's lips curled into a mocking sneer. Without dodging or avoiding, as his body sank, he raised his leg and bent his knee. His calf, covered in black armament hockey, collided head-on with the transparent thread in the air. Laugh. A burst of brilliant sparks erupted as Bondi Waldo moved without hesitation, charging forward like an arrow released from a bow, his massive, gleaming black fist slamming powerfully into Doflamingo's throat. Wow! Doflamingo felt as if he had been struck in the throat, and a mouthful of blood gushed out from his gaping mouth, along with 2 teeth that had been broken off and flew into the air. Damn it! I'm Doflamingo. With his throat injured, Doflamingo's frenzied roar was hoarse, as if it had been burned by fire. But his eyes were full of ferocity, roaring arrogantly, his gaze radiating an inexplicable arrogance and anger. The veins on his bent fingers bulged as he swung them hard. The 5 forked threads of the leaf rake shot up at such close range, piercing through Bondi Waldo's throat. Lower the rogue line. That kid's reaction was pretty good. Bondi Waldo's eyes narrowed, a faint, eerie red light flashing deep within his pupils. Almost instinctively, he tilted his head slightly, and the transparent thread, strong enough to pierce steel, grazed his cheek, leaving a shallow bloodstain from his cheek to his neck. Doflamingo was visibly stunned for a moment upon seeing this. The next instant, before he could react, the burly figure in front of him had vanished without a trace. You little rascal, you're quite something. You certainly deserve to be the king of the underworld in Beihai. A rough, wild laugh rang in my ears, followed by an explosive sound that seemed to be drawing ever closer. Bang! Crackling. A single fist slammed into Doflamingo's chest like a meteor, instantly producing a series of bone-cracking sounds that sent chills down Treble's spine. Bondi Waldo roared. Boom. With the second burst of armament hockey, an overwhelming and despair-inducing force was unleashed upon the blonde boy's body, large clumps of blurry blood exploding across his skin, staining his expensive white shirt crimson. The ground within 100 meters beneath his feet suddenly cracked and disintegrated, accompanied by a deafening roar. The entire Don Quixote family compound collapsed under the impact of the force derived from this punch. Amidst the billowing dust, Doflamingo groaned, his tightly contracted pupils trembling, and his legs gave way, causing him to collapse limply to his knees. He clutched his abdomen with both hands, gasping for breath like a fish out of air. An unprecedented gloom obscured his vision. The difference is overwhelming. This guy's strength is so powerful it's despair-inducing. Alright, we've had enough fun. Bondi Waldo casually glanced at the ruins of the outpost's main hall and picked up a bottle of wine that was remarkably well preserved from the shattered remains of a nearby coffee table. He pulled out the cork, tilted his head back, and took 2 gulps, roughly wiped his lips, and grinned. Kid, you should have heard of my name. I've come to you today to discuss a business deal. Business? Is this how you conduct business? Doflamingo took a while to catch his breath, then struggled to lift his head, his face pale. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, stared at the imposing pirate in front of him, and said coldly, "Ha, what else? I'm a pirate, not some playboy brat like you." Bondi Waldo burst into unrestrained laughter. Am I supposed to politely pay a visit, exchange pleasantries, shake hands, and chat? I won't waste any more words, kid. Since your Don Quixote family controls the entire underground arms smuggling business in the North Sea, I'll get straight to the point. He rubbed the blood-stained bandage on his chest, a cruel and savage smile slowly spreading across his face. I need arms, massive amounts of arms, and cannons of unprecedented size. A massive, heavy cannon. Doflamingo's pupils contracted upon hearing this. Information about the wild guy in front of him quickly flashed through his mind. World Destroyer, Bondi Waldo, with a latest bounty of 400 million berries, is a legendary pirate and a user of the Momo fruit. His devil fruit ability can increase the size and speed of objects by tens or even hundreds of times. Even the simplest flintlock pistol can unleash terrifying power far exceeding that of the heavy cannons of naval warships in his hands. With such terrifying power, he blew up town after town and naval warship after naval vessel, wantonly destroying everything in his path. And now this guy actually wants to build a cannon of unprecedented size. If a cannon of that size were amplified by Bondi Waldomomo's devil fruit power, it could probably flatten a small island in an instant. Do you want to blow up Marine headquarters? Or the Holy Land, Mary Geos? Looking at Bondi Waldo's twisted and crazed expression, Doflamingo felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but ask, "That's none of your business, Dover brat." Bondi Waldo sneered repeatedly. "All you need to do is help me build it. I advise you not to interfere too much in other matters." Doflamingo raised his eyebrows, about to speak. Bang! Bondi Waldo lifted his boot and slammed his foot down on the man's head, burying his face in the ground. The ground suddenly shattered, giving rise to countless cracks. Doflamingo's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, and he clenched his teeth tightly. "Did you understand, you little devil Dover?" Bondi Waldo chuckled coldly, his foot pressing down on Doflamingo's head with increasing force, shattering the ground inch by inch. "Of course, I know the rules of doing business. In business, you can't lose money. Your life is the income from this deal." His sneer. "You have 3 days." The moment he finished speaking, Doflamingo felt his head loosen. He suddenly raised his head. Bondi Waldo had vanished without a trace, leaving only the dilapidated family compound in ruins, and the blood seeping from his forehead, staining his vision red. Damn it! Doflamingo was stunned for a while, then suddenly let out a beast-like roar. His hands were clenched tightly into the ground, his expression violent and twisted. The bulging, menacing veins on his forehead, like earthworms, looked utterly terrifying. Dover, Tory Pole, and the others, dragging their heavily injured bodies, cautiously walked over. They stared at Doflamingo's unpredictable expression and dared not breathe loudly. Fu. At one point, Doflamingo suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. He laughed maniacally, his whole body convulsed, and tears streamed down his face. Funny. Fun. So fun. Doflamingo slowly took out a den mushy from his pocket, his sunglasses reflecting a sinister and menacing light. That was a military den mushy. He thought he would never dial the den mushy in his life. But he was wrong. Brew. The call from the den mushy rang out, sounding so jarring in the deathly silence of the ruins. Sunlight streamed down from the dilapidated dome, and dust swirled around the blonde celestial dragon boy. "Brute. It's me." A deep voice rang out. Doflamingo knelt there, silent for a long time. "Godfather, Bondi Waldo has come to me. He lowered his head and said. Chapter 78, Baptism Ceremony. "Godfather, Bondi Waldo has come to me. Darren listened to the voice coming from the military den mushy with some surprise, and his expression as he smoked his cigar gradually became strange. He had just received orders from Sengoku to track down Bondi Waldo, and less than 2 minutes later, that guy had voluntarily come to his godson. Sitting across from Doflamingo at the desk, the flying squirrel listened to his words with a bewildered expression, his lips twitching. I almost burned my mouth with the cigar before I suddenly realized what was happening. Darren and the flying squirrel couldn't help but exchange a glance, as if time had come effortlessly. What does he want? Darren slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, his mind racing. He needs weapons, large quantities of weapons. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and said, "That guy's gone mad. He practically razed the base on Rubeck Island to the ground and threatened to give me 3 days to build a large heavy cannon. A super large heavy cannon." Upon hearing this, Darren's eyes sharpened, a glint of brilliance flashing deep within his pupils. It seems that guy has really been pushed to the limit by that old man from the Warring States period. He frowned and muttered to himself, then continued. "Is he injured?" On the other end of the military-grade den mushy, Doflamingo struggled to his feet, his flesh and blood splattered on his hands, and said in a hoarse voice, "That's right." He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. "Godfather, what should I do? If that Bondi Waldo guy got his hands on a super-large heavy cannon, given his devil fruit ability, then give it to him." Darren suddenly interrupted him with a laugh. "Give him whatever he wants. The more weapons, artillery, the better, as long as he can handle it all. Doflamingo was stunned upon hearing this. Before he could ask further, Darren spoke again. "Let's handle this as it is, Dover. I'm glad you took the initiative to contact me and tell me about this." A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "You Dante need to get involved in Bondi Waldo's affairs. He wants weapons, so you provide them. As for the loss of the base on Rubeck Island, I will make him pay the price. Dover, remember this. When you live in this world, you will often be subjected to sudden insults. You must endure them. Don't let hatred blind you. But I can assure you." The highest-ranking official in Beihai stood up slowly with a cold smile, reached out, and took the cloak of justice from the coat rack, and draped it over his back. "Bondi Waldo cannot leave the North Sea alive." It was late at night. The waves surged, the night sky was pitch black, and the stars were dim. On the territory of Germa 66, the military fortresses were brightly decorated and bustling with activity. Today is the baptism day of the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, a royal family member of the Kingdom of Germa in the North Sea. To celebrate the birth of the eldest royal daughter, King Vinsmoke, judge of the Germa Kingdom and commander of Germa 66, hosted a grand banquet and invited representatives from many member states of the North Sea to attend. How boring. Are we sure we want to attend this so-called baptism day? The warship slowly approached the shore, and Jiaji, standing on the deck, yawned. This ocean is not just about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships and worldly affairs. Besides, the Germa Kingdom is a long-term partner of our North Sea Navy, Darren said with a smile. Guillaume and Cake couldn't help but roll their eyes at his words. If people didn't know the inside story, they might actually believe Darren's nonsense. "Admiral Darren, the master is already waiting for your arrival in the banquet hall." At this moment, a man dressed as a butler in a black tailcoat stepped forward and bowed to Darren as he descended from the deck. "King Judge is too kind. It is my honor to witness Princess Vinsmoke's christening ceremony." Darren smiled and spoke with graceful and proper movements. Following the butler, the group quickly entered Germa's banquet hall. The banquet hall was magnificent, with dazzling crystal chandeliers hanging from the dome. Waitstaff in suits carried trays and moved among the crowd, serving drinks and food to the guests. Jiaji noticed that among the guests present were many prominent figures from Beihai. If the merchant guild leaders dressed in fine clothes, nobles adorned with gold and silver, royal representatives from various countries in the North Sea, dignitaries and ministers listened carefully, one could faintly hear their whispers. They were discussing the workings of the government, the profits and losses of commerce, shipping routes, land transactions, noble titles, gossip in high society, and the changing of power. These were all prominent figures in the Beihai region, and various resources, channels, personal connections, and deals were finalized at this seemingly casual banquet. Their words and actions are enough to determine the situation and pulse of the entire North Sea. As Darren entered the banquet hall, everyone who was clinking glasses immediately stopped talking and doing something, and couldn't help but turn their gaze to the black-haired Navy man walking at the front. The bustling banquet hall fell silent instantly, a silence that was almost eerie. The profound silence weighed heavily on Jiaji's shoulders, making him involuntarily swallow. Unlike the other guests who wore formal attire and robes, Darren, as always, wore a sharp black suit with a black tie tied casually, and a large white cape draped over his back. With deep-set eyes, a high-nose bridge, and a neat slicked-back hairstyle, she exudes a wild yet elegant aura that makes it impossible to look away. Behind him followed 20 imposing and menacing naval elites, who swaggered into the banquet hall, giving the impression that they were not there to attend a baptism ceremony, but rather like tigers surveying their territory. The man looked at him with respect and fear, while the woman looked at him with undisguised lust and passion. TCH, all you do is show off. You're just here to witness the ceremony, okay? Jiaji muttered something sourly. However, even he had to admit that Darren was indeed dazzling at this moment. Men want to be him, and women want to be his shape. Ha 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 ha. Welcome Admiral Darren to Germa. At this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly rang out, breaking the silence in the banquet hall. Dressed in royal attire, Vinsmoke Judge walked out of the crowd laughing and extended his hand to Darren. It is truly an honor for my daughter that Admiral Darren could attend the baptism ceremony. Darren smiled and shook his hand. How could I possibly miss such an important occasion? My body is still recovering. I get out of breath after walking just a few steps, so I can only manage 2 nights a week. Chapter 79. Is there any sea stone? Click, click. As the 2 highest-ranking and most prestigious figures at the banquet shook hands with smiles, the journalists present immediately raised their cameras and snapped photos amidst the frequent flashes. For the nobles, dignitaries, guests, and wealthy merchants from various North Sea countries present, they were well aware that they were not the main characters in this baptism ceremony. Germa goes without saying. This military superpower, where everyone is a soldier, possesses terrifying military capabilities that strike fear into the hearts of all. It is extremely aggressive and harbors a grand ambition to dominate the North Sea. It is the nightmare of countless countries in the North Sea and keeps the royal families, politicians, and nobles of countless kingdoms awake at night. In fact, if it weren't for the mediation by the North Sea Navy, Vinsmoke Judge would probably have dragged most of the North Sea into endless warfare. As for Rogers Darren, the highest-ranking naval officer in the North Sea, the guests at the ceremony held him in deep awe. Everyone knows that this young man, who is not yet 20 years old, is the real person in charge of Beihai. His North Sea fleet was invincible, and his personal strength was unfathomable, making him a powerful figure in the North Sea region. Admiral Darren, I've heard that the situation in the North Sea has changed quite a bit recently. Vinsmoke Judge took a glass of wine from the waiter and handed it to Darren, asking seemingly casually. Darren took the wine, sipped it, and said with a half-smile, "Oh, I wonder which aspect King Judge is referring to." Vinsmoke Judge frowned. As a scientist by training, he was neither good at nor interested in so-called political games. His strength lies in overwhelming his opponents with superior science and military technology, and crushing enemy nations with an army so powerful it inspires despair. He felt inexplicably annoyed by Darren's roundabout political rhetoric. Admiral Darren should know exactly what I mean. Vinsmoke Judge took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his displeasure. Your army turned the entire underground world of the North Sea upside down, and then less than half a month later, a brat named Doflamingo led his family members to forcefully take over the underground forces of the North Sea. I'm curious whether the rumors circulating outside are true. Does Doflamingo maintain a cooperative relationship with you? You should know that the rise of the Don Quixote family has already affected the expansion of Germa 66. Darren gently swirled the wine in his glass, the blood-red liquid rippling along the sides. King Judge, you should know very well my attitude toward the so-called underworld. He smiled and said, under the premise of peace, as long as the rules are followed, I will turn a blind eye. Although Doflamingo is a bit young, he is very capable, and I admire that about him. As for Germa's expansion, he clinked glasses with Vinsmoke Judge. If I remember correctly, the North Sea Naval Fleet is now Germa's biggest business partner, isn't it? In the original storyline, the rise of the Don Quixote family in the North Blue also hindered Germa's 60SIXS plan to dominate the country. Left with no other choice, Vinsmoke Judge had to export war overseas, using mercenaries to wage war across the world in order to achieve his expansionist goals. Upon hearing the naval captain's words, Vinsmoke Judge fell silent. A few seconds later, a smile slowly appeared on his face. Indeed, stability and peace in the North Sea are the most important things. At that moment, the butler gently rang the bell, interrupting the pleasantries of the group. Now, please welcome the baptism ceremony of the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family to begin. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look. A gentle-looking woman, whose face appeared somewhat pale, pushed a stroller and was escorted by several Germa guards as she slowly walked into the hall. She wore a white royal gown, without elaborate jewelry or decorations, with only light makeup, exuding a delicate and slender aura. Princess Sora of the Vinsmoke family. This is Sanji's mother. She does seem to be a very gentle person. This thought flashed through Darren's mind. Admiral Darren, nice to meet you. Princess Sora pushed the stroller toward Darren and gracefully performed a noble curtsy. Darren gently took her hand, bowed slightly, and gave her a kiss on the hand in a knightly gesture, smiling as he said, I have long heard of Princess Sora's captivating beauty, and seeing her today confirms it. He looked at the rosy-cheeked baby girl in the stroller and smiled. This must be Reiju, the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family. Congratulations to you both. On my own behalf, I have prepared a small gift for Reiju. Please do not refuse it. As he spoke, he gestured to the flying squirrel, which quickly came over and handed a list to the butler behind Vinsmoke Judge. Although I couldn't make out the specific items on the list, the dense text clearly indicated that this was a generous gift. I am very grateful for Admiral Darren's generosity. May the friendship between Germa and the North Sea Navy last forever. Princess Sora smiled slightly and gracefully raised her wine glass. Darren clinked glasses with her and drank it all. The baptism ceremony began soon. The exquisitely beautiful little Leiju was gently placed into a wooden tub filled with warm water by the butler and was baptized in front of all the guests. The guests immediately burst into enthusiastic applause, and then the banquet officially began. Can I hug her? Darren looked at little Reiju lying in Princess Sora's arms and said with a smile. Sora hesitated for a moment, then said softly, Of course, no problem. As she spoke, she carefully picked up little Reiju and handed her to Darren. Darren took the adorable baby with curly eyebrows and pink hair, who was biting her little finger in his arms, and time seemed to stand still. This is Sanji's biological older sister, the future poison fan, Vinsmoke Reiju. He gently pinched Reiju's cheek and had already made up his mind. Vinsmoke Judge has indeed modified his bloodline through bloodline factors. She will be the pride of Germa 66. Vinsmoke Judge walked over at this moment and said in a deep voice. Darren glanced at him, then suddenly smiled. I believe that's the case. He gently placed little Reiju back in her soft crib and asked, seemingly casually, King Judge, I would like to discuss a new business deal with you. Darren gently tidied Reiju's hair and covered her with a small blanket. Does Germa 66 have sea stone? Chapter 80, I will lead the North Sea Fleet into battle. 3 days pass quickly. General of the Warring States period, everything is ready. 3 hours later, target Bondi Waldo will land on an island in the waters north of Rubeck Island. This island is in an uninhabited area, and I recommend that the operation be carried out on this island. Inside the warship's cabin, Sengoku listened to the deep voice coming from the military Den Mushi in front of him, his brows gradually furrowing. Darren, can you confirm the authenticity of the information? For the past 3 days, Bondi Waldo's whereabouts have been elusive. Even the government has been unable to find any trace of the ward pirates. If the intelligence is wrong and our Navy's operation is exposed, all our efforts in this encirclement and suppression will be in vain. As he spoke, Sengoku couldn't help but glare at Borsalino, who was picking his nails noisily beside him. General of the Warring States period, please rest assured that there will be no mistakes. The intelligence sources are reliable. As far as I know, Bondi Waldo acquired a large quantity of smuggled weapons through the North Sea's underworld channels, and the specific transaction location was the target island. Darren's steady and powerful voice came through the Den Mushi. Upon hearing Darren's confident words, a smile slowly appeared on Sengoku's face. Very good, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. He hesitated for a moment. What suggestions do you have regarding the operation to take down Bondi Waldo? Darren feigned hesitation and said, Admiral Sengoku, I am merely a colonel of the headquarters. It would be inappropriate for me to offer military advice on a military operation to suppress a great pirate of the caliber of Bondi Waldo. Upon hearing this, the Warring States period laughed and cursed in an annoyed tone. Don't try to act all high and mighty with me, kid. Speak up if you have any ideas. If the operation succeeds, you'll definitely get a share of the credit. Besides, I have already submitted your promotion application. As long as it goes through the procedural inquiry and review, it will be approved. A brigadier general is already qualified to participate in military operations of this level. The Warring States period was no fool. As a figure widely recognized as a wise general in the Navy, his political skills and military strategies are absolutely top-notch on this vast sea. Because of the celestial dragon Hilda's Saint incident, the war pirates became more cautious and faced increasing difficulties. Even intelligence networks, including those of the Navy and the world government's CP department, could not locate Bondi Waldo. He even used his connections to communicate with the political leaders of the major kingdoms in the North Sea, trying to find any clues about Bondi Waldo, but all his efforts were in vain. However, under such circumstances, Darren, the North Sea admiral, provided intelligence down to the exact time and location in less than 2 days. This incident alone is enough to illustrate a lot. Thinking this way, an incredibly absurd idea suddenly surged into Sengoku's mind. Could it be? Darren, did you orchestrate this arms deal? Sengoku's expression suddenly turned stern, and he asked in a deep voice. After a few seconds of silence on the Den Mushi, the admiral of the North Sea's voice, tinged with amusement, slowly drifted out. The vision and wisdom of the warring states generals are indeed astonishing. Nothing can be hidden from you. That's right, I arranged this deal. Bondi Waldo has been frantically recruiting soldiers and buying up weapons these past few days, and has even built a massive cannon of astonishing size in an attempt to destroy the forces led by you, the Sengoku shogun. Bang! Zhang Guoquan slammed his fist heavily on the desk in front of him, his face so gloomy it looked like it was about to drip water. Damn Bondi Waldo. Is he trying to blast Marineford away? As a Marine admiral who had clashed with Bondi Waldo multiple times, Sengoku knew better than anyone the terrifying power of the former's Momo fruit. If he were to actually obtain a large-scale heavy cannon, let alone his own naval forces, given Bondi Waldo's crazy, violent, and arrogant personality, he would probably dare to bombard Marineford, the naval headquarters, to the ground. However, now that we know this information in advance, we have enough time to deal with it. Thinking of this, Zhang's anxious heart calmed down a little. You didn't give him that heavy cannon, did you? Darren, well, I still trust you. You wouldn't do something so stupid. No, I built an unprecedentedly large cannon for the Warring States General. Darren suddenly said. Warring States period. Seconds later. What did you say? Sengoku jumped up from his seat, his furious roar almost lifting the hatch off the ship. The sound was so loud that Borsalino, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but scratch his ear in exasperation. Are you crazy, kid? Sengoku gritted his teeth as he stared at Darren, the nonchalant figure simulated by the Den Mushi, 2 streams of smoke billowing from his nostrils. General of the Warring States period, please don't be in a hurry. I have my reasons for doing this. Darren's indifferent voice rang out. Bondi Waldo may seem crazy, but he's actually a very difficult guy to deal with. Although he has ambitions to destroy the world, he is definitely not a reckless and arrogant fool. Without sufficient incentives, it would be difficult to lure him out and kill him. If he hadn't gotten his hands on this heavy cannon, he would have been even less likely to go to war with our Navy, especially since he was already wounded. This time, trapping him in Beihai is the best opportunity we can have, and we absolutely cannot miss it. Otherwise, if he has the opportunity to escape to the Grand Line or even the New World, it will be several times or even dozens of times more difficult for us to subdue him in the future. Despite Darren's well-reasoned analysis, Sengoku's brows remained furrowed, and he raised a hand to rub his temples, saying, But Darren, what you're doing is far too risky. No, General of the Warring States period, please believe me. The voice of the North Sea Admiral possessed a convincing quality. Since I dared to entrust that heavy cannon to Bondi Waldo, I am naturally confident in dealing with him. As for what you just said, I have a preliminary idea about this mission. Darren paused for a second, then said in words, I hope this operation will be under my command. I will lead the North Sea Fleet into battle. Chapter 81 Command in Hand. The cabin of the warship had fallen silent at some point. Even Borsalino stopped picking his nails, looked up with interest, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Darren then directly demanded power from a Marine admiral? Darren, you want command of this mission? Zhangwa frowned and said with a serious expression, Yes, a general from the Warring States period. The naval captain's voice was decisive and without the slightest hesitation. I have enough confidence. The situation in the North Sea is complex. I am very familiar with the shipping routes, town distribution, and troop deployment in the waters near the target island. I arranged this deal through my connections, and I have every reason to carry it out. And most importantly, In this operation to encircle and annihilate Bondi Waldo and the Ward pirates, the North Sea Fleet will serve as the main force of our navy, and I will be in charge of the operation to maximize their combat capabilities. Darren knew he absolutely could not back down at this moment. Having lived in Beihai for so many years, he understands a principle very well. So-called power and status often have to be earned through one's own efforts. At the right time, make the right request. Sometimes, the best way to gain your boss's respect is to challenge their authority. Upon hearing Darren's words, a glint of light flashed in the depths of Sengoku's eyes. Darren, are you aware of Bondi Waldo's strength? He suddenly asked another question. I know Sengoku Teisho very well. As a great pirate on par with Roger and Whitebeard, Bondi Waldo's strength is naturally not to be underestimated. But this is a war, and the factors that determine the outcome of a war are not only related to combat strength. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Gua asked again. Do you know that if the mission fails because of your command, you will face severe punishment, and it may even affect your political career in the Navy? General Sengoku, I am well aware of this. If the mission fails, I am willing to accept any punishment from headquarters. Upon hearing this, the light in Sengoku's eyes shone even brighter. He paused, then turned his head to look at Borsellino beside him. Major General Borsellino, what's your opinion? Borsellino stroked his stubble, adopting a thoughtful expression, and finally said slowly, I think it wouldn't hurt to give Colonel Darren a try. After all, his performance since taking office as the Admiral of the North Sea has been outstanding, both in terms of governance and military talent. Borsellino's last words directly dispelled Sengoku's remaining doubts. Indeed, if it were any other naval commander, Sengoku would never have relinquished command of such an important mission as defeating Bondi Waldo. But Darren is different. Judging from his past experience and positions, although he has not yet received officer training, his military talent and strategic skills are absolutely outstanding in the Navy. Of course, most importantly, it was Darren's courage. Using his own fleet as the main force of attack, and volunteering to carry out the mission of defeating Bondi Waldo, this kind of courage is not something that everyone can possess. In that case, the temporary command of this mission will be handed over to you. After a moment of deep thought, Zhang slowly gave his answer. But you must understand that things can change in an instant on the battlefield. If unpredictable special circumstances arise, I may take back command at any time and personally lead the battle. No problem, Warring States General. On the other side of the Den Den Mushi, Darren, holding the Den Den Mushi, stood at the bow of a warship. Behind him, a wide cloak of justice fluttered freely in the gale, and a smile appeared in his half-closed eyes. He slowly put away the military Den Den Mushi and looked out over the sea towards the harbor. The warships were sailing steadily from the outer sea of Branch 321 into the harbor of the naval port, forming an arrowhead-shaped fleet formation according to his orders. On land in the naval port, heavily armed naval soldiers were carrying out their orders with grim expressions, loading boxes of military supplies onto warships. Soldiers at all levels silently performed their duties, wiping and maintaining the dark cannon barrels on the warships, and concentrating on preparing for the expedition. Did the old man from the Warring States period really agree? A surprised voice sounded behind him. Darren turned around and saw Gaki's incredulous face. He actually entrusted you with command of such an important operation as defeating the great pirate Bondi Waldo. Darren smiled, lit a cigar, and winked at Gigi. The headquarters still understands the importance of respecting and nurturing talent. Damn it, why wasn't it me? Jiaji gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. I don't know why, but seeing that bastard Darren in power is more painful than killing him. That's Bondi Waldo, a legendary pirate with a bounty of 400 million berries. Over the past few years, many high-ranking officers of the Navy headquarters, including former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, current Admiral Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Garp, have launched numerous operations to subdue this guy. Now that we've finally managed to block the entrance to the Grand Line and trap Bondi Waldo in the North Sea, it's the perfect opportunity to eliminate him completely. But this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity actually fell into the hands of that bastard Darren. Darren, are you sure you want to lead this operation? Bondi Waldo is not like the pirates of the North Blue. At this moment, Guillaume said with a complicated expression. Darren glanced at her and smiled. Don't worry about me. I'm a scoundrel and a scumbag. What's that saying again? Oh, I remember now. Villains always live a long time. Guillaume gritted her teeth and said coldly. I'm not worried about you. I'm afraid you'll make a mistake in command. causing the hard-won North Sea fleet to be destroyed by Bondi Walden's world-destroying power. It could even lead to all the efforts that the generals of the Warring States period had made going to waste. Darren shrugged, unconcerned. Who knows about things like that? That's Bondi Waldo after all. Whoever is in command could cause the mission to fail. Of course, if you're confident, Guillaume, I can hand over command to you. How about that? Guillaume pursed her lips and immediately fell silent. The North Sea fleet will not obey her orders. Most importantly, she had absolutely no confidence in facing the Ward pirates led by Bondi Waldo. The power of the Momo fruit is so great that it can drive anyone to despair. That's not a problem that can be solved by military command, troop deployment, or strategic policies. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but take a deep look at Darren's profile. The latter was gazing at the sea in the distance, a calm smile playing on his lips. Does this guy really have a way to deal with Bondi Waldo? A sense of curiosity welled up in Guillaume's heart. Chapter 82: The Fangs of the North Sea Fleet. Darren had no interest in what Kaji and Guillaume were thinking. He stood at the bow of the warship, squinting as he surveyed the warships ready to depart in the harbor, taking in the situation of the numerous North Sea Navy soldiers on the decks. Although he spoke of being full of confidence, Darren knew better than anyone how powerful Bondi Waldo was. He had to be extremely cautious and careful, otherwise, he risked losing his life in the operation. Darren, all the warships for the mission are ready. The flying squirrel's steady voice sounded from behind, and his face, wearing a military cap, was filled with an unprecedented solemnity. Darren nodded and smiled. Very good. Thank you for your hard work. Looking at Darren's broad back, the flying squirrel hesitated for a moment before finally unable to hold back, and said, although time was tight, we still made it in time. All 10 medium-sized warships that carried out this mission have undergone upgrades and modifications to the Germa 66, and the keels of the warships have adopted a large amount of lightweight metal materials. But Darren, I still don't understand why you're spending so much money to upgrade the warships. You should know that the funds required to modify a warship are enough to build a brand new warship of the same size. The cost of building a warship is extremely high. Although the warships used by the North Sea Fleet are of medium size, far inferior to the medium and large warships used by the Navy headquarters, and even less comparable to the Buster Call level warships, each one costs more than 50 million berries. Normally, given the same budget, the more warships the better, so that a fleet battle group can be formed to achieve a suppressive effect in terms of firepower. Darren smiled. The quality of warships is more important than their quantity. You'll see why I'm doing this in a moment. He paused, then asked, how's the situation with Dover? The flying squirrel pondered and said, the information from the Don Quixote family indicates that the time and place of the transaction have not changed. At least for the time being, the Ward pirates have not made any major moves, and the transaction will proceed as normal. Darren clenched his fist and asked again, what is the weaponry configuration on the warship? The flying squirrel answered in a deep voice. Each warship is equipped with 10 heavy cannons, and additional small ballistic missiles provided by Germa are mounted on the hull. As for the personnel's equipment, in addition to standard-issue swords and rifles, the elite of the North Sea Fleet are also equipped with Germa technology such as stun guns, portable cannons, and flamethrowers. Darren smiled with satisfaction. Very well, in that case, let's set off. Hey Darren, do you think we can make it? How far are we from our target island? Just then, Jiaji came running over, panting, holding a crumpled nautical chart in his hand, gesturing anxiously. Far more than 3 hours. I'm right behind you, Guillaume said in a deep voice. Meeting their worried gazes, Darren smiled and raised his hand, making a gesture. As he moved, bursts of tense, short bugle calls rang out from the warship's lookout tower, quickly echoing outwards. This military gesture. The three of them flying Squirrel, Keiki, and Guillaume were stunned at the same time. They turned their heads and saw that the sails on the masts of the warships were being quickly furled by naval soldiers. Are you ready? Hold on tight. Darren exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, before anyone could react, a dazzling blue arc of electricity crackled between the naval captain's fingers, and an invisible and eerie force field suddenly emanated from his body. Boom! A series of dull thuds emanated from the hull of the warship beneath their feet. Jia Ji and the others trembled and almost lost their footing, feeling a powerful centrifugal force suddenly enveloping the warship they were on. Could it be that? Jiaji's eyes widened, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. The flying squirrel seemed to realize something as well, its expression one of astonishment. We will catch up. The naval captain raised his head high, and an almost violent force field surged wildly from his body, causing his wide, snow-white cloak to flutter wildly in the wind. He turned around and smiled at the crowd. "Oh right, I forgot to tell you." A sharp, unparalleled brilliance and an intense fire of ambition shone in his deep eyes. "I have never said that the North Sea Fleet's dominance is limited to the sea." As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fist tightly. Boom. Another series of magnificent humming sounds emanated from the hull of the warship. The soles of our feet trembled violently, and a huge whirlpool suddenly rose on the sea surface. Amidst the stunned and frozen gazes of Kei, Gion, Mamanga, and countless other North Sea Navy personnel, everything around them began to steadily sink and recede into the distance. No, it's not that the surrounding environment has sunk. Instead, their warship took to the air. Boom. Magnificent columns of water and waves shot into the sky from the naval port. The North Sea Fleet, consisting of 10 warships, burst into the air from the roaring white waves, and, swept up by the violent magnetic field, soared straight into the sky at an astonishing speed. Aoawa. The screams of gunfire echoed from the deck of the main warship. As the warship accelerated, the gale tore his face beyond recognition, leaving him with an exaggerated, astonished expression and a blank mind. It took flight. Darren's North Sea Fleet is unlike any other naval force. Gion gripped the railing tightly with both hands, looking at the thick sea of clouds approaching her. Her face, which was slightly pale from shock, gradually flushed with excitement and joy. The military strategic significance of a naval fleet capable of flight is immeasurable. Unparalleled mobility, unpredictable stealth, and the ability to completely break free from the constraints of the sea, enabling surprise attacks from the sky. She could already imagine the astonished expression on the Sengoku general's face when he saw the North Sea Fleet appear. The flying squirrel beside him gave a helpless, bitter smile. He finally understood. That's exactly what Darren wanted. His devil fruit ability. The power of the magnet fruit allows warships with metal-modified keels to levitate and even fly high in the sky, like cannonballs under the influence of magnetic fields. Everyone. As the Navy personnel watched with curiosity and excitement as the clouds in the sky rapidly receded behind them, Darren slowly spoke. His voice instantly captured everyone's attention. Their North Sea admiral stood at the bow of the ship like a straight spear, facing the wind. A haughty and awe-inspiring smile slowly crept onto his lips. There is only one purpose for this trip. Defeat the legendary pirate, Bundy Waldo. The sky was completely silent. Then, kill. The roar was like thunder, as if it could move mountains and fill seas, echoing through the sky. On the naval port, thousands of naval soldiers responsible for staying at the 321st branch watched with awe and fervor as the fleet of warships soared into the sky and disappeared into the clouds. Facing the rain of seawater falling from the sky, they raised their hands in salute. Each of them knew all too well that, regardless of the outcome of today's battle, the sharpness of the North Sea Fleet's fangs would utterly terrify the entire world. Chapter 83 Bingjack's Worries. The sky was a hazy, overcast gray. The swirling snowflakes blanketed the world before us with a thick layer of icing, making everything appear pale and white. 5 pirate ships flying the pirate skull flag were patrolling the waters near the island, their decks densely packed with ferocious-looking pirates. Boss Waldo, after this deal is completed, our weapons and ammunition will be replenished, right? Ha ha ha. Of course. How dare that brat named Doflamingo disobey the boss? I've heard that the Don Quixote family controls the entire North Sea underworld's arms smuggling channels. I suppose the weapons they're providing this time must be top quality. Ha ha ha. At that time, the Navy and the world government will be annihilated under the firepower of our ward pirates. The members of the ward pirates looked at Bondi Waldo, who stood with his arms crossed at the bow of the ship, their eyes filled with indescribable fervor and worship for that broad and tall figure. This is their captain, a legendary pirate known as the Destroyer of the World. The man who, along with Whitebeard and Roger, instilled fear in the world government and the Marine headquarters. Ha ha ha. That's for sure. I am Bondi Waldo, and anything that stands in my way will be destroyed. Bondi Waldo laughed heartily and said to his brother Bingjack, who was sitting on his shoulders, "Aren't you right, brother?" Bingjack, hooked up to an 4-drip and looking sickly, glanced at his arrogant and unrestrained younger brother. A barely perceptible hint of worry flashed in his eyes, but he forced a smile and said, "Yes, little brother." Bondi Waldo burst into laughter again, and a thin layer of snow piled up on his metal horn helmet. He stood at the bow of the ship, squinting as he swept his gaze across the ambitious faces of his men on the deck, his smile growing increasingly arrogant and conceited. Although it's unclear why the Navy and the world government raised his bounty from 200 million berries to 400 million berries, it has to be said that Sengoku's actions really did him a big favor. On this vast ocean, while an increase in bounties means greater naval power in raids, it also enhances one's reputation. The higher the bounty, the more famous one becomes, and the more pirates will come to follow one. In just over half a month, in the North Sea alone, the number of pirates under his command has skyrocketed from several hundred to several thousand. The number of pirate ships also increased from 1 to 5. This is only in Beihai. Once he returns to the Grand Line, or even the New World, countless pirates will join his ranks, and the ward pirates will become one of the top pirate crews on the seas. Bondi Waldo had long coveted a great pirate fleet like the flying pirates led by Shiki the Golden Lion. This is truly a wonderful era. Bondi Waldo chuckled coldly and muttered. Bondi Waldo gazed at the distant island and gave orders to his men. Get ready to log in. Amidst the swirling snow, distant islands appeared as white silhouettes, resembling a white town, appearing and disappearing under the gloomy sky. That deserted island was the agreed-upon meeting place. Yes, Boss Waldo. The pirates looked excited, each one eager to try. Since joining the ward pirates, they have been facing a shortage of weapons, so they are full of expectations for this deal. The sailors quickly turned the rudder and pulled on the sail lines to adjust the course. Driven by the wind, the 5 pirate ships gradually deviated from their course, leaving trails on the sea as they sailed toward the deserted island. Etc. Just as the 5 pirate ships were about to dock, Binjak, who was sitting on Bondi Waldo's shoulder, suddenly spoke up. His gray eyebrows furrowed as he observed the pocket-shaped coastline before him. The 5 warships were crammed together in the harbor, making it look extremely crowded. A cold wind rushed towards him, making him shiver uncontrollably. Stimulated by the cold air, he suddenly started coughing violently, his face turning completely red. Cough, 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 Waldo. For safety's sake, I don't think we should dock all the ships here. The terrain along this coastline is too narrow. If the Navy appears and launches an attack now, we won't even have a chance to escape. Oh. Bondi Waldo glanced at his brother, somewhat disapproving of Binjak's caution. Ever since his bounty was increased, the older brother has always looked worried and acted with extreme caution. Aside from necessary resupply and recruiting crew members, their pirate ships would never dock unless absolutely necessary. Pirate ships must be inspected, and communication devices such as den mushi, snail-shaped electric worms, must be confiscated. This behavior even made Bondi Waldo wonder if his brother was becoming increasingly timid due to his illness. This is just the North Sea, not the Grand Line. Even if that bastard from the Warring States period catches up with me, I am absolutely not afraid. However, remembering the care his brother had given him when he was young, and his brother's increasingly serious health and illness, Bondi Waldo did not object to Binjak's suggestion, and the smile on his face remained unchanged. Since it was my brother's suggestion, then, he pointed to one of the pirate ships. Do not approach the shore. Patrol around the island's coastline and wait for my signal. As he spoke, he pulled a den mushi from his pocket and tossed it to a pirate on the pirate ship. Upon hearing their captain's words, the pirates on that ship let out a disappointed sound, their faces immediately falling. Pirates have no such thing as discipline. The reason they set sail to become pirates was not for any dreams or freedom. After all, there was no such thing as the One Piece in this era, and the Great Pirate Era had not yet arrived. They became pirates for plunder, wealth, fame, and power. Therefore, even within the same pirate crew, it is not uncommon for pirates to fight each other to the death for spoils. Even Bondi Waldo himself would laugh and let them kill each other. After all, the weak are not worthy of following him. Once the new batch of weapons arrived, it was naturally a matter of first come, first served. Their ship didn't dock, but the other 4 pirate ships did. Naturally, the latter divided up the Don Quixote family's weapons first, leaving the pirates who didn't go ashore with nothing. Even if you manage to get some, it will all be the leftover, low-quality stuff. However, given Bondi Waldo's authority, they dared not utter any objections and could only curse their bad luck in silence. Chapter 84: The Initial Dream. The target island is several nautical miles away. A warship floated on the turbulent sea. Reporting to General Sengoku, Bondi Waldo has landed on the target island and is heading towards the agreed location. The messenger standing on the lookout tower lowered his binoculars, turned around, and saluted Sengoku, who stood on the deck with his arms crossed, speaking in a deep voice. Can you tell how many people he brought? Sengoku was also observing the movements on the distant islands through a telescope, his brows furrowed tightly, as if someone had filled them in with black ink. The warship was quite a distance from the target island, and even with the Navy headquarters' most accurate binoculars, he could only vaguely see a black moving slowly forward in the wind and snow. Bondi Waldo is, after all, one of the top powerhouses on this sea. To be on the safe side and avoid being detected by his observation hockey, Sengoku's side had to keep the warships at a safe distance. Although this guy's threat to the Navy and the world government comes more from his devil fruit ability than from his own combat strength. The exact number cannot be determined, but what is certain is that most of the pirates were stationed on the 4 pirate ships that were docked at the shore. 4. Upon hearing this, Jean Guo was taken aback, his eyes narrowing slightly behind his black-rimmed glasses. According to intelligence, the Ward pirates have expanded to 5 pirate ships after recruiting members during this period, haven't they? The messenger replied. Yes, it was a Sengoku general, but for some reason, one of the pirate ships did not dock, and we have lost sight of it. That's quite cautious, Borsalino remarked without looking up as he picked at his nails. Ignoring the scoundrel, Sengoku frowned even more deeply, muttering to himself with a grave expression. Was this Bingjak's doing? Binjak, as the vice-captain of the Ward pirates and the older brother of Bondi Waldo, is physically weak and sickly and has no fighting ability, but he possesses wisdom and caution that are not common among pirates. As a core figure and strategist of the Ward pirates, he is the brains of the crew, complementing the formidable strength of Bondi Waldo and posing a serious threat. In past campaigns, it was precisely because of Binjak's cunning that Bondi Waldo was able to escape, causing the Navy to fail. General Sengoku has identified the target and landed on the island. When do we move in? A guard quickly walked over and asked in a low voice. Sengoku glanced at Borsalino, who was sitting there leisurely, pondered for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, "Let's wait a little longer." He pulled a military-grade Den Mushi from his pocket, his gaze falling on the sleeping Den Mushi. Wait for Colonel Darren's signal. On a deserted island. Snowflakes drifted down from the gloomy sky as Bondi Waldo led hundreds of pirates, trudging through the icy snow. Breaths condensed into white frost in the cold air, and Bingjak, sitting on Bondi Waldo's shoulders, subconsciously tightened his sheepskin coat. The road was deathly silent, and before me stretched an endless expanse of land and snow-capped mountains. Valdo, I have a bad feeling. Looking at the silent snow-capped mountains and wilderness, Bingjak couldn't help but shiver. Ha, brother, you're overthinking it. As long as we get the weapons, we'll leave this island immediately. The world is so big, what place can't we go? Bondi Waldo smiled and comforted Bingjak, his eyes filled with a burning ambition as intense as a raging fire. No, that's not what I meant. Bingjak shook his head, his sallow, sickly face appearing even paler in the cold weather. We have taken too big a step. Since we set sail, we have been in a state of killing and war. The bounty has skyrocketed for no apparent reason, and Sengoku is relentlessly pursuing us. More and more people are joining our ward pirates, and the number of our subordinates has far exceeded what our officers can control. And he paused, his gaze towards Bondi Waldo filled with an indescribable complexity. You've changed, Waldo. You are becoming increasingly audacious and reckless. Human lives are like ants in your eyes. You are frantically destroying everything that stands in your way. If this continues, we will sooner or later face unpredictable consequences. Bondi Waldo suddenly stopped in his tracks. The pirate crew members behind him also stopped in their tracks, looking at their captain with some confusion. The falling snowflakes drifted down from the sky, landing like stars on Bondi Waldo's helmet, shoulders, and body, and the smile on his face vanished. Brother, what exactly are you trying to say? Bondi Waldo's voice lowered. Have you forgotten our dream? To travel around the world, was that your original dream? No, Waldo, I haven't forgotten. Bingjak shook his head, his dark eyes filled with confusion. Even now, I still want to travel the world, to see different landscapes and scenery on the vast ocean, and to find freedom in life. You are the one who has truly forgotten this dream. When was the last time we were on an island we'd never been to before, laughing freely and without restraint? You don't remember either, do you? What you are enjoying now is not travel, not adventure. What you are enjoying is killing and destruction. As your strength grew, especially after you obtained that devil fruit, you changed. You seem to have become a completely different person. Your desire for destruction and annihilation grows stronger, and your ambition grows ever larger. You want to destroy all world government ships, naval fleets, and even innocent civilians and towns that stand in your way, all of which will be devoured by your rage. They force me to do this. Bondi Waldo suddenly shouted angrily, interrupting his brother. Veins bulged on his forehead, his expression was ferocious, and his fists were clenched tightly. If I don't do this, how can we support our dreams? Traveling the world isn't just a slogan. We need money, we need immense power. Only by constantly destroying, plundering, and wreaking havoc can I make those who want to kill us fear and be wary. With the immense power of the Momo fruit, why can't I become the ruler of this sea? Just stand behind me and watch, brother. I will destroy all those who try to stop us, whether it be the Navy or the world government. They will all grovel at my feet, Bondi Waldo. After saying that, a savage grin spread across his face again, and he strode away into the distance. Bing-Jack sat on his shoulders, staring blankly at his profile, sighing inwardly. Thank you. Chapter 85 is me. Snowflakes are falling. After walking through a snow-covered jungle, the Bondi Waldo pedestrians were suddenly greeted by a breathtaking view. On the vast, snow-covered plain, a dozen or so figures dressed in black mafia suits stood there, their expressions wary, with wooden crates piled up behind them. Bondi Waldo's lips curled into a mocking grin. Where's that brat Doflamingo? What happened? He doesn't even dare to come and hand over such an important deal in person? The so-called king of the North Sea underworld. He's nothing but a rat hiding in a stinking ditch. How laughable. The members of the Don Quixote family were ashen-faced, and dared not utter a word of anger in the face of Bondi Waldo's mockery. Lord Doflamingo has important matters to attend to and cannot spare the time. One of the mafia members bowed slightly. Bondi Waldo glanced at him. So, have all the things I wanted arrived? The leading mafia member raised his hand, and the others behind him immediately sprang into action. Large wooden crates were brought forward and pried open with iron bars with a crack sound. The weapons and ammunition are sufficient to equip 3,000 people, and all of them are of the highest standard. Bondi Waldo gave a cold laugh and waved his hand. The ward pirates, whose faces were already flushed, rushed forward and took out weapons from the wooden crates piled with straw. Ha ha ha, Boss Waldo. He's definitely top-notch quality. Even the armies of some of the member states of the world government don't have this kind of equipment. The pirates excitedly played with the guns in their hands, clearly enjoying them. Bondi Waldo smiled with satisfaction and then asked, "And what about the most important thing?" The leading mafia member said in a deep voice, "Also ready." As he spoke, he turned around, walked to the edge of the snow-covered forest, bent down and groped on the ground for a moment, then seemed to grab something and pulled hard. Laugh. Large swaths of snow were ripped up, and as the snowflakes swirled, a terrifying object was revealed beneath the canvas cover. The massive, jet-black cannon barrel, with its smooth surface, was over 3 meters in diameter and over 8 meters in length. A strong smell of gunpowder emanated from the dark, gaping bore. Mounted on a carriage with 2 enormous discs serving as wheels, the entire cannon stood in the pale snow, resembling an irregular, black, steel behemoth that inspired awe. The moment Bondi Waldo saw the giant cannon, his eyes blazed with intense light. Whoosh! His figure vanished from the spot in an instant, and the next second he appeared next to the giant cannon like a ghost. Reaching out to gently touch and stroke the enormous object before him, Bondi Waldo's expression gradually contorted with excitement. "Where are the shells?" "It's right here." The mafia member answered, walked to the side, and also pulled up a canvas hidden under the snow, revealing an ammunition box underneath. This heavy cannon is unprecedented in scale and was built with a huge amount of resources. Its range can easily reach more than 3 nautical miles. With these specially made shells, its power is enough to easily sink a large warship. Bondi Waldo grinned. "I don't trust your assessment. Weapons are something you have to test yourself." After saying that, he opened the ammunition box and easily picked up a black shell with a diameter of more than 2 meters, stuffing it into the huge cannon barrel. The lit fuse thrashed about in the gale, its sparks illuminating Bondi Waldo's ambitious face. Next second, boom! With a deafening roar, the snow hanging from the forest within 100 meters was shaken off by the powerful sound. The black shell, propelled by the gun barrel's flames, traced a parabola high in the sky before crashing heavily into the distant snow-capped mountain peak. Boom! A series of heart-pounding rumbles and tremors suddenly erupted from the ground beneath their feet. Surging flames shot into the sky from the mountaintop, and massive amounts of snow trembled continuously, collapsing along with boulders generated by the bombing. Everyone stared in disbelief at the horrific scene, gasping as they watched the small mountain gradually collapse and be almost completely flattened. Ha ha ha. That's right. That's exactly how it feels. The flickering flames reddened the sky, and billowing black smoke rose, casting intermittent light and shadow on Bondi Waldo's face as he laughed wildly. Bingjak was also stunned by the terrifying power of the shelling, his mind blank. My brother didn't use his devil fruit power just now. In other words, this exaggerated power comes purely from this heavy cannon. It's hard to imagine how exaggerated such a bombardment would be if amplified 100-fold by the Bondi Waldomomo fruit. Perhaps, it really could easily blow up a town, no, an island, or even level the entire Marine headquarters. Even Bingjak couldn't believe his own judgment. Very good. That brat Doflamingo certainly didn't disappoint me. I'm very satisfied. Bondi Waldo gently patted the black cannon barrel. The Don Quixote family's reputation in the underworld is well known throughout North Sea, the mafia member said, bowing slightly. Yes, but so far we've only tested this heavy artillery. We haven't tested the other weapons yet. Bondi Waldo's lips suddenly curled into a smile. The mafia member suddenly froze. Bang 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 bang. A sudden burst of rapid, short gunfire erupted. The mafia member's eyes widened in surprise. Not far away, all his comrades lay dead on the snow, their bodies riddled with bullet holes, blood seeping from beneath them and staining the snow red. The members of the ward pirates grinned cruelly, their brand new weapons emitting wisps of white smoke. How dare you? Bang. The mafia member tilted his head to the left, and a bright red flower of blood burst open on his forehead. His body fell heavily to the ground. His pupils, which were gradually blurring, stared intently at Bondi Waldo, blood gushing from his mouth. Lord Doflamingo, no, Lord Darren will not let you get away with this. Bondi Waldo slowly retracted his smoking flintlock pistol, grinned maliciously, and walked up to the mafia member, looking down at him condescendingly. I know that brat Doflamingo, but who is Tatalini? He chuckled strangely, then suddenly frowned. Buzzing. A violent buzzing sound rang out sharply and loudly, approaching frantically from the far distance behind at an alarming speed. That was the sound caused by something rapidly cutting through the air. Bondi Waldo's eyes narrowed, and a strange red light flashed deep in his pupils. Without even looking, he turned around abruptly, his rough palm shoving out heavily. Boom. The raging wind whipped up the snow, and Bondi Waldo's body slid backward a meter, carving a groove in the ground, his gray cloak billowing behind him. He gripped the streamlined metal skateboard tightly in midair, its tail swaying violently due to the immense propulsion. He squinted. It's me. A deep voice suddenly sounded behind him. Chapter 86. Welcome to my territory. Bondi Waldo slowly turned around, and a tall, upright figure came into view. His black, tousled hair fluttered slightly in the snow, his sharp suit was stretched taut, exuding a wild and violent aura, and a wide, snow-white cloak billowed behind him, dancing wildly in the wind. Navy. Bondi Waldo narrowed his eyes, his expression turning cold. He exerted force in his hands, and the streamlined metal skateboard was twisted and contorted like a pretzel. At the same time, he gently put Bingjak down from his shoulders. The latter, leaning on his crutches, limped away into the distance. Whoosh. Upon seeing this, the hundreds of pirates not far away were first stunned, then grinned and raised their brand new weapons, the empty muzzles of which were all pointed at the figure of the naval captain. Darren, I think I've heard that name before. Bondi Waldo squinted at the young, dark-haired Navy man in front of him, and suddenly a mocking sneer appeared on his lips. I think I remember now. A very influential figure in the North Sea. Reportedly, even the major world government member states in the North Sea have to give him some face. Rogers Darren, the highest-ranking officer of the North Sea Navy. If I'm not mistaken, it must be you, kid. Darren did not answer. He glanced at the mafia member lying on the ground, whose pupils were completely unfocused and who was clearly lifeless. That's not how you do business. He suddenly said. What did you say? Bondi Waldo froze, his eyes bulging with confusion. Beihai has its own rules, and there are rules for doing business. Besides, I don't like having a gun pointed at me. The naval captain stared expressionlessly at the young mafia member's corpse, his voice calm and undisturbed. The moment the words fell, click, click, click. The pupils of hundreds of pirates not far away shrank, and the guns in their hands flew out of their hands as if burned by an invisible force. At incredible speed, all sorts of long guns and short cannons rapidly turned their muzzles in midair, aiming at their original masters, and pulled the triggers directly in the horrified gazes of the pirates. Bang 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 bang. Gunfire erupted, and the sound of bullets piercing flesh was incessant. Countless craters suddenly appeared on the snow-covered ground, and patches of crimson blood bloomed on the convulsing bodies of the pirates, exploding into a mist of blood. Bondi Waldo's pupils contracted. The gunfire ended, as hundreds of mangled, bloodied pirate corpses fell heavily to the ground. The entire pristine white earth was completely stained red with blood. Hundreds of guns hovered in midair, their muzzles emitting blue smoke. Then, slowly rotate. The dark muzzle of a gun. They all aimed at Bondi Waldo. Yes, it's fair now. Darren slowly raised his head. The ability to control metal? Bondi Waldo narrowed his eyes, and a contemptuous smile suddenly appeared on his lips. That arrogant little brat from the Navy thinks he's no match for me just because he got a devil fruit. Before he could finish speaking, the damaged and twisted metal skateboard on the ground suddenly came to life, and the silvery white liquid metal rapidly intertwined, twisted, and coiled around Bondi Waldo's feet, twisting into a braided shape. Bondi Waldo's expression changed slightly. Darren gently twitched his finger. A faint blue arc of electricity seemed to flash and disappear in the void. The muzzles of hundreds of spears once again spewed out scorching flames. A dense hail of bullets transformed into a raging storm of metal, engulfing Bondi Waldo's figure in an overwhelming onslaught. Is it useful? Bondi Waldo let out a cold laugh, and a layer of invisible, black, metallic-looking armor quickly covered his body. Jingle bells. The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously as countless bullets struck Bondi Waldo's body, but they bounced off as if hitting steel plates, leaving craters in the snow. Facing the rain of gunfire, Bondi Waldo, his face grim and arrogant, grinned maliciously. You little naval brat. You have no idea how truly terrifying this ocean is. The North Sea is just a small place. You've never even set foot on the Grand Line. You're nothing but a frog in a well, ignorant of your own limitations. With that, he roared and his feet, enveloped in armament hockey, suddenly slammed down. The ground beneath his feet seemed to groan under his explosive force, crackling and popping. The metal binding his feet was stretched, deformed, and twisted by Bondi Waldo. Darren watched Bondi Waldo's movements, his cold, dark expression remaining unchanged. No, you don't understand the true terror of the North Sea. He suddenly smiled. Bondi Waldo was stunned. Seeing the smile on the naval captain's lips, as if some uneasy premonition was welling up in his heart, he subconsciously activated his observation hockey to the fullest extent, and then his expression changed drastically. Darren made a decisive wave of his hand, the force of which was so great that it seemed to produce the sound of wind and thunder. Whoosh! The snowflakes falling from the sky seemed to suddenly disappear under some invisible and strange force, rising up in reverse. Bondi Waldo instinctively looked up. Bing Jack, who was hiding under a big tree in the distance, also looked up, his face draining of color and turning deathly pale. What's this? Ships. 2 ships. 3 ships. One warship after another, like icebreakers, broke through the clouds with unstoppable force. 10 naval warships stood in neat rows, hovering majestically high in the sky. The dark cannons protruding from the bow and sides of the ship looked down at the desolate island below with a stern and cold gaze, like a bloodthirsty and cruel war beast slowly revealing its sharp fangs. Times have changed, Bondi Waldo. The naval captain said calmly. In Bondi Waldo's tightly constricted pupils, under Bing Jack's horrified gaze, Darren raised his hand, fingers spread, making a military gesture. Clench your fist tightly. Rumble. A deafening roar echoed from high above, as orange-red flames poured wildly from the dark cannon barrels, and countless shells rained down from the sky like a destructive net of death. Their target was none other than the 4 pirate ships of the Ward pirates docked in the harbor. Next second, a series of massive explosions occurred in the harbor, sending pirate ships anchored in the narrow bay exploding like cannons. Crimson flames rose one after another from the earth, the coastline, and the sea, transforming into howling wings that licked the belly of the sky. The shockwave from the explosion spread outwards in concentric circles, stirring up mud, the wreckage of pirate ships, and waves. The pitiful cries of the pirates faintly echoed from the sea of fire. Thick black smoke billowed into the sky and lingered there. The raging flames turned the dim sky a deep, almost blood red. The naval captain stood with his back to the raging flames in the distance, his wildly billowing white cloak tinged with blood. North Sea Admiral Rogers Darren spread his arms wide, and behind him, pillars of fire erupted from the sea of flames. He looked down at the legendary pirate before him with a disdainful expression and laughed arrogantly. "Welcome to Beihai. Welcome to my territory. Thank you." Chapter 87. Darren absolutely cannot get into trouble. A general from the Warring States period. What's that? Someone suddenly appeared on the island. He's fighting the ward pirates. In an instant, in the blink of an eye, hundreds of pirates on the island, except for Bondi Waldo, were wiped out. On the sea several nautical miles from the target island, a naval soldier standing on the lookout tower, observing the island's movements through his binoculars, suddenly screamed excitedly. "It's Colonel Darren. He's on the island. They killed hundreds of Bondi Waldo's men in an instant." "What?" Sengoku exclaimed in astonishment, hurriedly taking the binoculars handed to him by his personal guard and quickly searching his field of vision. But at this moment, Borsalino, who was picking his nails, suddenly looked up and said with a half-smile, "No need to look anymore. They've arrived." Sengoku was taken aback upon hearing this, and then subconsciously activated his observation haki. As if sensing something, his pupils suddenly contracted to pinpoints, and he gazed into the distance, looking towards the clouds above the island. Then, all the sailors on the warship widened their eyes, their mouths slightly agape, their minds blank, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. In the far distance, naval warships emerged from the clouds one after another, flexibly changing formations as if unaffected by wind and gravity, lined up in rows. Huge, black cannons protruded from the hull. After a few seconds of silence, they suddenly opened fire. A barrage of firepower swept across the deserted island's harbor as if it were washing the ground, bursting into clusters of crimson flames, which then exploded into vast, raging infernos. The earth-shaking tremors continued to travel far and wide, and surging, visible waves roared and churned in the waters near the deserted island. The ward pirates' 4 ships are all completely wiped out. In the deathly silence, someone on the deck finally swallowed hard and spoke in a hoarse voice. As the silence was broken, all the sailors on the warship burst into cheers. "That's a warship of our navy." "That's right, the righteous seagull flag." "But where did this naval fleet come from?" "A flying navy fleet. We haven't received any signals from headquarters regarding reinforcements." "Wait, we're in Beihai. Could it be that?" The sailors started discussing amongst themselves, then realized something, and their gazes turned to their admiral. "Well done." Suddenly, Sengoku clenched his fist heavily and shouted excitedly, his wide cloak of justice billowing behind him. His gaze was fixed on the North Sea fleet lined up in the sky with burning desire and covetousness, and his heart pounded wildly. A naval fleet capable of freely soaring and flying at high altitudes. Darren, that brat, he was hiding his true colors so well. A delighted smile crept onto the corners of Sengoku's mouth. As a naval admiral and the most strategic man in the righteous camp, Sengoku understood better than anyone the strategic importance of a naval fleet capable of flight in war. Putting aside everything else, their old rival in the navy, Shiki the Golden Lion, used his float fruit ability to lift his pirate fleet into the sky. They move stealthily and appear and disappear unpredictably, and can easily escape the battlefield even when surrounded by naval fleets several times larger than themselves. In addition, with the Golden Lion's own formidable fighting power, he is now completely invincible. With such abilities, Shiki the Golden Lion even surpassed Roger and Whitebeard, becoming the most troublesome and feared pirate by the Navy. The Navy has been struggling to counter Golden Lion's abilities and has been forced to adopt a passive defensive strategy. But things are different now. If we could make use of that brat Darren's abilities, perhaps, just perhaps, the Navy could also create an invincible flying fleet. At that time, the righteous fleet will be able to freely enter and exit the new world without hindrance, reaching every corner of the world, ignoring the interference and constraints of ocean currents and shipping routes, and punishing evil with the fastest speed and the most flexible strategy. Thinking this way, Zhangguo's heart became incredibly passionate and surging. They even subconsciously overlooked the fact that the North Sea fleet was equipped with far more powerful firepower than usual. General of the Warring States period, shouldn't we take action now? Borsalino spoke with a smile. Sengoku was stunned, then suddenly realized that this was a signal to attack. All forces attack. Full speed ahead. He raised his hand and made a gesture, his expression solemn. The moment the words were spoken, the sailors on the warship immediately sprang into action, hoisting the sails and turning the warship's engines to maximum. And Borsalino, what are you doing? Go and provide support right now. Sengoku suddenly turned his head and roared angrily at Borsalino, who was still slowly adjusting his suit. If anything happens to Darren, I will hold you responsible. With 4 pirate ships sunk instantly, Bondi Waldo was now in a desperate situation with nowhere to escape. What kind of counterattack will a beast cornered into a corner unleash? At this moment, the only people on the deserted island are the Darrens. Borsalino raised his hands in surrender and muttered something under his breath. Yes, 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 if I hadn't reminded you. You would have been so excited that you forgot to attack. After saying that, his figure dispersed into countless golden photons, which roared and shot towards the distant island. Watching the golden light disappear into the distance, Sengoku was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat. He clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands bulged out. No matter what, Darren absolutely cannot get hurt. You little brat from the Navy, you're asking for it. A furious roar exploded out of the room. Bondi Waldo's eyes were a violent crimson, with dense blood vessels swirling around his pupils. Looking at the desolate island coastline that was blooming everywhere, how could he not realize that he had already fallen into the Navy's encirclement? The 4 pirate ships, along with their thousands of crew members, were instantly wiped out, overwhelmed by the North Sea Fleet's devastating firepower. The young naval brat in front of him was just a naval captain. There was no way he could possibly keep him here. This means that the bastard from the Warring States period is definitely nearby. But their own escape route was cut off. No. Bondi Waldo suddenly remembered something, and a sinister smile crept onto his lips once more. Darren, you little brat, do you think you've cut off all my escape routes? He pulled a din-din mushy, a type of electric scooter, out of his pocket. Ha ha ha. You didn't expect that, did you? I still have a boat. As he spoke, he dialed the din-din mushy signal. Seconds, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No response. Bondi Waldo was stunned. Looks like your din-din mushy signal isn't very good. The naval captain said with a half-smile. Chapter 88 can still fight. The din-din mushy signal is being blocked. Under the shadow of the trees not far away, Bing-Jack looked at the din-din mushy that had fallen into a deep sleep in Bondi Waldo's hand, and a huge wave of emotion surged in his heart. Waldo, that brat's ability isn't just simple manipulation of metal. He manipulates magnetic fields. He completely blocked the din-din mushy's signal. Bing-Jack gritted his teeth, ignoring the cold air irritating his throat, and roared hoarsely. After saying this, he immediately bent over and coughed violently, even coughing up blood. But his eyes were filled with indescribable fear. If I'm not mistaken, this was all a prearranged scheme. The location and time of the arms deal provided by Doflamingo, coupled with the magnetic field shielding the 4 pirate ships, resulted in their immediate sinking, cutting off all escape routes. What they will face next is an encirclement and suppression by the Navy's high command. As Bing-Jack thought of this, fear gripped his heart. He gasped for breath, and his body, weakened by lack of oxygen, collapsed to his knees with a thud, trembling all over. Damn Navy brats! Bondi Waldo roared, his crimson eyes filled with uncontrollable rage and murderous intent as he looked at Darren. At that moment, he understood. You re the one who's damned, Bondi Waldo. Darren raised his hand, and the metal wrapped around Bondi Waldo's feet came back to life, extending into sharp spikes that suddenly pierced the latter's body. Clang, clang, clang. Intersecting metal spikes struck Bondi Waldo's body, which was covered in armament hockey, sending sparks flying. I've told you so many times, these tricks won't work on me. Bondi Waldo's loud shout. Momo, 10 times speed. Boom. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet erupted in waves, cracking inch by inch. His violent burst of power and the second eruption of armament hockey allowed him to break free from the metal's restraints. Bang! Bondi Waldo stepped on the ground, and countless pebbles flew up and floated in the air. He spread his rough, large hands and slammed the gravel away, sending it hurtling towards Darren. Momo, 10-fold shotgun. The speed of the rubble increased 10-fold in an instant during its trajectory, and its penetrating power was comparable to that of a shotgun. Darren's lips curled into a smile. Ding ding dong dong. Scattered pebbles kept hitting the naval captain's body, then bounced off. Bondi Waldo's pupils contracted. This kid in the Navy has a rather strange physique. Before he could react, the sound of heavy artillery fire came from the distant horizon. Dozens of heavy cannons on the 10 warships fired simultaneously, and orange-red flames erupted in a staggered pattern high in the sky. Shells rained down from the sky like a vast net filled with smoke and the stench of death, enveloping Bondi Waldo. Momo, 10 times speed. Bondi Waldo vanished from the spot in an instant. Faced with the barrage of bombs raining down from the sky, his figure moved and darted through the air like a ghost, skillfully dodging the dense barrage of shells. He had mastered the 6 styles of the Navy, shave and moonwalk, to an unparalleled degree. Rumble. Shells kept falling to the ground, causing explosions and flames to erupt one after another. Ha ha ha. Speed is power. On this vast ocean, no one can keep up with my speed. Bondi Waldo laughed arrogantly, his figure dodging another cannonball. Yeah. Darren sneered, his hands outstretched, fingers spread wide, and he grabbed at the air, then pulled forward heavily as if he had grabbed something. Bondi Waldo was stunned, and then astonished to find that the shells, which were falling in parabolic arcs due to gravity, suddenly changed direction in midair. Boom. The shell took an unusual turn and exploded right in front of Bondi Waldo. A huge flame shot into the sky. Then came the second one, the third one, the fourth one. Each shell seemed to be controlled by the hand of an invisible giant, moving in midair according to illogical rules, relentlessly bombarding the epicenter of the explosion. The surging flames, mixed with billowing black smoke, lingered and turned the dim sky crimson. The scorching heat spread out, and the ever-increasing temperature in the air caused the snow on the ground to melt rapidly. Suddenly, whoosh! A sudden, explosive sound erupted in the air. Bondi Waldo, covered in black smoke and with burned skin, suddenly appeared behind Darren like a ghost. Momo 50x speed. Darren's dark pupils instantly contracted into the shape of wheat awns. Wow, that's fast. A brat like you, relying on external forces, would never understand the true terror of this ocean. Die. With bloodshot eyes, Bondi Waldo slammed his fist down toward Darren's head. At 50 times the speed, the punch pierced through the air, generating an incredibly powerful white shockwave. This brat from the Navy hasn't awakened his observation haki yet. He has no chance of reacting at 50 times his speed. However, what happened next shocked Bondi Waldo. Suddenly, the Navy brat who had his back to him turned around, and the metal wrist on his arm twisted and expanded into a high-density metal shield, which stood in front of him. He anticipated his own actions. How is that possible? A fist, powerful enough to shatter a mountain, crashed down. Click! The high-density metal shield suddenly twisted and shattered. Bondi Waldo's fist slammed into Darren's crossed arms. Boom! A powerful surge of air erupted and spread outwards in concentric circles. Crackling. Darren's arms continued to explode in a mist of blood, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones cracking. Bang! The next second, he was sent flying backward like a cannonball, his body tumbling and flying for over 100 meters in midair before landing, carving a long, bloody groove in the snow. Drip, drip, drip. Thick, fresh blood dripped from his arms. Darren struggled to his feet, the burning pain in his arms making him grimace, a shocking trail of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Bondi Waldo's punch fractured his forearm bone. If it weren't for the cushioning effect of the metal shield and the fact that his physical strength had already been trained to be extraordinary, his arms would probably have been shattered under the impact of Bondi Waldo's armament haki. Indeed, domineering power is the most powerful force in this ocean. Darren raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked down at his hands. Blood spurted from the throbbing wound. The left forearm was a bloody mess, with blood vessels writhing beneath the shattered skin. A large patch of flesh was missing from the back of the right hand, exposing the bare bones. A cruel, sinister smile spread across his face. But we can still fight. Chapter 89 Challenging the Limits. For this vast ocean, the ability to dominate is the most obvious dividing line between the strong and the weak. Armament haki can greatly amplify the user's defense and destructive power, and it gives the user the only means, besides Seastone, to fight against Logia-type Devil Fruit users. As for observation haki, it grants the user a powerful ability to sense auras, allowing them to accurately predict the opponent's movements and attacks in battle. With Darren's strength, he is indeed the undisputed invincible in the North Sea. But on the vast and endless sea, before he had mastered haki, he still appeared pale and powerless in the face of a legendary pirate like Bondi Waldo. even though he has reached a non-human level in the development of his own fruits and the cultivation of his physique. Darren staggered to his feet, his body slightly lowered like a cheetah poised to pounce. A piercing pain shot through his arms, yet his eyes shone brighter than ever before. Thick smoke billowed from the distant land, and a black boot slowly emerged from the smoke. Darren's gaze then moved upwards, and he saw Bondi Waldo's imposing figure emerge from the thick smoke. His body was covered in burn marks, and even his full-body armament hockey hardening could not completely protect him from the fierce bombardment of the North Sea Fleet. "Can you feel the difference between us, you little Navy brat?" Bondi Waldo stared menacingly at the naval captain in the distance, breathing heavily and speaking in a ferocious tone. He had never been so angry in his life. He's none other than Bondi Waldo, the world destroyer, a great pirate on par with Whitebeard and Roger. But they capsized in a ditch in such a small place as Beihai. It's utterly absurd and ridiculous, completely unacceptable. Don't think you're guaranteed to win. Even if that bastard Sengoku is on his way to provide support, I have plenty of time to kill you. Then connect to the Din Mushy and leave. Then you can give it a try, but you don't have much time left. Darren grinned, his eyes defiant. You're asking for it. Bang. The ground within a 10-meter radius suddenly collapsed, and thousands of snowdrifts were swept up by the powerful impact. Bondi Waldo vanished from the spot in an instant. It's too fast to catch. Momo 50x speed. The world suddenly fell silent. Darren's mind immediately entered a state of high concentration, and faint blue arcs of electricity flickered between his fingers. An invisible and eerie magnetic field spread out from his body, completely enveloping an area of over 100 meters in radius. The falling snow seemed to slow down at that moment. Within his brain, the fluctuations of the biomagnetic fields of all organisms within the magnetic field's range were clearly displayed deep within his mind. Suddenly, a streak of blue light flashed and disappeared in Darren's deep eyes. It's been spotted. It's located high in the air. The moment this thought crossed my mind, a sharp, piercing explosion suddenly erupted overhead. The boots, clad only in black and imbued with armament hockey, slammed down with tremendous force, like a steel battle axe capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. Darren's figure shifted to the side, and the boot grazed his hair before sinking heavily into the ground. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly erupted, and dust, like a dragon, mixed with snow, roared into the air. A massive crack, hundreds of meters long, stretched from where the boot landed into the distant jungle, with trees on both sides collapsing and being swallowed up as they fell towards the center. Rocks flew up, and Bondi Waldo's pupils contracted slightly. This kid in the Navy predicted his own move again. That time wasn't luck. Just as he was lost in thought, the naval colonel's figure rapidly approached. The distance between the two people, who were of similar height, instantly shrank dramatically. Darren pressed his hand against Bondi Waldo's face, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Let me see your defenses." Then, slammed the latter's head hard against the ground. Click! Boom! A giant crater, tens of meters in diameter, suddenly formed, filled with countless cracks. The raging wind and waves tore at the white cloak on the naval captain's back, making his blood-stained figure appear incredibly fierce. Is it useful? Bondi Waldo, whose body was deeply embedded in the pit, looked at Darren with a mocking expression. His body was covered with an incredibly hard armament hockey armor. He grabbed Darren's arm and swung it hard to the side like a whip. Bang! Darren crashed to the ground, causing the earth to rumble. Salty, metallic blood gushed from between his lips and teeth, but the smile on his face grew even more maniacal. With a swift roll, his horizontal leg shot towards Bondi Waldo's neck as he stood up. Bang! The shockwave caused Bondi Waldo to sway, and the blow to his neck blurred his vision. Even the defense of armament hockey could not completely resist Darren's monstrous power. A sudden surge of inexplicable rage erupted, and Bondi Waldo stepped forward, his fist aimed at Darren's stomach. Bang! The instant the fist struck, Darren's whip kick simultaneously struck his nose. The two exchanged blows, and each time they clashed, a burst of blood mist would explode on the naval captain's body. Fists collided, physical combat raged, and the snow swirled and danced around the two fiercely battling opponents. The fighting style was incredibly brutal. "You're insane!" Bondi Waldo suddenly roared, looking at the Navy brat with a face covered in blood, a feeling of extreme unease welling up inside him. Even though he hadn't mastered the domineering aura yet, he managed to withstand the fierce attacks thanks to his strange perception and powerful physique. Ha ha ha! Come on, let's continue. Blood splattered everywhere as Darren's body was sent flying backwards several meters by Bondi Waldo's punch, his face already stained with blood. But he just laughed. It was incredibly refreshing. Faced with Bondi Waldo's overwhelming strength, he felt that this was the peak moment of his life. This thrill of walking between life and death, facing constant danger. The feeling of each punch landing solidly. The salty, fishy smell of blood churning in the mouth and nostrils from bodily injuries. Every cut, every movement, was like a seductive lover, teasing Darren's innate bloodlust and nerves, stirring up the deepest, most primal, and ferocious desire within him to revel in battle. That real, intense, and clear feeling of being alive. Push the limits. He felt an incredibly strong impulse within him. He wanted to know, without mastering hockey, just how far could I possibly fight against a great pirate like Bondi Waldo? Even if it's just for a minute or even a second, it's pushing your limits. Chapter 90. Just for the sake of dripping blood? Yes, pushing the limits. At this very moment, Darren suddenly sensed that his long stagnant strength, speed, and physique were rapidly increasing at an unprecedented pace. Physical strength, 62.251, plus 0.08, plus 0.05, plus 0.06. Strength, 59.311, plus 0.05, plus 0.04, plus 0.03. Speed, 61.623, plus 0.04, plus 0.06, plus 0.03. The most obvious point is speed. After breaking through the 60-point mark, his speed and burst of speed underwent a qualitative change, and he was even able to make short-distance high-speed movements from time to time. Imagine if this continued. Within minutes, Darren would be able to learn the shave technique from Bondi Waldo, one of the 6 powers of the Navy, through the attribute, boost, and his fight with the latter. With that in mind, Darren simulated and replicated Bondi Waldo's power-generating techniques once again. With the amplification of magnetic field perception, the muscle contractions, changes in movement, and movement of breath that the latter performed each time he used shave were clearly presented to Darren. Die, you Navy brats. Don't even think about stalling for time. Bondi Waldo roared in fury, and his figure appeared with a whoosh above Darren's head, his heavy foot crashing down fiercely towards the naval captain's head. A powerful gust of wind rushed towards them, and the air itself seemed to explode with sharp, piercing sounds from Bondi Waldo's kick. Darren suddenly opened his eyes wide. Whoosh. The snow on the ground suddenly swirled and flew up. A look of disbelief and astonishment flashed deep in Bondi Waldo's eyes. Boom. As the foot landed, dust and snow roared like dragons, and the earth groaned in agony, unable to bear the weight. That brat from the Navy vanished from the spot. Bondi Waldo's heart was in turmoil. Shave. That brat from the Navy used the Navy's 6 powers technique. Shave. This. How is this possible? Bondi Waldo exclaimed in disbelief. Having fought him before, he knew very well the extent of this so-called North Sea admiral named Darren's combat strength. A superhuman physique, extraordinary neural responses and perception, and that eerie ability to control magnetic fields. Although this power was something to be proud of, it was still far from enough in front of a great pirate like him. If it weren't for his exaggerated physical strength, he would have died by his own hand long ago. But now, in less than 2 minutes, he actually stole the shave move from the 6 styles of the Navy? No. Bondi Waldo shook his head with a gloomy expression. He looked at the black-haired Navy officer who reappeared a dozen meters away, panting and bleeding, and his eyes were filled with an uncontrollable killing intent. It wasn't just the shaving. Through observation and observation hockey, this young Navy brat's speed, strength, and reaction were all visibly improving. Bondi Waldo gritted his teeth and clenched his fists even tighter. This reckless brat from the Navy is actually using me to help him train. Who do you think you're dealing with? Enrage instantly filled his bloodshot eyes, and Bondi Waldo roared, bursting forth with even greater speed than before, appearing before Darren in an instant. Momo 100x speed. Die, you Navy brat. The fist, wrapped in armament hockey, was pitch black with extreme hardness. The terrifying explosive power contained in this fist even caused visible ripples to spread through the surrounding void. Darren's pupils constricted. That's too fast. This speed is even more than 10 times faster than the naval 6-style shave. This punch was fierce, imposing, powerful, and terrifying. There's no way to avoid it. Even though the magnetic field perception predicted Bondi Waldo's movements, The instantaneous explosive force generated by this speed exceeded Darren's current level of neural reaction. This is the smell of death. Since that's the case, Darren gritted his teeth and grinned maliciously, completely ignoring the fist that Bondi Waldo was throwing at his chest, and threw a punch back. The distance between the two instantly closed. Like two roaring tigers, they pounced on each other simultaneously, their fists like sharp fangs, determined to tear their prey apart. Boom. Bang. The two men's fists struck each other simultaneously. Crackling. Darren's chest caved in instantly, making a chilling cracking sound. The intense pain made him gasp. Then he coughed up blood and turned deathly pale. His fist struck Bondi Waldo squarely in the cheek, leaving a bruise on the corner of his mouth, with a thin trickle of blood seeping from it. Boom. Darren's armament hockey exploded a second time, sending him flying hundreds of meters like a cannonball, before disappearing into a snow-covered mountain in the distance. A muffled roar echoed through the mountain, as massive amounts of snow tumbled down like layers of collapsing waterfalls, creating pale waves hundreds of meters high. You expended so much energy, almost losing your life, just for a drop of blood? Bondi Waldo walked step by step toward the collapsed mountainside, wiped his mouth with his hand, glanced down at the bloodstains on his thumb, and said with a cold smile. Within the rock face of the mountain, Darren lay in a shockingly deep crater, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. For me, this is enough. The naval captain's uniform was tattered and torn, his muscles looked like they were flowing, and blood gushed from his mouth and nose. But his eyes were filled with a high-spirited and unruly fighting spirit, and his expression revealed an indescribable joy and arrogance. The legendary pirate, world destroyer Bondi Waldo, was actually injured by a brat who hasn't even mastered hockey. Ha ha ha. Darren laughed heartily, revealing his teeth stained with blood. When Bondi Waldo heard Darren's taunts, he didn't fly into a rage. Instead, he fell silent for a moment. I have to admit, Darren, you little devil, this is the first time I've ever seen a madman like you on this ocean. He looked at the young Navy man covered in wounds, and for the first time, a serious and acknowledging expression appeared on his face. Given time, you will definitely be able to stand at the pinnacle of this ocean. But unfortunately, Bondi Waldo shot out from his spot like a cannonball, hurtling towards Darren. Today you will die by my hand. The domineering fist rapidly enlarged before his eyes, but Darren's expression remained calm, his smile unchanged. That's not necessarily true. The fastest speed on this sea is actually achieved by our Navy. Suddenly, a golden beam of light pierced through the void at an unimaginable, terrifying speed. Countless photons converged in front of him to form a foot wearing only white leather shoes, firmly blocking Bondi Waldo's fist. Boom! A powerful wave of air suddenly spread out, billowing up a wide cloak of justice. That was terrifying. You almost killed our Colonel Darren. Brilliant particles of light continuously gathered from that foot, then spread to the leg, waist, neck, and finally to the face of the person wearing exaggerated aviator sunglasses. Borsellino turned around with a smile and looked at Darren. If you die here, the Sengoku general will come after me. Darren shrugged and laughed. I thought even someone as fast as light would be late. Major General Borsellino. Bonus chapter. I'll try my best to make up for the missing chapters, but my physical recovery will still take some time. Chapter 91. The devastating artillery barrage on the island. I thought even someone as fast as light would be late. Major General Borsellino. Darren reached out, trembling, trying to grab a gap in the rock face to support himself, but he failed. Large drops of blood fell onto the white snow, creating dazzling plum blossom-like patterns. He felt the burning, metallic taste of blood in his broken ribs and lungs. The massive blood loss made his brain feel hazy, and waves of excruciating pain surged through every muscle and bone in his body. But the smile remained on his pale face, and his tone was teasing. If you don't come soon, I'll have to file a complaint with headquarters. Borsellino scratched his head in feigned annoyance and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. There's really nothing we can do about it. He turned his head to look at Bondi Waldo, whose expression was unpredictable, and slowly smiled. It's nice to meet you again, Bondi Waldo. It seems your injuries have healed quite well. You have a truly monstrous physique. You yellow-skinned brat, you're asking for it. Bondi Waldo's eyes suddenly blazed with fire, and his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. In an instant, he appeared beside Borsellino, his domineering fist crashing down like a mountain, accompanied by a raging gust of wind. Momo 100x speed. Clang. A golden lightsaber suddenly materialized, forcefully blocking Bondi Waldo's fist. The surging waves generated by the collision continued to spread outwards, blowing the snow within a radius of 100 meters into the air like a tornado. A long string of sparks flew out as the sword and fist collided and rubbed together, falling in a flurry and illuminating Borsalino's sunglasses-wearing face. That's incredibly fast. Bullshit. Bondi Waldo gritted his teeth, his figure flashing back to Borsalino's right side. He planted one foot on the ground and lowered his waist, unleashing a powerful whip kick towards Borsalino's head. Borsalino raised his hand to block. A dull thud resounded, and the next second his figure transformed into a golden beam of light that shot towards the distant mountain. Boom! A massive explosion erupted within the mountain, the deafening roar of the collapsing cliff face sending boulders and snow tumbling down. The attack worked, and Bondi Waldo no longer hesitated, his body radiating a chilling killing intent as he attacked Darren. Only by killing this brat from the Navy will the communication blockade of the Den Den Mushi disappear, allowing him to contact the patrolling pirate ship and escape. But the next instant, the scattered photons gathered again behind him. That really hurts. But have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? A dazzling golden light rose from the back of Bondi Waldo's head, and a foot clad only in white leather shoes kicked through the air with a beam of scorching heat, striking the latter's head. Bondi Waldo, looking at the naval captain so close to him, almost gritted his teeth and reluctantly used shave to create distance. Bayou. The lightspeed foot missed its target, and the golden beam pierced the air, shooting into the distance and disappearing into the jungle. After a brief silence, boom! A magnificent explosion and orange-red flames shot into the sky, the fireball instantly engulfing large areas of trees. Borsalino's figure reappeared, his expression still filled with a mocking, comical smile. However, Dallin noticed that his right hand was trembling slightly. It's clear that while Borsalino was powerful during this period, he was far from reaching the unfathomable level of power he possessed in the original storyline. Even though he managed to block Bondi Waldo's attack, which was imbued with armament hockey, he was still not in good shape. Are you even up to the task, Major General Borsalino? Darren said with a half-smile. Borsalino shrugged helplessly and pointed to Bondi Waldo, whose figure appeared 100 meters away. This guy is a world destroyer, you know. Suddenly, the roar of artillery fire echoed from the coastline, and Bondi Waldo's face darkened. In that direction, a massive naval warship was aggressively charging into the harbor. A large number of grim-faced elite naval personnel were leaping from the decks and rushing onto the blazing coastline to launch a final attack on the pirates who had survived the bombing by the North Sea Fleet. At the same time, a magnificent figure rose from the bow of the warship, his wide cloak billowing behind him, and with astonishing speed, he used moonwalk to hurtle toward the three of them. Admiral Sengoku, the Buddha, the highest-ranking military force of the world government. Bondi Waldo's heart sank to the bottom. With his escape route completely cut off, already injured, and facing his old rival Sengoku and that yellow-skinned monkey, there was absolutely no chance of turning the tide. I'm sorry, Bondi Waldo. You've been arrested. Borsalino flicked the Kusanagi sword in his hand and said with a smile. That's not necessarily true. Bondi Waldo suddenly grinned savagely, an unprecedented madness surging in his eyes. Borsalino was stunned. Sengoku, who had rushed over from afar, seemed to realize something. His pupils contracted, his face changed drastically, and he roared angrily. Stop him! Before he could finish speaking, Bondi Waldo had already appeared at the edge of the distant jungle in an instant, thanks to his amazing speed. Ha ha ha! What's the point of having more people? With Sengoku's eyes wide with rage, Bondi Waldo raised the enormous cannon with both hands with a thunderous roar. The nearly 10-meter-long black cannon barrel, like the slowly opening mouth of a war beast, exudes a strong smell of gunpowder. May they all be destroyed by my power. I'm going to destroy everything that's in my way. I am. Bondi Waldo suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, and let out a sinister laugh. World Destroyer. As soon as the words were spoken, a terrifying, scorching, and seemingly devouring red light rapidly brewed and condensed within the massive caliber cannon barrel. Upon seeing this, Sengoku felt a chill run down his spine, as if an icy coldness surged from the soles of his feet, traveled up his spine, and reached his forehead. He had clearly observed Bondi Waldo's test shot through the binoculars, the astonishing destructive power, amplified 100-fold by the Momo fruit. They could absolutely raze the entire island to the ground in an instant. Momo 100 times. Bondi Waldo's pupils trembled, and blood vessels welled up in them. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of the battered young Navy boy who suddenly curled into a cold smile and clenched his fist. Then, the cannon barrel, with its astonishing caliber, suddenly twisted into a pretzel shape. No. Boom. The flames, reaching thousands of meters high, transformed into a mushroom cloud that blotted out the sky, shooting straight up from the spot. Thank you. Chapter 92 Seastone. The world fell into a brief period of deathly silence. A dazzling white light instantly filled the area, followed by an overwhelming shockwave that spread outwards in all directions from the epicenter of the explosion. Countless trees were uprooted by the powerful shockwave, and the enormous fireball that blotted out the sky emitted an astonishingly high temperature, forming a terrifying crimson fire tornado in the frigid air, burning all the shredded rocks, trees, and snow within it to ashes. A full second later, the deafening roar that nearly shattered eardrums finally reached us from afar. Almost without hesitation, all the sailors on the coastline sought cover and lay prone on the ground, their eyes filled with unprecedented fear as they looked at the enormous fireball, their faces deathly pale. The North Sea Fleet, high in the sky, was violently shaken and tossed about by the shockwave, and even the surface of the ship and the deck were torn and developed fine cracks. Keiki, Gion, and the others clung tightly to the railings and other fixed objects, their faces filled with shock. Sengoku raised his arm to shield himself from the scorching wind, his expression frozen in astonishment. He finally understood. Why did that brat Darren dare to hand over this enormous cannon to Bondi Waldo? Rumble. At that moment, the entire island seemed to be experiencing a magnitude 10 earthquake, shaking violently. Waves tens of meters high roared across the sea like dragons. So this is also part of your plan? Borsalino's towering figure stood in front of Darren, his hands raised parallel to the ground in a defensive stance, using his armament hockey to shield Darren from the relentless aftershocks of the explosions. Darren's blood-stained black hair was blown about in a mess, and the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth had dried. He licked his chapped lips and grinned. He wanted a heavy cannon, so I gave him a heavy cannon. Darren paused for a moment, his smile turning cunning and sly. Of course, the gifts I gave him were not just these. Oh. Borsalino was taken aback, then a strange smile appeared on his comical face. The gale subsided, and the flames died down. Thick black smoke billowed across the sky, as if tearing apart the falling snowflakes. Suppressing their emotions of relief, everyone stared intently at the epicenter of the explosion. The landscape of the deserted island has been completely transformed. Barren, scorched, mottled, and riddled with pits, the earth was ablaze with the embers of flames. The snow, boulders, jungles, and vegetation within a radius of a kilometer were all destroyed in the massive explosion and burned to ashes. At the epicenter of the explosion, the exaggeratedly shaped heavy cannon was billowing thick smoke, its twisted barrel blasted open with a huge hole, and molten metal, turning into blackish-red iron, sizzled and flowed onto the ground. All the sailors gasped in shock, their expressions filled with horror. Because they saw an individual. Bondi Waldo no. It was less a person and more a bloody, mangled figure. Melting flesh dripped down like liquid, and charred, rotting wounds covered almost every inch of his skin. The injuries to his neck and chest were the most horrific. Beneath the burned and festering flesh, the lines of muscle were clearly visible, and his exposed throat and trachea, wrapped in white fascia, twitched slightly. The chest cavity was completely eroded, the skin on the chest was no longer intact, and the surface flesh had vanished. The beating of the heart and lungs could be seen through the dense, clearly defined spaces between the ribs. Such a horrific and bloody scene is enough to send chills down your spine. Damn it! Bondi Waldo struggled to lift his head, blood dripping uncontrollably from his body. His horned helmet had disappeared, revealing a bloody, skeletal face. With his eyelids missing, his eyeballs, covered with mucous membranes, seemed to bulge out of the skull's eye sockets. Those exposed eyeballs rolled around, finally staring intently at Darren, their veins bloodshot. You planned all of this long ago. Darren, shakily rising from the rock face, gasped and laughed. I guess so, but I never expected you to survive such a massive explosion. Bondi Waldo's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched so tightly that blood-stained gums were visible beneath his festering cheeks. Impossible. How could I possibly be defeated by a brat from Beihai like you? His eyes flashed with an astonishingly fierce killing intent as he took a step forward. Even if he's going to die, He'll drag this brat down with him. Upon seeing his actions, Sengoku and Borsalino, who had finally arrived, tensed up simultaneously. But the next second, Bondi Waldo staggered 2 steps, fell to his knees with a thud, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. How could this happen to my body? He gasped for breath, his rotting hand clutching his mouth, blood seeping from between his fingers, his face filled with disbelief. An unprecedented feeling of weakness gripped his body, leaving him limp and powerless. C stone. When? Bondi Waldo stared intently at the wounds on his thighs, abdomen, and arms, clearly seeing that deep within the exposed flesh were embedded black pebbles. It's a cannonball. Darren's breathing gradually calmed down. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from his face and said calmly, I loaded a fixed amount of sea stone into the cannonballs of that giant cannon. I originally wanted to fill more, but after searching the entire Beihai, this is all I found. Upon hearing this, not only Bondi Waldo, but even Sengoku, who was standing nearby, turned his head sharply and stared at him in astonishment. Borsalino smiled and looked at Darren. That's really insidious. Likewise, Major General Borsalino. The Warring States period suddenly realized what was happening and angrily cursed. What are you thinking, you brat? What if this shell hits my warship? Those were super large shells filled with sea stone. If I were to be hit, even with my powerful defense, my fate would probably be no better than Bondi Waldo's. Then all I can do is pray for you. After all, plans can always go wrong. Darren's excessively calm tone nearly made Sengoku vomit blood. That bastard, that crazy brat. I believe Major General Borsalino would be happy to fill the vacancy of your position as general. Darren added with a smile. The Warring States period was marked by a dark expression. Borsalino's smile froze. Darren smiled and shook his head, his gaze returning to Bondi Waldo. Well then, it's time to end this. Bondi Waldo, do you have any last words? Chapter 93. Why leave a last word? Last words. Bondi Waldo was slightly out of breath, murmured something softly, and his eyes became unfocused. He subconsciously turned his head to look in a certain direction not far away. In that spot, a pile of charred, withered bones lay there, emitting plumes of black smoke. That was Bingjack's body. Faced with an explosion of that scale, he was weaker than an ordinary person and had no ability to resist whatsoever. Elder brother. He suddenly laughed. Hee. The curve of his lips gradually became manic, and his wild laughter gradually revealed a variety of complex emotions, including helplessness, resentment, and despair. 2 lines of bloody tears seeped from his skull-like eyeballs, which were covered in flesh and blood. Tick-tock, tick-tock. He stretched out his bloodied and mangled hands, struggling and trembling as he propped himself up from the scorched and barren ground. He used all the strength he had left, all his willpower and last bit of determination to command his body to stand up, and supported himself with his trembling legs to stand upright. He glanced at Sengoku, Borsalino, and the numerous Navy men who kept arriving with weapons, spat out a mouthful of blood with a disdainful expression, and finally fixed his gaze on the naval captain. He laughed wildly. This will be his final victory, and he will not allow himself to show the slightest weakness before he dies. He mustered all his strength to breathe again. Go ahead, Darren brat. My life has been incredibly exciting. Bondi Waldo raised his head defiantly, his voice booming. Why leave a last message? Darren smiled. As you wish. As he spoke, he took out a coin and flicked it upwards with his thumb. The silver coins tumbled in midair, quickly reflecting faces in the weak winter sunlight. Sengoku, with a solemn expression, Borsalino, with a mocking look, the Navy members, looking as if facing a formidable enemy, and Darren, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. In the cold winter wind, pure white snowflakes fluttered down gracefully, quickly melting into the scorched earth. Bondi Waldo stared blankly at the coin as it flipped and fell, its smooth surface flashing with images of memories hidden deep within his mind. The bold words I uttered as a child, standing on the edge of a cliff gazing at the sea. The dangers of a storm encountered on the first voyage at sea. The fear I felt when I first encountered a fierce pirate. The first time recruiting crew members. The first time fighting. The first time killing. Bondi Waldo's fierce gaze gradually softened. Deep within his mind, a childlike yet familiar voice slowly resounded. Look, this sea in Waldo connects to all sorts of islands and countries we've never seen before. Don't you think it's amazing? Waldo, you must go out to sea someday. At the end of this boundless ocean, there will be unimaginable adventures waiting for you. You must go to the distance in my place, see the world, and grow strong. The young child looked at his older brother, who was raising his hands high and looking confident, and a bright light gradually appeared on his face. Brother, I'm so sorry. Without you, what meaning would it have if I reached the ends of the earth and saw all the scenery of this ocean? Bondiwaldo smiled. I look up to greet the sunshine and the falling snow. Laugh. A blood flower burst open on his chest. The coin, having fallen to its lowest point, suddenly shot out and pierced directly through his heart. Bondiwaldo's eyes slowly closed, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Sengoku watched this scene in silence, his expression solemn. According to normal regulations, when faced with a pirate like Bondiwaldo who possesses powerful devil fruit abilities, the Navy would try to capture him alive and then imprison him and impel down for an extended period. This is to ensure that this powerful devil fruit is not reborn elsewhere on the high seas and falls into the hands of some ambitious pirate. But he did not stop Darren. According to the perception of observation hockey, Bondiwaldo's aura was already as weak as a thread. With such severe injuries, no one could possibly survive. Granting his wish and letting him die at Darren's hands was Sengoku's final act of respect for his longtime rival, Bondiwaldo. The coin flew nimbly back into his hand. Darren turned to look at Sengoku and smiled. Mission accomplished, Warring States General. Sengoku was stunned, then immediately turned to his subordinates and gave them orders. Set sail immediately, sink the last pirate ship of the Ward Pirates, and wipe out the remaining members of the Ward Pirates. No need. Darren gave a weak smile, took out a blood-stained din mushy from his pocket, and dialed the signal. Commander Darren, that the calm voice of the flying squirrel came through the din mushy. Has the target been identified? Yes. Then kill him immediately. No problem. The moment the words fell, as if sensing something, Sengoku looked up in surprise. Among the North Sea Fleet ships suspended high in the sky, one of them slowly adjusted its course. A black missile suddenly protruded from the side of the ship. Then, bang! The black missile suddenly spewed orange-red flames from its tail, detached from the warship's hull, and shot off in a distant direction into the sea, leaving a long trail of flame. 2 seconds later, a muffled explosion came from the sea, and flickering flames could be vaguely seen rising in the thick sea fog. The Warring States period stared at this scene in disbelief, his face blank with astonishment. What is that thing? Reporting to Base Commander Darren, the target has been sunk. The flying squirrel's voice came through the din mushy again. Well done. Darren laughed, hung up the din mushy, and looked at Sengoku. Reporting to the Warring States General, mission accomplished. In this operation to subdue the Ward Pirates, the North Sea Fleet sank 5 enemy ships and killed more than 3,000 pirates. Ward Pirates Captain, Bondiwaldo, and Vice Captain, Bin Jack, were executed on the spot. The North Sea Fleet suffered 0 combat losses. Zhangwa opened his mouth, but time seemed to have no idea what to say. Before Sengoku could answer, Darren's body suddenly swayed, his vision went black, and he fell backward to the ground. Colonel Darren. Help. Save them. Where's the doctor? Get the ship's doctor here right now. The anxious voices of the surrounding sailors continued to rise. Is it over just like that? Borsellino looked at the unconscious naval captain on the ground and said with a smile. Yes, it's over just like that, Sengoku murmured to himself, as if in a dream. So, it seems like it doesn't really matter whether you're here or not, General Sengoku, Borsellino casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Jean Guo was struck dumb. Yes. Aside from shouting stop him, I basically did nothing else. At least that unreliable bastard Borsellino arrived in time to save Darren's life, and even had a brief scuffle with Bondiwaldo. So, this operation to defeat the Ward Pirates really has nothing to do with me? It doesn't matter whether I'm there or not. The Warring States period reached this absurd conclusion and stood there, somewhat bewildered and stunned. But the next second, when he met Borsellino's ambiguous smile, Sengoku's old face immediately turned as red as a pig's liver. He said angrily, somewhat exasperated. Damn it, what kind of look is that? This old man this is just keeping watch. Borsellino, what do you know about strategy? If it weren't for my sharp vision, which allowed me to defy all opposition and hand over command to Colonel Darren, how could this operation have gone so smoothly? After saying that, he turned around and fled towards the warship. They walked very fast. Borsellino watched Sengoku's panicked retreating figure, a slight smile playing on his lips. He withdrew his gaze, looked at the naval captain being carried onto the stretcher, and whispered, You always manage to make difficult things simple, don't you? Extra chapter added, please support. Chapter 94, A Mere Fatal Wound. Beihai Branch, 321. The base commander's office. With his hands behind his back, Sengoku stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the North Sea Fleet warships gradually returning to port in the distance, a strange light gleaming in his deep eyes. The North Sea Fleet, dominating the skies, a strategic air fleet, highly trained elite troops, small missiles, and cutting-edge technological weapons. Words flashed rapidly through his mind, making him unable to stop his imagination from running wild. Darren's got big ambitions. Sengoku squinted and muttered to himself. Knock, knock, knock. A soft knock sounded on the door. Come in. Zhangguo responded, slowly withdrew his gaze, and his expression returned to normal. He turned around and saw the flying squirrel pushing open the door. The flying squirrel, wearing a naval cap and with a resolute face, raises its hand in salute. General of the Warring States period, you wanted to see me? Zhangguo looked at the deputy base commander of Branch 321 and the deputy of Admiral Darren of the North Sea, and was very satisfied with the latter's calm and composed military demeanor. He smiled and said, My arrival at Branch 321 must have caused you a lot of trouble. Although Bondi Waldo is dead, the cleanup work for defeating the Ward pirates still needs to be done. In addition to the need for supplies, Sengoku decided to stay at the 321st branch for a few days before returning to Marineford, the naval headquarters. In this way, the base commander's office was naturally requisitioned by him. The flying squirrel shook its head and said, General Sengoku, rest assured, the North Sea Fleet has been greatly encouraged by your arrival. If it weren't for your planning, this operation to defeat the great pirate Bondi Waldo would never have been so successful. Sengoku rolled his eyes in annoyance. That kind of flattery doesn't suit you. Don't try to imitate Darren's style. The flying squirrel smiled somewhat awkwardly. Saying something like that is definitely not his style. Speaking of that brat Darren, how's his injury? The Warring States period asked about this. The flying squirrel pondered for a moment, then said solemnly. According to the military doctor's diagnosis, the base commander of Darren Base suffered extremely serious injuries in this battle. More than 30 bones throughout his body were fractured to varying degrees, and he suffered internal bleeding. His condition was quite critical due to massive blood loss. The Warring States period fell silent, letting out a silent sigh. Although that brat Darren has big ambitions, he quietly built such a powerful fleet without consulting headquarters. With his insightful perspective and knowledge, Sengoku immediately realized that the 10 warships deployed by the North Sea Fleet in the campaign against Bondi Waldo had all been modified. Moreover, the heavy weapons carried on the warships, as well as the technological weapons used by the 321st Branch Navy, were clearly from Germa 66. Germa 66 Sengoku suddenly remembered another matter from not long ago. The North Sea Navy intervened to mediate the war between the Kingdom of Germa and the Kingdom of Yadis. Later, for some unknown reason, the North Sea Fleet and Germa 66 reached a friendly cooperation agreement. So, did Darren and Vinsmoke Judge's collaboration begin from that time? Although Sengoku harbored some resentment towards Darren's actions, he couldn't bring himself to pursue the matter further, considering the sacrifices Darren made in his campaign against Bondi Waldo and the horrific injuries he sustained. After all, that's Bondi Waldo, a great pirate capable of threatening the Marine headquarters and the world government. I have never seen Colonel Darren suffer such serious injuries. The flying squirrel didn't notice the change in Sengoku's micro-expression and continued reporting the situation on its own. According to the military doctor, if anyone else had suffered such a fatal injury, they probably wouldn't have survived. Even if they did, they would definitely have suffered a lot of aftereffects and become a cripple. The more Zhangguo listened, the more uncomfortable he felt, and a sense of shame arose in his heart. Darren almost lost his life to help him defeat Bondi Waldo, yet just now, deep down, he even had the idea of directly requisitioning the North Sea Fleet and its technological weapons for headquarters. You deserve to die, Sengoku period. How can you do this to repay Darren for all his efforts and sacrifices? According to the military doctor's assessment, Colonel Darren will need at least 2 or 3 days to fully recover. The flying squirrel sighed sadly. The Warring States period shook his head with a face full of emotion. Darren has indeed had a tough time. Keeping him in the North Sea all these years has been a waste of his talent. I will do my best to compensate him and help him recover as soon as possible. Once he's fully recovered. He suddenly seemed to realize something and froze there. Wait, what did you say? He stared blankly at the flying squirrel in front of him. That kid Darren will be fully recovered in just 2 or 3 days. The flying squirrel looked at the startled Warring States general and nodded with some confusion. Yes. Sengoku's eye twitched slightly. Didn't you say the military doctor said it was very serious? At least 30 bones in your body are broken, internal organs are bleeding, and it could be fatal. Yes. Didn't you say that if it were someone else, they would probably be dead by now, and even if they survived, they would have a lot of after effects and become a cripple? Yes. The Warring States period gritted his teeth and said, Didn't you say you'd never seen Darren suffer such severe injuries before? The flying squirrel said seriously. Yes. The Warring States period almost roared as it questioned. Then why? The flying squirrel answered honestly. I have never seen Colonel Darren suffer such serious injuries. In the past, even if you were slashed by swords, bombed by artillery shells, burned by flames, or pierced by bullets, the wound would scab over in less than half an hour. And this time, Base Commander Darren will be in the hospital for 3 whole days. He said matter-of-factly, This is really serious. The serious and earnest expression on his face drove Jean Guogua mad with frustration. Sengoku opened his mouth, but faced with the serious-looking flying squirrel, he couldn't utter a single word and could only cover his face in anguish. All right, I understand. You can leave now. I need some peace and quiet. Yes, General Sengoku. Please call me anytime if you have any orders. The flying squirrel raised his hand in a standard military salute, then turned and left the office. Etc. The Warring States period suddenly called a halt to him. Where are Guion and Cake? Tell them to come over here. The flying squirrel pondered for a moment and said, Reporting to General Sengoku, Major Guion and Major Cake are not in the branch. Where did those 2 guys go? Sengoku asked, puzzled. Major Keikei, along with Major General Borsellino, well, according to them, went out to sea to investigate the local conditions in the North Sea. The flying squirrel pursed its lips. Sengoku's lips twitched slightly. What about Guion? Major Guion went to arrest them. Warring States period. Chapter 95 An offer that cannot be refused. So, Sengoku, how likely do you think it is that this model of the North Sea Fleet will be applied to our headquarters? In the base commander's office, the deep, resonant voice of Navy Admiral Steelbone Kong came through a military den mushy. Zhangguo frowned, pondered for a few seconds, and then carefully said, Reporting to Marshal Kong, it's too early to say. I need to wait until Darren wakes up before I can make a definitive determination regarding the specific costs of the North Sea Fleet's equipment and weapons. At Marineford, in the Fleet Admiral's residence, Steelbone Sky crossed his arms and said in a deep voice, I have long heard of Germa's high-tech weaponry. With such powerful equipment, the Army's combat effectiveness can indeed achieve a significant leap in a short period of time. However, Sengoku, you should know that the North Sea Fleet's greatest strength does not lie in its weapons. It's Darren, Sengoku said slowly. That's right. The key to the flying fleet lies in Darren's devil fruit ability. Without him, no matter how many high-tech weapons the North Sea Fleet is equipped with, or how strong the military skills of its personnel are, it would just be a strong army. Steelbone sighed. But with Darren's devil fruit ability, this fleet can play a significant strategic role. He paused, his expression solemn, and said, word by word, It is immeasurable. Zhangguo nodded in deep agreement. The terrifying nature of the flying fleet can be seen from that guy Shiki the Golden Lion. Although the number of the flying pirate crew he led was enormous, far exceeding that of ordinary pirate ships, he also commanded dozens of pirate ships. However, Shiki's subordinates were not actually very strong. They lacked core combat power like the captains of the various divisions of Whitebeard's Moby Dick, and were even less comparable to Roger, who took the elite route. However, for the Navy headquarters, if they had to choose the most difficult pirate to deal with on this vast ocean, they would have to consider. That must be Shiki the Golden Lion without a doubt. His formidable personal combat prowess and his massive fleet are secondary. What is most frightening about him is the power of his float fruit. By raising the entire pirate fleet into the sky, granting them unparalleled mobility, they can easily strike targets and escape, making them virtually impossible to defend against. And you must understand, the Warring States period. As Darren grows stronger and develops his devil fruit powers more deeply, the number of warships he can carry increases. Given the talent he has shown, this was inevitable. Steelbone Kong lit a cigar, took a deep drag, and a smile gradually appeared on his lips. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, the forces of justice in this world will have a flying general. Upon hearing this, the Warring States period remained silent for a long time. But Marshal Kong, Are we really going to just turn a blind eye to the issues of control over the North Sea Fleet and Darren's tax collection in the North Sea? Based on my observations over the past 2 days, the personality cult surrounding Darren within the North Sea Fleet has reached its peak. In some ways, in the North Sea, my orders as a naval admiral are less effective than those of Darren, a colonel at headquarters. And the results of Guillaume and Cake's investigation have also come out. Darren used the taxes he collected in the North Sea to equip his subordinates with the most advanced weapons, the most advanced warships, and even provide them with military pay and benefits several times higher than the headquarters standards. If we don't stop this situation, I'm afraid that in the long run, the North Sea Navy will completely break away from headquarters control and become that kid Darren's private army. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Kong suddenly laughed. He said something that seemed completely irrelevant. Warring States, it's time for you to grow up. The Warring States period was somewhat dissatisfied and said, Marshal Kong. Steelbones chuckled. That brat Darren, I've read his file. He is smart, ambitious, capable, ruthless, and very good at winning people over. Do you think that without his tacit approval, Guillaume and Cake, those 2 greenhorns who grew up at headquarters, could have uncovered so much intelligence? Upon hearing this, Zhang Guo was stunned. He seemed to understand something, and his eyes widened slightly. General Kong, do you mean? Steelbones exhaled a plume of smoke resembling a dragon from its mouth, its aged eyes gazing at the distant sea off Marineford. The waves surged and undulated, the azure sea stretched to the horizon, encompassing boundless expanse. Darren could have continued to hide his North Sea Fleet during this operation to defeat Bondi Waldo. The time and place of the deal are clear. Although it is somewhat risky, with your strength and Borsellino's help, it will not be difficult to keep Bondi Waldo in the game as long as we cut off his escape route. Colin did not do that. The hollow steel frame carried a captivating and intriguing quality. He still dispatched the North Sea Fleet. Sengoku trembled, muttering in disbelief. He's demonstrating his military might. Steel Skeleton nods. That's right. He's forcing our headquarters to make a choice. He has demonstrated enough value. His combat prowess, his talent, the potential of his devil fruit, and the possibility of the Navy building a future flying fleet. What he wants is the North Sea. He wanted absolute control and leadership over Beihai. He wanted headquarters to remain silent about all his actions in Beihai. He wanted to be the one with the rightful authority. Steelbones squinted. King of the North Sea, do you think headquarters will agree? At the same time, Branch 321, Military Hospital. In the quiet, high-class ward, the porch was piled high with all sorts of bouquets and fruit baskets. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood and disinfectant. The flying squirrel sat upright on the wooden stool beside the hospital bed and asked with an extremely solemn expression. They will agree. I deliberately revealed my abilities, which is an offer they can't refuse. Darren leaned back on the hospital bed, a lit cigar between his teeth, his narrowed black eyes gazing through the glass window toward the harbor, a confident smile playing on his lips. His hands were in casts, his bare upper body was wrapped in blood-stained bandages, and his face was pale from blood loss. Let's wait and see. I can't say these things to their faces, but Sengoku and Sora are both very smart people. They will understand. The death of Bondi Waldo, the possibility of the flying fleet, and my future development are all enough to give us at least 20 years of stability in the North Sea. Your letter of appointment will be issued soon. Darren's gaze fell on the flying squirrel's calm and resolute face, and he grinned. Congratulations in advance, new Admiral of the North Sea. Chapter 96 Broad-mindedness and Spirit. That's absolutely impossible. Zhang angrily slammed his fist on the desk. Air Marshal, the North Sea Navy is not Rogers Darren's private property. Once this precedent is set, Marineford, as the headquarters of the Navy, will lack the authority to lead the forces of justice in the world. On the other end of the den mushy, Kong rubbed his forehead, looking a bit of a headache. The Warring States period was a clever fellow, but he often got stuck on trivial matters when it came to power. Essentially, he was a very traditional soldier who considered obeying orders his duty. Therefore, he would be very cautious on some sensitive issues. Not brave enough. Steelbone thought for a moment and asked, Warring States period, do you think anyone besides Darren could achieve Darren's level? The Warring States period was speechless. Steelbone Kong smiled, but there was a hint of helplessness and bitterness in his smile. I wish there were more young people like Darren, but the answer is there are none. Even Sakazuki and Borsellino, whom you have high hopes for, well, and that kid from the Garp family, couldn't do this. Sengoku muttered something under his breath. I didn't have any expectations for Borsalino. Steel skeleton. He shook his head, took a deep drag on his cigar, and continued. Darren is a very talented kid, even more talented than any of us expected. Sengoku reluctantly admitted. His talent is indeed outstanding. No, it's not just about talent. Steelbone said in a deep voice. I have already read the battle report you submitted regarding the operation to defeat Bondi Waldo. Leaving aside the North Sea fleet he built, the talent Darren has shown in terms of troop deployment, ambush routes, and tactical planning is absolutely top-notch on this sea. Using the firepower superiority of the North Sea fleet, prioritize cutting off Bondi Waldo's retreat route. Infiltrate ahead of time and tamper with the arms deals. Bondi Waldo's actions were so clearly understood by him that I even think that the process of this operation has probably been rehearsed countless times in that kid's mind. It is our Navy's good fortune to have such outstanding young people with military talent. If it were Sakazuki, Borsalino, or Dragon, those three brats know. If it were you, could you have done it so easily, Sengoku? Zhangwa stammered and couldn't speak. Borsalino, Sakazuki, and Dorag. Their talent and potential are indeed boundless, like brilliant new stars rising under the banner of justice, leaving everyone in awe and admiration. But Darren's political skills, military talent, and strategic wisdom surpassed those of the other three. Without losing a single soldier, and with 0 casualties, they annihilated the Ward pirates. With this record alone, who else on this vast ocean could achieve it? Bondi Waldo is an old rival. Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr had fought him countless times in the past, but all of them had failed to gain the upper hand. From this perspective, Darren has, in some ways, surpassed the three of them. As time passed, Zhangwa felt a burning sensation on his face. The most absurd thing is that in this final operation to defeat Bondi Waldo, he really couldn't help at all. So, do you understand now, Sengoku? Steelbone's empty, meaning profoundly. Compared to a future naval admiral who possesses both wisdom and strength, what's wrong with giving him the mere North Sea? And most importantly, no matter how bad Darren's reputation is, he still adheres to a bottom line. This can be seen from Beihai under his rule. Isn't the kind of justice we want to see a significant drop in crime rates, an improvement in the living standards of ordinary people, and a sharp decrease in the number of pirates? Sengoku frowned and said, but Commander-in-Chief, all of this is for his personal power and ambition. That's not important. Kong interrupted Sengoku without any politeness. Who doesn't have ambition when living on this vast ocean? We all know what Darren wants. If he really grows up and Asahi can lead our Navy to take down those bastards like Whitebeard, Shiki, and Roger, what's wrong with letting him take my position as Fleet Admiral? A glint of wisdom shone in his aged eyes. Warring states, I know you're worried about the North Sea, worried that under Darren's management, the North Sea will become his personal power base. I understand that. But you must understand that the spirit of justice should not be limited to this. The Navy's capacity is far greater than you imagine. Let me give you another piece of news. It might not be long before I take up a post in the Holy Land. Zhang's eyes widened. Could it be that Marshal Kong? Yes, that position is vacant. The previous commander-in-chief passed away due to illness. Steelbone Kong did not deny it, his tone somewhat dismissive. He leaned back on the sofa, his broad back swaying, the thick smoke from his cigar swirling around his sharply defined face, and said earnestly, Warring States period, I have high expectations for you. Of the three of you, Zeph, Garp, and me only you are capable of taking over my position. To hold a high position, one must have a broad mind and lofty aspirations. As long as Darren is still fighting pirates, as long as he continues to carry out the Navy's orders, and as long as he wears the cloak of justice, he is a member of our Navy. Do you understand what I mean? The minds and spirits of the Warring States period were shaken. Steelbone's words were like a thunderclap in a dry land, exploding heavily in his mind and stirring up a huge wave. Din Mushy Communications remained silent for a long time. I understand, Marshal Kong. After a long while, Sengoku slowly raised his head, his tone returning to its usual calm and composed manner. Steelbone Kong smiled with satisfaction. So, what about the content of the press release? Have you thought it through? After a moment of contemplation, Zhangwa solemnly said, North Sea Admiral Rogers Darren, in the name of justice, has successfully defeated world destroyer Bondi Waldo. Ha ha ha. Kong's hearty laughter echoed throughout the Marineford headquarters. Extra chapter added, thank you. Chapter 97, The Golden Age. 321, North Sea Naval Branch. Military hospital. The ash from the cigar fell softly to the ground. Darren exhaled a puff of smoke and winked at the nurse who was changing his for, causing her ears to turn slightly red. How's the thing I asked you to do coming along? The flying squirrel glanced at the nurse, then carefully and slowly said, as you arranged. The cabins of the fleet's warships carrying out the mission were piled with various kinds of fruit, but no special changes were found. Darren frowned. Has the target island been searched? The flying squirrel nodded solemnly. We have been searching in all directions for the past 2 days, but we have found nothing. That deserted island has a cold climate and is covered by snow all year round. Only a very few cold-resistant plants can grow there, making it completely unsuitable for human habitation. There are almost no fruit-bearing plants. He paused here, and only after the young nurse, her face flushed with embarrassment, left the ward did he carefully lower his voice and continue. When the Sengoku general's warships were resupplying at the 321st branch, I also boarded the ship to look for it, but I didn't find what you're looking for. I have read the ship's logbook and their supply consumption records. 3 days before the mission was officially launched, their ship's fruit stock had been completely depleted. Hearing the flying squirrel's words, Darren let out a soft sigh, remained silent for a moment, and then suddenly burst into laughter. It's definitely not that easy. The flying squirrel pondered and said, are you sure your idea is correct? When a devil fruit user dies, the devil fruit will regenerate on the fruit closest to the user. Such a thing is unheard of on this vast ocean. Darren shook his head. No, this is just my speculation. It's not certain. Having you prepare fruit in advance and conducting a large-scale search of the island during the post-war cleanup was just a small experiment. Now it seems that this speculation is probably not true. He naturally believed in the flying squirrel's workability. Having worked together for many years, Darren knew his abilities and responsibility well. No matter how absurd his orders sounded, Darren would carry them out meticulously. Since he says he can't find it, then it doesn't exist. This overturns the hypothesis that devil fruits will regenerate on nearby fruits after the user dies. That's understandable. As a time traveler, Darren had some understanding of the One Piece storyline. The concept of devil fruit rebirth appeared 3 times in the original storyline. The first instance was when Whitebeard died in the Marineford War, and Blackbeard used some special method, most likely the power of the dark fruit, to steal his Tremor fruit. The second was Portgas Diaz. 2 years after the end of the Marineford War, his Flame fruit fell into Doflamingo's hands, and the latter used it as bait in the Colosseum. Furthermore, in the Punk Hazard storyline, the killing weapon slime created by the evil scientist Caesar Brown was transformed into a salamander fruit by scientifically feeding these poisonous gases with devil fruits. After the slime ate the candy and died, one of the apples in the basket of apples not far away underwent a strange transformation and gradually turned into a devil fruit. This scene led many One Piece fans to believe that this is the rebirth mechanism of devil fruits. Therefore, Darren approached this operation to subdue Bondi Waldo with a let's give it a try attitude, and had the North Sea Fleet bring along a considerable amount of fresh fruit. After all, Bondi Waldo's Momo fruit is indeed very powerful. Even if he can't use it himself, giving it to his subordinates to build his own core team is a good option. However, it now seems that the regeneration mechanism of devil fruits may be much more complex than I imagined. However, this is entirely understandable. If the regeneration mechanism of devil fruits were really that simple, the world government and the Navy would have discovered it long ago. Putting aside everything else, among the criminals imprisoned in Impel Down, there are quite a few who are devil fruit users. Throughout Impel Down's long history, there must have been instances where prisoners died from torture, disease, extreme evil, heat, cold, or even natural aging. According to Darren's understanding, transport ships specifically responsible for food supplies come and go in Impel Down every once in a while, delivering food to the staff of Impel Down, which naturally includes fruit. Impel Down has a unique geographical environment, surrounded by the sea and the calm zone. If a devil fruit user dies in Impel Down, and there are fruits in Impel Down, then according to the rebirth mechanism of devil fruits, the devil fruits possessed by the deceased prisoners will inevitably be reborn in Impel Down. Over the years, countless prisoners have died in Impel Down, yet there has never been any news of devil fruits being discovered there. So, the rebirth of devil fruits might not have any pattern at all, and is it absolutely random? Darren muttered to himself. Should I continue the search? Perhaps the rebirth of the devil fruit will take longer to occur, the flying squirrel asked. Yes, we can leave some people on the target island to continue the search. Although the chances are slim, Darren will not miss any opportunity if it is possible. No problem. The flying squirrel nodded. Oh right, there's one more thing. We received a message from Marineford headquarters that the 3rd officer training camp will officially begin in 10 days. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Darren's eyes, and he smiled. Is it finally about to begin? The flying squirrel pulled a file from the folder behind him and handed it to Darren. This is the list of participants for the 3rd officer training camp. Darren took the document and opened it. His name was prominently displayed on the first line of the list. North Sea Admiral, Commodore Rogers Darren. Darren laughed. It seems the commendation for the Hilda's Saint incident has been approved by headquarters. I've been promoted. The flying squirrel's mouth twitched. Darren continued reading the document. Naval Lieutenant Commander Kazan, from the South China Sea. Naval Captain Doberman, from the West Sea. Naval Lieutenant Commander Huashishin, from the South China Sea. Naval Lieutenant Commander Enigmo, from the West Blue. He saw many familiar names. The Golden Age was truly a constellation of stars. Darren looked at the names on the list, names that would one day resound across the seas and write countless stories within the naval ranks, his face filled with anticipation. A great wave of change is about to sweep across the world. This is a magnificent era, glittering with stars. The backgrounds of some lieutenant generals and the time they joined the training camp are unknown and may vary, but this will not affect the plot. Chapter 98: The King of the North Sea, end of volume. With the release of Naval Intelligence, news that the legendary pirate, world destroyer, Bondi Waldo, had been defeated and killed by the Navy in the North Blue quickly spread throughout the entire ocean through newspapers of all sizes. The news was like a bombshell dropped on a calm lake, creating huge ripples. A new world, a certain sea area. The sky was filled with white, liquid-like clouds, and the azure sky and the deep sea merged together. A colossal pirate ship lay silently on the sea, resembling a white whale from afar. The white skull and crossbones flag, emblazoned with a scimitar and mustache, fluttered atop a towering mast, level with the seagulls slicing through the sky. Dad, something terrible has happened. A boy with a golden pineapple-shaped head ran towards the bow of the ship with a shocked expression, holding a freshly printed newspaper high in his hand. A Taoist priest sat listlessly on the bow of the boat, holding a bottle of strong liquor in his hand, his body reeking of alcohol. I've told you so many times, Marco, the first thing to do when something happens is to stay calm. The man slowly stood up. With this movement, his aura seemed to rise like a towering mountain rising from the ground, endlessly ascending. Beneath the giant pirate ship, the calm sea suddenly began to boil, with ripples and bubbles appearing as if adorned by raindrops. I'm sorry, Dad. The boy named Marco immediately stopped the car, bowed deeply, and looked anxious. But you should look at this. The man, as tall and imposing as a giant, slowly turned around. The sunlight shone intensely. The man wore a large captain's cloak, with an exaggeratedly large naginata standing beside him, and his wild, long golden hair danced slightly in the sea breeze. A legendary pirate who roams the New World, considered a great enemy by the Navy. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. The white-bearded man looked down at the boy in front of him, a gentle smile suddenly appearing in his domineering eyes. Tell me, what exactly happened? Panting, Marco took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and shouted. Bondi Waldo, that guy, got taken out by the Navy. Upon hearing this, the other crew members on deck were all shocked, unconsciously stopping what they were doing and gasping for breath. The sound of crashing waves could be heard. Oh, that guy Waldo was actually taken down by the Navy. A look of surprise flashed across the white-bearded man's face. As renowned pirates who had fought against the Ward pirates led by Bondi Waldo, the Whitebeard pirates had some understanding of Bondi Waldo's strength. That was just a probing battle. After all, the two sides didn't have much of a grudge, so there was no need for them to fight to the death. Furthermore, both Whitebeard and Bondi Waldo were wary of the destructive power of each other's devil fruits, and in order to avoid large-scale casualties among their crews, they only exchanged barges from a distance. To be precise, it was Whitebeard's fist that shattered Bondi Waldo's 100x cannon. Was it Sengoku or Garp who made the move? The white-bearded man asked in a low voice. Neither. Marco shook his head. It's a guy I've never heard of before. I think he's a famous naval captain stationed in the North Sea, named Rogers Darren. The white-bearded man squinted. He took the newspaper from Marco and opened it. It occupied a large portion of the front page and was prominently displayed. King of the North Sea Rogers Darren. successfully defeated the legendary pirate, Bondi Waldo, the strongest admiral in the North Sea. The future admiral of the Navy, world destroyer, Bondi Waldo, actually died in the North Sea. Shocking. The naval supernova who led the attack on Bondi Waldo is actually a notorious scoundrel? Is this a distortion of humanity, or a moral decay? The news report also included a photo of Darren standing atop countless pirate corpses, with smoke billowing behind him, during the military operation. He seems to be an ambitious young man. Whitebeard stared at the arrogant, grinning black-haired Navy man in the photograph, and suddenly burst into laughter. "Gururarr, my little ones, it seems you'll have a worthy opponent from now on." His hearty laughter, like a resounding bell, shook the heavens and the earth. On the distant sea, giant waves surged and rose without wind. Layer upon layer, like the roar of a giant dragon. The sea is shaking. At the same time, the Grand Line, a certain sea area. Tear. Thousands of pale lightning bolts tore through the dark sky, and the roaring thunder reflected the torrential rain. The roaring storm stirred up towering waves, like the giant hand of an invisible giant, constantly tossing the speeding pirate ship through the air. "Captain Roger, big news." In the pouring rain, a little devil with a red nose, wearing a hood, was running wildly on the deck. "Ha ha ha. Bucky, don't slip." A black-haired man exuding an arrogant and domineering aura stood on the bow of the boat, laughing loudly in the face of the raging wind and rain. The crimson captain's coat fluttered wildly in the gale, splashing up large amounts of rain. "Gold, Roger. Let me tell you, I found him first. Bucky." Another red-haired kid ran out of the cabin and hugged Bucky, who had a red nose, tightly. "Damn it, Shanks, who told you to be so slow?" The two little devils rolled and wrestled on the deck, their tender faces gritting their teeth and twisting into each other's contortions. Sitting at the bow of the boat, bathed in the raging wind and rain, Roger smiled and looked at the man in a shirt and frameless glasses not far away, saying, "You're so full of energy. This is passion and youth. It reminds me of when we first set sail, doesn't it, Rayleigh?" Upon hearing this, Rayleigh rolled his eyes in annoyance, thinking to himself, "Back then, you were the only one who gave me passion and youth. If it weren't for this bastard's relentless harassment, I probably would have been retired long ago. You two start, Bucky Shanks." Rayleigh waved his hand. "Yes, Mr. Rayleigh." Shanks and Bucky glared at each other, then obediently stood up straight, shouting out the latest news headlines. King of the North Sea Rogers Darren successfully defeated the legendary pirate, Bondi Waldo. Roger and Rayleigh were both stunned upon hearing this. King of the North Sea? That's a nickname I've never heard of before. Rayleigh took the wet newspaper, frowned as he looked at the blurred text on it, wet with rain. But Roger's eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. "That nickname sounds like a really good fighter." Rayleigh's lips twitched, and he said helplessly, "He seems to be just a teenager who is not even 20 years old." "Ha. So what?" Roger laughed dismissively. Boom. Suddenly, a large wave burst open on the side of the Oro Jackson, splashing up a large amount of salty seawater. "It's artillery fire. Captain Roger. The Navy is catching up." Boom. Boom. Rumble. Black cannonballs tore through the rain, tracing parabolic arcs from high above, and continued to fall toward the pirate ship. Clang. The flashing blades were as dazzling as flowing water and scattered flowers. Several shells falling from the sky were cut in two by Rayleigh's knife and exploded overhead, kicking up thick smoke. The flickering firelight illuminated Rayleigh's solemn expression. "Roger, you can't escape." A powerful roar echoed from the distant sea at the stern of the ship. Through the blurry vision, they could vaguely see a shirtless, muscular Navy man standing at the bow of a dog-headed naval warship, continuously throwing shells at them with his bare hands. It's happening again." Bucky clutched his head and screamed in terror. "Why is that bastard always haunting us? We're really going to die this time." "Shut up." Shanks covered Buggy's mouth with his hand and said fiercely. However, his pale face revealed that he was also extremely uneasy. "Ha ha ha. Garp, I'm not in the mood to play with you." Roger made a face at Garp from afar, his smile mischievous like a child's. "Get out of here quickly. That guy is the strongest Marine." "Good." The crew cheered in unison. Under the sailors' control, the sails of the Oro Jackson billowed, and propelled by the storm, its speed increased dramatically. "Damn it." Seeing this, Garp gritted his teeth, his throwing speed increasing rapidly, his hands almost blurring into a blur as he roared through the air. "Don't run away, Roger. You better not chase me, Garp." Rumble. Don't run away. Then don't chase after them. Similar things happen in every corner of this sea. Looking at the headlines in the newspapers, some people sneered, some mocked, some remained silent, some cheered, some were angry, some reacted indifferently, and some were restless. But one thing is certain. Today, the name Rogers Darren, the King of the North Sea, has officially taken center stage on this vast ocean. Volume 1, The King of the North Sea, has come to an end. There was a lot of setup, but overall I'm quite satisfied. Okay, best wishes. Chapter 1, New Weapons. 3 days later. Branch 321, Military Hospital, Premium Ward. The bloodstained bandages were torn apart, revealing slightly pink, fresh skin and flesh. His muscular, angular body exuded an aura of male hormones, making the young nurse blush and her mouth go dry. Lord Darren, I will now remove the cast from your arm. The young nurse said in a gentle voice. No need, I can do it myself. Darren smiled, lowered his head, and suddenly clenched his fists. Snap! As the fist clenched, the muscles in the arm instantly contracted and bulged, shattering the plaster cast covering the arm into dust. After stretching his muscles and joints, Darren closed his eyes, enjoying the nurse's care and cleaning. Knock, knock, knock. A soft knock sounded on the door, and then Sengoku's figure pushed open the door to the ward and walked in with a smile. Darren, did you see the newspaper report? You're really famous now. Darren gave a military salute and smiled. All of this is inseparable from your cultivation and trust, General of the Warring States period. As he spoke, he gestured to the nurse to let her leave the ward first. The Warring States period was filled with satisfaction. The same kind of flattery always sounds particularly pleasant coming from Darren's mouth. Looks like you're recovering pretty well. He looked the naval captain no. He should be called a commodore sitting on the hospital bed up and down, and said with a smile. It's all right, at least I've been in bed for 3 days now, Darren said. The corner of his eye twitched during the Warring States period. He shook his head and continued. Have you all received the notification from headquarters? There are only 7 days left until the officer training camp's entrance ceremony. Darren nodded. That's fine then. Zhanghua paused, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Darren laughed. Is the Sengoku Teisho, General, here to ask me about the North Sea Fleet? That kid is so smart. Sengoku inwardly cursed, then slowly straightened his expression and said in a deep voice. Yes, that's true. Darren, with your vision and military talent, you should be very clear about the significance of the North Sea Fleet-S model for the Navy's strategic deployment. A naval fleet capable of flying is enough to change the situation on this sea. Of course you can rest assured. The forces in all 4 seas operate independently. The North Sea Fleet will retain the headquarters' intentions and wants to apply the North Sea Fleet model to the headquarters. Darren waved his hand dismissively and said with righteous indignation. General of the Warring States period need not say more. As long as it can contribute to the cause of justice, I will cooperate unconditionally. Regarding the equipment and configuration of the North Sea Fleet, as well as the warship modifications, I will later compile a detailed list and submit it to you for review. If the headquarters has any needs, I will provide them to the best of my ability. However, General Sengoku, let me just remind you that the North Sea Fleet is a special case, and the cost of its weapons, equipment, and warship modifications may be quite high. Ha ha ha, the cost is not a problem. Sengoku laughed heartily, very satisfied with Darren's statement, and his eyes were filled with more and more appreciation for the latter. Look at this. This is the rising star of the Navy's future. Unlike that bastard Borsalino, who's never around and has no enthusiasm whatsoever. Let's stop here then. Sengoku smiled and patted Darren on the shoulder. I admire you, Darren. You'd better perform well once you're in training camp. He paused, as if remembering something, and lowered his voice. Once you graduate, you can become my adjutant. The weather seems quite nice today, General Sengoku. A slow, deliberate voice rang out at the door of the ward. The Warring States period was marked by a dark expression. Darren's expression was strange. Borsalino was already standing at the door of the ward, leaning against the door frame with his hands in his pockets, looking at Sengoku with a half-smile. The ward suddenly became very quiet. Zhanghua stood there stiffly, motionless, and Darren noticed a few drops of cold sweat gradually seeping from his forehead. Suddenly, hey, it's me, Sengoku. Sengoku suddenly pulled a military den mushi from his pocket and shouted at it anxiously. What? Such a major event has occurred. All right, I'll get back as soon as possible. He spoke as he quickly walked out of the ward, his back view showing a hint of panic. Darren, Borsellino pointed a finger at Sengoku's den mushi and smiled as he reminded him. It seems the den mushi call to that Sengoku general isn't going through. Zhangguo paused. Then his expression changed, and he muttered to himself. Is the signal bad? He gritted his teeth hard. Damn it, of all times, it had to be at this crucial moment. As he spoke, he quickened his pace, and his figure soon disappeared at the end of the corridor. Several black lines slowly appeared on Darren's forehead. Borsellino smiled, and then went into the ward. Looks like the recovery is going well. Good. Darren moved his somewhat stiff wrists and elbows. Borsellino glanced at him, a strange light gleaming behind his toad-like sunglasses. I really didn't expect you to be hiding so well, North Sea Fleet. It's far beyond my expectations. Darren glanced at him and smiled. Major General Borsellino, just say what you want to say. Borsellino raised his hands in surrender. You found out. Okay, I do have something I want to tell you. He speaks slowly and deliberately, and there's always this irritating quality about him. The North Sea Fleet is indeed impressive, and its aerial combat capabilities are of great strategic significance. But haven't you noticed that even with the advanced weaponry of the Germa 66, the North Sea Fleet's firepower is still insufficient? Darren squinted, instinctively sat up straight, and raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, Major General Borsellino? Borsellino said with a smile. The Navy is about to establish a special scientific unit, mainly to integrate the research results of genius scientist Dr. Vegapunk and apply them in actual combat to enhance the Navy's combat capabilities. Dr. Vegapunk, a genius who is 500 years ahead of the world, has recently discovered some interesting patterns and, based on this, has done some research and created a rather interesting weapon. Darren immediately became interested. You need to conduct field tests on this weapon to collect experimental data? You got it right. Borsellino's sunglasses reflected a faint glow. He said with a half-smile. North Sea Fleet, interested? Darren asked. What are the weapons? Borsellino raised his index finger. This. A scorching, destructive aura gradually rose from his index finger. Golden light converges. Volume 2 begins, seeking the ultimate goal. Chapter 2 Apology. Has Vegapunk developed a prototype of the laser cannon that the pacifistas are equipped with so quickly? Darren thought to himself as he watched Borsellino walk out of the ward with his head down. It seems that Vegapunk has already unlocked the secret of devil fruit powers. This was an unexpected surprise. During this period, the 7 warlords of the sea system was far from being established, and the prototype of the pacifista tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, who was equipped with a laser cannon, probably had not yet set sail. This also means that the pacifists who appeared in the Sabaody Archipelago incident in the original storyline probably didn't even have the most basic concepts. If a certain number of laser cannons could be deployed on the North Sea Fleet, the Invincible Fleet, piercing through the clouds and descending from the sky, used the most advanced laser cannons on this vast sea to wipe out all enemies within its target range. The thought of that scene is thrilling even to Darren. A crushing technological advantage. If this plan succeeds, Darren will show those so-called great pirates on this sea what the power of technology is. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a soft knock sounded on the door. Come in. Darren responded. The door to the ward was gently pushed open, and a tall, slender figure with black hair walked in with a confident and stylish air, wearing high heels. What a rare guest. Darren looked at the pleasing navy flower in front of him and couldn't help but make a teasing remark. Guillaume glanced coldly at Darren, casually placed the bouquet of flowers on the bedside table, and said indifferently, You're still alive. Villains really do live a long time. Darren shrugged. A face swollen like a pig's head peeked out from behind Guillaume, grinning widely. Doesn't that look pretty energetic? Looking at Gaggy's bruised and battered face, which looked increasingly disheveled, Darren immediately burst out laughing. Jaji, what have you been doing? Did you get beaten up at a brothel? Kaji's face immediately turned bright red. He glanced fearfully at Guillaume and stammered. You actually guessed right. Darren's eye twitched, and a few black lines appeared on his forehead. He shook his head. Is there anything I can help you with? Guillaume said slowly. The officer training camp is about to begin. Major Cake and I are also members of this training camp, and we will be going to headquarters with you for training. Darren nodded and said, Yes, I know that. I've already seen the list. Given Guillaume and Cake's abilities and status, it's quite normal for them to receive 2 spots in the officer training camp, although this was indeed a bit early for them. However, considering that they had gained significant strength and experience during their time in the North Sea, it was understandable that the Warring States General put them into the training camp ahead of schedule. Of course, it's also possible that the old fox from the Warring States period wanted him to continue being the nanny for these two. Congratulations. Guion nodded, turned around, and was about to leave, but suddenly pulled her foot back. She paused for a moment. Colonel Darren, no, Brigadier General Darren, I think I owe you an apology. Oh, Darren laughed with great interest. Why? Guion whispered. I retract my previous assessment of you. Although you smoke, drink, are greedy, lecherous, enjoy killing, and have an extreme thirst for power. She bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth. But you are indeed a good Navy man. Yes, that's fair. Darren smiled, so much his eyes narrowed. It seems you've discovered something. Guion remained silent. On her way to catch up on the extra charges at sea, she saw a familiar figure. It was a small and cozy flower shop. The father and daughter in the flower shop had changed their clothes, hairstyles, and hair color, making them seem like completely different people. But she recognized the innocent little girl at a glance. Darren suddenly grinned. However, I still prefer your previous, unruly self. Guion's face darkened, and she strode quickly out of the ward in her high heels, followed by the sound of a naval commodore's hearty laughter. In the ward, Jiaji shook his head as he watched this scene, his face full of sighs. You're something else. I've never seen Guion apologize to an individual before. Darren smiled and said, just because it has never happened before doesn't mean it never will. TCH, Jiaji scoffed. You're just trying to show off. He thought for a moment, then suddenly put his arm around Darren's shoulder and said with dissatisfaction, but you're really unfair. You accomplished such a great feat as taking down Bondi Waldo, yet you didn't include me. He clenched his fist, his eyes blazing with intense light. You know, as I stood atop a warship in the sky watching you fight on the islands, the boiling fighting spirit within me made my whole body tremble. Really? I heard from the flying squirrel that you were so scared that your face turned pale, and your hands were shaking so badly that you almost crushed the railing. I'm afraid of heights. Jiaji's face flushed red as he said, do you even understand what it means to be afraid of heights? If you let me down, I can fight alongside you. Maybe Borsellino won't even be needed. The two of us, working together, can take down Bondi Waldo. His tone was full of resentment. What a perfect story that would be. The genius naval officer from headquarters, Kaji, defeating the legendary Great Pirate. If word got out, how many ladies and young women would I win over? No, how much public support would I gain? I will become the Navy's rising star, the hope of justice. Darren glanced at him. But I heard that's how you brag to others. The tone was suffocating. Me. His expression shifted rapidly, and finally he sat down heavily, grabbed the fruit basket next to him, and started gnawing on it indignantly. Darren chuckled and shook his head. He stood up, put on his military uniform, and tore a brand new justice cape from the coat rack. I'm going out for a bit. Where are you going? While he was munching on a watermelon, Jiaji asked indistinctly. Let's go to a brothel. Hey, take me with you. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death by Guion? Yes, you know, I was just testing you. Upright gentlemen like us never go to those kinds of places. All right then, I was originally thinking that among the gifts people gave me, there were still a bunch of membership cards I wouldn't be able to use. Commodore Darren, this thing that's corrupting the Navy's morale, please let me destroy it myself. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Chapter 3, Don't Let Me Down. The crumpled newspaper gently drifted to the ground. The wind blowing in from outside the window made the curtains flutter and dance, creating folds. Doflamingo leaned back on the soft leather sofa, his hand covering his forehead, quietly enjoying the breeze. Fu. His lips gradually curled up, and his deep laughter grew louder. That madman is truly a madman. The great pirate Bondi Waldo. He really took him down. Fu. The thought of that great pirate who had so easily crushed him like a demon dying in the North Blue filled Doflamingo with a sense of utter absurdity, and he laughed until his whole body trembled. Not far from the family council hall, Toripole and the others stared in shock at the newspapers in their hands, their faces filled with disbelief. So do you like it? A deep, smiling voice came from afar as it drew nearer. Upon hearing this voice, Toripole and the others trembled, a chill running down their spines. A violent explosion approached at an alarming speed, and a tall figure on a silver metal skateboard descended from the sky, landing steadily. A wide cloak of justice swayed and danced behind him, and a streamlined metal skateboard quickly melted, changed shape, and solidified into a metal wristband, which he wore on his wrist. That's something I never expected, Godfather. Doflamingo smiled as he watched the black-haired Marine approaching him. Darren walked up to Doflamingo, looked down at him, extended his left hand, and smiled. You are my godson, Dovert. Always remember this. Anyone who offends you will be punished as they deserve. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Remember, it's anyone. Doflamingo was slightly taken aback. Meeting the arrogant and domineering gaze of the black-haired Navy man, he remained silent for a moment, then knelt on one knee, bent down, and gently kissed the back of the man's hand. Thank you, Godfather. Darren smiled with satisfaction. Get up. Has there been any change in the situation in the underworld these past few days? Doflamingo slowly stood up and said in a deep voice. Not much has changed. Under the Godfather's protection, the Don Quixote family has completely taken control of most of the businesses in the North Sea underworld. As for the Grand Line, many caravans and shipping routes have been opened up. I believe it won't be long before Don Quixote's flag flies high in the waters of the Grand Line. Yes, be careful about the speed of expansion. The Grand Line is not the North Sea. If we are too hasty and reckless, it will easily provoke suppression from the Navy. Darren offered a reminder, as if he were implying something. Doflamingo was stunned, then nodded deeply. Indeed, the Don Quixote family's power expanded too quickly, easily attracting unnecessary attention. He was able to act so recklessly in the North Sea because of the protection of Darren, the true king of the North Sea. But the Grand Line is different. The various branches codenamed G and the Marine Headquarters, which is full of powerful figures, are not entities that the Don Quixote family can afford to offend right now. For the base commanders guarding the various branches of the Grand Line, the overwhelming strength of their vice-admirals meant that crushing the Don Quixote family was no different than crushing an ant. Be patient, Dover. Darren raised his hand and ruffled Doflamingo's hair, smiling as he spoke. Doflamingo hesitated for a moment, then asked, When will you be going to Marineford for training, Godfather? I have less than a week left, so I'll leave 2 days early. Darren wanted to turn around and look at Toripole and the others, but those guys had disappeared without a trace. Before I leave, there's something I'd like you to do for me. Doflamingo lowered his head, his sunglasses obscuring the shadows in his eyes. Godfather, please speak. Bondi Waldo died in the North Sea. I need you to use all your means and resources to find every clue about the Momo fruit in the underworld. No, in both the legitimate and criminal worlds. Darren lit a cigar, and wisps of smoke curled around his sharply defined face. Once you discover a clue, you can use any means necessary, at any cost, to seize the Momo fruit. Momo fruit. Doflamingo was shocked, but his face remained expressionless. Having personally witnessed Bondi Waldo's formidable strength, he was naturally very curious about the Momo fruit, which could multiply speed and size. He glanced at Darren almost imperceptibly. Could it be that Darren was after the Momo fruit from the very beginning? As you command, Godfather. Doflamingo bowed his head. Okay, then I'll leave this matter to you. Darren said something and turned to walk out. The metal wristband on his wrist twisted and stretched again as if it were alive, transforming into a streamlined silver skateboard that floated at his feet. Darren steps onto the skateboard. Just as Doflamingo thought Darren was about to leave and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Darren suddenly turned around, making Doflamingo's heart skip a beat. Dover. Godfather, please speak. Doflamingo's heart pounded wildly. Darren looked at Doflamingo's bowed head in submission and smiled, saying, From now on, Beihai is in your hands. I have high expectations for you. Please don't let me down, okay? Doflamingo said respectfully. Godfather, please rest assured. Well, if you can't reach me, contact Squirrel. He will be taking over my position and becoming the new admiral of the North Sea. Darren said that and looked away. The magnetic field suddenly surged, propelling the metal skateboard beneath his feet forward with a roar, and his figure quickly disappeared into the distant clouds. A violent storm swept through the council hall, sending papers flying everywhere and curtains billowing in the air. Doflamingo knelt on one knee, panting heavily, a fine layer of cold sweat already seeping from his forehead. Dover, are you all right? What does that bastard want from you? Toripole and his men sneaked in through the side door of the council hall, cautiously looking around to make sure the naval admiral had left before asking their questions. He asked me to find a devil fruit. Doflamingo took a deep breath and stood up, supporting himself on his knees with his hands. He reached over the cigarette on the table, lit it, and took a few deep drags, his eyes bloodshot. That guy has gotten stronger. Doflamingo, recalling the oppressive look Darren had given him just now, his face pale, hissed. Chapter 4 Rear Admiral Dragon. Branch 321, Military Region Hospital. The doctor, a man in his 50s with glasses, had a refined demeanor and was carefully examining Darren's wounds. The crisscrossing wounds have grown new pink skin, which is a little itchy, but no longer painful. The wound is healing well. There are basically no major problems. Your physique is practically monstrous. Although the doctors had witnessed Darren's terrifying regenerative abilities over the years, they were still shocked. Thank you for your help, Dr. Wells. Darren laughed. I'm just used to getting hurt. Habit is a terrible ability. I see, Dr. Wells said, putting away his medical equipment. Wouldn't it be foolish of me to suggest you avoid fighting in the future? Darren shrugged. You may not believe it, but there are some things that are beyond my control, and disasters always come one after another. Of course, as a naval officer, getting injured is as common as eating and sleeping. Yeah. Dr. Wells shook his head and did not continue the discussion. However, Darren, I still suggest that you avoid strenuous exercise in the short term. I mean, fighting pirates or the kind of reckless training you did before. I'll do my best, Darren said with a smile. As Dr. Wells washed his hands, he casually asked, I heard you're planning to go to Marineford? Yes, go for training. I've had enough of Beihai these past few years. Darren put on his shirt and buttoned it up. He picked up the cloak beside him and bowed slightly to the middle-aged doctor's back. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. Wells paused in washing his hands, the sound of running water particularly clear in the quiet ward. Go on, Darren. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. After so many years of cultivation, with countless scars on your body, I've saved you at least 100 times. All for today, isn't it? Let those guys on the Grand Line see the spirit of us North Sea men. Darren put on his cape, turned around, and walked towards the door of the ward, waving and smiling as he said. Of course, a clear morning after the rain. The sun shone brightly, and the clouds in the sky appeared as wispy wisps. Golden rays of warm sunlight pierced through the sea of clouds, scattering large patches of light and creating a perfect Tyndall effect. How much longer until the headquarters warships arrive? Wearing a wide cloak of justice, Darren walked to the naval port of Branch 321, enjoying the cool sea breeze and stretching lazily. It should be arriving soon. The flying squirrel glanced at Darren and asked, Has Dr. Wells examined your condition? Darren grinned and said, I saw it. He told me to avoid strenuous exercise as much as possible. That is a great suggestion. The flying squirrel raised an eyebrow. The suggestion is good, but it's not very practical. After all, Darren is not exactly a law-abiding fellow. The flying squirrel had a thought in its mind, but its gaze was fixed on the distant sea. The sea sparkles under the morning sun, shimmering with brilliant light. Gazing at the endless sea, which seemed capable of encompassing all ambitions and dreams, a longing that couldn't be concealed surfaced deep in the flying squirrel's eyes. Let's wait a little longer. In any case, I will try to get you a spot next year. Darren noticed his odd behavior and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. The flying squirrel withdrew its gaze, exhaled a soft breath, and shook its head. We need someone trustworthy in Beihai. Darren glanced at him, his expression suddenly turning serious. While the flying squirrel in the North Sea is important, your growth is even more important. Power, status, fame, and wealth are all secondary. In this vast ocean, the most important thing is strength. Many people never see this truth in their entire lives, and I believe you are not one of them. Hearing Darren's solemn words, the flying squirrel felt a surge of warmth in its heart. He clenched his fist and nodded. Darren's expression relaxed again, and he smiled. I wonder who will be leading the team this time. The flying squirrel laughed. I know you're expecting Major General Sakazuki. Darren stretched his wrists and neck and said with great interest, I can never beat him. I couldn't beat him back in Beihai, and it's been even worse since he graduated from the training camp. So you're stupid enough to want to get beaten up? A cold voice interrupted. Dion walked briskly from a distance, followed by a sleepy-eyed Cake, who kept yawning. Darren laughed dismissively. Taking a beating is a kind of talent. Besides, after lying in the hospital for a few days, I feel like my body is going to rust. Dion was about to say something when the flying squirrel beside her suddenly spoke up. Arrive. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked up. In the distance, a magnificent warship gradually emerged from the Golden Sea. A sudden gust of wind arose. Roaring waves crashed against the harbor, and a visible storm swept across the land of the naval port, causing the flags to crackle and snap. What happened? Is a storm coming? Why has the climate suddenly changed? The sailors patrolling the naval port looked on with drastic change as the gale-force winds whipped up from the ground, their figures being torn apart and unable to stand steadily. The flying squirrel and the others watched this scene with surprise and doubt, subconsciously raising their hands to block the howling wind. Darren squinted. A hand clad in a black leather glove suddenly emerged from the dark green storm and reached for Darren's face. Darren, who had already activated his magnetic field perception, smiled with interest and took a step to the side to avoid the large hand. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he lunged forward, his elbow striking out like a thunderbolt, seemingly about to break the hand. Cull. Darren's elbow strike landed on empty air. The arm vanished into thin air right before his eyes. Behind you. Without any hesitation, Darren lowered his knees and twisted his waist, throwing a backhand punch without even looking. Bang! The two fists collided heavily in midair, producing a dull thud. A powerful shockwave immediately spread outwards, causing the white cloaks behind the two to flutter wildly in opposite directions. I heard that a monster who can rival Sakazuki has appeared in the North Blue, and even killed the legendary pirate Bundy Waldo. Now it seems that the rumors are true. A hearty laugh rang out, and Zhang's domineering and imposing face materialized in the storm, his figure emerging. His long, black hair flew wildly. He had no eyebrows, and his face was cold and profound. It's a pleasure to meet you, Brigadier General Darren. Please forgive my impetuousness. The man folded his fist, and the boldness in his smile made people feel an instant sense of goodwill. Your reputation is so impressive that I can't help but want to have a match with you. I am a Rear Admiral from the Navy headquarters, one of the personnel sent to provide escort for this mission. He raised his hand in a military salute. Monkey D. Dragon. Chapter 5-2 Completely opposite people. The gale suddenly stopped. It came and went quickly. The clear blue sky reappeared before everyone's eyes, and the bright sunshine shone down, adorning Dorag's gentle smiling face, making everyone feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Monkey, you're Lieutenant General Garps. Gaji stared at Dorag in disbelief, his expression comical. Garp, the hero who is famous throughout the seas, naturally knew that his own son held an important position in the Navy. However, unlike many generals stationed at headquarters, Vice Admiral Garp's son volunteered to perform patrol missions in the Grand Line, so Cake had never met him. Dorag turned to look at him and smiled. This must be Major Cake from headquarters, right? Although I'm often away on missions, I've often heard of your genius reputation. Jiaji froze upon hearing this, and then a shy expression suddenly appeared on his scrawled face. He covered his face with his hands and started to fidget. Oh, people exaggerate when they say you're a genius. Major General Dragon is too kind. Red hearts kept floating above Jiaji's head, and he screamed with excitement. This is the son of Hero Garp, the son of a naval hero, calling me, Kaji, a genius. Ha ha ha. Dragon smiled, then looked at Guion with gentle eyes. Guion, it's been a long time. A serene smile bloomed on Guion's face. Long time no see, Brother Dragon. As members of the headquarters elite, second generation, the two naturally had a relationship. Darren, watching this scene from the side, curled his lips into a smile of interest. This was the first time he had ever seen such a genuine smile on Guion's face. It had to be said that Dragon, the future leader of the Revolutionary Army, truly possessed a unique personal charm. Dragon looked at the flying squirrel again, his eyes filled with affirmation. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Brigadier General Darren's right-hand man, the Deputy Base Commander of the North Sea 321st Branch, Major Squirrel, right? Meeting Dragon's sincere and earnest smile, the flying squirrel felt a little uncomfortable and nodded, muttering, Yes, Major General Dragon. He raised his hand and gave a standard military salute. Dorag laughed. No need to be so polite. We are colleagues. There's no need to stand on ceremony. By the way, I must congratulate you in advance. The letter of appointment from headquarters has been issued. From today onwards, you are the highest-ranking officer in charge of the North Sea Navy's military affairs, Colonel Flying Squirrel. As he spoke, he waved. On the docked warship, a well-trained Navy officer jumped off the deck, ran up to the ship with swift and decisive movements, and respectfully handed a document to Dorag. Major General Dragon. Dragon smiled and took the document. This is troublesome, fresher. The young naval soldier named Firemare was stunned upon hearing this, then looked at Dragon with adoration and fervor, clenching his fists in excitement. I had only joined Rear Admiral Dragon's warship 2 days ago, and had never had any communication with him. There were hundreds of crew members on the warship, yet Rear Admiral Dragon clearly remembered my name. Dorag solemnly handed the letter of appointment to the flying squirrel. Congratulations, newly appointed Admiral of the North Sea, Colonel Flying Squirrel. The Flying Squirrel accepted it with both hands and said in a deep voice, "All glory to justice." The two men saluted each other at the same time. Then Dragon turned around, his deep eyes looking at Darren, and smiled. "Commodore Darren, my warship needs some time to resupply. We still have some time before departure. Shall we talk?" Darren laughed. "Of course, no problem, Major General Dragon." This suited him perfectly. Even if Dragon didn't approach him, he still wanted to chat with this revolutionary leader who would one day cause a great upheaval on the seas. After all, this is a dragon from the naval era. Darren was indeed very curious. What kind of person was Dorag in his youth? What was his attitude towards the government? What kind of justice did he uphold? At least for now, it's clear that Dragon does possess a natural charisma and leadership qualities. Respect your subordinates, have a bright smile, be patient and gentle, humble and peaceful, sincere and honest, and be full of sunshine that inspires trust and admiration. Definitely a leader's style. This way, please, Major General Dragon. Darren raised his hand and said with a smile. After declining each other's offer, the two walked side by side toward the base commander's office. Hey, Guillaume, have you noticed something? Kaji, with his shifty eyes, crept up to Guillaume's side and whispered. Those two guys seem to have completely opposite styles. Guillaume was stunned and subconsciously looked up. Darren and Dorag, who were of similar height and build, walked side by side to the front of the military fortress. In a daze, Darren on the left is shrouded in the shadow of the military fortress, while Dorag on the right is bathed in sunlight. They talked to each other and laughed heartily. The cloaks of justice behind the two figures display different colors under the shadows and sunlight. Left and right, black and white. The two rivers are clearly distinct. At the same time, a certain sea area of the Grand Line. A massive warship was cutting through the surging waves, steadily moving forward in a certain direction. General Sengoku, at the current speed, the warship will arrive at headquarters in half a day. The guards reported with serious expressions. Yes, I understand. The Warring States period was in a good mood. In fact, he had never been in such a good mood. With his formidable enemy, Bondi Waldo, defeated, the world government has bestowed its reward upon him. Although the operation to subdue Bondi Waldo may not seem to have much to do with him as a naval admiral, he was indeed the nominal leader of the operation. The five elders, the highest authorities of the world government, expressed their satisfaction with the successful completion of this mission and encouraged themselves to continue their efforts, their words filled with expectations and hopes for Sengoku. In addition, this trip to Beihai broadened the horizons and thinking of the Warring States period. Putting aside the possibility of forming a flying fleet, the technological weapons carried by the North Sea Fleet alone were enough to make the Sengoku period envious. He couldn't wait to see what a spectacular sight it would be when the elite fleet of the Navy headquarters was equipped with such powerful and advanced weapons. Thinking this, Sengoku couldn't help but curl a smug smile onto his lips. He picked up the arms price list that Darren had presented, and as he flipped through it, he murmured confidently, "It's just money. Even the North Sea Fleet can afford it, let alone the mighty naval headquarters." The smile on Zhang's face suddenly vanished, and he stood up abruptly, looking completely bewildered. "What? Thank you." Chapter 6 as expected of Vice Admiral Garp's offspring. Looking at the dense rows of numbers on the purchase list, Sengoku could hardly believe his eyes. How could that be? I must have been too tired lately and hadn't rested well. Yes, that must be it. He stubbornly took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and put them back on, but the numbers on the list were clearly unchanged. He was particularly astonished by the long string of zeros following each number. A high-voltage stun gun, priced at 500,000 berries. Portable rocket launcher, priced at 1 million berries. Flamethrower, 800,000 berries. A medium-sized ballistic missile that can be mounted on a warship, the kind that sank Bondi Waldo's last pirate ship for 8 million berries. This is just the price of launching a missile. As for the cost of modifying the warships, Sengoku was dumbfounded and couldn't help but jump up and curse. Darren, that spendthrift, used 100 million berries to modify the keel of a medium-sized warship? 1 billion berries is enough to build 2 warships of the same size. Berries were quite valuable during this period. After a moment's thought, Sengoku came to a conclusion that made his lips twitch. The North Sea Fleet dispatched in the operation to subdue the Ward pirates consisted of 10 warships and approximately 2,000 elite North Sea naval personnel. The cost of building this fleet was at least 2 billion berries. This doesn't even include the cargo and ammunition destroyed in the battle. But Bondiwaldo's bounty is only 400 million berries. The Warring States period was filled with anguish as he covered his face with his hands. To put it bluntly, the great victory in that operation was won by Darren using Pell. Where did that brat Darren get so much money? Suddenly, Jean Gua gritted his teeth. He would never admit that jealousy made his expression contorted. As the admiral of the Navy headquarters and a candidate for the next fleet admiral, Sengoku knew better than anyone else about the allocation of military funds for the Navy headquarters. After all, the steel-boned Sky Marshal was getting old and not very sensitive to numbers, so Sengoku was basically handling the issue of the headquarters' military expenses. What does 2 billion pelas mean? That's equivalent to a whole quarter of the Navy headquarters' military budget. It's important to understand that the Navy headquarters' 2 billion yen covers the daily maintenance of bases, fortifications, weapons, and warships, as well as the payment of personnel salaries, and so on. If these routine expenses are deducted, the military budget that the headquarters can freely allocate within a quarter is less than 300 million berries. And most importantly, the fleet's equipment consumption is so enormous. Judging from Darren's tone, it seems that he intends to continue expanding the North Sea fleet and increasing its size in the future. This is insane, absolutely insane. The Warring States period began to mutter to itself. So it's true? The moment the door to the base commander's office closed, Dorag's warm, approachable smile vanished, replaced by a deep seriousness. His eyes were fixed on the young naval commodore in front of him. Doflamingo, the leader of the Don Quixote pirates and the most powerful figure in the North Blue underworld, is your man. Darren raised an eyebrow and suddenly laughed. To be precise, Dover is my godson. Raising a son? Dorag frowned, somewhat puzzled. Darren lit a cigar and sat down on the desk without any regard for decorum. This is a tradition in Beihai. We have a saying in Beihai. The world is too dangerous. Children need 2 fathers. Dover was a very poor child. He lost both his biological parents at a young age and was neglected in his upbringing. After arriving in Beihai, he did make a lot of mistakes, but I have punished him, and he has fully realized his mistakes and decided to turn over a new leaf and start a new. As the Navy, we can't just stand by and watch a talented kid go astray, don't you think, Rear Admiral Dragon? Dorag frowned even more deeply. So you mean, Doflamingo acknowledges you as his godfather? Darren spread his hands and smiled. That's right. Do you know his true identity? He's not just a gifted kid. Darren smiled without saying a word. Dragon squinted, quietly observing the composed naval admiral before him. Darren wasn't in a hurry. He just smiled and puffed on his cigar. He didn't intend to hide too much about Doflamingo, since it was impossible to keep it from everyone. Especially after the operation to defeat Bondiwaldo, anyone with a modicum of sense could follow the clues from that deal and figure out their relationship with Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family. Putting everything else aside, Darren firmly believed that the old fox from the Warring States period could definitely guess something. That's interesting. 2 days ago, Jean Gua left Beihai. Logically speaking, he could have directly questioned him to his face. But he didn't. Instead, the person sent by headquarters to communicate with him was Major General Dorag from headquarters. This sends a goodwill signal to some extent. Dragon's rank is not yet among the core high command of the Navy, which means this is not a serious conversation. As the biological son of Vice Admiral Garp, a naval hero, he possesses an influence that others lack. This represents the respect that headquarters has for us. Overall, it's a good thing that the person you're talking to is Dorag. If headquarters were to settle scores later, it's likely that the person who would come wouldn't be Dragon, but rather Staff Officer Tsuru, who is in charge of the inspection work. The base commander's office fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Until a certain moment. Ha ha ha. Dorag suddenly burst into laughter, warmly wrapped his arms around Darren's neck, and patted him hard on the shoulder. You're really something, Darren. Only you could come up with the idea of being the father of a celestial dragon. Ha ha. That was great. Well done. Darren stared blankly at Dragon, whose face was flushed with excitement, and his lips twitched. Why are you getting so worked up? I've had my eye on those guys for a long time. Dorag clenched his fist, his face full of childish eccentricity. He immediately seemed to realize he had said the wrong thing, and quickly waved his hand. Oh no, forget what I just said, I take it back. Etc. Darren looked at Dorag in front of him and suddenly felt that this guy, who had just been exuding charm and leadership qualities, was now radiating a kind of silly aura. That feeling was just like a person. Darren sighed helplessly. Major General Dragon. You truly are worthy of being Lieutenant General Garp's biological son. Oh. Chapter 7 Farewell. Half a day later. The crates of supplies and baggage were loaded onto the warship under orders from higher command. The naval personnel from headquarters were excitedly carrying all sorts of supplies, working enthusiastically. The freshest fruits, perfectly marbled dried meat and canned goods, even the finest cigarettes and whiskey. They had never seen such a wealthy naval branch before, and they thoroughly felt the warmth and hospitality of their North Sea naval colleagues. Dorag stood on the deck, a broad smile on his face, and remarked, "The soldiers in Beihai are far too kind." He pulled out a bag of rice crackers from the goods, tore it open, and ate it with a loud crunching sound. "Brother Dragon, don't let that wicked Darren corrupt you." Gion raised her eyebrows slightly, looking somewhat displeased. "How could that be? I'm a naval officer with unwavering faith." Dorag chuckled, then pulled out a box of cigars from another crate, lit one, and puffed on it with relish, his eyes squinting in comfort. "Gion." She bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth. "That bastard Darren. Brother Dragon is the most dazzling genius and representative in the Navy. As the biological son of a hero, he is already surrounded by a halo. In addition, his unique and innate gentle leadership temperament has earned him a very good reputation in the Navy. He was a rising star whom the high command of the Navy headquarters believed was destined to become a Navy admiral. Gion could not tolerate such a perfect person being infected by Darren's decadent and corrupt lifestyle. Major Gion, talking badly about others behind their backs is not a good habit. Darren walked steadily up the deck of the warship, looking at Gion with a half-smile. Gion snorted coldly, turned her head away, and remained silent. "What's wrong? Don't you salute your superiors?" Darren smiled. Gion's face hardened. She turned around and reluctantly gave a military salute. "Brigadier General Darren." After finishing, he turned around and left. Dragon stroked his stubble, watching Darren and Gion with interest, thinking to himself that the relationship between the two was rather strange. "That's just Gion's personality," she sharp-tongued, "but you can tell she really approves of you." Dorag smiled and looked at Darren. Darren shrugged and laughed dismissively. "It's okay, I didn't take it to heart." Dorag nodded and smiled again. "How are you feeling about leaving Beihai, where you've lived for so many years?" Darren lit a cigar for himself, his expression calm. "People always have to look forward. Besides, it's not like I'm never coming back. You seem to have a good outlook on things." Dragon shook his head with a smile. "Set sail." At that moment, the messenger's loud voice rang out, echoing between the sky and the sea. The rusty, black anchor was dragged out of the sea, leaving splashes of water in its wake. As the magnificent sails rose, the two black characters for justice were bulging out in a flamboyant manner. The warship emitted a deep, muffled sound and began to move slowly, sailing out of the 321 SD branch's naval port. At the railing on the side of the ship, Jaji let out a heart-wrenching wail like a pig being slaughtered, waving vigorously towards the harbor with tears streaming down his face. "By now, Miss Maria, Miss Yui, Miss Natsum, Miss Ayaka, and Mrs. Laurie, Mrs. Scarlet, and Mrs. Fix, please take good care of yourselves while I'm away. Remember to write to me. I will never forget you all. Darren." "Dragon, is Major Kaji always like this, all so emotional?" Dorag asked, his lips twitching, looking at the scene with a bewildered expression. Darren rubbed his temples, his head aching, and nodded with the pain mask on his face. Then they saw Gion, her face full of black lines, walk over menacingly, grab Cake by the back of the neck, and drag him back to the deck while he was crying uncontrollably. The warships sailed out of the port. Darren stood at the bow of the ship, his back to branch 321, silently smoking. "We're leaving soon. Aren't you going to say goodbye to everyone?" Dorag walked up to him and asked with a smile. Darren shook his head. There's no need. His motto in life is to always move forward and never look back. He has lived this way for the past 10 years or so, and he believes that he will continue to do so for the rest of his life. But that's not what they think. Dorag smiled and patted Darren on the shoulder before turning and walking into the cabin. "By the way, Darren, the rest of the voyage is in your hands." Before Darren could understand what Dragon was saying, a hoarse shout suddenly erupted from the port of branch 321 behind him. "Everyone has it. Preparation." Boom, 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 boom. Countless deafening cannon shots echoed from afar, resounding through the sky. Darren was stunned. He pursed his lips and slowly turned around. The port of branch 321 was now densely packed with Navy personnel. They spontaneously formed a vast military formation, which from a distance looked like layers of blue and white ocean, their eyes slightly red and their expressions passionate. The flying squirrel, wearing a colonel's cape, stood at the very front of the crowd. He stood there with his head held high, took off his military cap, took a deep breath, and then shouted at the top of his lungs, "Salute!" As soon as he finished speaking, tens of thousands of naval officers and soldiers in the North Sea raised their arms in unison, level with their eyebrows, the force of which was so great that it stirred up a great deal of wind and thunder. They gazed intently at the tall figure disappearing into the distance, some already with tears welling in their eyes. The world suddenly became deathly silent. Darren stood there, a complex smile gradually curving his lips. "Really?" He murmured something under his breath. He suddenly looked up, his posture as upright as a javelin. "Raise your hand in salute." A smile appeared on the flying squirrel's face, and he waved his hand decisively. Rumble. On the gun emplacements, warships, and military fortresses, countless heavy cannons spewed fire. A barrage of cannon fire shot into the sky, bursting forth with dazzling colors. "Respectfully seeing off Admiral Darren. Respectfully seeing off Admiral Darren." The shouts of "move mountains and fill seas" echoed between the sky and the sea, lingering for a long time. Amidst the cheers of countless naval officers and soldiers in the North Sea, the warship quickly disappeared into the distant sea. Darren didn't put his hand down until the outline of branch 321 had completely become a black dot on the sea. He took a deep drag on his cigarette, suppressing his turbulent emotions, and slowly walked into the cabin. "Major General Dragon, our flight route arrangements." He froze before he could finish speaking, completely speechless. Dorag was lying on the floor, fast asleep, snoring loudly, with a bubble on his lips that expanded and contracted with each breath. Darren was silent for a moment, then chuckled. He finally understood what Dragon's words meant. Darren shook his head and looked out the cabin window at the outside world. The warships sailed into the distance, navigating the undulating blue sea. White seagulls leaped from the mast, spread their wings, pierced the blue sky, and soared arrogantly into the distance. He clenched his fist. Chapter 8. Encountering Dorag. The ship's cabin swayed with the rise and fall of the waves, and the oil lamp on the table flickered gently, casting its light, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. Darren sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, 3 coins swirling and dancing around him. If someone were to observe closely, they would be astonished to discover that the speed at which the 3 coins spun and flew, and the distance between them, were all incredibly precise. It's as if 3 miniature satellites are orbiting the same planet. The cabin was very quiet. The only sound was the gentle lapping of waves coming from outside the ship. However, as time passed, a fine layer of cold sweat gradually seeped out from Darren's forehead. A faint blue arc of electricity began to flicker and bloom on the surface of his skin, a sign that the magnetic field control was gradually becoming overloaded. At one point, as if losing its support, the 3 coins fell at the same time. Darren slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. It's definitely not that simple. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Among the 3 major types of devil fruits, the development of paramecia-type devil fruits is the most unique. The development of zoan-type devil fruit users mainly involves adapting to the survival and combat style of that animal type, and constantly honing their physique to achieve the state of an animal. The natural type, on the other hand, tries to integrate itself into the form of nature as much as possible, and on this basis, it evolves into a variety of attack methods. But the Superman series is different. Even within the paramecia type of devil fruit, there are different categories. For example, there are special paramecia type fruits like Charlotte Kakuri's Machi Machi fruit, and there are also rule-based paramecia type fruits like the Hobby Hobby fruit, which are almost like a bug. The magnet fruit is a very special species. It doesn't significantly alter the devil fruit user's abilities. Its power is to influence external metallic objects by applying a magnetic field. Through years of exploration, Darren has gradually identified 2 ways to help him improve the development of the magnet fruit. The first method is to increase the intensity of the magnetic field released by adapting to carrying larger and heavier metal objects. Another method is to improve the precision within the magnetic field of the control range. Within a certain range, it is relatively easy to direct the magnetic field force in the same direction and make all metal objects move in the same direction. For example, Darren previously operated artillery shells and managed warships in the same way. However, within the same space and range, Making multiple metal objects move flexibly in different directions requires constructing complex magnetic field lines within that range, which demands extremely high mental control. However, although the second method is difficult and requires extremely high levels of neural control, it ultimately has good results, showing signs of a renewed improvement in Darren's stagnant devil fruit development. With that in mind, Darren activated his perception, talent, and obtained various data about his body. Physical strength, 63.513. Strength, 61.395. Speed, 62.115. Fruit, 73.067. Putting aside the development of his devil fruit, Darren's physique, strength, and speed have all significantly improved after that exhilarating battle with the great pirate Bondi Waldo. As expected, only high-level battles can help one break through limits. No wonder Rayleigh taught Luffy for 2 years, and he was still SOSO, while Kaido mastered Conqueror's haki with just 3 hits. Darren made a sarcastic remark. Of course, this was just a joke. Normal people don't have the protagonist's halo and the incredible sit-up ability of Wong Luffy. If it were anyone else, let alone withstand 3 blows from Kaido's staff, they would probably be sent flying to the heavens on the spot. This is also why Darren tirelessly and relentlessly trains his physical strength, even resorting to self-harm. In gaming terms, the higher your physical strength, the thicker your armor and health bar will be, and the higher your margin for error will be. This gives you a chance to turn the tide when facing powerful enemies. Of course, this also cannot avoid the curse of the thickest armor gets the worst beating. Darren picked up the 3 coins, stood up from the ground, bowed slightly, and walked through the low hatch out of the cabin. The bright, dazzling sunlight made him squint. "You're here? We've been waiting for you." Darren looked in the direction of the voice and saw that Dorag had just finished a set of 1-finger push-ups, stood up covered in sweat, and smiled at him. He was wearing a loose shirt with the top few buttons undone, revealing his broad pectoral muscles. His sunny smile and rugged physique combined to create a strange kind of beauty. "I heard from them that you're a madman when it comes to cultivation, and you still have a long journey to go before reaching headquarters. How about we practice together?" Dorag's smile was genuine, without the slightest hint of provocation. Instead, it was filled with the fervor and eagerness of facing an evenly matched opponent. Darren glanced at Gaggle Eyes not far away, who immediately hid behind the mast, looking panicked as if he had been caught red-handed. He gave a wry smile. Seeing that he had tortured Jaji too badly in Beihai, he held a grudge and wanted to see himself beaten up by Dorag to vent his anger. "Major General Dragon, I am no match for you." Darren spoke frankly and openly. According to the information about the officer training camp collected by the Flying Squirrel, Dragon was an outstanding graduate of the 2nd Naval Officer Training Camp, with the same graduation grade as Sakazuki. The candidate for the first term is Borsalino. Regardless of his identity, his father is still the hero Garp. Well, if you think about the various brutal parenting methods Luffy encountered when he was raised by Garp, you can imagine that Dragon suffered similar torment. In other words, the resources and legacy that Dragon acquired surpassed those of Borsalino and Sakazuki. Darren did not arrogantly consider himself a match for Dorag. The most important point is that he hasn't mastered the domineering aura yet. After his battle with Bondi Waldo, Darren clearly realized just how vast the difference was between mastering haki and not mastering it. "It's alright, I don't know how to use haki or devil fruit abilities." Dorag stared intently at Darren, cracking his knuckles with excitement, his fighting spirit palpable. "We can also take this opportunity to get to know each other better. A real man should use his fists to communicate. That's exactly what I've been waiting to hear." Darren laughed. Without haki or devil fruit powers, he wasn't afraid of anyone in close combat. "Good." He grabbed his collar and yanked it hard. His military uniform and cloak were torn to the ground, revealing Darren's wild body covered with dense, hideous scars. A sense of arrogance and bloodlust immediately emanated from his body. Upon seeing this, Dorag's pupils contracted. How many serious injuries has this guy endured to get to where he is today? "Then let's go, Major General Dragon." As soon as he finished speaking, Darren's figure darted out like a cheetah. Facing an opponent whose strength far surpassed his own, he launched a preemptive attack without hesitation. Gratitude. Chapter 9: The Origin of Dragon Claw Fist. Just as Darren's figure flashed out at an astonishing speed, Dragon's eyes lit up, and he immediately moved as well. Bang! The 2 men moved forward simultaneously, their 4 wrists colliding heavily, creating a visible shockwave. Have equal shares. Without the slightest pause, the 2 changed their moves simultaneously in midair. Fists clashed, elbows struck each other, and crisp, resounding thuds echoed continuously. The sailors on deck stared wide-eyed, holding their breath as they watched the intense exchange between the two. Good. A bright light shone in Dragon's eyes. He dodged Darren's oncoming heavy punch by shifting his body, and as he slid forward, his fist unleashed a surge of power. Bang! White ripples spread across Darren's sharply defined abs as he slid back several meters, a chilling grin on his face. With a cracking sound, the deck shattered, and the warship beneath their feet sank half a meter. Using this recoil force, the Commodore charged toward Dragon like a cannonball, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Darren covered several meters in an instant, appearing beside Dragon like a ghost. He lowered his waist, raised his left foot, and unleashed a whip kick like thunder toward Dragon's face. Dorag's figure swayed, his military boots brushing past his cheeks, the gust of wind whipping up his long black hair. He reached out and gripped Darren's foot tightly, taking a deep breath as if he was about to smash Darren into the deck. Darren, suspended in midair, used the force of Dragon's hand as a fulcrum and slammed his right foot down like a battle axe. Bang! He blocked the blow with just his arm. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Darren broke free from Dorag's restraints and leaped up like a tiger the moment his body landed. His fist struck out with terrifying speed, transforming into countless black shadows that enveloped Dragon's figure. Ha ha ha, that's great. Dorag laughed heartily and, without flinching, unleashed a flurry of punches in return. Bang 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 bang. The dull, heavy thuds of the blows, like a continuous rain, kept exploding on the surface of their bodies. Keiki and Gion stared in astonishment at the scene before them, their lips twitching. Both of them simultaneously avoided each other's punches. Every punch landed squarely. Half an hour later, Darren and Dorag lay sprawled on the deck, panting heavily. The warship's deck was riddled with holes and craters, and one of the heavy cannons even had a hole punched in it. Sweat poured from their bodies, and blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. The sailors were already staring blankly at the sight. They had never seen a battle like this in their lives. To be more precise, they had never seen such a foolish battle in their lives. It's incredibly foolish to not defend or dodge, and just keep throwing punches and kicks at the opponent's body and face. Your physique is as tough as steel. Dorag smiled, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and sat up without any ceremony. Although he was much stronger and faster than Darren, he was far inferior in physical defense. Later in the fight, Dragon was surprised to find that he couldn't break Darren's defenses without using armament hockey. This unprecedented feeling of frustration made him even more agitated. Your punches are pretty powerful too. Darren sat up as well, and smiled. Dorag, trained by Zephyr and Garp, has also honed his physical attributes through sparring with them, and has gained a lot from it. Looking at Darren's smile, Dragon suddenly felt that his mission to North Sea this time was actually quite good. This guy's personality seems to be quite compatible with mine. It's not enough. The punch's striking area is too large. It simply can't break through the defense. Dorag fell into thought, looking down at his fists. The fingers are thick and look powerful. Upon hearing this, Darren wiped the sweat from his face and casually remarked, "To minimize the impact area, using the force of your fingers might be more effective." The finger gun in the 6 styles of the Navy operates on the same principle. The power of the fingers. Dorag seemed to have thought of something and began to mutter to himself. "Oh right. Ha ha ha. Darren, you're a genius." He suddenly slapped his thigh and burst into excited laughter. Well, Darren can swear that for a split second, he saw a light bulb go off above Dragon's head. Dorag raised his right hand. He awkwardly made a strange gesture. When the index and middle fingers are brought together, and the ring and little fingers are brought together, the 5 fingers become 3 fingers, with the joints slightly bent, looking like the shape of a claw. However, upon seeing this action, Darren's pupils contracted, and a storm raged in his heart. Is this gesture? Using the strength of the fingers is correct. The thumb itself is strong enough, while the combination of the index and middle fingers, and the combination of the ring and little fingers, can strengthen the joint's ability to withstand pressure, thus allowing for the application of stronger armament hockey. Dorag murmured as if possessed, then suddenly reached out with his claws to grab the deck beneath his feet. Etc. Darren's expression changed slightly, and he quickly grabbed Dragon's hand, pulling him to the side to deflect the force. Caught off guard, Dorag paused, as a claw carrying immense penetrating power landed squarely on Darren's upper arm. In an instant, as if something in the air had snapped, a splatter of blood flew up. Dragon stared in astonishment at the shallow wound on Darren's arm. It broke through the defenses? I was just testing my moves, using less than half my strength, yet I broke through Darren's defense? How could this be? Darren rolled his eyes in annoyance. If you were to strike with that claw, the entire warship would probably be pierced and shattered by your power in an instant. Upon hearing this, Dragon paused for a moment, then scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled, saying in a silly manner, "I'm sorry, Darren." Darren waved his hand, saying that such a superficial injury was nothing serious and would scab over in a few minutes. However, in his mind, it felt as if 1,000 alpacas were galloping by. He was absolutely certain he hadn't misread it. That move by Dragon Claw was clearly a Dragon Claw Fist. In the future, he will pass on the powerful combat technique Dragon Claw Fist to Sabo, which will shine brightly in the Dressrosa arena. Although that strike was quite crude, it was undoubtedly the Dragon Claw Fist. After less than half an hour of sparring with me, this guy, Dragon, has already mastered such a combat technique? This guy truly lives up to his reputation as the protagonist's father. Darren rubbed his temples, looking somewhat helpless, etc. He suddenly realized something, looking at Dragon's silly grin, and abruptly understood a fact that made him cringe. It seems I've become Kaido's sensei? Ha ha ha. Darren, thank you so much this time. I never expected that sparring with you would allow me to learn a completely new combat technique. Dorag laughed heartily. Once I've mastered it more, I'll teach you this combat technique as a token of my gratitude. What do you think would be a good name for this combat technique? Darren suppressed the urge to complain and muttered, "Let's call it Dragon Claw Fist." Dragon Claw Fist. Dragon Claw Fist. Ha ha ha, what a great name. Dorag put his arm around Darren's shoulder and said excitedly, "Brew brew 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 brew." Just then, the call from the military Den Den Mushi suddenly rang. Dragon quickly took out a Den Den Mushi and connected the signal. "Hello, this is Dragon." A deep, resonant voice came from the Den Den Mushi, carrying a chilling undertone. "I am Kong the Steelbone. Marshal Kong." Dorag sat up abruptly, his expression solemn. "Report your current sea area." Steelbone Kong's voice, like his style, was swift and decisive. Dragon scratched his head and subconsciously looked at Darren. Darren's eyes twitched, and he lowered his voice. "We will now leave the North Sea and embark on the Grand Line." Dragon then said the same thing to the Den Den Mushi. There was a moment of silence on Steelbone Sky's end. "Well, I have an urgent task for you now. I order you to settle your colleagues from the North Sea nearby, and then enter the Grand Line as quickly as possible. The specific island coordinates will be given to you soon." Dragon glanced at Darren and asked, "Marshal Kong, what are the specific details of the mission?" The Den Den Mushi fell silent again. "In coordination with Vice Admiral Garp of the Navy Headquarters, blockade the target area and arrest Joel D. Roger. Do you have any objections to Chapter 10? Darren. Arrest Joel D. Roger?" As Kong's voice fell from the military Den Den Mushi, all the Marines present were startled, their expressions changing drastically. Joel D. Roger. A true top-tier powerhouse standing at the very pinnacle of this ocean, a man who, along with Whitebeard and Shiki, is known as one of the 3 legendary pirates. Although Roger did not have a large-scale pirate fleet and had very few crew members compared to Shiki and Whitebeard, every member of his crew was a renowned strongman on the sea. The Roger pirates were the most balanced and ironclad pirate crew among the 3 legendary pirate crews. Did you hear that? Dragon hung up the Den Den Mushi call, the smile on his face vanishing completely, replaced by a deep solemnity. "Where is the nearest island to us?" He looked at the navigator on the warship. The navigator saluted. "Reporting to Major General Dragon, there is a small island for transit and resupply on the shipping route, about half an hour to the northeast." Dorag nodded and said, "Then we'll head towards that island immediately. This is an order from headquarters. You shouldn't have any objections, right?" His gaze shifted to Gion and Keiki. When Dorag gets serious, his words carry an undeniable air of authority, a far cry from the silly, goofy person he was not long ago. Gion and Cake exchanged a glance, then both shook their heads in silence. Putting aside the fact that this was a direct order from Fleet Admiral Kong, even disregarding the order, the great pirate Roger was not someone they could handle at this moment. They are fully aware of this. To rashly participate in such an operation could easily lead to one's own demise. In fact, there is an unwritten rule circulating within the Navy regarding powerful pirates like Roger, Shiki, and Whitebeard. The great pirates will be handled and dealt with by specific admirals or admiral-level combatants of equal rank. In other cases, officers below the rank of general who, without orders from their superiors, accidentally encounter Rogers' pirate ship at sea, may take appropriate evasive action and then report directly to their superiors without being punished. This is to avoid unnecessary sacrifices as much as possible. And you, Darren? Dragon's gaze finally settled on the Commodore, his eyes fixed intently on him. Although you once fought against Bondi Waldo, who was known as the World Destroyer, and survived, you should know that the reason why Bondi Waldo eventually died in the North Sea was largely due to luck. But this time it's different from the operation to defeat Bondi Waldo. The Ward Pirates only had Bondi Waldo to rely on, but the Roger Pirates had many strong members and a wealth of talent. Guion and Cake nodded in agreement, looking at Darren. However, for some reason, looking at Darren's overly calm expression, the two of them had a bad feeling. It is indeed dangerous. Darren surprisingly agreed with Dragon's point of view and nodded. Just as the two and Guion breathed a sigh of relief, Darren inexplicably laughed. The corners of his mouth turned up, and the more he smiled, the more intense the murderous aura in his eyes became. But I still want to go. Are you crazy? Upon hearing this, Guion and Cake both gasped in surprise. I felt a bottomless chill surge from the soles of my feet, spreading up my spine and into my brain. It's not for any other reason than that they understand Darren's personality very well. Once this guy has made up his mind, nothing, no matter what happens, no matter who, can change it. Hey Darren, that's GOLD. Roger. Not some petty pirate you run into in the North Blue. Bondi Waldo may be strong, but he's nowhere near Roger's level. He stepped closer, his face tense, and spoke to Darren in a low voice. Oh, Darren raised an eyebrow. Guion, also covered in cold sweat, whispered, there are some things you don't know, but Roger is someone we can't handle for the time being. She gritted her teeth. Do you know about the God Valley battle? Guion and Kei were different from the other naval personnel on board. They knew better than anyone what the name GOLD, Roger, truly meant. Extreme danger. And all this horror comes from a place name. Valley of the Gods. Although the world government and the Navy leadership jointly ordered a complete blockade of information related to that great war, determined to bury it in the dust of history, Guion and Cake, given their backgrounds and talents, naturally knew more or less about the details of that earth-shattering war. The God Valley War took place 8 years ago. Before that war, there was a name on this sea that once instilled fear and dread in the world government and the Navy. Lox D. Gibek. Guion and Dragon exchanged a glance, and after confirming that the latter would not stop her, she continued speaking. Rox was a sea tyrant more than 10 years ago. With his immense strength and ambition, he recruited a powerful group of subordinates. There are even legends that pirates Whitebeard, Shiki the Golden Lion, as well as the notorious Kaido and Big Mom were once Rock's crew members. As his power continued to expand, Rock's ambition grew ever larger. Desiring to become the king of the world, he openly opposed the world government and launched a frenzied attack on the settlement of the Celestial Dragons, the world's nobles, 8 years ago. Thus the God Valley War broke out. Faced with the overwhelming Rock's pirates, the Navy assembled a large force and joined forces with the then-rising newcomer, Pirate Roger, forming a temporary alliance. And it was in that war that Vice Admiral Garp joined forces with Roger to put an end to Rox's boundless ambitions, achieving legendary status and earning the title of hero. Do you understand what I'm saying? Roger's strength and terror are simply beyond our ability to contend with. He is recognized by the Marine headquarters as the most troublesome enemy. It was precisely because she understood Darren's inherently crazy personality that Guion had to speak up and dissuade him, her expression full of worry. She was not afraid to die for justice, but it would be meaningless to die knowing she was no match for the enemy. Although she hated Darren, this scum of the Navy, with a passion that burned in her heart, she could not bear to watch Darren go to his death. Yes, you all make a lot of sense. Darren grinned. But what you're saying makes me want to go even more. Guion was immediately stunned. Jiaji covered his face in anguish. Gratitude. Chapter 11, Facing the Pirate King. Oh no, I forgot about that. Jiaji's lips twitched violently, and he clutched his head in pain. Are you a child? Guion said to Darren through gritted teeth. Darren shrugged, ignoring the two guys, and turned to look at Dragon, smiling slightly. Admiral Dragon, you can leave Major Guion and Major Cake on the nearest island, but I have decided to set sail with the ship. This is my personal decision and has nothing to do with anyone else. If anything unexpected happens, I am willing to take full responsibility. Dorag frowned and said in a deep voice, Are you sure, Darren? This is no joke. Once the battle breaks out, in such an intense and urgent situation, I have no way to guarantee your safety. Darren laughed. I'm sure. And Major General Dragon, you should know that even if you forcibly dump me on the island, I will still be on the battlefield. I can fly. Dorag looked deeply into Darren's eyes, his brows furrowing even more tightly. Gion and Kiki stared at him nervously, hoping that Dragon could persuade Darren, this madman. Second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Ha ha ha. Great. Darren, you truly are the man I admire. With Gion and Cake completely bewildered. Suddenly, the silent dragon grabbed Darren's shoulder and burst into hearty laughter. His expression was excited and thrilled, and he cracked his knuckles with great enthusiasm, saying, Then let's go and take care of that Roger guy. His expression was strikingly similar to that of a certain naval vice admiral. Gion was speechless. Jiaji covered his face in pain again. Oh no, I forgot about that. Dorag smiled and said to the two of them, Then I'll leave you two on a nearby island. You can send a signal, and a nearby naval vessel will soon be dispatched to pick you up. No, that's not necessary. Gion gritted her teeth and spat out those words through her clenched teeth. Oh, a hint of a smile flickered in Darren's eyes. Jiaji clenched his fists fiercely, his eyes red as he growled. Let's get up and go too. Darren has already said that. How could the two of them back down? The Navy has no cowards. Jiaji glared at Darren through gritted teeth and said with grief and indignation, I knew it. This genius would die at the hands of you. You bastard, sooner or later. Ha 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 ha. Dragon laughed again and waved his hand. In that case, let's set off. The warship quickly adjusted its course and headed at full speed toward its destination, following the coordinates given by headquarters. With the sea breeze blowing in his face, Darren's eyes blazed with an almost manic, burning fighting spirit, his cloak billowing wildly behind him. That's GOLD, Roger, the Pirate King. How could he not go? 2 hours later. The Grand Line. Fistbone meteor shower. Countless shells streaked through the air, leaving black trails as they hurtled toward the Oro Jackson, hurtling toward the speeding ship. Rumble. Pillars of seawater exploded around the pirate ship, shooting into the sky. Large clusters of crimson flames exploded high in the sky, billowing out large amounts of black smoke. Roger. Don't run. This time I'm going to take you down. On the bow of the dog-headed warship, Garp, wearing a comical dog-headed hat, rolled up his sleeves, roared angrily, and hurled cannonballs wildly with his hands like windmills. Then stop chasing me, Garp. When will this end? You've been chasing me for 3 days and 3 nights. You bastard, aren't you tired? From the distant pirate ship came Roger's slightly irritable voice. The sailors on deck were working up a flurry of activity, sweating profusely. They frantically carried a large number of shells out of the ship's hold and placed them on a specially made conveyor belt. Rows of black shells were being delivered to Garp in a streamlined manner. Garp's adjutant, wearing a brown hat and with a saber at his waist, warily surveyed the situation. He gazed at the pirate ship tossed about by the waves and explosions in the distance, judging the distance between them that was slowly widening. His brain began to work quickly. The hull of the Oro Jackson was constructed from the main body of the atom tree, an extremely rare material that is incredibly strong yet lightweight, making it the finest shipbuilding material in the world. And it is precisely because of this special and rare shipbuilding material that Roger's pirate ship, the Oro Jackson, possessed an extremely fast speed that even naval warships could not match. This is also one of the main reasons why Vice Admiral Garp was able to escape so many times in the past when he pursued Roger. No, we have to increase our speed. If this continues, even with Vice Admiral Garp's bombardment interference, Roger's pirate ship will soon disappear completely from their sight. The adjutant raised his hand to adjust his hat, his gaze quickly sweeping across the warship, his sharp eyes soon landing on the warship's heavy cannons. Suddenly, his vision cleared. The warship is equipped with 5 heavy cannons. If the heavy cannons and unnecessary supplies are removed, the warship's speed will increase by at least 30%. Headquarters has given a positive reply. Vice Admiral Garp's son, Rear Admiral Dragon, will be arriving at the scene soon. Before that, he will not allow Roger's pirate crew to distance themselves from the warship. Quickly, unload all the heavy cannons from the warships and throw them into the sea. Garp's adjutant simply issued the order. But how can we fire if we remove the cannon barrel? A young naval soldier blurted out, but as soon as he said it, the other naval personnel looked at him like he was an idiot. He realized what was happening instantly, blushed, and turned to remove the cannon barrel. We must hold him fast. The lieutenant stared at the pirate ship and muttered to himself, unconsciously clenching his fists. Once reinforcements arrive, Rear Admiral Dragon's abilities will be more than enough to stop Rogers' pirate ship. Then they can launch a pincer movement from both the front and the back, completely cornering Gold. Roger, this notorious pirate. Gratitude. Chapter 12. The battle begins with Rogers' crew. Rumble. The shells fell and exploded on the port side of the ship. The shockwave caused the Oro Jackson to list, and seawater splashed down, spraying onto the deck. This is really a headache. Roger wiped the seawater off his face, his crimson captain's coat billowing wildly behind him as it was buffeted by the blast waves from the cannons. Although he said things like, "It's a headache," he had a relaxed smile on his face. "Rayleigh, why don't we fight Garp to the death right here?" His eyes suddenly darted around, and he turned to look at Rayleigh, flashing a smile that revealed his neat, white teeth. "The Navy abandoned their supplies. We can't shake them off at all." Rayleigh, still sporting light blonde hair and exuding charm, twitched his lips and said helplessly, "Carp has a long way to go before he can catch up with us. You bastard, you just want to fight." Roger, exposed, scratched his head and laughed heartily. "We had no choice. That bastard Garp has been chasing us for 3 days and 3 nights, and we haven't been able to get any sleep." He pointed to Shanks and Bucky, who looked exhausted. The 2 little guys were holding tiny daggers and staring nervously at the warships in the distance behind them, their dark circles looking like they had been hit in the eye. "If this continues, we old folks won't be too bothered, but they'll be in a lot of trouble, duh." Upon hearing Roger's words, Rayleigh frowned and began to consider the situation. Indeed, with their strength, let alone 3 days and 3 nights, even 10 days and 10 nights of fighting wouldn't be too much of a problem. But Shanks and Bucky are still young, and it's already quite remarkable that they've managed to stay awake for 3 days and 3 nights and remain vigilant. "I'm fine, Captain Roger. I can still hold on. There's absolutely no problem." Shanks suddenly took a fierce step forward, biting his tongue to let the pain dispel the overwhelming drowsiness. "You're right, Bucky?" He turned to look at Bucky, who was swaying precariously beside him. Bucky forced his heavy eyelids open, fighting off sleepiness and fatigue, and rolled his eyes in annoyance. Yes. Since you've said that, how can I possibly say no?" A sudden, explosive roar rang out overhead, and more black shells rapidly fell from the smoke-filled sky. The dense, overwhelming flakes descended upon the Oro Jackson like a raging storm. "Roger, you can't escape." Garp's roar echoed from the warship. "You're so noisy, Garp," Roger yelled impatiently. Rayleigh, standing beside him, gripped the hilt of the long sword at his waist and leaped into the air with agility. With a flash, Rayleigh's figure appeared in midair. Clang! The sharp, famous sword was suddenly drawn, its dazzling light as brilliant as the Milky Way, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that intertwined to form a winding tornado of sword energy that roared upwards. A hurricane-like tornado of sword energy instantly engulfed the barrage of falling artillery shells. As countless sharp cutting marks appeared on the surface of countless shells, hundreds of shells were detonated at the same time. Rumble! Large, blinding bursts of fire exploded in the gloomy sky, the orange-red fireballs turning the horizon a fiery red, like a grand fireworks display. Just as Garp was extremely familiar with the Roger Pirates, who had fought against the Navy countless times, also had a set of effective ways to deal with the Navy's large-scale firepower coverage. As long as they can protect the hull of their pirate ship, they will have a chance to escape even if they are surrounded by a large number of naval forces. It's never going to end. Rayleigh landed steadily, and as soon as he said those words, he suddenly frowned. Click! Suddenly, a faint popping sound came from the mast of the Oro Jackson, and the sails that were originally bulging forward suddenly dented backward. The golden, curly-haired skull emblem on the sail was twisted in shape. Rayleigh's expression changed. "This is..." Whoosh whoosh. A sudden gust of wind arose. The fierce winds that came on whipped up towering waves on the sea, howling incessantly. The speed of the Oro Jackson dropped drastically due to the strong winds. What happened? The wind has changed direction? How is this possible? Spencer, what's the reason for this? The Roger pirates all looked at their navigator, Spencer. Spencer, with his hair tied in a high ponytail, gripped the sail ropes tightly. His handsome face was now filled with tension. This strong wind came on strangely. It has nothing to do with climate change. Upon hearing this, everyone's pupils contracted to pinpoints. If the strong winds are not caused by climate change, then it must be due to human factors. Could it be? Rayleigh seemed to sense something, and suddenly sighed, saying in a deep voice, "Everyone, prepare for battle." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback at first, but then they immediately reacted. Without saying much, they quickly took their positions, picked up their weapons, and looked on alert. A fierce fighting spirit gradually emanated from their eyes. Rayleigh looked at Roger and said with a wry smile, "You bastard, now we can't run away even if we wanted to." Roger was stunned, then activated his observation haki, his eyes gradually gleaming with eager excitement. Rayleigh squinted and turned to look at the distant sea ahead of the pirate ship's bow. The gale whipped up the waves, making them surge like a dragon. Amidst the surging, roaring waves, a massive warship, with unstoppable momentum, crashed through the sea and charged towards them at full speed. The two characters for justice, in dark, somber ink stood out starkly against the wide white sails. "Carpe's reinforcements have arrived," Rail murmured. As he finished speaking, two tall figures slowly appeared on the bow of the warship. A pristine white cloak billowed wildly behind them, emanating a chilling and profound aura in Rayleigh's observation haki perception as it stared arrogantly at the Oro Jackson. "That kid looks like Garp's son." Rayleigh frowned and tightened his grip on his sword. Splash! The waves roared. As Rayleigh's eyes narrowed slightly, Dragon, with his long black hair, grinned at them from afar. He took a step forward, raised his palm, and a visible dark green vortex quickly gathered in his palm. Then, thrown out with a thud, the dark green vortex was thrown out by Dorag, and then rapidly expanded in midair. The rapidly rotating wind mass extends, stretches, spreads, and rotates, constantly generating astonishing changes along its trajectory. In less than a few seconds, it transformed into a massive, towering sea tornado. Hurricane, Grand Funeral. Chapter 13. Now you can't run away, even if you want to. The sea was churning with towering waves. The ever-expanding giant tornado almost connected the sky and the sea, rapidly expanding with unpredictable gales and huge waves, tearing a huge crack in the turbulent sea surface. From a distance, the terrifying air currents stirred up the dark clouds in the sky, forming a huge vortex that blotted out the sun, like a twisted black city wall gradually collapsing and pressing down, giving people an indescribable sense of oppression. The terrifying storm seemed to distort the very space around them, as the members of Roger's pirate crew perceived it. What is that? The ability to manipulate the climate. How is that possible? No, that's the power of nature. The ability to control the wind. Damn it, with a tornado like that, if we were even slightly grazed, our ships would be swallowed up instantly. The Roger pirates' expressions changed drastically. They never imagined that someone in the Navy would possess such a terrifying devil fruit ability. That violent tornado utterly shredded everything in its path, whipping up massive, surging waves that filled people with despair. No, even a natural system couldn't possibly alter the environment and climate on such a large scale, at least not in such a short period of time. Navigator Spencer wiped the seawater from his face, his whole body still soaked by the cascading water, and gripped the sail rope tightly with one hand. He stared intently at the tornado hurtling toward the Oro Jackson at least 30 knots per hour, and gritted his teeth, saying, "However, a large area of cumulonimbus clouds happened to form in this sea area, and under the influence of tropical air currents, the power of his devil fruit was greatly amplified. Pale lightning danced between the dark clouds, and twisted bolts of electricity instantly filled the sky, illuminating the solemn faces of everyone present. Ha ha ha. Roger, you definitely can't escape this time." The roar of artillery shells continued to echo from afar, mixed with Garp's triumphant laughter. The constant barrage of cannonballs falling from the sky kept the Roger pirates constantly on their toes. We're doomed. We're really going to die. Captain Roger. Bucky clutched his head in pain. Shank's face also turned pale, and his small, tender hands holding the knife trembled slightly. Ahead lay a storm as deep as an abyss, and behind them stood the most formidable navy, even more terrifying than the storm itself. Caught in a pincer attack, they had nowhere to escape. This is an unprecedented and desperate situation. At that moment, everyone in Roger's crew involuntarily turned their gaze to their captain. Whether it was the coldness of the seawater or their inner unease, their faces were pale, but their gazes remained unwavering. A torrential downpour of wind and rain washed over the deck and the people on board. The sky was filled with flickering lightning, and Roger's shadow kept leaping. The artillery fire behind us and the storm before us drew ever closer. The interplay of light and shadow made it seem as if the entire world before my eyes was collapsing and falling apart. Roger stood there, motionless. Who said we were going to run away? A contented smile gradually spread across his lips. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh, who was leaning against the mast, laughed. Bang! Roger stepped onto the bow of Oro Jackson's ship and slowly reached out to press his hand on the hilt of the long sword at his waist. He suddenly raised his head, his black hair splashing up large patches of seawater, his eyes arrogant and domineering. He grinned. Since there is no other way, the future pirate king, Gold, Roger, takes his first step. The wind whipped up his crimson captain's coat, and his figure leaped up like a blood-red shadow. On the long, gleaming blade, black and red lightning, like long snakes, surged wildly, resembling a boiling electric net that suddenly bloomed around his figure. Then the only option is to defeat you all. Roger, his black hair bristling, laughed wildly, his figure like a defiant lone wolf, dragging his long sword crackling with black and red lightning, towards the towering, earth-shattering tornado. His head went right in. The world fell silent for a moment. The next moment, laugh. The roaring sword energy, like a magnificent crescent moon, sliced through the hurricane in the eye of the tornado, soaring into the sky with an unstoppable and terrifying momentum. Rumble. The soaring slash plunged into the sky, as if detonating lightning in the clouds, causing thousands of electric snakes to twist and scatter in an instant. The thunder clouds roared and continued to pile up and disperse outwards, only to be shattered by the shock waves from the burst of sword energy. The storm suddenly dissipated. The chaotic and collapsing scene before my eyes instantly became clear. As the rain poured down, Roger, clad in a blood-red coat, held a knife in one hand, his entire body radiating a powerful aura as deep as an abyss. Ha ha ha. A tornado is nothing special. Captain Roger, watch out. Your upper body. The moment the cry of alarm rang out, a hand clad only in a black leather glove suddenly emerged from the gale, carrying with it a twisted and sharp hurricane, and slashed down from above towards Roger's forehead. The timing of this attack was so exquisite and unpredictable, perfectly seizing the opening when Luo Jie made his move, making it virtually unavoidable. I've been waiting for you for a long time, you little brat from the Garp family. Roger grinned. Dorag emerged from the raging wind with a blank expression. You're still too green compared to your old man. A crimson light flashed deep within Roger's eyes. Without even looking, he drew his sword. At this moment, every pore on Dorag's body exploded. No words can adequately describe the stunning beauty of this knife. Violent. Swiftly. Overbearing. It carried an aura that even ghosts and gods had to retreat from. The blade light was wreathed in black and red lightning, slashing out from bottom to top. The howling wind collapsed and shattered under the fierce brilliance of the blade. Dorag's pupils contracted sharply, a chilling aura washing over him, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. We must block them. The pitch-black armament hockey quickly wrapped around his palm. Clang. It sounded as if a clear buzzing was being heard. It's blocked. Dorag was overjoyed. But the next moment his face fell. Damn it. We couldn't stop it after all. His angry curses. Laugh. A burst of blood erupted from his chest. God's dodge. Boom. Dorag's figure seemed to have been hit by a high-speed warship, and he was shot backward like a cannonball, exploding in white circular shockwaves along his flight path. At that moment, large pieces of writhing metal flew off the deck of the warship, forming steel plates and creating buffer zones. After crashing through several thick steel plates, Dorag's figure sank heavily into the warship. Bang! The warship immediately began to rock, creating a huge crater on the deck, and broken pieces of wood flew up. Darren walked up to Dragon, who was embedded in the deck and wincing in pain, and extended his hand with a smile. I told you couldn't stop it. Now you owe me 100,000 berries. Okay, I'll owe you for now. Dorag grabbed Darren's hand impatiently, pulled him out of the hole in his body, coughed a few times and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. As expected, we still have to let the old man handle it. He looked down at the slash wound on his chest and murmured. Darren smiled and looked down at the Oro Jackson, which was not far away. However, you have already accomplished your mission. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Then, amidst the gasps of surprise and incredulous stares of the Roger pirates, the sail of the Oro Jackson suddenly split in two from the center and slowly fell to the ground. As the sails tore and fell, a sharp dagger was revealed before everyone's eyes. It hovered in midair, its blade tip gleaming with a cold light, and nodded slightly at them. Like a victorious knight returning home, he bows gracefully. Extremely mocking. The faces of the Roger Pirates members suddenly turned deathly pale. Now you can't escape even if you want to. Darren's lips curled into a cold, menacing smile. Blue arcs of electricity pulsed around his slightly upturned index finger. Chapter 14 is even more brutal. The sails were torn. When did this happen? How is this possible? On the Oro Jackson, the members of Roger's pirate crew stared palely at the sails slowly lowering onto the deck. Looking at the golden wave-bearded skull pattern cut in the middle of the sails, they felt a chill creep into their hearts. Unlike naval warships with propulsion systems, the vast majority of pirate ships on this sea are sailboats without propulsion engines. Sailing ships rely primarily on sails to propel themselves with the help of wind, and oars and paddles for propulsion in calm conditions, as well as for mooring and setting sail. Once the mast or sail is destroyed, the ship will lose its power to sail. This is why, in most naval battles, the mast and sail are always the first targets that the crew protects. But now, their sails have been cut open by a dagger that appeared out of nowhere. This is unbelievable. My dagger. Suddenly Bucky screamed, pointing a trembling finger at the dagger. How did they get there? Everyone was stunned. Faced with the exaggerated pressure of the storm, with countless supplies flying everywhere and the pirate ship almost falling apart in the chaos, none of them would have noticed the dagger that had floated up in the turmoil. They stared at the dagger that hovered in midair, bowing slightly to them with utter mockery. Why did the dagger start moving on its own? Could it be that someone has infiltrated our pirate ship? No, my observation hockey didn't detect any enemies at all. The members of Roger's Pirates quickly calmed down and said with serious expressions, Rayleigh, what do you think? Roger's expression was equally unpleasant. Rayleigh frowned. Shells continued to explode on the surrounding sea, sending up flames and billowing smoke. Garp's flagship was getting closer and closer behind them, less than 100 meters away. Then suddenly, something unexpected happened. The dagger hovering in midair suddenly began to tremble violently under the influence of some strange force field. It's moving. This is... Whoosh. The dagger shot out with a whoosh, leaving a silvery white trail in the air. The sudden increase in speed caused a low, booming sound in the air. The target turned out to be an inconspicuous figure. That red-haired brat wearing a straw hat. Shanks. Careful. Clang. A deafening roar erupted, and a sudden gust of wind engulfed Shanks' figure. He stood there dumbfounded, his legs trembling as if they were no longer under his control, his face pale, completely unable to comprehend what had happened. He held the long sword horizontally in front of him, the blade firmly blocking the dagger that was about to pierce his brow. First Mate Raleigh. Shanks swallowed hard, feeling his throat go dry. Rayleigh, who was holding the knife in one hand, narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. Shanks, take buggy and retreat. You guys protect yourselves. After saying this, he slowly raised his head, his deep eyes gradually narrowing, and his gaze toward the slowly approaching warship was filled with anger. The dagger, which had been trembling and shaking at the tail, suddenly shot out backward, tracing a straight line, and fell into the hand of the naval commodore. What a nice loot. Darren weighed the ruby-encrusted, gleaming dagger in his hand and smiled. He glanced at the red-haired brat. As Shanks retreated, he seemed to sense something, looked up and met those eyes, and his whole body trembled. An indifferent, cold, and arrogant gaze. The chilling and threatening feeling of death surged back into his mind. Even under the protection of his companions, he felt surrounded by extreme danger, as if his body had fallen into an ice cellar. It felt as if, in front of this man, her life could be easily taken away at any moment. It's not that easy after all. Darren looked away, a wry smile playing on his lips. Taking action against Shanks, a future Yonko, could be considered a test. After all, if we leave this kid alone and let him grow up, he could become a big problem in the future. Of course, Darren didn't have high hopes either. Amidst the chaos of the storm and under the cover of the dragon, it was possible to quietly sabotage and cut the sails. Killing Shanks, the darling of the Roger Pirates, is a different story altogether. So it was you who cut the sail. Rayleigh lowered his longsword, staring intently at Darren. Is the world-renowned king of the North Sea, the naval supernova who killed world destroyer Bondi Waldo, really only capable of taking down children? Roger also held a knife in one hand, with black and red lightning crackling around the blade, staring intently at Darren. He will never forgive anyone who dares to harm his partner. As their gazes fell upon him, Darren felt a terrifying sense of oppression wash over him, as if the sky were collapsing and the earth were tearing apart. In his biomagnetic field perception, The intensity of the biomagnetic field energy emanating from these two individuals was something Darren had never seen before in his life. The feeling was as if two towering black shadows were slowly opening their eyes from a dark and treacherous sea, their blood-red pupils locking onto him. As Rayleigh's deep voice fell, all the pirates on the Oro Jackson stared at Darren with furious expressions. A palpable killing intent emanated from every member of Rogers' pirate crew. The gale and waves on the sea gradually subsided, as if overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere. Tolerance. Of course I have that. Darren's lips curled into a sinister smirk. Pirates are not worthy. As for attacking children, your Captain Roger didn't consider these things when he slaughtered an entire nation's army for a crew member who was insulted. No sooner had he finished speaking than a torrent of angry rebuttals came crashing down on him. You're talking nonsense. Captain Roger would never lay a hand on a child. Damn the Navy. Their hateful gazes were fixed on the Commodore like nails, and a surge of murderous intent swept over them. Dorag stepped forward and stood beside Darren, sharing the burden with him. Seeing his movement, Guillaume and Cake, the other naval personnel behind him, also stepped forward abruptly, drawing their swords from their waists. The hoarse sound of sabers being drawn echoed throughout the room, and tensions rose between the two sides. Yes, I misspoke. Darren raised his hands in surrender, staring at the Roger pirates with a mocking smile. You certainly didn't lay a hand on the children. He beckoned with his finger. Behind them, countless bullets and cannons on the deck of the warship trembled slowly, then floated up, densely packed, and suspended in midair. But you slaughtered their fathers who served in the army. This is much better than just killing them. Darren grinned maliciously, his expression utterly sarcastic. Even more cruel. Chapter 15, Reconnecting the Strings. To be honest, you might as well just kill those children who have lost their fathers. That would probably be much more merciful. The Commodore's mocking laughter echoed in the cold, biting sea wind, like sharp daggers piercing deep into everyone's hearts. The members of Rogers' pirate crew's expressions changed slightly. Their voyages were perhaps not simply to satisfy their own desires like other pirates, but rather out of admiration for Captain Rogers' loyalty and courage, willingly following him to explore the seas and live a life of adventure. Even when it comes to plundering treasure, the Roger pirates rarely did it. But on this path of seeking revenge and pursuing freedom and romance, in the exhilarating moments of wielding swords and the bloody carnage, how could they have imagined the consequences of each swing of their knife? So what do you mean, young Navy man? Rayleigh keenly noticed the subtle changes in the crew's expressions and coldly interrupted Darren. Darren spread his hands and shrugged, saying, What I mean is, since you've taken up arms and hoisted the pirate flag, don't talk about magnanimity. That red-haired brat who's been with you has a lot of blood on his hands, at least for me. He waved his hand with a sinister grin. He's not some naive child who knows nothing. The moment the words fell, a hail of bullets and shells, hovering in the air, roared out at an astonishing speed, spreading towards the Oro Jackson, which had lost its sails and could only stand still. You brat! Roger roared and slashed his sword against the wind. The explosive sword energy spiraled up like a giant tornado, instantly engulfing the barrage of shells. Rumble. Large bursts of fire erupted one after another in the gloomy sky, sending billowing black smoke soaring into the heavens. The scorching wind spread, causing the pirate ships and warships to shake violently. Thick smoke suddenly billowed up. The next moment, Roger's unstoppable figure burst through the thick smoke, dragging the blood-red captain's coat behind him as he emerged, his eyes bloodshot. Tear. Suddenly, a pale bolt of lightning flashed from the thunderclouds in the sky, illuminating Roger's imposing and fierce face. His figure leaped high into the air and roared toward Darren, who was standing at the bow of the warship. A terrifying aura, as powerful as a mountain or as deep as an abyss, erupted from his body. An unprecedented sense of oppression surged from above, making the faces of the Navy men pale, as if even their breathing had become suffocated. The aura emanating from Roger was terrifying, like that of a demon. Simply facing him was enough to render them incapacitated. They looked like ghosts and gods. Jiaji gritted his teeth and held on, feeling a dull ache in his chest. Guillaume leaned on her long sword with both hands, her face as pale as paper. Darren, who was the primary target of Roger's Conqueror's hockey attack, had his pupils shrink. The overwhelming force, so tangible, seemed to smash him down like a heavy hammer, gripping his throat and pounding against his ribs. Darren instinctively tried to unleash his Conqueror's hockey to defend himself, but was surprised to find that his haki was completely suppressed. A feeling of darkness enveloped him, making it hard for him to breathe. Dalen grinned. Your opponent is not me. Roger was stunned. Your opponent is me. A deep, furious shout suddenly exploded above his head. A streak of snow white swayed amidst the thick smoke and howling wind. A burly figure wearing a doghead military cap appeared like a ghost above Roger's head, and his huge fist smashed into Roger's face with the force of a meteor. Falling into the sea. Boom. Roger crashed into the pirate ship like a cannonball falling from the sky, slamming into the deck. The exaggerated impact caused the entire Oro Jackson to sink up to the top half, creating towering waves. Damn it, Garp, you're in my way. Roger emerged from the wrecked deck, knife in hand, wiping the blood from his mouth. He looked up at the vice admiral, who had landed steadily on the bow of the warship, arms crossed. Ha ha ha, Roger, I can't let you kill this kid. Looking at Roger's mouth, which was gradually swelling and turning bruised, Garp felt all the fatigue and frustration he had accumulated over the past 3 days and 3 nights vanish, replaced by a feeling of pure exhilaration. Cool. He turned to Darren, patted the latter on the shoulder, and burst into laughter. Darren, right? Yeah, you did a great job, Doc. His methods are a bit ruthless, and his heart is dirty, but I admire him. Darren's actions towards Roger's ship's sails during the chaos were clearly seen by Garp, who possessed the necessary strength. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that he provoked Roger and created an opportunity for me to punch Roger deserves this praise. Not to mention that now that the sails of the Oro Jackson have been destroyed, the Roger pirates have no way to escape. Thinking this, Garp looked at Darren with increasing satisfaction. This kid is pretty good. Why don't we wait until he graduates from military academy and then recruit him as our adjutant? This idea gradually took root in Garp's mind. And what about me? Old man, I almost capsized their pirate ship just now. I even blocked Gold, Roger's sword. Seeing the way Garp looked at Darren, Dragon felt inexplicably anxious and couldn't help but speak up to remind him. As he spoke, he proudly puffed out his chest, staring intently at his father, like a child who had just gotten a high score on a test and was looking forward to his parents' praise. You? Garp raised an eyebrow, picked his nose, and said casually, you're all right, just a bit too impulsive. He pointed to his head. When it comes to carrying out combat missions, you have to use your brain. I've told you so many times, you need to learn a lot from Darren. Everyone. Dorag froze on the spot. Gion and Cake, who were standing nearby, seemed to hear the sound of his heart breaking. Garp turned around nonchalantly, cracking his thick knuckles with a dull thud like popping beans, and grinned at Roger and the others. Then let's fight it out on the battlefield. Boom. No sooner had he finished speaking than his doghead-shaped flagship crashed heavily into the Oro Jackson from behind. The Roger pirates' expressions changed. Countless ropes with iron hooks were thrown up from the warship and landed firmly on the railings of the pirate ship. Reconnect the strings. On Garp's warship, the adjutant, wearing a brown hat, drew his saber and roared angrily. Clang, clang, clang. Hundreds of military knives were drawn gleamingly, emitting a chilling glint in the flickering light of the lightning. Gunfire erupted. The well-trained naval elites climbed the ropes and, under the cover of their comrades, made their way toward the USS Oro Jackson. The battle is about to begin. Chapter 16: The Battle of the Strongest. Kill. For justice. Destroy the Roger pirates. Accompanied by a powerful shout, the sailors moved swiftly, using ropes to climb towards the USS Oro Jackson with unwavering courage. Some of the colonel-level officers who had mastered the Navy's 6 styles of moonwalk were at the forefront, stepping on the air to provide cover for their comrades behind them. The Marines who can fight alongside Garp are all elites from headquarters, and their strength should not be underestimated even in the New World. They knew very well that, under normal circumstances, the best and least damaging way for the Navy to deal with pirates was to use its firepower advantage to directly eliminate the enemy's manpower. However, for a pirate crew like the Roger pirates, whose combat strength was extremely balanced, the threat posed by cannons was negligible. The only way to truly eliminate them is to take over. They forced their way onto their pirate ship with their own flesh and blood, and engaged in a brutal hand-to-hand battle. Of course, the most important thing is that in order to increase the speed of the warships and catch up with Roger's pirate crew, the Navy had already thrown all of its heavy artillery into the sea. Attack them. Stop them from boarding the ship. Upon seeing this, Rayleigh's expression changed slightly as he shouted. Just as he was about to make a move, a sharp whistling sound arose behind him. A crimson light flashed in Rayleigh's eyes, and he suddenly swung his sword behind him. The dazzling blade light leaped up like a silver moon. Clang, clang, clang. Several dark green wind blades were cleanly and decisively blasted away, disappearing into the distant sea and cutting thin, elongated slits in the surface, which then closed up. Sobaz Rayleigh, stop looking around. A violent hurricane suddenly poured down from overhead, and a dragon claw, wearing only black leather gloves, emerged from the hurricane, fiercely grabbing at Rayleigh's face. The three-fingered dragon claw was wrapped with tiny, visible wind blades, and its force was so strong that it directly cut 3 thin, white streaks in the air. Boom! A powerful shockwave suddenly arose, forcing the other members of Rogers' crew to retreat step by step, raising their hands to block the violent shockwave. Dorag's figure emerged from the distorted hurricane, but a look of astonishment flashed across his face. The index finger, covered in jet-black armament hockey, firmly held back its own dragon claw. Impressive strength, young naval officer. Garp must be very proud to have such an outstanding son like you, right? Rayleigh said calmly, then brandished his long sword and slashed down at Dragon without any mercy. Proud my ass. Dragon cursed, and his figure suddenly dispersed into a raging wind, dodging Rayleigh's blade. His figure constantly transformed into the gale itself, unpredictable and ever-changing, flexibly entwining Rayleigh's figure and launching attacks from various angles. He can't win in a fight. With Dragon's current combat strength, he's no match for Rayleigh, the great pirate and vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, in a head-on confrontation. But that's not important. All we need to do is hold off Rayleigh for now and buy the other Marines time to get the ship ready and board. That's enough. Surrounded by the raging wind, Rayleigh was somewhat passively parrying Dragon's attacks with his sword, his brows furrowing even more, and his eyes naturally discerned Dragon's intentions. This cunning kid actually fights with his brain. That's not like Garp at all. Jabbar, it's your turn. Get ready to use that. He suddenly shouted coldly. Ready. A deep, hoarse voice came from outside the hurricane's encirclement. With Dragon's attack, in less than 10 seconds, more than a dozen Marines had boarded the Oro Jackson and joined forces with the Roger Pirates. In an instant, shouts of battle filled the air, and the sounds of clashing swords and blades clashing were incessant. Ha ha ha. Follow me, old man. Garp, standing at the bow of the warship, laughed heartily. His imposing aura was like a towering mountain rising from the ground, constantly ascending, his eyes fixed on Roger, who was also standing at the bow of the Oro Jackson. Their battle-ready gazes clashed in the void between them, as if countless lightning bolts had exploded. At that moment, they saw no one else but each other. Vice Admiral Garp, I believe the primary objective is to sink Roger's pirate ship, so that we can have a better initiative. Darren squinted as he observed the situation, then gave a low, somber reminder. From his perspective, Garp's flagship and the Oro Jackson were now fully docked, and more Marines were boarding the pirate ship, leading to a fierce battle. I'll leave this to you, and you'll also be in command of this warship. I've finally caught that bastard Roger, and this time I'm going to have a good fight. With a loud laugh, the rough around the edges Garp threw down those words, and with a resounding crash, he smashed the bow of the warship and soared into the air like a cannonball, charging towards Roger. Several black lines immediately appeared on Darren's forehead. What a foolish brute. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. But in the next instant, the entire sea surface began to move. Roger, Garp, with 2 roars, 2 imposing figures, one white and one red, leaped from their respective ships. Rumble. Suddenly, rolling thunder, like thousands of electric snakes, filled the entire dark sky, flashing with blinding light, and the world, which had been in darkness, seemed to have turned into daylight. Darren was shocked, and his pupils contracted. 2 powerful and profound auras rose and fell continuously, vying with each other. A turbulent sea, torrential rain, and a gloomy world. All the navy and pirates slowed down, and their breathing became labored. They instinctively looked up, their eyes filled with utter shock. The 2 unstoppable figures crashed through the rain, unleashing their domineering aura like demons and monsters. Black and red lightning dragged a sharp longsword, while black and purple thunder swirled around a massive iron fist. A blood-red captain's coat, a pure white, sacred cloak of justice, dancing wildly in reverse. Roger, Garp. Garp and Roger roared simultaneously, their auras surging to their peak. Attack and land simultaneously. Galactic impact. God's dodge. Boom. A fist slammed down, and a long sword slashed out. The explosive conqueror's haki formed a visible, violent energy ball in the void between their fists and swords, constantly contracting and expanding as they struck with all their might. Countless black lightning bolts, like a cage, swirled and danced around the two of them, spreading continuously. Roger! Garp burst into laughter. Garp! Roger's black hair danced wildly. At that moment, the whole world seemed to be in turmoil. The atmosphere collapsed layer by layer, and the clouds in the sky were crushed to pieces by the violent shockwave. The sea was churning with towering waves hundreds of meters high. Warships and pirate ships were tossed about like small boats in the raging storm, and could capsize at any moment. Guion, Cake, and the surrounding marines were struck hard by the overwhelming aura of the two men, kneeling on one knee and gritting their teeth to hold on. The weaker ones even rolled their eyes back and fainted. Darren, standing at the bow, gripped the mast with a slightly pale face, his eyes fixed on the two figures locked in a fierce struggle in the sky, as if afraid of missing the slightest detail. A burning ambition and fervor blazed deep within his pupils. This is a battle between the world's strongest beings. Chapter 17 Magnetic Overload, Electromagnetic Gun. A clash of top-tier conquerors haki. An unimaginable feeling of suffocation washed over them, and the fierce winds caused tiny cracks to appear on the hull and deck of the warship, making a crackling sound. In Darren's vision, the world before him was violently shaking because of the clash between the two men. Space was distorted, and ripples were spreading rapidly. Everything within sight, like a reflection in a lake, vibrates constantly. This is the summit of this ocean. Darren's lips suddenly parted into a wild, unrestrained smile, and his whole body began to tremble. His face was still somewhat pale, but his eyes were brighter than ever before. Just as countless thoughts were flashing through Darren's mind, the confrontation between Garp and Roger was also coming to an end. The black and red energy cluster between the iron fist and the long sword was compressed to its limit. Then, boom! A deafening, thunderous roar erupted, and a ball of light, wreathed in black and red lightning, suddenly exploded, transforming into an overwhelming wave of energy that spread out in all directions. Have equal shares. The two retreated simultaneously. Ha ha ha. It's definitely more fun fighting you, Garp. Roger burst into a hearty laugh. Don't joke around. I'm here to arrest you. With a roar, Garp charged forward again, his feet stomping on the air. Clang, clang, clang. The two figures clashed and crossed in midair, their fists and swords exploding with terrifying shockwaves with each strike. However, at that moment, Roger caught a glimpse of a Taoist figure out of the corner of his eye. Huh? What's that brat from the Navy up to? Darren's figure leaped from the bow of the warship, and the twisted metal instantly solidified into a thin, streamlined skateboard, carrying him rapidly into the air. Just as Roger was stunned, Garp appeared beside him in an instant, his fist like a meteor piercing through the air and fiercely swinging towards him. You dare to be distracted in battle? You're underestimating me, Roger. Damn it! Roger cursed under his breath as he drew his sword to block Garp's punch. Clang! Sparks flew up, illuminating Roger's suddenly serious expression, because he was shocked to see that the Navy kid floating high in the sky had a coin in his hand. With a flick of his index finger, the coin spun in his hand and flew into the air. This feeling, Roger felt his heart tighten, and a strange, scarlet light surged from the depths of his arrogant and fierce eyes. His expression changed slightly, as if he had seen some kind of terrifying future through his observation haki. Stop that brat from the Navy! Their captain's urgent voice immediately caught the attention of the Roger pirates, and they instinctively looked up. Then, they all saw Rogers Darren, hovering high in the air, grinned menacingly as he looked down at the man below. He raised his hand. Sizzle sizzle. Visible blue arcs of electricity surged wildly between his fingers. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. The sky was pitch black, with flashes of lightning constantly flickering in the clouds. The light and shadow of the spinning coins reflected on faces filled with confusion, astonishment, and gradually growing horror. The Commodore looked down upon all the pirates aboard the Oro Jackson like a god, until the coin, which had been spinning and falling, landed in front of his palm. Let me sink into the sea. He sneered. Flick with your finger. Magnetic overload, electromagnetic gun. Under the shocked and horrified gazes of all the pirates and marines. Boom. A massive, orange-red beam of light shot out from the Commodore's hand. The roaring flames instantly illuminated the entire sky, pierced through the sea of clouds, and created concentric white ripples that seemed to connect heaven and earth, hurtling towards the hull of the Oro Jackson with a destructive force. What is that? A laser? Hey, this is no joke. A wave of scorching heat hit them, making it hard for everyone on board the Oro Jackson to breathe. Rayleigh's expression changed drastically. If this attack were to hit, even the tough hull of the Oro Jackson, forged from the atom tree, would likely be pierced, melted, and sunk into the sea in an instant. Just as he was about to make a move, a biting wind suddenly swept up behind him again. Clang! Rayleigh's longsword held firmly against Dragon's dark claws, sparks flying everywhere. You've given yourself away. Dorag, panting heavily, grinned. Rayleigh was stunned. Gale breath. Boom. The explosive wind instantly engulfed him. It's over. Upon seeing this, Bucky and Shanks, who were hiding on the side of the cabin, murmured in horror. In the reflection of their pupils, the powerful red beam of light was rapidly expanding at an alarming speed. How could we let you destroy our dream ship, you bastard Navy? An angry roar suddenly rang out. Dao, wielding a giant axe in both hands, suddenly leaped out of the cabin and soared high into the air. Two incredibly heavy battle axes were wielded by the man, creating a blur of light as he fearlessly met the electromagnetic cannon beam. Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth, sending shockwaves surging and shattering the deck. The orange-red flames, like giant wings, frantically licked at the dim sky. A wave of heat rolled in, as if it were scorching the skin. Bucky and Shanks clutched their ears tightly, the deafening roar nearly shattering their eardrums. They stared blankly at the black-haired Navy man who was faintly visible in the flickering firelight, a deep, unspoken fear flashing in their eyes. This madman didn't even care about the Navy on board. He wanted to destroy the Oro Jackson directly. The cold rain fell and quickly extinguished the fire. Everyone finally saw Jabba leaping into the air. His two axes crossed, the blades firmly holding a rapidly spinning coin between them. The armament hockey surging out from the spiral quickly ground the coin into dust. Seeing this, the members of Rogers' pirates breathed a sigh of relief. Navy brat, how dare you? I will never forgive you. Then another furious shout rang out. Rogers' fierce and violent blade forced Garp back, and with his feet on the deck, his figure flew up like a cannonball. Black and red lightning filled his famous sword and his eyes, and a killing intent as real as a substance surged from his body. The target was none other than the Commodore who had nearly destroyed the USS Oro Jackson. Darren, watch out. Brigadier General Darren. Retreat immediately. Darren, back off. He heard the anxious shouts of the Navy soldiers. High in the sky, Darren stared intently at Joel D. Roger, who was rushing towards him, and felt as if his heart had stopped beating. An indescribable sense of oppression from death transformed into fear, surging forth like a tidal wave and taking over his mind. You will die? If I were to take that blow head on, I would definitely die. The thought flashed through Darren's mind instantly, and he felt every muscle in his body begin to tremble. He will definitely die. Chapter 18 No Retreat. My body is trembling violently. Death gripped Darren's heart like a nightmare, nearly suffocating him. The icy rain lashed against his cheeks and then bounced off. It felt as if the energy of every muscle, every tendon, and even every cell was being completely drained by the surging adrenaline. In the reflection of his pupils, the future pirate king's furious, arrogant, and haughty face, along with the supreme grade sword dragging black and red lightning, rapidly magnified at an astonishing speed. If you don't back down, you'll die? He will definitely die. The man in front of me is the future pirate king, a fighter who defeated the Overlord Rocks and stood at the pinnacle of the world. Even a genius like Dragon, whose strength was like a monster, was severely injured by Roger's blade. He hadn't mastered armament hockey yet, and he didn't have the ability of a Logia-type devil fruit to absorb damage by transforming into an element, so there was no way he could withstand that attack head-on. If you try to take the hit head-on, you'll definitely die on the spot. To withdraw. We must retreat. Do we have to back up? No. Darren's body suddenly stopped trembling, his eyes narrowed sharply, and his black pupils instantly filled with bloodshot veins that were almost frantic and arrogant. An indescribable ferocity surged from his chest, then transformed into a ferocious smile. Countless life-or-death battles, day after day of hellish training, and years of careful cultivation in the North Sea, he finally managed to secure a spot in an officer training camp, allowing him to leave the North Sea and step onto the world stage. Isn't the point to have a good fight with world-class powerhouses like Roger, Whitebeard, and Shiki who roam the seas? And now, the future pirate king Gold, Roger, is right in front of him. I won't back down. Darren roared, his eyes bloodshot. A powerful aura erupted from his body, colliding with Roger's conqueror's haki from a distance, like two spherical vortexes clashing against each other in the sky. Darren's long-suppressed conqueror's haki finally erupted and was released at this moment. Countless bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the void, causing Roger's movements to pause slightly and his pupils to shrink. Conqueror's haki. Garp and Dragon below exclaimed in unison. To think you possess King's aura is truly rare in the Navy. But your aura is too weak, Navy brat. Roger suddenly burst into laughter, gripping the famous sword in both hands simultaneously. From a distance, it looked as if it were dragging beams of black and red lightning that shot up from the fountain, slashing down fiercely. Click! Darren's conqueror's haki vortex shattered like glass under the overwhelmingly powerful blade, leaving it in pieces. Darren! Jiaji roared angrily, his eyes bloodshot. Gion clenched her fists tightly. Garp urgently attempted moonwalk, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Dorag's heart sank. Let's stop here. Roger roared. Death came. At that moment, Darren's heart stopped beating, and countless images flooded his mind. Strength, physique, and domineering presence. During the battle with Bondi Waldo, every movement of that legendary pirate's punches was clearly vivid in his mind. It was as if a ray of spiritual light had pierced through his chaotic and dark mind. The exhilarating feeling of leaping to the mountaintop instantly relaxed his trembling, tense muscles. He understood instantly. He should have thought of this long ago. Once your physique surpasses 60, you will possess a defensive hardness comparable to steel. Once agility exceeds 60, one can master an instantaneous burst speed comparable to the Navy's 6-style chafe. And the strength breaks through 60. A startling light flashed before Darren's eyes. That is, armament haki hardening. He shouted sternly. With the surge of blood and energy within his body and the infusion of power, the Commodore's fist. A jet black, gleaming, metallic-looking invisible armor quickly covered his right fist. Without time to savor the unfamiliar power he had just mastered, Darren grinned menacingly and threw a punch. He met the unparalleled divine evasion, strike head-on, without flinching. Face the Pirate King. Clang. A deafening roar, like the sound of a great bell, exploded in the sky, and surging waves of air spread violently in all directions from the two of them. The sea once again surged with raging waves. Amidst the frozen gazes of everyone. Click! The armament haki armor on the Commodore's fist lasted only a moment before it developed numerous cracks and shattered abruptly. Armament haki shattered. The steel-like skin shattered. The tough muscles beneath the skin then break down. Darren's entire arm exploded into a cloud of bloody mist, tearing apart strips of muscle stained with blood. God's dodge! With Roger's roar, a violent blade of light slammed into Darren's chest. The knife cut from the left side of his neck down to his right abdomen, almost slicing him open from the front, revealing his ribs clearly. Large spurts of blood gushed out, splashing up and landing on Roger's face. Darren was struck dumb, his face instantly draining of all color. Everyone on the deck of the Oro Jackson clearly saw that as Roger's sword fell, the Commodore suddenly bent over, his whole body as if broken in the middle, falling downwards like a shattered doll. Roger, you bastard. Garp finally arrived, and his fist, crackling with black lightning, slammed down on Roger like a meteor. Roger was just about to make a move. But at that very moment, Darren, who was falling at high speed, gritted his teeth and raised his hand with great difficulty, grinning maliciously. At least we'll recoup some interest. After making that move, he suddenly saw a tall figure leap up from the warship, and the next second he was caught in a warm embrace. At the same time, Roger was stunned, only to feel an extremely strong dragging force coming from his belt. Under pressure from Garp, he couldn't care less about anything else, and swung his sword to parry. Clang! Boom! Fists and swords clashed, sparks flew, and shockwaves erupted. Roger's face suddenly turned as red as a pig's liver. My lower body suddenly felt cold. He looked down. The scene that came into view almost made him faint. His belt, adorned with a metal button, was pulled down along with his black trousers by that force. His lower body was left with only a bright red pair of underwear. Ha ha ha. Roger, your pants are down. Garp laughed loudly. Thank you. Chapter 19. Your pants fell down. The Vice Admiral's gloating laughter was like a cold iron whip, lashing Rogers' face and leaving a burning sting. "Garp, you bastard." Seeing the wide, astonished, and bewildered gazes on the warships and pirate ships, Rogers' flushed face turned pale and then red, his eyes bloodshot, and he almost coughed up blood. "Looks like you really like red, Roger, huh?" While winking and making faces, Garp's iron fist, crackling with ferocious power, slammed down towards Roger's face without hesitation. Roger awkwardly tried to pull up his pants while frantically swinging his sword to parry. Caught off guard, Garp's long-awaited punch struck the blade of the famous sword like a meteor. The force of the second burst made Roger's mouth taste salty, and he fell into the Oro Jackson like a cannonball. Boom. The entire pirate ship shook violently. A shocking crater was smashed into the deck, and broken wood chips flew everywhere. "Ha ha ha. Roger, your pants are down." Garp's figure fell like a meteorite, bursting into laughter. Clang. Amidst billowing smoke, sparks were generated through friction. The collision of fist and longsword unleashed a terrifying shockwave. "Shut up." A streak of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his bloodshot eyes stared at the grinning vice admiral in front of him, as if he were about to grind his teeth to dust. Even for someone as carefree as Roger, having his pants pulled down in public was a tremendous humiliation. "Isn't that right? Your pants really did fall down. Ha ha ha." Garp's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The explosive speed at which the Navy's Six Styles technique, shave, was executed was more than 10 times that of an ordinary officer. Like a ghost, the surrounding Marines and pirates couldn't react at all, and even their observation hockey was almost unable to catch them. They saw the Marine Vice Admiral suddenly appear beside Roger. "Your underwear is red." Fist. A bloody tooth flew out, and Roger's mouth visibly swelled and turned purple as he crashed into the cabin. Upon seeing this, Rayleigh's pupils contracted slightly. Roger's mentality was somewhat broken by Garp's provocation, which caused his observation hockey perception to weaken. "Jabbar." He gave a cold shout. "Ready." A deep voice suddenly rang out. The moment the words left his mouth, Rayleigh's figure shot out from his spot, attacking Garp almost parallel to the ground. "Your opponent is me." A figure emerged behind him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He grabbed a twisted, sharp hurricane and hurled it out. Laugh. A cross-shaped axe-like beam suddenly rose up, shattering the hurricane into pieces. Wielding massive double axes and wearing sunglasses, Jabba burst forth from the raging wind like a tiger, his arm muscles bulging, and slashed down fiercely at Dragon. This guy's pupils contracted slightly. An overwhelming sense of threat washed over them. The sharp aura emanating from those two battle axes was no less than that of Rayleigh, the king of the underworld. Damn it. Helpless, Dragon had no choice but to give up on stopping Rayleigh, his figure transforming into a whirlwind as he retreated. He took Roger's blow head-on, and was already seriously injured. Coupled with the fierce battle with Rayleigh, his physical condition was already on the verge of its limit, making him no match for Jabba in his prime. "You can't escape, Roger. Today I'm going to arrest you." With a roar, Garp forcefully shoved several oncoming pirates away and charged towards the ship's cabin. Rayleigh's figure flashed to his side, his silver-white longsword slashing diagonally towards Garp's lower back. Clang. Garp reached out, his hand, covered in armament hockey, gripping Rayleigh's sword tightly, sparks flying everywhere. "Get out of my way, Rayleigh." A layer of cold sweat broke out on Rayleigh's forehead as he coldly said, "This battle ends here, Garp." "You're talking nonsense." Garp roared, but unexpectedly, a figure suddenly flew out of the cabin. "Garp." Roger's black hair danced wildly, his eyes were bloodshot, and he gripped the supreme greatsword 12 blades tightly in both hands. Roaring black and red lightning swirled around his body, flickering and dying. A streak of black and red lightning seemed to flash across the deck. A flash of light appeared. Clang. The lightning-fast blade struck Garp's arm, which was held horizontally in front of him. Garp was sent flying backward, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Under the combined attack of Rayleigh and Roger, he was blasted off the deck of the pirate ship and fell into the sea with a splash. "Retreat." Upon seeing this, Rayleigh immediately turned around and shouted, then lowered his voice and said to Roger, "Roger, we have to retreat. If we continue fighting like this, naval reinforcements could arrive at any moment." "Retreat. I haven't gotten over my anger yet," Roger said angrily. Rayleigh ignored the idiot and turned around, anxiously shouting again. "Use that right now." "It's ready." Spencer's voice rang out. He appeared at the stern of the Oro Jackson in a few flashes and pressed a hidden button. Click, click. With a few heavy mechanical sounds, the wooden planks on the stern of the pirate ship slowly unfolded, revealing a huge cannon. Garp's head emerged from the surging sea, and upon seeing the heavy cannon, he seemed to realize something ominous. His eyes darted around. Then he suddenly burst into laughter, winking and making faces. "Ha ha, Roger, your pants are down." Roger's eyes immediately turned red, and white smoke billowed from his nostrils. "Damn it, Rayleigh, don't stop me. I'm going to kill this bastard today." Rayleigh, his face flushed, forcefully pressed down on his captain and turned back angrily, saying, "Start immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, the stern cannons of the Oro Jackson flashed white light rapidly. The next moment, amidst Carp's furious shouts of "Jump ship," a massive burst of air erupted from the stern of the Oro Jackson. A groove hundreds of meters long suddenly appeared on the sea surface in front of the heavy artillery. Using this exaggerated propulsion force, the entire pirate ship burst into the air from the sea, broke through the Navy's encirclement, and flew freely into the distant sea. Splash! The seawater surged and churned. Before long, wet heads emerged from the sea. They were the still shaken naval soldiers. "The pirate ship is flying. What on earth happened?" Absolutely unbelievable. They stared in absurd disbelief at the pirate ship that had disappeared into the distant sky, now just a black dot, and it took them a long time to react. They glanced at the two battered and wrecked warships, gritted their teeth, pounded the seawater, and cursed aloud. Damn it! It was so close. Success was lost, and it was almost achieved. Okay, let me briefly explain the plot. In order to get as close as possible to the original work, some descriptions and plots will be similar to the nonsensical style of anime. For example, descriptions like eyeballs about to pop out or white smoke coming out of nostrils are unlikely to appear in normal novels, but we often see them in comics, and I believe that such descriptions are more vivid. The same applies to the scene where the pants fall down. In the original work, there are often similar, nonsensical situations. Sometimes, what should be a serious battle will produce bizarre results, especially when the battle involves idiots like Garp and Roger. Above. Best wishes. Chapter 20 Laughter. Damn it, I didn't fall for it. Garp gritted his teeth in resentment and snorted. Ever since the end of the Rocks era, he has been chasing Roger across the ocean, from the East China Sea to the Grand Line, and from the Grand Line to the New World. Although they managed to corner Roger on land several times, all of Tsuru and Sengoku's battle plans ultimately failed because Rayleigh disrupted their plans. Unlike Roger, who gets carried away with his passion once he starts fighting, Rayleigh always manages to maintain a calm and rational mindset to analyze the battle situation and pull Roger back from the wrong path in time. It must be admitted that, to some extent, Rayleigh, Roger's second-in-command, was more difficult to deal with than Roger himself. Thinking this, Garp shook his head, couldn't help but sigh, reached out and grabbed the lifeline thrown down from the deck of the warship, and was rescued from the sea. Other sailors who obeyed Garp's orders and jumped ship before the Oro Jackson took off also boarded lifeboats. What about Darren? How's he doing? Before even stepping onto the deck, Garp hurriedly asked, his pace quickening unconsciously. Darren played a crucial role in almost capturing the entire Roger Pirates this time. With such potential, talent, and achievements, Garp certainly doesn't want anything to happen to him. He quickly stopped and stood there, stunned. His teeth were clenched, and his fists were unconsciously tightened. The warship became unusually quiet. Everyone remained silent. The sea roared ceaselessly, and a cold, misty drizzle fell from the dark sky. Raindrops pelted the sails, the wreckage, and the pale, sorrowful faces of the sailors, making them appear like soulless sculptures. On the deck in front of Garp, the Commodore lay there covered in blood, his uniform completely torn and tattered. A horrific wound stretched from the left side of his neck to his right abdomen, almost cutting his entire body open in a bloody mess. Flesh and bone are faintly visible, and you can even vaguely see the pulsating of the organs behind the ribs. His right arm was also torn open, with large patches of flesh missing and blood gushing out. The Commodore's face was deathly pale, and his eyes were tightly closed. His breath was extremely weak, like a flickering lamp. Keiki and Guillaume knelt on one knee beside him, their eyes both slightly red. A gentle breeze stirred, and Dorag's figure staggered out from the wind, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His physical condition was clearly quite poor. "Doctor, how is he?" Dorag's voice was deep and cold, containing an indescribable anger. The accompanying medic, who had already rushed over, was anxiously treating Darren. Sweating profusely, he was pressing hard on Darren's bleeding arteries with both hands, and said with difficulty, "Brigadier General Darren's knife wounds have penetrated his internal organs, and his aorta has been ruptured, resulting in massive blood loss. Compared to that, the wound on his arm is insignificant. But with this amount of bleeding, if the bleeding cannot be stopped, it is estimated." The doctor didn't continue, but the sadness in his tone was enough for everyone to understand what he meant. "No, you must save him for me. Otherwise, I'll let you taste my iron fist." Garp's eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed the doctor's collar and said fiercely, "Lieutenant General Garp, old man." Guion and Dragon grabbed Garp. The latter sighed, bowed slightly to the doctor, and said sincerely, "Doctor, are there any other methods? Please do everything you can to save him, I beg you." Seeing Dorag's sincere attitude and gaze, the doctor paused, then frowned and pondered, saying, "There is currently no cure for this kind of fatal injury, which is simply beyond the tolerance of a normal human being. Let's get a blood transfusion first. Maybe that will buy us some time to stitch up the wound and stop the bleeding. Does anyone here have type S blood?" After he finished speaking, everyone looked at each other. Type S blood is quite rare in this ocean. "I'll do it." A cold, clear voice suddenly rang out. Everyone was stunned. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was Guion. "I have type S blood. Please help me, doctor." She rolled up the sleeves of her military uniform, revealing her fair arms. Dark red blood slowly flowed from the veins in the snow-white arm, through a plastic tube, and finally into the Commodore's veins. Darren and Guion lay unconscious on the broken and messy deck, their gazes fixed on the raindrops falling from the sky. "I'm sorry, it still doesn't work." The doctor stopped stitching, shook his head, and his plastic gloves were stained red with blood. Upon hearing this, Garp, Dragon, and the other Marines' eyes darkened simultaneously. They lowered their heads and gritted their teeth. "Brigadier General Darren's injuries are too severe. Even with stitches, I'm afraid it won't be enough." The doctor suddenly widened his eyes, looking as if he had seen a ghost, and said in a trembling voice, "A potentially fatal wound has actually stopped bleeding. A mere fatal wound." A weak, hoarse voice, tinged with laughter, slowly rose into the air. The sailors, who had already lost hope, looked up in astonishment, only to be pleasantly surprised to see the Commodore slowly open his heavy eyelids and give them a forced smile. Guion also looked at Darren beside her in astonishment. "Major Guion, judging from your shocked expression, it seems you really wish I were dead." Darren's voice was weak, but he still joked as always. "But now we share the same blood, so our relationship is even closer. Oh right, when you saved me just now." He blinked. Very soft. A barely perceptible blush flickered across Guion's usually aloof face. She snorted coldly and turned her head away, saying with a mixture of embarrassment and anger, "As expected, scum and trash are just lucky to survive." Dragon rubbed his forehead. "Darren, your body." Darren gently shook his head to indicate that he was fine. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at the distant sea. "That's the direction in which the Roger pirates disappeared. What a pity, Vice Admiral Garp," he murmured. Garp remained silent for a long time after hearing this, then slowly said, "Darren, thanks to you, this is the first time I've cornered Roger on the vast ocean. I just didn't expect that his pirate ship would be equipped with such high-speed propulsion equipment. It doesn't matter." Darren smiled. "Next time, he won't be able to escape." The Commodore was soaking wet. Overwhelming pain and exhaustion surged like a collapsing mountain or sea, almost causing him to faint again. But he remained lying there quietly and peacefully, letting the rain stream down his face. Then, with slow, trembling movements, he slowly raised his hand. The wind was fierce and the waves were surging. The rain poured down, plunging the world into darkness. The increasingly heavy rain washed over his battered hands, revealing the faint white bones in his fingers. Tear. A pale flash of lightning briefly dispelled the darkness and illuminated the world. The Marines on deck, including Garp and Dragon, widened their eyes in surprise, as if they had witnessed something terrifying. A brazen, arrogant, and haughty smile was spreading across the Commodore's lips. "I'm alive," he murmured. The bloodied and mangled hand clenched tightly. "Ha ha ha, I'm still alive after fighting Joel D. Roger." The cabin shook violently as the waves crashed against it. The world is experiencing torrential rain. Amidst the flickering lightning, the tattered seagull flag soared and danced wildly. The Commodore, who miraculously survived, acted as if no one else was around. He burst into laughter. Chapter 21 requires plastic. Although the cause is unknown, After simple suturing and bandaging, Brigadier General Darren's condition is already in the process of recovery. Inside the warship's cabin, the doctor reported to Garp with a puzzled expression. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at the naval commodore lying on the bed, hooked up to an 4 drip, and unconscious again, looking quite curious. Brigadier General Darren's physical strength is something I have never seen in all my years of medical practice. His organ activity, muscle strength, and recovery ability far exceed the standards of normal humans. However, Lieutenant General Carp, I suggest that after returning to headquarters, we should have the military hospital at headquarters give Brigadier General Darren a thorough full-body examination as soon as possible. After all, such an injury is indeed quite life-threatening. When they said the last sentence, both the doctor and Garp couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths at the same time. Mere fatal wound. Yes, thank you for your help, doctor. Garp nodded, then paused, scratched his head, and added somewhat embarrassedly. You know, I was just too anxious earlier. I didn't really mean to hit you. The doctor smiled, waved, and turned to leave the cabin. Garp slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, crossed his arms, and looked at the man on the ship. Old man, the flight path has been determined. It will probably take about 3 more days to return to Marineford headquarters. Dorag pushed open the cabin door and came in. He wasn't wearing a military uniform, just a large cloak of justice. The wound on his upper body inflicted by Roger had been bandaged, with bloodstains seeping through. Garp hummed in response, but didn't say anything, simply gazing calmly at Darren. What's wrong, old man? Dragon walked over and stood beside Garp, frowning as he said. Didn't the doctor say that Darren's condition had stabilized? I'm thinking about something, Garp said softly, looking at Darren with a serious expression. What's up? Why isn't my son as outstanding as Darren? Dragon. He suppressed the urge to curse and forced a smile, saying, Darren is indeed very good. He took a deep breath, a hint of emotion flashing in his eyes. If it were before I mastered hockey, I'm not sure I would have dared to face Roger's sword head-on. Dragon stared at Darren. That's truly remarkable. Does the North Sea really produce monsters? Garp laughed. That kid Sakazuki is indeed quite good. The chaotic waters of the North Sea do breed a lot of ruthless guys. Otherwise, why do you think Sengoku would have sent Keikai and Gion to the North Sea? At least since they came back this time, they've lost a lot of their childishness. Fortunately, Darren didn't back down back then. Conqueror's hockey. Garp squinted. Seeing his old man scrutinizing the young Navy man so seriously, Dragon couldn't help but say, Actually, I'm not bad at all, old man. He seemed to remember something, and struck a pose as if presenting a treasure. Bring your index and middle fingers together, and your ring and little fingers together, and bend all 5 fingers slightly at the same time, like 3 fingers forming a dragon claw. This is my latest combat technique, a deadly move that tears and slices like a dragon's claws, possessing powerful penetrating force. Dark armament hockey rapidly coiled around it, as if giving the dragon's claws indestructible nails, which fiercely clawed at the void. Crash! A sharp, explosive sound erupted from the air. Garp narrowed his eyes, a hint of approval and agreement in his heart, but his face remained calm as he said, It's all right, but it's a bit too flashy. You brat, you need to understand that as long as your fists are strong enough, nothing in this world can stop you. As he spoke, he gestured with his fist. Dorag immediately blushed and argued. This move was inspired by Darren. There are countless strong fighters who fight with their fists on this sea, but perhaps only Garp has ever earned the title of Iron Fist. Oh, Garp raised an eyebrow, then laughed as if he suddenly understood. So it was Darren's inspiration. No wonder. I could tell at a glance that this move was extraordinary. If combined with the second burst of armament hockey, it could cause great destruction in an instant. Dorag was stunned. This is unusual, isn't it? Didn't you just say flashy? He clutched his heart, turned around with a resentful look on his face, and walked out of the cabin without saying a word. Garp watched Dragon's resentful back, shrugged, sat down in his chair, leaned back, and comfortably crossed his legs. He yawned widely and closed his eyes. Dragonclaw Fist truly lives up to its reputation as my son. A proud smile gradually spread across his lips. At the same time, the Grand Line, a certain sea area. The sea was calm, and seabirds flew overhead. Damn Garp. Damn Darren Kid. On the swaying Oro Jackson, Roger was as angry as a child, sitting on the ground and chugging a bottle of strong liquor. Leaning against the mast, Rayleigh looked at his captain with a helpless expression and rubbed his temples. What is the extent of the damage to the hull? He looked at Moon Isaac Jr., a fellow with a conspicuous hooked nose, the scientist on their ship. Isaac shook his head and said, "The hull has been damaged by more than 30%. Although it can still maintain normal navigation, it is best to find a place to repair it. In addition, the air cannon has run out of fuel and needs to be replenished as soon as possible." Upon hearing Isaac's report, Rayleigh's expression turned serious. King of the North Sea. This was the most passive and humiliating situation the Roger pirates had faced since the God Valley massacre. The most important reason, however, was that naval officer named Rogers Darren. This ruthless and shameless style of warfare is simply not something a navy would do. Jabba, who was wiping his double axes, suddenly said something. As the one who blocked Darren's electromagnetic cannon at the crucial moment, he naturally has the right to make a comment. The electromagnetic cannon was not aimed at Rogers' crew on the deck, but at the hull of the Oro Jackson. Putting aside their treachery, cunning, and shamelessness, that Navy's judgment and action were so accurate and decisive that it was outrageous. I checked, and I heard that guy is a notorious scoundrel and scum in Beihai. His reputation is already widespread. Rayleigh gave a wry smile. A powerful hero and a treacherous scoundrel. When an invincible fist is combined with a sharp mind, it's truly an unbeatable combination. He and Jabba exchanged glances, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. "Hey, Rayleigh, Jabba, when are we going to reach land?" At this moment, Roger, his face flushed and reeking of alcohol, staggered over carrying a wine jug, and put his arms around Rayleigh and Jabba's necks with a grin. Rayleigh and Jabba both covered their foreheads at the same time. "What's wrong?" Rayleigh said helplessly. Roger let out a burp, then, as if remembering something, gritted his teeth and said, "I need to buy a new belt buckle, a plastic one." Gratitude. Chapter 22, I'm Still Alive. The cool breeze was Darren's first sensation. The seagulls' cheerful cries seemed to come from a great distance, mixed with the sounds of neat drills. Darren struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, opening his eyes a crack, where a blurry, bright light shone through. Am I dead? It hurts. His prolonged coma had left him somewhat disoriented. It felt as if every bone in my body was being crushed, and my chest was burning with unbearable pain. He lay there for a while before he could barely adjust to the suffocating pain, his dry throat making him breathe slightly. "I'm alive," he muttered to himself in a hoarse voice. He's still alive. He really is still alive. He survived the clutches of the future pirate king. Darren lay on the soft hospital bed, his whole body wrapped in blood-stained bandages, with tubes inserted in many places, his face as pale as a ghost. But he couldn't help but laugh, and he laughed heartily. Although he was severely injured and exhausted in the final moments of his fall, and was unable to cause Roger any harm, he at least managed to recoup some of his losses. "What's so funny?" A clear, cold female voice suddenly rang out. Darren turned his head with difficulty, and what came into view was a beautiful and refined face. Her long, wavy black hair was simply tied into a ponytail, and her almond-shaped eyes were slightly upturned, giving her a somewhat sharp look. "I'm so happy to see such a beautiful face as soon as I wake up." He looked at Guion, whose face looked somewhat haggard, and who had clearly been sitting there watching over him for a long time, and couldn't help but smile. Guion awkwardly avoided Darren's gaze and snorted coldly. "Since you can still spout vulgarities, it means you're not going to die." Darren laughed and said, "Seeing you makes me feel much better, Major Guion." The words had barely left his mouth. Me too. Ha ha, Darren. Are you happy to see me?" Suddenly, Zhang's rather sloppy face appeared from the side, grinning, holding a peeled and half-eaten banana, his face full of excitement. "Darren, do you know? You're a household name in Marineford now. Well, although your fame is still far behind mine, this genius, everyone's talking about you. A rising star of the Navy who faced off against the legendary pirate Joel D. Roger head-on and inflicted a heavy defeat on the latter. And there's more. That Major Kaji?" Darren couldn't help but interrupt Gaji's incessant chatter. You tell me." Jia Ji was stunned, then moved his face closer to Darren with some concern. After the incidents involving Bondi Waldo and Roger, although Gaji was unwilling to admit it on the surface, he had completely accepted Darren in his heart. "Are you feeling unwell? Should I go see a doctor? Or are you hungry? The doctor said you have to fast for the next few days, since your internal organs have suffered considerable damage. Could you please move your face away? You're too close." The banana suddenly broke off and fell to the ground. Additional calculation. He blinked. Darren winked at him too. "You're just jealous that I'm handsome." He muttered angrily, turned around, walked to the corner, squatted down, and gritted his teeth as he tore open a brand new fruit basket. Darren looked at Gage's figure and couldn't help but laugh. Well, that makes me feel much better. He turned his gaze back to Gion. Is this Marineford headquarters? He quickly glanced around at his surroundings. The walls were white, ceiling fans hung from the ceiling. The air smelled of disinfectant and blood, and various vital sign monitoring instruments were flashing and emitting stable electronic sounds. Darren is very familiar with this kind of environment. Gion nodded and said, That's right. This is the military ward at headquarters. We just arrived a few hours ago. Darren frowned. How long was I unconscious? 3 days. Darren paused for a moment, then chuckled softly, shook his head, and whispered, Looks like we almost messed up this time. Since his physique reached 60 points and he gained a body as tough as steel, he had never suffered such a serious injury. He was in a coma for 3 whole days. There's still a long way to go. He murmured something. Faced with Rogers' sword that even ghosts and gods would avoid, if he hadn't unleashed Conqueror's Haki at the last moment and successfully mastered Armament Haki, he probably would have been cut in two by Rogers' sword, even with his superhuman strength. Most importantly, without anyone noticing, Darren applied the repulsive force of the magnet fruit to Rogers' supreme grade sword at the moment of his attack, weakening the force of the strike. Only after comparing them did he truly realize that the so-called world destroyer Bondi Waldo was actually far inferior to Roger in terms of individual combat strength. This also shows just how terrifying Vice Admiral Garp, Whitebeard, and Shiki, who were on the same level of combat power as Roger and could easily fight him for days and nights, truly were. The summit of this sea. Darren's eyes gleamed. Ha ha ha, Darren, I heard you woke up? Just then, a hearty laugh came from outside the ward. Holding a fruit basket in his hands, Dorag smiled and pushed open the door to the ward, striding in. Major General Dragon. Gion and Cake, whose mouth was stuffed with half an apple, immediately stood up and saluted. Dragon waved his hand to indicate that there was no need for formalities, and smiled as he looked at Darren, saying, How are you feeling? On the way back, Major Cake and Major Gion took turns taking care of you. As you know, there were too many wounded on the returning warships, and the accompanying ship's doctor was already overwhelmed. My husband and I, well, you know we're not very good at taking care of people. When he finished speaking, Dorag scratched his head sheepishly. He and Carp slept for most of the return journey. I feel much better. Darren smiled, glancing at Gion and Cake as he spoke, a warm feeling welling up inside him. That's good. Get well soon. The opening ceremony of the officer training camp is in 2 days. Such an important occasion cannot be without you, the King of the North Sea. You are now a very popular figure in Marineford. Dorag smiled sincerely. After saying that, he suddenly raised an eyebrow, his expression strange, and said, The annoying guy is here. He's an old acquaintance of yours. Darren was stunned. The sound of steady, powerful footsteps echoed from outside the ward door. Rigid, cold, and standardized, the sound of those footsteps alone gives one a sense of hardness, like a pendulum. Soon, a tall, imposing figure appeared at the doorway. Just by standing there, he exudes a calm and imposing aura. Gratitude. Chapter 23 Sakazuki. He wore a blood-red, impeccably tailored suit and shiny black military boots, with a wide cape swaying gently behind him as he walked. Although he was only in his early 20s, the lines on the man's face were clear and deep, as hard as a steep cliff, and the shadow cast by his military cap covered his eyes. A suffocating sense of oppression immediately overwhelmed me. Major General Sasakaski. Startled by the chilling aura, Jiaji shuddered, immediately removed the half-eaten apple from his mouth, and hurriedly raised his hand in salute. Gion also gave a military salute. They exchanged a subtle glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. In just 1 month, Sakazuki's murderous aura and imposing presence have become even more intense. The lingering smell of gunpowder and blood was terrifyingly strong. Sakazuki didn't even look at the two of them. His gloomy gaze moved slowly, lingering on Dragon for a moment before finally settling on Darren, who was covered in tubes and instruments. Darren met his gaze calmly, and their eyes met. I heard you were slashed by Roger and almost lost your life. Sakazuki suddenly spoke. His voice was deep and hoarse, with a metallic quality. Darren nodded. Yes. Is he strong? They're like ghosts and gods. Did you fight back? Darren's lips slowly curled into a defiant smile. What do you think? Sakazuki paused for a moment. Then a slight smile gradually appeared on his cold, hard face. Seeing that stiff smile, A hint of surprise flashed across Dorag's face. That bastard Sakazuki actually laughed? However, the person next to him noticed a twitch in the corner of their eye. Why does this guy seem even more terrifying and sinister when he laughs? Tick-tock. A drop of bright red blood dripped from Sakazuki's black leather glove onto the ground. Very good. You haven't disgraced Beihai. Darren frowned when he saw the bloodstains on the ground and said, "Are you injured?" Although Sakazuki is only in his early 20s in this timeline, with his monster-like strength, there are very few people on this ocean who can injure him. I just got back from the New World, Sakazuki said dismissively. A fierce battle with that crazy woman, Charlotte Linlin, Big Mom. Upon hearing this, Cake and Guillaume's pupils contracted sharply. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, a former member of the Rocks Pirates, formed her own pirate crew after the God Valley War. She has been expanding her power through marriage alliances and has now established herself in the New World, gaining considerable fame. Legend has it that the woman was born with strength comparable to that of giants and an incredibly resilient body. Her defenses were so strong that even the blades of giants would shatter when they struck the 5-year-old Big Mom. Even a hail of bullets could not leave her with a single scratch, making her seem like an iron balloon. Her innate power makes her a fearsome, natural destroyer in the eyes of countless people. Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't help but glance at Darren. It seems this guy also possesses an invulnerable body of steel. However, they were also well aware that Charlotte Linlin's steel balloon body was something she was born with. Darren, on the other hand, had gone through countless life-threatening battles and was forged through days of hellish training, making the two incomparable. Charlotte Linlin. At this moment, Dragon seemed to suddenly remember something and frowned, saying, "I remember not long ago there was news from the New World that Charlotte Linlin was preparing to marry the prince of the kingdom of Badar." Sakazuki glanced at him and said calmly, "That's right. That's why I went to the New World to stop the arranged marriage." The kingdom of Badar is a well-known economic power in the New World and a strategic location that produces many firearms and artillery. It must not fall into the hands of Charlotte Linlin. Dragon looked at Sakazuki with suspicion. "With your strength, you're no match for Charlotte Linlin. How could you possibly stop the marriage?" Upon hearing this, Sakazuki raised an eyebrow, then a mocking sneer appeared on his face. At the wedding, the Navy and the Big Mom pirates engaged in a fierce battle, resulting in numerous deaths and injuries. In the chaos, His Highness the Prince of Bada was unfortunately caught in the crossfire and died on the spot from his serious injuries. Upon hearing this, Guillaume and Cake seemed to realize something and gasped. Dorag's pupils constricted slightly. Darren smiled. That's really Sakazuki's style. It was straightforward, direct, ruthless, and merciless. There are many ways to sabotage a marriage alliance, and he chose the most violent, direct, and easy one. If the marriage partner dies, wouldn't the marriage fail? Damn it. Sakazuki, this is an insult to justice. Dorag roared. Do you know how much political turmoil this will cause? As two of the most talented and capable members of the Navy, Dragon and Sakazuki have always been hostile to each other. Competition among colleagues is one thing, but the most important reason that really causes them to disagree and have conflicts is their attitude toward upholding justice. Dragon had long been disgusted by Sakazuki's willing to pay any price to complete a mission style of doing things. Sakazuki's sneer grew even stronger. Compared to the entire kingdom of Pata becoming the territory of the Big Mom pirates and falling into the hands of a wicked pirate like Charlotte Linlin, what does the life of a mere prince matter? As he spoke, more and more bright red blood seeped from the cuffs of his military uniform and dripped to the ground. I will personally address the questioning from the Air Marshal and take full responsibility for it. This is not something you should be concerned about, Dorag. At this point, he gave Dorag a mocking glance. At least I've successfully completed my mission, haven't I? It's better than some people who think they're so strong but can't even do the most basic escort missions. The last sentence clearly has a hidden meaning and is full of veiled implications. The sound made Guillaume and Keikiai, who were standing nearby, tremble with fear. In an instant, a chilling hostility filled the quiet ward. What do you mean, Sakazuki? Dorag's face darkened, and his clenched fist gradually blurred and twisted into a visible hurricane. You know exactly what I mean. I've already seen the battle reports from that war. Sakazuki's bleeding arm gradually melted into crimson magma, and the terrifying heat caused the entire ward to glow with a bloody red light. It's one thing for Vice Admiral Garp to hold Roger back, but you were already on the deck of the Oro Jackson when you were fighting Rayleigh. He looked up. Beneath the military cap, His somber eyes blazed with a cruel, menacing aura. With your abilities, you would absolutely have a chance to sink the Oro Jackson even if you were facing Rayleigh, the king of the underworld. As long as we sink that pirate ship, none of the Roger pirates will escape. Dragon gritted his teeth and roared. There were hundreds of Marines on board at the time. If the pirate ship were sunk, they would all die. So what? Sakazuki sneered. Isn't exchanging dozens of lives for the entire Roger pirates a very worthwhile deal? So the lives of your comrades and subordinates are just bargaining chips on the battlefield to you. On the battlefield, everyone is a bargaining chip. Sakazuki, you damn bastard. The anger in their eyes intensified, and their bodies erupted with surging killing intent. Two tangible waves of energy, one red and one blue, surged forth from their bodies, clashing against each other in midair and causing their cloaks to billow and dance behind them. Tensions were high. Chapter 24, A Lively Hospital Ward. These two guys have such a terrifying aura. As Gaki watched the two, Dragon and Sakazuki, locked in a fierce battle of wits, he shuddered. Dorag, even Darren sees better than you that you've been held back by foolish kindness. Sakazuki sneered, his entire right arm having melted into crimson magma, bubbling and dripping onto the ground, burning out scorched pits. Justice obtained at the cost of the lives of comrades and comrades is not justice at all. Dorag gritted his teeth, and a surging hurricane spiraled up from his palm. Sakazuki, you made a mistake from the very beginning. Snap. The crimson and turquoise air currents collided, causing cracks to appear in the ward's floor and walls. I said, can you please consider my situation as a patient? Darren said with a hint of helplessness. He felt a slight ache in his forehead. No sooner had the words been spoken than a slow, deliberately annoying voice rang out from outside the ward door. It seems quite lively here. Everyone was stunned and looked in the direction of the sound. Borsellino's tall figure appeared at the ward door at some point, hands in his pockets, shoulders leaning against the door frame, a half-smile playing on his lips. Major General Borsellino. Guion and Cake saluted simultaneously. Borsellino didn't even glance at the two of them, but walked in with a smile. He looked up, his eyes behind his sunglasses fixed on Dorag and Sakazuki, his expression full of mockery. You all look so scary. I wonder what it would be like if you actually started fighting. The clash between the gale and the lava must be quite spectacular. Upon hearing this, both Drag and Sakazuki fell silent for a moment, and surprisingly, they both withdrew their imposing auras. All the strange phenomena in the ward vanished without a trace, as if nothing had ever happened. Although they were burning with rage and wanted to fight Sakazuki, Drag, they were even less willing to let Borsellino, that bastard, make them a laughingstock. Both Sakazuki and Dragon had this thought at the same time. What a pity. I was finally thinking that we could finally determine who the next generation of the Navy would be. Borsellino murmured with a look of regret. Sakazuki and Dorag both gasped for breath upon hearing this, but quickly suppressed their inner impulses. Darren's lips twitched as he lay in the hospital bed. Borsellino really loves stirring up trouble. He's actually trying to sow discord. My head is getting more and more painful. However, Brigadier General Darren, your injuries are truly terrifying. An ordinary person would probably be dead by now. Borsellino turned to Darren, stroking his stubble as he examined Darren's horribly ravaged wounds with interest, clicking his tongue in amazement. What a monstrous physique. The military medical department even submitted an application to conduct research on your body, but I rejected it. Darren glanced at him and gave a perfunctory smile. Thank you very much, Major General Borsellino. Borsellino smiled and said, don't mention it. After all, research on this kind of thing should be left to the Ministry of Science and Technology, shouldn't it? Darren, thank you so much. He gave a stiff laugh. Borsellino waved his hand. We're all colleagues, why be so polite? My head is getting more and more painful, which is nice. Darren let out a long sigh. Then he looked at Sakazuki, Dragon, and Borsellino, who had each found a chair and sat down silently with their arms crossed, and said irritably, Hey, three major generals, don't you have anything to do all this time, running around my ward? Dorag scratched his head and frowned, saying, It seems like there was something I needed to do, but I can't remember. It's probably not that important, ha ha ha. He laughed loudly, then pulled out a bag of donuts from somewhere and started crunching them. Sakazuki, standing to the side, crossed his legs and said with a gloomy expression, No rush. His answers were crisp, decisive, and efficient, a classic Sakazuki style. He took out a cigar, tossed it to Darren, and then took one for himself and put it in his mouth. His index finger emitted a faint red glow as he lit the cigar and began to smoke it. Borsalino pulled a nail clipper from his pocket, bent down to trim his nails, and muttered, "It seems like there's something they need to do." Darren looked at the three guys and covered his forehead in pain. "Forget it. Let's just pretend they're not here. I still need to get some rest. As long as they don't start arguing or fighting, there shouldn't be any major problems." A wave of drowsiness suddenly washed over me, and the fatigue from my still healing injuries came crashing down on me like a tidal wave. Darren finally couldn't hold back his heavy eyelids and slowly closed his eyes. "Ha ha ha. Darren, are you awake yet? This old man has come to visit you." A muffled, thunderous laugh could be clearly heard throughout the entire corridor, echoing from afar. Soon the door to the ward was pushed open roughly, and Garp, carrying a large piece of roasted meat half his height on his shoulder, walked in laughing and with his head held high. "Here, eat some of this. This is the meat of a sea king. I finally managed to catch it after a lot of trouble. Hey, what are you guys doing here? Perfect, let's throw a party. Hey you Jaji, go buy some wine and get some money back. Do you think I'm a rich man? You can ask Darren for some later. Anyway, this banquet is all for Darren. Come on, let's eat." "What? Darren can't eat yet? Well, then, let's all finish eating." Darren looked at the lively, singing and dancing ward and his lips twitched. In an instant, all sleepiness vanished. He stared blankly at the gray ceiling and couldn't help but sigh. He suddenly missed Beihai. At the same time, Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters. A burly figure with short, vibrant purple hair strode confidently into the meeting room of the Marshal's mansion. General Zephyr. The naval soldiers stationed in front of the conference room saluted solemnly, their eyes filled with admiration and fervor. "I am no longer a Navy admiral." Zephyr smiled, patted the naval soldier on the shoulder, and walked into the conference room. He casually found a seat and sat down, then quickly frowned. Wasn't there supposed to be a meeting, Sengoku? He turned his head and looked at the Warring States period on the other side. "Where are the others?" Zhang sat there, looking at the empty seats in the conference room. Zhang's face gradually turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth, saying, "These bastards." Chapter 25 The Temperamental Strategist. Where did they go? The conference room in the Marshal's mansion suddenly shook. Admiral Sengoku's furious roar startled the few naval officers on duty outside the door. Such an important military conference. "Where's Sakazuki? I haven't settled accounts with him yet regarding the affairs of the New World Badar Kingdom. What about Borsalino? How many matters does the soon-to-be established Naval Science Department still have to handle? And what about those two bastards, Dragon and Garp? They haven't even explained the specific details of this operation to defeat the Roger Pirates yet." In the conference room, Sengoku's face was ashen. He slammed his fist heavily on the conference table and glared angrily at the administrative staff who had convened the meeting. After Air Marshal Steelbone went to Mary Geos to report to the five elders, he was given the responsibility of presiding over this military conference, which can be seen as a way for him to get used to the authority and responsibilities of a Navy Marshal in advance. This was a military conference to prove to the Air Marshal that he was capable of serving as the Navy Marshal. This is also an opportunity to send a political signal to many mid to high-ranking officers at headquarters. This was the first time the Warring States period had convened such an important military conference, and apart from Zephyr, who had retired to the second line, the only other person present was him, the host of the conference. Once this gets out, what will the other members of the Navy headquarters think of me, a Navy Admiral and future Fleet Admiral? The future Fleet Admiral convened his first Supreme Military meeting, but all high-ranking officers were absent. What kind of logic is this? Does he still care about the reputation of the Warring States period? How will they lead and command the work of the Navy headquarters in the future? Did you actually notify them of the specific time and location of the meeting? Jean Gua glared fiercely at the administrative staff. A sliver of hope still lingered in his heart. Well, those guys probably didn't receive the notification, which is why they didn't attend the meeting. No matter what, he was a naval admiral, and this time he was representing the Air Force Marshal to preside over the military conference. No matter how much trouble they usually cause, they have to give you face on occasions like this. That should be correct. That must be it. Several administrative staff members, seeing the panting, bloodshot-eyed Warring States general, were so frightened that they fell silent, not daring to breathe. They looked at each other, and finally, the lieutenant colonel stammered. That Warring States general, the meeting notice had actually been sent out in advance, and it has been confirmed that all attendees have received the notice. Zifa's eyes twitched, and he turned his face away, trying hard not to laugh out loud. The Warring States period's face darkened even more. So those bastards did it on purpose? Veins bulged on his forehead. 2 streams of white smoke billowed from his nostrils, and his molars cracked as he clenched them. Find them for me. Where are they? Zhangguo gritted his teeth and spat out the words. Immediately. Right now. Several administrative staff members were terrified and rushed out of the conference room as if fleeing. Zephyr looked at Sengoku, who was so angry his head was practically steaming, and couldn't help but laugh. This isn't like you at all. It's just a meeting during the Warring States period. It can't be that serious. Look, even though no one else came, at least I did. Sengoku sat in the main seat and rolled his eyes in annoyance. What good is it for you, you old bastard who doesn't care about anything, to come here? It's not like you'll help me share any of the responsibility. He thought for a moment. Then his tone became somewhat resentful. Zifa, the headquarters is becoming increasingly short-handed. As you know, Marshal Kong is about to entrust me with an important task. To be honest, I don't have much confidence. Facing a comrade with whom he had once entrusted his life, Sengoku spoke frankly and without any concealment. I need my former comrades to stand by my side. He looked at Zifa with a solemn and sincere expression, his eyes burning with determination. Think about it carefully. How long has it been since we fought side by side? Upon hearing his old comrade's words, a hint of emotion and nostalgia flashed in Zifa's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a barely perceptible disappointment and indifference. He said calmly and indifferently, "Isn't Garp there? And Sakazuki, Dragon, Borsellino, and other new generation players have also grown up." Upon hearing this, Zhangguo sighed inwardly and shook his head, saying, "But this era doesn't give us much time. Although the God Valley War has long ended and become history, the shadow of rocks has not dissipated. Roger, Whitebeard, Shiki, and Kaido, who is rising rapidly with terrifying momentum, and Charlotte Linlin. You know what kind of bastard Kapna is. He ignores orders from his superiors. Even old man Kong can't control him, let alone me. As for Sakazuki and the others, although their talents are indeed as powerful as their nickname suggests, like monsters, they are still far from being among the top combat forces in this sea. It will take some time before they are truly able to stand on their own. The Bada Kingdom incident is the best proof of this. If you were here, such a big thing would never have happened. Ultimately, the problem lies in the fact that our Navy headquarters currently has insufficient high-end combat power." Zifa fell silent. They will grow up. After a moment, he slowly raised his head and looked at the Warring States period. An overly calm smile appeared on his face. As for me, I'm just a piece of trash who can't even protect his family. Right now I'm just a hot-tempered instructor at headquarters, nothing more. Sengoku, let's leave such an important responsibility as admiral to someone else. Looking at Zifa's smile, Sengoku felt a bitter feeling well up inside him. That smile was one of utter disappointment, yet one that silently persevered because of the responsibilities on one's shoulders. He knew he couldn't persuade Zephyr. "Okay, I understand." Zifa smiled and comforted her. "Don't worry, it won't be long before our Navy has many more admiral-level combatants. Sakazuki, Borsellino, Dragon, and I've heard there are a few promising prospects in this year's officer training camp." Zhangguo put aside his inner turmoil, nodded, and smiled. "That's right. You know Guion and Cake. They've both grown a lot since their trip to the North Sea. With a little guidance, they will surely become the backbone of our Navy. Besides the 2 of them, there are 2 other young men in this year's officer training camp who are comparable to the 3 of them, including Sakazuki. One of them is named Kazan, who comes from the South China Sea and possesses monstrous talent. What's even more noteworthy is that his belief in justice burns as fiercely as a raging fire." Oh, Zephyr finally became interested, and his eyes lit up. Chapter 26. The main account is ruined. Burning justice? A look of curiosity flashed in Zifa's eyes. Although he has trained exceptionally talented admirals like Sakazuki, who have become pillars of the Navy and shone brightly in various positions and fields. However, to some extent, Zephyr was not satisfied with any of them. Sakazuki's personality was too tough and his methods too cruel. He would stop at nothing to complete his missions, and he was harsh not only on himself but also on his subordinates. As a result, extreme measures are often taken on the battlefield, with no expense spared in the effort to wipe out all pirates and evil. This goes against Zephyr's principle of justice against killing. It was precisely because Sakazuki was so bloodthirsty that, after he graduated from officer training camp, Zeph specifically appointed him as his adjutant in order to temper his character, hoping to teach him by example and make Sakazuki's sense of justice less extreme. Unfortunately, Zephyr's efforts did not yield the desired results. Sakazuki remained defiant, refusing to repent. In the end, there was nothing he could do but let it be. Dragon's personality is the opposite of Sakazuki's. Amiable, tolerant, kind, and optimistic, he is a true descendant of heroes. With his strong personal charm and leadership skills, he has won the support of countless junior and middle-ranking officers and soldiers in the Navy headquarters. He is undoubtedly the most dazzling shooting star under the banner of justice. Unfortunately, while inheriting Garp's virtue of caring for civilians and his subordinates, Dragon also inherited Garp's flaws. They are often careless and appear to be doing nothing, frequently ignoring orders from superiors. In Zifa's view, this is not a good thing. As a naval officer, military orders are paramount. Enforcing discipline is a soldier's primary task. It is not a good thing to act according to personal preferences when carrying out a task. It is precisely because of their diametrically opposed personalities and attitudes toward justice that Dragon and Sakazuki often clash and have conflicts. Dorag disapproved of Sakazuki's harsh and cruel methods of enforcing justice. Sakazuki disapproved of Dorag's indecisive and careless work attitude. As for Borsalino, the last remaining pillar of the Navy headquarters, besides the two of them, well, there's nothing to say. This pillar has long since grown crooked. Every time Zepha saw Borsalino's lewd smile and his infuriatingly slow, deliberate tone, he felt that his reputation was being ruined by this bastard. Ironically, he was also the first disciple in his own officer training camp. Thinking of this, Zepha looked at Sengoku with even more eagerness and anticipation. Sengoku, tell me about this kid named Kazan. Sengoku looked at Zepha with a half-smile and teased. Is it really that obvious that you're dissatisfied with Sakazuki and the other two? Zepha paused, then smiled somewhat embarrassedly. No, not at all. Cough cough. You know me. I'm always full of anticipation when teaching new students. You can't just say those three bastards have already ruined their training. Sengoku was too lazy to expose Zepha's clumsy excuse. He knew his old friend's personality very well. Even the most disliked troublemakers, once they fall into his hands, he will impart all his knowledge and teach them with utmost care. Warring State smiled. I've met Kazan. He's from the South Blue and his talent is definitely comparable to Sakazuki's. He has a great passion for justice, and it's said that he joined the Navy with this ideal in mind. Zepha nodded repeatedly as he listened, then asked, what's the other one? Besides Kazan, this year's officer training camp has produced some outstanding talents. The other one. At this point in the Warring States period, his expression suddenly became complicated, and he began to stammer. Yes, there's another one from the North Sea named Rogers Darren. Zepha's eyes suddenly lit up. Rogers Darren? I feel like I've heard that name before. Could it be that rising naval star who's been all over the officers at headquarters these past few days, the one who went head-to-head with Roger and gave him a good beating? Having stepped down from his post, Zephyr no longer interferes in any military affairs and devotes himself to educating the younger generation of naval personnel. Even when he attends important military meetings, it's only because Kong and Sengoku show him respect that he doesn't really know much about what's happening within the military. That's right, it's him. The Warring States period nodded in acknowledgement. The light in Zepha's eyes grew even brighter. Even before graduating from officer training camp, he already possessed the ability to make a great pirate like Roger Suffer. With proper instruction and guidance, what incredible potential and illustrious future awaits this young man named Darren. Zepha could hardly believe it. It felt like he'd been hit by a mountain of gold. But one thing is certain. Darren is definitely not inferior to Sakazuki and his team, and may even be better. Don't get too excited yet. Darren is no simple guy. Sengoku noticed Zephyr's expression and couldn't help but offer a reminder. Zepha laughed dismissively. No matter how troublesome they are they as troublesome as Sakazuki? Sengoku's eye twitched slightly, and he muttered. That Darren is from the North Sea, and was previously Sakazuki's adjutant. Zepha paused, his smile fading slightly, but he still smiled and said, that's all right. Just because someone is Sakazuki's adjutant doesn't mean that he practices the same ideas as Sakazuki. Sengoku blinked. No, not at all. For some reason, seeing Zephyr's confident demeanor, Sengoku suddenly felt like teasing him. Zepha smiled with satisfaction again. I knew it. He's even more ruthless than Sakazuki. Under his control, the North Sea was managed like an iron barrel. Dozens of member states and non-member states obeyed his orders. He slaughtered hundreds of pirate crews and dark forces, large and small. The blood on his hands was countless. Zifa's smile froze on his face. He maintained a stiff smile, albeit somewhat forcefully. Even so, the fact that he's managed Beihai so well at least shows that he's capable, right? Warring States period smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course." Zifa breathed a sigh of relief and smiled again. "That's good. As long as he's capable and has good character, I'm confident I can get him back on the right path." "Of course I believe in your abilities, Zephyr," Warring States period said with a smile. "However, he is a notorious naval scum in the North Sea, who is greedy, lecherous, an alcoholic, a gambler, and power-hungry." "Zephyr," Warring States period. "What's wrong? Can you finish what you're saying? You're really asking for a beating, just like a human being." "Who is it, Zephyr?" "Your adjutant, Borsalino." "You're talking nonsense." Chapter 27. You already have Borsalino. "How am I like that bastard Borsalino?" Sengoku expressed his considerable anger, as if he were quite sensitive to the topic. "Whether it's personality, way of doing things, or execution ability, I'm nothing like Borsalino. Tell me, how do I resemble that guy?" Sengoku's temper flared considerably when he recalled Borsalino's occasional sarcastic remarks that infuriated him. Zifa thought about it seriously, but couldn't find any similarities. After a moment of hesitation, he forced himself to say, "When you use your devil fruit abilities, they all glow." Warring States period. "Okay, so it turns out he's retaliating for my earlier teasing." Seeing the twitching at the corner of Sengoku's mouth, Zephyr finally smiled with satisfaction and asked again. "But in the Warring States period, since that kid named Darren has such a bad reputation, why was he able to pass the headquarters review and become a member of the officer training camp?" "Because he is too talented." When it came to serious matters, the Warring States period also became serious. "You're so focused on teaching that there are some things you don't understand. Darren, with his connections, power, and resources in the North Sea, has built an incredibly powerful North Sea fleet. Combined with his magnet fruit ability, this formidable naval fleet can take to the skies." "What?" Zephyr's pupils contracted slightly, and a look of shock appeared on his face. "Flying fleet." As a pillar of justice and the youngest admiral in naval history, Zephyr naturally realized the strategic significance of this term instantly. That's right. With such strategic capabilities, Darren's personal problems are no longer a problem. Warring States continued. "Moreover, in addition to his highly strategic devil fruit ability, Darren's own talent is also monstrous." As he spoke, he took out an intelligence document from the drawer next to him and handed it to Zifa. "This is information about Darren's personal abilities. Monster level." Zifa took the document, flipped through it, and said casually, "As the chief instructor of the naval training camp, he had trained freaks like Sakazuki, Dragon, and Borsalino. He had seen far too many monsters and did not show much surprise. Even if someone is a monster, can they be as annoying and awful as Borsalino? Compared to his devil fruit ability, his monster-level talent is nothing special." Zifa's eyes widened suddenly, almost bulging like saucers, and he nearly cursed out loud. "A body of steel, comparable to a block of iron, impervious to blades and spears? With just physical strength, one can instantly unleash a burst of speed similar to a shave. A phenomenal ability to recover. Injuries that would be fatal to an ordinary person can heal in just a few days. He mastered armament hockey through his own exploration and practice." Looking at the shocking descriptions in the file, Zifa could hardly believe his eyes. For some reason, based solely on the description above, he conjured up an image of Darren in his mind. It has black horns on its head, its body is covered with hard scales, and its hands and feet are like the claws of a ferocious beast. It is at least 10 meters tall. No matter what, it doesn't match the handsome, arrogant young man with black hair in the photo at all. Seeing Zephyr's bewildered expression, Sengoku couldn't help but laugh, and said smugly, "Now you understand, right? Darren is a monster among monsters. And most importantly," Sengoku's eyes held a hint of smugness, yet he lowered his voice with a touch of mystery. "That kid has awakened Conqueror's hockey." The moment the words left his mouth, Zifa's expression changed drastically, becoming incredulous. Conqueror's hockey. As a pillar of the Navy and justice, Zephyr knew very well what this Conqueror's hockey truly meant. Perhaps in the treacherous waters of the New World, countless pirates have awakened Conqueror's hockey, and those great pirates who are famous throughout the seas, Whitebeard, Roger, Shiki, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, etc. are all top-tier powerhouses who have mastered the power of Conqueror's hockey. In contrast, among the Navy's top combat forces, those who have awakened Conqueror's hockey are few and far between. Even Zephyr, a former Marine admiral and chief instructor, failed to awaken Conqueror's haki. This is why, during his military career in the New World, Zephyr often suffered in silence when facing Roger, Whitebeard, and Shiki because he didn't understand Conqueror's haki. After all, those bizarre techniques that could kill from a distance were extremely difficult to deal with. Even Zephyr didn't have a good way to counter them, and could only rely on his powerful armament haki, honed through countless trials, to withstand them. Because of this setback, Zephyr wanted to cultivate similar strong individuals among the new generation of the Navy. Even monsters, like Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Dragon failed to awaken Conqueror's haki, which is undoubtedly a source of regret for Zephyr. And now, hope has arrived. The more Zephyr thought about the devil fruit's terrifying strategic significance, his monstrous talent, and the awakening of Conqueror's haki, the brighter his eyes became. He saw hope, as if he could already see this boy named Darren, under his tutelage and guidance, fighting against Whitebeard and Shiki with Conqueror's haki like a ferocious beast, triggering thunder that would change the color of the world and cause it to collapse. Good. Zifa suddenly slammed his hand heavily on the conference table, his eyes bloodshot, panting heavily, and his eyes flashing with an astonishing light. I'm determined to train Darren. I'll put him in charge after he graduates. Etc. Sengoku's expression changed slightly, and he panicked, so he hurriedly spoke. Don't even think about it. I've made up my mind. Once Darren graduates from training camp, he will become my second in command. The moment Zephyr opened his mouth, Sengoku knew what he was planning to do. Bullshit. You already have Borsalino. Zephyr retorted irritably. It's better not to mention it. Just mentioning this name makes the Warring States period angry. You can have Borsalino. Whoever wants him can have him. If all else fails, I'll transfer him to be the Air Marshal's deputy. I only want Darren. And Zephyr, don't forget, Sakazuki already made concessions back then. Zifa shook his head vigorously, like a rattledrum. No, Sengoku, you need to think this through. Darren is such a promising talent. You can't let him ruin it. If you let him follow you, he might become the next Borsalino. Warring States immediately blushed and angrily said, That's just how Borsalino is. What does it have to do with me? Besides, you haven't awakened Conqueror's haki, so what can Darren teach you as your second in command? He unleashed his ultimate move. When his sore spot was touched, Zephyr's thick neck turned red, and he slammed his fist on the table, saying, Your Conqueror's haki isn't that strong, okay? With your cowardly appearance, I really don't know how you awakened this ruling the world aura. That's still better than you. Damn, Sengoku, looks like you haven't gotten a beating in a long time. You think I'm afraid of you? Your armament haki is just a tickle? Then give it a try. If you've got the guts, hurry up and shine and grow bigger. Today I'm going to twist your Buddha head off. The two pushed and shoved each other, their faces pressed together, distorted and deformed. At this moment, a helpless voice suddenly rang out. I'm telling you, you two are getting on in years. Do you still think you're back in training camp? A figure with graying hair but a dashing appearance pushed open the door and entered, looking at the two of them with a face full of black lines. Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters and Chief of Naval Staff, Tsuru. Just to add something. The pacing of this book is relatively slow compared to fast-paced, action-packed novels, but the plot will be quite rich, and the goal is to reach over 2 million words. The reason for placing the timeline so early is largely to fill in plot points that were not included in the original work. Dragon from the naval era, the burning Kazan, Zephyr before his arm was severed, Borsalino, Sakazuki, and other characters' stories, etc. This book is not only about Darren, but also about the Navy members whose stories were not covered in the original plot. Chapter 28 is truly insidious. Staff Officer Tsuru is in her early 40s. But due to the busy affairs of the General Staff and the fact that Zephyr and Garp have both stepped down, she has taken on some of the administrative functions of a Marine Headquarters Admiral. Due to the physical and mental strain, her long hair has turned gray. She stared speechlessly at Sengoku and Zephyr, who were gritting their teeth and wrestling together, and rubbed her temples in exasperation. What are you two arguing about again? He was only a few minutes late because he was processing the General Staff's intelligence filings. And these two bastards started making a scene? Zephyr and Sengoku glanced at Vice Admiral Tsuru at the same time, and then continued to wrestle. He was panting heavily, his face flushed, and his military uniform was torn and disheveled. Don't hold me back, shall he? Today I'm going to pin this guy to the ground and beat him to a pulp. Little Crane, you've come at the perfect time. Just stand there and keep your eyes wide open. I'm about to smash Sengoku's glasses and roast his goat for a bite while I'm at it. Damn it, Zephyr. Don't you dare touch my goat, or I'll make you pay. Ha ha ha, are you scared now? I won't touch your goat, but Darren must become my lieutenant. Absolutely not. Besides, Darren's character and reputation are terrible. Don't you hate naval scum like him the most? Who said that? This shows he has a lot of room for improvement. Besides, who in the Navy doesn't have flaws? You're shameless. Bullshit. Darren is mine anyway. No, it's mine. Borsalino is yours. Several black lines instantly appeared on Staff Officer He's forehead. After listening to their pointless nonsense for a while, she finally figured out what those two old bastards were arguing about. It turns out they were vying for that young man who had recently been making headlines to be their adjutant. But that's normal. A political genius who governed Beihai with great efficiency and established the Beihai fleet. A monster with talents no less than Sakazuki's. He managed to give Roger a hard time in their first encounter, and he's also an awakened user of Conqueror's Haki. Any young person who possesses any of the above qualities is a hot commodity in the eyes of any power, not to mention Rogers Darren, the king of the North Sea, who is uniquely endowed with all of the above. Thinking of this, Staff Officer he shook his head in annoyance and sighed as he saw Zfa and Sengoku still arguing with the rascals. I'm telling you, there is no point in arguing here. Carp already told me not long ago that Darren should become his adjutant after he graduates from officer training. He's talking nonsense. He's dreaming. Sengoku and Zephyr immediately stopped what they were doing and exclaimed excitedly in unison. Staff Officer he crossed his arms and said with a half smile. Carp's reasons are very convincing. First, Darren has awakened Conqueror's Haki, and with his powerful physique, he should be led and taught by Garp. Secondly, since the Rocks Pirates disbanded, the Roger Pirates have been our Navy's primary target. Darren has already faced Joel D. Roger's strength and had a brief confrontation with him. It is reasonable to let him participate in the operation to subdue the Roger Pirates after he graduates. Upon hearing Advisor Tsuru's reasoned analysis, both Sengoku and Zafu had a bad feeling. Indeed, if Garp were to ask for the man, they would probably be no match for him, both morally and logically. Even if it gets back to Kong, the old man with the steel bones, he'll probably still agree to Garp's request in the end. Since that's the case, Sengoku and Zephyr exchanged a glance, subtly conveying their feelings. Cough cough. I think there's no point in us arguing here. Sengoku considerately straightened Zifa's disheveled tie and said in a serious tone. Yes, I agree. Zephyr nodded in deep agreement and enthusiastically helped Sengoku put on his general's cloak. As high-ranking naval officers, we are not dictators. The righteous seagull symbolizes freedom and peace. Darren's final decision on where he ends up and whose adjutant he chooses to be is up to him. That's right, we still have to respect his personal opinion. Sengoku put his arm around Zifa's shoulder. The two exchanged a knowing glance with smiles on their faces, having reached a tacit understanding. Staff Officer he rolled his eyes at the sight. Based on his understanding of Zephyr and Sengoku, he instantly guessed what those two bastards were up to. And what about the others? Too lazy to argue. She glanced at the empty conference room, frowned, and asked. The moment the words left his mouth, a flustered figure strode in. It was the same administrative staff member who had just been yelled at by Zhanghua, reporting to the Warring States General. He spoke breathlessly, gasping for air. Have they been found? Sengoku's face darkened again. The administrative staff member took a deep breath and stammered. Found it. Found it. Among those who should have attended the meeting, Major General Dragon, Major General Borsalino, Major General Sakaski, and Lieutenant General Cap were all in the same place. All in the same place. Zhanghua frowned. Why are all these guys running to the same place and not coming to the meeting? What are they trying to do? Yes, a general from the Warring States period. The administrator carefully observed the changes in Zhanggua's expression and said cautiously. They are all in the military hospital. The hospital? What are they doing at the hospital? Is anyone injured? Zhanghua blurted out. Then his expression suddenly changed slightly. The Warring States period? Zephyr noticed Sengoku's expression and asked a question. The Warring States period gritted his teeth and said, Damn it. Darren fought Roger and was seriously injured and unconscious. He's in a ward at the military hospital right now. Zifa was stunned, then seemed to realize something, and his expression changed. They looked at each other and both saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Both of them were completely dumbfounded. Oh no, Capo beat me to it. Ultimately, Darren's decision on whose adjutant to serve is his own, so his relationship with whom he gets along better and more harmoniously is naturally a very important factor in making that decision. How insidious. That bastard Garp. He skipped the meeting and went straight to the hospital to visit her. Zhangguo gritted his teeth and said. Zifa also clenched his fists in righteous indignation. Without any hesitation, the two of them rushed to the door of the conference room. Where are you going? Aren't you having a meeting? Staff officer he watched their retreating figures and asked in confusion. The footsteps of the Warring States period did not falter for a moment, leaving behind a sentence without looking back. Go to the hospital to get it. Gratitude. Chapter 29 Training Camp begins. Sengoku and Zephyr stormed into the military hospital, their imposing and oppressive aura startling the doctors and nurses around them. Why do General Sengoku, General Zephyr, and Vice Admiral Tsuru all look so serious? Is there some urgent military matter? Truly worthy of being the pillar of our navy, his aura is terrifying. The doctors and nurses couldn't help but whisper among themselves as they watched the two decisive individuals and staff officer he following leisurely behind them. Soon, Sengoku and Zephyr crossed the corridor and headed towards the VIP ward. But after walking only a few steps, they could faintly hear bursts of laughter coming from the ward. Come on, let's eat barbecue. Ha ha ha. Old man, you're such a wimp. You can't even handle such a small amount. Bullshit. Fill my cup. Don't just focus on eating, Jiaji. Sakazuki, you always have that long face. Nobody here owes you money. Zhangguo frequently stood at the door of the ward, listening to the noisy sounds inside. His fists were clenched tightly without him noticing, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Zifa and staff officer he, standing nearby, also had twitching lips and were speechless. A grand banquet. Despite being notified to attend a meeting at the marshal's mansion, Garp and his crew started a party in the hospital room. Zifa cautiously glanced at Sengoku and noticed that the veins bulging on the latter's forehead looked like they were about to burst at any moment. That Warring States period. He hesitated for a moment, wanting to speak. Unexpectedly, Dorag's drunken, incoherent voice came from the ward. Wait, I think I remember we have something to do. Garp's voice immediately rang out. It seems like that's true. Let me think about it. Seconds later. Forget it. I can't remember. Ha ha ha, it's okay. Since I can't remember, it's probably not important. Ha ha ha. Bang. Sengoku could no longer contain his anger and kicked the door of the ward open. What on earth are you doing here? He roared, his eyes bloodshot. Then he froze there. A deathly silence descended instantly. The ward was a mess, with bottles scattered everywhere. Everyone in the ward froze. Garp and Dragon were both drunk, their faces flushed red, and they had their arms around each other's shoulders. The former had a piece of fragrant roasted meat stuffed in his mouth, while the latter held a bottle of whiskey in his hand. Sakazuki sat cross-legged on the ground, his expression calm, holding a cleaver in his hand, with a barbecue grill burning with charcoal in front of him. Borsellino sat there with his legs crossed, a smirk on his face. Guillaume's expression was numb. Jiaji was holding a microphone, with a speaker he'd found somewhere beside him, and he was still singing passionately, his expression one of utter despair. The air seemed to freeze. Warring States period. Zephyr. Staff Officer Crane. The people in the ward. You bunch of bastards. The next second, Sengoku's furious roar shook the entire military hospital. Several days later. Your body is amazing. You're as strong as a monster, Brigadier General Darren. A blonde, wavy, voluptuous female doctor put away the medical records and looked at Darren with undisguised surprise. She had never seen a case like this before. In just a few days, the young naval commodore's severe injuries had almost completely healed. She wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. Thank you for the compliment, Dr. Maria. Darren, who had just finished his physical examination, picked up his brand new military uniform and buttoned it up one by one, covering his wild body covered with hideous scars. He smiled at the blonde doctor and said, Thank you for your help during this time. Looking at Darren's charming smile, Maria blushed slightly and shook her head, saying, No, Brigadier General Darren. You can just call me Maria. Darren laughed. No, I still prefer to call you Dr. Maria. He blinked. Hearing Darren's words, Maria recalled their little secrets and those embarrassing poses, and her eyes showed even more shame. Cough, cough. An untimely cough broke the ambiguous atmosphere. Maria looked in the direction of the sound and saw a figure standing in front of the newly repaired ward door. The smile on her face vanished instantly, and she nodded calmly, saying, Lieutenant Colonel Jiaji. Jiaji's lips twitched slightly. Goodbye, Dr. Maria. Darren smiled and waved to the blonde female doctor who was leaving the ward, then looked at Jiaji, who was walking in with a sigh, and said with a smile, You've been promoted, Lieutenant Colonel Jiaji. Congratulations. Jiaji glared at him irritably and plopped down in the chair. By participating in the two missions, the slaughter of Bondi Waldo and the slaughter of the Roger pirates, he and Guion successfully gained their status and leveled up, even though they didn't do anything. It seems you've been doing quite well these past few days. The female doctors and nurses at the hospital are all lining up to help you change your dressings and check up your body, he said sourly. Darren glanced at the bruises and swelling on his face, body, and hands, and couldn't help but laugh. It seems you've had a very fulfilling few days. With a few grunts, he casually opened a fruit basket and began to eat. The banquet was disrupted by an enraged general from the Warring States period, and everyone had to go back, write self-criticisms, and accept punishment. Of course, in the end, he was the only one who really suffered. After all, Guion was the adopted younger sister of Advisor Tsuru, so Sengoku couldn't bring himself to punish her harshly. And what about Drag, Lieutenant General Carp, and the others? What a joke. They don't even hold meetings, so naturally they won't carry out this so-called punishment. They'll just ignore it. Are you ready? While munching on an apple, Jiaji mumbled something indistinctly. Darren's meticulously fastened her tie, casually took the cloak of justice from the clothes rack, and smiled. I've been waiting for a long time. A cool sea breeze blew in from the window, causing the Commodore's wide cloak to flutter wildly, exuding an invisible aura of authority and power. Jiaji couldn't help but squint his eyes. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that this guy in front of him had become even stronger after the battle with Rogers' crew. Wasn't it said the injuries were extremely serious? He muttered something. Darren didn't hear that sentence. He just asked, "Has everyone else arrived?" Jiaji nodded and stood up from his seat. "I've been waiting for you." Darren's lips curled into a smile as he lit a cigar, took a deep drag, and his eyes gleamed with arrogance. "Then let's go. The 3rd Officer Training Camp has begun." Chapter 30, The Operational Concept of Airstrikes. Marine Ford, the naval headquarters, is the largest military base Darren has ever seen. Amidst the warm farewells of the doctors and nurses, Darren had just stepped out of the military hospital when he arrived at the central military fortress that, like a towering mountain, almost completely occupied his field of vision. The gray-black stone walls, the imposing scale, and the massive black cannons mounted on the flanks made it look like an exaggerated war beast, slowly opening its blood-red maw to devour any invading enemy. On the walls of the central military fortress, the word justice was drawn in bold, black strokes, creating a strong sense of oppression. In front of the central military fortress was a massive, oval-shaped naval port, where several multi-story-high Buster Order-class warships were docked. Patrol fleets also constantly entered and exited the port, and the snow-white seagull flags were so dense that they almost blotted out the sky. Darren immediately scanned his surroundings. On both sides of the naval port and along the military buffer zone, he could see huge gun emplacements standing silently, reflecting a dark luster in the sunlight, making the naval soldiers patrolling and resting on the ground appear as small as ants. He also saw a lot of naval guards, and the aura they exuded was that of battle-hardened soldiers. See that? This is the Navy headquarters. The man next to him, Jiaji, was happily smoking a cigar he had borrowed from the hospital room gift box. Noticing Darren's slightly surprised and flickering gaze, he couldn't help but puff out his chest and laugh. "Well, while I must admit that you have indeed trained the North Sea Fleet to be very strong, the most powerful force of justice in the world is still the earth beneath your feet. Since the establishment of the Navy, no one has ever been able to breach Marineford." Jiaji, beaming with pride, stood with one hand on his hip, looking as if he were surveying the world. People from the suburbs proudly described their big city to people from the countryside. This kind of military strength is far beyond what your mere Beihai can compare to. "Hey, what are you thinking?" Seeing that Deputy Darren remained unmoved and simply squinted at Marineford, Gage asked with dissatisfaction. "Oh, it's nothing." Darren snapped out of his reverie, smiled, and casually replied, "I was just thinking, if it were me, would there be any way to conquer Marineford? Don't even think about it, wait. What did you say?" Kaji turned to stare at the Commodore, his face blank with surprise. Just kidding, just kidding." Darren smiled and raised his hands to indicate his innocence. "Let's hurry up, Jiaji. Isn't the training camp about to start?" Jiaji looked at him with some skepticism, hesitated for a second, and then couldn't help but ask, "Could you do that?" Darren paused. "If I were leading the North Sea Fleet, I could leverage its flexibility to conduct air strikes by bypassing areas of heavy artillery fire." "Air raid? What does that mean?" Jiaji interrupted Darren, asking with a puzzled look on his face. Oh, I almost forgot that an air raid means a large-scale airstrike. Darren explained the sentence. For people in this world, their understanding and knowledge of the forms of war are still at a rather primitive and rudimentary level. The lack of air military power meant that the concept of air raid was simply not in their minds. Not to mention the various military tactics derived from the concept of air combat. Oh, I see. No, I already knew, but I just forgot and couldn't remember. Adding to the equation, with nostrils pointing skyward. So what? Darren didn't expose this prideful guy. He simply stroked his chin, thought seriously for a few seconds, and slowly said, if we can use other methods to stall Borsalino and Dragon, I am 30% confident that we can cripple Marineford's important military facilities and 100% confident that we can flatten the island. Yeah, I knew it was impossible. What? Jiaji stared at Darren with wide eyes, looking as if he had seen a ghost, and exclaimed in surprise. Haha, just kidding. Darren blinked and patted Gigi on the shoulder. This is the center of the world's forces of justice. How could it possibly be breached? After saying that, he turned around and strode towards the training camp. Are you kidding me? Jiaji stared blankly at Darren's tall figure. The morning sunlight shone on him like a sharp sword, but cast a large shadow behind him. Even the word justice behind him seemed inexplicably stern and menacing. Jiaji raised his head somewhat absent-mindedly, gazing at the distant sky. The sky was a clear, deep blue, with white clouds drifting by. White seagulls soared overhead, their cries echoing joyfully. But in Keijiaji's mind, a second image suddenly appeared. Rows of imposing, steel-hulled warships, like war dragons in the sky, slowly emerged from behind the snow-white sea of clouds. Accompanied by a chilling command, a deluge of artillery fire, trailing long plumes of flame, poured down on the land of Marineford like a raging storm until the endless flames engulfed its silhouette. Lieutenant Colonel Jiaji? Darren's voice interrupted Jiaji's reverie. His eyes glazed over for a moment, and he saw Darren standing not far away, giving him a half-smile. Aren't you in a hurry to get to training camp? Jiaji suddenly shuddered and instinctively followed, replying as he spoke. Yes. But a chill ran through his body. Although he said it was a joke, I had a feeling that he was serious when he was thinking just now. Darren ignored Jiaji's unusual behavior. Observing the environment and analyzing its strategic significance is a personal habit of his. After all, as the admiral in charge of military affairs in a certain sea area, his thinking habits would be more inclined towards practicality and warfare, which is also a way of thinking he has cultivated over the years. Upon seeing a magnificent military base, the average person's first thought is, wow, that's awesome and spectacular. But for someone truly skilled in warfare, the thought would be, if it were me, would I have any way to conquer it? Darren believes that when Sakazuki left the North Sea and set foot on Marineford for the first time, he must have had the same thought in mind. In less than 15 minutes, Darren and the preoccupied Gagi crossed a large military zone and arrived at the edge of the military area. They stopped in front of a closed-off area of buildings. The simply renovated gate connects to a wall covered with ivy. A huge stone slab stands in front of the gate, with a sentence engraved on it. To justice be all glory and life. The signatory is Zifa. Thank you. Chapter 31 The Passionate Young Man Kazan. Golden sunlight streamed down from the sky, causing the ivy on the mottled wall to tremble slightly, appearing lush and verdant. The stone tablet under the sunlight exudes a profound and expansive meaning, bringing peace to one's heart. I heard that our class is the last elite officer training camp. By this time, Jiaji had recovered somewhat. He consciously stubbed out his cigar, looked at the words deeply imprinted on the stone tablet in front of him, and slowly said, Professor Zephyr has submitted an application to headquarters to establish a naval academy after our graduation, expanding its enrollment so that it can better train more mid-level officers for the naval headquarters. Darren also stubbed out his cigar. Although he is not a person who likes to follow rules, some things have nothing to do with rules. That's a good idea. During his few days recuperating at the military hospital, Darren certainly didn't just play games with Dr. Maria. He didn't forget his serious business. Through his conversations with the doctors and nurses, he learned more or less about the situation at headquarters. Combined with the intelligence and information he had gathered in Beihai, he gained a general understanding of the military and political personnel system at headquarters. Unlike the original storyline, at the end of 1492 in the ocean calendar, the golden generation of the Marine headquarters had not yet grown up. In order to gain relatively free authority and thus be able to chase Roger across the seas, Garp repeatedly refused to be promoted to admiral. Having lost his wife and children and become disillusioned with the Navy, Zephyr stepped down from his frontline duties and devoted himself to educating the next generation of naval personnel. Sakazuki, Dragon, and Borsellino are only in their early 20s or 30s and are still in the period of rapid growth and strength. They are still some distance away from being among the top combatants in the sea. Meanwhile, the backbone of the Navy headquarters' mid-level combat power in the original storyline, such as future elite vice admirals like Kasuke Tsuyama, are still either in training camps, struggling at the bottom, or haven't even joined the Navy yet. It can be said that this period was the time when the Navy's combat power was most lacking in talent. In fact, the 5 vice admirals of the headquarters who are still alive, apart from Garp and Tsuru, have basically worked up through years of accumulated military merits and seniority, and lack the ability to truly stand alone. As the chief instructor of the Navy, Zephyr clearly noticed the problems existing in the Navy headquarters, which is why he proposed the suggestion of establishing a military academy and expanding its scale. Darren, who was familiar with the plot, knew very well that Zephyr's decision was undoubtedly extremely accurate. It was precisely because of this decision that Zephyr cultivated the most brilliant golden generation in the history of the Navy, creating a great naval era and promoting the Navy to become the world's hegemon. Of course, it was also this golden age that ultimately dug his grave and buried him. It must be said that the world is indeed full of irony. Oh my gosh, I've been waiting for so long. It's finally here. At this moment, a lazy voice suddenly came from behind the stone tablet. Jiaji's expression changed slightly, and he watched the tall figure slowly emerge from behind the stone tablet with wary eyes. How could I have been so close and not even notice someone was hiding here? Who are you? He subconsciously glanced at Darren beside him, only to find that the latter's eyes hadn't changed at all, clearly indicating that he had already noticed this guy beforehand. With black curly hair and wearing a loose white shirt, she exuded an indescribable air of languor. Excuse me, sir, are you Rogers Darren from the North Blue? The king of the North Blue, who fought alongside Vice Admiral Garp and clashed head-on with the great pirate Joel D. Roger? The black-haired youth glanced at Jiaji, who was looking wary, but his gaze didn't linger on him before settling on Darren. Darren smiled and said, "That's the rumor. And yes, my name is Rogers Darren." The moment he finished speaking, the indifference and laziness on the black-haired youth's face vanished instantly, replaced by a visible surge of excitement and agitation. Ha ha ha, it really was you. You were so cool, Darren, for slaying the great pirate Bundy Waldo and going head-to-head with Joel D. Roger. He acted like a fan meeting their idol, quickly walking up to them, his eyes burning with excitement and longing. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Kazan, I'm from the South China Sea, and I'm about to join the 3rd officer training camp. My short-term goal is to graduate as a top student. As for my long-term goals, he clenched his fist, waved it in midair, and said arrogantly, "My dream is to become a Marine Admiral, a hero like Vice Admiral Garp." His words were firm and resolute, full of confidence. The air suddenly became very quiet. Quack quack. Several crows flew overhead. Jiaji's lips twitched violently. This person is acting like an idiot. He couldn't help but complain in his mind. Darren looked at the energetic guy in front of him and couldn't help but rub his temples, a few black lines appearing on his forehead. Yes, he recognized the uninvited guest blocking his way at first glance. Kazan, one of the future 3 admirals of the Navy, is the guy who insists on lazy justice. Although he already knew that this guy was still adhering to burning justice and had joined the naval officer training camp in the same year as him, he did not expect that after actually getting to know him, he would find that Kazan at this time was so passionate. "Nice to meet you, Kazan." He said it in a nonchalant way. "Hello, Kazan. My name is Keiki, and I'm a genius who's quite well known in the Marine headquarters." At this moment, Kaji also recognized Kazan's identity. As a future classmate, he took the initiative to express goodwill, stepped forward, and extended his hand. "I'm sure you've heard of me, haven't you? I'm the man who once fought against Bundy Waldo and Joel D. Roger and came out unscathed, right?" His smile suddenly froze. Kazan completely ignored Gaji, walked right past him, and strode forward, enthusiastically putting his arm around Darren's neck with a warm and expectant smile on his face. "So Darren, I heard you made Roger suffer a bit of a loss, is that true?" Darren's eyes twitched slightly. He was somewhat unaccustomed to Kazan's enthusiasm. He subtly freed himself from Kazan's grasp and replied dismissively, "Well, I guess so." Jiaji awkwardly withdrew his hand, which had been hanging in midair, and couldn't help but mutter in a sour tone. He just pulled down Roger's pants. Unexpectedly, upon hearing these words, Kazan's eyes suddenly burst forth with star-shaped light. Really, they actually ripped Roger's pants off. This is unbelievable. That's so cool. Additional calculation. Darren. Chapter 32, A Born Rival. As Darren passed through the gates of the officer training camp, he inexplicably found himself followed by a tag-along. Kazan, like a devoted fanboy, followed Darren closely, occasionally letting out heartfelt exclamations with shining eyes. "I heard that during the operation to defeat the Ward pirates, you faced the great pirate Bondi Waldo all by yourself. Is that right? And I've also heard that you've assembled an invincible fleet in the North Sea. That's so cool." Faced with the fanatical Kazan, Darren was somewhat exasperated and could only offer perfunctory replies. "I've made up my mind." Kazan suddenly rushed forward and blocked Darren's path. He raised his hand, head held high, pointing at Darren, his eyes blazing with fury, a fierce smile playing on his thick lips, and clenched his fist tightly, saying, "Darren, from this day forward, you are the one I, Kazan, have chosen as my mortal rival. Are you ready to face my burning fighting spirit and justice?" Darren. Additional calculation. Darren's lips twitched. Looking at the youthful and passionate Kazan in front of him, he felt that his life in the officer training camp would probably not be very peaceful in the future. The officer training camp has not yet been formally expanded into a naval academy, and the number of naval officers who come here for training each year is very small, so the internal area is not very large. Darren, Kazan, and Gaki quickly found the location of the training ground. It was midday, the sun was blazing, and yellow sand swirled in the air. Even the sea breeze couldn't dispel the oppressive heat. A dozen or so naval officers of varying builds had already arrived. Some were wiping their swords, some were rubbing their hands together in anticipation, some remained silent, and some were leaning against the shadow of the high wall, smoking quietly. The arrival of Darren and his two companions quickly attracted their attention, and whispers began to circulate among them. "It's him, isn't it? Rogers Darren, the king of the North Sea who, according to rumors, killed Bondi Waldo. They certainly look very powerful. They have that kind of aura." The naval officers stared intently at the tall figure at the front. Their expressions varied, each harboring their own thoughts. "Who are those two people next to Darren? Do you know them, Dalmatia?" Someone asked a young officer wearing a military cap and with spotted dog markings on his face. Dalmatia said slowly, "That guy in the brown hat is Cake, from headquarters, and very talented. As for that guy with the yawning, black curly hair, I don't know him. Do you know Huashishin? His name is Kazan, and like me, he comes from the South China Sea. He's a monster." A square-faced young man named Huashishin, with a buzz cut, chuckled as he spoke, a lit cigar dangling from his lips. Despite having a rough facial structure, her smile gives people a gentle sense of security. He's ridiculously strong. He was exceptionally selected by headquarters to enter the training camp. A monster. The gloomy man, wiping his military knife not far away, looked up when he heard this description. His skin had a dull sheen, his eyes flashed with a cold, warlike intent, and his long, reddish-brown hair was disheveled, resembling the 8 legs of a spider. "Oni Spider, you'd better watch out. This isn't the West Sea, a vacation spot." The speaker was a young man wearing a military cap with a cross-shaped scar on his cheek, whose stern eyes held a hint of mocking amusement. "No matter how leisurely the West Sea is, it's still better than your weakest East Sea, Doberman," Enigmo said coldly. Doberman scoffed. "If you're not satisfied, we can go back to the battlefield. I bet you didn't have a good fight yesterday either, did you?" Enigmo sneered. "Forget it. I have no interest in the weak." As he spoke, his fierce gaze shifted from Kazan to Darren. While the officers who were also participating in the training camp were sizing up Darren and his two companions, Darren also briefly observed everyone present. Although they look at least 20 years younger than their appearances in the original story, their overall features are still quite recognizable. The one with the spotted dog skin is Dalmatia, a Zoan-type dog fruit user in Dalmatian form, a future elite Marine Vice Admiral who severely injured Sun God, with shave and finger pistol on the battlefield at Marineford. With his buzz cut and beard, a cigar in his mouth, a kind smile, and a peaceful demeanor, is Huashishin, a future elite Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. He took care of Chief of Staff, Saru, during the Marineford War. He was strong yet gentle, and served as a role model for many young naval officers. He was one of the 5 vice admirals who participated in the Buster Call at Eni's lobby and participated in the Buster Call mission twice. The one with long, reddish-brown hair and a sinister expression is Enigmo, a future elite vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, with a very ruthless personality. He didn't care if his subordinates were harmed while carrying out the mission. The 5 vice admirals who participated in the Buster Call plan would later become well-known hawks in the Navy. The man with the scar on his face is Doberman, a future elite vice admiral of the Marine headquarters. He cooperated with the Kainu in the pursuit of the 2 vice admirals of the Whitebeard pirates during the later stages of the Marineford War. He has a very tough personal style. Even after the Marineford War, when Shanks suggested that they stop making a big deal out of the deaths of Whitebeard and Ace, Doberman directly rebuked Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Apart from these few people, Darren didn't recognize the other officers. After all, the original storyline didn't provide much information about the Navy, but it's certain that those who pass the headquarters review and selection process to enter the officer training camp will inevitably become the backbone of the Navy in the future. Unlike the large-scale recruitment in later generations, the early officer training camps recruited only the elite of the elite, truly earning the title of Cradle of Generals. Hey, Darren and Kazan are looking at us a little strange. Standing next to Darren, Jaji felt extremely uncomfortable under the gazes directed at him. Those eyes, brimming with fighting spirit, are truly exhilarating. Kazan adjusted his sunglasses, grinned with his thick lips, and looked full of energy. Gaji rolled his eyes, ignoring the hot-blooded young man Kazan, and turned to look at Darren. Darren waved his hand and laughed. Jaji, move 2 steps over there. Oh, what's wrong? Jaji asked, puzzled, but did as he was told. Is this enough? Take 2 more steps. Good. Do you still feel uncomfortable? Now it's all right. Jaji looked on with surprise. What happened? Darren said calmly. Because they were only looking at me and Kazan, not at you. Additional calculation. Ha ha ha. Little guys, are you all here? Just then, a loud and hearty laugh came from the entrance of the training ground. Everyone stood up, straightened their caps, put away their knives, and looked solemnly in that direction. The yellow sand swirled and flew, and a tall, imposing figure strode steadily and powerfully through the sand, walking slowly toward them. He had short, vibrant purple hair, bronze skin, and bulging muscles that made his military uniform look taut. He wore black sunglasses, and his general's cloak, adorned with golden wheat ears on his epaulets, fluttered wildly in the wind. A solemn, austere, and imposing aura immediately enveloped us. Former Navy Admiral Zephyr, Navy codename Black Arm. Chapter 33 Top 5 Seats. As Zephyr entered, the naval officers on the parade ground spontaneously formed a simple square formation. Darren noticed that Guion had moved to the spot behind him and silently lined up. He smiled almost imperceptibly. Soon, Zifa then arrived at the front of the queue, facing the imposing chief instructor before them, whose aura was as solid as a mountain. The naval personnel simultaneously straightened their chests and raised their hands in salute. Zeph-sensei. No matter how illustrious or unruly they were before coming to headquarters for training, they all succumbed to the legendary Navy, the former admiral who had trained so many monsters. Everyone offered their sincerest respect with heartfelt admiration. Great. Very spirited and imposing. Zifa looked at the young and proud faces before him, and at the pairs of eyes filled with burning light, and smiled with satisfaction. Whenever he sees these positive and motivated young people striving forward and embarking on the path of justice under his guidance, his heart is filled with indescribable pride and joy. This is also why he chose to stay and continue coaching even after becoming disillusioned with the Navy. In some unknown corner of his heart, Zifa knew very well that only the satisfaction of raising the next generation could slightly dilute the grief and trauma in his heart. Thinking of this, Zephyr adjusted his sunglasses and slowly spoke. Before the training camp officially begins, I would first like to congratulate you all. His voice was deep yet powerful, echoing in the empty schoolyard and clearly reaching the minds of every student. Congratulations on your official entry into the Naval Headquarters Officer Training Camp. Zifa's lips curled into a deep smile, and the students present laughed along with him. You are all naval elites from all over the world. Some come from the peaceful East China Sea, some from the prosperous West China Sea, and some from the chaotic North China Sea. Before this, you all had different identities. Some of you were the highest-ranking officers holding military power over a sea area, while others were just ordinary naval officers. You have come a long way to get to this place, and I know it was not easy. You should be proud of yourselves." Upon hearing this, the students couldn't help but straighten their backs even more. Darren noticed that Kazan's eyes were shining, and his clenched fists were trembling with excitement. But Zifa's tone suddenly changed, becoming stern. "All of the above has now officially come to an end. You must forget all your past identities, honors, and achievements. In this training camp, you are nothing. From this moment on, you will reshape your lives. You will spend the best and worst years of your lives here. You will be constantly pushed to your physical limits on different levels." At the same time, on the rooftop of a building in the distance of the training ground, 3 tall figures stood side by side in a row. The wide cloaks, representing the authority of a major general in the headquarters, fluttered in the wind behind the 3 men. "It's another new beginning." Borsellino, hands in his pockets, gazed at the scene in the distance and said with a smile. Looking back now, it was indeed a wonderful time. A hint of emotion flickered in Dorag's eyes, then he smiled and said, "But this is the 3rd edition already, and Professor Zephyr's manuscript still hasn't been revised." Borsellino shrugged. "I wonder who will become the chief this year. It's a real shame that we couldn't determine a true champion last time." He glanced at Sakazuki and Dorag seemingly casually. Sakazuki did not speak. He looked intently into the eyes of the crowd on the training ground, then looked away and turned away. "Oh, aren't you going to stay and see how it goes? I heard that boy named Kazan has monster talent just like us." Borsellino looked at Sakazuki's retreating figure with some surprise and asked, "There's no need." Sakazuki did not stop. "Who hasn't been called a monster? He can't possibly beat my adjutant." As his indifferent words fell, Sakazuki's cold figure had already disappeared from their sight. "How heartless." Borsellino scratched his head with feigned helplessness, then turned to look at Dragon. "What do you think, Dragon?" Dorag pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "That guy named Kazan. I've looked at his file, he's really good. Without Darren, he could have easily overshadowed everyone else." Borsellino smiled and said, "That's such a pity. Open your eyes and look around. Say hello to your current competitors and future colleagues." On the school grounds, Zifa's opening speech was coming to an end. Everyone remained focused and attentive. Whether you have been successful or unsuccessful, glorious or desolate, strong or weak in your past life, none of these matters. Because from the moment you stand before me, the starting line of your lives has been reset once again. I will give my all and impart all the knowledge I have learned in my life to you without reservation. This stage belongs only to you. Whether the final outcome is good or bad, that will be up to you to decide. Finally, before the training camp officially begins, as is customary, I must ask you a question. Who among you wants to quit? If so, you can say so now. Zifa raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the faces of everyone present. All 15 trainees met his gaze with unwavering eyes. They couldn't possibly withdraw from a training camp spot that countless naval personnel would fight tooth and nail for. Zifa smiled with satisfaction. "Very well, then I hereby declare." He took a deep breath, his voice echoing throughout the entire training ground. "The 3rd Naval Elite Officer Training Camp has officially begun. Next, as is customary, the new trainees will engage in random duels to determine the top 5 spots in the training camp based on their strength." At this moment, Jiaji raised his hand and asked curiously, "Professor Zephyr, what are the rewards for the top 5? Zifa shook his head and said, "No. In terms of teaching resources at military academies, all students are treated equally and without any bias." He grinned and continued with great interest. "But the list of the top 5 is the biggest reward in itself, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, a fierce fighting spirit suddenly ignited in the eyes of everyone present. "That's right, the top 5 spots are the biggest reward in themselves. They are all elites and geniuses carefully selected by the Navy headquarters from all over the world through rigorous selection processes. Each of them has their own pride and confidence, and naturally, they are unwilling to lag behind others. For a distinguished naval officer, honor is the greatest reward. To secure a top 5 spot among a group of elites and geniuses. Even his status as the Chief Executive Officer. Thank you. Chapter 34 Draw and First Match. Chief. Although this ranking did not offer any substantial reward, it was far more valuable to the Navy personnel present than any other reward. After all, they are already members of the training camp, which means they have one foot in the door of becoming general-level officers, and they will surely become the backbone of the Navy headquarters in the future. What they lack is fame and reputation. Just think about who was the champion of the previous training camp, and you'll know how valuable this is. The two who tied for first place in the first officer training camp were Borsellino, a current Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, and Sakazuki, a current Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, both of whom were known as monsters. Chief of the 2nd Officer Training Camp, son of a hero, Monkey D. Dragon, currently a Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters. If they can win the top position in the training camp, they will naturally have a reputation that rivals these three. Even if you don't win first place, since there are 2nd, 3rd, and 5th place rankings, who would be happy to see themselves not on the list? Those who can participate in the officer training camp are all geniuses and elites from naval branches around the world. In addition, they are only in their early 20s, which is the time of youthful arrogance. No one is willing to be inferior to others, and they have their own pride in their hearts. Thinking of this, the Marines present all turned their gazes to Darren and Kazan, glancing at them from time to time with provocative looks in their eyes. Now let's draw lots. Zifa took in everyone's expressions and eyes, and a smile appeared on his lips. He pulled out a small bundle of papers from his pocket and spread out his large, fingerbone-sized palm. There are 15 of you in total. These 15 slips of paper contain 7 numbers from 1 to 7. The 2 people who draw the same number will duel. A total of 14 people will participate in the second round of duels. And this also means that some people will get a bye and advance directly. No one objected to this. After all, luck is also a part of ability. This is true in peacetime, and even more so on the battlefield. On a battlefield amidst a hail of bullets, a shell might suddenly land right next to you and explode. And who can you complain to then? Darren, I hope I can face you in the second round. Kazan clenched his fist and excitedly approached Darren. Darren smiled. Me too. He was still very curious about Kazan's strength. The current Kazan is not yet the monstrous powerful Marine Admiral of later generations. His strength is rapidly increasing. This might be one of the few times we can bully them. Jiaji, standing beside him, stood with his hands folded, muttering something in a low voice that only he could hear. Don't draw Darren, don't draw Darren. He hadn't forgotten the scene in Beihai where he and Guion were tortured to the point of wishing they were dead by that bastard Darren. Others may not know, but Jiaji knows very well how ruthless this madman is when he fights. It looked like a ferocious beast. Jiaji shuddered as he recalled those unbearable beatings. He suddenly caught sight of Kazan, who was warming up with a fanatical look in his eyes, and after thinking for a moment, added, Don't draw Darren and Kazan. Don't draw Darren and Kazan. Are you kidding me? If I ran into those two in the first round, I'd be eliminated immediately. How embarrassing would it be if this got out? The genius of headquarters, Mr. Cake, was eliminated in the first round. No, absolutely not. Jiaji walked forward shakily, and after hesitating for a long time, he finally chose a small crumpled piece of paper from Zifa's hand. Don't draw Darren and Kazan. Don't draw Darren and Kazan. He muttered to himself as he unwrapped the crumpled paper, making Zifa's lips twitch. I gotta buy. Suddenly, Jiaji raised the piece of paper in his hand high. The number 8 was clearly written on it. He was excited, and the smile on his face almost stretched to his ears. The place was quiet. In an instant, both eyes turned to Jiaji, leaving him stunned. Additional calculation. Ahem, his eye twitched, and his smile vanished as if his expression had changed, becoming extremely serious. Well, what I mean is, it's such a shame. With his hands behind his back, Jiaji's eyes were filled with sighs amper, GNKI, a complex emotion encompassing regret, emotion, and reflection. A look of melancholy appeared on his face, a face etched with countless stories. I was hoping to face off against top players like Darren and Kazan in the second round, but now it seems I'll have to wait until the next round. He glanced at the others, his cloak billowing behind him, his eyes filled with disdain. Good luck, everyone. I'll be waiting for you in the next round. Everyone. Zephyr. Guion covered her forehead in pain. Darren's lips twitched slightly. Additionally, Lieutenant Colonel He. At this moment, Kazan walked up to Darren with a look of surprise, his eyes fixed on the lonely shadow on a cold river state of Jiaji, his eyes shining with admiration. He's so cool. Darren, Guion, and Zephyr. The lottery results came out quickly. Those who receive a bye will advance directly to the next round. Kazan drew number 1, and his opponent was former East China Sea Navy Admiral and Navy Headquarters Captain Doberman. Guion drew number 2, and her opponent was Lieutenant Colonel Mozambique from the West Sea. Darren had a vague impression of Mozambique. This unfortunate guy was the one whose body was controlled by Doflamingo during the Seven Warlords meeting and who attacked other Marine Headquarters vice admirals. His strength was ranked very low among vice admirals. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Darren slowly unwrapped the crumpled paper in his hand. The number above is 5. Number 5, it seems your opponent is me, Brigadier General Darren. A deep voice sounded from behind. Darren turned around and saw a strong young man wearing a cloak, a military knife at his waist, and a spotted dog pelt. Dalmesia, a lieutenant commander at the Navy headquarters, hails from the Grand Line and is a future vice admiral. I have heard of your name before. I'm curious to know just how far I am from the man who killed world destroyer Bondi Waldo, a being known as a monster. Dalmesia stared intently at the Commodore, and a change gradually appeared in his eyes. The black pupils slowly writhed, turning into the yellowish-brown vertical pupils of a canine. Along with this change, a wild aura also emanated from his body. Darren remained unmoved and smiled calmly. I won't let you down, Lieutenant Colonel Dalmesia. All right, let's begin the duel in numerical order. After confirming that everyone had found their opponent, Zephyr announced loudly. In a duel, there are no rules or restrictions on the use of weapons that can be cut or devil fruit abilities. I hope you will give it your all. Zephyr raised his hand. Match number 1. Kazan vs. Doberman. Step forward. Thank you. Chapter 35 The Monster's Power. The previous chapter has been corrected. I got confused while writing. Sakazuki is indeed from the same generation as Kizuru. The second class leader was Dragon, which is why the graduation ceremony video of the second class in the previous book disappeared. As Zephyr's powerful words fell, the Navy soldiers spontaneously made way for him. Era, it's my turn in the first round. This is so exciting. Kazan smiled and strode to the center of the open space. Zephyr squinted as he observed Kazan, a smile playing on his lips. This kid always gives off a lazy vibe, but when he encounters something that interests him, he becomes excited and enthusiastic. Two completely different temperaments are perfectly blended in him. They're really motivated. Zephyr murmured to himself. It's a common practice in the training camp to determine the top 5 through duels. This serves two purposes. Firstly, to stimulate the students' competitive spirit, and secondly, to provide instructors with a good opportunity to observe the students. Students can get to know each other better through competition, and instructors can also see their strengths and weaknesses more clearly, so as to teach them according to their individual needs in the future. At this moment, Doberman, with a scar on his face, stepped out from the crowd with a cold expression, his eyes fixed on Kazan. My original target was Darren. I wanted to see for myself just how strong the so-called King of the North Sea really was. After all, I had heard his name far too much lately, and I was even getting a little tired of it. But it seems that if I want to fight Darren, I have to take care of you first, Kazan. Before coming to headquarters for training, Doberman was the highest-ranking officer in the East China Sea, serving as the East China Sea Admiral. As an admiral from the same region, he had heard of Darren's renowned name long ago. To some extent, Darren's excellence as the North Sea Admiral put a lot of pressure on him and also made him feel a strong sense of resentment. Although Darren had successfully defeated the great pirate Bondi Waldo and escaped unscathed from his battle with Joel D. Roger, proving his strength. But Doberman doesn't think Darren is really that strong. After all, Admiral Sengoku and Rear Admiral Borsellino also participated in the operation to defeat the Ward pirates. Lieutenant General Garp and Major General Dragon were also present during the confrontation with Roger. Who knows what the real situation is? Only when you truly fight, even if you lose, do you have to accept the defeat wholeheartedly. I'm sorry, Darren is my opponent. Kazan scratched his head in frustration, looking troubled. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Doberman slowly pressed down on the hilt of the military knife at his waist, his body sinking slightly. As he moved, the aura emanating from Doberman suddenly became heavy and imposing. A strong wind whipped up yellow sand, causing the snow-white cloak to flutter wildly. Doberman stepped forward with his right foot and bent his left knee, his figure appearing taut and ready to pounce. Kazan squinted. Guion was struck by the beautiful sword-drawing technique. Want to end this fight with a single move? Darren smiled calmly. Everyone fell silent, holding their breath as they watched the scene unfold. They didn't want to overlook any detail. After all, regardless of the outcome, the winner of this duel will become their rival. No one would miss an opportunity to obtain intelligence on their competitor's combat capabilities. The air grew increasingly oppressive. Suddenly, yellow sand swirled up. Doberman pounced like a cheetah, moving at a speed too fast for the naked eye to see. A dazzling flash of light suddenly exploded. In an instant, his aura transformed from robust to sharp and unyielding. This sword is already of the sharpness of a master swordsman cutting through steel. Laugh. An exaggerated cut appeared on Kazan's shoulder, but not a single drop of blood spurted out. Strands of crystalline ice crystals drifted up, reflecting the brilliance of the sunlight, and quickly vanished in the gale. Doberman appeared behind Kazan. He stared blankly at his frozen saber in hand, finding it hard to accept the passage of time. The other naval personnel present stared in disbelief at the scene, their pupils contracting. Natural type. Is that ice? This is too unsolvable. There's no way we can win. No, look at Doberman's hands and knife. They're frozen. Could this be? They looked at Doberman's hand and the knife, their faces gradually turning horrified. The art of drawing the sword itself pursues extreme speed and explosiveness, channeling all the body's strength into the blade in order to maximize damage. Doberman's swordsmanship perfectly exemplifies the characteristics of drawing the sword. Even if Kazan is a Logia-type devil fruit user, such a speed at which he draws his sword would make it impossible for him to freeze his hand and sword using only the elemental nature of his devil fruit ability. This can only be done in one specific situation. Kazan successfully tracked the trajectory of Doberman's blade, and at the same time as Doberman struck his body, he actively unleashed his elemental transformation ability. To achieve this, one must possess excellent dynamic vision, neural reflexes, physical speed, and good control over devil fruit abilities. Monster. It is indeed a monster. The Navy personnel were speechless with astonishment. Strong-willed. Jiaji muttered, somewhat bewildered. He mentally simulated what it would be like to be Doberman, and his face quickly fell. There is absolutely no chance of winning. Even if Kazan doesn't use his devil fruit powers, I still wouldn't be a match for that guy. That's a really fast knife. At this moment, Kazan scratched his head and sighed softly. Ice crystals continued to spread from the knife wound on his chest until it finally returned to normal. Stop joking around. Doberman gritted his teeth. He slowly stood up, turned around, and the ice crystals on his palms and military knife shattered and kept falling off. Truly worthy of being called a monster, a complete and utter crushing victory, so powerful it inspires despair. Doberman sheathed his knife, shook his head, looked at Kazan with a complicated expression, and after a moment of silence, said in a low voice, I lost. Thank you for your guidance, Kazan. Kazan gave him a hearty smile and a thumbs up. Your knife is really powerful too. Doberman was stunned, and then a nameless anger suddenly welled up in his chest, as if Kazan was mocking him. But when he met Kazan's sincere and enthusiastic gaze, he was immediately stunned. This guy seems to be serious. Some words, spoken by certain people, sound sarcastic and suggestive, like they deserve a beating. However, when the same words were spoken by the passionate young man Kazan at this moment, they sounded very sincere. Doberman pursed his lips, then shook his head and gave a wry smile. Losing to a monster isn't shameful. However, I will catch up with you. His gaze quickly hardened. Kazan grinned. I'm waiting for you. Doberman gave another wry smile. This guy is really hard to dislike. Seeing this, Zephyr, the instructor, nodded in satisfaction and then loudly announced. Match number 1, winner, Kazan. The second duel now begins. Guion versus Mozambique. Step forward. Regarding when Kazan acquired the devil fruit, I looked it up but couldn't find a clear answer. To save time, I'll just say he already had it. Otherwise the battles would be boring and wouldn't affect the plot. Gratitude. Chapter 36 is here. As soon as she finished speaking, Guion nodded to Zephyr and stepped out from the crowd. With her tall figure, long, glossy black hair tied in a neat high ponytail, slender waist, and long legs, she wore a pair of black military boots, giving her an overall heroic and dashing beauty. It instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Did you see that? That's my childhood friend. Guion is about to accept my confession and become my girlfriend. With a lecherous grin on his face, Jiaji moved closer to Kazan and chuckled. Really? I don't believe it. Kazan scratched his head earnestly. She's very cold towards you. Jiaji's smile froze instantly. Compared to Guion's eye-catching presence, her opponent, Mozambique, seemed rather unremarkable. His dark skin was slightly tanned, and he had short, dark gray hair and a hideous scar on his left cheek. Admit defeat, I don't kill women. Mozambique stared coldly at Guion and said in a cold voice. Guion remained silent. With a calm expression, she pressed the hilt of the sword hanging at her waist and slowly drew the long sword. The friction between the golden sword and its scabbard produced a sharp hissing sound. The slender blade reflected a dazzling luster in the sunlight. At the very moment she drew her sword, Guillaume's aura suddenly changed, becoming cold and sharp. Mozambique's expression changed slightly, and he felt the pores on his back stand on end. This aura. He gritted his teeth, his figure suddenly bursting out from the spot, drawing his military knife and gripping it tightly with both hands, slashing down towards Guillaume's exquisite face. A strong gust of wind quickly approached, causing Guillaume's black hair to fly wildly in disarray. Facing the powerful and heavy knife, her eyes remained completely calm. Everything before her eyes seemed to vanish at that moment, and countless battle scenes flashed rapidly through her mind, finally coalescing into the image of a black-haired man. Clang! The military sword was firmly held back by the golden sword, the blade only centimeters away from Guillaume's forehead, yet it could not advance any further. Mozambique's pupils contracted. His own attack was blocked so easily, so slow. In a daze, he seemed to hear a clear, cold voice. A sudden gust of wind arose. Strands of silver light kept emerging, rapidly magnifying before his eyes. How is that possible? A chilling scream rang out from Mozambique. Then, a cold shout rang out. The vast, crescent-shaped sword beam instantly engulfed his figure. Mozambique's tall body was like a wave in a raging storm before the roaring blade of light, thrown away and crashing heavily to the ground dozens of meters away. He struggled to his feet, then knelt on one knee, staring incredulously at the figure not far away. The steel-forged military knife in his hand shattered into countless fragments with a crackling sound, leaving only the hilt. The drill ground was completely silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. While Mozambique's strength wasn't among the top of this group of officers, it was still in the middle tier. But he lost so completely. Sold out instantly. If his opponent were a monster like Kazan, that would be somewhat understandable. But his opponent is Guillaume. Guillaume's strength has increased significantly. What exactly did she experience in the North Sea? Dalmesia said in a low voice, his face full of disbelief. He previously worked at headquarters and knew Guillaume. The strength that Guillaume is displaying right now is far greater than when they last met. In the center of the drill ground, Guillaume herself quietly gazed at the famous sword in her hand. The gleaming blade reflected her slightly surprised expression. I didn't even realize I'd become so much stronger, she murmured. When she was in North Sea, she only had one rival, Darren. So when she was facing the attack from Mozambique just now, the image of Darren attacking her subconsciously flashed into her mind. Compared to the despair she felt when facing Darren, Mozambique's attacks, which were completely overwhelmed, seemed utterly flawed and incredibly slow to her. It's so easy, that's really strange. But Mozambique's attacks are too slow and weak. He stroked the stubble on his chin and said thoughtfully. Darren smiled when he heard his muttering. The special training I gave Guillaume and Kekii was hellish. After all, when the warring states sent them to the North Sea, they also intended for the warring states to take care of air. The intense fighting, physical confrontation, and relentless pressure, coupled with their extraordinary talent and the rapid increase in strength of the two Guillaume members, even surprised Darren himself. However, since leaving the North Sea, they have never had the opportunity to fight at full strength. The powerful enemies they faced were legendary pirates like Bondi Waldo and Roger, so they could not compare their own progress in combat power. This is one of the laws of this world. The hierarchy of combat power is not actually very obvious. Leaving aside situations of absolute dominance, the outcome of most battles and fights can only be determined in the actual fighting. The victor is Guillaume. Zephyr declared Guillaume the winner. Guillaume sheathed his sword, saluted Mozambique, and turned to walk into the crowd. Mozambique gritted his teeth, stood up somewhat unwillingly, and saluted in return. Fate. The duel between number 3 and number 4 was quickly decided. The winners were the Admiral of the South China Sea, Captain Kashoyama, and Lieutenant Commander Gumir, who came from the Grand Line. Both battles had many commendable aspects, prompting Zephyr to nod in approval frequently. Both Huashishin and Gumir are skilled swordsmen. The former's swordsmanship is powerful, yet reveals a resolute ferocity, while the latter is more steady and has very few flaws. Next, the contestant for the 5th round, please step forward. Zephyr announced the start of the next duel. Darren versus Dalmesia. The moment the words were spoken, everyone present was shaken. Rogers Darren, King of the North Blue, is a rising star in the Navy who will fight the great pirate Bondi Waldo. They had already heard of those resounding names far too often. At that moment, they will witness this man's prowess firsthand. So, is it truly well-deserved? or just a hollow reputation? Enigmo said coldly. Anyone who can be recognized by Vice Admiral garb is definitely not weak, Fire Mountain said with a kind smile. We'll see. It's just a pity I've been eliminated. Doberman said with a hint of helplessness as he wiped his saber. Under the unwavering gaze of everyone, the man from Beihai slowly removed his snow-white cloak and walked to the center of the training ground. As he made his move, everyone present fell silent. The atmosphere became heavy. A faint sense of oppression spread like a tide. Here he comes. He truly lives up to his reputation as a worthy opponent. So cool. Kazan's eyes blazed with intense light. Jiaji hid behind Kazan, muttering under his breath with a twitching smile. Here it comes, here it comes. I wonder if he's going to tear down this training ground. Yes, I know it's short. I'll update more chapters. Chapter 37 Fist. Not bad. Darren's got some spirit, huh? Zephyr stood at the edge of the training ground, arms crossed, eyes half closed behind sunglasses, scrutinizing the black-haired Navy man standing in the center of the field, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Although he had a general understanding of Darren's combat strength from the files submitted by Sengoku, Zephyr still preferred to observe an individual's abilities in person rather than rely on intelligence. However, if the records in the file are correct, Zephyr's body tensed slightly. I must be prepared to step in and save people at any time. In the training ground, the scorching wind whipped up the yellow sand, and Darren and Dalmesia stood 10 meters apart, gazing at each other from afar. Darren, are you ready? I know you were just discharged from the hospital today. Dalmesia asked in a deep voice. Darren smiled. It's all right. Come on. It won't be a waste of your energy anyway. The Commodore's overly calm tone immediately enraged Dalmesia. Then don't blame me for being impolite. He let out a beast-like roar, and his body underwent an astonishing transformation. His physique visibly grew taller and more robust, with his upper body muscles bulging so much that they practically ripped his military uniform. On his bronze skin, spotted fur grew rapidly, and the nails on his 10 fingers grew longer and sharper. The skeletal structure of the legs also underwent an astonishing change, with the feet breaking through the military boots and powerfully stomping on the ground, transforming into the robust hind limbs of a canine. Zoan type, dog fruit, Dalmatian form, human beast type. A primal and wild aura suddenly emanated from Dalmesia's body. So that's how it is. Darren murmured softly. As Dalmesia transformed from a human into a beast-human hybrid, Darren sensed that the strength of the former's life magnetic field had increased by at least 30%. A Zoan-type devil fruit provides a comprehensive boost to physical abilities? That's truly enviable. Among the 3 major types of devil fruits, Logia, Zoan, and Paramissionally Zoan-type devil fruits can directly enhance the user's physique and close combat abilities. To some extent, Zoan-type fruits are indeed the most suitable for those skilled in physical combat. Before Darren could finish speaking, Dalmesia had already moved. As his knees bent slightly, a shallow pit suddenly appeared in the ground beneath his feet. Scattered rocks flew up, and Dalmesia's figure, like a nimble cheetah, darted away from the spot. It moved at an extremely high speed, leaving afterimages in the eyes of the onlookers. Such speed, truly worthy of being a Zoan-type devil fruit user. It looks just like a hunting beast. The sailors' eyes lit up, and they couldn't help but cheer. In the blink of an eye, Dalmesia was standing in front of Darren. Sharp claws were raised high, tearing through the air as they slashed down toward the Commodore's chest. Laugh. The expected sound of flesh tearing did not occur. Instead, a series of ear-piercing metallic scraping sounds rang out. Dalmesia's pupils instantly contracted to pinpoints, his face filled with horror. His military uniform was torn open, and his claws, sharp enough to pierce rock, actually managed to leave sparks on Darren's chest skin. Not only Dalmesia, but all the Navy personnel present also wore expressions of disbelief, hardly able to believe their eyes. That guy easily blocked Dalmesia's attack with just his own physical defenses. What exactly is his body made of? Steel? Zephyr's eyes lit up, his heart pounded, and he clenched his fists tightly. It's true. The intelligence is true. That brat Darren actually trained his body to have an iron body. The speed is okay, but the power is a bit lacking. Darren stood still for a moment, then smiled and offered a comment. That's impossible. Dalmesia clenched her sharp canines tightly, her eyes quickly becoming bloodshot. His hands thrust out rapidly, engulfing Darren's figure like a storm. Canine fong, piercing slash. Ding 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 ding. It was as if a dense barrage of bullets was relentlessly striking the Commodore's body, producing dull thuds, and his uniform was riddled with holes. "Damn it! Your body!" With an indignant roar, Doflamingo leaped into the air, his thick waist twisting as his powerful whip leg slammed into Darren's neck. Bang! Ripples of air spread out immediately, but Darren's head only tilted slightly. Doflamingo's pupils dilated violently. Those present stared wide-eyed. "Don't you understand? My ability to kill Bondi Waldo was certainly influenced by external forces." As Darren resisted the power of Doflamingo's whip kick, he slowly turned his head, staring at the former with disdain. "But that doesn't mean I don't have enough strength." Bang! He reached out and grabbed Doflamingo's foot. Doflamingo's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, he felt a violent spinning sensation in front of him, as if the world had turned upside down. He was thrown away with great force by the Commodore. With terrifying throwing force, Doflamingo's figure flew hundreds of meters through the air before crashing heavily into the wall of an abandoned military fortress like a cannonball. The military fortress trembled, and a crater was blasted into its sturdy walls. Doflamingo's body was embedded in it, and a streak of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. But his eyes were fixed on the Commodore in the distance, and his animalistic instincts made him feel an unprecedented sense of threat. "Now, I'll show you real power and speed." Darren simply said something, tore off his tattered uniform, and, like an elegant knight, slightly lowered his knees and gave a gentle salute. A scene that sent chills down everyone's spines unfolded. The moment the knightly salute ended, the ground within a radius of 30 meters beneath Darren's feet collapsed, followed by the explosion of a massive 10-meter-high pillar of muddy sand. The ground of the training ground seemed to rumble at that moment, making everyone feel unsteady on their feet. The next moment, the towering figure exploded like a cannonball from a giant cannon, sending up a cloud of mud pillars, and arrived in front of Doflamingo in the blink of an eye. The Commodore's aura surged, and he became like a madman. A large fist, gloved in black leather, was raised high. Jiaji covered his eyes, his lips twitching. Everyone looked horrified. Kazan's eyes blazed with fanaticism. Doflamingo's pupils dilated sharply. Faced with this overwhelming sense of oppression, his heart seemed to stop beating. An indescribable fear of death surged into his heart, making his scalp tingle. A violent gust of wind rushed towards him, and at that moment, the entire world seemed to disappear from Doflamingo's vision, leaving only that meteor-like fist, which continued to grow larger at an alarming speed. "Darren!" Zifa's cold shout rang out in the distance. The fist landed. Bang! The force of the punch grazed past his ear. A dull thud came from the solid wall behind them. The whole world fell silent at that moment. Doflamingo stood there, panting heavily. Sunlight streamed down from the sky. What came into view was the naval commodore's smiling, cold, and sinister face. Then, "Doflamingo, please take care of me from now on." Darren smiled and said something, then withdrew his fist and turned around. Next second, amidst the horrified, stunned, and frozen gazes of everyone, boom! A huge fist-shaped crater appeared abruptly in the center of the military fortress, piercing through the entire building and forming an exaggeratedly hollow hole. Then, abandoned military fortress, 20 meters high. It collapsed with a crash. Chapter 38 Top 8. Rumble. In the deathly silence, the sound of the military fortress collapsing seemed deafening. The torn walls and the complete destruction of the military fortress's structure, along with many of the internal black steel bars, were twisted and dented, turning into countless boulders that collapsed to the ground. The billowing dust and gusts of air engulfed half of Doflamingo's figure, causing his cloak to flutter wildly behind him. He stared blankly at the tall back of the naval commodore, his expression becoming incredibly complex. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. The other sailors present remained stunned, their mouths agape and eyes wide, unable to recover from the terrifying scene they had just witnessed. "I don't know how much time has passed." "Monster!" Doberman gurgled, swallowed, and found his throat as dry as if it had been burned. He remembered how he had just boasted that he wanted to fight Darren, and he couldn't help but feel a burning pain in his face. The others, their faces also slightly pale, exchanged glances, each seeing the bitterness and astonishment in the other's eyes. They're not even in the same league. Is this some kind of joke that I'm in the same training camp as a monster? Now I believe he can fight Bondi Waldo. It's so powerful it's almost inhuman. Jiaji shook his head and sighed, then comforted them. "It's okay, you'll get used to it. That guy isn't a normal person." As if recalling some tragic experience, he couldn't help but grimace. Upon hearing his words, everyone fell silent. Only Kazan, his eyes still shining, walked excitedly to Darren's side and exclaimed, "That power you just saw, and your physique, how did you cultivate that? Darren, that's so cool." Darren dusted himself off and laughed. "Compared to your devil fruit ability, mine is nothing." Kazan clenched his fist. "You truly are the rival I've chosen to fight. I'm increasingly looking forward to our duel." All right. Darren is the winner of this match." Zifa walked over at this moment, unable to suppress the smile on his face. His gaze toward Darren was full of satisfaction. Such a promising talent, with exaggerated strength, a body of steel, and terrifying explosive power, would become a humanoid beast if he were to master powerful, domineering aura under my tutelage. Darren, you're very good, and your control over your power is excellent." Zifa was generous with his praise. Darren smiled modestly. "Thank you, Professor Zifa." Zifa waved his hand, looked at the somewhat dejected Dalmesia, and encouraged her. "Dalmesia, don't be too discouraged. I saw your performance just now. Whether it was the use of devil fruit power or the timing of your attack, it was quite excellent. Given time, you will definitely become a pillar of the Navy." Hearing his respected teacher Zifa praise him in this way, Dalmesia felt much of his inner turmoil dissipate. He raised his hand in salute and said, "Yes, Professor Zephyr. I will definitely work hard from now on." What about me? What about me, Professor Zephyr?" Jiaji asked excitedly as well. Zifa glanced at him. You're not bad either. You're lucky. Additional calculation. Let's begin the next duel." Zifa made the announcement swiftly and decisively. Soon, 2 naval officers stepped out of the ranks. Having witnessed Darren's astonishing combat power, the subsequent battles seemed rather boring. Only monsters can fight monsters. The same thought popped into the minds of all the naval personnel. In less than 10 minutes, the first round of duels was over, and Zephyr announced the list of those who advanced to the quarterfinals. Kazan, a lieutenant colonel, hails from the South China Sea. Guion, a lieutenant colonel, was a graduate of the Navy headquarters. Hiwashishin, colonel, admiral of the South China Sea. Gomir, a colonel, hails from the Grand Line. Darren, brigadier general, admiral of the North Sea. Enigmo, colonel, admiral of the Western Sea. Strawberry, a colonel, hails from the Grand Line. Kaji, lieutenant colonel, formerly of the Navy headquarters. As Zifa read out the names one by one, the corresponding people stepped forward and stood tall in front of Zifa, forming a line. The sunlight shone down, sprinkling a thin layer of golden sand onto their youthful and passionate faces. What a galaxy of stars! Darren glanced at their faces and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Aside from himself, the transmigrator who cut in line, the 7 people present were all renowned vice admirals in the future naval forces. They either command a branch of the Grand Line and guard a particular sea area, or they are stationed at the Navy headquarters and carry out important military operations such as the Buster Call. And that 2-sword-style swordsman, Strawberry, with his abnormally long skull and long beard, once served as Borsellino's lieutenant, hunting down the Sun Pirates. Zifa, his face beaming with pride, turned his gaze away from the 8 of them and said with a smile, "After the first round of duels, you now have a certain understanding of each other. Now, let's draw lots to determine our opponents for the second round of duels." As he spoke, he took out the slip of paper for drawing lots, which he had prepared in advance, and spread his hands. The crowd looked at each other, then stepped forward one by one. "Don't draw Kazan and Darren. Don't draw Kazan and Darren." Jiaji muttered as he picked up Zhang. "We must draw Darren. We must draw Darren." Kazan was visibly excited. The others stared at these 2 immature guys, speechless. Soon, the list of contestants for the second round was released. Match 1, Gaji vs. Stoloberg. The second match, Guion vs. Gomer. Third match, Kazan vs. Ghost Spider. Fourth game. Darren slowly put away the slip of paper with the number 4 in his hand and looked up at the kind-looking man with a buzz cut. "Looks like my luck isn't too good. I actually ran into you." Hiwashishin scratched his buzz cut and smiled helplessly. As he spoke, he took out a cigar and handed it to Darren. "The tobacco from the local tobacco plantations in the South China Sea is definitely not as good as what you smoke, but it's very strong. Want to try it?" Darren glanced at the cheap, unbranded cigar in Fire Mountain's hand, and at his rough, large hands covered in cat and dog scratches, and suddenly laughed. "Good." He took the cigar. Fourth match. Darren vs. Fire Mountain. "Thank you." Chapter 39, Arrogant Scheme. After a brief exchange, Darren stepped back a few paces, giving the 2 fighters enough space to engage in their duel. He turned his gaze away from Hiwashishin's figure and glanced at the cigar in his hand. The cigars were very ordinary, without even a label, and looked like low-grade products from a tobacco plantation. He hadn't smoked such a cheap cigar in a long time. Logically speaking, as the admiral who holds command of the South China Sea Navy, Hiwashishin could easily live a life of luxury, even if his methods of making money were not as good as mine. But he doesn't seem to have. Although the military boots were polished to a shine, the wrinkles on them showed that they had been worn for a long time. The uniform was clean, but it was clearly faded from washing. Then, recalling the rumors I had heard before. In the 4 sea areas of the East, South, West, and North, the naval headquarters has 4 admirals to command military power in the respective sea areas and maintain security and peace. The Beihai region under his jurisdiction is the most chaotic. Although the East Blue is the weakest, East Blue Admiral Doberman, despite being eliminated by Kazan in the first round, is undoubtedly among the top performers in this training camp. The West Blue is the wealthiest, and its admiral, Enigmo, intimidates pirates with his ruthless and tough demeanor. As for the South China Sea Admiral Hiwashishin, he was known for being powerful yet gentle. He cared for his subordinates, even sharing his own pay with wounded or killed soldiers, making him a role model for many young naval personnel. Is he a truly good Navy officer? Darren suddenly smiled, put the cigar in his mouth, lit it, and took a deep drag. The burning of inferior tobacco produces thick smoke that is extremely pungent and irritates the throat. It's like a strong, rich liquor. He squinted his eyes, looking content. Match number 1, plus a penalty against Strasbourg, Zifa said loudly. He then lit a cigar for himself, clearly in a good mood. Strawberry stepped out of the crowd with a cold expression, staring blankly at Kaji's figure, his hands simultaneously gripping the twin swords at his waist, drawing them from their sheaths. He's actually a rare dual-wielding swordsman. He held the knife in his right hand, reversed his grip on the knife in his left, and assumed an attacking stance, emanating a faint, chilling aura. Jiaji, it seems you're out of luck this time. His tone carried an air of arrogance. Come on, let me see what you've actually learned in Beihai. Upon hearing this, everyone present suddenly realized what was happening and turned their attention to Jiaji. In the second round, the team will receive a bye. In other words, none of those present had witnessed Jiaji's attack and had no way of knowing his combat strength. Gion, who went to Hokkaido with Kei to take up a post, showed a level of strength far exceeding his previous abilities, which made everyone curious about Kei as well. But when everyone's eyes fell on Jiaji, the corner of his mouth twitched and several black lines appeared on his forehead. There's really no other way. Then, Jiaji pulled out a brown hat from somewhere, the brim pulled down, and the shadow covered most of his face. He stood with his hands in his pockets, striking a desolate pose, his cloak billowing in the howling wind carrying yellow sand. Jiaji sighed softly, his voice deliberately low as he said, I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was your estrangement and disdain. It seems that all I can do now is show you the true nature of this genius. Bang! Jiaji suddenly shuddered, jumped up from the spot, and his hat fell to the ground. The bullet exploded at his feet, creating a crater. Get on stage quickly, don't waste my time. Zifa said irritably, the barrel of the pistol in his hand smoking. Hi, Professor Zephyr. With a hesitant, mocking laugh, Lu Xiao ran onto the field. Everyone. Kazan's eye twitched. Gion turned her head away and covered her forehead with her hand. Darren sighed and rubbed his temples. The two faced each other from a distance. Jiaji took a deep breath, lowered his knees, and scrutinized Storabelli in front of him with his eyes, a fine layer of cold sweat beading on his forehead. Stahlberg is a Marine headquarters captain, a rank earned through genuine combat prowess. Born in the Grand Line, he is different from his counterpart who grew up in Marineford, possessing rich combat experience. Although his skills seem to have improved a lot during this period, without the comparison of actual combat, Jiaji really can't estimate his level. Even facing an opponent like Stromberg, Kaji was not confident. Fortunately, I got a bye in the first round, so at least I made it into the top 8, which isn't too embarrassing. Hopefully, Darren's special training will be effective. Kaji muttered to himself. Storabelli has already launched a preemptive attack. With a muffled thud, Storabelli, wielding 2 swords, darted out like a gust of wind. When the two were less than 5 meters apart, he leaped high into the air, his 2 swords crossed, and with unstoppable force, he slashed down at Kaji. At this moment, the world before my eyes seemed to slow down. Jiaji was clearly taken aback for a moment. So slow. Under his gaze, The trajectory of Strawberry's twin blades as they fell was crystal clear. What could be the reason for this? Has Stromberg gotten weaker? No. I've become stronger. He only realized what was happening after a while. As if by instinct, he took half a step back, his figure turning to the side. Clang. Laugh. The sharp twin blades missed their mark and struck the ground, cutting a 10-meter-long gash and kicking up clouds of dust. Strawberry was visibly stunned for a second, his pupils contracting. You dodged it. So easy. I saw right through the traces of the slash. So strong. The surrounding Navy personnel watching the battle gasped in surprise. Zifa's eyes lit up as well. How is that possible? Strawberry gritted his teeth, twisted his right foot forward, and lunged forward again. The excessively long twin swords in his hands created countless sharp afterimages, cutting thin sword marks into the ground and completely enveloping Kaji's figure. Then the unbelievable thing happened. As Jiaji retreated, he staggered and dodged the oncoming slashes, his steps faltering as if he were about to be struck at any moment. Yet each slash narrowly grazed his body. To everyone's astonishment, as time went on, Jiaji's dodging movements became more and more skillful and agile. In the end, he even made all sorts of funny faces from time to time, baring his teeth and looking extremely irritating. Ha ha ha, did you see that? This is the true power of my genius, Kaji. Jiaji laughed triumphantly, then slid in and leaned back to avoid Strawberry's horizontal slash. Too slow. That was so easy. It's crystal clear. Compared to Darren's monstrous cruelty, this guy's attacks are like kids fighting. Noticing the shocked and astonished looks on everyone's faces, Jiaji felt an extreme sense of satisfaction, and the little devil inside him laughed wildly with his hands on his hips. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the torture he had suffered in Beihai, the excruciating pain of being pressed to the ground and rubbed until he was almost dead, was all he had ever experienced. It was such a great deal. Come on, come and kill me. Jiaji grinned, then smirked and made a funny face with both hands. Faced with such ridicule, even the usually expressionless Strawberry couldn't help but fly into a rage, his eyes turning bloodshot. With his twin swords crossed in front of his chest, Strawberry let out a low growl and shot out like a cannonball. But his attack was still in vain. Kaji effortlessly dodged his attack. As the two passed each other, Jiaji suddenly stretched out his right foot. Bang! Stumbled and lost his balance. Strawberry tumbled forward, covered in dust. Ha ha ha. Remember the one who defeated you? It was Genius Plus. Jiaji put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. Then he looked up and scanned the crowd, his expression carrying a kind of invincible loneliness. You all need to step up your game. Try to impress me, and strive to become stronger to please me, okay? Everyone. Speaking of which, can we challenge him directly? I don't know why, but I really want to beat him up, Doberman said coldly. Me too. Enigmo gripped the hilt of his military knife. Take me with you. Dalmesius' eyes twitched, and his fists clenched. I'll come too, Mozambique said through gritted teeth. The others nodded in agreement. These competitors suddenly became united in their hatred of the enemy. Zephyr's lips twitched, and he announced the result directly. The winner gets the extra points. Jiaji then walked down with a smug and arrogant air, his nose in the air, completely ignoring where he was going. Then, he accidentally stepped into a pit. Bang! He fell face first into the mud. 2 wooden clogs flew out, their hairy legs dangling in midair. Everyone was stunned. An expression simultaneously appeared on his face. R.Q. The weather has suddenly gotten nicer. Thank you. Chapter 40 lets you experience despair. Amidst the hostile gazes of the crowd, Jiaji rubbed his face and left the scene wearing wooden clogs. The second match is between Guion and Gumir. As Zifa's loud voice faded, Guion and Gumir simultaneously leaped nimbly to the center of the training ground. They exchanged a brief glance, then simultaneously drew their swords and charged at each other. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of swords clashing rang out continuously, scattering sparks. However, in everyone's eyes, Guion's swordsmanship and combat ability were clearly far superior to Gumir's. Considering Jiaji's performance just now, their eyes flickered, and their gazes turned to Darren, who was standing to the side, smoking a cigar and smiling as he watched the game. Anyone could see it. The reason why Guion and Cake were able to make such an exaggerated improvement in their strength is because of the King of the North Sea. The duel ended in less than 3 minutes. As Guion continued his retreat, he found an opening and his sword was knocked away. In his hasty retreat, the gleaming golden sword was already pressed against his throat. The cold, sharp aura emanating from the blade sent shivers down Gomir's spine. I lost. He gave a helpless, bitter smile. Guillaume sheathed his sword and said in a deep voice, "Thank you for your guidance." Victor Guillaume. Zifa announced the results, and no one seemed too surprised. Next up is the third match, Kazan versus Enigmo. As soon as he finished speaking, Kazan, who had been eagerly anticipating the moment, exclaimed excitedly, "It's finally my turn. I concede." A hoarse voice suddenly rang out, instantly extinguishing the expectant smile on Kazan's face, which immediately fell. Everyone looked over. The gloomy-looking, fierce-looking Enigmo met their gaze and calmly said, "I lack the means to pose a threat to Kazanda. Before mastering armament hockey, Logia-type devil fruit users are invincible." The Marines present pondered for a moment and then agreed with Enigmo's point of view. Zephyr looked at Enigmo and said in a deep voice, "Are you sure you want to give up now, Enigmo?" He frowned almost imperceptibly. Retreating without a fight is not a good habit for the Navy. Enigmo replied expressionlessly, "I understand what you mean, Professor Zephyr. Even if there is only a 100% chance of winning, I will not give up. But I didn't t. His gaze did not waver in the slightest. There is no point in taking action in a battle whose outcome is already predetermined. I see, I understand now." Zephyr paused for a second, then a smile slowly appeared on his face. "I am very pleased that you are able to stick to your beliefs." He didn't try to persuade him any further. As a teacher, what I need to do is not to force students to change their minds, but to guide them onto the right path. He doesn't like those who claim it's for your own good and try to forcibly change students. The most important point is, Zephyr has a certain understanding of Enigmo's background and personality. This naval captain, who used bloody and ruthless methods to wipe out pirates in the West Sea, was definitely not a coward. However, the justice he believed in was relatively realistic, and his actions and methods were more rational and calm. So the winner of the third game is Kazan. A chorus of congratulations followed, but Kazan himself was listless, like a wilted eggplant. He sat on the ground without any decorum, clutching his head in frustration. What a pity. Seeing this, Zephyr smiled and shook his head, then announced the list of participants for the final battle. The final match will be a showdown between Darren and Fire Mountain to determine the last four. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but turn their gaze to Darren and Fire Mountain. The cigar had burned out by then. Darren stubbed out his cigar and slowly stood up from the ground. His unusually tall figure, like a mountain rising abruptly from the ground, cast a large shadow under the blazing sun. A suffocating sense of oppression spread out, like a heavy stone pressing on the hearts of all the naval personnel present. The naval personnel fell silent, their expressions complex as they looked at the figure of Huashishin. Each of them knew very well that for Fire Mountain, facing off against Enigmo against Kazan was a battle whose outcome was already predetermined. The power that Kazan displayed was traceable, and they could vaguely see it. But the man from Beihai was different. The remains of the military fortress still lie piled on the ground, like a war behemoth lying on its head in ruins, giving people a sense of awe and horror. Darren's ferocity, brutality, and domineering aura, as he just displayed, left a deep shadow on each of them, like an ancient beast. Kazan's devil fruit ability is unbeatable, but isn't Tatel's overwhelming power just as despair-inducing? And that guy is also a devil fruit user. He didn't even show his devil fruit ability. If Kazan is an insurmountable city wall standing before us, powerful yet still allowing us to barely glimpse its height, Darren is like that towering mountain that pierces the clouds, and they can't even see its summit clearly. The drill ground suddenly became very quiet. Everyone stared intently at Huashishin, quietly awaiting his decision. Even if Fire Mountain made the same decision as Enigmo, no one would laugh at him for it. After all, given Darren's brutal fighting style, fighting him would most likely result in injury. This could very well affect their performance in the upcoming duel. Darren's victory and advancement to the semifinals are a foregone conclusion, but the fifth spot remains vacant. At least for now, Fire Mountain and Enigmo are the most popular candidates to compete for the fifth seat. Giving up this duel and preparing to compete for the fifth seat in a better position is clearly a more rational and intelligent choice. Huashishin sat there, silent under the gaze of everyone. Second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, under the increasingly wide eyes of the crowd. He suddenly lit a cigar and took a deep drag. Then, he leaned on his military knife with one hand, enduring immense pressure. They stood up firmly. Everyone was slightly shocked, clearly somewhat taken aback. For some reason, As Hiwashishin stood up, they all breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but clench their fists secretly. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. Hiwashishin looked up at Darren, his smile as gentle as ever, his eyes crinkling with laughter. He scratched his buzz cut, somewhat embarrassed, and said, After all, fighting a monster like you does require a lot of mental preparation. Darren said calmly, So are you ready? Hiwashishin nodded, his smile genuine. I really want to get the 5th seat. It would be a huge honor. If I get it, I can go home and make the old man happy. He really wants me to become a hero like Mr. Garp. But then I thought about it again, and if I want to be a hero, I can't back down here, right? Even knowing there's absolutely no chance of winning. Darren looked at the tanned man in front of him, pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, Yes, being a hero is a losing proposition. It requires you to constantly do stupid things. Upon hearing this, Hiwashishin's smile became even brighter. That's why I want to fight you, and I hope you'll give it your all. He drew his military knife, gripped it with both hands, and assumed an offensive stance, his face filled with anticipation and expectation. After all, sooner or later I will encounter those great pirates who also bear the title of monster, and I will fight them to the death in the name of justice. His eyes shone with a fiery light. In that case, I have to prepare myself for this despair in advance, don't I? His words were firm and resounding. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened, and their minds were violently shaken. An indescribable feeling, transformed into a burning heat, surged from their chests. A smile of immense satisfaction appeared on Zifa's face. Kazan's eyes blazed with flames as he swung his fist with all his might. Jiaji gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Gion pursed her lips. Yellow sand danced across the land, and the burning youth seemed even more dazzling than the blazing sun. At this moment, young Navy men with buzz cuts. Stand tall and proud. Stand straight. He stood taller than anyone else. His figure seemed taller and more imposing than the monster before him. What an amusing idiot. Darren suddenly laughed. The smile wasn't big, but it was genuinely happy. He saw a quality in Hiwashishin that was very similar to his own. So he slowly extended his right hand, driven by some unseen force. The metal bracers on the Commodore's arm rapidly melted and writhed, then coalesced into 3 smooth, mirror-like silver metal spheres that began to rotate around his body. Then let's go. Let you experience it. Despair. Chapter 41 coming before you. It will make you experience despair. As soon as the Commodore finished speaking, everyone present felt a terrifying sense of oppression wash over them, and a chill ran down their spines. The smooth metal spheres flew around Darren's body, reflecting the shocked expressions of the sailors under the sunlight. What kind of ability is that? Controlling metals? Paramecia-type devil fruits. The Navy men's expressions became uncertain, revealing a look of great alarm. Although they knew that Darren's target was definitely not them, for some reason, when they saw the eerily rotating suspended metal sphere, a chill ran down their spines. Not far away, Zephyr narrowed his eyes behind his sunglasses, his body muscles tensing. He learned about Darren's devil fruit ability from the battle report that Sengoku had given him. If it's that move, I'm afraid I'll have to be on my guard. So, Darren looked at Hiwashishin, who was holding a knife in both hands, dozens of meters away, his eyes as calm as a still well, and said calmly, Try to come before me, Colonel Fire Mountain. Fire Mountain gritted his teeth, his wide cloak of justice billowing behind him. He stomped his feet on the ground at the same time, and his figure shot towards Darren at high speed like a white arrow released from a bow. The pressure Darren exerted on him was almost suffocating Hiwashishin. He knew that if he didn't launch a preemptive attack now, he would never have another chance. Even if Darren doesn't make a move, his inner hesitation and even the slightest fear are enough to devour his courage. But just as Hiwashishin charged out, the yellow sand that was flying up on the training ground was suddenly torn apart, and the roaring wind and waves rushed towards them like a tornado. Wow, so fast. Hiwashishin's pupils contracted, and every pore on his body seemed to explode in an instant. His physical instincts and inner sense of crisis drove him to slash forward with his sword. Clang. The saber seemed to have collided with some high-speed flying hard object, bursting out with explosive ripples of air. Hiwashishin was struck as if by a heavy blow, and his figure flew backward like a kite with a broken string. His military uniform sleeves were instantly torn apart by the blast wave, exploding into countless fragments. The surrounding sailors gasped in surprise. They couldn't see what was happening at all. They only felt a blur before their eyes, and the charging Fire Mountain was smashed away by something. After struggling to adjust his posture in midair, Hiwashishin staggered to the ground and slid backward, his old military boots carving 2 long tracks in the ground. His chest heaved rapidly, his breathing hoarse like a bellows, and his eyes were bloodshot as he knelt on one knee. Tick-tock. A drop of bright red blood dripped from his hand holding the knife. Everyone could clearly see that the skin on Hiwashishin's hand, at the base of his thumb, was torn open. A devastating blow. They slowly shifted their gaze. The long, narrow groove, about 1 meter wide, stretched from the front of Hiwashishin Mountain to the foot of Dalawan, almost spanning the entire training ground, and looked shocking. At this moment, a smooth, mirror-like metal sphere slowly flew back to Darren's side from midair, rotating alternately with the other 2 spheres. The sailors seemed to realize something and gasped in shock. The grooves in the ground were actually caused by the air pressure generated by the flying metal sphere. Just how fast was that metal sphere flying to create such an exaggerated effect? Want to continue? You might not be so lucky next time. Darren stared blankly at the panting Hiwashishin and asked. He stood there on the training ground, his bare upper body outlined with sharp, angular muscles under the blazing sun, like the work of a god. The silver spheres, about half the size of a fist, floated beside him like 3 silent ghosts, reflecting a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine and gave off an indescribable sense of intimidation. The power of a single sphere is terrifying, perhaps even surpassing the heavy cannons of a warship. What if all 3 were fired at once? Add to that the Commodore's gruesome scars, riddled with holes, his deep, black eyes, and the aura of blood and war emanating from him. From a distance, this man from Beihai is practically a demon god who has been slaughtered out of hell. Magnificent, cold, austere, and majestic. Hiwashishin knelt on one knee, wearing a tattered military uniform, his face covered in mud and dust, looking disheveled and shabby. Blood was dripping from his palm, and his entire right arm was trembling slightly from the heavy blow he had just received. The stark contrast between the 2 is like that between a revered demon and a destitute beggar. Looking at the calm and collected gaze of the naval commodore, Hiwashishin suddenly took a deep drag on his cigarette. He tore off his tattered military uniform and threw it on the ground, revealing his strong body, which was also covered in scars. He tore a piece of cloth from his ripped military uniform, tied it around his wrist where he held the knife, then bit the knot with his teeth and pulled hard to tighten it. He supported himself and stood up again. He grinned, a cigar dangling from his lips. His eyes were like raging flames. Certainly. Darren fell silent for a moment. Good. He raised his hand again. Boom. A silver sphere, propelled by the raging magnetic field, shot out at an astonishing speed, its hurricane-like shockwave instantly engulfing his figure. They're here. Hiwashishin's bloodshot eyes suddenly contracted, the oppressive feeling that was like a tsunami almost drowning out his last remaining courage. He strained to open his eyes wide, trying to capture the trajectory of the sphere. Not too fast. In a daze. Just as the metallic gleam flashed before his eyes, he swung his sword once more, relying on his instincts honed through countless hours of training and hard work. Clang. A deafening, piercing explosion erupted in front of me. The trajectory has deviated. Hiwashishin felt a sharp pain in his eardrums as the metal sphere whistled past his shoulder, exploding into a spray of blood. The deviated metal sphere instantly pierced through the heavy training turret, causing a massive explosion and fire, before collapsing with a deafening roar. A vast cloud of dust billowed out, and the firelight flickered. This scene made the onlookers' hearts pound, and they secretly worried for Hiwashishin. Let alone the human body. Even a warship would be instantly pierced and sunk if hit by that thing. A strong wind swept through, and yellow sand danced in the air. A searing pain shot through his right shoulder, but Hiwashishin ignored it and burst forward from where he stood. If you stay put, you'll just become Darren's easy target. He can barely block once or twice, but what about 3, 4, 5, or 6 times? Only by attacking can they survive. Anyway, even if we lose, he too must walk up to Darren. Thank you. Chapter 42, I've become the big villain? Charge. The roar of the blazing mountain left the billowing smoke and flames behind. Buzzing. The sharp, explosive sound of air closing in once more caused Hiwashishin's pupils to shrink. Here we go again. The movement of smoke and dust, the boiling of air. It's a little clearer now. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, and in the focus of his pupils, he seemed to catch a faint silver phantom. A heavy swing of the sword. The dazzling blade flashed through the smoke and dust, striking the metal sphere precisely. Clang! The brilliant sparks flickered in and out of the dust. Hiwashishin's face was pale, and he felt that his entire right arm was swollen, painful, and numb from the shock. His body was thrown into midair by the force of the recoil. Boom! The metal sphere, slightly off course, sank into the ground at an angle, exploding into magnificent waves of dust across the training ground. The ground beneath their feet trembled violently, and the sailors, their faces filled with horror, sank to maintain their balance. The military boots landed again, and the unwavering steps were taken once more. Despite the excruciating pain in his arm, Hiwashishin swung his sword again. Clang! The clanging of metal was so loud it almost shattered my eardrums. Another whistling metal sphere was deflected from its original trajectory, leaving a charred, blurry bloodstain across the left side of the burning mountain. A strong tremor ran through my arm, making the mouth taste salty, and a shocking bloodstain spilled from the corner of my mouth. He's still moving forward. The strong winds could not stop him. The howling, roaring yellow sand seemed to be encouraging him. One after another, metal spheres hurtled towards him from the front with devastating speed. Each impact sent him sliding back a few steps. With his strength, he simply couldn't slice the sphere away. He could only rely on his honed swordsmanship and fighting instincts to barely deflect the trajectory of the metal sphere and avoid his vitals. Even so, his body was constantly being wounded, with large amounts of blood splashing up as the metal spheres brushed past him. From a distance, Hiwashishin's figure seemed to be moving forward amidst a raging storm, and with each step, the blood on his body surface would increase. The white trails of the metal spheres that sped past him briefly hovered around him, appearing and disappearing and appearing again, like a continuous barrage of stray bullets. The earth, buildings, and fortifications behind him were riddled with shocking holes. The distance between Fire Mountain and Darren is actually only 30 meters. A short distance, less than 30 meters. But at this moment, it seems so difficult and long. It's like a road that never ends. It instills a sense of despair. At that moment, everyone fell silent as they watched that silent, persistent figure struggling forward. Zifa's expression was incredibly complex. His teeth were clenched, and his fists clenched and unclenched. 30 meters. 20 meters. The bloodstains on Hiwashishin's body increased, and the fine sword that had accompanied him for many years was also constantly chipping and cracking, with thin cracks appearing on the blade. His steps did not stop. 10 meters. Once within 10 meters, Hiwashishin's advance slowed down considerably. Everyone could clearly see that Darren was launching attacks at a faster pace. The dense rain, as thick as bullets, completely enveloped the blood-red figure on the burning mountain. His knife-wielding movements became faster, more swift, and more precise, resulting in more and more nicks on the blade. Darren couldn't help but squint. He truly deserves to be called the strongest elite vice admiral in the future Navy. This tenacious will and fighting instinct alone are enough to place him in the strongest position below the general. Hiwashishin took another step. 5 meters. Darren smiled almost imperceptibly and made a grasping motion in the air. The frequency of the metal sphere attacks suddenly surged. It was like a torrential downpour. The fire of Hiwashishin could no longer advance. It was as if endless silver light and shadow grazed his body, exploding into blooming blood flowers and stirring up a thick blood mist in the gale. The clanging and slashing sounds rang out loudly, and brilliant sparks rose continuously. Huge columns of dust kept exploding on the ground, stirring up brownish-yellow waves. The blood at the corner of Hiwashishin's mouth grew increasingly thick. He felt like he was about to lose his grip on the knife. The entire palm was a bloody mess, with the white bone faintly visible. If the handle hadn't been wrapped with strips of cloth, the knife would probably have slipped from his hand long ago. Is this the only way we can go? Hiwashishin struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, his vision gradually blurring. At that very moment, charge! Set the mountain ablaze. A pig-slaughtering shout suddenly rang out abruptly. The entire training ground fell silent. Everyone looked in astonishment toward the sound. Jiaji stood there, his face flushed with excitement, shouting at the top of his lungs. Kill that bastard Darren. Everyone was stunned. Then, go. Burn the mountain. Doberman gripped his knife tightly with both hands. Go. Enigmo said coldly. We must persevere, Dalmesia said through gritted teeth. You look so cool when you're working so hard. Kazan excitedly pumped his fist. At that moment, everyone present cheered with fervor. They wholeheartedly cheered on the young man with the buzz cut who persevered through tough times and was unafraid of strong enemies. waving flags and shouting encouragement. United in hatred against the enemy. Hey, why do I feel like I've become the main villain? Darren's lips twitched slightly. But before he could react, "You brat, Fire Mountain. Charge up there for me. Give Darren the knife. You bastard, if you don't give him the knife, I'll never forgive you." Zifa roared furiously from afar. Darren. Amidst the shouts of the crowd, Hiwashishin felt as if his chest was about to explode, filled with waves of scalding heat. Taking advantage of Darren's momentary lapse in concentration, he quickly seized the fleeting opportunity. Clang! Sparks flew, and a blood-red mist exploded on his left shoulder. Crackling! The battered military knife in his hand finally shattered, leaving only half of it. Countless glittering fragments scattered. The broken saber emitted a blazing red light due to the violent collision and slashing. Hiwashishin bit off the cigar in his mouth and strode out with a roar. Using the last of his remaining strength, he thrust the broken blade straight forward. The roaring yellow sand was cut off. The howling wind was cleaved in two. A flash of light appeared amidst the chaotic storm. Faint dim, like the flame that ignites at the end of a cigar when a strong wind blows, or like the last flicker of light when a cigar is extinguished. A fiery red hue erupted, unleashing waves of intense heat. A violent, fiery howl. It transformed into a roaring crimson light, flashing across the earth and directly traversing the seemingly insurmountable distance. Only then did everyone see clearly. That was a broken sword that was burning. Intense friction with the air gave rise to flames. It is broken. It is already riddled with holes, just like its owner. But moving forward. Always move forward. Flames pierced through the gale and yellow sand with a resolute and unwavering stance. It pierced through that demonic figure. Laugh. The sound of a knife breaking into flesh rang out, and flames that kept flickering shot into the sky. There's another chapter coming soon, and then it'll be a double update. Chapter 43, The Fifth Seat Revealed. Laugh. Blood splattered and scattered in midair as specks of blood. The towering flames lasted only a moment before quickly extinguishing. The embers peeled away bit by bit from the broken knife, revealing mottled cracks. Everyone on the drill ground was stunned. They stared blankly at the figure surrounded by the lingering embers, a complex emotion welling up within them, a feeling that brought tears to their eyes. "Ha! Well done!" he roared, his blood boiling with rage. "So cool. So awesome." Kazan's eyes shone brightly. The others couldn't help but clench their fists tightly and let out a long, satisfying sigh. A very strong knife. Darren looked at the blood-soaked, burning mountain in front of him and smiled with satisfaction. The scorching hot broken blade was stuck between his steel-like muscles, and blood gushed from the wound. The sword used by Hiwashishin is indeed amazing. That overwhelming and indomitable spirit was deeply ingrained in his sword, containing an unwavering determination. It's safe to say that the level of this sword has surpassed that of Gion, whose strength has greatly increased after receiving special training from him. If it were any other naval officer present, they would probably have been seriously injured by Hiwashishin's knife, with their internal organs pierced. Even if the best military doctor from headquarters were brought in time, there is a high probability that they would not have been able to save them. Even with his invulnerable body of steel. Darren frowned, clearly feeling his breathing become somewhat erratic. It will take at least half an hour for the wound to scab over. This is because his physique has been strengthened recently, especially after his fight with Bondi Waldo and Roger. If it was before, yes, it will take at least 2 hours. Truly worthy of being the future pillar of the Navy headquarters, a mainstay of justice. Although he was suspected of going easy on Hiwashishin, he also wanted to help this likable guy with a charming personality and temperament to improve his swordsmanship. However, it must be admitted that these lieutenant generals who occupied a place in the original storyline did indeed have their own extraordinary qualities. Hiwashishin stared blankly at the smile on Darren's face, then suddenly grinned, revealing his blood-stained teeth. "I have come before you, Dot." He smiled contentedly. He stood tall, his face full of pride. "They are indeed very strong." He murmured something under his breath, and his heavy eyelids slowly closed. Darren caught him. The crowd immediately gathered around and took out a den mushi to notify the military hospital. Soon, the military doctor stationed nearby arrived and carried Hiwashishin onto a stretcher. His injuries. Zifa glanced worriedly at Hiwashishin, who was pale and unconscious, and asked the army doctor. The military doctor gave a brief examination and said slowly, "He's not seriously injured, just lost too much blood and has 3 fractures in his arm. We'll give him a blood transfusion soon. so he shouldn't be in any danger or have any long-term effects. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, then seemed to realize something, and all looked at Darren. This guy held back. Darren completely ignored their gazes, slowly turned around, squinted at Jaji, and a half-smile curled at the corner of his mouth. You were quite enthusiastically shouting just now, Lieutenant Colonel Jaji. Looking at Darren's smile, Jaji shuddered and said with an awkward laugh, wasn't that just to create a lively atmosphere? Darren smiled without saying a word. Hee. Jaji, all smiles, retreated step by step. Zifa glared at the spineless fellow and stepped forward, saying, Doctor, please check Darren's injuries. No need, Professor Zephyr. Darren shook his head. Why not? You've just been discharged from the hospital after being seriously injured, you brat. Seeing Darren's indifferent and dismissive attitude, Zephyr's tone became more serious. If it leaves any lasting effects, you'll regret it later. His words came to an abrupt halt. His eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, widened as he stared incredulously at the wound on Darren's chest. Has the bleeding stopped? Zifa's lips twitched slightly. He then truly realized why Sengoku looked like he'd seen a ghost when he talked about Darren. Is this really a human? Zeph-sensei, hurry up and move on to the next round. I'm getting impatient. Kazan then leaned closer, bending his arms and flexing his biceps, looking on expectantly. Zifa slowly exhaled and nodded, saying, Good. The victor of this duel. He glanced at Darren. Darren. The top 4 in the training camp are Kazan, Cake, Gion, and Darren. Before the final 4 battles, we must first fight for the 5th seat. The candidates vying for the 5th spot are Enigmo and Kishoyama. Given Kishoyama's serious injury and inability to continue competing, the winner of this match is... At this point, Zephyr paused for a moment, just about to announce Enigmo's victory. Teacher Zephyr, I concede defeat in this match. Enigmo suddenly spoke. Zephyr paused, then looked at Enigmo with a serious expression and asked in a deep voice. Are you sure? Enigmo, his hand on the military knife at his waist, said expressionlessly. That's right. I couldn't have withstood Huashishin's attack just now. I am no match for him. This 5th seat should belong to him. Zifa looked at him deeply, a hint of relief appearing in his eyes. In that case, I hereby officially declare that Fire Mountain has successfully secured the 5th seat in the training camp. No one expressed any objection to this result. After all, his stunning swordplay during the firestorm had already demonstrated that he was indeed qualified to overpower everyone else. Then, let's proceed with the final draw. Zifa took out another crumpled piece of paper and placed it in front of Darren and the other 3. Eager to get started, Kazan stepped forward first and took Zhang. Darren and Gion also picked up Zhang one after another. Jaji stared at the last crumpled piece of paper in Zifa's hand with a conflicted expression, sweating profusely and looking like he had swallowed a fly. He glanced at Darren. Yeah, you'll get beaten to death. He glanced at Kazan again. Well, even if he doesn't die, it's pretty much the same. He finally looked at the Gion eyes. Yes, it's worse than death. Teacher Zephyr, can I just admit defeat? Jaji shrank back, raised his hand, and said awkwardly. No. 4. Zephyr, Darren, Kazan, and Gion all spoke coldly at the same time. Decisive and resolute. Additional calculation. With trembling hands, he picked up the last crumpled piece of paper and slowly unwrapped it. Number 2. What a pity at it. A mocking voice sounded from behind. Jaji's face turned pale instantly, and he turned around stiffly. The Commodore stood there, holding a crumpled piece of paper, staring at him with a half-smile. The number 2 was clearly written on the paper. You were shouting a lot just now, saying you were going to kill this bastard, right? Knowing it's short, I'll add more chapters. Actually, short ones are cute too, whispering. Seeking a cut. Chapter 44, I've got an illness that prevents me from playing. The winner of the first match is Kazan. Zifa, standing by the edge of the training ground, crossed his arms and announced loudly. The duel between Kazan and Gion, who drew number 1, was a foregone conclusion. Just as Enigmo said before, none of them had any chance of winning against Kazan, this monster, before they mastered armament hockey. The power of Logia-type devil fruit users in the early stages is undeniable. Their passive elementalization ability alone is enough to make them invincible. Even though Gion's swordsmanship was the strongest among the trainees in this year's training camp, there was nothing she could do about it. Not to mention that even without using devil fruit abilities, Kazan's strength far surpasses hers. In less than a minute, the battle between the two ended with Gion's feet being frozen. The onlookers were not too surprised, but were still awestruck by Kazan's power. As a result, Kazan was the first to advance to the final round. Next up, Darren will add to the score. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Zephyr turned his attention to Darren and Gaki. Then a few black lines appeared on his forehead. Jiaji stood there, looking utterly hopeless, as if saying, "I'm doomed." His two hairy legs trembled violently, shaking like leaves. "What's wrong, Lieutenant Colonel Kaji? Aren't you going to play?" Darren walked to the center of the training ground, cracking his neck like popping beans, and watched Jiaji with great interest, smiling slightly. "I'm standing right here. This is the best chance I can get rid of this bastard." Being glanced at like that by Darren, especially that terrifying smile on the latter's lips, made Jiaji feel terrible, and his back was covered in sweat. He hurriedly avoided the Commodore's gaze, then looked tremblingly at Zephyr. "Teacher Zephyr, I feel like I am sick. I feel really uncomfortable. He clutched his heart, pretending to be in pain. Everyone. Zephyr's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes. "This brat thinks my observation hockey is useless, huh? Are you sure you're not feeling well? Will it really work?" With his eyes wide open, he nodded vigorously. Yes, I'm sick. I have a disease that prevents me from going into battle." Zephyr said, "Oh," and slowly walked to the training platform next to him. He casually loaded ammunition into the gun barrel and adjusted the direction. The dark cannon barrel was aimed at the accelerator. "Are you feeling better now?" Additional calculation. "Everyone. I feel like I've suddenly recovered. Professor Zephyr, I can do it again." Seeing that Zephyr was about to fire, Jiaji was startled and hurriedly spoke up, then walked to the center of the training ground with trembling legs. Yes, he looked back 3 times as he walked. Zephyr shook his head, looking exasperated. In fact, it is possible to concede defeat in a duel. This is part of the rules. But given that this brat's personality is too cunning, as his teacher, I must guide him onto the right path. He needs more experience. Well, of course, Zephyr would never admit that he also wanted to see Kaji get beaten up. That's so annoying. "Darren, are you ready?" Jiaji walked into the training ground, standing more than 10 meters away from Darren, and tried his best to strike an arrogant pose. "My legs are still shaking. At this moment. Go for it. Didn't you just whisper to me that you could easily crush Darren in the dirt whenever you made a move? That's so cool." Kazan waved his fists and shouted enthusiastically, his face beaming. Jiaji's expression froze instantly. "Brother, since I'm telling you this in secret, you should keep it a secret. That's bragging. Do you even understand what bragging is? Who wants to fight a freak like Darren?" He was screaming wildly in his heart, looking like he had eaten shit. "Shut up, Kazan." He couldn't help but shout angrily. Kazan was stunned. Then his eyes shone with an even more intense light. "I understand. You want to keep a low profile, right? That's so cool, Gag. Let's go. Take down Darren." He gave a thumbs up. "Didn't you say at the beginning that you'd wait for us at the top? Let's go." Seeing Kazan's excited expression, Jiaji wished he could just go down and tear the guy's mouth apart. He hurriedly turned to look at Darren, just about to come up with a 2-pronged explanation. "I didn't, he's lying." But as he turned his head, the fist was already rapidly enlarging in the reflection of his pupils. Boom. The sound of fist shattering teeth rang out, followed by a series of pig-like screams that never ceased. The onlookers grimaced, feeling as if their entire bodies were aching. 30 seconds later. Rumble. Thick smoke and dust enveloped the entire training ground, leaving the ground scarred and riddled with potholes, a truly shocking sight. Darren slowly emerged from the dust, feeling completely refreshed and relaxed. He stretched lazily with a big smile on his face. Behind him, in an exaggeratedly deep pit, Jiaji lay there with his face swollen like a pig's head, staring blankly at the sky, his pupils unfocused and his legs twitching from time to time. 2 tattered wooden clogs were stuck upside down on the ground beside him. The naval officers stood there blankly, their eyes twitching uncontrollably. Zephyr covered his forehead and sighed. "The winner is Darren." He shook his head and revealed the outcome of the duel. "Next, Gion and Keiki will compete for the 3rd seat." He glanced at Gaki, who was lying there motionless, and declared Gion the winner. Given that Kaji has already lost its combat capability, etc. Just then, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out weakly. Everyone was stunned and looked over in surprise. With incredible difficulty, Jiaji struggled to his feet from the deep pit, his body trembling as he stood up, revealing a missing front tooth. His expression was resolute as he said, "I'm going to fight this match." Blood seeped from his body and dripped onto the ground, making it look extremely gruesome. The crowd fell silent, their gazes toward Jiaji gradually filled with admiration. Kazan bit his finger, his eyes red, and said, "What a brave man." Even though he was seriously injured, he still insisted on fighting to the very end. Zifa looked at Jiaji with some surprise. The latter's determination and resilience were touching. "Are you sure about your injuries?" Although Darren was careful and mainly targeted his face, it was still something most people couldn't handle. He nodded emphatically and blurted out, "I'm sure, Professor Zephyr. It seems I misunderstood him. That kid Jiaji is truly a promising talent. This is my opportunity to get up close and personal with Gion. Oh no, I mean, to spar with her." What a load of rubbish. Zifa almost peed himself on the spot. He waved his hand dismissively. All right, let's fight." Minutes later, Keiki was carried onto a stretcher covered in injuries. After examination by the military doctor, it was found that Gion had broken at least 3 of his ribs. But he could only murmur, his face full of regret and his mind hazy. I almost touched Gion's hand." Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. It was a chaotic spectacle. It's as if my entire worldview has been overturned. Seeing this, Zifa felt a tightness in his chest. He couldn't resist taking out a cigar and taking a deep drag. Now, let's begin the final act. Kazan's duel with Darren and the others will determine the top spot in the training camp. Chapter 45 War Kazan. The ultimate showdown, Darren versus Kazan. As Zephyr's voice faded, everyone's eyes lit up, and they looked at Darren and the other person with expectant expressions. It's finally here. This is a battle between monsters. Both of them are powerful devil fruit users. I always felt that Darren's sense of pressure was more obvious. I just don't know if he has any way to threaten Kazan. Logia-type devil fruit users are just too unsolvable. These naval elites from all over the world couldn't help but start discussing it. After the previous battles, they all clearly realized that Darren and Kazan were no longer at their level. Only those who also possess the title of monster can compete on the same stage as the monster. Zifa, who had retreated to the edge of the training ground, also became serious, his eyes behind his sunglasses scrutinizing the two of them. Neither Darren nor Kazan were able to truly force out their full strength in the duel just now. This showdown for the chief might reveal something. Ha. Darren, are you ready? Finally, it's our turn to fight. Kazan, who couldn't wait to run to the center of the training ground, was so excited that his face was flushed and his eyes were filled with intense fighting spirit. Darren couldn't help but smile when he heard his words. It must be admitted that Kazan in his youth did indeed have a strange sense of adolescent angst. But this is not something to be disliked. Bring it on. He didn't waste any time. With a raise of his hand, the metal wristband on his wrist rapidly melted, twisted, and condensed into a metal sphere, which shot out at an extremely high speed under the propulsion of the magnetic field. Bang, bang, bang. The metal sphere unleashed terrifying speed and propulsion, creating muffled sonic booms in its wake and generating rings of white air currents. Faced with a monster genius like Kazan, Darren no longer needed to hold back. With the magnetic field's propulsive force fully activated, the metal sphere was clearly several times faster than when it faced the burning mountain. Snap! Apart from Zephyr, no one else present could see the trajectory of the metal sphere. They only felt a gust of wind rush towards them, and then Kazan's face suddenly exploded. Tiny ice crystals flew up, blasting a hole through most of Kazan's face. The remaining part turned into cold ice, and cracks gradually spread across its surface. The ice cubes coalesced into a human face again, and Kazan's expression clearly froze for a moment, as if he hadn't quite reacted. Hiss! The sailors finally came to their senses, gasped in unison, and felt a chill run down their spines. Did you see it clearly? Doberman asked, his face pale. No. Enigmo's voice was hoarse, as if it had been burned. It's unbelievable, Dalmesia said, his forehead covered in cold sweat. The others were also filled with fear, their hearts trembling. Only now did they realize how much Darren had held back in his battle with Fire Mountain. If it were any one of them facing Darren's attack, their head would probably explode like Kazan's. However, since they weren't Logia-type devil fruit users, what exploded wasn't ice, but brains and blood. Wow, they're really strong. A bead of cold sweat rolled down Kazan's forehead, and he froze for a second. But soon, the astonishment on his face disappeared, replaced by fervent excitement and exhilaration. He truly is the man I admire. Darren, only a man like you is worthy to be my life's rival. As soon as he finished speaking, visible freezing air was released from Kazan's hand, and the extremely cold white ice spear quickly condensed into shape. Kazan's smile vanished quickly, his expression turning serious and solemn as he took a step forward. He was like a fully drawn bow, the ice spear in his hand held high, gleaming with a cold, eerie light under the blazing sun. "Watch out, Darren, try this trick of mine." With his bow drawn to its maximum length, Kazan's eyes narrowed, and he hurled the ice spear in his hand with tremendous force. Bang! A white shockwave exploded, and the ice spear hurtled toward Darren at an alarming speed. Darren narrowed his eyes, his perception of the biomagnetic field instantly reaching its maximum. He slightly shifted his body, and the ice spear, carrying extreme cold, grazed past his hair and disappeared into the ruins of the military fortress. Whoosh! In less than a second, the entire fortress ruins were instantly turned white and completely frozen into a huge block of ice. The white frost spread for a full 10 meters before slowly stopping, leaving the Navy members horrified. In the instant he dodged the ice spear, Darren's figure shot out like a cannonball. The terrifying force caused the ground beneath his feet to collapse layer by layer, and the yellow sand rolled like ocean waves. Wow, so fast. Kazan's pupils contracted, but a burning fighting spirit shone in his eyes. Although he already knew that Darren was incredibly strong, he didn't expect that when he actually faced Darren, the overwhelming sense of oppression would be so heavy. But Kazan raised his hand, and a snow-white icicle shot out from his palm. Ice ball. At that moment, the metal ball flew out from behind Darren, instantly stretching into a giant metal shield, and slammed into the ice pillar. Boom. The icicle was smashed to pieces, turning into countless sparkling ice particles. The next second, Darren's figure passed through the icy rain and appeared in midair in front of Kazan like a ghost. After spinning several times, using the centripetal force, the black military boots lashed out like iron whips towards Kazan's head with tremendous force. Kazan's expression remained unchanged as he conjured another ice spear in his hand and swung it horizontally to block. The ice spear only held for a moment before shattering abruptly. "I won." Kazan suddenly burst into laughter, and instead of retreating, he opened his arms and rushed towards Darren's feet. He actually wanted to use his elemental transformation ability to take Darren's kick head-on and then freeze him completely. No matter how strong Darren is, he has absolutely no way to deal with Logia-type devil fruit users. Ice time what? Bang! The military boots, carrying a violent gust of wind, landed squarely on his face. Everyone could even clearly see Kazan's long, horse-like face contort rapidly, his skin rippling with waves. With an exaggerated strength comparable to that of a giant, Kazan was kicked away, flying hundreds of meters through the air before crashing into a teaching building like a cannonball. Rumble. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, the 5-story teaching building began to crack and collapse layer by layer, finally crumbling down with a deafening roar. A magnificent shockwave immediately arose, stirring up dust and mud like ocean waves. Chapter 46. That move. The earth rumbled with a dull, strained sound, and billowing dust billowed out, propelled by the air currents. Everyone stared in disbelief at the collapsed teaching building, their lips twitching. "These feet look painful," etc. Darren hit Kazan. His attack actually worked? Could it be Darren? The group, belatedly realizing what was happening, suddenly turned their gazes toward Darren, their pupils shrinking in shock. The Commodore remained in his kicking stance, and from his heavy, shiny black military boots, a faint, imposing, invisible aura, like a spiraling hurricane, seemed to envelop him. Armament hockey. Darren has mastered armament hockey. This talent is simply monstrous. Incredible. The sailors looked on incredulously, hardly believing their eyes. Just then, "Darren, you brat. An abandoned military fortress is one thing, but that's a teaching building. Couldn't you have kicked it to the other side?" Zifa roared through gritted teeth, his heart practically bleeding, his face contorted with pain. Fortunately, the training camp's teaching work had not officially started yet, so no administrative staff had moved into the teaching building. Otherwise, it would have been a major disaster. Even so, rebuilding the building would be extremely expensive. The Warring States period is about to give me a hard time again. How much money will this cost? All Navy. Teacher Zifa, is now the time to be concerned about this? I apologize, Professor Zephyr. I will compensate you for all losses caused during the duel at twice the original price. The military boots that had been hovering in midair slowly retracted, and Darren said with a smile. Zifa was stunned. Okay, that's good. You can continue. Everyone. Their lips twitched slightly, and they quickly thought of another problem. But is the battle over? Has the monster Kazan been defeated? They stared wide-eyed at the ruins of the teaching building. Thick smoke billowed around, and through the cracks in the collapsed building walls, glittering white light gradually appeared. Inch by inch, ice crystals gradually spread out from the depths of the ruins, blooming with dazzling ice flowers along the way, and finally coalescing into a human shape in front of the ruins. Cough, cough, cough. A glaring streak of blood oozed from the corner of Kazan's mouth, and half of his face was visibly swollen. But when he looked at Darren, his eyes shone with an incredibly bright light. Hockey and armament hockey truly worthy of being an opponent, I acknowledge. Darren couldn't help but sigh inwardly as he watched Kazan's spirited appearance. What an absurd physique. If it were anyone else present, they would not have been able to take the hit in the face. Even someone as tough and skilled in hand-to-hand combat as Cake, who had undergone my special training, would probably be seriously injured and knocked unconscious on the spot by my feet, which were shrouded in armament hockey. But Kazan acted as if nothing had happened. Monster-level physical abilities? Darren's mind was suddenly filled with the horrifying image of Sakazuki taking several hits from Whitebeard's tremor fruit during the Marineford War. No, it's not just that. He glanced at the collapsed teaching building and quickly understood. Normally, your attack will deal damage in 3 stages. The first stage of damage is purely physical strength and explosive power. The second stage of damage is a secondary burst of armament hockey. The third instance of damage is caused by Kazan crashing into the teaching building and being buried. The obvious point is that Kazan was immune to the third hit using his elemental transformation. No wonder that in the later stages, battles between generals and emperor-level powerhouses were measured in days. Each of them had cultivated their physique to an inhuman level, so even in the most brutal and cruel hand-to-hand combat, it was impossible to determine a winner in a short time. Shall we continue, Kazan? Darren smiled. Kazan grinned. Of course. However, since you have already mastered armament hockey, then I can only use that technique. After saying that, he took a deep breath, took a half step forward with his right foot, raised his right hand, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. A long, cold breath slowly escaped from his mouth, condensing into white frost in the air. Crackling. Countless ice crystals rapidly coiled and multiplied on Kazan's arm, and the temperature in the air of the training ground began to drop rapidly. The hot and cold air currents intertwined, turning into a raging gale that swept over them with a chilling force, making everyone watching feel a cold shiver. The ice crystals expanded rapidly, and Kazan roared. The dazzling ice and snow suddenly stretched out from his hands, transforming into 2 enormous ice crystal wings. A sharp cry seemed to echo across the empty training ground. A massive ice bird erupted from Kazan's arm, spreading its enormous wings and charging towards the Commodore 100 meters away with unstoppable force. The extreme cold caused the ground to freeze into large patches of frost wherever the ice birds flew, turning everything in sight into a blanket of white snow. Ice cubes exploding pheasant beaks. In an instant, Darren felt an intense sense of oppression wash over him. A giant ice bird, 10 meters tall, crashed down with unstoppable force, as if a vast ice sheet were collapsing. He was about to make a move when he found himself experiencing a tingling, stiff feeling in his right foot. Looking down, I saw that a thin layer of ice had formed on my military boots. That kick just now? As expected of Kazan. Although he suffered a great loss just now, he still managed to freeze Darren's feet. At least this way, he can't dodge this move. That kind of on-the-spot reaction is terrifying. The sailors were all amazed by what they saw, their eyes fixed on Darren. At this moment, facing the enormous and majestic ice bird, the naval commodore's figure seemed to become incredibly small, as if he could be buried by the ice and snow at any moment. However, at this very moment, everyone saw the commodore's lips suddenly curl into a smile. A coin appeared in his hand. It was a very ordinary coin, with a metallic texture. Buzz. As Darren flicked his thumb, the coin flipped and rose. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. The falling coin reflected the cries of the ice bird, the astonishment of the crowd, Kazan's excitement, and the arrogant smile of the naval commodore. Strands of blue electric arcs flickered and danced at his fingertips. Flip a coin. Magnetic overload. Electromagnetic gun. Zifa, who was in the distance, suddenly had his pupils shrink. The world before my eyes seemed to fall silent for a moment. Then, boom. A magnificent beam of orange-red light, carrying flashing arcs of electricity, suddenly pierced through the ground of the training ground. The intense, dazzling flames plunged the world into a brief period of darkness. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, the surging magnetic beam of light, almost without any resistance, shattered and melted the enormous ice bird, hurtling towards Kazan at an unimaginable speed. Not good. Kazan, run! Exclamations of surprise rang out continuously. Kazan stood there, stunned, watching the destructive electromagnetic cannon hurtle towards him, his pupils filled only with flames. Boom! The beam of light engulfed his figure, and a surging storm arose, with terrifying light and heat transforming into violent heat waves that rolled and spread. Kazan's eyes widened. In the dazzling light, a tall and imposing figure appeared before him at some unknown time. His short, purple hair swayed wildly, and the words "Justice" on his fluttering white cloak were magnificent and sacred, like a dragon taking flight. Chapter 47: The Name of the Chief. Light and darkness intertwined before my eyes, and a sacred cloak soars in the gale. Kazan stood there, stunned, staring at the imposing figure before him, a burning sensation welling up in his chest. Teacher Zifa. This image seemed to possess a powerful, awe-inspiring force, deeply etched into the depths of his soul. 5 full seconds passed before the intense light gradually subsided. The gale subsided, and thick smoke billowed up from the ground. The sailors had already fallen to the ground, using their sabers to support themselves as they stood up, their faces filled with shock as they looked at the training ground. Thick smoke obscured their vision. How's it going? Did they escape? What exactly is that power? This is actually one of our colleagues who participated in the training camp with us. Their faces were filled with surprise and uncertainty. Soon the thick smoke dissipated in the breeze, and the scene in the training ground came into view. Their eyes widened instantly, their expressions filled with horror. A huge, charred crater stretched across the training ground, with wisps of embers still flickering within it. The crater extended from Darren's feet to the horizon, abruptly ending before Darren's imposing figure. Teacher Zifa. It's Professor Zephyr. He saved Kazan. The sailors cried out in delight, finally relieved of the huge weight that had been hanging over their hearts. Zephyr stood before Kazan, his imposing presence like an insurmountable mountain, one hand raised. The index finger, covered in armament hockey, firmly held a rapidly spinning coin in place. The black luster on the coin slowly faded like liquid, and the high heat generated by friction with the air produced wisps of white smoke. It's a genius idea to wrap armament hockey around a coin. Zephyr caught the coin that had lost its momentum and was falling from midair. He looked up at the panting, pale-faced Commodore and, after a moment of silence, a smile of admiration gradually appeared on his face. Darren, how did you come up with this? Darren took a deep breath, calming his erratic breathing slightly. The activation and use of all Devil Fruit abilities consumed the Devil Fruit user's physical strength. This is the ironclad rule of this sea. His own magnet fruit was no exception. His move involved using magnetic field overload to instantly increase the magnetic field on the coin to an exaggerated and violent intensity by consuming most of his physical energy reserves, thus achieving the power of an electromagnetic cannon. Most importantly, after wrapping armament hockey around the coin, the stamina consumed by this move far exceeded Darren's expectations, at least more than twice that of not wrapping it with hockey. However, judging from the power of that attack just now, it's clear that my thinking was absolutely correct. Armament hockey can cover and wrap around weapons, and can also linger briefly after leaving the body. As far as Darren knows, in the original storyline, the female warriors of Amazon Lily on Amazon Lily would wrap armament hockey around their bows and arrows to increase their penetrating power. However, once the weapon is separated from the body, the amount of domineering aura wrapped around it will decrease at an extremely fast rate, eventually reducing to 0. It was just an experiment, but I didn't expect it to actually succeed. Darren wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. With Zephyr present, he can unleash his full power without restraint, even pushing his limits, without worrying about hurting Kazan. The name, Black Arm, Zephyr was once a nightmare for countless pirates. This can be seen from the fact that Zeph blocked his own ultimate attack, the electromagnetic cannon, with just one finger. Zifa laughed when he heard this. What a madman. He turned around, patted Kazan who was still standing there in a daze, and laughed. What's wrong, Kazan? Are you alright? Seeing the blissful smile on Zephyr's face, Kazan suddenly came to his senses. He chuckled and scratched the back of his head. I'm fine. Darren is just too strong. I lost. Kazan looked at Darren with admiration and awe. The sense of threat between life and death just now. Kazan was certain he couldn't dodge Darren's attack. What is the inevitable consequence? The coin, imbued with armament hockey, estimated that its body would explode in an instant. Yes, it really exploded. You're already good enough. Even Sakazuki and Borsalino back then weren't necessarily better than you. Zay offered heartfelt words of comfort. As he spoke, he glanced at Darren. It's not that Darren's current combat strength is stronger than Sakazuki's and Borsalino's. After undergoing training at the training camp, those two guys have grown up. At this point, Darren was strong, but he was still quite far behind the two of them. Ultimately, Sakazuki and Borsalino entered the training camp earlier than Darren and Kazan. Of course, as time goes by, Darren may catch up with them soon. Based on his observations, Zephyr was confident that with his guidance, Darren and Kazan would experience a rapid and explosive increase in strength during their training at the camp. Upon hearing Zephyr's praise, Kazan's eyes blazed with renewed fervor. Ha ha ha, did you hear that, Darren? Although I lost to you this time, I will definitely catch up. He gave Darren a thumbs up. Don't let your guard down. Darren smiled and said, Of course not. With a monster like you relentlessly pursuing me, how could I possibly let my guard down, Kazan? Good. Zifa smiled with satisfaction. Everyone, gather here. He shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, all the naval personnel present straightened their uniforms, their expressions solemn, and jogged to the training ground, forming a simple square formation in front of Zephyr. The brilliant sunlight shone down, making the young, vibrant, sunny, and enthusiastic faces seem to shimmer with golden light. Whoosh! They raised their hands in unison and saluted Zifa. Teacher Zephyr. A proud smile appeared on Zifa's face as he announced loudly. Now, I hereby formally announce the list of the top 5 candidates for this year's elite officer training camp. 5th seat, Fire Mountain. 4th seat, add to the count. The 3rd seat belongs to Guion. 2nd place, Kazan. And our chief. He paused here, his gaze falling on the black-haired Navy man at the front of the crowd. Rogers Darren. Now, let's congratulate Darren on receiving this honor. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone applauded enthusiastically, looking at Darren with heartfelt admiration. Well deserved. Very good. Zifa waved his hand, and the applause gradually stopped. Of course, this ranking is only temporary. His gaze swept across the faces of everyone present. During this training camp, all of you will be able to challenge for the top 5 seats. The one who succeeds in the challenge will directly gain the seat of the person being challenged. Don't complain, that's life. Just like in military academy, the same applies to the path of life. If you slack off even slightly, you will be overtaken by others. So, keep getting stronger. Keep running. Keep fighting. I will always stand behind you. No matter what your future achievements are on this sea, no matter whether you become pillars of the Navy or even admirals. Zifa took a deep breath, his voice reverberating throughout the universe. As long as you continue to fight for the justice in your hearts, I will always be proud of you. He grinned. My disciples. That day, the 3rd Naval Headquarters Officer Elite Training Camp has officially begun. The one who temporarily took the title of Chief is Admiral Rogers Darren from the North Sea. Chapter 48. What kind of person is Darren? That evening, late at night, training camp, administration building, head instructor's office. The kerosene lamp emitted a soft light, dispelling the darkness in the office. Zifa sat at his time-worn desk, pen in hand, engrossed in processing documents. The light from the kerosene lamp cast a huge shadow on the wall. As he turned the pages, he could vaguely see the personal files of the new students in the training camp. Beside him was a green glass bottle of wine, the cork already opened. Call. After a long while, Zifa slowly closed the document in his hand, exhaled a long breath, and a satisfied smile gradually appeared on his lips. The students in this training camp are of a very high standard, even surpassing the previous 2 sessions in some respects. Their excellence is so remarkable that even the head instructor, Zifa, finds it hard to believe. Looking at the names on the file that shone like gold, Zephyr's heart was filled with anticipation. Feeling instantly better, Zifa couldn't resist lighting a cigar, taking a satisfying puff, and then picking up the wine next to him to drink. Knock knock knock. A knock came from outside the door. Zafar was stunned and quickly stubbed out his cigar and put it away. Before he could hide the liquor, Guion, holding documents in her hands, pushed the door open and entered. Teacher Zifa. Just as Guion was about to speak, her high, straight nose wrinkled as she clearly smelled the smoke from a cigar. She glanced at Zifa, who was frozen in place, and said with some dissatisfaction, "Didn't the doctor advise you to quit smoking and drinking? That's not good for your health." The training camp officially began, and due to a shortage of manpower, Staff Officer Tsuru suggested that Gion serve as Zifu's temporary assistant to help handle some administrative trivial matters. Caught red-handed, Zephyr grinned shamelessly. "Gion, we're just celebrating today because we're in a good mood. You said the same thing yesterday, Dot." "Well, I was in a good mood yesterday too." Gion sighed helplessly. She also knew about Professor Zephyr's personality. He was stubborn and inflexible and simply wouldn't listen to other people's advice. It's okay, haha." Seeing Gion's helpless expression, Zephyr smiled and raised the strong liquor with the word sherry printed on it. "My body isn't that delicate, and this is the most potent wine. I feel unwell if I don't drink it every day." "Yuri having an alcohol craving," Gion said calmly. Zephyr. He put down the bottle, somewhat disheartened, and regretted agreeing to let Gion come and help. He couldn't help but glare at her and say, "Speak, what brings you to this old man?" Gion stepped forward and placed the documents in her hand on the desk. "Regarding the reconstruction of the teaching building, this is the latest confirmed construction list and budget." Zifa glanced at it and was immediately overwhelmed by the dense numbers and text. He simply waved his hand and said, "You can handle these as you see fit." He paused, his eyes fixed intently on Gion. "Yes, I absolutely believe you. You're just trying to avoid trouble, aren't you?" Gion's lips twitched slightly, and she paused before replying. "Regarding funding, headquarters does not have a corresponding budget." Zephyr raised an eyebrow. "Didn't Darren say he would pay compensation?" Gion paused, then subconsciously replied, "Yes." Zifa laughed and said, "That's settled then. I heard from Zhanghua that kid has plenty of money." Gion's eyes twitched slightly, and she nodded helplessly. "Then I'll go out first, Zephyr-sensei." "Okay, go back and rest early. Gion, wait a minute." Zephyr suddenly called out to Gion, who stopped and turned around, looking at Zephyr with a puzzled expression. "You've spent some time in North Sea, so you should know Darren better than others. In your eyes, what kind of person is he?" Upon hearing Zephyr's question, Gion paused for a moment, then fell silent. What kind of person is Darren? Many images of Darren flashed through her mind. I witnessed the anger of Governor's wife, Yadis, upon our first meeting. The questioning he asked Darren when he learned that Darren had taken bribes. The obsequiousness and respect shown towards the celestial dragons. The weeping of a flower-selling father in the hospital. The news of the celestial dragon's deaths. Fighting against Bondi Waldo's wildness and arrogance. Darren is a very complicated person. After a long silence, Gion spoke slowly in a low voice. On the surface, he's a heinous scoundrel, but in reality. Actually, Zephyr's eyes showed curiosity. He is also an utterly wicked scoundrel, Gion said coldly. Zephyr. But, Gion suddenly sighed, somewhat reluctantly admitting. Although his methods and approaches are incorrect, for some reason, he can always solve many thorny issues very easily. Moreover, under his rule, Beihai did indeed achieve peace, and the living standards of ordinary people improved significantly. Is that so? Zephyr murmured thoughtfully. Then, in your opinion, what is Darren's attitude towards justice? Gion pondered for a long time, but ultimately shook her head, her expression incredibly complex. I don't know, Professor Zephyr. I really don't know. What kind of person is he? Brigadier General Darren, this is the accommodation arranged for you by the training camp. In front of a low, old-fashioned building, a young naval lieutenant spoke respectfully to Darren. The house was not luxurious and looked quite old, with mottled walls and lush green ivy growing in the corners, but the interior was very clean. The building comes with a 40-square-meter garden and is a typical detached villa. This architectural style is common in the civilian area of the headquarters. Generally speaking, officers with the rank of lieutenant colonel or above are allocated apartments for personal residence or to settle their families. This is troublesome. Darren smiled and nodded. He doesn't have high requirements for where he lives. With his wealth, he could easily buy a luxurious villa in Marineford, but since headquarters has arranged accommodation, it saves him a lot of trouble. By the way, are the other trainees in the training camp also arranged to stay nearby? Darren suddenly remembered something and asked a question. The naval lieutenant nodded and said, yes, apart from Lieutenant Colonel Cake and Lieutenant Colonel Gion, who have their own residences at headquarters, everyone else has been assigned to this neighborhood. This is also for the convenience of management at the training camp. Many of the trainees had already checked in with their families a month ago. This is a normal arrangement for the training camp. It's just that Darren's situation is special. He was delayed in North Sea for a long time, and then he was beaten up by Roger and hospitalized, which is why he was only able to check in now. Okay, thank you. Darren smiled and casually stuffed a wad of cash into his hand. No, Brigadier General Darren. The naval lieutenant, his face flushed, stared at the stack of colorful banknotes and backed away repeatedly. Please accept this. I don't like it when people refuse my kindness, and I need you to do something for me. Darren smiled and stuffed the money directly into his hand. Could you buy me a fresh fruit basket tomorrow morning and have it delivered here? After saying that, he didn't give the young Navy man any time to react. He patted the latter on the shoulder and walked straight into the house. The naval lieutenant stared blankly at Darren's retreating figure, then glanced at the tip that amounted to more than half a year's salary. Suddenly, his face flushed red, and he saluted forcefully. Yes, mission accomplished, Brigadier General Darren. Darren waved. Get some rest. Chapter 49 Dragon's Dream. So the rumors are true, you're a millionaire. As Darren stepped into the yard, a deep, amused voice came from ahead. An oak tree grows in the yard, and 2 beach chairs are placed under its shade. A figure is leisurely lying on one of the beach chairs. It's not a good habit to just barge into other people's yards. Darren smiled and said. Dorag shrugged and chuckled. Don't be so stingy. Anyway, this house is so big, you can't possibly live in it all by yourself. Darren had no way to deal with this shameless guy. He lay down on the beach chair next to him, his deep eyes gazing calmly at the starry night sky, gradually becoming lost in thought. Seeing that Darren remained silent, Dragon, who couldn't hold back his words, couldn't help but start a conversation. I haven't congratulated you yet on becoming the top student in this training camp. This is just the beginning. Don't forget that Kazan is known as a monster. Darren said something, glancing at Dragon. But Major General Dragon, are you sure you don't want to go home? Dorag shook his head and said. No, I just had a fight with the old man, and I don't want to go back and face his sullen face. Oh, Darren replied casually. What's all the noise about? Dorag rested his hands behind his head, gazed at the starry sky, and sighed. I excitedly told the old man that I wanted to become a naval admiral. But he suddenly became like a cat with its fur standing on end, telling me to give up the idea, and that if I wanted to be a general, I should just be a vice admiral like him, free and easy, saying that my personality wasn't suited to be a naval admiral. At this point, Dorag's tone became somewhat dissatisfied and aggrieved. Just because he doesn't want a promotion doesn't mean others don't want one. He turned to look at Darren. Darren, do you understand? I grew up hearing about the old man's name. Everyone says I'm the son of a naval hero, possessing the blood of a hero. You don't like it when people compliment you on these things. Darren suddenly interrupted him. Dorag hesitated, then said, No, that's not it. He became somewhat indignant. Everyone has such expectations of me, but no one has ever asked me what I want to do. Darren rolled his eyes. This is a typical problem for rich kids. Frankly, it's just that they're bored and have nothing better to do. He couldn't help but mutter a complaint to himself. So what do you want? Dorag's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing the question, and he became very interested. Good question. He suddenly shouted excitedly, almost making Darren jump up in fright. Darren, do you know? I've had a dream since I was little. Dorag's eyes seemed to reflect the starlight of the sky, exceptionally bright, and his face showed the unique arrogance and unbridled spirit of a young man. I want to change the world. Change the world. Darren raised an eyebrow and teased. I don't know about others, but this world should be pretty good to you. Bathed in the light of heroes, you enjoy a life of luxury that most people can only dream of. As far as I know, you became a prestigious naval commander at the age of 15, while I was just an ordinary private in the North Sea, cleaning toilets and doing odd jobs for my superiors when I was 15. When you were 15, you were surrounded by the patronage of the Naval High Command and associated with the Navy's geniuses. When I was 15, I was dealing with either crude soldiers or fighting the mafia and pirates every day. So stop complaining. Dorag's face flushed red, and he stammered. Darren, that is not what I meant. Darren waved his hand and said, So tell me, why do you want to change the world? Dragon took a deep breath and said slowly, Actually, when I was little, I lived in Donghai, in a place called Windmill Village. As the name suggests, it was a place with many windmills, you know? Darren nodded, thinking to himself, Of course I know even better than you do. My mother passed away when I was very young. My husband was busy with military affairs and couldn't take care of me, so I was basically raised by the villagers of Windmill Village. Dorag continued, his eyes gradually filled with memories. It's a very peaceful country, with no wars, no disasters, and everything is wonderful. Until one day, a large number of refugees drifted in from the sea. His tone lowered. I will never forget that scene. Those refugees had no good flesh left on their bodies. Their skin was shriveled and covered their bones. They looked like skeletons. The reason is that their country suffered from famine, coupled with the plundering by pirates. More than half of their people starved to death. The villagers tried to help them, but they were too weak and died soon after. Do you know that the country where Darren and his refugees live is only a 2-day journey from Windmill Village, less than a few hundred nautical miles away, yet it has become a world apart from heaven and hell. At that time, I was thinking, if I had more power, if I had more resources, maybe I could have saved those people, right? After becoming a Navy admiral, no, even a fleet admiral, one will have greater power and be able to mobilize more troops, thus enabling one to better uphold justice, right? Dragon suddenly gritted his teeth and clenched his fist, saying, I'm not saying the old man's method was wrong. Defeating pirates is certainly not wrong. But perhaps, besides defeating pirates, there are more things we, as righteous Marines, can do? Isn't protecting the weak and safeguarding civilians what our Navy should do? This is my dream. He suddenly stood up. I want to change the world with the justice of the Navy. Let's make this world a happier place. Darren fell silent upon hearing this. He turned his head and looked at Dorag's still young profile, and suddenly understood. At his age, Dragon still holds high expectations for the Navy's justice. However, Dragon, do you really think that countries' disasters and misfortunes are only due to natural disasters and pirates? Do you really think the Navy can change this world? Perhaps Lieutenant General Garp is right. Darren said something that stunned Dragon. You are indeed not suited to be a Navy admiral, let alone a Navy fleet admiral. Go home. It's late. I need to rest. After saying that, Darren stood up from the beach chair and went into the house. As the door closed, Darren uttered a final, meaningful remark. Dorag, this world is far crueler than you imagine. One day, you will understand. Nah, VE and passionate teenagers always have to hit a wall and suffer setbacks before they learn their lesson. Before that, no matter what others said, they couldn't change his mind. Bang! The door slammed shut mercilessly. Only the Dorags remained, standing there in a daze. There was a long, long silence. Please help me. Thank you. Here's another reminder to everyone. Darren's sense of justice is complex, far less pure than Ron's in the previous book. This is also due to my upbringing. Darren doesn't have any cheat codes, but Ron has a system. Darren climbed his way up from the bottom, while Ron was born into a military academy, a prodigy. Chapter 50 Winning People's Hearts. Clear sunlight streamed in through the glass windows, casting dappled shadows on the walls, creating a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere. Darren opened his eyes and woke up in bed. The room wasn't big, but it was very clean. He slowly sat up and habitually checked his condition. As that precise bodily perception unfolds, one's personal attribute panel is also displayed. Physical strength, 65.131. Strength, 63.135. Speed, 63.591. Fruit, 74.167. Compared to the last time, all data have shown significant growth. The most significant increase was in physique. Sure enough, Rogers' divine evasion that almost killed him was not in vain, as physique gained at least 2 points. As for the other 3 stats, strength, speed, and fruit, they all increased significantly. It's hard to believe that this improvement came from just one battle. Darren secretly estimated that if he used the same training method he used in the North Sea, even if he pushed the training intensity to the limit that his body could withstand, it would take at least 3 months to achieve the same effect. This was only a very brief battle. However, this is also reasonable. 100 simulations can't compare to one real battle. The exhilarating feeling of adrenaline rushing between life and death, the suffocating pressure of having every cell, every muscle, and every nerve squeezed to their limits, is something that cannot be created by conventional training. Indeed, only by fighting against the strong can one maximize their physical potential and break through their limits. If only we could come more often. Thinking about this, Darren's mind started racing, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, but soon he chuckled to himself. A simple knife almost cost him his life. He was incredibly lucky to survive, and that was only after Roger hadn't used his full strength. In a real fight, he would have no chance of surviving Roger's attacks. That sword that even ghosts and gods would have to retreat from. Darren clenched his fists involuntarily. Call. Several seconds later, he finally let out a long breath and got up to wash. After the duel at the training camp, the trainees would have about 3 days of free time. On the one hand, Injuries are inevitable during duels, requiring treatment and rest. On the other hand, it gives these students from all over the world ample time to familiarize themselves with the environment and lifestyle of Marineford. After a quick wash, Darren dressed neatly, put on his navy cloak, and went out. Fallen leaves drifted down in the courtyard, and before we knew it, the air of late autumn had arrived. Even the leaves were tinged with a faint golden light. Darren looked at Dorag, who was sprawled out on the beach chair, his posture messy and sprawled out a big bubble, and couldn't help but rub his temples. That's really quite oblivious. He shook his head and strode out of the courtyard. A reserved young figure was already waiting outside the courtyard, carefully carrying a basket of fresh fruit. Upon seeing Darren emerge, he immediately jogged over, his expression respectful. "Brigadier General Darren, here is the fruit basket you requested." The young naval lieutenant saluted. Darren took the fruit basket and said with a smile, "Thank you for your help." "How could this be? How could this be?" The naval lieutenant hurriedly waved his hand. Darren stuffed another wad of cash into his hand. "Brigadier General Darren, this is the money you already gave us that hasn't all been spent yet." The lieutenant retreated repeatedly. "Take this and go buy me breakfast," Darren said firmly, stuffing the money directly into the naval lieutenant's hand. Then he pointed to Dorag, who was sleeping in a disheveled position in the yard, and smiled. What could be more invigorating than a warm breakfast? After saying that, Darren turned and left with the fruit basket, leaving the naval lieutenant bewildered in the wind, holding a large wad of colorful banknotes. That's way too many. The morning mist has dissipated, and a cool breeze caresses the face, making one feel refreshed and relaxed. Darren walked slowly down the street, his expression calm. He doesn't have the habit of ordering people around for free, especially if that person isn't one of your core subordinates. Living in North Sea, a place where mafia influence is intertwined, Darren has witnessed more than a few so-called mafia bosses fall from grace and die at the hands of their own underlings. Those lowly underlings he used to boss around and look down on the most are often the ones who stab you in the back when you're at your wit's end. Human nature is very complex. The wad of banknotes that Darren casually tossed out meant nothing to him. But for that young Navy officer, it was a huge sum of money. The true measure of wealth is not the mountains of gold and silver piled up at home, the numbers in the bank, or your mansion and private yacht. It's not the people's hearts that you've won over. Darren may never need that naval lieutenant position in his life, but some things are better left and used than needed but not needed. Why not make a mere few 100,000 berries make a naval lieutenant in charge of the daily affairs of the officers in the training camp extremely grateful to you? As for why not just slip money in directly? No, that's not appropriate. How could Darren possibly do something as illegal and against regulations as bribery? He simply asked the naval lieutenant to buy him a fruit basket and a breakfast. According to the naval lieutenant, Darren would soon find his destination. Before he even got close to the yard, he could hear a burst of angry curses coming from inside the yard, mixed with the whooshing sound of a stick being swung and the sound of footsteps. "You brat. You're all injured like this. And you still bring a stray cat home. There are already tons of cats and dogs at home. The animals eat more than the people. Dad, stop chasing. You can't see, you'll fall. Even though your old man can't see, he can still hear. Don't run away, you brat." Darren couldn't help but smile at the noise. He stepped forward and pushed open the courtyard gate. The two figures froze in place. The fleeing figure had a buzz cut and was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, maintaining a fleeing posture. Behind him, a middle-aged man who was blind was gripping a wooden stick and panting heavily. The two stiffly turned their heads and looked at Darren. Darren held up the fruit basket in his hand. "It seems your injuries are healing well, Colonel Fire Mountain." He smiled. "Thank you." Chapter 51. The name of that knife. That's right, Darren came to visit Fire Mountain. The determination shown by Fire Mountain in that battle at training camp really appealed to Darren. Besides, he injured himself, so it's only natural for him to come and visit. Brigadier General Darren. Hiwashishin stared blankly at Darren carrying a fruit basket for a moment, then immediately realized what was happening. He smiled somewhat sheepishly and introduced him to Darren. "Brigadier General Darren, this is my father. Dad, this is Brigadier General Darren." Darren smiled politely at the grumpy old man. "Hello, sorry to bother you." A maple tree grows in the courtyard, its fiery red leaves falling in the cool breeze, a truly beautiful sight. "Why didn't you stay in the hospital a few more days?" Darren put down the fruit basket, casually sat on the steps, and looked at Hiwashishin, who was wrapped up like a rice dumpling, and asked. "The Navy headquarters provides free medical care to all Navy personnel and officers of the rank of colonel and above enjoy even better medical and rehabilitation conditions, such as private wards. Hiwashishin chuckled and scratched his head, saying, "The injury isn't serious, so I won't trouble the doctors and nurses." He gestured towards the kitchen with his chin. "Besides, I'm not too comfortable with the old man on his own. As you can see, his eyesight isn't very good." Darren nodded. He glanced briefly at the neatly renovated courtyard, where several dirty kittens were dozing off under the walls and trees. A yellow-haired mongrel suddenly darted out of the house, came up to Hiwashishin, and licked his hand, its tail wagging like an electric fan. Darren suddenly realized how the cat scratch marks on Hiwashishin's arm came about. "You really like animals?" Hiwashishin patted the yellow dog's head and smiled. "It's not that. It's just that sometimes when I see them wandering outside, sometimes not having enough to eat, it just doesn't feel right." Darren paused for a moment, then took out a cigar and handed it to Fire Mountain. "Can I smoke it?" Hiwashishin stared at the gold-plated cigar for a moment, then calmly accepted it. "Okay." So the two of them sat on the steps and started smoking. "Young man, please stay for dinner. The food is ready." At that moment, the blind man came out of the kitchen and called out to Darren. "It's rare for this quiet, taciturn kid to have a friend visiting, so don't refuse." Darren smiled and did not refuse. Okay. The dishes were simple, mostly homestyle fare, but Darren enjoyed the meal and experienced a warmth he had never felt before. After the meal, Hiwashishin automatically took over the task of washing the dishes, leaving only Darren and his father at the table. "My rascal, he's caused you a lot of trouble, hasn't he?" The blind man suddenly broke the silence, took out a crumpled pack of cigarettes, and handed it to Darren Jin. Darren shook his head and said, "Actually, it's the other way around. I'm the one who caused Colonel Fire Mountain a lot of trouble." As he spoke, he glanced briefly at the weathered-looking man in front of him. Around 50 years old, his face was etched with the marks of time. He had dark skin, calloused hands, and a shocking scar on his face that stretched diagonally from his left eye to his right cheek. As if sensing Darren's gaze, the uncle pointed to his face, grinned, and his smile concealed a fierce and menacing aura. "Don't worry, I didn't let that pirate get away with it either." Darren was speechless. "Young man, judging from your voice, you seem to be a tough and decisive person, which is good." The blind old man, smoking a cigarette, suddenly sighed. "My son is too soft-hearted. You know, he's a Marine, but he brings stray cats home every day. I want to throw them all out. Young man, do you think my brat with that kind of temper can kill pirates?" Darren exhaled a puff of smoke. "You're overthinking it. Colonel Hiwashishin is an excellent naval officer. His determination to defeat pirates is stronger than anyone else's." He paused, then smiled and said, "And you probably don't know this, do you? In this training camp, Colonel Fire Mountain actually won 5th place." The blind man fell silent upon hearing this. By this time, Hiwashishin had finished washing the dishes and returned. "Young people, you two chat," the blind man said curtly, then stood up from his chair, turned, and walked out of the room. Hiwashishin smiled somewhat awkwardly. "Sorry, the old man has a rather eccentric temper." Darren smiled and said it was okay. "No, the uncle has a very good personality." Hiwashishin was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Darren, you didn't use your full strength in that battle, did you?" He stared intently at the Commodore, awaiting an answer. "Yes." Darren spoke frankly and did not hide anything. Hiwashishin sighed with some regret. "I thought that by mastering a new sword technique, I could keep up with you monsters." "You will," Darren said seriously, not holding back his praise. "A person who dares to challenge the strong deserves respect. That knife is already very powerful. Really, the Fire Mountain is bright in front of us." He thought for a moment, then, as if suddenly remembering something, said to Darren with great interest, "You know my dream is to become a hero like Mr. Garp, a real man. A hero's move always has a cool name, but I've been thinking about it for the past 2 days and I still can't think of one. Can you help me name that sword?" His expression was filled with the passion and innocence of a teenage boy, which made Darren smile involuntarily. To put it bluntly, Hiwashishin at this time was just a young man who was not even 20 years old. "What do you think?" Darren recalled the resolute and stunning flames on the training ground, pondered for a second, and then smiled. "How about we name that knife, Burning Mountain?" After a brief chat, Darren didn't linger and said goodbye to Fire Mountain. As Darren approached the gate of the yard, he noticed that Hiwashishin's father came out of the kitchen, carrying a large pot of steaming chicken and rice. He was cursing and swearing as he bent down to serve the cats and dogs. Darren smiled at the sight and turned to wave goodbye to Fire Mountain. "Darren." After walking a distance, Huashishin's shouts suddenly came from behind. Darren looked back. A young man with a buzz cut, his body wrapped in bandages, stood under a fiery red maple tree, facing the sunlight and forcefully throwing a punch at himself. I will keep working hard, and one day I will catch up with you monsters. His eyes shone with fighting spirit, glistening with sweat and sunlight. I will make that blade, along with my name, resound throughout the world. Darren paused, then burst into unrestrained laughter. Okay, I'll wait. Every glorious and magnificent life. Every mature and aged soul. There was once a young man who sweated under the scorching sun and punched the ground with abandon. This vast and boundless sea becomes magnificent and radiant precisely because of such passionate youth and simple dreams. The transitional chapter is also a little Easter egg. Gratitude. Chapter 52, A Life That's Inhuman. During his 2 or 3 days of free time, Darren took a short tour of Marineford, the entire Marine headquarters. Overall, Marineford is not an island, but rather a collection of landmasses similar to an archipelago. Civilian and military zones were artificially divided in terms of administrative planning. The military zone mainly includes large defensive buildings such as the Central Military Fortress and the Oval Harbor, as well as major armories, administrative offices of various military departments, training grounds, and the outer sea areas where warships patrol. The civilian district, also known as the residential and commercial district, is home to Marineford's native residents and naval families. Most of the residences of high-ranking officers are also located in the civilian district. Although Marineford is the center of justice in the world, the residential area still has a relatively bustling commercial street to meet the normal living and entertainment needs of the people here. In terms of supplies and trade, the Navy headquarters will issue trade licenses to some powerful merchant fleets. These caravans transported goods and food from all over the world. After the merchant ships arrived in Marineford, they would undergo strict inspection by headquarters. Only after confirming that they were not carrying dangerous goods could the goods be delivered to the civilian areas. Sitting on a beach chair in his yard, Darren smoked a cigar and fell into deep thought. Brew, 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 brew. His thoughts were interrupted by the sudden ringing of a military den mushy. Darren pulled a military den mushy from his pocket, and after seeing the signal on it, a smile appeared on his lips as he connected the communication. It is truly an honor that the high-ranking and powerful Admiral of the North Sea, Lord Flying Squirrel, has taken the time to contact me. A helpless voice came through the den mushy. You must be joking. This job of the governor of Beihai is really inhuman. Darren immediately burst into laughter. Now you understand the pressure I was under before, right? On the other end of the den mushy, Mamanga sat alone in the base chief's office at branch 321. His eyes were heavily puffed with bags, and he looked utterly exhausted. He couldn't help but take a deep drag on his cigar to perk himself up, and gritted his teeth as he said, I really don't know how you managed to get through it before. I can handle the internal affairs of the Navy, but I'm also very familiar with training, procurement, budgets, exercises, and cracking down on pirates. His voice suddenly rose a pitch, his tone filled with unbearable pain. But what's with this endless banquet? There are banquets, parties, drinking parties, auctions, and wine tastings almost every day. Don't those nobles and politicians have any serious business to attend to? Invitations kept coming in, especially after they found out you had won the chief position in the training camp at headquarters. These social banquets became even more extravagant. Those guys, like sharks smelling blood, are swarming in one after another. The 10 den mushy, snail communication devices, deployed at the base for communication and receiving civilian requests for help, are ringing nonstop every day. The flying squirrel's eyes were bloodshot, and its mouth and nose reeked of alcohol. Its face contorted in pain as it said, Darren, do you know how I've been these past 2 weeks? Every day it's either drinking or eating, either in geisha houses or private gambling dens. There are countless gifts of fine cigarettes and liquors that I can't refuse. If I do, they'll kneel down on the spot. There's so much gold and silver that my office can't even hold it all. All sorts of beautiful women were shoved into my arms, and when I played a pair of threes at a card game, they all said, That's too big, we can't afford it. I don't know how much longer I can endure this kind of life. He slammed his fist heavily on the desk, his eyes red, and panted as he said, What do those guys take me for? I'm a righteous Navy man. Listening to the flying squirrel's complaints, Darren's smile widened, and he couldn't help but tease it. Colonel Flying Squirrel, you need to understand that you are living a wonderful life that countless people dream of but can't have. I'd rather risk my life fighting pirates. Hearing Darren's gloating voice, the flying squirrel gritted its teeth and went berserk. Darren couldn't help but laugh. Strength is the shortcut to the finish line. Faced with absolute power, all authority, status, fame, and money must yield. He used to be able to wield considerable influence in Beihai. Putting aside his so-called political maneuvering, to put it bluntly, he possessed absolute power, enough to suppress the entire Beihai region. Those fawning smiles and sycophantic faces are all expressions of submission to one's own overwhelming power. After arriving at the Marine headquarters and taking on the title of Chief, it meant that Rogers Darren's strength was not limited to the North Blue. He possessed absolute dominance even among the navies of the entire world. As a result, the nobles, merchants, and government officials of the North Sea who were constantly trying to find out about him naturally came to him like sharks smelling blood, fawning and flattering Darren's deputy and successor, the Flying Squirrel. This was also the plan that Darren started. The more trouble he causes at the Navy headquarters, the more secure his power will become in the North Sea. However, these social obligations are indeed a bit of a challenge for the Flying Squirrel's serious and composed personality. Actually, you're just too tense. Relax, Flying Squirrel, don't put any pressure on yourself. Darren smiled and said, those so-called drinking parties and banquets are unnecessary, so just refuse them directly. We are the Navy, and we don't need to entertain those good-for-nothings. Developing hard power is the most important task. Of course, if the pressure is too great, it is not a bad thing to go to a kabuki-cho to relax. Darren blinked. The Flying Squirrel rolled its eyes. Socializing and networking were indeed not his forte, and Darren's words put him at ease. How's Germa 66 doing lately? Darren asked a question. When it came to serious matters, the Flying Squirrel instantly got into a focused state and said solemnly, there hasn't been any major movement yet, and our business cooperation with Vinsmoke Judge is still proceeding normally. Darren nodded. Where's my lovely godson? The Flying Squirrel slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and said in a deep voice, Doflamingo's power continues to expand, and his strength is increasing rapidly. A few days ago, he clashed with a pirate with a bounty of over 30 million, and in less than a minute, he chopped that unfortunate guy into pieces. However, overall he remained relatively restrained in Beihai and followed your rules. That's good. Darren smiled with satisfaction. But speaking of which, you haven't congratulated me on winning the top spot yet. The Flying Squirrel said irritably. Isn't this just common sense? All right, I have to go now, Darren. A new batch of weapons from Germa 66 has arrived at the port, and I need to go check it out. Yes, thank you for your hard work. When I get back to Beihai, I'll treat you to drinks. Darren said with a smile, which immediately earned him a glare from the Flying Squirrel. The military din mushy communication was interrupted. Darren had just put away his din mushy when a head suddenly loomed in front of him, blocking out the sunlight. He grinned broadly, his expression extremely obsequious. Darren, I'm telling you guys, none of you knock before entering other people's yards. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? Darren sighed helplessly. He had already discovered that this guy was eavesdropping in the corner. Jiaji chuckled and rubbed his hands together, saying, Hey Darren, can I ask you something? Darren raised an eyebrow. No. Decisive and efficient. Jiaji's face immediately fell. Then, he suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, tightly hugged Darren's feet with both hands, and wailed. Please Darren. I want to be transferred to Beihai. Isn't Beihai short of a vice admiral? I'll go be the Flying Squirrel's deputy. I've also wanted to live that kind of life. Please let this inhuman life be taken on by my selfless genius. I beg you. He screamed his heart out. Darren. Chapter 53 The Significance of the Six Forms. Looking at the wailing, ferocious-looking Gaji in front of him, Darren's forehead creased with black lines. At the same time, an indescribable sense of admiration welled up in his heart. Even Darren had to admit that Gage, that bastard, was indeed shameless and unwilling to back down. Are you sure about Jiaji? That's not something just anyone can do. Darren silently pulled his foot out of Jiaji's arms and said with a half-smile. Non-stop socializing, all kinds of fine wine, cigarettes, beautiful women, gambling, and performances will corrupt one's body and erode one's will. Look, even a man as reputable as Mamanga is being tortured to the point of despair, and you are currently the 4th-ranked officer in our headquarters officer training camp. You are the future of the Navy and the hope of justice. I really can't bear to let you bear such a painful responsibility. It doesn't matter. Suddenly, Jiaji shouted loudly, stood up abruptly, straightened his chest, and his tear-streaked eyes shone with a righteous and awe-inspiring light. Darren, it is precisely because I am the fourth seat in the military academy, a pillar of the Navy's future, and a mainstay of justice, that I must shoulder a responsibility heavier than others. His tone exuded an air of self-assurance, and the Navy cloak behind him billowed and fluttered even without wind. I must go deep into the front lines and be baptized by these sugar-coated bullets in order to transform into a great Navy. He bowed deeply to Darren. Please let me suffer this pain. Darren, as expected of you, Jaji almost made me believe your nonsense. He shook his head irritably, too lazy to bother with this idiot, and casually replied, let me think about it. Putting aside everything else, it's impossible for the Warring States period to allow Kaji to be transferred to the North Sea. Unexpectedly, Jaji misunderstood Darren's meaning and chuckled. I understand. He gave Darren a knowing look. Darren, don't worry. From now on, anyone who dares to oppose you will be my enemy. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes blazed with a palpable fire. For the glory of the North Sea. Darren's lips twitched. Come on, your fighting spirit is just too strong. Furthermore, with your slovenly appearance and that fawning, lewd smile, you look exactly like a lackey guiding a Japanese officer in some ridiculous drama. Half an hour later. Training camp, drill ground. Under the scorching sun, yellow sand swirls and dances. Wearing sunglasses, Zephyr crossed his arms and looked at all the new students of the third training camp who were present, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. I believe that after the duel 3 days ago, you all have a good understanding of each other. So I won't waste any more words, and we'll get straight to the point. His gaze swept across everyone's face. In this training camp, you will receive the most elite and highest quality military education on this vast sea. Swordsmanship, physical skills, navigation, climate knowledge, and physical training are all part of the training camp's curriculum and are also part of the final exam. But the most fundamental and core content of the training camp is to teach you to develop the power of your own body. And starting today, I will teach you the physical techniques of the Naval 6 styles. Zifa quickly got into the mode of explaining, his expression serious and focused. The so-called 6 styles of the Navy refers to 6 techniques: shave, iron body, paper drawing, moonwalk, tempest kick, and finger pistol. These 6 techniques complement each other and are extremely powerful, encompassing 3 combat skills: offense, defense, and high-speed movement. I believe that, given your positions and ranks, you must have heard of the 6 styles of the Navy to some extent before, or even seen naval officers demonstrate them in actual combat. Upon hearing this, many people nodded slightly in agreement. The 6 styles of the Navy are not considered major secrets within the naval system, and many naval commanders are proficient in using even 2 of them. Zephyr suddenly laughed, pointed casually at Doberman, and asked, Doberman, in your opinion, what is the greatest function of the Navy's 6 styles? Doberman pondered for a moment, then replied in a deep voice. It's real combat, Professor Zephyr. Among the 6 styles of the Navy, the finger pistol possesses short-range piercing burst damage, while the tempest kick is a mid to long-range attack technique that compensates for the finger pistol's weakness of insufficient range. Shave is a high-speed movement technique used to quickly approach a target and retreat. Moonwalk is an extension of shave, allowing the user to move in the air for a short time to achieve the goal of hovering. As for the iron block and paper drawing, both of these are defensive techniques. If you can master all 6 techniques, your body can become a highly efficient fighting machine. You can flexibly and easily deal with any situation, whether it is offense, defense, burst, or breakthrough. Hearing Doberman's answer, everyone else present nodded in agreement. Darren frowned almost imperceptibly. Others may not know, but he does know the plot. None of those powerful figures who reign over the seas use the 6 styles of the Navy. On the contrary, those so-called masters of the 6 styles all fell victim to the 6 styles. And most importantly, compared to others, Darren has naturally mastered some of the techniques of the 6 powers of the Navy through his own development. Therefore, he has more authority to speak on this point than anyone else present. In reality, however, he found that the Navy's 6 styles were not as practical as rumored in actual combat. Iron blocks amplify one's perception of defense, while the instantaneous burst of shave, although indeed very fast, actually causes a brief period of stiffness in the body at the moment of using shave. This might not seem like much to ordinary people, but to a true expert, it becomes an extremely obvious flaw. Rather than calling the 6 styles of the Navy a combat technique, it's more accurate to say, well said. It seems you've done a lot of research. Zifa's words interrupted Darren's thoughts. He smiled and gave Doberman an approving look. But you're not entirely right. Zifa suddenly changed the subject. I'll tell you the truth now. He raised his large hand and clenched it into a fist. The true value of the Navy's 6 styles does not lie in actual combat. This set of physical techniques is not the kind of powerful combat skills you think it is, but a rigorous, perfect, and exquisite training system. Finger pistol and tempest kick can help enhance the explosive power and application of limb strength. Iron blocks and paper drawing the former enhances overall physical strength, while the latter improves neural reflexes and bodily awareness. Shaving and moonwalk are training techniques for the instantaneous explosiveness and control of the body's muscles. Zifa's voice boomed like thunder, resounding with unwavering force. In short, the 6 styles of the Navy is a training system developed to surpass the limits of the human body, based on solid foundations. It has absolutely nothing to do with so-called real combat. Many people have misunderstood this point, mistakenly treating the 6 styles as practical combat techniques and foolishly applying them in battles against stronger opponents. This is simply putting the cart before the horse. You're not mistaken. I'm talking about those cowardly lackeys of the CP. When he said this, Zifa's tone revealed undisguised contempt and disdain. Chapter 54. You're not trying to scam me, are you? As soon as he finished speaking, all the naval personnel present were deeply shaken and lost in thought. They were all elites selected by the Navy headquarters from the world's major seas. They might not be as strong as monsters like Sakazuki, but their talent was definitely among the top in the world. Naturally, they quickly figured out what Zephyr meant. Simply put, the 6 styles of the Navy may not have been developed from the outset as combat techniques, but rather as a comprehensive training system. This is a set of techniques that enable practitioners to solidify their foundation, develop their physical potential, and thus master greater power. Darren's eyes also flickered slightly. Teacher Zephyr's words confirmed his inner conjecture about the 6 styles of the Navy. Each move of the 6 styles of the Navy has extremely obvious flaws and defects when applied to actual combat. The short-term stun from shave, the overconfidence of iron body, the insufficient lethality of finger pistol, the negligible damage of tempest kick compared to swordmaster's slash, the sluggishness of paper drawing, and the limitations of moonwalk. Such tactics are undoubtedly somewhat useless in actual combat. But the role of the 6 styles of the Navy in developing physical strength and potential is undeniable. Even Darren suspected that the physical training he had undergone to hone his resilience was actually a form of training with iron blocks. It's just that I accidentally practiced too intensely. Fundamentally, the 6 styles of the Navy are a method of training, not a technique for actual combat. To give a simple example, push-ups are a way for boxers to increase their arm strength. But if a boxer uses push-ups to fight his opponent in the boxing ring, that would undoubtedly be an idiotic thing to do. However, judging from Professor Zephyr's tone, he seemed to have some dissatisfaction with the CP department. So listen up, don't rely too much on the Navy's 6 styles. In real combat, you must be flexible in dealing with the situation. Zifa smiled and continued. And more importantly, the training of the 6 styles of the Navy will have a direct relationship with your future progress in developing your power and even mastering hockey. This is because training in the 6 styles of the Navy can help you break through the limits of your body and completely master this power. Then you will be able to pursue higher realms and stronger power. At that time, mastering hockey will be a natural outcome. I believe Darren should have some thoughts on this, right? As he spoke, he looked at Darren, his smile encouraging. As you can all clearly see, Darren has developed his body to a superhuman level that surpasses human limits. His body's defensive hardness is at the level of iron block even under normal conditions, so it is only natural that he can master armament hockey. Everyone suddenly realized what was going on. Zephyr's clear and concise explanation dispelled their previous misconceptions about the naval 6 styles. At first, they thought that only by cultivating to the level of a Superman could they be able to use the techniques of the 6 styles of the Navy. But that's not actually the case. Instead, it is through continuous practice of the 6 styles of the Navy that, over time, once you have mastered all 6 styles, your body will break through to the level of superhuman. The cause and effect relationship should be as it is. Now, I will demonstrate the 6 moves to you. Zifa said in a deep voice, glancing at the students and looking at the Peking-in Jiaji. Jiaji, you come and cooperate. Jiaji pointed to himself, somewhat hesitant. That's right. Come on, use all your strength to punch me. Zifa grinned. Jiaji's expression immediately became conflicted. Isn't this a bad idea, Professor Zephyr? Zephyr puffed out his beard and glared, saying, What's wrong? You think I can't withstand your punches, kid? No, that's not it. Jiaji looked conflicted and stammered. But Professor Zephyr, you're not trying to scam me, are you? Everyone. Zephyr. Get out of here. Zifa cursed angrily, then glanced around the crowd again. Darren, come here. Darren frowned, and hesitated as well. Professor Zephyr, are you sure? Zephyr, already somewhat impatient with the added tricks, said irritably. Although I've retired, I'm still a naval admiral. I can easily take your punch. Don't worry, to demonstrate the specific effect, I won't use hockey for defense. Of course, you shouldn't use hockey either, just use your physical strength. He instructed. Oh well. Since Zifa said so, Darren stopped arguing and slowly stepped out of the crowd. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. They had witnessed Darren's terrifying power firsthand. His punch directly blasted the abandoned small military fortress into collapse. You all see clearly. The iron body of the Navy's 6 style enhances the body's resistance to impact by strengthening muscles, giving the body the hardness of steel and making it impervious to blades and spears. Zifa let out a low growl, and as his blood flowed, his muscles bulged like lava, stretching his military uniform out of shape. Come on, Darren. Darren nodded. He took a deep breath and stared intently at the former admiral 10 meters away, his muscles contracting like springs. In previous duels, whether facing Dalmesia, Fire Mountain, or Kazan, he was never able to fully enjoy the physical battle. He also wanted to test how much power he could unleash when he went all out. Crackling. The ground beneath their feet seemed unable to withstand the ever-suppressing force, and visible cracks appeared. Everyone stared wide-eyed, holding their breath, afraid of missing what was about to happen. Boom. As if a spring had been compressed to its limit, the ground beneath Darren's feet seemed to explode like a high-explosive bomb, with layers of land collapsing and creating a shockingly large crater. Using this terrifying recoil force, Darren burst out of his seat, reaching his maximum speed. This explosive power is off. Zifa's pupils contracted, and for some reason, a bad feeling welled up in his mind. As his body subconsciously unleashed its domineering aura for defense, Zephyr's gaze caught sight of the student's expectant eyes. Zifa's lips twitched slightly. In that moment of stunned silence, bang! Darren's fist slammed into his abdomen like a meteor hammer. A white ripple of air exploded on Zifa's back, and the powerful impact sent his body sliding backward several meters before finally coming to a stop. The military boots carved 2 deep grooves into the ground. Yellow sandflies. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Zephyr let out a long breath, raised his head, and smiled without changing his expression. Very good, quite impressive power. It is in no way inferior to me when I was young. Darren slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, and seeing that his full force attack had no effect whatsoever, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. That's incredible. Master Zephyr's iron body technique has actually reached this level. Truly worthy of being a former Marine admiral. That's so cool. So handsome. The crowd cheered and exclaimed in amazement. Zifa smiled, and amidst the admiring gazes of the crowd, he slowly turned around, walked silently to the edge of the training ground, and paused for a moment. Then, bend over. Vomit. The sound of a large amount of liquid splashing onto the ground rang out. Everyone. A few seconds later, Zephyr wiped his mouth, turned around again, and said calmly, I ate too much for breakfast. He said without changing his expression. All right, then next, I will demonstrate and explain to you the 6 styles of the Navy, power generation techniques, and how to get started with the training. Professor Zephyr, do you need my help? Darren asked. No need. The upcoming demonstration is too dangerous. I'm afraid you might get hurt, and that wouldn't be good. Oh. Chapter 55 Teaching in Progress. Oh. Darren replied with some regret. Don't be discouraged. Your strength is obvious to all. Given time, you will surely catch up with, or even surpass me. Zifa crossed his arms and laughed with an imposing air. And what about me? And what about me? Jiaji burst out of the crowd again, asking excitedly. You? Zifa glanced at him squintingly, took a deep breath, and slowly said. You're quite clever too. Additional calculation. Zephyr shook his head and officially began to demonstrate the 6 powers of the Navy to everyone. He walked over to a heavy stone target. Finger gun. Concentrate all the power of the whole body into a point and strike with lightning speed using hardened fingers. Its power is enough to penetrate rocks and even steel, and the human body is naturally no match for it. It has considerable destructive power. As he spoke, Zifa stretched out his large hand and gently lifted the heavy stone target into the air. But the key point is that finger gun training can help you better master the skills of power control and concentration. Suddenly, Zifa thrust out his index finger. Bang! The stone target, tossed into the air, suddenly developed a hole about the thickness of a finger, and a large amount of lime blasted out from behind it. Then comes the storm kick. Zifa easily kicked the stone target high into the air. His foot, clad in military boots, carried a powerful burst of force, kicking through the air. In an instant, a dark green crescent-shaped slash shot out, slicing the stone target in the air in two. At the same time, Zifa's deep voice slowly drifted across the training ground. As one of the 6 techniques, the foot technique does not attack by kicking, but by creating a vacuum through a high-speed and powerful kick, thereby generating a mid-range slash. Through the training of the Tempest kick, you can better enhance your body's explosive power. Then comes shaving. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone felt as if a flower was blooming before their eyes. Zifa's figure appeared like a ghost dozens of meters away. Darren's pupils contracted slightly. He keenly noticed that when Zephyr used shave, his speed was at least 5 times that of his own, and there's no obvious feeling of body stiffness. In a short period of time, you stomp on the ground dozens of times at high speed to generate an explosive reaction force for high-speed movement. The key here is not strength, but frequency. Zifa explained clearly and concisely. He took a step, and the air beneath his feet seemed to solidify like steps. In the blink of an eye, he had risen into the sky, stepping on the air. This is moonwalk, an advanced and extended technique of shave, which requires a higher frequency of stepping on the ground and the ability to control body balance. Whether it's shaving or moonwalking, both can be extremely effective in improving your control over your body's rhythm and explosive power during the training process. Zifa's voice came from the sky, and only then did the stone target, which had been split in two by the storm foot, begin to fall under the influence of gravity. Finally, there's paper drawing. Zifa smiled, his figure catching up with the falling stone target. He stepped on the air in mid-air to relay the attack, twisted his waist, and turned around, and kicked the stone target into countless fragments. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. When it reappeared, it had already moved even faster into the area covered by the whistling falling stone target fragments. A shower of rubble fell from the sky, creating a breathtaking scene. Suddenly, Zifa's burly body seemed to transform into a piece of soft paper, or like willow catkins swaying in a storm. Countless pebbles grazed past his now soft body, failing to harm him in the slightest, and splashing clear craters into the ground. Everything returns to silence. Zifa turned around and smiled at the students who looked on with admiration. This is one of the defensive techniques in the 6 styles. It involves dissipating all the strength of the body, sensing the changes in the opponent's airflow, making the body as light as paper, and controlling the body to dodge attacks with ease. Through the training of paper drawing, one can enhance the body's ability to perceive danger, and this training is clearly directed towards the ability of observation hockey. It is no exaggeration to say that the training of paper drawing is, to some extent, a shortcut to awakening observation hockey. He dusted off his hands and lit a cigar. This is the 6 styles of the Navy, a set of training techniques that have been continuously researched, improved, and organized by generations of naval leaders. It is far from being a close combat technique. Remember this. Incorporate the study of the 6 forms into your daily training. This will be the key to gaining greater power, and it will also be an indispensable part of your path to becoming stronger in the future. Zifa exhaled a cloud of smoke that resembled a dragon and spoke earnestly. As a teacher, he always wanted to summarize the best practices and teach them to his students to prevent them from going astray. Now I'll demonstrate the specific techniques for generating power, so watch carefully. Watching Zephyr's meticulous and patient explanation, everyone focused intently on observing and imitating. Even the idiot Jiaji was no exception, his face full of seriousness as he immersed himself in it. Deep down, each of them knew that being able to join the training camp and become Zephyr's student was not an honor for the Navy, but the greatest luck of their lives. A renowned naval admiral, one of the strongest warriors on this high seas, personally taught them a priceless treasure that money can't buy. Perhaps a casual remark from Zephyr, or a point he casually points out, is enough to benefit them and give them a better chance of survival on the battlefield in the future. Darren also studied exceptionally hard. Although he had developed his body to a superhuman level through his strong will and hellish training, he knew very well that he was still far from being a true powerhouse. Zifa's insightful and easy-to-understand explanations were also very helpful to him. Combined with his own cultivation, he was able to gain a deeper understanding than others. At the same time, Darren was deeply moved as he looked at Zephyr's serious and focused profile while he was teaching. Only someone with Zephyr's selfless and dedicated character could serve as the Navy's chief instructor. If it were Garp, he'd probably just give a quick demonstration, then pick his nose, go eat some sunbae, rice crackers, and casually add, "Isn't this something anyone can do?" Zephyr, a name that will never be forgotten in naval history. He single-handedly forged the legend of the Navy's golden age, and perhaps he is the Navy's true hero. Thank you. Chapter 56. You can learn something just by looking at it? Half an hour later, Zephyr had basically finished explaining the power generation techniques and introductory training of the 6 styles of the Navy. Responding to the students' questions, he wiped the sweat from his face and smiled. "Now it's your free time to cultivate. You can ask me any questions you have." The sailors nodded in unison, then dispersed on the training ground, carefully studying the key points explained by Zephyr, and began to try to practice the 6 styles of the Navy. Although all 6 styles of the Navy have the effect of helping to break through the limits of the human body, each person's training focus is different. Therefore, at the beginning, they will choose 1 or 2 of the 6 styles to focus on learning. For example, Dalmesia, a Zoan-type devil fruit user, focuses more on shave and finger pistol, using his ability to rush forward and cause instant destruction to maximize the speed and claw penetration of his dog fruit. Officers like Doberman and Fire Mountain, who were skilled with knives, preferred iron block, storm kick, and shave. Iron blocks can enhance the body's defense and resistance to blows and increase the intensity of close combat. As for the Tempest kick, it's because its essence and power generation techniques are very similar to the flying slash of a swordsman, making it even easier for them to master. Without exception, the shave move, the most practical of the 6 styles of the Navy, is a key training focus for every naval officer. As for Darren, who had already broken through the limits of the human body and achieved a superhuman physique, he directly practiced all 6 techniques simultaneously. Darren walked to the open space beside him, faced a human-shaped stone target, and gradually calmed down, closing his eyes. He began to recall Zifa's teaching explanation in his mind, fully activating his body's perception and controlling the exertion of his muscles. The mechanism of the finger gun lies in concentrating the power of the whole body into a single point. The fundamental power of the human body comes from the feet. With the contraction of the muscles, Darren's military boots rotate slightly, firmly nailing the ground like nails. He carefully sensed and experienced the movement of every muscle and bone in his body. The power originates in the feet and travels down to the pelvis. The pelvis and spine must remain stable, and the entire body should be twisted into a single force, followed by the shoulders and arms. A gentle breeze blew by, while the scorching sun beat down on the earth. Darren's heart was at peace. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing deep within them. He gave a cold shout. All the power he had been holding back was poured into his index finger, and he thrust the spear out. Finger gun. Bang. The stone target was instantly blasted open, and lime flew everywhere. Call. Darren exhaled a long breath, a smile appearing on his face. Mastering the 6 styles of the Navy is simpler than I imagined. However, Darren thought again that his physical strength, explosiveness, endurance, and bone hardness had already surpassed the standards of the Navy's 6 styles, so it was reasonable for him to master it easily. He looked up and was met with a sea of astonished faces. "What's wrong with you?" Darren looked at the group of people who were frozen in place with a puzzled expression and asked, "Darren, you learned finger guns so quickly. This?" Doberman and the others stared blankly at Darren and the holes in the target, their faces filled with disbelief. "It's very simple. You just need to concentrate all your strength on one point, and you can do it easily." Darren smiled. "Really?" Everyone looked incredulous. "Only a monster like you would think this is so simple." "Ha, let me give it a try." At this moment, Kazan said with burning eyes, "I won't lose to you, Darren." He walked enthusiastically to the stone target, took a deep breath, and concentrated. Everyone's eyes widened. Finger gun. All that could be heard was Kazan's low shout, his index finger thrusting out like a gun. Laugh. The lime was blasted open, and a pit about the thickness of a finger immediately appeared in the center of the stone target. Ha, it worked. Darren, did you see that? Kazan looked at Darren with a big smile. It really did succeed? Everyone screamed inwardly, their faces filled with shock. The difficulty of mastering the 6 styles of the Navy is not low. Even some high-ranking officers at headquarters can only master 2 of them, using the practice of these 2 styles to help them break through certain human limits. Although they had heard similar rumors before, that there were some incredibly talented freaks on this sea who could master the 6 styles of the Navy after only 2 viewings. But when it actually happened before their eyes, they still found it unbelievable and incomprehensible. Darren was able to master the 6 powers with ease, which shocked them, but they could barely accept it. After all, Darren's strength and physical prowess are undeniable. But what's with Kazan? What a terrifying talent. Seeing Kazan's performance, Darren's heart was also stirred, and his pupils contracted slightly. Zifa, who was sitting on a beach chair smoking in the distance, suddenly caught his eye. As expected of the one who earned the title of monster, Kazan's speed in mastering the 6 powers is comparable to that of Sakazuki and Borsellino back in the day. I'll give it a try too. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Jia-ji walking out of the crowd with his hands on his hips. Seeing that everyone's attention was drawn to Darren and Kazan, Jia-ji felt resentful, thinking that his limelight had been stolen. Everyone looked at Jia-ji, who had also walked to the stone target, and exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that Kaguya learned finger gun techniques in such a short time? Feeling the gazes of everyone, especially Gion's, directed at him, Kate couldn't help but feel a little smug. Isn't it just a finger gun? It shouldn't be too difficult, right? Jia-ji struck what he thought was a cool pose and took a deep breath under the watchful eyes of everyone. Just like Darren and Kazan had done, his index finger suddenly pierced towards the center of the stone target. Click! The sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out. Hiss! Everyone present gasped in shock. They stared at the motionless stone target and at Jia-ji's index finger, which was bent at a 90-degree angle, and their eyes twitched involuntarily. They all withdrew their hands. Jia-ji's face turned pale for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal. He took another deep breath, silently hiding his hands behind his back, and said without changing his expression, I haven't moved in a long time, so I loosened up my finger bones. Everyone. Zifa covered his face with his hands in pain. Gratitude. Chapter 57. The Significance of the Chief. The months flew by. The newly built teaching building of the training camp. Top floor, Kendo Club. Bang. 2 figures passed each other in the training room at an extremely fast speed, like phantoms, both displaying the high-speed movement technique of shave from the 6 styles of the Navy. The tip of the wooden sword flew into the air and then fell to the ground. Hiwashishin stared blankly at the broken training wooden sword in his hand, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. I've lost again, Lieutenant Colonel Gion. He wiped the sweat from his brow, turned around, and looked at the tall figure in the indigo kendo uniform, his face filled with emotion. You truly deserve to be called a swordsmanship genius, praised by both the Sengoku General and Master Zephyr. Gion raised her hand to remove her face mask and protective gear, put away her wooden sword, and glistened with sweat from her long hair that clung to her cheeks, making her appear pure and ethereal. Colonel Fire Mountain, you flatter me. She smiled. Immediately, the 2 walked towards each other, then bowed simultaneously and said, Thank you for your guidance. This is the etiquette of kendo. Just as the 2 were about to rest, a series of muffled rumbling sounds came from afar outside the window. It's starting again. Hiwashishin gave a wry smile, walked to the window, and looked outside. In the distance, on the training ground, yellow sand rolls. A tall, muscular figure, shirtless and covered in scars, was struggling to drag a massive, abandoned warship forward under the scorching sun, his hands gripping a huge black iron chain. It was midday, and the sun was blazing, so intense that the outside world felt like a sweltering furnace. The figure's skin was tanned to a healthy and wild bronze color, and sweat dripped down the gaps between his sharply defined muscles. What was terrifying was that with every step he took forward, Hiwashishin could clearly see the ground of the training ground tremble slightly, and dust and gravel would jump around. The heavy warship, which required hundreds of people to drag it into the sea, was pulled forward little by him with his bare hands, carving a shocking groove in the scorching earth. From a distance, the man, who was nearly 3 meters tall, looked as small as an ant compared to the massive 20-meter-tall warship. Did Lieutenant Colonel Darren of Gion train like this when he was in the North Sea? Hiwashishin said in a low voice, his throat dry. He still remembers the first time he saw Darren training in private, Not only he, but everyone else in the training camp was stunned. Even the well-informed Zephyr looked like he'd seen a ghost. This scene is so breathtaking, no matter how many times I see it. No. Guillaume looked at the figure on the training ground, who exuded a wild, beast-like aura, with a complicated expression, and shook her head. Really? Fire Mountain was stunned, then turned to look at Guillaume. Yes, when he was in the North Sea, the warships he towed were only half the size of this one. Fire Mountain. He swallowed hard. Don't take it too seriously. Guillaume saw the stubbornness and bitterness in Kishoyama's eyes and comforted him. That guy is a monster. Hiwashishin sighed and nodded. Guillaume took off her indigo kendo uniform, turned and walked out of the training room, leaving only Kishoyama-jin still standing by the window. A long silence followed. Hiwashishin suddenly smiled. Lieutenant Colonel Guillaume, you said not to take it too seriously, but you clearly care a lot. He heard the sounds of weight training coming from downstairs. That was clearly Guillaume giving herself extra strength training after finishing her swordsmanship training. Taking a deep breath, Hiwashishin took out bandages and wrapped them around his hands, which were covered in blisters and bleeding. He picked up a brand new wooden sword and buried himself in training again. He was drenched in sweat, and blood seeped from the bandages, but he paid no heed. He was completely immersed in the world of kendo, struggling to move forward on the path to becoming stronger. At the same time, in the boxing training hall, sweating profusely, Kazan looked out the window at the figures on the training ground and chuckled to himself. That's so cool, Darren. Since that's the case, I need to work even harder. He turned his head and looked at Jiaji, who was sitting on the ground not far away, his face bruised and swollen, panting heavily, and said with the blood boiling in his eyes. Continue. Jiaji immediately let out a wail of unbearable pain. You may be working hard, but could you please not drag me into it? Not just them. In different training areas of the training camp, such as the ordnance training department and physical training room. After hearing the terrifying training noises coming from the drill ground, all the naval personnel in the training camp were giving it their all, gritting their teeth and intensifying their training. That being, who was already a monster, still persisted in his hellish training day after day, never resting even in the face of raging storms. If the leader, who is far ahead of all of them, doesn't let up, how can they let up? The head instructor's office. Did you hear that, Warring States period? Zifa looked at Sengoku in front of him, and a proud smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Sengoku listened to the sounds he perceived through his observation haki, and his face was filled with emotion. Not only did they achieve a leading position in terms of strength, but they also inspired their comrades in spirit and will, leading them onto the right path and constantly making them stronger. Perhaps this is the significance of being a chief executive. I never expected that Darren's arrival would change the training camp so much. The Warring States period was filled with a sense of melancholy. Upon hearing this, Zifa seemed to remember something, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He still remembers the chaotic scene at the first training camp. Sakazuki ended his training period ahead of schedule and couldn't wait to set sail to fight pirates, taking a large number of followers with similar personalities with him. As for the rest, well, with Borsellino as the chief, their training intensity was practically child's play. Perhaps the results of this training camp will be the best ever. Zifa smiled and said, By the way, Sengoku, is there something you need that brought you here? Warring States waved his hand and said, It's nothing. I just wanted to check on the members of this year's training camp. He paused, then tentatively said, How's Darren's training progress lately? Not bad. That kid trains hard and has an incredibly strong will. Zifa answered casually. You saw how he trained. He was like a ferocious beast. His mastery of armament haki has improved considerably, and the intensity of his haki has also increased significantly. What are you trying to do? Zephyr's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he stared at Sengoku with suspicion. You never seem to care about the training camp, so what kind of wicked scheme are you plotting now? Having his thoughts exposed, Sengoku chuckled awkwardly and coughed twice. Ahem. Actually, I came here today because of an urgent mission. I'd like to borrow someone from you. Who? A bad feeling welled up in Zifa's heart. Darren. Don't even think about it. Thank you. Chapter 58, The Unexpected Mission. The smile on Sengoku's face froze instantly, and his muscles twitched. Hey, Zephyr, you old bastard, you rejected me way too quickly. Don't they give me, a naval admiral, any respect? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, you cunning bastard. Darren is my adjutant. Zephyr leisurely lit a cigar, squinting at Sengoku. You already have Borsellino. Upon hearing this, Zhanghua nearly coughed up blood, gritting his teeth as he said, Don't mention that guy to me. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Zephyr, this emergency mission has absolutely nothing to do with the adjutant position. Darren is free to choose whose adjutant he wants to be, but the mission at hand really needs Darren's help. Zephyr, puffing on his cigar, glanced at Sengoku and, noticing the latter's serious expression seemed genuine, frowned and said, "Is there anything you can't handle? There are so many generals at headquarters. Why specifically Darren?" Sengoku, you should know very well that the training camp period is a crucial time for elite officers to rapidly increase their strength, which is especially important for his future growth. If we really need more manpower, wouldn't Sakazuki, Dragon, and Borsalino be better choices? They've all grown up and aren't far from being generals. Darren is still in a period of rapid growth and strength, so it is not appropriate to send him to carry out missions that are too dangerous. In the end, Zephyr shook his head to indicate that he disagreed. Although the training camp structure is not entirely closed and does not restrict the students' movements. After all, they are not clueless green recruits, but elite naval personnel selected from all over the world, and they often go to sea to carry out missions when needed. But after observing Darren for the past month, Zephyr was surprised to find that Darren was growing at an incredibly fast pace. He was like a sponge that never stops learning, constantly absorbing all the knowledge and training techniques I taught him. His strength had increased dramatically compared to when he first came to the training camp. Zephyr had only seen this kind of explosive increase in strength in Sakazuki and Borsalino, and Darren was even more so than them. This situation indicates that Darren had already laid a solid foundation in the North Sea. After arriving at the headquarters training camp and receiving his guidance, his past efforts finally came to fruition, resulting in an extremely exaggerated leap in growth. This is a manifestation of accumulated knowledge and experience finally blossoming. Zephyr naturally didn't want to disrupt Darren's perfect period of rising strength. There will be plenty of opportunities to go out to sea and fight pirates in the future. It's not the time to do it now. Darren doesn't need to get involved in military matters anymore. Otherwise, there's no point in setting up the training camp. As Darren's teacher, Zephyr naturally considered things from the perspective of protecting Darren's best interests. Zephyr, I've considered your concerns, but this mission objective is rather troublesome. Zhangwa said in a deep voice. And I believe you understand that improving strength cannot rely solely on cultivation. Actual combat is also a very important aspect. Seeing that Zephyr's brows were still furrowed, he added, why don't we hear Darren's opinion first before making a decision? He knows his situation better than anyone else. Upon hearing what Sengoku said, Zephyr could only nod in agreement helplessly. Although he could refuse by force, Sengoku was, after all, the commander of his own army. He's gone to such lengths, I have to give him face. If all else fails, we can try to persuade Darren properly later. Zephyr murmured to himself. On the drill ground, the scorching sun felt like swords piercing the skin, causing a sharp, painful sensation. Large drops of sweat fell to the ground, but were absorbed by the dry soil in the blink of an eye and disappeared without a trace. Bang! The heavy, thick iron chain hit the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dirt and gravel. Darren was panting heavily, his chest heaving rapidly, his breathing sounding hoarse like a bellows. But his face was full of satisfaction and enjoyment. The past month has been very fulfilling. He hasn't had such peaceful days in a long time. There were no busy military affairs, no busy social engagements, no hypocritical political games, only day after day of training, sweat, and classmates secretly competing with each other while encouraging and smiling at one another. Setting aside trivial military and political affairs and tedious interpersonal interactions, Darren completely immersed himself in his personal spiritual practice. To his surprise, under Zephyr's guidance and with a deeper understanding of training methods, his strength had finally made another breakthrough. Although his progress in cultivating observation hockey has not yet made any progress, all of his physical stats have shown significant improvement. Physical strength, 69.335. Strength, 66.331. Speed, 66.591. Fruit, 76.111. Armament hockey, 28.319. During the past month of intensive training, my physical attributes physique, strength, speed, and the development of my devil fruit have all improved by at least 2 points, or even more. This is an extremely alarming statistic. It's important to understand that 2 points of data may not seem like much on the panel, but in reality, this comprehensive improvement adds up to nearly 10 points of enhancement. If translated into actual combat, the improvement in personal combat power would be at least 20% or more. Of course, Darren was also well aware that as he adapted to this training intensity and the new training methods, the rate of improvement in his skills would gradually decrease over time. In the last 2 or 3 days, this trend has become increasingly apparent. Of course, besides the basic data improvements. With Zephyr's guidance and knowledge review, Darren has a clearer understanding of the development and application of armament hockey. Based on this understanding, and after comprehensive measurement and evaluation, the strength standard of armament hockey was also established. Thinking of this, Darren looked down at his hands, which were covered in calluses and blisters, and suddenly let out a low shout. Arm up. Whoosh. The pitch-black color, visible to the naked eye, spread across the arm like a liquid, covering the entire palm and giving it a heavy, cold, and hard metallic texture. If we take 100 points as the standard value, after a rough estimate, Zephyr's armament hockey strength is around 90 points, while my own armament hockey strength is 28 points. Perhaps he isn't as strong as Zephyr, but considering that it's only been a month since he first grasped armament hockey, Darren knows that such a pace of progress is enough to make him stand out from the vast majority of people. The clever part is that Darren had personally witnessed Garp and Sengoku, 2 of the Navy's top commanders, going all out. According to his own estimation, Sengoku's armament hockey strength is around 80 to 85 points, while Garp's is about the same as Zephyr's. However, Garp has the added boost of Conqueror's hockey, so his actual combat power is much stronger than Zephyr's. Just then, a Taoist figure ran over from the edge of the training ground. He saluted Darren. Brigadier General Darren, Mr. Zephyr requests your presence. Thank you. Chapter 59. It's been a long time since we fought side by side. 3 minutes later, Darren, now dressed in a clean military uniform, knocked on the door of the chief instructor's office. Professor Zephyr, you wanted to see me? Darren greeted him as he entered the office, but when he looked up, he saw Sengoku sitting on the sofa, looking at him with a confident smile. A great general of the warring states period. Darren paused for a moment, then immediately realized what was happening and raised his hand in a military salute. Zephyr has already stepped down from his position as admiral at the Navy headquarters, and they addressed each other as mentor and student in the training camp, without a clear superior-subordinate relationship. But Sengoku was different. After all, he was the current admiral of the Navy headquarters, his superior, and he still had to follow the rules on the surface. Darren, how's your training going lately? Any problems? Zephyr smiled and looked at Darren with undisguised satisfaction and admiration. Darren shook his head and smiled. Not yet. The knowledge taught by Professor Zifa is very rich and profound, and it will take some time to digest and absorb it. Look how nicely this kid speaks. Upon hearing Darren's words, Zephyr's smile deepened, and he then raised an eyebrow at Sengoku on the sofa in a provocative manner. It's as if to say that Darren's only right choice was to grow under his guidance. How childish. Sengoku rolled his eyes, his gaze disdainful. At this moment, Darren turned to look at Sengoku and said with a smile, "It's been many days since I last saw him, but the demeanor of the warring states general remains unchanged." You're not bad, kid. Sengoku's face immediately broke into a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. Zephyr. Cough, cough. Sengoku quickly suppressed his smile, coughed twice, and looked at Darren seriously, saying, "Darren, I came to the training camp specifically to see you. I have an urgent mission. Looking for me." Darren frowned. A mission? The training camps during this period were far less formal and closed-door in the military academies of later generations. In the original timeline, the training camp has been replaced by a regular military academy, and the scope of recruitment has been expanded many times over. Students are not allowed to freely enter and leave the military academy during their time there, which is in fact a standard of a modern military academy. But the training camp is different. The training camp is filled with elites from all over the world, and they can also go on missions as needed and ordered during their military academy training. However, in order to ensure the quality of teaching, the military will try its best to prevent students from leaving the training camp. What does a Sengoku Teisho mean? Zhangwa said in a deep voice. To maintain secrecy, I cannot disclose the specifics to you before you accept this mission. There is only one thing I can tell you. He slowly sat up straight, his expression grim. The target of this mission is extremely powerful, ruthless, and violent, with blood on his hands and countless people dead at his hands. According to the General Staff's assessment, this guy's combat power is probably very close to that of World Destroyer Bondi Waldo. Darren's brows furrowed even more tightly. So, As a general from the Warring States period, you expect me to take on this extremely dangerous mission without even knowing the objective? Sengoku's expression stiffened for a moment, then he nodded. He knew this request was a bit difficult, which is why he initially tried to gain Zifa's support, hoping that Zifa would stand on his side. Seeing the expressions on Darren and Sengoku's faces, Zephyr felt much more at ease and smiled, saying, Darren, you don't need to worry. If you don't want to go, just say so. It won't affect you at all. Right now, the most important thing for you is to keep training and learning and improve your skills. At this point, Zhanghua added somewhat anxiously, Darren, although the target is very strong, your devil fruit ability is just right to counter him. That's why I came to you. Furthermore, you were not acting alone on this mission. You were only participating as a deputy. The real person in charge of the mission was someone else. For you, the level of danger in this mission is still within a controllable range, at least easier than the Battle of Bondi Waldona. Is it an ability I can control? Darren immediately fell into deep thought, his brain working rapidly as he searched for relevant information. Despite his arrogance and unruliness, Darren wasn't a suicidal idiot. Having faced Rogers' blade, he clearly realized how far he was from becoming a top expert in this vast ocean. Since I happen to be in the period of improvement in my strength, if there is no need or certainty, it would be more sensible to stay in the training camp to accumulate strength. But who exactly is this guy who makes Sengoku, the head of the main force, so wary? A being whose combat power is comparable to that of world destroyer Bondi Waldo. Violent and cruel personality. In addition to this time period, the name quickly surfaced in Darren's mind, becoming clearer from a vague image. Shogun, if I participate, who will be the commander of this mission? Darren hesitated for a moment, then asked the question amidst Zephyr's somewhat surprised expression. Before Zhanghua could even speak, a deep, hoarse voice suddenly sounded from behind him. It's me. The door to the head instructor's office was pushed open at some point. A chilling, iron-blooded aura swept into the office like a cold wind. Darren was stunned for a moment when he heard the voice. He slowly turned around. A tall, imposing figure wearing a peaked military cap came into view, his eyes filled with an unchanging gloom. So, Darren, how about it? Heading to the battlefield? The man said coldly. Darren looked calmly at Sakazuki in front of him. The latter also looked at him with a cold gaze. Second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Darren's lips gradually curled into a defiant smile. It has been a long time since we fought side by side, Major General Sakazuki. Sengoku, you bastard. You're cheating. After Darren left with Sakazuki, Zephyr finally couldn't contain his frustration any longer. He slammed his fist on the table, fuming and glaring. You didn't say the mission commander was Sakazuki. Zifa was furious. Are you kidding me? Before Sakazuki left the North Sea, Darren was his adjutant. Darren has no way of refusing this mission when facing his former boss. Sengoku sat there leisurely, eating senbei, rice crackers, picking his ears, and pretending to be clueless, saying, Really? Didn't I say so? Ha ha, that's not important. Zifa gritted his teeth. He knew that Zhanghua was cunning, but he never expected him to be so insidious. Why did you have to send Darren when there are so many excellent lieutenant generals at headquarters? Besides, you yourself said the mission target is very dangerous, so why don't you, as the commander-in-chief, personally take action? Zifa questioned. Sengoku suddenly put down the senbei, his tone abruptly turning somber and becoming serious. Because something even more dangerous happened at the same time. He wiped his mouth, his eyes flashing with deep solemnity. According to Garp's intelligence, the Roger pirates have entered the New World. Based on the Oro Jackson's course, Roger is likely heading to meet Whitebeard. Zifa's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Thank you. Chapter 60, I want to see it again. Although Zephyr has long since left the front lines and resigned from his position as admiral, he still maintains a certain level of interest in legendary pirates like Roger, Whitebeard, and Shiki. After all, Zephyr had fought these guys many times and knew how dangerous they were to this sea. Are you sure they want to meet? Zifa's brows furrowed, his expression extremely grave. Unlike ambitious guys like Shiki, neither Roger nor Whitebeard had any ambition to conquer the world. After the battle at God Valley, the two clashed many times, each battle causing extremely terrifying disturbances, and even had exaggerated feats such as tearing apart land masses and sinking small islands. Even so, most of the conflicts between Roger and Whitebeard were sporadic, driven by a desire to hunt or a battle of wits, without any life-or-death feuds, which made the relationship between the two pirate crews very delicate. This is why Roger and Whitebeard had a mutual respect and acknowledged each other's abilities. If Roger's encounter with Shiki was likely to be a life-or-death battle, then his encounter with Whitebeard was a different story. What if those two guys reached some kind of consensus and joined forces? Sengoku rubbed his temples and pondered. The specifics are still unclear, but the route instructions are indeed in that direction, and the government has begun to take precautions. After the Battle of God Valley, Roger has been traveling all over the world for years. The five elders have begun to suspect that Roger knows something and is looking for something. As he said this, a sharp glint flashed across the lenses of Sengoku's black-rimmed glasses. So Zephyr, you understand now. I have to go to the New World myself to meet up with Garp. Although the probability of Roger and Whitebeard forming an alliance is very low, if something unexpected really happens to Garp, he won't be completely isolated. After all, the Garp can't face two crazy guys at the same time. Zephyr remained silent for a long while, then shook his head and said, the chances of them joining forces are slim. If Roger really wanted to find something, Whitebeard would never get involved in this mess. I've fought Whitebeard many times, and that guy doesn't have much ambition. He only wants to protect his family there. Sengoku glanced at Zephyr and sighed. I hope it's a false alarm, but in any case, I need to prepare corresponding contingency plans in advance. I will take most of the fighting force with me, including Borsalino. I would not have asked Darren to carry out this dangerous mission unless there was absolutely no other way to. That's enough for now. I have to get going. After saying this, Sengoku stood up and walked towards the door. But just as he was about to leave the office, he stopped in his tracks. Zephyr, I meant what I said to you last time. Sengoku stood with his back to Zafu, the two black characters for justice, on his thick naval cloak appearing heavy. Time is running out for us in this era. Especially at times like this, I really need my comrades to stand by my side and fight alongside me. Zephyr stared blankly at Sengoku's slightly weary back, at the snow-white, sacred cloak, and after a long silence, shook his head and smiled slightly. Warring States period, I've always fought alongside you, haven't I? Zhangguo was taken aback, but then he understood what ZFA meant. He stopped talking. He simply strode out the door. Walking on the road leading to the naval port, the blinding sunlight shone down, and Sengoku's mood was unusually heavy. Zephyr, are you really willing to accept this? The once famous Black Wrist shouldn't be buried in that dilapidated teaching building, right? I understand what you mean. What you're trying to say is that you'll spend the rest of your life in military school, placing your hopes on the younger generation. This is your explanation to justice and to the Navy. This is also how you fight alongside your former comrades, even if they're not by my or Garp's side. But Zhangguo let out a long breath, raised his head, and his eyes were squinting from the scorching sunlight. His fists were clenched very tightly. I really want to see you again, full of youthful vigor, leading the Navy in a charge. He murmured. The warship cut through the waves at a steady speed, leaving a white trail on the vast, endless sea. On the deck, Sakazuki stood at the bow with his arms crossed, gazing gloomily at the horizon where the sky met the sea. He had a lit cigar between his teeth, the smoke rising in the sea breeze and disappearing into the fluttering of his cloak of justice. So what is the objective of this mission? Darren walked slowly to Sakazuki's side, stood beside him, and lit a cigar as well. Sakazuki took the intelligence document from the young Navy officer and handed it to Darren. 2 weeks ago, a major event occurred in the nation of Endless War located on the Grand Line. His tone was cold and harsh. In this country, which has been at war for years, tens of thousands of soldiers were slaughtered overnight, and the entire country was reduced to ashes. No one, whether noble or commoner, was spared. The world government was shocked when it learned of this news. At first, they thought that the country had been attacked by a great pirate like world destroyer Bondi Waldo, since those with the power to destroy a country are usually large pirate crews. But after our Navy's investigation, we discovered a shocking truth. Sakazuki's lips curled into a cold smile. The one who destroyed this military superpower was not some vicious pirate, nor the dark forces of the underworld, but a soldier. A soldier belonging to the army of the never-ending war nation. Darren slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, looked at the young man in military uniform with long blonde hair in the photo on the intelligence document, narrowed his eyes, and continued Sakazuki's words. Douglas Barrett. I was right after all. Possessing destructive power comparable to Bondi Waldo, a being feared by both Sengoku and Sakazuki, and a pirate appearing in this era. It can only be Douglas Barrett. This is a member of Rogers' pirate crew in the original story, and is said to be able to fight Rayleigh to a draw, known as the demon's descendant. I just don't know how strong this guy is now. Yes, I know it's short. I'll add more chapters. Please help me. Thank you. Chapter 61 Meeting. Douglas Barrett, known as the successor of the demon, is a top-tier fighter and a former member of the Roger Pirates. It is said that he possessed strength comparable to Rayleigh during Roger's time. Later, after learning that Roger was terminally ill, he began to question Roger's strength and finally decided to disembark, going on a rampage and turning the entire sea upside down. In the end, it was the Navy that launched the Buster Call, with even Garp and Sengoku involved, before they were able to arrest him and imprison him in the 6th level of Impel Down, the Infinite Hell. During the Marineford War, Bullet escaped from Impel Down while Blackbeard and Luffy were causing chaos. 2 years later, he launched the Pirate Expo, easily crushing the so-called supernovas. Unfortunately, in the end, he was no match for the plot and the miraculous power of the Sun God. Looking at the blonde youth in the photo, with his arrogant, fierce eyes and a cold, hard military demeanor, Darren's mind quickly recalled information about Douglas Barrett. He couldn't help but frown and glance at Sakazuki. Although Douglas Bullet had only just destroyed his country and army at this point in time, and hadn't yet joined Roger's pirate crew, if his combat strength truly reached the level of Dark King Rayleigh, this mission might be a bit risky if only he and Sakazuki are on their own. After all, Sakazuki's current strength has not yet reached its peak, and he is still quite a distance from being a top-tier powerhouse. Douglas Barrett, this guy single-handedly destroyed his own country and army, causing shock to many royal families of member states along the Grand Line. To prevent this fear from spreading and causing unrest in countries and among the people, the world government has ordered strict secrecy and a complete blockade of information about Douglas Barrett. Sakazuki then spoke slowly, exhaling a white plume of smoke resembling a dragon. This is why the generals of the Warring States period kept their mission objectives secret at the beginning. Darren nodded in understanding. It's perfectly normal for the world government and the Navy to block information about a madman like Barrett. In fact, governments and navies take all measures to try to cover up the tracks of the most heinous world criminals in order to avoid widespread panic. Regarding this guy's combat strength, Darren hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Does our headquarters have specific assessments and intelligence?" Sakazuki shook his head. "What we know for now is that he has the power to destroy a country. 5 days ago, the Grand Line branch sent a total of 1,000 vice admirals, 1,000 warships, and hundreds of naval personnel to try to arrest him, but the entire force was wiped out. But you also know that this doesn't mean anything. Indeed, with the addition of a warship to the headquarters, Vice Admiral Jia, they could practically roam freely in the 4 seas or the first half of the Grand Line. But for the strong, this setup is completely ineffective in testing their true strength. The intelligence on the combat strength of those great pirates on this sea is basically obtained by countless Marines at the cost of their lives." Darren narrowed his eyes. It seems that headquarters doesn't have a clear enough understanding of Douglas Barrett's combat capabilities. Sakazuki keenly sensed the seriousness deep in his eyes and suddenly said, "Being so cautious, that's not like you, Darren." Darren was taken aback by what he heard, then smiled. "No, I was just thinking about Sakazuki. Just how strong are you right now?" Sakazuki glanced at him, then turned back to gaze at the sea once more. The brim of his military cap cast a shadow, obscuring his eyes. "You'll find out soon enough. When the time comes, you'll help me hold off that guy's weapons, especially to prevent him from escaping in the submarine. At the same time, a new world, a certain sea area. They're here. Dad, they're here." The Oro Jackson. On the calm blue sea, on the deck of the Moby Dick, which is as huge as a beluga whale, exclamations of surprise rang out. Upon hearing the noise, the members of the Whitebeard pirates ran to the side of the ship, braced themselves on the railing, and peered out at the sea with wide eyes. On the distant sea, a 3-masted pirate ship with a golden bow and a massive, blood-red mast was sailing swiftly toward the Moby Dick, riding the sea breeze. The golden skull and crossbones flag with its wavy beard, billowing in the sea breeze, exudes an oppressive aura. Oro Jackson, Roger's pirate ship. "So you finally arrived, Roger." The white-bearded man, sitting in the main seat on the deck, grinned. His broad and tall frame almost filled the entire chair, exuding an imposing aura. "Border." In less than a minute, the high-speed Oro Jackson approached the Moby Dick, lowered the landing gear, and connected the 2 behemoths. "Hey, newlyweds, listen up. Get into the cabins and take cover." Marco, sporting a golden pineapple-shaped haircut, leaned against the railing, trying to warn the other crew members, but as soon as he spoke, he knew it was too late. Bang! Behind him, a newcomer who had just boarded the ship suddenly rolled his eyes back, fainted, and collapsed to the ground. Then came the second, the third. As a deep, powerful footstep echoed across the deck, the weaker, newer crew members on the Moby Dick's deck fell unconscious one after another. Marco rubbed his temples in distress, cold sweat beading on his young face. The moment that imposing figure, clad in a blood-red captain's coat and wearing a captain's hat, stepped onto the Moby Dick, the ship's deck even emitted muffled crackling sounds, and fine cracks appeared. Apart from the core members of the Whitebeard pirates, most of the crew members on the deck were lying on the ground. Ha ha ha. It's been a long time, Whitebeard. The imposing, black-haired man raised his head, ignoring the Whitebeard pirates' crew members around him who looked like they were facing a formidable enemy. His gaze was fixed on Whitebeard, who sat in the main seat, and he burst into hearty laughter. The hearty laughter, like rolling thunder, caused the heavens and earth to change color, a gale to rise, and the waves to surge. In the void, faint streaks of black and red lightning flickered and died. On the Oro Jackson, Rayleigh rubbed his temples in exasperation. They had agreed from the beginning that there would be no fighting during this meeting, but Rogers' barely suppressed fighting spirit made it anything but a fight-free encounter. The other crew members were also on high alert, ready to fight at any moment. They knew their captain's temperament well. Once he got into the mood, no one could stop him. Bucky, looking utterly frantic, clutched his head and trembled as he said, "Oh no, that's Whitebeard. The captain's provocation is really going to cause a fight." Shanks, standing nearby, gazed at his captain's arrogant figure with adoration and awe, his heart surging with excitement. Facing Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, and his pirate crew, Captain Rogers still exuded such imposing aura and made no attempt to conceal his domineering presence. Seeing Roger standing there, with countless unconscious Whitebeard pirates members at his feet, Shanks trembled with excitement, his face flushed, and his fists clenched. This image left a deep impression on his young heart. An idea involuntarily welled up in his mind. Someday in the future, I want to become a man as charismatic as Captain Roger. Thank you. Chapter 62 The End of the Sea. Black and red lightning flashed and disappeared in the void, and huge waves surged on the sea. The clouds in the sky gathered rapidly and visibly, forming a huge black vortex that blotted out the sun. A powerful gale swept up amidst flashing thunder, turning everyone on board the Moby Dick pale. Those with weaker strength couldn't even withstand the oppressive feeling emanating from their souls and spirits, and knelt on one knee, panting heavily. Marco and the others stared in disbelief at Roger, who was enveloped in bundles of black and red lightning, gritting their teeth and feeling a chill run down their spines. This domineering aura that looks down on the world is always so awe-inspiring, no matter how many times I see it. Hey, it's not a good habit to start showing off your domineering attitude so brazenly right after we meet. At this moment, the white-bearded man in the main seat said something with dissatisfaction. The moment he finished speaking, his golden eyes widened suddenly, and a powerful aura, visible to the naked eye, erupted from his burly body. Crackle! Black lightning flashed simultaneously, roaring furiously. Two incredibly powerful, abyss-like auras collided heavily in the void between Roger and Whitebeard. Thousands of black lightning bolts suddenly rose up, and a magnificent, impactful column of air abruptly pierced the clouds in the sky. The sea of clouds was shaken so much that it kept collapsing, and then coalescing, and then collapsing again. The world changed color. To the horrified gazes of the members of the two pirate crews, the entire world before them seemed to turn upside down at that moment, all colors fading away, leaving only black and white. A tremendous, earth-shaking tremor came from the Moby Dick and the Oro Jackson. A towering tsunami, tens of meters high, rose in tandem, spreading outwards from the two pirate ships in all directions, sweeping across an area of tens of nautical miles. At that moment, the two legendary pirates, unleashing their astonishing power, moved simultaneously. Clang! The moment the two supreme-grade swords were drawn, Whitebeard and Roger simultaneously leaped from their spots and swung their swords. A deathly silence descended instantly. Strands of black and red lightning compressed wildly into an energy ball between the two peerless swords, and a surging wind blew Roger and Whitebeard's captain's hats off at the same time, their black and gold hair dancing wildly in the wind. The flickering lightning illuminated the two men's faces, which were brimming with fighting spirit and bursting with unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha, Newgate. Besides Garp, only you can get my blood boiling. Roger grinned, his face beaming with the innocent smile of a child finally getting their hands on a long-desired toy. After all this time, is this your greeting gift, Roger, that you turn on me with a knife the first thing you do? Whitebeard's eyes also blazed with fierce fighting spirit, and his white captain's cape fluttered in the wind behind him. Just then, Roger, that's enough. Don't forget the important matter. Rayleigh appeared on the deck of the Moby Dick and shouted loudly. Dad, if this keeps up, our ship will sink. Marco shouted anxiously. As the two finished speaking, the energy sphere compressed to its limit between the two supreme-grade swords finally exploded with a bang. Boom. A dazzling white light suddenly filled the entire world, briefly turning the pitch-black sky into daylight. Even more violent waves surged forth, and the sea seemed to submit to the domineering aura of the two great kings, letting out a desperate wail. After an unknown amount of time, the world returned to peace. The waves calmed down, and the seawater became clear and blue. Seeing Roger and Whitebeard slowly put away their weapons, the members of the two pirate crews finally breathed a long sigh of relief, ignoring the huge crack that had been torn open in the sky above them. They were already used to things like the sky being torn apart. TCH. How boring. Roger sheathed his sword, muttering angrily, but was startled by Rayleigh's fierce glare and shrank back. Whitebeard looked at his son with a face full of dissatisfaction, but Marco's words, "We don't have the money to repair the pirate ship," made him swallow his words back. Seeing the defiant looks on their faces, Marco and Rayleigh's lips twitched. What a troublesome old man/captain. The thought popped into my head at the same time, and I immediately gave the other person an apologetic smile, feeling their pain. Tell me, Roger, what is it you want with me this time? Whitebeard took out a huge jar of wine, nearly half a person's height, poured it into a large bowl for Roger, then sat down on the ground and took a swig, saying impatiently. Roger chuckled when he saw there was wine to drink, picked up the bowl and gulped it down, then shamelessly pushed the bowl toward the white-bearded man. No rush, we haven't seen each other in so long. Let's have a drink first. Seeing Roger's empty bowl and his eager expression, Whitebeard couldn't help but wonder if this guy was just looking for a free drink because he didn't have money to buy alcohol. He reluctantly poured Roger a full glass of wine, then said meaningfully, "We don't have much time. Garp and Sengoku have already led their elite troops to the New World. I barely managed to shake them off. Whitebeard was confident that he was not afraid of Garp and Sengoku, but he did not want to start a war with the main force of the Navy unless necessary. One reason is that the Navy is powerful and has the support of the world government. Fighting would be endless and pointless. On the other hand, he did not want to see his family on his ship injured or killed in battle. Even someone as powerful as him would be unable to protect every crew member should a full-scale war break out with the Navy. He's not like this rough-around-the-edges guy in front of me, who can roam freely across the ocean. With greater power, more territory, and more crew, comes a heavy responsibility and an invisible constraint. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, we'll just have a good fight on the battlefield." Roger laughed dismissively. Clang. Relief chopped him on the head, and a large, smoking bump immediately appeared. "Let's get down to business." Rayleigh gritted his teeth and said. Roger winced in pain, rubbing the bump on his head, his expression gradually turning serious. "Newgate, you know I've been searching for the end of this sea." Gratitude. Chapter 63 The Great Secret Treasure. White seabirds flew across the azure sky, their cries echoing. Two pirate ships, one large and one small, lay quietly on the sea, as if listening to the ocean's tranquility. Historical text. After hearing Roger's words, Whitebeard raised an eyebrow. He casually tilted his head back and took a swig of strong liquor, his voice deep and resonant. "That thing is just a pile of broken stones that no one can understand. What does it have to do with the end of the sea?" Roger was now reeking of alcohol, his face flushed with a ruddy red from drinking, and he shook his head, saying, "No, after the great battle back then, I used the permanent compass I obtained from the God Valley battlefield to find Mercury Island, which the compass indicated. But after landing on the island, we found that there was nothing on it, and the pointer was out of control and could no longer point the way. Rayleigh and I both believed that there should be another island behind Mercury Island, and only by reaching that island could we truly complete our voyage. Then, over the years I have been searching at sea and finally found a clue to the final island, which exists in this historical text. Roger lowered his voice, a slight smile playing on his lips. The historical texts record the secrets and truths of history, and after investigation, it was discovered that 4 ancient red stone tablets contain information pointing to the location of the final island. I call these 4 red historical text landmarks that only by collecting the information from the 4 landmarks can we find the legendary end of the sea. And that, Roger's eyes were filled with endless longing. The One Piece is hidden there. However, Whitebeard shrugged listlessly at Roger's excited face. So what? Roger's eyes widened immediately. What do you mean by so what? Aren't you curious about what lies at the end of the ocean? That's the final island. Isn't the reason we set sail to find the secrets of this world? That's true freedom and a dream. Whitebeard stretched his neck and took a swig of strong liquor. Roger, I have absolutely no interest in any of those great treasures. If you want to go find it, then go find it yourself. His domineering and piercing deep eyes looked at Marco and the others on the deck not far away, who were occasionally glancing curiously in their direction. A gentle smile appeared in his drunken eyes. I have found my One Piece. A gentle sea breeze blew by, and the white-bearded man's long golden hair fluttered in the bright sunlight. Roger stared blankly at the white-bearded man with a satisfied smile, and suddenly found himself speechless. I see. After a long pause, he finally exhaled a long breath reeking of alcohol, shook his head with a wry smile, and said, I really envy you. You've achieved your dream so quickly. Whitebeard smiled, withdrew his gaze, and a strange red light flashed deep in his eyes. You should go now, Roger. Roger nodded. According to the perception of observation hockey, 2 naval warships had already entered the nearby waters, and powerful and profound auras could be faintly seen from within the warships. Garp and Sengoku have already caught up with their main forces. Roger then picked up his wine bowl and smiled brightly. Then, let's have a good, satisfying battle on the battlefield next time we meet. Whitebeard laughed and picked up the wine jar. No problem. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. Bang! Wine bowls and jars are raised high in the air, clinking together and exuding the flavors of freedom and dreams under the sunlight. He drank it all. Rumble. The muffled sound of cannon fire came from the distant sea, and black shells landed on the sea around the 2 pirate ships, exploding into columns of water. Enemy attack. Dad, it's the Navy. Captain Roger. The Navy is here. The sea surface churned, and the 2 pirate ships rocked violently, causing members of both the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates to cry out in alarm. Ha ha ha. Newgate, see you next time. Roger laughed and stood up. Whitebeard also stood up from the deck, watching Roger's back as he stepped onto the landing platform, and said with a smile, I hope Garp doesn't catch me. Roger turned around and sneered. How could that be? I'm very strong. He bent his arm, showing off his biceps. Oh, the white-bearded man smiled with interest, his eyes gleaming mischievously. But I heard you suffered a great loss at the hands of that little Navy brat, and even your pants fell down. As soon as he finished speaking, Roger lost his footing and fell headfirst onto his own pirate ship. Newgate, you bastard. This never happened. He gritted his teeth and got up, his face turning green. Whitebeard chuckled and glanced at the plastic button on Roger's belt. It seems to be true. Damn it. I'm not done with you today. Roger roared, about to draw his sword, but was held back by his own crew. Captain Roger, we have to run. If we don't leave now, the Navy will surround us. Seeing Roger's face flushed red and him struggling, the Roger Pirates crew members broke out in a cold sweat. Boom, boom, boom. The artillery fire intensified, and shells exploded on the sea, creating countless columns of water. Marco's figure had transformed into the form of a phoenix, soaring into the air and continuously shooting down cannonballs. And from afar came Cap's booming voice, like muffled thunder. Roger, don't run away. This time you've lost more than just your pants. Ha ha ha. Roger's face immediately turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Let's go, Roger. Whitebeard smiled and shook his head. I'll see you off. As soon as he finished speaking, Raleigh decisively ordered the retraction of the sighting. Whitebeard turned around, his deep eyes fixed on 2 warships speeding towards him on the distant sea, his long golden hair flying wildly. On the deck of the warship, the figures of Garp and Sengoku standing at the bow gradually became clear. Now is not the time to start a war with you, Garp, Sengoku. Whitebeard chuckled and murmured, taking a deep breath. His hands were clenched into fists, and the bulging muscles on his arms rose like rocks, crossing across his chest. Father wouldn't. Marco's pupils contracted, and his face immediately fell. The other crew members also hurriedly grabbed onto the anchorages on the Moby Dick and held on tightly. "Gururarr. Marines, here's a big gift for you." The white-bearded man shouted loudly, his eyes flashing with an astonishing light. Both fists were simultaneously enveloped in a milky white halo, and then he swung them out with great force. Bang! The fist slammed straight into the air, and the air crackled and popped. Visible cracks, like shattered glass, appeared in the void. The world fell silent for a moment. Then, amidst the shocked gazes of Garp, Sengoku, and the elite Marines, the sea suddenly erupted into chaos. A muffled roar came from the deep sea, growing louder and louder until it was deafening. Boiling waves rose from the sea surface in layers, transforming into towering tsunamis hundreds or even thousands of meters high, almost blotting out the sky. Amidst the massive tsunami waves, the Oro Jackson seemed to be flung into the sky by a giant, quickly disappearing from sight, accompanied by screams like pigs being slaughtered. The tsunami surged into the sky, its deafening roar almost tearing the heavens and earth apart. A full 3 minutes later, the devastating tsunami finally subsided. On the undulating sea, shipwrecks and debris floated everywhere. On 2 dilapidated warships, with masts broken, the sailors gasped for breath, their faces pale with exhaustion. Damn it, they got away again. Soaked to the bone, Garp stared at the empty sea and couldn't help but curse. The Oro Jackson and Moby Dick have completely disappeared, clearly taking advantage of the tsunami to escape. Even if the Moby Dick hadn't been directly hit by such a tsunami, it would probably have suffered heavy casualties. Panting heavily, Zhangguo muttered with furrowed brows. "I just don't know where their ship will be swept away by the tsunami." His breathing was somewhat disordered, clearly a lingering effect of fighting the tsunami. Is this the strength of the world's strongest man? That's terrifying. A slow, deliberate voice rang out, and dazzling golden light fell from the sky. Countless photons gathered into a human shape around Sengoku. Borsalino, without blushing or panting, stroked his stubble and smiled. Sengoku glanced at Borsalino, whose clothes weren't even wet, and his lips twitched. At the same time, the Grand Line, a town in ruins. Corpses lay scattered on the ground, and the ruins of buildings were burning, billowing black smoke. Blood-stained military boots crunched over the fallen pirate flag. A strong, blond youth in a black military uniform gripped the pirate by the neck, lifting him high into the air, his eyes arrogant and disdainful. Is this the great pirate with a bounty of 80 million berries? He sneered, a hint of regret flashing deep in his eyes. They're so weak. Click. With a twist of his thick fingers, the pirate's neck was twisted so violently that his head flew into the air. Scalding blood gushed out like a fountain from the severed neck of the corpse, leaving a cruel mark against the dark red sky. Blood splattered on the blond youth's face, making his smile appear even more sinister. He released his grip, letting the body fall heavily to the ground. He seemed to realize something immediately, and turned around to look with narrowed eyes. On the distant sea, a menacing warship is cutting through the waves. The Navy. Douglas Barrett licked his chapped lips and grinned maliciously. You came at just the right time. I was really getting into the swing of things. Gratitude. This chapter isn't that short. Whispering. Chapter 64 People form an army. Although it's only one warship, it's better than nothing. Douglas Barrett's eyes flashed with a fierce and arrogant light as he grinned maliciously. Before I take down that guy named Roger, I'll use you guys as practice targets. Before he could finish speaking, his expression changed slightly. A silver phantom suddenly burst through the air and plunged into the earth at an alarming speed. Boom, boom. A cloud of dust billowed up from the ruined town. Barrett's figure slid backward dozens of meters, his black military boots carving long grooves into the ground. The dust stirred up by the gale covered most of his body, and his right hand, wrapped in armament hockey, gripped a streamlined silver metal skateboard tightly. A devil fruit user? This is getting interesting. Barrett licked his lips, a fierce fighting spirit burning in his eyes, and twisted the metal skateboard in his hand. He was about to take a step forward when countless shells rained down from the sky, completely engulfing his figure in continuous explosions and flames. The explosion was deafening, and flames shot into the sky. The collapsed building was a mess amidst the barrage of artillery fire, with rocks, glass, earth, and corpses shattered by the scorching shockwaves. On the warship, the sailors watched in awe as the shells piled up on the deck covered the target area like an array, continuously raising huge mushroom clouds. The entire town seemed to have transformed into a giant artillery testing ground at that moment, with explosions illuminating the entire sky. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. His gaze unconsciously fell on the tall figure standing at the bow of the ship, shoulder to shoulder with Sakazuki, one hand outstretched. They finally realized why the usually arrogant Major General Sakazuki was treating this new recruit at the training camp differently. This man alone has firepower comparable to an army, without needing any heavy artillery. And what's even more terrifying is that, driven by Commodore Darren's devil fruit power, the cannonballs on the warship did not need to be adjusted in terms of firing angle or to fire in a parabolic trajectory like conventional artillery fire. Instead, it travels at speeds several times greater than normal heavy artillery, directly bombarding the target area. That's too strong. Is this a monster? No wonder Major General Sakazuki specifically went to the training camp to borrow people. While the Navy personnel were still in a state of shock, their minds reeling, Sakazuki, standing at the bow of the warship, stared coldly at the epicenter of the explosion in the distance, frowning as he said. His breathing did not weaken. Darren's lips curled into a sinister smile. Of course, this guy isn't so easy to deal with. He pulled off the navy cloak behind him, stretched his neck, and made a crisp popping sound. Then I'll go over and play with him for a bit. Sakazuki said calmly. As he finished speaking, faint blue arcs of electricity flickered between his fingers. The invisible magnetic field fluctuations spread out instantly, followed by a boiling and violent upheaval. Under the frozen gazes of the naval soldiers, the Commodore's figure shot out of the warship like a cannonball. His speed instantly reached its limit, his body almost parallel to the sea surface, and the air waves generated by his high-speed flight carved a snow-white groove in the sea as he shot towards the center of the town, which was engulfed in flames. Before embarking on this mission, Darren had already modified his military boots and belt by adding metal components through his connections with the Ordnance Management Department. In this way, he can fly at high speed without the aid of a metal skateboard. Stop standing there. Full speed ahead. Sakazuki's cold shout brought the stunned naval soldiers back to their senses. In an instant, the warship's engines roared like beasts, unleashing full power. What a boring trick. Is this all the Navy can do? Amidst the thick black smoke and raging flames, only a black military boot emerged from the smoke. Barrett's imposing figure then burst through the thick smoke, and the armament hockey that enveloped his entire body quickly faded away as if ink were being absorbed. He tore his charred and tattered military uniform off his upper body, revealing his muscular physique. Yeah. A deep voice suddenly rang out. A strange crimson glint flashed deep in Barrett's eyes. A black-haired Navy officer appeared above him like a ghost, his military boots covered in armament hockey, and slammed down with tremendous force like a raging battle axe. Barrett's sinister laugh. Looks like a tough one has arrived this time. He threw a punch without backing down. Bang! The military boots and fists collided heavily in midair, producing a deafening roar like a meteor hitting the earth. Douglas Barrett's figure sank downwards, and the ground within a 10-meter radius beneath his feet collapsed, creating a shockingly large crater. Barrett's pupils contracted slightly, then he burst into hearty laughter. Ha! That's pretty impressive power. Time and time again on this vast ocean, someone has been able to match me in pure physical strength. His eyes quickly turned bloodshot, staring intently at the indifferent Darren like a demon, with excitement gleaming deep within his pupils. At this moment, Darren finally saw Barrett's face clearly. Just like in my memory, it was a cold and hard face, never knowing what pity or compassion was, and its eyes were filled with a kind of hysterical madness and paranoia. Compared to his memory, Barrett in front of him was quite young, looking to be under 20. You have no idea how vast this ocean is, Darren said with a cold laugh. The figure twisted violently in midair, using the force of the rotation to smash the fist toward Barrett's head. The terrifying power, surpassing that of the giants, was amplified by armament hockey, and it pierced through the air, exploding into white shockwaves and producing a muffled sonic boom. Yeah. Barrett burst into laughter, throwing a punch with fierce fighting spirit. Then let me see what you're really capable of, Navy. Bang. Two jet-black fists collided violently in midair. At the same time, Barrett's eyes narrowed, and a powerful and profound aura suddenly erupted from his body. A sudden gust of wind arose, and the world changed color. Conqueror's Hockey. Darren also unleashed his full Conqueror's Hockey without hesitation. Boom. The two streams of Conqueror's Hockey, one purple and one red, were like a tangible tsunami, constantly crushing, colliding, and clashing between heaven and earth, unleashing countless bolts of lightning. A violent shockwave emanated from the two of them, spreading outwards in all directions and sweeping across everything. Earth, building ruins, soil, boulders, and shattered corpses. Countless objects were violently thrown into the air by the overwhelming impact. The air currents spread out in concentric circles. Thank you. Chapter 65 Barrett's Strength. The surging storm spread across the land in ripples, with distinct purple and red air currents clashing against each other, making the two wild and domineering figures seem like ghosts and gods. Under the violent collision, the violent aura radiated outwards at an extremely terrifying speed. Even the ground, trees, and building ruins at the edge of the island were constantly cracking and breaking, with fine cracks appearing. The sheer weight was so immense that it brought the warship, which was moving at full speed, to a standstill. Many of the weaker naval personnel on the warships lost consciousness without a sound, unable to withstand the pressure of the atmosphere, and fainted. The sailors' eyes widened instantly, staring in horror at the town that seemed to have transformed into a hellish landscape, with black and red lightning dominating the background. A clash of conquerors' haki. Commodore Darren has awakened conquerors' haki. That's terrifying. Standing at the bow of the ship, Sakazuki faced the oncoming tsunami, remaining as immovable as a precipitous rock wall, his white cloak fluttering wildly behind him, a barely perceptible glint of light flashing deep in his eyes. Ha ha ha, that's exactly how it feels. Douglas Barrett's bloodshot eyes blazed with even more frenzied fighting spirit as he grinned wildly. Come on, Navy. Let me fight to my heart's content. As soon as he finished speaking, Barrett's eyes, which were like those of a demon, turned ferocious and blood red, and his aura surged once again. Roar! With a roar like a demon's howl, Barrett's right arm, which was wrestling with Darren, bulged with large, knotted muscles, exuding an even more imposing and domineering aura. Darren's pupils constricted. Try to stop me, Navy. Barrett let out a sinister laugh as his massive, beast-like arm exploded with white ripples of air, unleashing a sudden burst of power. Despite Darren's superhuman strength, which surpassed that of giants, he punched the latter, sending him flying. Boom. The shockwave exploded, and the outward radiating armament haki tore through the earth and the ruins of buildings, forming an enormous ravine. Darren's figure flew backward like a cannonball, crashing through several collapsed buildings before sinking deep into the ground, creating large ripples of radiating dust. Dust rose and filled the air. Barrett's eyes grew increasingly crazed. Without uttering a single unnecessary word, he stomped his feet heavily on the ground, and his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. His speed was unbelievable. This madman, who had once slaughtered an entire country's army, had apparently trained his body to a superhuman level. In the next instant, Barrett's figure suddenly appeared at Darren's landing spot. He threw a punch with a ferocious expression at the figure that was faintly visible in the dust. Having fought on the battlefield since childhood, experiencing countless life or death crises and having his hands stained with the blood of countless people, he had long understood a certain principle. There is no need to hold back on the battlefield, and unnecessary words are extremely foolish. If you want to kill, just do it. Giving the other party time to breathe and prepare is tantamount to digging your own grave. Ha ha ha. Die, Navy. Click. The sound of the ground tearing apart suddenly rang out. Barrett's expression changed slightly, and a red light of observation haki flashed deep in his pupils as he hastily changed his move. Boom. The ground before him suddenly tore open, and a crimson stain, symbolizing hell and destruction, rapidly magnified in Barrett's pupils. Large swathes of lava erupted from the cracks in the earth, and a figure leaped out like a magma beast unleashing a fist of lava, radiating terrifying heat and emitting a fierce light. Next second, Barrett's domineering fist and the scorching magma fist collided heavily in midair. A dull thud was heard. The purple armament haki and the crimson magma arc formed a colliding vortex, causing the ground beneath their feet to continuously collapse and melt. The surging waves of air swept in all directions, stirring up countless grains of sand, scrap metal, and various other debris. The stalemate lasted only a few seconds. With a loud bang, both of them let out muffled groans. The figure bathed in lava exploded into a large patch of lava, and Barrett swayed, instinctively retreating quickly. Knock knock knock. His footsteps pounded the ground, causing the earth to collapse and leaving deep craters. An even stronger one has arrived. A burning sensation shot through his fist, His black gloves were charred. Barrett narrowed his eyes, a savage red light surging deep within his pupils, as he eagerly licked his chapped lips. The magma, with its temperature of thousands of degrees, possessed an inexplicable burning and penetrating power, and his armament haki was unable to completely defend against it. Looks like we can finally have a good fight this time. He stared intently at the two figures amidst the billowing dust, cracking his knuckles. He laughed with unrestrained abandon. That's really embarrassing. The wind swept away the dust, and Darren slowly emerged from a shockingly deep pit, blood dripping from his right arm. Barrett's strength was indeed excessive. Perhaps in terms of pure physique, strength, and physical skills, he was on par with himself, but the intensity of Barrett's armament haki put him under significant pressure. The intelligence calculations at headquarters were wrong. Putting aside the destructive power of the devil fruit, this guy's close combat ability is probably already higher than that of Bondi Waldo. A deep, cold voice slowly rose. The bubbling, boiling lava quickly gathered on the ground, coalescing into a tall human figure. Crimson lava slid down Sakazuki's rugged face like beads of sweat, the red fading to reveal a snow-white cloak, and thick black smoke billowed from his body. Darren wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. That's right. He had once fought against Bondi Waldo, and although he had the firepower support of the North Sea Fleet, there was an element of luck involved. But Sakazuki is right. In close combat, Douglas Barrett, who grew up on the battlefield, is indeed stronger than Bondi Waldo. In fact, the reason why Bondi Waldo was so feared by the Navy and even listed as a legendary pirate was largely due to the destructive power of his Momo fruit. However, after the exchange just now, although Darren was suppressed in terms of domineering aura, he also roughly figured out Barrett's combat strength level. At least for the time being, Bullet, who is only 15 years old and has not yet joined Rogers' crew, is definitely not at the level to be on par with Rayleigh. The terrifying level of strength that was rumored in later generations was probably largely due to Roger feeding Barrett sparring with him during his many failed challenges against Roger, coupled with his constant sit-ups. From this perspective, perhaps Roger was also a very good teacher. And the current Barrett, is his strength almost at the level of an admiral? Darren spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, and a sinister smile gradually crept onto his lips. They can fight. Gratitude. Chapter 66, Joining Forces. Don't be careless. Sakazuki glanced at Darren and said coldly. He stared expressionlessly at the blonde youth in the distance who exuded a demonic aura, a dark glint flashing in his eyes hidden beneath the shadow of his hat. Although he had repelled Barrett's attack in the previous exchange, and the two seemed evenly matched, the faint soreness and swelling in his arm seemed to be a constant reminder of how formidable this guy was. With his superhuman physique, strength, and explosive power, coupled with his powerful armament haki, the difficulty of this mission exceeded Sakazuki's expectations. Darren slowly stepped forward and stood side by side with Sakazuki. With a flick of his finger, a large amount of steel buried in the town ruins coiled up like a dragon, quickly intertwining into sharp metal tentacles that hovered menacingly above his head. I have never underestimated my opponents. Sakazuki narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked, "When did you awaken your conqueror's haki?" Darren glanced at Sakazuki's profile, unable to discern anything amiss, and smiled, saying, "When we were in Beihai." As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his open fingers tightly. Laugh. Dozens of enormous metal tentacles, like wildly dancing dragons, roared out of the air at astonishing speed, enveloping Douglas Barrett. Rumble. The sky was filled with countless metallic tentacles and spikes, like giant pillars falling from the heavens, which exploded one after another on the earth, creating surging waves. Smoke and dust rose up like giant pillars, and the ground trembled clearly. Ha 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 ha. Barrett let out a sinister laugh, and without making any visible movement, his figure moved across the ground repeatedly at an incredibly terrifying speed, leaving behind blurry afterimages. Metal spikes strong enough to pierce through a warship grazed past his body, yet failed to harm him in the slightest. Is that all you've got? Why don't you all give it a shot? Barrett grinned maliciously, his eyes flashing with an eerie red light. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly and grabbed a metal spike that was thrusting towards him. Click click. The moment the 5 fingers exerted force, a powerful burst of armament haki erupted, and the metal spikes, hundreds of meters long, exploded in midair, turning into countless fragments. The next moment, a crimson figure crashed through the flying metal slag like a madman, its snow-white cloak instantly melting into boiling lava. A terrifyingly high temperature suddenly rose, distorting the surrounding air. Dogs devour the crimson lotus. Sakazuki shouted coldly, and his entire arm erupted with raging magma flames, blasting out like a rocket launcher. The crimson magma hound opened its terrifying, gaping maw, like a blood-red lotus, and lunged to devour Barrett. Ha ha ha, that's more like it. Barrett laughed even more wildly. Facing Sakazuki's unstoppable attack, he actually stepped forward, charging up his punch instead of retreating. Boom. A powerful burst of armament haki emanated from his fist, spreading into a visible arc of energy that firmly blocked the magma hound's gaping maw. Hot lava splashed up and drifted away. At the same time, Darren appeared like a ghost beside Barrett, and with a horizontal kick, smashed into the latter's head. The sunlight reflected off his dark military boots. Barrett squinted, his thick arms suddenly grabbing out, his large, fan-like hand bulging with muscles, his 5 fingers spread wide. Bang! Air blasts are generated. He gripped Darren's foot tightly, the impact of his armament haki causing him to groan and sway. Yes, that's exactly the feeling. Barrett's eyes were bloodshot as he grinned and raised his foot, delivering a powerful knee strike aimed at Darren's chest. His goal is to be the strongest in the world. No matter how many people come, he will never back down. Darren's eyes narrowed upon seeing this, and he raised his knee to strike back. This guy's fighting style is tough and wild, the epitome of a battlefield warrior. Bang! A violent gust of wind burst forth. Using the force of the impact, Barrett took a step back, stomping his right foot heavily on the ground, causing a rumble. At the same time, he grabbed a twisted metal spike next to him, laughed loudly, and suddenly threw a punch. As he threw that punch, the remnants of the metal spikes seemed to come alive under some kind of force, quickly enveloping his entire left arm and forming a gigantic shockwave cannon. The cannon was covered in a purplish-black armament haki, and white smoke billowed from the bottom of the impact cannon, like a rocket booster, greatly enhancing the explosive power of the punch. The force and impact of the full-force punch even created the illusion of air being sucked out of the space it passed through, stirring up a spiraling hurricane. Combination impact cannon. An indescribable cannonball-like punch slammed down on Darren, the force of which even tore at his cheeks and deformed them. Darren's pupils constricted. The power of this punch. He held both hands horizontally in front of his chest, covered with armament haki, and a faint crack of electricity flashed between his fingers. Boom. Darren felt as if he had been hit head-on by a high-speed Buster Call warship. He was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, spitting out blood. Ha ha ha. As long as I'm on the battlefield, I'm invincible. Barrett laughed even more wildly, pressing his advantage relentlessly. The massive metal cannon covering his arm changed again, revealing a dark, gaping hole. He is a user of the fusion fruit, which allows him to fuse objects he touches with his body and rearrange them to create new weapons. As long as he is on the battlefield, he can use this ability to create an inexhaustible supply of weapons. A dark red light rapidly converged in the cannon barrel, locking onto Darren, who was flying backward. Take care of that first. Barrett's pupils contracted, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw a cold smile curl on the lips of the injured Navy man who had been sent flying backward. He seemed to realize something, and his eyes widened. Suddenly, the giant cannon in his hand emitted crackling lightning. Boom. The giant cannon created using the fusion fruit exploded, and flames and thick smoke instantly enveloped Barrett. How could that be? His body swayed, with burn marks on his neck and arms, and his face showed astonishment. But before he could react, enraged lava erupted before his eyes like a volcano. The punch was fierce and powerful, like a thunderbolt, or the final backlash of a mad dog released from its cage. Wow, so fast. This punch. An overwhelming sense of threat welled up in my heart. Barrett was shaken to his core. As his armament haki hardened and covered his upper body, he clenched his left arm tightly, trying to use the power of the giant cannon arm to counter the attack. But at that moment, even more arcs of electricity began to crackle and pop out on the metal cannon in the arm. A strange, invisible dragging force bound his punching motion, making his movements difficult and sluggish. What kind of ability is this? Barrett's pupils dilated violently, and he clenched his teeth tightly. Well done. Sakazuki roared angrily. He and Darren had fought side by side in the North Sea for many years, and the experience and tacit understanding they had accumulated meant that they could understand each other's combat intentions with just a simple exchange of glances. This is an opportunity that Darren fought for himself. The flaw has been revealed. Sakazuki's eyes flashed with astonishing killing intent. The fist of magma, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction, erupted fiercely. Haunted Dog. Chapter 67 The Beast in the Cage. Like a violent fist erupting from a volcano, it spewed out a sinister red light like a hellhound, rapidly magnifying in Barrett's pupils. Sakazuki's punch lands. Barrett's mind trembled violently at that moment, and his eyes instantly filled with ferocious bloodshot veins. Suddenly, an incomparably powerful armament haki erupted from his body, and the massive metal cannon on his arm, which had exploded and was burning, spewed out even more blue electricity and emitted thick smoke. His body somehow managed to break free from the strange and difficult force field, and he narrowly managed to dodge to the side. Laugh. A roaring column of magma shot up at an angle, grazing Douglas Barrett's left side, the extreme heat charring his flesh and blood. The intense pain made Barrett's expression even more ferocious and distorted, but he ignored it completely, as if he couldn't feel the pain, and threw a heavy punch at Sakazuki's chest with his other hand. I am Douglas Barrett. I will become the strongest being in the world. Bang! The burst of armament haki sent Sakazuki flying backward like a kite with a broken string. A crisp cracking sound rang out as he tumbled and slid across the ground for dozens of meters before crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. At the same time, Barrett staggered back a few steps, his body swaying, his face gradually turning pale. His left side, shoulder, arm, chest, and abdomen were charred black by the magma at temperatures of thousands of degrees, emitting billowing black smoke. Under the terrifying heat, the flesh inside the wound turned into a viscous liquid, dripping onto the ground along the crimson lava. Sakazuki's all-out attack, abandoning all defense, actually pierced through his formidable physical defenses, leaving him with extremely severe injuries. You too. Barrett's eyes were bloodshot, his demonic gaze fixed on Darren and Sakazuki as they slowly rose from the thick smoke. How could one be a rear admiral, and the other a commodore possess such power? He was an orphan who was adopted and raised by the army from a young age. The battlefield was his entire life, and fighting was his eternal faith. Therefore, he could easily recognize the ranks represented by Darren and Sakazuki's shoulder insignia, and he was also very knowledgeable about the functions and combat methods of the army. But these two guys were unlike any army, soldier, or even navy he had ever encountered before. These are devil fruit abilities that have never been heard of before, some extremely bizarre, others possessing unprecedented penetrating power. Despite seemingly having no dialogue or communication, they were able to execute near-perfect teamwork in the midst of complex, ever-changing, and critical battles. What's even more terrifying is that both of these guys had extremely fierce and savage fighting styles. In order to gain an opportunity or find an opening, they were willing to trade blows, fighting like two emotionless beasts. This was a stark contrast to the rule-abiding and rigid naval forces he had encountered in the past. As he spoke, Barrett unleashed his power, and the tattered metal cannon in his hand fell to the ground, crashing heavily and creating a crater. But just as he was about to make a move, gunshots rang out. Ding ding dong dong. The Marines, who had finally arrived from afar, raised their guns and fired. A dense barrage of bullets struck Barrett's body like a rainstorm, but were deflected by armament haki, splashing large amounts of mud onto the sand. At that moment, Darren's helpless voice came from the smoke and dust. What a pity, I thought I had succeeded. He slowly walked out of the deep pit, his arms covered in blood, and a shocking bloodstain seeping from the corner of his mouth. Darren slowly raised his bleeding hand and shakily pulled a cigar from his pocket. The cigar was stained red and wet with blood, but he didn't care. He put it in his mouth and lit it with a lighter. As the acrid smoke filled his throat, Darren's pale and listless face brightened slightly. His armament haki is very strong. As long as the strength of his haki is sufficient, he can resist or even be immune to the influence of external devil fruit abilities. On the other side, as the thick smoke dissipated in the wind, Sakazuki's figure emerged. He braced himself with one hand on the ground, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth, and an unnatural indentation in his ribcage. As he spoke, he reached out and pressed his hand against his ribs, a ruthless glint in his eyes. A large hand wearing a black leather glove pressed down hard. Click! A crisp sound rang out, and the broken ribs were immediately put back in place. He said expressionlessly, "But things won't be so easy from here on out." Darren's move just now actually caught Barrett off guard, just to create a fleeting opening. Barrett is now on guard, and he'll probably maintain a state of armament haki enhancement at all times to counter Darren's devil fruit ability. Upon hearing this, the fully armed and vigilant naval personnel who had blocked the port in the distance were immediately speechless. So, that battle that just destroyed the entire town was merely an easy test? Darren, hearing Sakazuki's reminder, grinned, revealing his blood-stained teeth. Despite being severely injured, his aura continued to rise. Of course I know. As he spoke, the twisted metal slag suddenly floated into the air and quickly condensed into 3 high-density metal spheres with smooth, mirror-like surfaces, which floated around his body. High-level battles are always protracted wars. Especially for a monster like Barrett, who fought his way out of the battlefield. His physique, strength, speed, skills, and physical abilities have all been honed to a superhuman level, making it impossible to determine a winner in a short time. In terms of individual combat strength alone, Darren admits that he is weaker than Barrett, while Sakazuki is on par with Barrett. While their combined efforts could exert some pressure on Barrett and give them an advantage, they weren't enough to create a crushing defeat. Sakazuki laughed. He slowly stood up. Lava flowed beneath his feet, and flickering flames danced around him. Although the internal bleeding could not be relieved, at least the fracture would not affect his subsequent combat actions. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, slowly stood up, and thick black smoke once again billowed from his right arm. He straightened his military cap. His eyes, hidden in the shadow of the brim, were disdainful and sinister as he looked at the wildly blonde, badly injured Douglas Barrett, a mocking smirk slowly creeping onto his lips. Military rank doesn't mean anything. As soon as the words fell, the 3 of them shot out from their spots at the same time, their smiles cruel as they charged toward each other. Lava erupted, metal twisted, and blood flew everywhere. The powerful collision generated a tremendous commotion and shockwave. From a distance, the 3 men were covered in blood, their eyes filled with madness, like wild beasts trapped in a cage. Thank you. Chapter 68 I lost. The town was shaking, and the earth was humming. 3 figures, seemingly possessed, clashed wildly in the ruins of the town, causing the earth to collapse, lava to spew, and shockwaves to emanate wherever they passed. The earth crevices groaned under the weight of the burden, accompanied by the buzzing of metal spheres hurtling through the air, followed by towering waves of dust. Hundreds of sailors retreated to the harbor in fear, guarding their warships to prevent them from being swallowed by the surging waves, their palms sweating as they gripped their spears. Minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Half an hour. Hours. From initial shock and horror to gradual numbness and blankness, watching the 3 fight like ferocious beasts in a cage, they didn't dare to breathe. This level of combat is simply beyond their capabilities. Rushing in rashly out of enthusiasm will only cause trouble for Brigadier General Darren and Major General Sakazuki, or it will just be a waste of lives. That's terrifying. He looks like a 3-headed monster. It felt like the entire town was about to be torn apart by their fighting. At a certain moment, boom. Just then, a magnificent pillar of magma and fire shot into the sky. Ha ha ha. That's great. Marines. Douglas Barrett emerged from the thick smoke like a beast, his body covered in various wounds and bloodstains, his long golden hair stained with blood, looking extremely disheveled. But his eyes were filled with a fierce, blood-red fighting spirit. Let's stop here. Sakazuki's military cap was gone, revealing his ruggedly styled buzz cut and a blood-stained, sinister grin. What do you mean by chasing the world's strongest? You're nothing but a deserter who betrayed his own army. Boiling magma suddenly exploded from his arm, accompanied by a roaring punch that had been building up. Boom. A fist covered in a domineering purplish-black aura collided violently with a fist spewing forth magma. A violent shockwave emanated from the 2 of them, whipping up the earth like ocean waves and causing dust to ripple and dance. The ground beneath their feet finally gave way to the terrifying force, tearing open a dozen massive, intersecting cracks that seemed bottomless. Dark red magma gushed from the crack, and Sakazuki plunged his head into the magma, his figure like a demon born from the magma, carrying the power of this natural disaster and launching an unprecedented attack. Dogs devour the Crimson Lotus. Barrett burst into laughter, taking a step forward without flinching, gathering all the armament hockey in his body into this punch. Wherever the fist passed, the air exploded into circles of white shockwaves. Boom. With a deafening roar, a crushing shockwave radiated outwards, tearing up the earth and blowing away the wreckage of buildings. A violent storm was brewing. Douglas Barrett and Sakazuki both coughed up blood, their faces drained of color instantly, and they staggered backward. Darren. But at that moment, Sakazuki suddenly curled up a cruel smile and roared. Barrett's pupils contracted. Clang. In a turbulent and chaotic world, the crisp sound of a coin being tossed in the air seemed so jarring. Go to hell, pirates. Sakazuki looked down at Barrett and grinned maliciously. The next moment, suddenly, a hole in lava burst open in his body. Active elementalization. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Through the hole, in Sakazuki's body, Barrett saw a Taoist figure in the distance in his blurry vision, and his heart suddenly started pounding. He saw the coin that the man tossed into the air. The coin, tumbling in mid-air, reflected flames, lava, blood, ruins, thick smoke, and the blue lightning crackling between the Commodore's mangled fingers. Could it be? A deep sense of unease and crisis welled up inside Barrett, causing a cold sweat to break out on his back. From the perspective of the naval personnel in the distance. At this moment, Barrett, Sakazuki, and Darren formed a straight line. Major General Sakazuki was positioned precisely between Brigadier General Darren and Barrett. The coin flew from Brigadier General Darren's hand, the fierce wind whipping his blood-stained black hair into the air. Boom! The silver coin was instantly stained with a dense layer of black before it shot out. Magnetic overload, electromagnetic gun. After a month of intensive training, Darren, whose hockey and devil fruit abilities have been significantly enhanced, poured all the power in his body into this strike. Boom! The coin, propelled by indescribable momentum and propelled by a near-boiling magnetic field, reached an unbelievable speed. It penetrates the air, pierced through the flames, piercing through the thick smoke. It penetrated through the building's ruins. It penetrated through Sakazuki's body. It pierced through all obstacles along the way, and in less than a fraction of a second, it transformed into a magnificent orange-red beam of light, shooting towards Barrett. It's too late. Barrett's eyes were bloodshot, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and roared as he threw a punch. Don't look down on us, Navy. His body was already severely injured and on the verge of collapse, so he couldn't care less about anything else. He used the power of the fusion fruit once again, and the discarded steel and rocks on the ground seemed to come alive as they swept up and wrapped around his right arm, forming a massive impact cannon. The little remaining strength was transformed into armament hockey, covering the shock cannon. Laugh. Scalding steam billowed from the vents of the impact cannon, propelling the punch forward like the high pressure of an overloaded steam rocket. I will become the strongest in the world. The next moment. Boom. The dull thud lasted only a moment. The dazzling white light gradually engulfed Barrett's ferocious face. The nearly depleted armament hockey armor shattered. The impact cannon created by the fusion fruit was shattered. The clenched, enormous fist shattered. The flesh and bones of the forearm were constantly being pulverized. Boom. A raging inferno shot into the sky, almost piercing the clouds. The earth shook violently. Darren suddenly knelt on one knee, his face ashen, gasping for breath. He felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained, and he didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. His eyes were fixed on the center of the inferno. Sakazuki's condition was no better. His breathing was disordered, and the bleeding from his internal organs caused hot blood to gush from his mouth and nose. All the sailors stared at the scene in shock and disbelief. Was it successful? Probably. No one could possibly survive an attack like that. Soon, the scorching wind dispersed the thick smoke, and Barrett's figure reappeared before everyone's eyes. He knelt on the ground, covered in wounds, with a pool of blood at his feet. His left hand was tightly covering his right shoulder, his entire right arm. It has vanished without a trace. Blood gushed uncontrollably from between his fingers. The world suddenly became quiet. Only the sounds of rapid breathing and the crackling of flames scorching the earth could be heard from time to time. I lost. Barrett spoke in a hissing voice. He struggled to lift his head, gazing at Sakazuki and Darren, then suddenly let out a gleeful, sinister laugh. Ha ha ha. What an exhilarating battle. The demon's maniacal and unrestrained laughter echoed across the sky. Tell me your names before you make a move, Navy. Sakazuki strode forward, blood dripping from the trousers of his military uniform, walking step by step toward Barrett. Thick black smoke billowed from his arm again, and dark red magma churned with deadly bubbles. You have no right to know our names, you scum pirates. Sakazuki said coldly. He raised his fist, looking down at Barrett kneeling in front of him, the magma surging to its limit with murderous intent. A sudden change occurred. Whoa, what an exhilarating battle. A deep, thunderous laugh suddenly came from the distance in the sky. The moment the sound rang out, the once clear sky suddenly gathered large, ink-black clouds. Amidst the rising winds and surging clouds, countless lightning bolts flashed continuously among the clouds, unleashing a tremendous roar. The world seemed to have entered night at that moment. The lightning that tore through the sky illuminated the terrified, pale faces of the sailors. Sakazuki and Darren's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpoints, and their pores stood on end. Thank you. Chapter 69 Fate Unknown. Rumble. The roar of thunder echoed through the clouds, and howling winds swept across the land. What happened? Something seems to be approaching. In the sky. Damn it, what is that? Tear. A pale bolt of lightning tore through the black sky, illuminating the faces of the sailors, whose eyes were widening in fear, making them appear deathly pale. Could this feeling be? An unprecedented fear surged in Darren's eyes. He gritted his teeth, trying to stand up, but his body swayed, and he felt weak. In his biomagnetic field perception, in the deepest part of that sea of clouds, where the wind and clouds surged, a terrifying and profound aura spread out, exuding the strong pressure of a superior being. A tricky guy is here. Sakazuki's face was extremely gloomy. The oppressive feeling that enveloped the earth made every muscle and nerve in his body tense to the extreme. He glanced at Darren, who was too exhausted to stand, and then checked his own injuries. His heart sank lower and lower. Oh my God, I never expected to encounter something so interesting. That hoarse, deep voice rang out again from afar, like muffled thunder that made one's eardrums ache. A fierce storm and huge waves rose on the sea. Then, amidst the thick, dark sea of clouds, a gigantic shadow, even more sinister and terrifying than the clouds themselves, rapidly magnified in the frozen gazes of everyone present. The dark shadow, seemingly obscuring the sky, lingered in the sea of clouds, dragging along visible lightning. A strong wind blew, raising dust and smoke all over the land. Under the horrified gazes of the naval soldiers, a head the size of a mountain peak slowly emerged from the sea of clouds. Sharp, curved horns, jet-black whiskers, lantern-sized, dark yellow vertical pupils, enormous dragon claws with four-sharp fingers, and bluish-green scales that reflected an incomparably hard luster amidst the interplay of lightning. Dragon. It's a legendary creature. A azure dragon. Kaido. The greatest pirate of the New World. Kaido of the Beasts. How is this possible? How could Kaido be here? Exclamations of alarm rang out from the naval crowd. They stared in fear at the enormous creature that emerged from the clouds high in the sky, their throats dry and their bodies covered in cold sweat. The enormous blue dragon narrowed its eyes and swept across the land, pausing briefly on Darren and Douglas Barrett before finally fixing its gaze on Sakazuki. He let out a sinister laugh. Boom. A terrifying aura, as vast and boundless as an abyss, suddenly erupted from the dragon's enormous body. The pressure, almost tangible, caused countless black and red lightning bolts to appear in the void, radiating from the sky to the earth in an instant. Buzzing. The suppressed aura seemed to ripple even in the void between heaven and earth. The sailors even seemed to see the entire world before them, the ground, trees, building ruins, and ports shattering inch by inch. The shock and oppression from the depths of their souls made it incredibly difficult for them to breathe, as if the sky were collapsing. Bang, bang, bang. One after another. Many young naval soldiers rolled their eyes back, collapsed to the ground, and fainted. Darren's breathing also stopped at the same time, and his thoughts seemed to become chaotic at this moment. He groaned, his body, already on the verge of its limit, trembling uncontrollably as he gritted his teeth and held on. Even if Kaido were at his peak, with his conqueror's haki at its strongest, it wouldn't have put him under such pressure. But at this point, his body was in extremely poor condition, covered in wounds and exhausted, making it impossible for him to fight back. Not far away, Barrett, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, didn't even groan before collapsing to the ground. A strong wind whipped up a cloud of dust. On the land swaying in the flames, Sakazuki stood firm like a rock on a precipitous cliff, his snow-white cloak fluttering behind him. Ora ra. Die. Navy. The dragon let out a deafening roar and slowly opened its enormous mouth. Between the densely packed, sharp teeth, as Kaido took a deep breath, a suffocating dark red light rapidly condensed in the dragon's mouth. A hellish aura of destruction instantly spread down from the sky. A crimson light illuminated the earth, enveloping everything. An unprecedented despair invaded the hearts of every Navy man present, making them tremble all over, yet they remained motionless like soulless puppets. Faced with the attack of the legendary creature, they had nowhere to escape. Really, Sakazuki suddenly let out a long breath. He slowly removed his black leather gloves, revealing his bloodied and mangled hands, and straightened the vibrant blood-red rose on his chest. Then he took a cigar out of his pocket, put it in his mouth, and lit it with his own strength. "This is never going to end," he murmured softly. The sky was pitch black, lightning flashed, and the wind howled. Faced with the colossal dragon that seemed to blot out the sky, this future naval admiral, who had shed the title of monster, appeared so insignificant. At this moment, the flames from the mouth of the roaring dragon in the sky finally reached their peak. Heat breath. Roar. A surge of incredibly powerful red dragon breath erupted from the dragon's mouth. The enormous recoil force even caused its mountain-sized head to snap back violently. A pillar of red flames tore through the air and fell from the sky. Light instantly filled the earth. Sakazuki raised his head expressionlessly, his cold and hard gaze reflecting the dragon's violent and domineering posture. A sinister smile suddenly curled at the corner of his bloodied mouth. Slaying a dragon is not out of the question, duh. Then he took a deep drag on his cigar. The force of that puff was so great that it burned the entire cigar to ashes. Call. Thick smoke billowed from his mouth like a dragon. A massive eruption of magma erupted from beneath his feet, tearing and shaking the earth, and Sakazuki was propelled into the sky like a cannonball. Half of his body had turned into magma at temperatures of thousands of degrees, but his wide, heavy, snow-white cloak stood out against the backdrop of the blood-red magma, appearing sacred and solemn. Like a mad dog, he charged at the massive pillar of dragon flame, at the being standing at the top of the food chain, and threw a heavy punch. A massive fireball. Time stands still at this moment. Volcanic eruption like lava and the dragon's surging breath collided violently in midair. However, this stalemate lasted only a moment. Magma is the superior form of fire. Sakazuki's chilling, ghostly voice echoed through the sea of fire. Boom. The burst of magma pierced right through the dragon's breath. The pillar of fire exploded into countless fireballs, falling to the earth like a meteor shower. As the lava rushed towards him, Kaido, who had transformed into a giant dragon, narrowed his eyes. The deadly heat made him instinctively sway his body to avoid it. Laugh. The lava grazed the dragon's body, leaving charred marks on its scales. Damn the Navy, what about this move? Amidst the bursting rain of fire, the dragon, writhing in pain, roared in fury. Its form rapidly shrank into a demonic shape, and under the influence of gravity, it plummeted at an alarming speed. He gripped the massive black spiked club with both hands, black and red lightning crackling around it, and slammed it heavily onto Sakazuki's head. The third generation appears. Naraku is drawn. Boom. With no more strength left, Sakazuki plunged into the ground like a meteorite, creating a huge crater in the earth. The ground continued to collapse, spreading out ripple-like marks. The entire island trembled, and the earth continued to tear open deep, bottomless cracks. It was as if the sky had fallen and the earth had split open. The strong winds gradually subsided. The embers lingered on the ground, and black smoke billowed. Dark red magma gushed from the cracks and quickly coalesced into a human figure. Covered in blood and with a deathly pale face, Sakazuki staggered a few steps, almost falling over. He pushed aside the Navy soldiers who tried to help him and looked at the empty ground before him. His cold eyes were filled with ferocious and violent bloodshot veins. Notify headquarters that the appearance of Kaido of the Beasts has caused the mission to arrest Douglas Bullet to fail. Mission target, Douglas Barrett, and Sakazuki spat out the sinister words through clenched teeth. Marine Headquarters Commodore Rogers Darren has been taken away by Kaido. His fate is unknown. Thank you. Every night I have nightmares about hearing you guys say it's too short, and that you'll add more. Chapter 70 Fellow Cellmates. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The sound of water droplets hitting the ground rang in Darren's ears at a steady frequency. This was Darren's first perception. A strange smell came from my nostrils. It was damp, rotten, and smelled of blood, yet it faintly carried the aroma of strong liquor. Darren struggled to open his eyes a crack, the flickering campfire casting an inexplicably dim light. He was in excruciating pain all over his body. He tried to breathe, but he choked and coughed up a lot of blood and mud. I'm alive. At this moment. You're awake. A deep, hoarse voice echoed in the darkness, sending shivers down Darren's spine. His muscles tensed instantly, but his extreme weakness and exhaustion left him without the strength to even lift a finger. He mustered his strength, strained to open his eyes, and tried to make sense of the blurry vision. Bloodstained, blackened walls, rusty steel bars, and damp, moss-covered ground. This is a prison. Outside the prison, a burly figure with a profound aura sat on the ground, with wild, long black hair cascading down his shoulders, sharp horns on his head, and a beard like a dragon's whiskers on his lips. He was shirtless, with faint burn marks on his left abdomen, the wounds of which had stopped bleeding. He wore a purple top with 2 gold chains hanging from the hem, and dark green wide trousers with a Shimenawa rope tied around his waist. He was also wearing a purple cloak. The campfire on the wall cast a huge, flickering shadow on the ground and the wall, making him look terrifying, like a demon in the world. Kaido of the Beasts. Darren's eyes were cold as he stared intently at Kaido's retreating figure. If you don't want to die, you'd better just lie there. Kaido's voice boomed like thunder. As he spoke, he stretched out his arm, which was covered with dragon scale tattoos, picked up a gourd with the character, heaven, printed on it, tilted his head back, and took a big gulp, glancing furtively at the scar on the left side of his body. That magma guy is really something else. Darren was stunned, and then instantly realized his situation. He's been captured by Kaido. The tearing pain in my brain made my memories seem blurry. He vaguely remembered that the last thing he saw was Sakazuki leaping up from the ground, punching the dragon's breath, and then being slammed into the ground by Kaido's club in human form. After that, his body could no longer hold on, and he fell into a coma and lost consciousness. When he woke up, he was in this dark prison. Where's this place? Wano country, is it? No. In this timeline, Kazuki Oden shouldn't have set sail yet, and Kaido certainly hasn't joined forces with Korizumi Orochi to seize power in Wano country. In other words, this place is not Wano country. Darren was panting heavily, trying to calm himself down, his mind racing. The fact that he was still alive meant that Kaido had no intention of killing him for the time being. Regardless of Kaido's true purpose, since I have survived, there is a possibility that I can escape. Before proceeding, we must first ascertain Kaido's strength and the strength of the forces stationed in this prison. Thinking of this, Darren glanced at Kaido almost imperceptibly, his gaze lingering briefly on the wound on the latter's left abdomen before quickly looking away. As expected of the magma fruit with the strongest attack power, Sakazuki's punch not only shattered the flames of the heat breath, but also injured Kaido's indestructible body. Darren had a rough idea of what Kaido's club was like when he gave Sakazuki the last time. Kaido, now around 30 years old, probably already possesses the strength of an admiral, far surpassing Sakazuki at this stage, given the age difference. However, it is certain that Kaido has not yet entered the ranks of legendary top-tier combatants like Roger and Garp. Of course, the so-called general-level combat strength is just a vague standard of measurement. There is a difference between generals and generals. For example, in the original storyline, Green Bull, the new admiral after the world military draft, was clearly weaker than Akainu, Kizuru, and Akiji. Having the combat power of an admiral is a necessary condition, but not a sufficient condition for becoming a naval admiral. But as Sakazuki said, military rank doesn't mean anything. After all, some vice admirals in the Navy are capable of chasing the pirate king all over the sea. Moreover, for the strong, the outcome is difficult to predict until the moment of true combat. Perhaps this is why Kaido stopped fighting Sakazuki. No one can predict just how ferocious a mad dog cornered can be, even though the mad dog was already seriously injured. Just as Darren was lost in thought, a painful groan suddenly came from the dark cage. Darren was stunned and looked in the direction of the sound. The light from the campfire on the wall shone down, and in another corner of the cage, a wretched and miserable figure leaned against the wall, gradually waking up. His body was covered in wounds, but those wounds were no longer bleeding. The bumps and dust on the road dried the wounds. The large, crisscrossing burns on the left side of his body, resembling a network of rivers, had dried and turned black. One arm was missing, leaving only a horrific wound. Douglas Barrett. He was also captured by Kaido. Darren's pupils contracted, and then a thought popped into his mind that he couldn't help but find somewhat absurd. He and Douglas Barrett had become cellmates? Where's this? Barrett hissed with difficulty, looked up and saw Darren and Kaido. He paused for a moment, then quickly realized his predicament. They're all awake, that's good. Kaido picked up the gourd and tilted his head back to drink the remaining strong liquor. He slowly stood up, reeking of alcohol, and strode toward the cage. With each step its enormous body took, the ground trembled. Kaido looked down at Darren and Bullet, his dark, vertical pupils gleaming with ambitious light, and suddenly grinned. Ooh, I can give you everything you want. Power, wealth, status, strength, I can give you anything. He stretched out his large hand, covered in dragon scale tattoos. This world is so boring. I can tell from your eyes that none of you are law-abiding citizens. Join my ranks, and I will lead you to turn this ocean upside down. Oro aro aro. Kaido's hearty laughter shook the entire gloomy prison, causing plaster to flake off the walls as if the earth were trembling. Thank you. Chapter 71 Kaido's Recruitment. Oro Luro. Kaido's unrestrained, sinister laughter echoed continuously in the gloomy prison. Echoing. Yes, it echoed for a long time. Then the laughter gradually subsided and eventually disappeared. The smile on his face froze in place, because he discovered that the two severely injured children in front of him were looking at him with an expression as if he were an idiot. Unmoved. Kaido, didn't you hear what I said? Kaido gritted his teeth, his vertical pupils suddenly fixed on the dying Bullet, and he snarled. Douglas Barrett, I know you, and I know you very well. You were born in the nation of endless war in the Grand Line. Because you were betrayed by your country and your superiors in the military, you destroyed your own country in a fit of rage and have been wanted by the world government ever since. The Navy has its eyes on you, and has even sent two guys known as monsters to deal with you. He glanced at Darren at this point, then continued to coax Barrett. There is no place for you in this vast ocean. Otherwise, even if you survive this time, the Navy will definitely send even stronger forces to deal with you next time. Only I can provide you with sufficient protection. Become my subordinate, and neither the world government's CP department nor the Navy can do anything to you. How about it? Join my beast pirates, and I can grant you a top-tier position. I know you crave battle, crave slaughter, and crave to become stronger. And I will wage the largest war in the world, the place where you can truly shine, where your blood will be spilled on the battlefield, and where the name of Douglas Barrett will resound throughout the world. Kaido became enthusiastic and let out a muffled, thunderous laugh. This guy had done his homework. After hearing Kaido's words about recruiting subordinates, this thought popped into Darren's mind. Kaido may appear rough and savage on the surface, but he is actually incredibly shrewd and cunning. In the original storyline, he used the Wano country shogun Kurizumi Orochi to destroy the Kazuki family and steal the easily defensible and resource-rich Wano country as his base of military power. In order to subdue and recruit the era of extreme evil, they even orchestrated a chance encounter such as jumping off a sky island to commit suicide to prove their strength. Darren's heart stirred slightly. Since Kaido knows so much about Bullet, his appearance on that island might not be a coincidence, as he claims. Become my subordinate, Barrett. Kaido stretched out his large hand toward Bullet. However, he was met with a pair of contemptuous eyes. Barrett was slumped against the wall like a lump of mud, his body covered in wounds and his breath extremely weak. But he was grinning. He revealed his blood-stained teeth, his smile still tinged with pride. I refuse. He sneered. Kaido was stunned. Why? His tone already betrayed anger. Why? Barrett was panting, as if each breath brought him to the brink of death. His face was deathly pale, but his two crimson eyes gleamed with a ferocity and arrogance like a demon. Your aura and strength are stronger than anyone I've ever seen. But this so-called power alone is not enough to make Douglas Barrett submit. He laughed mockingly. My target is Gold Roger. Kaido of the Beasts, no matter how strong you are you stronger than him? Kaido's expression froze. His expression shifted slightly, and he pretended not to hear Barrett's question, turning to look at Darren beside him. Rogers Darren. I know you. I know your type very well. Hey. You didn't even change your lines. Darren's lips twitched. Unaware of his subtle actions in the darkness, Kaido continued his persuasion to surrender, becoming increasingly impassioned as if he were gradually regaining his confidence. When you were in Beihai, you were seen as a scumbag and a piece of trash by everyone. A person like you, who is greedy for power, embezzles money, keeps an army, and is lecherous and depraved, is more suited to be a pirate than a Navy officer. Oh ho, become my subordinate, Darren Brat. Anything the Navy can give you, I can give you too. Money, power, military strength, territory, and of course, countless beautiful women. Whatever you want, I can give you. I see a deep ambition in your eyes. Most importantly, as a pirate, you no longer need to wear that fake coat of clothing. You can openly and honestly plunder whatever you want. No one can bind you. You can destroy, wreak havoc, occupy, and possess. This is the greatest freedom a pirate can have. This is also the greatest right a pirate can have. Kaido's sinister vertical pupils gleamed with a burning light in the darkness. Join my crew. The top spot on the Beast Pirate signboard is yours. The vast ocean awaits you. He proudly extended his large hand to Darren. Darren looked at Kaido in front of him, his expression turning somewhat strange. It has to be said that Kaido is indeed unconventional, having even managed to win over the Navy. But then I thought about it again, and it made sense, since my reputation is indeed very bad. I must admit, what you said really appeals to me. Darren suddenly let out a long breath and said slowly. Barrett looked at him with surprise. So you agreed? Kaido's eyes widened, and an expectant smile appeared on his face. No, I refuse. Darren shook his head. Kaido's smile froze. Why? Isn't being a pirate good enough? Are all those horrible hobbies just a facade? He roared in fury, his angry growl making the entire prison tremble. No, those are all true. Darren raised his head and said in a deep voice. Money, power, military strength, territory, women, I want them all. A few black lines appeared on Barrett's forehead. Then why? Kaido asked through gritted teeth. But I prefer to take these things as a member of the Navy. Darren's eyes were filled with an unwavering light of faith. This makes me feel even more excited. Barrett. Kaido. You damn brat. You're playing me. Kaido was stunned for a moment, then instantly realized he had been tricked. An indescribable rage erupted, transforming into a roar that reverberated powerfully, its immense and profound aura causing minute cracks to appear on the walls and iron railings. You're all playing me for a fool. He grabbed the massive spiked club, 8 precepts, and his vertical pupils quickly flashed with a frenzied red light. The moment Kaido grasped the 8 precepts, black and red lightning even appeared in the void around him. Darren and Bullet, under the impact of Kaido's conqueror's haki, turned pale, swayed, and a streak of blood spilled from the corner of their mouths. Boss Kaido, calm down, calm down. At that moment, a fat, ball of flesh figure stumbled in and grabbed Kaido's arm anxiously. With their terrible physical condition, if you hit them with that stick, they'd probably all kick the bucket on the spot. A chubby, round man, biting a cigar, shouted in an exaggerated manner, wearing sunglasses and with his blonde hair tied into a whip that bounced around. Thank you. Well, I'm going home to see my parents this weekend, so there will only be 2 updates. Have a great weekend, everyone. Chapter 72 Conqueror's Happiness. Amidst the raging storm, black and red lightning flickered, and the substantial conqueror's haki nearly destroyed the dark, damp steel prison. The fat, blond man with the whip was sweating profusely, enduring his boss's imposing aura. His massive, fleshy body clung to Kaido's arm, his muscular face trembling uncontrollably. You finally managed to bring them back. It would be such a waste to use that stick. Boss Kaido, calm down. Darren, bracing himself on the wet, bloody ground, gasped for breath and managed to lift the corner of his eye to glance at the clown, goofy fat man. Aside from the whip, his head was bald. He had 2 golden mustaches, wore sunglasses, and with his fleshy body and exaggerated expressions, he looked quite comical. His left hand was a mechanically modified prosthetic limb, and his right arm was covered with a dark tattoo of the word Queen and the Beast Pirates logo. He was wearing black and white overalls, and even when he was in a hurry, his tone of voice had a rap feel to it. Queen, the Plague, is one of the top members of the Beast Pirates. Like Vince Smoke Judge, this guy was once a member of MADS, an illegal research group led by Vegapunk. In addition to his own powerful abilities, he is also a mad scientist who is good at creating dangerous mechanical weapons and terrifying pathogens. Hearing Queen's anxious words, Kaido glanced at Darren and Bullet, who were coughing up blood and barely alive, gritted his teeth, and growled angrily. Damn brat. He was panting, and withdrew his conqueror's haki. Finally, as if venting his anger, he slammed his spiked club hard into the ground, creating a huge crater. As Kaido's conqueror's haki subsided, Darren and the other man's bodies instantly slumped down, leaning against the wall like limp rags. However, Darren was surprised to find that after enduring several attacks from Kaido's conqueror's haki, his perception of the strength of his own conqueror's haki seemed to have become clearer. At the same time, his personal attribute panel, which he had compiled and summarized himself, also had an additional item added. Condition, extremely weak. Physical strength, 70.112, plus 0.777. Strength, 68.339 plus 1.891. Speed, 67.991 plus 1.310. Fruit, 77.197 plus 0.915. Armament hockey, 30.119 plus 1.851. Conqueror's hockey, 50.017 plus 0.630. The improvements in physique, strength, speed, devil fruit powers, and armament hockey were all gains from the battle with Douglas Barrett. However, he is currently severely injured and exhausted, and is in an extremely weak state. As for the strength of Conqueror's hockey, Darren roughly estimated the value based on the strength of Kaido's Conqueror's hockey that he had witnessed on multiple occasions, combined with his own observations of Garp and Roger. It wasn't particularly accurate. To everyone's surprise, Ketron noticed that every time he was hit by Kaido's Conqueror's hockey, the intensity of his Conqueror's hockey would increase slightly. Could it be because I am constantly adapting and my resistance to the impact of Conqueror's hockey is constantly increasing? Thinking of this, Darren's expression suddenly turned strange, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. Seeing that his boss had finally suppressed his irritable temper, Fatty Quinn finally let out a long sigh of relief. He glanced at Darren and Barrett, his small eyes darting around, and then suddenly chuckled. Boss Kaido, why don't you leave them to me to deal with? With my methods, I estimate that in just a few days they will be groaning in pain and submitting, and then they will be begging to join your ranks. Kaido's violent, vertical pupils stared at Queen, and he asked suspiciously, Are you sure, Quinn? Quinn nodded with a sly laugh, lit the cigar he was holding, took a satisfying puff, and struck a pose showing off his muscles. You can rest assured that I'll handle things. His little eyes sparkled with the light of someone looking at an interesting toy, and a thought secretly formed in his mind. These two guys are quite capable. They'd probably make excellent test subjects. Oh well. Kaido hesitated for a second, then nodded in agreement. The New World situation is turbulent and unpredictable, and there are countless unresolved issues on the horizon. Although Darren and Barrett are both outstanding in terms of potential and strength, if they can be successfully recruited, they will definitely become a huge help in my domination. But he couldn't possibly waste all his time and energy on those two brats. Latest intelligence indicates that Roger, that bastard, has recently been in contact with Whitebeard, leading to the entry of high-end naval forces into the New World waters. Many of the Beast's pirates' peripheral forces suffered as a result, enduring a great deal of undeserved misfortune. Kaido must quickly reorganize his forces and territories, and find out exactly what Roger and Whitebeard talked about. Compared to himself, Whitebeard and Roger knew more about the secrets of this sea. After all, it was Whitebeard who conveyed Rock's invitation to him back then, which is why he joined the Rock's pirates as an apprentice pirate. The God Valley battle broke out too suddenly, and I didn't have time to find out many secrets about Rocks. Perhaps Whitebeard and Roger knew something. If they get there first and find the legendary treasure. Thinking of this, Kaido's face darkened. He raised his massive, spiked club and coldly addressed his two captives. I will come back here in 10 days. When the time comes, you little devils will give us your final answer. After issuing this final ultimatum, Kaido, carrying his spiked club and dragging his massive body, strode out of the prison with a series of booming steps. As they climbed the crooked stairs and passed through what looked like a carved-out cave, they saw many pirates dressed in animal skins and horned helmets bowing and saluting Kaido, whose expression was grim. Kaido ignored them completely, passed through the heavily guarded checkpoints, and finally arrived on the ground. What comes into view is a desolate land, barren of vegetation, with brownish-yellow sand swirling in the wind. In the distance, one could vaguely see huge black buildings and furnaces, emitting flickering red light, and the sounds of bellows and hammering could be heard from afar, with billowing black smoke rising into the sky. A jet-black figure glided down from the sky at high speed, its black wings fluttering gently, and landed in front of Kaido. Brother Kaido, those two guys didn't agree? Thank you. Chapter 73 The Torture Begins. The newcomer was tall and robust, with a calm and composed demeanor. His entire body, including his face, was covered by black clothing, leaving no skin exposed. A mask, goggles, and helmet concealed his face, giving him a chilling and menacing aura. A long sword hung at his waist, and crimson flames surrounded the back of his head and black wings. It is none other than the big boss of the Beast's pirates, King the Wildfire. Upon noticing the gloom and anger on Kaido's face, King immediately knew that the recruitment operation was not going smoothly. Kaido shook his head, his tone laced with anger. Those two guys are very arrogant and not so easy to subdue. But he hesitated for a moment, then suddenly laughed. One was a killing machine that annihilated the entire nation's army. The other was a naval monster who killed Bondi Waldo and even gave Roger a hard time. It would be too boring if they were to kneel down to me so easily. King keenly sensed the admiration Kaido held for those two men deep in his eyes, and couldn't help but frown. Boss Kaido, I don't think it's a wise choice to spare their lives if they are unwilling to submit. He couldn't help but speak up to remind him, his tone revealing an inexplicable seriousness. At this time, Jean was only 17 or 18 years old, but he was mature, meticulous, and composed in his dealings with people and things, which was far beyond his age. After all, as the second in command of the Beast's pirates, King is well aware of his most important responsibilities. That is to prevent our captain from doing anything irrational or foolish. Although this trait of liking to do stupid things is precisely the reason why she willingly chose to follow Kaido. For example, deliberately getting captured by the Navy, or wanting to plan the world's largest war. To put it nicely, it's a man's romance. To put it bluntly, it's just being crazy. Those two guys are both unruly and not so easily subdued. If something goes wrong during Juan's detention and they escape, the location of our base camp could very well be leaked. Kaido couldn't help but laugh when he heard what King said. Abel, I am very lucky to have you as my deputy. He called Jin by his original name, a secret shared only between the two of them. But I believe they will submit to me. Kaido's tone exuded domineering confidence. Especially Rogers Darren, that scum of the Navy, his personality and methods make him a born pirate. It's such a waste to choose to be a Marine instead of a pirate. He will eventually realize that the free sea is his true home. As for that kid Douglas Barrett, I saw a strong desire and ambition to become stronger in his eyes, which makes him even easier to deal with. I'll give him a few days to recover. Once he's fully healed, I'll give him a chance to fight me fairly. Then I will show him. No, I will show those two brats just how terrifying the strongest creature on this ocean really is. Conquer their hearts with overwhelming power. Orororo. Kaido threw his head back and burst into laughter, raising his massive spiked club high in the air. A hearty laugh echoed across the sky, as if the earth itself was trembling. King looked at the triumphant Kaido with adoration, his heart surging with emotion. But his hands clenched tightly without him even noticing. I hope so, Mr. Kaido, he murmured to himself. In the dark prison. Hee. Sinister laughter rang out continuously. Quinn, a fat man in overalls, looked at his two toys, that were now his, and danced triumphantly. Bathed in the firelight, the round, fleshy ball displayed a flexibility completely disproportionate to its size, so grotesque that Darren and Barrett's mouths twitched. They couldn't help but look into each other's eyes. Is this guy an idiot? Who knows? Perhaps it was because they were both prisoners, but Darren and Barrett felt a sense of camaraderie at that moment. What kind of looks are those? I saw it. Don't think I can't see it just because I'm wearing sunglasses. Quinn suddenly stopped dancing and charged forward menacingly, his chubby face, cigar in his mouth, contorted in a grotesque expression through the gaps in the iron bars. How dare you look at the great scientist, Lord Quinn, with such eyes? It seems you must be taught a lesson. Quinn's lips curled into a sinister smile, and with a click, the iron bars opened. Although you two prisoners probably won't cause much of a stir, it will make the upcoming experiments easier. He carefully picked up the two shackles with the mechanically modified prosthetic limb and put them directly on Darren and Barrett. Darren and Barrett were completely powerless to resist and could only watch helplessly as Quinn did as he pleased. Snap! The moment the shackles were put on, Darren's expression changed, and his pupils contracted sharply. Weakness and exhaustion washed over him like waves, as if sweeping away his senses, causing him to grip the bars of the iron cage tightly, like a drowning sailor clinging to wreckage floating on the water. Barrett collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Sea stone shackles. And these are definitely high-purity sea stone shackles. Even our beast pirates don't have many of these shackles. Quinn chuckled and proudly puffed out his large belly. Then let's begin. With a click, Quinn's mechanical arms suddenly reassembled, transforming into a syringe with a slender, sharp needle gleaming coldly. Darren and Barrett's expressions changed slightly. Their hearts sank rapidly, and cold sweat gradually seeped down their backs. Unable to resist, being stared at with a lewd and excited gaze by a perverted, obese man who likes to wear overalls and holds a syringe, even those with hearts as strong as steel couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. My scalp tingled. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I am the best scientist in the world, unlike those low-class, inferior scientists like Germa 66. Quinn chuckled and took out rows of sealed test tubes from a toolbox. See this? This is the latest mummy virus developed by the great Lord Quinn. He picked up one of the test tubes filled with green fluorescent liquid, held it up in the air with a fanatical expression so that Darren and Barrett could see it clearly. I will control the virulence of the mummy virus to a minimum and let you experience hellish torment. You'll be unable to live or die. Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, Quinn used the syringe on his robotic arm to draw out a tube of viral liquid and moved his obese body step by step toward Darren. Your injuries are a little less serious, so let's start with you, Navy. The gleaming needle was raised high, and then, reflected in Darren's tightly constricted pupils, it plunged directly into the latter's neck. Snap! The needle broke. Darren, Barrett, Quinn. Thank you. Chapter 74 The Perfect Experiment Subject. How is this possible? Quinn stared dumbfounded at the broken needle, his eyes practically popping out of their sockets, his mouth agape. To facilitate scientific experiments, my syringes and needles are made of the toughest metals. After all, in order to maximize the power of the virus they created, the test targets included not only normal humans, but also all sorts of ferocious beasts. Some of these were wild beasts used in experiments, whose skin and scales were so tough they were comparable to rocks, and could be easily pierced by one's own needle. But now, the needle has broken off completely? What is this guy's body made of? Steel? Quinn walked up to Darren with an incredulous look on his face and started touching Darren's entire body, making Darren feel very uncomfortable and giving him goosebumps. Incredible. Quinn grew increasingly shocked as he touched it. His small eyes gradually filled with surprise, fervor, and excitement, and even the fat on his face trembled with excitement. Skin with the resilience of steel, and muscle tissue as strong as rock, yet elastic. Ha ha ha. It's perfect. This is simply the most perfect test subject. He suddenly burst into wild laughter, sparks flying from his eyes, his face turning bright red. Navy, you are the perfect test subject I've been searching for. Well, although Kaido would be a more perfect test subject, I can't beat him. Quinn muttered something, then looked up, staring intently at Darren as if he were looking at a fine work of art. Ordinary test subjects simply cannot withstand my viruses and bacteria. Even with the lowest doses and toxicity, they still collapse within seconds. And now I have you, hee hee hee. The fat man in overalls grinned wickedly, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and then turned his gaze to Barrett beside him. In that case, there's no need to rush. Let me take a look at your body structure. Quinn chuckled lewdly and walked over to Barrett, groping the latter's body indiscriminately, pinching and squeezing it on the left and right. Damn it, you fatso. I'm going to kill you. Barrett's face flushed red from being touched, and he roared angrily and weakly, but the double buff of being seriously injured and the sea stone made him unable to resist at all. Resistance is pointless. No matter how loudly you shout, no one will come to save you. Quinn proudly puffed out his large belly, exhaling a thick plume of cigar smoke, and flexed his arms, bulging his muscles as he boasted. Fat people can be charming too. I willingly became fat. Otherwise so many people would be captivated by me. Your physique is quite impressive, as strong as a dinosaur. Not bad, not bad. His small eyes scanned Darren and Barrett, chuckling as he changed to a brand new needle and walked up to Darren. He let out a low shout, and black armament hockey, like flowing liquid, surged and covered his arm, then overflowed the syringe. The silver needle tip suddenly took on a shiny black luster. That should solve the problem. Quinn approached Darren, picked up the syringe again, and plunged it into Darren's neck. With the aid of armament hockey, the needle only momentarily blocked the skin and flesh before piercing through and inserting into the blood vessel. Darren couldn't help but groan. Try my latest virus. You'll experience hellish torture. Hee. Quinn grinned maliciously as he injected the fluorescent green liquid from the syringe into Darren's vein. Thump. Darren's heart suddenly skipped a beat. His pupils contracted to pinpoints, and countless blood vessels oozed out. Thump thump thump. The dull thumping of a heart could be clearly heard in the dark cell. An unprecedented pain surged through Darren like a tidal wave, almost instantly overwhelming his reason, causing him to kneel on the ground, bent over, and let out a beast-like roar. For the first time in his life, he heard his own heartbeat so clearly. Under Barrett's wary and solemn gaze, Darren's skin visibly began to turn red, and blood seeped from his eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth, while wisps of white steam rose from his body. What's even more horrifying is that on Darren's chest, which is covered in bulging veins, his rapidly heaving chest even rhythmically protrudes the shape of his heart in sync with the beating of his heart, making it look extremely terrifying. Ha ha ha, can you feel it? This is the mummy virus. People infected with this virus will feel a burning fever that exceeds the body's tolerance level and spreads rapidly throughout the body, causing excruciating pain. Quinn cackled, his eyes burning with fervor. The blood will evaporate continuously during this process, and massive dehydration will lead to the depletion of the body's organs, eventually causing your bodies to become as dry as mummies. As he spoke, he switched to a new needle and injected Barrett with the mummy virus in the same way. Barrett's pained growls gradually rose, and his whole body trembled. That's right, it's this kind of extreme pain and torment, hee. Quinn quickly fitted Darren and the other man with various life detection devices, observed their reactions, and took out banknotes to quickly record the experimental data. The body temperature is rising and has exceeded 50 degrees Celsius. The evaporation of blood leads to dehydration, and the function of internal organs begins to be impaired within 5 seconds of viral injection, leading to a state of failure. With a heart rate exceeding 120 beats per minute and blood pressure steadily dropping, TSK, if it were an ordinary human being, they would probably be dead by now. Quinn, now fully engaged in his research, looked excited, a peculiar seriousness creeping onto his chubby face. That's about it. It took Quinn a full 3 minutes to put down his pen. He looked at the full stack of lab notes in his hands, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Darren and Barrett knelt on the ground, panting heavily, their faces deathly pale, with large puddles of sweat pooling beneath them. That concludes today's experiment. We have 9 days left. You must hold on and not give in so quickly. Quinn smugly exhaled a smoke ring, locked the cell door, and turned to leave. Darren, lying on the ground, gritted his teeth as he watched the fat man waddle away. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and paused in surprise. Etc. This feeling. His eyes widened slightly, as if in disbelief. My physical fitness seems to be. If this were a game, and described using a data panel, one would be surprised to find. During the process of being injected with the mummy virus by Quinn, a series of words will appear on your panel data. Physique plus 0.04, physique plus 0.04, physique plus 0.03, physique plus 0.05. This is allowed. Chapter 75, this is reasonable. What's going on? Wasn't I injected by that fat Quinn? Oh wait, that doesn't sound quite right. Wasn't I injected with the mummy virus by that fat Quinn? How come my physique became stronger after these 3 minutes of torture? This doesn't make sense, does it? Even though Darren had experienced countless storms and crises after transmigrating, and had even fought against powerful figures like Bondi Waldo and the Pirate King Roger, he was still stunned at this moment. Shouldn't viruses damage the body structure and make it weaker? As Quinn just said, people infected with the mummy virus will feel feverish all over their bodies. This high temperature, which exceeds what the human body can withstand, will quickly spread throughout the body, causing a burning pain. Furthermore, the blood will continuously evaporate during this process, and excessive dehydration can lead to the depletion of the body's organs. But what's wrong with me? Is this reasonable? At that moment, Darren's brain was working at lightning speed. The body was already severely injured and on the verge of collapse. The damage and stress caused by mummified viruses to the body. Low dose of virus. Etc. Darren suddenly remembered something Quinn had said. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Could it be? A crazy and absurd thought flashed through the deepest part of Darren's mind, exploding like a thunderclap. That fat guy Queen never intended to use the virus to kill me and Barrett from the beginning. After all, Kaido gave him the order. He only wanted to use me and Barrett as test subjects for his virus, so he didn't use a large dose of the virus. Furthermore, he used life monitoring equipment to monitor both Barrett's and my vital signs to ensure we wouldn't die from the virus. This method, without posing a fatal risk, continues to apply external pressure to the body when it has reached its limits, thus damaging the body. Isn't this the same cultivation method I've been using all along? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Darren's expression became incredibly strange, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Could it be that, unintentionally, Quinn's methods of experimenting with viruses and torturing himself were precisely the process that helped him break through his physical limits? The most bizarre and absurd point is that this short 3-minute virus torture gave me a physical boost of almost 1 point. The increase in points may not seem like much, but you should know that Darren's current physique stat is already as high as 70 points. By my standards, even Kaido at his peak, who was known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, only had 100 points in physique. Once you reach Darren's level of physical strength, it becomes extremely difficult to further improve your physical attributes. This is at least equivalent to the results of more than half a month of extremely high-intensity training in an officer training camp. Moreover, the effectiveness of this kind of training will gradually weaken over time as the body adapts. Most importantly, Darren could vaguely sense that Quinn's injected virus was stimulating the body and exerting metabolic stress primarily on the internal organs. In other words, the increased physical strength you feel is not simply due to the increased hardness of your skin, muscles, and bones, but rather the strengthening of your internal organs. This means that the function, resilience, and recovery ability of one's internal organs will be improved. This is a training effect that conventional anti-blow training cannot achieve. After all, it's very difficult to train the internal organs. Thinking of this, Darren couldn't help but think of Kaido's indestructible body. Kaido's physical strength is not just about his ability to withstand blows, but about his strength in every aspect, without any weaknesses. Even experts who have mastered the internal destruction level of Ryo Haki, such as Zoro, Kinemon, and Killer, might have managed to injure Kaido, leaving scars on his body and attacking his internal organs. But in reality, their attacks on Kaido were almost nothing at all. Even if he takes their attacks head-on and suffers internal organ damage, it doesn't affect Kaido's fighting power at all, and he easily rubs Wong Luffy to the ground. This is the complete power of the physical body. I had always wanted to find out how to exercise my internal organs, but I didn't have much of a clue. I never expected to find something here with Quinn. Quinn is helping himself become stronger. But is this reasonable? Darren thought about the question seriously for a moment and quickly came up with an answer. That makes perfect sense. Isn't spiritual practice simply a process of constantly applying external pressure to push the body to its limits while avoiding life-threatening situations, so that the body gradually adapts to this pressure? And the cut that Quinn made perfectly embodied these elements of becoming stronger. As the most precise monitoring method for scientists, it ensured that Darren's life was not in danger. The precise dosage of the virus ensured that Darren was on the verge of his physical limits, applying just the right amount of pressure to avoid leaving long-term hidden dangers, especially since Kaido was determined to recruit him. Darren couldn't help but let out a long sigh as he thought about this. The hellish heat and pain in his body had gradually subsided, and Darren, feeling a little better, raised his head. Then, as if remembering something, he turned to look at Barrett. If I became stronger due to the stimulation of the virus, then what about Barrett? But the moment Darren looked at Barrett, he was met with a face that also had a strange expression. Darren. Barrett. Darren blinked. Barrett blinked. The corners of their mouths twitched simultaneously. Everything is understood without being said. This guy has gotten stronger too. Darren and Barrett exchanged a glance, then quickly looked away, the same thought forming in their minds at the same time. Silence returned to the dark prison. After resting for a while, Darren, still feeling weak and exhausted from the sea stone, reached out and picked up the plate that a member of the Beast's pirates had brought in and casually started eating. The dried meat was not exactly delicious, but Darren didn't care. At times like these, the most important thing is to eat enough to replenish your strength and speed up recovery. Barrett hesitated for a moment upon seeing this. His habits as a professional soldier, along with the pain of being betrayed by comrades and superiors, have made him distrustful of everyone and everything. If they wanted to kill us, they could do it any time. There was no need to poison us. At that moment, Darren, who was wolfing down his food, mumbled something indistinctly. Barrett was stunned. He remained silent for a long while, then looked deeply into Darren's eyes, and began to eat without saying a word. Chapter 76, Is That Something That Can't Be Said? Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort. Marshal's Mansion. The atmosphere in the Admiral's office was terribly oppressive. Even the green plants in the corner seemed to be holding their breath. Admiral Kong. Here's the situation. Kaido of the Beast suddenly barged into the battlefield, disrupting our operation to capture Douglas Bullet and kidnapping Commodore Darren. Sakazuki had a lit cigar between his teeth, his expression pale and gloomy. He wore a large navy cloak, beneath which his upper body was bare and covered with bandages stained with blood. Darren was my second-in-command on this mission. His capture by the pirates is due to my poor performance. His tone was as cold as a devil's. I am personally willing to take full responsibility for this incident. In the office, apart from Garb, who was still hunting Roger in the New World, almost all the high-ranking officers of the Marine headquarters were present. Upon hearing Sakazuki's report, Sengoku's face turned extremely grim. It was his suggestion that Darren temporarily leave the training camp and go on a mission with Sakazuki. But now Darren has been captured by Kaido. Although Kaido's sudden appearance was not due to his own misjudgment, he simply couldn't explain it to Zephyr. He knew very well that Zephyr had high expectations for Darren, the strongest champion in the history of the training camp. I understand, Sakazuki. At this moment, Steelbone Kong, who was sitting in the main seat, spoke in a deep and resonant voice. He crossed his arms, his bulging bronze muscles brimming with unparalleled explosive power, like a sculpted rock, clearly defined in shape. Steelbone's stern gaze swept across the office, finally settling on Sakazuki, and he said in a deep voice, "You did not make any mistakes in this operation, so the responsibility does not lie with you. The situation was urgent. No one expected that Madman Kaido of the Beasts would suddenly appear on the battlefield. Anyone could see the severity of Sakazuki's injuries. Having already engaged in a fierce battle with Douglas Bullet, it's understandable that his declining physical condition and significant energy depletion made him no match for Kaido. Let's not tell Zephyr this news for now." Steelbone Kong raised his hand and pinched the space between his eyebrows, pondered for a moment, and then slowly said. As Zephyr's superior and teacher, he knew Zephyr's protective nature very well. He had invested a great deal of emotion in his students, and given that the training camp was at a critical stage, if Zephyr knew about this, it would only cause more trouble, given his personality. It would be better to inform him after the rescue is carried out. But at this very moment, damn it, get out of my way. If you don't blame me for being impolite. Suddenly, an angry roar came from outside the marshal's office door. Sengoku, you bastard, come out here. I trusted you and entrusted my student to you, and this is how you treat my student. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Sengoku's face immediately fell. Damn it. Which bastard told Zephyr this news? His expression shifted between light and dark. He gritted his teeth, and then suddenly seemed to remember something. Sengoku remembered that Borsalino had said he was going for a walk before the meeting. He suddenly turned his head and stared intently at Borsalino, who was sitting there leisurely picking his nails. Borsalino, what have you done? Upon hearing this, everyone present twitched at the corners of their mouths. Borsalino automatically raised his hands in surrender, his face innocent as he said, I'm so sorry, I ran into Professor Zephyr while I was taking a walk. He asked about Darren, so I told him. He paused, grinned, and scratched his head. I had no idea at the time that this was something I couldn't say. Everyone. Sengoku clutched his chest in anguish. He looked at Borsalino's incredibly irritating face and wished he could punch that bastard's toad sunglasses to pieces. He absolutely must be replaced. This guy must be replaced from his position as adjutant. At that moment, Sengoku roared inwardly, his whole body trembling uncontrollably with rage. Boom. The office door was suddenly kicked open with great force, shattering into pieces in midair. The Warring States period. Zephyr, with his short, vibrant purple hair, stormed in angrily, followed by guards who couldn't stop him. Wearing sunglasses, Zephyr glanced around and quickly spotted Sengoku, who was trying to hide behind the crowd. He gritted his teeth and roared. I need an explanation. Zhangwa opened his mouth, but stammered and couldn't utter a single word. You damned bastard, Darren is my student. He's the top student in this training camp. Seeing that Sengoku remained silent, Zephyr finally couldn't contain his anger, rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong arms, and strode forward. Teacher Zephyr, please don't do this. Mr. Zephyr, calm down. Teacher Zephyr. The guards and several lieutenant generals present rushed forward and tightly held onto Zephyr's arms and legs. Let me go. I've been putting up with this guy for far too long. Zephyr struggled, his face flushed, letting out low growls. What kind of strategist is he? He's just an idiot. Today I'm going to smash his glasses and his goat to pieces, roast them, and share them with everyone. Upon hearing this, a surge of anger welled up within Zhangwa. Sakazuki's battle report shows that his judgment was entirely correct. It was the right decision to involve Darren, who could counter the Barrett Devil Fruit, in the operation. In fact, if Kaido hadn't interfered and sabotaged the mission, it would have been a great success. No one could have predicted that such an accident would happen in the end. Rising with anger, Sengoku rolled up his sleeves and gritted his teeth, saying, Let him go. He's not thinking straight, so today I'll use my fists to wake him up. Those who were trying to break up the fight were so anxious when they heard Sengoku's provocative words that they almost burst into tears. Zephyr, come on. Who's afraid of you? Warring states period. You think you can rely on your weak and feeble arrogance. Zephyr, don't cry later. Sengoku, don't force me to slap you in front of your students. The two men, their faces flushed, began arguing heatedly, constantly tugging at the naval officers who were trying to restrain them. Enough! Suddenly, Gangu Kong slammed his hand heavily on the desk, causing the stationery on the desk to jump up violently. The desk then collapsed with a crack, tearing into pieces all over the floor. This is the Marshal's mansion, not the training ground where you used to throw tantrums and fight. The Admiral was furious, and his booming voice shook the entire Marshal's mansion, causing plaster to fall from the walls. Black and red lightning flashed and disappeared in the void, stirring up a gale that sent papers flying in disarray. You think you're so tough? Then come and fight me. Gratitude. Chapter 77 Rescue Plan. The Admiral's rage transformed into a roaring storm, causing thin cracks to appear all over the walls. Upon seeing their teacher/superior lose their temper, Sengoku and Zephyr, whose faces were pressed together, immediately fell silent. They shrank back, glared at each other, and then obediently sat down in their seats. You two bastards, aren't you ashamed? Steelbone Sky withdrew his imposing aura, rolled his eyes in annoyance, and sat back down in his main seat. He took out a cigar, lit it, took a deep drag, then looked at Zephyr, meeting his pleading gaze, and sighed. Zephyr, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. If I'm not mistaken, Darren shouldn't be in any immediate danger. Zephyr was stunned, then his vision cleared. He was so worried about his student's safety that he didn't have time to think. Now that he's calmed down, and with Kong's reminder, Zephyr has gradually come to his senses. Xiaohe, why don't you tell us? The steel skeleton was used as a decoy for the Crane staff officer's explanation. Staff officer, he nodded, a glint of intelligence in his eyes, and said in a deep voice. If Kaido wanted to kill Darren, he wouldn't have needed to take him to that mission target island. He had plenty of time to do it. Hearing this, Zephyr breathed a sigh of relief, then gave Sengoku a disdainful look, as if to say, look at this, look at this. This is true wisdom. What are you, this so-called strategist, anyway? Sengoku's lips twitched, he gritted his teeth, but ultimately remained silent. Although Darren's accident had nothing to do with his plans, he still owed Zephyr a favor no matter what. If it weren't for his own request, Darren would still be in training camp, and this would never have happened. So, Tsuru, in your opinion, what is Kaido's purpose in capturing Darren and Bullet? Zephyr suddenly asked at this moment. After considering his words carefully, Staff officer, he said in a solemn tone. Since the end of that great war, the situation in the New World has become increasingly chaotic and unpredictable. In the past few years, Kaido has been recruiting soldiers and expanding his power. Currently, his Beast Pirates crew has two top executives known as the Big Boss, including King the Wildfire and Quinn the Plague, as well as a pirate force of over 1,000 people. If I'm not mistaken, Kaido wants to recruit Darren and Douglas Bullet to his ranks. After all these years, that guy has been looking for strong individuals with potential and strength, and trying to recruit them. Perhaps he had his eye on Barrett a long time ago. Upon hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but frown repeatedly. Xiaohe, are you sure? Zephyr, his brows furrowed, asked. I can understand why Kaido wants to recruit Douglas Barrett. After all, Barrett massacred his own country and army, and is already wanted by the world government and our Navy. With Kaido's power, he might indeed be able to provide him with some protection. But Darren is a Marine. Zephyr looked incredulous and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Kaido is such an idiot. Actually trying to recruit a Marine. That's my disciple, the top student in the officer training camp. A representative of the future of justice. Ha 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 ha. Kaido is destined to fail. What kind of eyes are those? Zephyr couldn't continue speaking because he saw that many people present were looking at him with extremely complicated expressions. That Brigadier General Darren didn't seem to have a very good reputation when he was in the North Sea, a lieutenant general whispered. Zephyr's lips twitched slightly. I heard he's a womanizer and has improper relationships with noble women and princesses from many countries, muttered the Major General. Zephyr's eye twitched. And I've heard that he spends money like water and has a huge amount of unexplained wealth, the Lieutenant General whispered. Yes, I've heard about it too. Listening to their back and forth conversation, Zephyr's face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot without him even realizing it. At that moment, Borsellino's smiling words seemed to pierce Zephyr's heart like a knife. So, It seems our Commodore Darren is more suited to be an evil pirate than a righteous marine. Zephyr. He slowly raised his hand, clutching his heart with a pained expression. All right, stop joking around. Steel Bone Kong, pinching his temples and looking exasperated, interrupted everyone. And you, Sengoku, stop laughing like that. The warring states, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly shuddered and sat up straight. Zeph, don't worry. I believe Darren would never betray the Navy. Steel Bone Kong said with a serious expression. If he was going to go down the path of depravity, he would have become a pirate back in the North Sea. Although that kid, well, his conduct isn't exactly upright. He's a good guy. Well, never mind. Several black lines appeared on Zifa's forehead. Hey, old man Kong, don't hesitate. Steelbone cleared his throat and slowly said. Then, let's start to discuss a rescue strategy. He looked at Staff Officer He again. Staff Officer He nodded and said. Relevant intelligence is already being gathered. The Beast's pirates have spread across more than 30 islands of varying sizes in the New World, including their peripheral forces. Her voice was solemn. Kaido is very cautious and cunning. The exact location of his headquarters is a secret to our Navy. The only thing we can be sure of is that it is not too far from Wano country. However, as you all know, Wano country has a unique situation. Upon hearing this, everyone present turned grim, their brows furrowing with gloom. Wano country is a renowned military power in the New World, a superpower whose overall national strength is second only to Elbaf, the Kingdom of Giants. This country possesses an incredibly powerful samurai group, and its strategic location makes it easy to defend and difficult to attack. It has been in a state of isolation for many years and is hostile to outside forces. If naval warships were to rashly appear in the waters near Wano country, it would likely send an unfriendly signal to this powerful and sensitive nation. Putting aside the potential military conflict, the political pressure alone is enough to make the Navy hesitant to act. After all, Wano country is the only country on this sea that produces seastone, controlling the vast majority of seastone production and processing channels. Their Navy and the world government's seastone weapons all come from trade with Wano country. Chapter 78 Volunteering? Upon hearing the intelligence provided by Staff Officer He, the naval officers present all felt a chill in their hearts, and their brows furrowed tightly. Does that mean we can't use warships to conduct large-scale searches in the waters near Wano country? Sengoku rested his chin on his intertwined hands, muttering to himself with a solemn expression. As a representative of the strategist faction in the Navy, Sengoku's approach to many matters was relatively conservative. Despite its powerful strength, Wano country is closed off from the world and highly sensitive to external probing. Conducting a large-scale search in the waters near Wano country would bring immense political pressure and could potentially trigger a military conflict. No, I disagree. Sakazuki suddenly spoke in a firm tone. A cold, hoarse voice, carrying murderous intent, swept through the entire office in an instant. Everyone turned to look at him in astonishment. Sakazuki, his body wrapped in blood-stained bandages, slowly rose from his seat, a lit cigarette dangling from his lips, staring expressionlessly at Kong, the steel bone, in the main seat. Fleet Admiral Kong, recapture of Rogers Darren is of great importance to our Navy. The longer Darren stays with the Beast Pirates, the greater the risks he will face. This is no longer just a matter of our Navy's reputation. Don't forget Darren's devil fruit ability. Upon hearing this, Kong, Sengoku, and the others all slightly changed their expressions. Yes, Darren's devil fruit ability and the potential of the Navy's air fleet. Under no circumstances should Darren fall into Kaido's hands. Steelbone took a puff of his cigar, gave Sakazuki a deep look, and suddenly said, So what do you plan to do? Sakazuki said coldly. Dispatch a naval fleet to search the area? We can even take this opportunity to launch a full-scale attack on the Beast's pirates. Absolutely not. Sengoku suddenly stood up, his face stern as he retorted. Such a large-scale military operation will inevitably provoke dissatisfaction from Wano country, and if it arouses the hostility of the Wano country authorities, leading to a direct war, the consequences will be unpredictable. Sakazuki glanced at Sengoku with a cold smile, his attitude extremely firm, and said to the latter without any politeness. Shogun, are you so afraid of that closed-off country? A bunch of samurai who adhere to so-called rules and meaningless etiquette, a bunch of arrogant fools who are stuck in their ways, can't withstand the Navy's cannon fire at all. Besides, isn't Wano country always rumored to be opening its doors to the world? If they can't open their doors themselves, Our Navy can use cannons to blast open their gates for them. As long as we act quickly enough and take direct control of Wano country, the government officials will only praise us and not punish us. The warring states angrily said. Sakazuki, we don't even know what kind of military force Wano country possesses. If we get bogged down in a protracted war, our naval fleet will be isolated and helpless in the new world. If other pirate forces attack us from both sides, our fleet's retreat will be cut off. Enough. Seeing that Sakazuki and Sengoku were about to continue arguing, Kong suddenly shouted a cold voice to stop them. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and his temples were throbbing. Sakazuki, your idea is too reckless. The Navy is not strong enough to fight Kaido and Wano country at the same time. The current priority is to rescue Darren, not to conquer Wano country. Our Navy's responsibility is to fight pirates and safeguard peace, not to start wars. Sakazuki gritted his teeth, but ultimately fell silent. Steelbone sighed, then continued. However, Sakazuki is right about one thing. Darren is extremely important to the future development of our Navy. Even if there is only the slightest chance, our headquarters must do everything possible to rescue him. However, given the political sensitivity of the Wano country authorities, our rescue operation must be carried out as discreetly and secretly as possible. In that case, I understand. Marshal Kong, please give the order. I am ready to depart at any time, Sakazuki said decisively. Steelbone Kong shook his head, rejecting his suggestion. No, Sakazuki, your injuries haven't fully healed yet, and you have no advantage in facing Kaido head-on. Moreover, your personality and abilities are not suitable for carrying out such a rescue mission. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Without sufficient military support, the danger of rashly entering the New World and infiltrating the territory of the Beast's pirates is self-evident. Kaido's strength is undeniable. Even Sakazuki suffered greatly against him. Anyone else would be doomed if they encountered him. Then I'll go, Zifa said in a deep voice, standing up with an imposing air, his tone urgent. Upon hearing this, Kong and Sengoku both showed a hint of surprise in their eyes. They couldn't help but look into each other's eyes. It seems that Zephyr really values Darren, as he's willing to abandon his long-held principle of staying away from military affairs in order to rescue him. But Kong still shook his head and said, Zephyr, the teaching at the training camp is more important. Don't forget you still have a group of students waiting for your guidance. Zifa gritted his teeth. How about I go? Just then, a slow and deliberate voice suddenly rang out. Everyone froze, turning their heads in astonishment to look at Borsalino, sitting there picking his nails, wondering if they had misheard. Even Sengoku's brain seemed to freeze for a moment, and he scratched his ear in disbelief. This guy actually volunteered? Sakazuki raised an eyebrow. Oh, with your abilities, it is indeed a good choice. Kong looked at Borsalino with some surprise and pondered for a moment. Borsalino's devil fruit ability grants him unparalleled agility and mobility, giving him a significant advantage in carrying out rescue missions. And most importantly, Darren himself also possesses the ability to fly long distances. Borsalino doesn't need to actually confront Kaido head-on. He only needs to buy Darren a chance, and then the two of them can easily withdraw from the battlefield. This is something Sakazuki couldn't do. Just as Steelbone was about to agree, a messenger rushed in, breathless. Reporting to Marshall Air Force, news has arrived from the New World. He said, panting. Vice Admiral Garp's flagship has deviated from its original course and is heading towards Wano country. The moment the words fell, Zephyr and Sengoku both had stiff expressions. They exchanged a glance, both gritting their teeth, the same thought flashing through their minds. Oh no, that bastard Garp beat us to it. Gratitude. Chapter 79. This lineup looks like it's going to be World War II. Wow, that was fast. Garp is truly impressive. Upon hearing this news, a smile appeared on Steelbone Kong's face, and he shook his head and said something. Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku are all his students. Compared to Sengoku's caution and composure, and Zephyr's stubbornness and perseverance, Garp often does things against the rules and always manages to do things that others don't expect. Although Garp is often unreliable, Darren should be fine if he takes action. It's quite rare to see Garp willing to abandon the pursuit of Roger for a rescue mission. Just as the thought flashed through Steelbone Sky's mind, two figures suddenly appeared in front of him with a whoosh. Air Marshal, I request to go into battle. Old Man Kong, I have to go too. Darren is my student. Sengoku and Zafu stood shoulder to shoulder, looking like they were gritting their teeth and vying to be first. Steelbone's hollow. He stared in astonishment at Sengoku and Zephyr, who were pushing and shoving each other. It was as if he remembered watching those two kids fight over food at the cafeteria after training. What are you doing? Steelbone Sky frowned slightly. Sengoku, you are the only admiral of the Navy headquarters. Your position is special, and you bear heavy responsibilities and numerous duties. Those can wait, Admiral Kong. I've already thought it through. Darren is very important to the development of our Navy. Our top priority right now is to rescue him from Kaido. Sengoku interrupted Kong without hesitation, his words resounding. The firmness of his words left even Steelbone Kong momentarily bewildered. Zephy's lips twitched slightly. He gave him a look that seemed to be a sign of his power. Steelbone Hollow's brows furrowed even more, and he looked at Zephyr, saying earnestly, Zephyr, your position is the head instructor of the training camp. Your most important task is still teaching. The kids in the training camp are already very good, and I've already taught them everything I needed to. If they can't learn it, there's nothing I can do. Zephyr made a resolute decision about the tunnel. Warring States period. Steelbone's hollow. Zephyr raised an eyebrow at Sengoku. The other Navy personnel present stared in disbelief at the scene before them, hardly able to believe their eyes. No, even if Darren is important, he's still just a brigadier general. Is it worth the 3 top officers of the Navy headquarters vying to save him? Even Roger and Whitebeard didn't receive the same treatment. Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku all leading their armies to the new world at the same time. This lineup doesn't look like they're going to rescue someone at all. Even a world war wouldn't be this bad. Even when the celestial dragons, world nobles, were captured, I didn't see Caps, Zephyr, and Sengoku acting this nervously. Staff officer he looked on, his face darkening with exasperation. Others might not know, but she was well aware of the ulterior motives of the 3 of them, including Zhanghua. This is quite a spectacle. If I were arrested, I probably wouldn't receive this kind of treatment. Borsalino, looking on with amusement, couldn't help but chuckle and make a sarcastic remark. Yes, at least I won't go. Sakazuki said indifferently. Borsalino's smile froze. Then he forced a stiff laugh. Sakazuki, you'll have no friends if you talk like that. Sakazuki ignored him and just smoked his cigar expressionlessly. You bunch of guys. Steelbone suddenly let out a long breath. If you all run off to rescue people, there will be no one left at headquarters. Hearing Kong's tone, Sengoku and Zephyr's hearts skipped a beat. They were about to try to persuade Kong further when Kong's next words left them stunned. Then let's all go. Sengoku and Zephyr. Are you serious, Marshal Kong? Sengoku's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but ask. Zephyr also looked completely incredulous. Why not? Steelbone Kong smiled. He stood up from his seat, his expression turning serious, and gave the order. For this mission, Admiral Sengoku of the Marine Headquarters will serve as the commander, Zephyr as the deputy commander, and Rear Admiral Borsalino will accompany you. Select appropriate personnel and head to the New World to carry out the rescue operation. During the operation, it is imperative to maintain strict confidentiality and avoid provoking any sensitivity or hostility from Wano country as much as possible. Did you understand? As the words fell swiftly and decisively, all the naval officers present stood up abruptly and proclaimed in unison. Yes, Marshal Kong. They gave a military salute in unison, then quickly turned and walked out of the office. Marshal Kong, is this a good idea? Let Sengoku and Zephyr both go on the rescue mission at the same time. After everyone had left, Staff Officer he, who had deliberately stayed behind, finally couldn't suppress his doubts and asked. Marshal Kong has always been strict in his military tactics and never contradicts himself. This is not like him at all. Upon hearing Staff Officer he's words, Steelbone Kong smiled. He leaned back in his chair, turned around, and looked down at the ground through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Under the intense sunlight, the cheerful figures of Sengoku and Zephyr stood out dazzlingly. Little Crane, did you see that? Staff Officer he followed Steelbone Sky's gaze and couldn't help but twitch his lips. She vaguely saw the two guys pulling and tugging at each other, slowing each other down. Steelbone chuckled, cigar smoke swirling around his resolute, rock-solid face. This is definitely not a good idea. The trainees in the training camp need Zephyr's guidance. It's really unfair for Zephyr to go and rescue a student, especially to the other trainees. Moreover, as the only general of the main force, Sengoku did indeed need to take on many tasks. As he spoke, Steelbone Sky's aged and deep eyes seemed to drift into a daze, as if lost in some distant memory. A gentle smile gradually appeared on his lips. But it's been a long time since I've seen them fight side by side. Staff Officer he was taken aback by what he heard, and then fell silent. After a long pause, she smiled and shook her head. I see. No matter what level these three guys are at, Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr, even though they are now the objects of admiration, worship, and following of countless naval personnel. But for this 70-year-old naval marshal in front of us, those three frivolous Navy uncles, they'll always be those same unruly brats from back then. Yes, it had been a long time since they had fought side by side. Staff officer, he couldn't help but sigh. So, during this period, the work at the training camp and headquarters will be handed over to you, Xiao, Kong Kong said with a smile. The staff officer immediately stopped feeling sentimental. Chapter 80 Weapons should not be free. The New World, the sea area near Wano country. Prison. The sweltering air gathered into droplets above the jagged stones, dripping down in a jarring sound that was incredibly jarring in the empty, deathly silent prison. Two blood-stained figures sat in the darkened cell, their wounds having mostly stopped bleeding. I never imagined that I, Douglas Barrett, would end up in the same prison as a Navy officer. Barrett leaned against the cold, blood-stained wall, slightly raising his head and staring blankly at the cell ceiling. Her long, golden hair was disheveled and stained with congealed blood. Darren twitched his lips and rolled his eyes listlessly. The high-purity sea stone shackles made him feel weaker than ever before. I never imagined that I, a Marine, would be imprisoned in a pirate's jail. He licked his chapped lips. I originally thought that even if someone was to be locked up, it would have to be because they did something earth-shattering, got wanted by the world government, and ended up in impel down. Barrett glanced at him. According to Kaido, you're a monster in the Navy. Someone like you would definitely be trained by the Navy to the best of their ability. In time, becoming a Navy admiral wouldn't be a problem. So how could you possibly be arrested by the Navy? Having experienced the previous battles, Barrett had a deep impression of Darren. Although the one who actually fought him head-on in that battle was that guy named Sakazuki. However, Darren's bizarre devil fruit ability, his accurate judgment of the battle situation, and his ruthless and merciless attacks made Barrett feel even more troubled. Such people often survive well on the battlefield and in the army. Because Barrett himself is that kind of person. Who knows? Darren grinned. Whether it was because the mummy virus was still in effect or because of his severe injuries and weakness, he felt as if his consciousness was becoming somewhat hazy. Weren't you a national hero? Yet in the end, you became a wanted person by the world government. Who can say what's going on in this world? Upon hearing this, Barrett fell silent. Darren didn't say anything. He just leaned against the wall and rested. I am not a deserter. Barrett suddenly spoke again. His voice was very hoarse. Sakazuki said I was a deserter, but I wasn't. Barrett clenched his remaining arm into a fist, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Perhaps it was out of shared misfortune, or perhaps it was because he believed that Kaido would kill him sooner or later, but his eyes were full of composure, and he actually opened up to Darren, his former enemy with whom he had fought. I joined the army when I was 8 years old and made countless contributions. I did everything they asked me to do. As a soldier, I fought to the last battle and single-handedly defeated the enemy. I won the war for that country. I cut off the head of the enemy general and presented it to our general and king, and I thought I would be free. But when I stood on the platform of honor with the bloody head of the imperial general in my hand, I was not greeted by flowers, cheers, or the approving gazes of the royal family and my superiors, but by the empty, cold muzzle of a gun. Barrett's lips curled into a mocking sneer. I don't know if they're mocking the arrogance of that country or ridiculing their own foolishness. It turns out they never intended to give me freedom. I was just a killing weapon in their hands. Darren forced open his heavy eyelids, glanced at him, and said calmly, for those so-called superiors, weapons should not have their own thoughts, much less freedom. Especially powerful weapons, if they cannot be controlled by ourselves, must be destroyed no matter what. Because no one knows whether this weapon, once freed, will one day turn its gun on itself. That's right. Barrett grinned maliciously, his eyes flashing with madness. So I took action. They finally saw just how powerful the weapons they had created with their own hands really were. He suddenly raised his hand, dragging the cold, hard, heavy shackles, making a rattling sound. Then I discovered that this so-called behemoth was actually so fragile. Without me, this country is nothing. Ha ha ha. Barrett burst into laughter, his eyes bloodshot, his whole body trembling, and he even laughed until tears streamed down his face. Darren didn't say anything. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he detected a subtle sadness and pain in Barrett's seemingly manic laughter. It's not so easy to destroy the country you once served and slaughter your comrades who fought alongside you. Hee hee hee. Barrett's laughter gradually subsided. What a pity. I was hoping to witness the strength of legendary pirates like Roger, Whitebeard, and Shiki. Darren said calmly. We're not going to die anytime soon, and Kaido wants to recruit us. Barrett chuckled and shook his head. That's only temporary. I won't give in. Once he understands this, he'll kill me without hesitation. Powerful weapons, if not under one's control, must be destroyed no matter what. That's what you said, isn't it? But you are different. With your potential, the Navy will send someone to rescue you. And this is as far as I can go. He murmured hoarsely. Darren did not refute this. For Barrett, falling into Kaido's hands or falling into the Navy's hands makes no difference. They were either imprisoned until death or executed outright. Although this guy comes from the military and is very powerful, if he could be recruited into the Navy, he would definitely add a lot of combat power to the Navy. But that's impossible. That's too unrealistic. This guy slaughtered his own country and army, so he doesn't have the political conditions to recruit him. Otherwise, the Navy's so-called justice would be a joke. Moreover, Barrett, who had been betrayed by the military, would be even less likely to join a system like the Navy. So Darren, is that true? Barrett suddenly looked up at Darren and asked, is it true that you fought Roger and even gave him a big loss? Darren met Barrett's gaze, smiled, and said, it's true. Was Roger strong? Kaido, who is now as strong as a demon, is not even qualified to carry his shoes. Barrett's eyes suddenly flashed with astonishing fighting spirit and light as he stared intently at Darren. So what loss did you make him suffer? Darren blinked. I pulled his pants down, duh. Barrett froze. Second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Ha ha ha. Barrett's hearty laughter echoed throughout the gloomy prison. Thank you. Chapter 81 Alliance. Funny. So funny. Ha ha ha. Barrett stared intently at the Navy officer in front of him and laughed loudly. You're way more interesting than the average Navy officer. Darren smiled. You heard it too. I'm not your average Navy officer. As he spoke, he pressed his hand against the blackened wall to support himself as he stood up. Under the influence of high-purity sea stone, Darren's movements appeared so difficult and arduous. It felt as if his body was being crushed by a mountain. Just the act of standing up made him break out in a cold sweat, and his breathing become rapid. Hey, save your energy, what do you want to do? Barrett looked at Darren's actions with a puzzled expression and frowned, saying, in this state, I have no intention of fighting you. Who said we were going to fight? Darren said something casually, sweat trickling down his forehead and finally pooling on his chin where stubble had sprouted. So what do you want to do? Barrett couldn't help but ask. Suddenly his eyes widened as if he had seen something incredible. In the dark prison, in the flickering firelight, the Navy man, covered in blood and shackled with heavy sea stone chains, suddenly grinned at him. Of course. Darren's eyes blazed with a wild, mad light. He clenched his teeth, his bare upper body muscles bulging violently. Thick, snake-like veins stood out, his joints cracking, his legs spread shoulder-width apart. Laugh. 2 streams of visible steam billowed from the nostrils of the black-haired Navy officer, who roared furiously, his hair standing on end. Cultivation. His body suddenly sank, and it stood up steadily again. A perfect squat. Barrett's pupils immediately contracted to pinpoints. This madman, despite the weakening effects of the high-purity sea stone and his injuries, even standing up was incredibly difficult for him. But he actually took this opportunity to cultivate. The moment that thought flashed through his mind, the Navy officer in front of him had already crouched down again. This squat was noticeably more difficult than the first one. Barrett felt like his spine was about to collapse, as if the guy in front of him was really carrying a mountain. 2. Darren's roar came from deep in his throat, like the roar of a wild beast. Hey, if you keep going like this, your body will break down. Barrett's eyes twitched as he watched, and he couldn't help but say something. 3. Darren seemed not to hear him. With each heartbeat, blood was pumped into every muscle of his body, and his skin visibly began to redden. Barrett, if you're bored, you can help me count. Barrett's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth and roared. You bastard, who do you think you are? As soon as he finished speaking, he leaned against the wall with one hand, gritted his teeth, and roared as he stood up to begin training as well. 2 blood-soaked figures roared with bloodshot eyes in the flickering firelight, forcefully resisting the weakening effect of the ultra-high, purity sea stone, and began a hellish training. With every movement, their hearts and lungs felt as if they were about to explode, a tearing pain shooting through them. The extreme torture turned their expressions into those of demons, with veins bulging. Clang clang. The stone shackles rubbed together with their movements, making a crisp sound. 4, 5, 6, 7. Every simple squat is a push beyond your body's limits. However, Barrett, who was training with Darren's movements, became increasingly alarmed as he practiced. Having grown up in the military, undergone various brutal training, and carried out battlefield combat missions since childhood, he believes that he is absolutely ruthless and cruel enough to himself in terms of self-cultivation. His obsession with being the strongest forged his will as unyielding as steel. But now, Barrett was horrified to discover that Darren, this Navy officer, is by no means inferior to me in terms of the strength of his will or his desire to hone himself. No, I will never lose to anyone. At least in terms of spiritual practice, I, Douglas Barrett, will never lose to anyone. Barrett's nostrils were burning hot, and 2 streaks of blood gushed out, but his eyes were filled with a crazed crimson. 9, 10, 10. Unbeknownst to them, the two noticed the fighting spirit in each other's eyes and began to secretly compete with each other. 3 minutes later, clang. The two finally collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. 25 of US didn't lose to you. Barrett's chest heaved rapidly, like a bellows, as he gasped for breath. Darren's face was ashen, yet he licked his chapped lips and smiled. I didn't expect you to be able to keep up with my training intensity and pace. Barrett chuckled and panted as he said, So this is your absolute limit? I'm still snoring away, feeling pretty relaxed. Cough, cough, cough. He suddenly lost his breath and started coughing violently, his face turning red. Darren smiled but didn't reply. He just took deep breaths. He felt as if his chest and heart were about to explode. He had actually wanted to conduct resistance training with sea stone for a long time. However, sea stone is extremely rare, especially in a place like Beihai. In addition, he was too busy with military affairs to implement it. He originally planned to apply for low-purity sea stone shackles at headquarters after the training camp ended, and then gradually increase the intensity. Unexpectedly, he was captured by Kaido and ended up receiving the highest level of treatment here. Thinking of this, Darren finally caught his breath. Finding himself unable to lift even a single finger, he gave a wry smile and slowly said, Barrett, you're right. When Kaido realizes he can't recruit us, he'll kill us without hesitation. Barrett glanced at him. So what? The Navy will come to your rescue. Darren exhaled and squinted, saying, Perhaps, but entrusting my life to someone else's hands is not my style. Barrett paused, as if realizing something, and lowered his voice to say, What do you want to do? Darren turned his head with difficulty to look at Barrett, took a deep breath, and said, Let's join forces. Barrett frowned. He looked deeply into Darren's eyes, and a wanton smile gradually crept onto his lips. This time, Darren was stunned. He didn't expect Barrett to agree so quickly. Don't be surprised, it's just an arm. As if guessing what Darren was thinking, Barrett let out a sinister laugh. Let's fight it out on the battlefield once we've survived. Their eyes met, as if sparks were flying in the void. Click, click. At that moment, the prison door was slowly pushed open. How are you all? You all look pretty energetic today. The fat man in overalls walked in, a cigar dangling from his lips, with a lewd smile. Very good, very good. Let's begin today's experiment, shall we? Quinn paused, somewhat taken aback. He was surprised to find that when he walked in carrying his experimental medicine kit, the two guys were looking at him with expressions that said, We've been waiting for you for ages. His eyes were shining. Thank you. Chapter 82. Such a small dosage. Is it for health maintenance? Physique plus 0.02. Physique plus 0.03. Physique plus 0.03. Physique plus 0.02. Yeah. Painful growls, like the roars of wild beasts, echoed throughout the gloomy prison. Darren and Barrett curled up on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably from the intense pain. His whole body emitted a fiery red glow, and his body temperature soared rapidly, as if he were being burned by flames, with every cell and muscle feeling like it was on fire. What a great test subject. Even though the dosage of the mummy virus has been increased, it is still lively and energetic. Incredible. Incredible. The large, fat Quinn, cigar in mouth, stared fervently at the rapidly rising data on the vital signs monitor, trembling with excitement as he furiously scribbled in his lab log. Body temperature has exceeded 55 degrees Celsius. At a 30% dose of mummy virus, cells appeared to show signs of rapid division. This phenomenon of cell division indicates that the body's organs are operating under excessive strain and metabolic stress is increasing. These experimental data are sufficient to prove the potency of the mummy virus. It's a bit strange, though. These two seem to be enjoying themselves, even though the pain detection system shows extremely high levels. A normal person would have already lost consciousness. Could the virus from mummies cause hallucinations, or even become addictive? As he wrote this, Quinn glanced at Darren and Barrett, who were suffering terribly, with his small eyes, and frowned suspiciously. It's probably impossible, but we can't rule out the possibility of addiction yet. Of course, it's also possible that these two guys have strong willpower and are just forcing themselves to endure it. 2 minutes finally passed. As the burning pain finally subsided, Darren and Barrett lay on the ground like two puddles of mud, panting heavily, white smoke constantly rising from their skin. How about it? Now you know how powerful I am. Quinn swaggered up to Darren and his companion, looking down at them with an air of superiority, proudly puffing out his large belly and cackling wickedly. It's not too late for you to beg for mercy. As long as you agree to submit to Boss Kaido, all of this will end. Otherwise, I will use an even higher dose of the mummy virus to deal with you. At that time, the suffering you will endure will be multiplied. So, tell me, how about joining the Beast Pirates? I refuse. Darren and Barrett shouted in unison, then exchanged a knowing glance. Quinn. He stared blankly at the two guys in front of him, who looked like dead dogs. Are they crazy? When I mentioned using a higher dosage, I thought I saw a hint of anticipation in their eyes. Could it be? Quinn suddenly seemed to realize something and shuddered. Are these two guys masochists? The moment the thought crossed his mind, Quinn felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively took 2 steps back, distancing himself from the two perverts. Darren, who was panting heavily, felt his physical stats climbing and suddenly grinned arrogantly. You fatso, you're far from making me submit with your shoddy scientific knowledge. He struggled frantically, banging the stone shackles against the sea tower with a loud clang. This is what you call your research findings, the mummy virus? Darren, whose eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouth were already oozing blood, sneered disdainfully. Is this all the health benefits you're looking for? Upon hearing this, Quinn was still in shock, but Barrett next to him was completely stunned, staring at Darren in disbelief. Darren winked at him subtly. Barrett paused, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. His expression immediately changed, and he suddenly burst into wild laughter. Is that all you've got, fatty? This kind of pain is practically nothing. Ha! As soon as the words fell. You two damn bastards. How dare you look down on my research results? Quinn's small eyes instantly filled with ferocious bloodshot veins, and he let out a muffled roar. You forced me to this. You're courting death. He irritably pulled a test tube from the medicine box. The liquid inside was a shimmering, clear blue. It's time to show you the pinnacle of my research. Plague Quinn. Quinn's robotic arm spun and assembled rapidly, from which a huge needle slowly emerged. The needle pierced the rubber stopper of the test tube and extracted the blue, viscous liquid inside. Although it hasn't been developed to its full potential, it's more than enough to deal with the two of you. Try it out, it's amazing. Quinn grinned maliciously, covering the needles with armament hockey, and then plunged them into Darren and Barrett's arms one after the other. The moment the virus was injected into the body, a feeling of impending death, completely different from before, surged in like a tsunami. Darren and Barrett stood frozen in place, their minds blank. Extreme cold. A bone-chilling cold emanated from their blood vessels, cells, and muscles, as if placing them in an extremely cold hell, freezing their blood vessels. Their skin and muscles visibly turned a deep blue, as if covered with frost, and their joints became sluggish and stiff, making them look like frost demons. A chill enveloped my entire body, followed by a relentless surge of pain capable of destroying my nerves and will. Under unbearable pain, a brutal, savage, and irrational urge to kill surged uncontrollably from the deepest recesses of his brain. Bang! A fist slammed heavily into Darren's cheek, and his face swelled up rapidly. Darren's pupils contracted as he saw Barrett, like an ice demon, roar like a mad beast, dragging himself toward him with difficulty, as if he had lost his mind. This is the ice ghost virus. You can all just kill each other here. Enjoy this masterpiece, the greatest creation of my genius scientist, Quinn. Quinn grinned maliciously, turned around, closed the cell door, and walked out of the prison. As the fat man's figure disappeared, Darren's eyes gradually turned bloodshot as he was consumed by a violent fighting spirit. Next second, Boom. The two figures collided violently in the cell like cannonballs, engaging in a frenzied battle. Physique plus 0.07. Physique plus 0.09. Physique plus 0.10. Physique plus 0.13. Thank you. Chapter 83 Winning Hearts and Minds. North Sea. Rubeck Island, the island where the Don Quixote family resided. Dover. A sticky, mushy figure stumbled into the luxuriously decorated lobby of the residence, his voice trembling. Stop being so flustered, Tory Bull. On the soft leather sofa, Doflamingo sat with a cigar dangling from his lips, his legs crossed on the expensive marble coffee table, and said something in a dissatisfied tone. More than a month had passed since Darren left the North Blue. The Don Quixote family had firmly grasped the dark forces of the entire North Blue, and their trading caravans and influence had even spread to the Grand Line. Doflamingo had grown considerably taller than he had a month ago. At this point, he had completely shed his boyishness and gained more of the arrogance and swagger of a young man. His aura had become noticeably more arrogant and composed, and the domineering presence of a future emperor of the dark world was already faintly visible between his brows. I'll tell you something terrible has happened. Tory Pole was panting heavily, his hands supporting him with his cane, and a string of glistening snot hanging from his nostrils. News has come from the dark forces of the New World. Rear Admiral Rogers Darren was captured by Kaido of the Beasts during this mission, and his fate is currently unknown. As soon as he finished speaking, Doflamingo's pupils shrank behind his sunglasses. The Don Quixote family members, who were either standing or sitting nearby, also changed their expressions drastically and stood up abruptly. That monster was captured. But that's normal. After all, that's Kaido of the Beasts. He deserved it. So if he's killed, does that mean we can break free from his control? This is really good news, Dover. When Diamante and the other cadres heard the news, they were first shocked, and then their faces couldn't help but show a look of wild joy. The Don Quixote family may seem powerful and influential, but after some time, their influence has continued to grow, and they have even made connections with some underground forces in the New World to engage in arms smuggling and other transactions. But in reality, these family leaders knew deep down that no matter how much the Don Quixote family's power expanded, the name of the King of the North Sea would still loom over them like the shadow of a giant. Doflamingo suddenly raised his hand, interrupting the discussion among the executives, and stared coldly at Treble, saying in a chilling tone, "Is the source of this intelligence reliable, Tory Pole?" Tory Pole finally caught his breath and nodded solemnly. Yes, the information came from Umit, the shipping tycoon. You know, Umit controls 50% of the smuggled arms we export from the North Sea, so our relationship is pretty good. Silence descended suddenly. Everyone cautiously observed the increasingly gloomy expression on their young master's face, and dared not speak. They were well aware of the extremely complicated relationship between the young master and that man. He's still alive? After a long pause, Doflamingo asked a question with a blank expression. Tory Pole shook his head and said, "It's unclear at the moment. According to intelligence gathered by our spies planted under Umit, the Sea King, Umit is cooperating with Kaido, responsible for smuggling a large portion of the Beast's pirates' weapons and supplying some of their provisions. However, the Beast's pirates are very careful with each transaction, arranging it on a neutral island of a third party. No one knows where the Beast's pirates' headquarters is." Diamante then tentatively spoke up. "Dover, you wouldn't happen to be." He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "You want to go save that guy, right? His survival would be of no benefit to the Don Quixote family. We are strong enough now and have no need for his protection. It's better that he's dead, because then the North Sea Navy will no longer pose the slightest threat to us. We can legitimately intervene in transactions that were previously forbidden. Human trafficking, slave smuggling, drug trade, and so on." "Shut up," Doflamingo suddenly shouted, interrupting Diamante. Diamante was stunned. Doflamingo slowly stood up from the sofa and walked towards him with a cold expression. "Duo Dwafu." Diamante felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed the aura emanating from Doflamingo. "Diamante, I've said it many times." Doflamingo walked up to him, his pink feathered coat billowing behind him, a shadow falling between his brows, and said expressionlessly, "We don't touch those businesses, not because Darren forbids us from doing so. It's because those businesses are outdated." As he spoke, Doflamingo recalled the words Darren had said to him when he left the North Blue. "Do you know why I look down on those so-called Dark Emperors of the New World? Diamante said in a hoarse voice. No, I don't know. Doflamingo's lips curled into a mocking smile. Because they are just a bunch of stinking rats living in the sewers, like vultures only eyeing the petty gains of rotting flesh. Human trafficking, organ trading, caravan trade, double-crossing, intelligence trafficking, slave trade, and drug trafficking are all things that only scoundrels would do. They navigated the cracks between various powerful forces, thinking themselves shrewd, but in reality, when the real waves of the times surged, their little bit of courage couldn't even make a ripple. He patted Diamante on the shoulder. I know you are also thinking about the family, wanting to make more money for the family and continue to expand your influence. I'm happy about that, but Doflamingo exhaled a puff of smoke. Money is enough as long as it's sufficient. There's no need to fixate on those disgusting businesses. The true measure of wealth is not mountains of gold and silver or magnificent buildings, but the ability to win people's hearts. Now is the time for us to win people's hearts and minds. Say, or? He shouted. Young master. A deep voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, ripples like water appeared on the walls of the main hall of the Don Quixote family residence. A figure with slicked back hair, wearing an expensive black striped suit and sunglasses, swam out of the wall. You're a new face, and your abilities are well suited for this mission, Doflamingo said calmly. Yes, the young man named Say, or bowed slightly. But you are very likely to die, Doflamingo said. It is alright to say, or smiled. The Don Quixote family is mine. Doflamingo paused for a moment, then slowly walked over, took out a pack of cigarettes, and put one in Say, or's mouth. He took out his lighter, click. Light a cigarette for him. Go. From today onwards, you are a core member of my Don Quixote family. Say, or took a drag of his cigarette and smiled. Thank you, young master. Gratitude. Chapter 84. This is a matter of attitude. As he watched Say, or's figure slowly dive into the wall, Doflamingo let out a slow breath. This guy is a new member of the family. He is steady and decisive in his actions. His behavior is not like that of a ruthless mafia member. Instead, he is more like a polite gentleman. Doflamingo noticed Say, or a long time ago. His water fruit ability allows him to freely submerge into water-like surfaces or walls, as if swimming on land, thus enabling him to move quickly through different dimensions. It is an extremely efficient infiltration, assassination, and espionage capability. Therefore, although Say, or has not yet become a core member of the family, Doflamingo intentionally or unintentionally entrusts him with some important tasks in order to cultivate and train his abilities. Say, or did not disappoint him. Dover, are you really going to send Say, or to rescue that guy? At this point, Toribol, who had been hesitating for a long time, finally couldn't help but ask. Doflamingo lit another cigar, took a deep drag, and looked up, scanning the faces of the Don Quixote family executives one by one. So in your opinion, it's better for us if Darren dies, right? Diamante gritted his teeth and said unwillingly. You are our young master. Of course we will obey your orders and trust your judgment. But, he clenched his fists tightly. Once that guy dies, you'll be able to take his place and become the king of the North Sea. Isn't that right? Doflamingo exhaled a long puff of smoke. Judging from the expressions of Toripol and the others, they harbored a deep-seated, instinctive fear of Darren. Your thinking may be right, but I don't think someone like Darren would die so easily. You have also seen the information we have gathered about Marineford. The name Rogers Darren represents more than just the North Sea. A complex light shimmered beneath Doflamingo's sunglasses. A monster-like existence, the head of the officer training camp, a genius naval officer who once fought head-on with legendary pirates like Bondi Waldo and Joel D. Roger. The Navy headquarters would absolutely not give up on such a promising naval officer easily. If I'm not mistaken, at the very moment we're speaking, the Marine headquarters has already dispatched enough forces to the New World to carry out a rescue operation. He sighed helplessly. So whether or not we send people to provide rescue may not affect the final outcome at all. At this point, Toripol and his group realized the crux of the matter. So Dover, why did you send Say, or in the first place? Toripol frowned. Doflamingo's lips curled into a self-deprecating smirk. It's just a matter of attitude. Whether or not Say, or ultimately helped is not important. What matters is that we have shown our sincerity. Otherwise, you should think about it carefully. If Darren really survives, and he finds out that our Don Quixote family has done nothing about it, how will he retaliate against us, given his personality? Upon hearing this, the officials present immediately felt a chill run down their spines. That man's cruel methods. They simply couldn't bear to think about it. And, at this moment, Doflamingo shook his head and said, "That guy should be here soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Toripole and the others were stunned. "Almost there? Who?" Bang! The main hall door was suddenly flung open, and a gust of wind filled with the smell of gunpowder rushed into the hall. Before Toripole and the others could react, hundreds of fully armed Marines rushed in and surrounded them completely. Toripole and the others' expressions changed drastically. "Navy, what do you want to do? What's going on? This is the Don Quixote family's residence." They were just about to make a move. Whoosh! The dark muzzles of guns were raised in unison, pointed menacingly at the members of the Don Quixote family. Anger flared on their faces, but faced with the elite navy equipped with various advanced weapons such as stun guns, flamethrowers, metal shrink nets, and high-explosive rifles, they dared not make a move. The lobby of the residence suddenly fell into a deathly silence, the atmosphere terrifyingly oppressive. Lord Doflamingo's 5 warships from the North Sea Fleet have completely blockaded the entire Rubek Island. At that moment, a member of the Don Quixote family, an outsider, rushed in a panic and reported in a trembling voice. Doflamingo gave a dismissive sneer. "Fu, such a grand display is really disrespectful to me, Admiral Mole." He raised his head and looked at the Taoist figure slowly walking out from the naval forces. The sailors watched the Don Quixote family members warily as they parted a passageway in the center. A flying squirrel, draped in a wide cloak, strode into the main hall of the encampment with a cold expression and said indifferently, "In Beihai, who wouldn't dare to give Don Quixote Doflamingo face?" He raised his hand and gave the order to his subordinates. "Put away your weapons. The Don Quixote family is an important force in maintaining stability in the North Sea, and they are our most distinguished and friendly guests in the North Sea Fleet." Hundreds of elite naval personnel immediately put away their weapons and retreated without a word. Without even glancing at Treble and the others, Mamanga said to Doflamingo in a deep voice, "Doflamingo, you should know why I'm here. I apologize for the sudden visit, but I'm not in the mood for formalities right now." His tone carried an almost imperceptible anxiety and a deeply hidden murderous intent. Doflamingo stared intently at the squirrel's eyes, as if sensing something, and suddenly burst into laughter. "Fu, I see, I understand now. Don't worry, I've already sent people out, and we'll have news soon. Admiral Mamanga, I'm even more anxious than you are. Don't forget, he's my godfather, you know, he—" The flying squirrel nodded, pretending not to hear the sarcasm in Doflamingo's laughter. "That's good. I'll wait patiently for your news." After casually uttering those words, the flying squirrel turned and led his elite troops away from the camp. When he arrived at the port with his men, he suddenly stopped in his tracks upon seeing the huge warships patrolling the nearshore waters. On the sides of those enormous ships, rows of large-caliber silver cannons were already mounted. "Colonel Flying Squirrel, what's our next move?" A naval officer with the rank of major asked with a solemn expression. The Flying Squirrel turned around and squinted at the skull and crossbones flag fluttering above the Don Quixote family's residence in the distance. "No, keep an eye on Doflamingo. Let's wait for news. Something really has happened to Vanderlyn, regardless of whether Doflamingo sent anyone to help in the rescue." The flying squirrel gritted its teeth, recalling Darren's instructions to it before leaving the North Sea, a resolute glint in its eyes. "Let's all take action and surround and kill all the members of the Don Quixote family." Chapter 85 Actions by all parties. The Dover Flying Squirrel hasn't withdrawn the North Sea Fleet. What should we do? In the lobby of the base, Torbor, who had just received a communication from his subordinate, put down the den mushi and said with a fearful expression. The other cadres also looked at their young master with tense expressions. Rubek Island has been blockaded, and facing the immense pressure of 5 naval warships, they are not very confident. The Don Quixote family knew better than anyone else about the formidable fighting power of the North Sea Fleet. This fleet, built by Darren at great expense, is equipped with the world's most advanced high-tech weapons, has undergone modifications of the Germa 66, and every naval soldier is an elite among elites. The result of the extremely high military spending is a powerful army with high quality, strong capabilities, and strict discipline. The Don Quixote family's fighting force on Rubek Island was extremely limited, with most of its peripheral members stationed in other strongholds in the North Sea, making it impossible for them to confront the powerful North Sea Fleet. We didn't expect that Flying Squirrel would move so quickly. We underestimated him. In the past, we only regarded him as an ordinary lieutenant under Darren. Diamantine murmured softly. With a piece of steak stuck to his face, Virgo frowned and said, "According to classified intelligence, the North Sea Fleet seems to have recently acquired a new type of technological weapon with terrifying destructive power." Toripole gripped his cane tightly. "Dover, is the North Sea Fleet going to war with us?" The cadres looked at Doflamingo, who was sitting on the sofa silently smoking, with worried expressions and uneasy hearts. Doflamingo calmly puffed on his cigar, crossed his legs, and a cold smile played on his lips. "Don't be nervous. As long as Darren survives, the flying squirrel won't attack us. Just do what you're supposed to do." After saying this, Doflamingo stood up from the leather sofa and walked into his study. He walked to the huge glass window, pushed it open with both hands, and let the cool sea breeze caress his face, causing his pink feather coat to flutter. Doflamingo was well aware of the Momonga's intention in not withdrawing his troops. The flying squirrel was worried that something had happened to Wandalwin. He couldn't control himself and was afraid that the entire North Sea would fall into his hands. Very smart, decisive, and has great courage. She truly deserves to be that man's most trusted subordinate. With just this vision and judgment, this unassuming flying squirrel deserves the position of the highest military commander in the North Sea. Doflamingo gazed at the monstrous steel behemoths on the distant sea and the white seagull flags fluttering wildly in the air, a wanton smile gradually curving his lips. "Don't die so easily, my godfather." Doflamingo's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, gleamed with intense ambition and madness, while veins on his forehead bulged menacingly like earthworms. "The only one who can kill you is me." Snap! He suddenly exerted force with both hands, smashing the wooden windowsill to pieces. Wood chips flew everywhere. The New World. The sky is clear and blue, and the white clouds drift lazily by. Two medium-sized warships were sailing at high speed on the calm sea, leaving long, white trails in their wake. A majestic and imposing figure stood on the bow of one of the warships, gazing at the distant sea with furrowed brows. It was Sengoku who set off from Marineford to carry out the rescue mission. Rumble. On a distant island, a sudden, towering explosion erupted, sending massive flames and black smoke soaring into the sky. The pirates' agonizing cries echoed from the island, only to be quickly drowned out by the sound of the waves. 2 seconds later, a golden streak of light suddenly shot through the air from the direction of the island. The beam of light spread out in midair, and then countless photons condensed behind Sengoku into a tall human figure. Borsellino slowly emerged from the blinding golden light, stroking his stubble and muttering, "We haven't found it yet. Just like before, it's only a small outpost. Those pirate minions don't know anything about it." Zhang's eyebrows furrowed even more tightly. "Warring States period, how's it going? Any leads?" Zephyr's voice came from the stern of the ship, and his figure flashed a few times before appearing beside Sengoku. Sengoku rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Hey Zephyr, why don't you stay on your own warship if you have nothing to do? What are you doing running around on my warship all the time?" Zephyr said impatiently. "Stop with the nonsense and let's share the information quickly, or Garp will beat us to it." Warring States slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, shook his head, and said, "Without any new clues, Kaido is more cautious and cunning than we imagined. The pirate strongholds we've attacked along the way are just the outer forces of his beast pirates. His real headquarters is nowhere to be found." Upon hearing this, Zephyr's expression immediately turned extremely ugly. At this point, 7 days had passed since they departed from Marineford. 7 days may seem like a long time, but in reality, their journey from the Marine headquarters to the New World alone took 3 days. In this timeline, Vegapunk had not yet developed the ability to embed seastone into the bottom of warships, thus allowing the Navy to freely traverse the calm belt. If the Navy wants to enter the New World from the paradise of the first half of the Grand Line, the only options are to apply to the world government for passage through the Fishman Island route, or to apply to the world government for passage and cross the Long Red Line. Even so, 4 full days have passed since they entered the New World during the Warring States period, and they have still gained nothing. The Beast's pirates swept through 7 or 8 of their outer strongholds, large and small, and even took the opportunity to eliminate quite a few small and medium-sized pirate crews. But there was still not a single clue. Unlike the first half of the Grand Line, which was thoroughly explored on the nautical charts, many parts of the New World seas were still shrouded in the fog of war, with routes that were chaotic and incredibly complex. The extreme weather conditions in this sea area further hindered their operations. What troubled Sengoku the most was that as they got closer to the waters of Wano country, Their naval operations could no longer be as unrestrained as before. They had to exercise as much restraint as possible to avoid arousing hostility and vigilance from Wano country. This naturally makes the search more difficult. Thank you. Chapter 86, he was destined to be cruelly tortured. Isn't there any other way, Sengoku period? Gazing at the boundless ocean before him, Zephyr's eyes revealed a trace of worry, and he said solemnly, "You're the strategist, aren't you? You must have devised the plan, right?" Without any clues, finding a trace of an individual in the vast, unpredictable, and extremely climatically unpredictable waters of the New World is far more difficult than climbing to heaven. This is why so many pirate crews risk annihilation to coat themselves and dive to depths of 10,000 meters, passing through the bottom of the red line to enter the New World. With unclear shipping routes and countless islands yet to be fully explored, it would be incredibly difficult for even the world government and the Navy headquarters, with their vast intelligence networks, to find traces of them in this sea area, as long as they lack a fixed territory. Oh, isn't he an idiot now? Sengoku squinted and pursed his lips. Zifa's lips twitched, his smile stiffening. TCH, that's really stingy. Sengoku shook his head. Actually, this search should not have been this difficult. Under normal circumstances, the trainees of the elite officer training camp are the Navy's key personnel. In order to ensure their safe growth, all trainees will register at headquarters and leave their life cards. With the life card as a guide, even in this New World sea, we can find Darren's location relatively easily. But the rule about leaving the life card is not strict, and how many of your students do you think would leave their life cards at headquarters? When he said the last sentence, Sengoku's voice was filled with a deep sense of helplessness, and he subconsciously glanced at Borsalino next to him. The latter, seemingly lost in thought, completely ignored Sengoku's gaze. Zifa felt helpless upon hearing this and rubbed his temples in exasperation. Other students were fine, but most officers were loyal to their duties and cooperated with and obeyed the military's disciplinary requirements. But can you expect unruly characters like Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Dragon to leave their revealing their location Viver cards at headquarters? A genius who is like a monster naturally possesses some privileges that others do not have. As long as it's not something that causes serious negative impact or affects their loyalty to the Navy headquarters will turn a blind eye to these things. So, is the only way to search, island by island? How long would that take? Zifa gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. Sengoku was also frowning, his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth on the deck. Even he, faced with such a predicament, couldn't think of any good solutions. Perhaps we could try using the underground channels? At this moment, Borsalino, who was lost in thought, slowly said something. Sengoku and Zifa were taken aback, and both turned their gazes to him. Borsalino, what do you mean? Borsalino smiled and said, I'm just guessing. Since the main force of the Beast's pirates is hidden in Kaido's headquarters, such a large number of people can't possibly be supplied by themselves. Moreover, Kaido has been involved in a lot of wars in the New World over the years, and he has smuggled and resold the weapons of many warring countries. This means that he must have some connection with the trade and smuggling forces in the underworld. If we can find this clue, will we be able to make a discovery? Upon hearing this, Sengoku and Zephyr's eyes widened suddenly. This, Borsalino. Zephyr suddenly slapped Borsalino hard on the shoulder and exclaimed excitedly, You're a true genius. He turned his head and looked at Sengoku with disdain. Warring states, look at them. They're always complaining about Borsalino, but they haven't come up with a decent solution like this. Sengoku's lips twitched slightly. Battlefield strategy, war planning, and on-the-spot command of campaigns are the skills that earned him the title of Wise General, and these are his strengths. But this is not the time to argue with that bastard Zephyr. Having found a clue, Sengoku quickly took out a nautical chart, his eyes gleaming behind his black-rimmed glasses, and began to scan it rapidly. He quickly located an island on the nautical chart. This place is the closest transit island for our flight routes, and there are bound to be many illegal businesses run by underground forces in such a place. Warring states period, he said in a deep voice. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get going. Zifa couldn't wait to speak. Knowing that Darren was likely being tortured by the Beast's pirates, he became even more anxious. Every hour they delay, Darren suffers more pain and faces more danger to his life. Physique plus 0.06. Physique plus 0.05. Physique plus 0.04. Physique plus 0.03. In the dark prison, while enduring the torment of the mummy virus, Darren's eyes turned bloodshot as he clearly felt his physical attributes rapidly increasing. He trembled violently and roared, his reddened skin covered with bulging veins like centipedes. I forced myself not to laugh out loud. Not far away, Barrett was also covered in white smoke, as if he were on fire. Can you feel it? This is 70% of the mummy virus. The suffering you are enduring is twice that of 7 days ago. Overalls-wearing Fat Quinn looked at the two people lying on the ground like dead dogs in front of him, a sinister smile on his face. He proudly stuck out his big belly and even happily danced a little dance. After several days of experimentation, he has obtained the most perfect data. Quinn firmly believed that by using this experimental data, he could further modify the various viruses he had developed, enhancing their toxicity and infectivity, and making them even more powerful and destructive to the human body. As for these two guys, well, judging from their half-dead appearance and their extremely weak and listless aura, they're probably about to give up too. Think it over again, you two. Quinn arrogantly lit a cigar and began to smoke it with relish. If you agree to join the Beast's pirates, you won't have to suffer this punishment. Darren, panting, grinned maliciously. Really? I think this so-called punishment is like tickling an itch. Barrett, equally defiant, said, If you have the guts, let us out. Quinn shrugged and chuckled. TCH, still being stubborn. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the prison's iron gate. A head wearing a horned helmet poked in and said, Boss Quinn, the transport ship is back, bringing with it a lot of the experimental equipment you need. Thank you. Chapter 87 Soaring Strength. Oh, you're finally back? The experimental equipment and materials I've been waiting for so long. Upon hearing the henchman's report, Quinn's chubby face trembled, and his small eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. The Beast's pirates' headquarters are located on a deserted island unknown to anyone. This deserted island is rich in mineral resources. Using these resources, Kaido built several huge arms factories and, combined with his military technology, established a massive arms production line. This place is surrounded by unique ocean currents, and without proper signposts and directions, it would be impossible for outside ships to find it. This unique and treacherous environment is the most important barrier for the Beast's pirates' main base, but it also brings many inconveniences. There are no forests or grasslands on the island, and even if there were, these pirates wouldn't be able to cultivate the land or raise livestock themselves. The essence of piracy is plunder. If they could be patient enough to farm and hunt, they wouldn't become pirates. Therefore, the Beast's pirates rely on the resources of the underworld to supply their daily necessities. They purchase these supplies from various channels and then transport them to the island only after multiple transfers to ensure their safety. For Quinn, who enjoys researching technology, this has long been a headache. It's important to understand that scientific research is extremely expensive, not to mention the huge costs involved. Raw materials and experimental equipment are also a major problem, and they can only be sourced from the underground world. However, the transport ship's carrying capacity was extremely limited, and the vast majority of the cargo had to be reserved for living supplies. Therefore, Quinn had to wait in line for a long time to receive this batch of experimental equipment. Thinking of this, Quinn turned to Darren and Barrett and chuckled. Did you hear that? New experimental equipment has arrived. Once I develop an even more powerful virus, you'll all be crying and begging on your knees, begging for mercy from the great Lord Quinn. Ha ha ha. Before Darren and the other could answer, Quinn strode out of the prison with an air of nonchalance, her large pregnant belly bouncing around. Bang! The heavy prison doors slammed shut, and the dark cell fell silent once more, save for the heavy breathing of the two men. Second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The heavy, rapid breathing suddenly calmed down. Darren and Barrett, who had been lying on the ground like dead dogs, slowly sat up from the blood-stained, dark ground and leaned against the wall. They looked at each other as if the twisted, grotesque pain they had just experienced had never happened. I never imagined that I, Douglas Barrett, would fall to such a state. Barrett wiped the sweat mixed with blood from his face, casually tied up his disheveled long blonde hair, and curled a self-deprecating smile at the corner of his mouth. Darren smiled, his tone teasing. Don't you enjoy it too? Barrett chuckled, but did not refute. A strange light flickered deep within his fierce eyes. He never expected that the powerful virus developed by that fat man in overalls would have such side effects. Once the initial painful and agonizing period has passed, and the virus has fully entered the body's immune function and internal organ system will react quickly, stimulating cell division and reorganization, resulting in a significant improvement in internal organs and even overall physical condition. Of course, Barrett, a rough man from the military, didn't understand immune response or bodily stress. He just vaguely felt that after each injection of the virus, as long as he survived the danger period, his physique would become stronger. When Barrett first discovered this secret, he simply couldn't believe it. It's unbelievable that such an absurd and easy way to increase one's strength exists in this world. After all, in his past life experience, any progress in strength meant hellish training and life-or-death battles. Just a few injections, a little pain, and your physical strength skyrockets. Is this reasonable? This is completely unreasonable. Noticing the complex meaning in Barrett's eyes, Darren chuckled inwardly, while also feeling a bit sentimental. The viruses developed by Quinn, whether in mummies or ice demons, are undeniably powerful. This kind of infectious weapon of mass destruction, if deployed on the battlefield or in densely populated towns, would be an unstoppable massacre, capable of wiping out tens of millions of people with ease. In reality, if Quinn had used more than 50% of the virus to treat himself and Barrett from the beginning, they probably wouldn't have survived. But Quinn did not. The 3 reasons of torture, obtaining experimental data, and recruitment led Quinn to start administering the virus in small doses, resulting in Darren and the other man gradually developing antibodies against the virus. In the process of fighting the virus, their physical fitness is also improving in a quiet and continuous way. With this thought in mind, Darren subconsciously used his talent to sense various data about his body. Physical strength, 77.112. Strength, 69.339. Speed, 69.591. Fruit, 77.197. Armament hockey, 31.119. Conqueror's hockey, 50.017. Compared to when he was first captured by Kaido, his physical stats have seen an extremely exaggerated leap, increasing by a full 7 points. Along with this, strength, speed, and armament hockey all gained an increase of about 1 point due to the overflow effect of the surge in pure physical strength. If Darren hadn't experienced it firsthand, he would never have believed that such a change could happen in just a few days. A data improvement of more than 10 points. This will have a significant impact on Darren's overall combat effectiveness. If this were conducted in a naval training camp, it would take at least 3 to 6 months of intensive training to achieve this level of improvement. However, due to the suppression of high-purity sea stone, the development of devil fruits came to a complete standstill. It seems that the virus from that fat guy is becoming less and less effective against us. Barrett stretched his neck and wrists, swinging the heavy sea stone shackles with a clanging sound. Darren nodded. Multiple infections with the same virus will cause the body to produce sufficient antibodies, and the virus's destructive power to the human body will be continuously weakened. If it were now, even a 100% dose of the virus probably wouldn't have much effect on us. This can be seen from the improvement in physical fitness data. From the initial increases of plus 0.05, or even plus 0.09, plus 0.12, to the current situation where even a 70% dose of the virus can only bring plus 0.03, plus 0.04 side effects, it can be seen that the threat of the virus is constantly decreasing. Barrett nodded as if he understood, then frowned and asked, "However, why didn't that fat guy notice our physical improvement? He must have mastered observation hockey." Well, Darren gave a strange laugh and waved the shackles on his hands. Because of this. Chapter 88 Successful Infiltration. This. A look of confusion crossed Barrett's face. He frowned as he looked at the black shackles on the wrists of the black-haired Navy man and asked, "Sea stone shackles?" "That's right." Darren looked down at the jet-black sea stone shackles, which exuded a vastness and coldness like the ocean, and a playful smile gradually appeared on his lips. Sea stone is like a solid ocean, capable of releasing energy similar to that of the ocean, and possesses extremely high hardness. Thus it can seal the abilities of devil fruit users. When a devil fruit user touches sea stone, not only will they lose their devil fruit ability, but their stamina and physical condition will also be greatly weakened, putting them into a state of weakness. Although Queen possesses observation hockey senses auras. Because of the sea stone, our auras were suppressed to the lowest point, so Quinn naturally couldn't detect the increase in our physical strength. At this point, Darren's expression turned strange. If that fat Quinn knew that under his torture, we weren't weakened at all, but instead were quietly getting stronger. He, who should have been able to easily perceive these things, Missed his chance because he put us in high-purity sea stone shackles. I bet he's so angry he'd explode on the spot. Upon hearing Darren's explanation, Barrett's eyes twitched, and he opened his mouth, but ultimately couldn't utter a single word. This is allowed. Truly a genius scientist. After holding it in for a long time, Barrett finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Darren smiled, slowly stood up, and dragged the heavy sea stone shackles, making a crisp, rattling sound. He moved his body and twisted his neck, making a popping sound. His movements were natural and fluid. Where was the helplessness and stiffness he felt 7 days ago when he was first put in shackles? How well are you adapting to the sea stone? Barrett's sinister laugh. Although I still feel very unnatural and that feeling of weakness lingers, it no longer affects my normal movements. As he spoke, he stood up, his eyes flashing with astonishing fighting spirit as he looked at Darren. Despite losing an arm, he did not become depressed. Instead, he exuded an even wilder and more fierce aura. Moreover, after spending a few days with his cellmate, Barrett gradually discovered that this so-called scoundrel in the Navy was very much to his liking in terms of his work style and personality. An extreme desire and obsession to become stronger, a tenacious will to remain calm even in dire straits, a terrifying tolerance for pain, and a deep-seated obsession and madness. Kaido is right. Compared to the Navy's adherence to rules, Darren is more like a lawless pirate. Most importantly, the madness of this Navy man during his training and his ruthlessness in battle were the only people Barrett had ever met who could compare to him, or even surpass him. For various reasons, Barrett gradually began to acknowledge Darren as his equal opponent without realizing it. Upon hearing this, Darren smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Sea stone can seal the abilities of devil fruit users and restrict their movements. However, one cannot generalize about the physical condition of different people. Depending on the individual's physical attributes, the effects of sea stone on their physical strength vary. Some people collapse and become powerless the moment they touch sea stone, while others can still move around like ordinary people even while wearing sea stone shackles. This is the significance of resistance training with sea stone. Darren and Barrett had already trained their physical abilities to a superhuman level, making them practically monsters. In addition to the acupuncture treatment over the past few days, their physical strength has improved even further. Even when facing the suppression of high-purity sea stone, they gradually began to have some fighting power. Although their combat strength may be less than 10 times what it was at its peak, it is still better than lying weakly on the ground like a dead dog, at the mercy of others. Then what about armament hockey? Barrett slowly raised his hand, then suddenly shouted coldly. Arm up. A smear of pitch-black ink, visible to the naked eye, quickly spread across the palm, but faded and disappeared in less than a second. He groaned, his body swayed, and his chapped lips turned pale. Seeing this, Darren shook his head and said, The sea stone suppressed our physical strength, and any domineering aura requires a lot of physical exertion to support it. Damn it. Barrett couldn't help but grit his teeth and mutter a curse under his breath. A flicker passed through Darren's eyes. My condition is similar to Barrett's. Although my physique has improved significantly during this period, I am still far from being able to break free from the sea stone shackles using only physical strength and armament hockey. On this vast ocean, the only devil fruit user capable of doing this is probably Kaido. Kaido was arrested by the Navy multiple times and, thanks to his indestructible physique, was executed 40 times. But neither knives, axes, lightning strikes, fire, nor poison or alcohol can harm him in the slightest. Moreover, the execution instruments will be damaged during the execution process, and the shackles may break or break. Therefore, Kaido is also known as an immortal monster. It now seems that Kaido's indestructible body may have been forged by being used as a test subject in various cruel experiments by Bponk after being captured by the world government. Thinking of this, Darren clenched his fists. He looked down at his fists, which were covered in scabs and bloodstains, and a thought involuntarily popped into his mind. How far am I from Kaido's indestructible body? Hey, stop staring blankly, let's begin. Just then, Barrett's eager voice rang out, interrupting Darren's thoughts. There are only 3 days left until the last chance. We don't have much time left. His eyes, filled with fighting spirit, were fixed on the black-haired Navy man in front of him, his pupils gradually turning crimson with violence and madness. Darren laughed, dispelling all the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Bring it on. The moment the words fell, the two, like roaring wild beasts, dragged their sea stone shackles and collided violently. At the same time, The Beast's pirates' headquarters is located on the edge of a deserted island along the coastline. You all better watch out. Don't break my lab equipment, or I'll kill you all. Quinn, who arrived in a beast-like chariot, leaped off the vehicle like a ball, puffing on a cigar and shouting. A pirate ship, entirely black and flying the skull and crossbones flag of the Beast's pirates, was docked in a simple harbor. Many pirates dressed in animal skins and wearing horned helmets were carefully unloading heavy boxes of cargo from the deck. What's in this box? Meat? Send it to my place. What about this box? Slaves? Male or female? Send the men to the arsenal as laborers, and for the women, well, keep a few for me. These are all experimental equipment, right? Send them all to the lab. Quinn, with a cigar in his mouth and his hands behind his back, pointed and gestured at the unloading site. In less than half an hour, all the cargo had been unloaded from the pirate ship. Quinn mounted his chariot and drove off contentedly toward his laboratory, leaving a trail of dust in his wake on the brown earth. After days of arduous sea voyages and intense tension, the members of the Beast's pirates finally breathed a sigh of relief and returned to their respective resting places, leaving only a few outlaws to guard the port and watch over the ships. What no one noticed was that the stern of the pirate ship, the wooden walls of the cabin rippled gently, like waves on the sea. A young figure with slicked back hair and dressed in an expensive gentleman's suit emerged indifferently from the wall that had turned into flowing water. Infiltration successful. Thank you. Chapter 89, Sending Greetings. Say, or had half his body submerged in the cabin. He took out a white pocket square, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and carefully observed his surroundings. With the stern facing the sea, the endless expanse of water stretched out before us, and howling waves crashed against the coastal rocks, creating white foam ripples. Several grayish-white seabirds flew across the sea, and the setting sun painted the sky and the sea a blood-red color. I never expected the Beast's pirates to have their headquarters in such a place. Say, or turned to look at the side of the island, where an endless expanse of reddish-brown land stretched from the coastal road to the horizon, with towering black chimneys belching billowing black smoke in the far distance. Loud laughter echoed from the harbor towards the bow of the ship, and the aroma of barbecued meat and strong liquor wafted through the air. The outer members of the Beast's pirates, who were responsible for guarding the ship, had already lit a campfire. Say, or let out a long breath, his face haggard and tired. He really wanted to smoke a cigarette. 3 days and 3 nights. He hadn't closed his eyes for 3 days and 3 nights. After departing from Rubeck Island in the North Sea, he spent 4 days infiltrating the trading fleet of Amidst, the underground emperor of the New World and the shipping magnate, through the Don Quixote family's channels. Using his devil fruit ability, he infiltrated the bottom of the ship's hold where slaves were imprisoned during the transaction between Sea King Amidst and the Beast's pirates, never showing his face. The reason for choosing the slave cabin was that even if he accidentally revealed his aura, even if the members of the Beast pirates used observation hockey to sense him, they would only think he was one of the many slaves. We must be more careful. Say, or took a deep breath, trying to make his breathing steady and shallow. He was already considered a strong man in the North Sea, but in the New World, he was still far from being a strong man. Any ordinary officer of the Beast's pirates could easily kill him. The only thing he can rely on is his devil fruit ability. With that in mind, Say, or quickly scanned his surroundings. So, where will the young master's esteemed godfather be imprisoned? He quickly locked onto a certain direction, and his figure once again emerged into the hull of the pirate ship like a drop of water merging into the sea. At the port, below the pirate ship docked in the shipyard, a dozen pirates dressed in animal skins were humming lewd tunes, eating meat, and drinking wine with gusto, laughing and talking loudly. Lord Quinn has really struck it rich this time. Oh, such an important matter as resupplying supplies. Lord Jean didn't handle it personally? Wasn't he usually the one responsible for the handover? There's nothing we can do. It seems there have been some changes in Wano country, so Lord Kaido took Lord King with him and left the island. No wonder Lord Quinn was so excited. Why bother with all that? These are not things we can decide. That's true. Come on, let's drink. Hey, something strange seems to have just flashed by. Ha, you've had too much to drink. If you can't drink, sit at the kids' table. In prison. Bang. 2 fists shackled with sea stones slammed into each other's faces simultaneously. Darren and Barrett staggered backward, crashing heavily against the prison's stone wall, sending up a shower of rubble. Their lips quickly swelled up, and streaks of blood oozed from the corners of their mouths. Darren raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, panting as he laughed. That was a really fierce punch. Barrett, equally panting, grinned maliciously. You're not bad either. The two locked eyes, a sharp, electric glint flashing deep within their gazes. At the same time, take a step. Snap. Their right feet simultaneously created a shallow crater in the ground, and their powerful punches struck each other's cheeks almost at the same time. Sweat mixed with blood splattered up. Two figures, like ferocious beasts, launched an attack in this narrow space like a storm, displaying the best close combat skills on this sea. Darren hails from the North Sea and fought his way up from the lowest ranks of the military. He used to spar with Sakazuki in close combat for many years. After joining the training camp, under Zephyr's guidance, he further improved and perfected his physical combat training system, making his fighting style ruthless and fierce. Barrett has been clearing mines on the battlefield since he was 8 years old. His past life can be described as mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His fighting style has no fixed routine, only extremely pure killing skills. His fighting style is decisive and swift. Over the past few days of fighting training, both Darren and Barrett have absorbed the strengths of each other's fighting techniques and benefited greatly. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of fists colliding was like thunder, and the kicks were like a whistling wind. Suddenly, Darren and Barrett's eyes sharpened, as if they had sensed something amiss, and they simultaneously attacked the prison wall beside them. A punch like a giant hammer, a fierce whip kick, etc. A terrified gasp suddenly came from within the rippling wall. Boom. Suddenly, the wall exploded, revealing large swathes of rubble and dirt, and figures seemingly embedded within them instantly emerged. Darren's large hand gripped the intruder's neck like an iron clamp, forcefully pulling the latter out of the wall and lifting him high into the air. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. How dare someone manage to cross such a massive mountain to enter this prison? Who are you? Barrett narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint in them, and said with a cold smile, I am. Say, or managed to make a sound. The force from that large hand wasn't particularly strong, but the sea stone shackles on his hands touched his body, overwhelming him with an unprecedented sense of weakness and powerlessness. As the smoke cleared, Darren finally saw the young man in the suit in front of him, and the image quickly overlapped with a figure from his memory. I know who you are. He let go of her hand. Nice to meet you, Say, or. Darren smiled. Say, or's pupils contracted as he looked pale and gasped for breath. How could he know my name? I've never seen him before, and I've only been a member of the Don Quixote family for half a month. Could it be? A terrifying thought surged into my mind. Darren has planted a spy within the Don Quixote family. Say, or shuddered, but dared not think any further. He glanced at Darren and Barrett, who were covered in blood and exuded a fierce, devilish aura, along with the sea stone shackles on their hands, and a storm raged in his heart. Even though he was shackled with sea stone chains, he still exuded such a suffocating sense of oppression. Darren, who is this guy? Barrett sized up Say, or, his gaze unfriendly. Say, or took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He looked at the black-haired Navy man in front of him and slowly knelt on one knee. Lord Darren, I am Say, or, a member of the Don Quixote family. He lowered his head and said in a deep voice, Lord Doflamingo sent me to deliver his sincerest greetings. Chapter 90. Thank you for your hard work. Lord Doflamingo sent me to deliver his sincerest greetings to you. Onasil knelt on one knee and said in a low voice. Before Darren could say anything, Barrett raised an eyebrow. Doflamingo? Never heard of that name. He looked at Darren with a questioning gaze. Hey Darren, could this guy be from the Beast Pirates? Is he putting on this whole act to fool us? His gaze toward Onasil grew increasingly malevolent, filled with murderous intent. A chilling, brutal killing intent surged forth, and Say, or felt a stinging pain on his skin. A chill ran down his spine, and all the muscles in his body tensed instantly. He had never seen a war monster like Barrett in the North Sea. Barrett, rein in your killing intent. Darren smiled faintly and said, Doflamingo is my godson. And his smile suddenly turned a bit strange, and his tone became sarcastic. Do you really think that the Beast Pirates, a bunch of muscle-bound guys, could come up with such a scheme? Barrett was stunned. The images of several Beast Pirates members he had met flashed through his mind, and their faces showed deep agreement. He thought for a moment, gave Say, or a warning look, then turned around, walked to the other side, and slowly sat down on the ground against the wall. As the feeling of being watched by a ferocious beast gradually disappeared, Say, or breathed a sigh of relief. The two men in front of me are truly terrifying. This was even under the condition of being shackled with stone chains. Say, or simply couldn't imagine how terrifying these two men would be if they were freed from the sea stone shackles. Stand up, say, or, Darren said calmly, pulling Onisil up and straightening his disheveled collar. It's clear you've gone through a lot of hardship and traveled a long way to get here. He patted his shoulder, his smile fading, sighed, and said sincerely in his eyes, thanks a lot. Say, or was stunned. Looking at the solemn and serious expression on the black-haired youth's face, he felt a momentary sense of disorientation. This man, despite being severely injured and imprisoned in the Beast's Pirates headquarters, with his life in imminent danger, had a sincere, "You've had a hard time," as his first reaction when I arrived and revealed my identity. At that moment, at least say, or felt that everything he had done and the risks he had taken for this mission had been worthwhile. He subconsciously clenched his fist, suppressing his excitement, and shook his head, saying, "It's all right, Lord Darren." Darren smiled. He had a very good impression of Say, or, in the original storyline. He ignored everyone's ridicule. He gave up his favorite expensive suit. They wore ridiculous and ugly baby clothes. All for the sake of making his wife, who had become a vegetable, smile. This is a romance unique to men. He's got guts and he's handsome. And in fact, Darren was indeed amazed by Say, or's abilities. After observing for the past few days, Darren could roughly deduce that the Beast's pirate stronghold was extremely dangerous and very difficult to search. Otherwise, the Navy would have already come looking for them. For someone like Say, or, who hails from the North Blue, to be able to cross the Grand Line and arrive here, he must have endured a great deal of hardship along the way. Lord Darren, the young master ordered me to come this time. Say, or cautiously observed the young master's godfather, lowering his voice to speak, but was interrupted by the latter waving his hand. Dover is kind, but what I'm more curious about is how you got here. Say, or paused for a moment, then answered honestly. The Don Quixote family has trade relations with the Dark Emperor of the Underworld, Sea King Umit. According to our intelligence agents planted in Umit's trading fleet, we have learned that you were captured alive by Kaido of the Beasts during a mission. And Sea King Umit is one of the Beast's pirate supply channels. Using this connection, I successfully infiltrated Umit's fleet and, during the cargo handover, used my devil fruit ability to hide in the Beast's pirate's cabin, finally arriving at this place. I see, Darren said after a moment's thought, then asked, do you know the exact location of this prison? Say, or shook his head, his expression grave, and said, I'm sorry, Lord Darren. I was worried about leaving a trace on the pirate ship, so I didn't dare to show my face and was unable to find out the specific route. All I know is that the prison where you are being held is located at the bottom of a massive mountain. To break out, you would have to smash through the mountain, or there would be only the prison gate, which is heavily guarded. The island is surrounded by countless complex ocean currents, making its geographical location extremely complicated. There are many large-scale arms factories on the island, which should be Kaido's arms production line. As for the specific location of this island, based on my judgment of the speed, course, and sailing time of the pirate ships along the way, the island where we are located, the headquarters of the Beast Pirates, should be located in the waters near Wano country. He's a truly outstanding person. Listening to Say, or's calm analysis, Darren couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Even Barrett, who was usually arrogant and disdainful, couldn't help but brighten up and blurted out. Hey, your name is Say, or right? You're pretty good, I admire you. Stop hanging out with that Doflamingo guy, and come work for me. Say, or glanced at him, but didn't say anything. He had naturally inquired about Douglas Barrett's name on the way here. This madman, this monster, who was like a demon or a demon, was the one who slaughtered an entire country. From the very beginning, Lord Darren's mission target was this guy. However, judging from the scene before us, it seems that Lord Darren and Barrett have a pretty good relationship. Don't joke around, Barrett. Don't you believe in the power of the lone wolf? Darren turned to look at Barrett with a half-smile. Barrett sneer. I don't need him to fight. I just need him to be my assistant. Thank you. Chapter 91 Dover has grown up. That is a real shame. Say, or is a loyal subordinate of my godson Dover, which means he is also a loyal subordinate of mine. Darren said to Barrett with a half-smile. You're out of luck. Barrett glanced at Darren, then at the silent Say, or, and couldn't help but scoff. You can say that when you've escaped alive. Darren shrugged and turned to look at Say, or. So Say, or, tell me, how exactly does Dover plan to get me out of here? Although staying would not pose a great danger to their lives, and they could continue to enjoy the guidance of Teacher Quinn, After all, Wang Luffy's precedent was there. But Darren didn't like this situation of being controlled by others. Most importantly, as one's physique strengthens and internal organs become more powerful, the body's ability to fight viruses also increases accordingly. Even now, when Quinn injects himself with high doses of the virus, the side effects are no longer noticeable. Upon hearing this, Say, or did not speak immediately, but instead gave Barrett a subtle and wary look. Seeing his action, Barrett rolled his eyes and said irritably, "What's wrong? This cell isn't that big. If you want to talk, then talk. If you don't want to, then don't. Do you think I'm going to cover my ears?" He shook his only remaining arm, making the stone shackles rattle loudly. "Don't forget, I only have one arm. I can't cover both ears." It seems that losing an arm to my electromagnetic cannon has left him with a lot of resentment. Darren looked at Barrett, who was glaring angrily and looking old-fashioned, and couldn't help but chuckle. This guy exudes such a fierce aura, as if he's fought his way through the battlefield, that it's almost overwhelming. Sometimes, it really makes you forget that he's just a 15 or 16-year-old kid. Let us get straight to the point, Say, or, well, at least for now, this one-armed man and I are allies. Darren said with a smile. An alliance? Say, or couldn't help but be stunned. Lord Darren is a Marine, a rising star in the Navy, yet he has allied himself with the pirate who destroys nations, Douglas Barrett? However, upon further reflection, considering that the man in front of him was the godfather of the underground emperor of the North Sea, Say, or quickly accepted this relationship. He carefully considered his words and said with a serious expression, Lord Darren, young Master Doflamingo knows that my strength is limited and that I could never rescue you from Kaido of the Beasts with my own strength alone. Therefore, he entrusted me with 2 tasks. Oh, Darren raised an eyebrow, his expression becoming quite interested. Doflamingo's performance in the Dressrosa storyline was not good, and could even be described as somewhat lackluster. Not only did he put the real flame fruit in the arena, but he also let Trafalgar Law escape multiple times, forced Marine Admiral Fujitora to rebel, and ultimately allowed the Sun God to turn the tide. But in reality, this guy's intelligence and strategic vision are already among the top in the world of One Piece. Starting with controlling the North Blue, he gradually took control of the resources of the underworld, seized the celestial gold to threaten the world government, and thus obtained the title of Shichibukai, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and usurped power in Dressrosa. While this series of actions is inseparable from his identity as a celestial dragon, it also reveals his extraordinary nature. Tell me about it, Darren said slowly. Say, or said in a deep voice. First, I will use my devil fruit ability to locate you. If possible, I will cooperate with your actions to save ourselves. As the young master said, his godfather is not one to sit idly by and wait for death. Darren smiled. The little devil sent people to save me because he didn't want me to die at someone else's hands. He wanted to kill me with his own hands, didn't he? Darren was perfectly aware of Doflamingo's ulterior motives. This arrogant, proud brat, burdened with the blood of the gods, will not easily tolerate others always lording him over him. But it was precisely this arrogance and pride that fueled his intense desire to kill me. Perhaps one day, if Doflamingo really has the chance to kill him and succeeds, his conqueror's haki will achieve an unprecedented breakthrough. And the second thing? Darren remained non-committal about the first option and went straight to the second question. Say, or raised his head, stared at Darren, and said in a deep voice, Notify the Navy. Upon hearing this, Barrett frowned. A satisfied smile appeared on Darren's face. That kid Dover has grown up. If he hadn't encountered me, given his arrogant personality, he would never have informed the Navy to take advantage of the situation. Before I left the North Sea, I received information through covert channels that the Navy headquarters had dispatched sufficient forces to rescue you. Say, or really wanted a cigarette, and instinctively reached for one, but then refrained from doing so. The specific combat force includes Marine Admiral Sengoku, former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, Marine Vice Admiral Hero Garp, and Rear Admiral Borsellino, who has the title of Monster. Upon hearing this, Barrett could no longer contain himself. Hey, this is way too outrageous. He suddenly rushed over, staring at Darren with wide eyes and a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, his expression filled with surprise and uncertainty. The Navy's 3 legendary combat forces have all been deployed to rescue you. The names Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr are legendary on this sea. They are all powerful fighters who strike fear into the hearts of countless great pirates. A pillar of justice in the world. As the only admiral in the Navy, Sengoku was normally required to guard Marineford, the naval headquarters. Black Arm Zephyr had long since resigned from his position as general, no longer concerned with military affairs, and focused on teaching his students. As for the hero Garp, everyone knows that his only goal is to chase after the great pirate Joel D. Roger. But now, these three legendary combatants, each with important missions, have all set out, just to rescue a naval commodore? Barrett would hardly have believed it was real if he hadn't heard it with his own ears. Darren, you wouldn't happen to be a celestial dragon, would you? Darren sneered. Aside from our shared love of money, beautiful women, power, and status, I have nothing in common with those self-proclaimed gods, the celestial dragons, humans, and pigs. He turned his gaze back to Say, and smiled. So, you should have left your life card? Say, Or's pupils constricted. He took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his suit jacket, handing it to Darren. Yes, Lord Darren. This is half of my Vivre card. I gave the other half to an information broker in the underworld. He was someone our Don Quixote family had bribed. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, the other half of the Vivre card should have already fallen into the hands of the Navy as originally planned. Chapter 92. This is also part of the mission. New World, a transit island on a certain shipping route. The city was bustling with people and the roads were busy with traffic. The bustling streets are lined with shops displaying a wide variety of goods. The merchants hurried by, and someone muttered curses in the dark alley. Ships from all over the world came and went in the port. Sailors scrambled for space in the bay, sails billowed like waves, and shouts filled the air. Zeph, Sengoku, and Borsalino, dressed in casual clothes, walked on the cobblestone street. All three wore hats and trench coats, covering their bodies and most of their faces. Are you sure this is the right place, Sengoku period? Zephyr scanned his surroundings warily and said in a low voice. Just then, a group of burly-looking men walked by from the other side of the street, occasionally letting out wild laughter. They all had swords hanging from their waists, and their faces were fierce. They looked like men who had lived by the sword. Pirates. Zephyr's eyes widened, and he was about to rush forward when Sengoku grabbed his arm tightly, gritting his teeth and growling. Forget it, Zephyr. Let's keep a low profile. Don't forget our objective. Zephyr watched the pirates' retreating figures and muttered a curse under his breath, feeling somewhat resentful and indignant. Then lead the way quickly. Seeing Sengoku standing there motionless, Zephyr suddenly widened his eyes. You don't actually know where I am, do you? Sengoku's lips twitched, then his face suddenly flushed red as he said, I've never been to a place like that. How could anyone possibly know where it is? Have you been there before? If you're so familiar with it, then you lead the way. Zephyr immediately stammered and fell silent. He's never been there either. Let me lead the way, Borsalino, who had been watching the scene with a half-smile, finally said with a smile. Sengoku and Zephyr were stunned. Then Borsalino slowly walked out, suddenly grabbed a man with a jeweled ring on his finger, and looked down at him condescendingly. By the way, where is the best geisha house in this area? Who are you? The man who was suddenly bumped into cursed instinctively. He was obese, which stretched his expensive suit into a round shape. But when he saw the tall man in front of him, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression that went straight to his heart, and cold sweat seeped out from his back. Especially the man's lewd face shrouded in shadow, and the way he looked at people with a sidelong glance, made him feel extremely uncomfortable. The best geisha house for you, sir, is over there. The merchant's fat face trembled slightly, and he pointed in a direction, saying in a trembling voice, Over there, it's about a 2-minute walk away. Borsalino then released his grip on the man's collar, smiling as he helped straighten his disheveled collar. Thank you so much. The strangely polite, obese businessman had this thought in his mind and fled without hesitation. It's solved. Borsalino smiled and turned around to the dumbfounded Sengoku and Zephyr. 2 minutes later, standing in front of an antique Japanese-style building, Sengoku and Zephyr stood there awkwardly, looking at the ancient yet exquisite building in front of them, which resembled a small palace. They felt uncomfortable all over, their muscles tensing and stiffening. Welcome, 3 distinguished guests. A young woman with a graceful figure, dressed in a black and red cheongsam, bowed deeply to them with a smile, a gesture that made the snow-white curves of her bodice appear even more alluring. Soft, languid music flowed from the building, the air filled with the rich aromas of spirits, food, and cosmetics, and the dim lighting created an ambiguous yet relaxing atmosphere. Sengoku and Zephyr's lips twitched slightly. They looked at each other. Zifa's eyes twitched as he said, "Hey, Sengoku, are we really going to go into a place like this?" Sengoku's expression wasn't much better. His face was dark as he said, "If we're talking about resources and intelligence in the underworld, this kind of place is normally the most likely place to find them." He sighed, his face serious, and said, "Bear with it. Don't forget our mission is to rescue Darren. What is this little sacrifice if we can get him out? Besides, we're only going in to gather intelligence. We won't even drink any alcohol, so there's no need to be nervous." Remembering that his outstanding top student was still in dire straits, Zifa's expression immediately turned serious. He took a deep breath, clenched his fist, as if making a firm decision, and sighed. "In that case, there's nothing we can do." Borsellino looked at the two with conflicted expressions and scratched his head in confusion. "This is a lively kabuki theater, not an execution ground. Why does it have to look so tragic?" He shook his head, walked straight up to her, took out a cigarette, lit it, put his arm around the slender waist of the woman in the cheongsam, and smiled familiarly. "A big room. Let's go to the second floor." Then, as if remembering something, he turned to the dumbfounded Sengoku and Zephyr and smiled. "Remember to pinch your butts when you pass by, otherwise you'll look too out of place." Pinch my butt?" Sengoku and Zephyr were dumbfounded, covering their faces in pain, and followed after them like little shadows. 3 minutes later. "Ha ha ha. Come on, don't stop." In the luxurious private room, Jean Gua, with a gold-plated cigar in his mouth, raised his wine glass high, his face flushed red from drinking, his expression filled with joy and happiness. "Keep the music playing, keep dancing." On the stage, graceful dancers twirl and dance, while geisha in heavy makeup, red lips, and kimonos elegantly play the guzheng and nag on either side of the stage. "Come on, Zifa, drink up." "Anyway, Old Man Kong gave us the operation funds, so this counts as part of the mission, right?" He put his arm around Zifa, who was sitting uneasily in the corner of the private room, and said with a displeased expression. Zifa gritted his teeth and said, "Warring States period, don't forget the mission." He turned his head again and said angrily, "And you, Borsellino, why are you so familiar with this place?" Borsellino, smoking a cigar, immediately raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, his face full of innocence, and said, "When I was in Beihai, Lieutenant Colonel Jiaji often took me there." Zephyr, looking at Borsellino's lewd face, and recalling Cake's sloppy drawing style, he suddenly felt a pang of pity for the geisha who were entertaining these two. Chapter 93, I Have a Plan. The melodious music filled the air like a gentle breeze, captivating the listener. The lamplight illuminated the geisha's crimson lips, while the ukiyo-e prints on the screen depicted scenes of desire and decadence. Suddenly, the music stopped abruptly. Bang, bang, bang. The dancers on stage suddenly collapsed and lost consciousness. Zifa's eyes suddenly sharpened. Borsellino's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Huh? Why did you stop?" Jean Gua, reeking of alcohol, opened his sleepy eyes and said with dissatisfaction. In the entire luxury box, apart from the three of them, all the dancers and geishas were lying on the ground. Zephyr cursed in an annoyed tone. "Wake up!" As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the private room was slowly pushed open, and a figure dressed in a white suit walked in. The man wore a black mask that completely covered his face. He held an exquisite cane in his hand, bowed gracefully to the three Sengoku figures, and smiled. "Three distinguished naval officers, here is a letter for you." "Who are you?" Zephyr asked, his eyes narrowing warily. The man shrugged and laughed. "He's just a nobody, but this letter contains information that three people want." As he spoke, he took an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Zifa with both hands. "People from the underworld figured out our identities so quickly." With this thought in mind, Zifa took the envelope with some skepticism and slowly opened it. "A piece of paper?" He stared at the crumpled white paper in surprise. "The top part is blank, without any text. This is a life card." Sengoku, who had now regained consciousness, approached and said in a deep voice with a solemn expression, "Life card." Zifa was stunned when he heard this, then spread out his big hand and placed the small piece of paper flat on his palm. An incredibly bizarre scene unfolded. In the still, windless private room, the crumpled piece of paper began to tremble and move precariously in a certain direction in Zifa's palm. "It is indeed a life card." "Whose life card is this?" Sengoku looked up at the masked man, his eyes behind his black-rimmed glasses flashing with a sharp light. The man shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, General Sengoku, I don't know either." But what is certain is that the owner of this Vivre card has already entered the Beast's Pirates headquarters. As for whether this intelligence is credible, the three of you must make your own judgment. After saying this, the man leaned on his cane and walked towards the door. Borsalino watched the man's retreating figure, a slight smile playing on his lips, and raised his index finger. Strands of golden light gradually rose from the fingertips. No, he's just an ordinary person. Sengoku held Borsalino's hand and shook his head. The Warring States period, is that believable? Zephyr frowned as he looked at the restless Vivre card in his hand and asked in a deep voice. After thinking for a few seconds, Zhang was slowly exhaled. The Vivre card does indeed point towards Wano country, the underground world. He murmured softly. If I remember correctly, that kid Darren seems to have connections to the underworld? So you mean the other half of the Vivre card is already in the hands of Sengoku Teisho and the others? In the gloomy, put-down prison, Darren put away his life card and said calmly to Say, or, yes, Lord Darren. Say, or nodded. Moreover, on my way to infiltrate the prison, I overheard some information about the Beast's pirates. He considered it for a moment and recalled it in his mind. For unknown reasons, Kaido of the Beasts and King the Wildfire have left this island. Upon hearing this, Darren and Barrett's eyes lit up simultaneously. Are neither Kaido nor King here? In other words, at this very moment, the only high-end combat force on this island is that fat guy in overalls, Plague Quinn. The moment this thought crossed their minds, they couldn't help but look into each other's eyes, both seeing the intense flames burning deep within the other's gaze. Chance. Over the past few days, Darren and Barrett have not only maintained high-intensity, extremely disciplined training, but have also carefully considered methods for escaping from prison. The prison itself is fairly well defended. Although it is heavily guarded, it does not have a strong high-end combat force. But the real challenges will only arise after you break out of prison. With their current strength, they have little chance of winning against Kaido, that monster, not to mention that Kaido has powerful figures like King and Queen by his side. But if it's just Quinn alone, it can work. The key to the sea stone shackles. Darren suddenly said in a deep voice, his eyes fixed on the shackles on his hands. Barrett nodded in deep agreement. That's right. To escape, we must first obtain the key. Without the suppression of sea stone, with their combined strength, if only Quinn were guarding the island alone, they could definitely break through and escape easily. Seeing the change in their expressions, Say, or asked anxiously. But Lord Darren, wouldn't a safer approach be to wait for reinforcements from Marine headquarters? No one knows when Kaido will return. Darren shook his head. The longer it drags on, the greater the risk. If Wankado suddenly has a mental breakdown and decides to change his mind, killing both him and Barrett, then things will be in trouble. Naval rescue can only be considered as a backup plan. Yes, I also suggest we act immediately, Barrett said somewhat urgently. Darren glanced at him, finding it somewhat amusing. This guy is probably worried that if the Navy comes in the end, he won't have a chance to escape. He still has a chance to escape from Kaido, but facing a lineup of Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr, let alone Bullet, even if Whitebeard himself came, he would probably be in big trouble. I see. Say, or took a deep breath. Lord Darren, please give me your orders. How should I proceed? I have roughly determined the troop deployment on this island. Quinn's laboratory is located northwest of the prison, surrounded by a huge arms factory, and is only minutes away from here. Barrett glanced at Darren and said in a deep voice. The key to the Sea Tower stone shackles is on that fat man. He carries it with him at all times. Darren quickly entered a state of deep thought, his brain racing. Laboratory, arsenal, furnace, chimney, prison, sea stone shackles key. Seeing Darren rubbing his temples in thought, Say, or and Barrett immediately fell silent, not daring to disturb him. The former had long heard of Darren's wisdom and methods. As for the latter, well, devising strategies is not Barrett's forte. I have a plan like this. A moment later, Darren suddenly raised his head and stared at Say, or. But Say, or, you will be the main executor of this plan, which is extremely dangerous. Say, or grinned. Leave it to me. Chapter 94 Bloodstained Overalls. Looks like you guys are in pretty good spirits. How are you doing? Still trying to hold on. In the gloomy prison, Plague, Quinn continues to torment the two prisoners as always. He looked at Darren and Barrett, who were lying on the ground panting and howling like wild beasts, and let out a smug and cunning laugh. All of this will end as long as you are willing to submit. Of course, I personally do not want you to submit. After all, such perfect experimental subjects are rare. Quinn puffed on his cigar with smugness, exhaling smoke rings and glancing at the numbers on the vital signs monitor every now and then. Is that all you've got? Darren gasped for breath and said with a sinister grin. The intense pain made it difficult for him to breathe. On his red and burning skin, bulging, menacing blue veins throbbed and pulsated with each violent heartbeat. TCH, so stubborn. Quinn narrowed his small eyes and said with a look of disdain. Once I install the latest experimental equipment, I will be able to develop a virus with higher purity. At that time, you won't even be able to beg for mercy. Asshole. Darren struggled to his feet, his face contorted with rage, and with difficulty slammed his fist toward Quinn's fat face. Quinn easily grabbed Darren's arm and grinned maliciously. The feeling of being hit by sea stone must be unpleasant, right? It's like a soft, yielding fist. He slammed his fist into Darren's stomach, causing Darren's body to bend like a boiled shrimp, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Blood splattered, staining Quinn's face and overalls completely red. Quinn, you damn bastard. How dare you spit blood on my face? Quinn was clearly stunned for a moment before he roared in fury. He was about to roll up his sleeves and teach those two a lesson when he saw them lying on the ground, weak as dead dogs, looking like they were on their last legs. He could only grit his teeth in anger and give up. I'll come back and deal with you guys after I've cleaned up this mess. The fat man in overalls gritted his teeth and threw down the sentence, then angrily slammed the cell door shut and strode away. The prison fell silent once more. Minutes later, Darren and Barrett slowly sat up from the dirty, smelly ground. You rascal, if you weren't in the Navy, you could be an actor. Barrett, his face slightly pale, glanced weakly at the black-haired Navy officer and couldn't help but say something. Although, with the improvement of his physical condition and resistance to the virus from that fat man in overalls no longer had much of a destructive effect on him. But with each injection, the excruciating pain would follow him relentlessly, without any reduction. Darren raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiled, and said, Who says good acting skills preclude someone from being in the Navy? He was slightly out of breath, raised his eyebrows, and spoke in a teasing tone. There are plenty of people in the Navy who are better actors than me. Barrett's disdainful sneer. That fat guy is definitely going to be completely fooled by you this time. You rascal. The insidious trick that had cost him an arm when he fought Darren was blasted away by a cannonball, and his teeth ground together. What a dirty heart. Thanks. Damn it. I wasn't complimenting you. Barrett's angry roar. You're really infuriating. Darren smiled, leaned against the damp wall, tilted his head back slightly, and looked dazed. Barrett, we'll be escaping soon. Have you thought about what you'll do after we get out? The dim oil lamp cast a warm yellow light, projecting a swaying shadow onto the wall of the young sailor's profile. Barrett looked at Darren with a puzzled expression, the anger on his face gradually fading. He was silent for a few seconds, then slowly grinned and said menacingly, The strongest. That's not easy. Darren laughed. Barrett scoffed. You wouldn't understand this kind of thing. Just follow the steps and get promoted to become a naval admiral. Don't get too weak, Darren. Otherwise, when we meet again, I'll just twist your head off. Darren squinted and smiled. Likewise. As soon as he finished speaking, a deep voice came from the wall between the two of them. Lord Darren. Ripples gradually spread across the dilapidated walls, and Orr's figure emerged from the water-like surface. Everything you arranged is ready. How's it going on your end? Darren said calmly. Proceed according to the original plan. Or nodded. Then I'll go. Etc. Just as Orr's figure was about to disappear into the wall, Darren suddenly called out to him. Orr turned his head and asked patiently. Does Lord Darren have any further orders? Darren shook his head, then suddenly asked. Do you have any cigarettes? Orr paused, fumbled around in his suit jacket, pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and opened the pack. There's only one left. He handed Darren both a cigarette and a lighter. That's enough. Darren took out the last cigarette and gently placed it in Orr's mouth. Orr stared blankly at Darren's actions, seemingly unsure how to react. Click. Light the cigarette with a lighter. Darren put the cigarette case and lighter back into Orr's clothes and took a step back. I'm a Navy officer, so I'll use the Navy's methods. He smiled at Orr. He suddenly raised his hand. He gave a standard military salute. The stone shackles rattled as he moved. Orr's eyes widened and his mouth slightly opened. The lit cigarette stuck to his lower lip, not falling off. Go ahead. Once we escape, we'll sit down and have a smoke together. Darren lowered his arm and smiled. Upon hearing Darren's words, or finally came to his senses. He took a deep drag on his cigarette, nodded emphatically, and then plunged his head into the splashing water on the wall. Yes, Lord Darren. On the brown island land, northwest of the prison. Inside the 10-meter-high building, every room is filled with a large number of experimental instruments. Those two damn bastards, they actually got my clothes dirty. Quinn grumbled as he walked into his apartment, finally managing to pull his fleshy body out of his tight overalls. He simply wrapped himself in a towel and turned on the hot water in the bathroom. He walked to the wardrobe and opened it. The closet is full of brand new overalls of the same style. Quinn took out a strip of paper, grumbled, and hung it on the coat hook. After thinking for a moment, he took out a bunch of keys from his blood-stained overalls and hung them on the coat hook as well. He then sang a little tune and walked into the shower room. The sound of rushing water could be heard, and thick steam covered the glass door of the shower room, through which the distorted shadow of a fat man singing and dancing could be vaguely seen. Extra chapter. Chapter 95 Speed of Life and Death. Suddenly, upbeat and energetic music started playing in the shower room where the water was gushing. Through the steam-filled glass door, the large, fat man's figure swayed rhythmically. Quinn picked up the shower head and used it as a microphone, and his deep voice began to flow. Zello, 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 zello. You'll be very popular if you lose weight. I'm the type of funk who deliberately doesn't lose weight. Although he looks round and chubby, he's all muscle. The swirling, round shadow of the ball swung its arms wildly, and the singing grew increasingly excited. I'm the type of funk who can sing and dance. Are you getting hyped yet? But just as Quinn was singing loudly to his own amusement, boom! A tremendous explosion suddenly echoed from afar, causing the entire laboratory to shake violently, and the glass windows shattered under the surging shockwave. Damn it! What happened? With a whoosh, Quinn, startled, yanked open the glass door and poked his head out. A member of the Beast's pirates, wearing a horned helmet, rushed in a panic, his voice trembling. Quinn, boss. A massive explosion has occurred at Factory Number 3 in Area A. What? Quinn's eyes widened, and he casually pulled off a large bath towel to cover his lower body. His fat, ball-like body stomped duong, 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 as he ran to the windowsill where the glass had been shattered. The scene that came into view made his eyes pop out of their sockets, and his mouth gape open. In the distance, a massive fire had broken out at an arms factory. Towering flames and black smoke formed a huge mushroom cloud that rose high into the sky, and the gray-black chimneys, which were tens of meters high, were tilting and collapsing from the explosions. The area around the armory was in complete chaos. Countless members of the Beast Pirates and their laborers could be seen turning into moving fire figures in the explosion, emitting pitiful howls and struggling incessantly. What the hell happened, you bunch of idiots? Quinn grabbed the pirate by the collar, his eyes bloodshot, and gritted his teeth as he said, "This just had to happen while I was here. When Kaido comes back, he'll kill me." The pirate trembled with fear, his face deathly pale, and said, I don't know either. It seems like one of the furnaces was hit by explosives. People have already gone over to help put out the fire. Damn it. Queen saw many members of the Beast's pirates riding their beast chariots from all directions toward the fire, kicking up thick smoke on the ground, and gritted his teeth. I still have to go. The headquarters had only 8 arsenals, distributed across 3 regions, A, B, and C. This is the Beast's pirates' biggest source of income, and also the culmination of Kaido's hard work in building it up. If the explosion and fire spread to other arms factories, I reckon Kaido will really rip my head off. Time was of the essence, and Quinn didn't have time to think it through. He simply grabbed the overalls and put them on right there. But he was so round that he couldn't get into the overalls no matter how hard he tried, and he was so anxious that his face turned red. Idiot! What are you looking at? Come and help. Quinn looked at his subordinates who were standing there in a daze and couldn't help but yell at them. Yes, yes, yes. Lord Quinn. The pirate rushed forward to help, sweating profusely as he finally managed to stuff Queen into his overalls. Hurry up and keep up. Quinn quickly put on his pants, lit a cigar, and rushed out of the lab without thinking about anything else. He started cursing. If this triggers a secondary explosion and affects other arms factories, I'm dead for sure. The pirate trembled with fear and hurriedly followed. Given Quinn's ruthless nature, if he were to fall from grace, his men would be in deep trouble as well. Rumble. The beast-like chariot spewed out large amounts of steam, its engine instantly reaching maximum power, and it raced wildly toward the direction of the distant explosion like a runaway dog. 2 long tire tracks were left on the ground, and dust billowed up. In the laboratory, the showerhead in the shower room was still spraying hot water. Thick steam billowed out and quickly filled the entire room. Just then, ripples suddenly appeared on the wall. Or's figure emerged from the wall, panting heavily, his face pale. He glanced in the direction where the beast chariot had disappeared. Huge pillars of fire were shooting into the sky from the magnificent explosion point, like dazzling fireworks. Lord Darren's plan has succeeded. Or tried to calm his breathing. Explosives are everywhere on this island. After all, it is the headquarters of the beast's pirates and one of the largest arms manufacturers in the underworld. Born into a mafia family, or only needed to tamper with the explosives slightly to set a delayed detonation. Destroying a building would require a very large amount of explosives. But destroying the furnace of an arsenal often only requires a spark. If a major explosion were to occur in one of the arsenals, Quinn would inevitably rush to the scene. That's how it is. Or's gaze quickly fell on the bunch of keys on the coat hook. The key to the sea stone shackles. This is my goal. Lord Darren was right after all. A scientist like Quinn could not tolerate being covered in the blood of his test subjects. He would definitely remove the shackles and keys he carries while taking a bath. Blowing up the arsenal would draw all his attention, and there's a high chance he'd forget the keys and head straight to the explosion site. Furthermore, with his attention diverted, even his observation hockey wouldn't be able to detect my infiltration. Or murmured softly, his admiration for that Navy man growing even stronger. He simply took the bunch of keys off his hand. So, now it's a race against time, a race against time. Or's eyes sharpened, and he plunged his head directly into the earth, which had transformed into waves, swimming towards the prison at top speed. If you were running at full speed on the ground, the distance between the laboratory and the prison would take about 1 minute. However, when using the water fruit's power, the speed of swimming will be relatively slow. 2 minutes. Or gritted his teeth. He had to get the key to the shackles into Darren's hands before that fat Quinn could react. Chapter 96 The Long-Awaited Sunshine. Prison. A dull, thunderous roar came, and the flame of the oil lamp on the wall suddenly began to flicker violently. Large amounts of plaster and gravel fell from the walls, as if the entire prison was trembling slightly at that moment. Here we go. Barrett, who was leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, a sinister smile gradually creeping onto his lips. His eyes gradually glowed with a blood-red light, like a ferocious beast opening its eyes in the darkness. It seems you succeeded. He looked at Darren. Darren slowly opened his eyes, a cold light flashing in his deep gaze. It's still uncertain, but we need to start taking action. As he spoke, he slowly stood up from the ground and began to stretch his muscles and joints, making a crackling sound like frying beans. An operation? Aren't we supposed to be here waiting for that guy to bring the keys back? Barrett was stunned and couldn't help but ask. This is not what was originally planned. Darren stared intently at the rusty iron bars of the cell in front of him and said calmly, "We need to go pick him up." He turned to look at Barrett and smiled. "Are you coming or not?" Barrett sneered. "Who do you think you are?" After saying that, the two walked to the iron railing at the same time, shoulder to shoulder, and grabbed it simultaneously. With a sudden, forceful exertion. Darren and Barrett simultaneously let out beast-like roars, their eyes instantly filling with ferocious bloodshot veins. As they exerted their strength, their muscles bulged out in large chunks, and their veins stood out like centipedes. Bang! Bang! The ground beneath their feet could not withstand their weight, and began to crack in countless places. "Open it for me, you bastard!" Barrett's furious shout. Darren roared angrily. Click, click. If anyone were to see this from here, they would witness an incredibly horrifying scene. The two prisoners, who were shackled with sea stone, actually started to pull and deform the metal bars with their bare hands. Without the suppression of the sea stone, Darren and Barrett, with their strength, could probably punch right through the prison walls, let alone these mere iron bars. Now, due to the effects of sea stone, their power is almost 10 times less than it was at its peak. But after this period of rapid physical growth and the training to develop resistance to sea stone, the combined strength of the two of them was enough to destroy the prison's defenses. We didn't do this before simply because it wasn't necessary. Unable to break free of the sea stone shackles, even if they managed to tear open the cage and break out of the prison, Quinn would catch up with them very quickly, making escape impossible. Not to mention that this would most likely alert the enemy, and rash action would cause the beast pirates to strengthen their supervision and control over them, and reinforce the defenses of the prison cells. But now, there's no need to wait any longer. Click, click. The iron bars twisted and deformed instantly, tearing open a hole large enough for a person to pass through. And at this time, bang! Hearing the commotion, the Beast's Pirates members immediately broke down the prison doors and rushed in. But the moment they stepped into the prison, what they saw were two pairs of eyes gleaming with a blood-red, menacing light in the darkness. The two prisoners held here were bending down and walking out of the holes in the iron bars of their cells, giving them a ferocious, murderous smile. The pirates' faces turned deathly pale. They escaped. The cage was forcibly torn open. How is that possible? Before they could react. Next second, Darren and Barrett charged into the crowd like tigers released from their cages. In the dark and gloomy prison, candlelight flickered and blood splattered in the firelight. Roars and screams mingled together, severed limbs flew everywhere, swirling with light and shadow, blood and sand. In less than 10 seconds, the entire prison was plunged into darkness again, and there was no more movement. The fire went out. Only the sound of blood dripping to the ground echoed continuously. In the silent darkness, only two pairs of murderous eyes could be seen. Something's happened. At the prison gate, Snook, wearing a horned helmet, listened to the wails coming from the depths of the prison and instinctively tightened his grip on his battle axe. At 25 years old, he is quite strong and is already a renowned fighter in the Beast Pirates. Well, although the Beast Pirates currently only have 3 real fighters, 2 of whom have already rushed to the armory to put out the fire, and he is the weakest one, he still firmly believes that he will definitely become a big shot like Queen in the near future. You can do it, Snook, you definitely can. Even if those 2 guys really escaped, after being imprisoned for so long and tortured by Boss Quinn with the virus, their bodies are probably extremely weak. How much strength do they have left? This is your chance. Snook, as long as you stop them from escaping, once this chaotic event is over, you will be able to receive Lord Kaido's reward, and maybe even become a supervising officer. Snook kept muttering to himself. Listening to the increasingly tragic cries from deep within the prison, a fine layer of cold sweat had already seeped onto his forehead without him realizing it. Suddenly, all the sounds in the prison disappeared. The sound stopped. Snook swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the passageway door in front of him, his hands gripping the battle axe beginning to tremble slightly for some reason. Boom! The steel passageway gate was suddenly kicked open with tremendous force. A blood-stained hand emerged from the darkness first, gripping the doorframe tightly, the clattering sea-stone shackles dripping thick blood. Sea-stone shackles. Snook's pupils contracted, and a cruel, sinister smile suddenly appeared on his pale face. Ha ha ha! You're still wearing sea-stone shackles. How could you possibly be a match for me? Without the slightest hesitation, he charged forward, battle axe in hand. Sea-stone has a fatal suppressive effect on devil fruit users. Snook once experienced that firsthand. We can win. This time, I'm definitely going to make a huge contribution. A fierce fire of ambition ignited in Snook's eyes, and his body instantly grew dense gray scales, transforming him into a giant bipedal lizard. Zoan-type, lizard form. With his long tongue constantly flicking in and out, Snook, wielding a battle axe, slashed down heavily at the person who emerged from the dark passage. Too slow. A detached voice suddenly rang out. Clang. The battle axe cleaved through the air, striking the door frame and creating a huge gap. He dodged it. Impossible. Amidst the flying rocks, Snook let out a furious roar of defiance, desperately trying to retaliate. But then that blood-stained hand suddenly reached out towards him. Snook grabbed the lizard's head with his hand, and under the touch of the sea-stone shackles, he let out a weak wail, instantly transforming from his beast form back into a human. Then, that hand, with its overwhelming strength, slammed Snook's roar back down his throat and smashed his head into the wall. Boom! Stones flew everywhere, and blood and flesh were scattered. The large hand that was pressing Snook's head down onto the wall that had created the crater was pulled down hard. It plowed out a long, bloody gash. With a heavy thud as the body hit the ground, this weakest of the true fighters was already a bloody mess, beyond any doubt. After doing all this, Zhang's wild and unruly young face slowly emerged from the darkness of the passage. If they weren't too in the way, the sea-stone shackles could also serve as a powerful weapon against ability users. Darren glanced at the blood-dripping shackles and said calmly. He was covered in blood, whether it was his own or that of the pirates. It was hard to tell. Barrett followed closely behind, also covered in blood. He glanced at the gruesome corpse on the ground and sneered. Your brutal methods certainly don't seem like those of a Marine. Are you sure you don't want to come with me and become a free-spirited pirate, Darren? Darren didn't say anything. He just shook the blood off his hands. Bathed in the scorching sun, in the distance lies an arsenal that is constantly collapsing and engulfed in raging fires. Black smoke billowed into the sky. He tilted his head back casually, a smile playing on his lips. The long-awaited sunshine. Thank you. Chapter 97. You damn thief. Kill. They escaped. Damn it. Just kill them all. They're still wearing sea stone shackles. Their strength has been weakened. Go. Malice and roars surged in from all directions like a rising tide. When the members of the Beast's pirates saw Darren and his companion break out of the prison, they roared and surrounded them, carrying all sorts of weapons. The sheer number of people stirred up a great deal of dust on the brown earth, appearing from afar as densely packed as a surging tide. They quickly formed a huge encirclement, completely blocking all of Darren and Barrett's escape routes. I never imagined that I would one day team up with a Navy officer. Barrett cracked his knuckles, his aura rising steadily, his eyes gleaming with a scarlet savagery, and his long, messy golden hair dancing wildly in the oncoming wind. Darren assumed an attacking stance, his sea stone shackles clanking, and sneered arrogantly. Just don't hold me back later. As the pirates surged relentlessly towards them, they stood back to back, their eyes gleaming with unrestrained and arrogant laughter. 2 seconds. Just as the pirates rushed in, raising their spiked clubs and other weapons, grinning menacingly at them, and were about to bring them down. Huso. The two men's eyes sharpened, and in the instant they shouted at the same time, they suddenly charged out. Darren slid to the side, dodging the massive sword that crashed down from midair, and with a look of utter terror in the pirate's eyes, he swiftly moved his hand. The chains of the stone shackles rattled around his neck, then Darren let out a sinister laugh. Beasts. I'll show you what a real ferocious beast is. Pull hard with both hands. The chains of the sea stone shackles tightened suddenly under his immense strength, and the pirate's face turned deathly pale. Whoosh. The pirate's head flew into the air, and scalding blood gushed out like a fountain from the severed neck, drenching the black-haired Marine. At this time, several weapons of various styles fell as expected, slamming heavily onto Darren's body. Ding ding ding. Instead of the sound of swords piercing flesh, the sound of metal clashing against metal rang out. The pirates were shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief at what they were seeing. The hammer struck Darren on the head, only managing to tilt his head slightly to the side. The sharp swords that struck his back snapped with a cracking sound, the broken blades flying backward. 2 spiked clubs were firmly wedged into his neck, not moving an inch. Monster. This is the steel-bodied. A physique similar to Lord Kaido. How is this possible? The pirates were terrified, their eyes filled with despair. At that moment, Darren suddenly grinned at them. Are you all done? Then it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, Darren rammed fiercely into the stunned and terrified pirates. Elbow strikes, strangulation, knee strikes, heavy punches, whip kicks, and throat strikes. These are the most exquisite close combat techniques on the high seas, combining orthodox naval martial arts with battlefield killing techniques. At this moment, they unleash an astonishing power. Attack. 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 Without any need for defense or evasion, all the pirates' attacks landed on Darren, but they had no effect whatsoever, nor could they slow him down. The bullet hit his body, but kept bouncing off. Some members of the Beast's pirates even brought portable grenade launchers, which directly bombarded Darren's body, but only made him sway slightly before he emerged again from the black smoke and fire like a demon god. In contrast, Darren's attacks were simple and pure. However, no famous pirate was his match. Often, in a single encounter, their hearts are pierced, their hands and feet are torn apart, and their heads are even twisted off. Wherever that black-haired Navy man went, blood rained down and corpses littered the ground. The pirates who were about to rush up to fill the encirclement were filled with fear. Hey, are you guys tickling him? Seeing this, Barrett said something with some dissatisfaction. As he spoke, he dodged the battle axe that came swinging from the left, grabbed a pirate's head, and slammed it heavily to the ground. Boom. The ground was instantly blasted open, creating a shallow crater, and rocks flew everywhere. Compared to Darren's madness in completely abandoning defense, Barrett's fighting style is more stable. Although he had also cultivated his body to a superhuman level, his pure physical defense was far less monstrous than Darren's. Not to mention, In such a chaotic battle, losing an arm would cause a lot more trouble. Even so, his offensive was still incredibly fierce. It moved nimbly and swiftly through the crowd, sending countless pirates flying, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. There was no exaggerated, domineering impact. There was no terrifying force that could tear mountains apart or crack the earth. Only the purest close-quarters combat. Every part of the body is a deadly weapon, and the human body's killing instinct is driven to its maximum. At this moment, Darren and Barrett were covered in blood from the fight, laughing wildly as they went. It was as if only this kind of stimulation could make them truly feel that they were alive. The prison is far away. Hurry up. Go faster. Say, or, who had plunged into the earth, had bloodshot eyes and frantically paddled through the waves with his hands and feet, carving a long trail in the ground with incredible speed. To avoid losing the shackles during the operation, he did not put the key to the sea stone shackles in his pocket, but kept it tightly between his teeth. He did not choose the deep dive method because although that state could increase secrecy, the pressure underground would make his swimming speed extremely slow, and his physical strength would not be able to withstand it. Faster. The prison near the mountain was already visible in the distance, and Say, or could even vaguely see countless pirates frantically surrounding and attacking the two figures. It's Lord Darren and Barrett. They broke through. Say, or was stunned at first, then couldn't help but grit his teeth. Looking at the unhindered situation on the road and the Beast's pirates members who were tightly surrounding the prison, they were impressed. He instantly realized that Lord Darren was risking his life to create an opportunity and buy time for himself. But just then, "You damn thief! How dare you steal my keys?" A deep, furious roar erupted from not far behind, the enormous sound waves seeming to materialize into a tangible impact, spreading out like a tidal wave. "You're dead." Rumble. The earth rumbling, heavy footsteps approached rapidly from behind. Say, or instinctively turned around, and the scene that came into view sent a chill down his spine, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. The enormous creature, dressed in black and white overalls, roared and charged like a wild beast, trampling the earth and kicking up clouds of dust. It charged towards him like a chariot that could destroy everything in its path. Zoan type, dragon fruit, ancient Zoan, Brachiosaurus form, the beast pirate's top ally, Plague Queen. He caught up. Chapter 98, the final race against time. Boom boom boom. Its massive, pillar-like limbs stomped wildly on the earth, kicking up countless grains of sand and dust. The enormous Brachiosaurus, with a cigar in its mouth, had bloodshot eyes and spewed 2 streams of white smoke from its nostrils. The heavy armor on the arms reflected the blinding sunlight, and rows of machine guns protruded from the shoulders of the Brachiosaurus's mechanical arms, constantly adjusting their sights to aim at the little mouse that was swaying rapidly on the ground. Quinn was furious. He had never been this angry in his entire life. That damned rat dared to detonate the arsenal's furnace and even sneak into its own laboratory to steal the key to the sea stone shackles. Doesn't this mean he's seen all of my beautiful body? You're dead. Nobody can save you. Quinn said it. The Brachiosaurus roared in fury, and the machine gun on its mechanical arm shoulder suddenly spewed out a large burst of fire. Bang 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 bang. Bullets, as dense as a storm, whistled out, following Say, or's figure, splattering countless craters and scattering sand across the ground. Sensing the menacing killing intent rushing towards him from behind, Say, or felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly buried his head in the ground. Da-da-da-da. Large swaths of sand and soil were splashed up. "Where can you run to, you little mouse?" Quinn let out a sinister laugh and immediately activated his observation hockey, quickly pinpointing the location of Say, or, who had burrowed underground. Click sound. Suddenly, the mechanical metal parts of his body came to life, and a missile launcher emerged from the dark hole, the small red missiles gleaming in the sunlight. Die! Brachiosaurus launcher. The small missile burst into a crimson tail flame, instantly breaking the sound barrier, and swiftly plunged into the earth at an astonishing speed. Boom! A massive explosion erupted from the ground, sending a huge mushroom cloud into the sky. A violent, scorching wind whipped up clouds of yellow sand, and streaks of fire spread outwards. In an instant, all the pirates within 100 meters radius temporarily lost their hearing and stared in disbelief at the terrifying explosion. Did you succeed? Isn't that obvious? Lord Quinn's missiles are more than enough to easily destroy a large warship. That guy's dead meat. The members of the Beast's pirates stared in shock at the rising smoke, their pupils suddenly contracting and their faces turning horrified. What? Quinn let out an incredulous gasp, his eyes bulging out of their sockets. Whoosh. Suddenly, a figure shrouded in billowing black smoke burst forth from the raging flames, like a tiger leaping across a ravine or a swordfish soaring high in the ocean waves, with wisps of mud and waves surrounding him. His expensive suit jacket was destroyed in the explosion, and his back was covered in severe burns, a bloody mess that was enough to make anyone's scalp crawl. But the man's expression remained indifferent, as if he felt no pain whatsoever, his posture as graceful as a whale leaping from the sea under the sunlight. The shattered sunglasses reflected the dazzling flames. Despite being as weak and pitiful as a mouse in the face of the overwhelming presence of the Brachiosaurus's massive body, it possessed a calm and courageous spirit that charged forward without hesitation. Or, like a top diver, stretched out his arms in front of him, his figure forming a graceful arc in midair. With a clean and decisive movement, it plunged into the ground again, using the shockwave from the explosion to accelerate forward. Did you dive deep underground in an instant? But your aura is already so weak. How long can you hold on? Quinn quickly came to his senses and let out a sinister laugh. He glanced in the direction of the prison and could clearly see Darren and Barrett breaking out in this direction, obviously trying to reunite with that damned rat. We absolutely cannot let him hand over the key to the sea stone shackles to those two guys. How could I possibly let you succeed? The Brachiosaurus roared, suddenly raising its long, thick neck high and opening its mouth wide. A destructive aura, accompanied by a frantically converging golden light, gathered wildly in his mouth. This, beneath Or's shattered sunglasses, his pupils suddenly contracted. An unprecedented sense of death loomed over him. He gritted his teeth and plunged deeper into the earth once more. At this moment, black flames. Roar. A dark yellow laser beam shot out from the Brachiosaurus's mouth and instantly disappeared into the ground where or was. The earth takes the shape of ocean waves, constantly being burned and melted by extreme high temperatures, and then lifted up in scorching storms. The raging flames spread unchecked, distorting the air as they soared into the sky. A violent shockwave spread outwards from the center of the explosion, blowing away countless members of the beast's pirates. Amidst the turbulent storm, a terrifying, charred crater suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Or's battered and bruised figure, like a drowning corpse exhausted, slowly floated out of the deep, flowing pit. He was floating there, covered in blood. Beneath his shattered sunglasses, Or struggled to lift his heavy eyelids. In the blurred vision stained with blood, the figure of the black-haired Navy man seemed to have been swallowed up by even more pirates. Just a little bit short. A bloodied hand was raised with difficulty in midair, gripping the bunch of keys tightly. Less than 100 meters. Lord Darren, I'm so sorry. Upon seeing this, Quinn burst into laughter. Ha ha, you can't escape now, you damn thief. Let the handsome Lord Quinn deliver the final blow. Brachiosaurus suddenly exerted force with its thick, pillar-like limbs. Boom. The ground suddenly collapsed, creating a deep crater. Under the terrifying power of the ancient creature, the Brachiosaurus's figure roared into the air. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters in the air. Barrett, it's time. At that moment, Darren, who was surrounded by the frenzied pirates, suddenly roared with bloodshot eyes. He swept away several pirates in front of him with a whip kick, and his figure lightly leaped into the air. Barrett grinned maliciously and reached out his large hand to grab Darren's right foot. Ha ha, don't die. He took a deep breath and assumed a fierce throwing stance. Upon seeing this, Quinn's pupils contracted high in the sky, as if he were imagining something ominous. But being high in the air, he had no time to stop them and could only frantically curse. No, stop them, you bunch of idiots. The pirates were stunned, and just as they were about to make a move, it was too late. Go. Barrett took a step forward, his eyes filled with madness, his arm muscles bulging like lava. Like throwing a shot put, Darren was hurled away with tremendous force. Bang! With the force of the full burst, the air exploded, creating visible white ripples. Darren's figure shot out like a roaring cannonball, knocking dozens of pirates away as he hurtled towards Or. Damn it! Quinn roared with eyes blazing with fury. Then I'll wipe you all out. As soon as the words were spoken, the massive Brachiosaurus, as large as a small mountain, began to plummet headfirst into the ground under the influence of gravity. Like a meteorite falling from the sky, the target. It was Or again. In an instant, everyone on the battlefield instinctively stopped what they were doing, held their breath, and stared intently at what was about to happen. The Brachiosaurus fell from above like a meteorite. The Navy flew close to the ground like cannonballs. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Near, say, or strained to lift the key in his hand. It's getting closer. Darren desperately reached out to take it. It's getting closer. The Brachiosaurus plummeted wildly, its speed so great that golden lightning crackled in the surrounding void. At this moment, the faces of the three were torn and distorted by the raging wind. Infinitely close. Within reach. Snap. Darren took the key. Say, or smiled contentedly and closed his eyes. Die. Quinn's eyes widened in horror as he slammed his head against the ground. Boom. The next second, a deafening roar suddenly spread across the earth. The earth shook violently. Chapter 99 Over-the-Shoulder Throw. Brachiosaurus Bomb. The massive Brachiosaurus head, descending from the sky like a mortar shell, crashed down wildly. Ha ha ha. You're doomed, aren't you? Quinn's sneer suddenly stopped. At that moment, everyone suddenly heard the sound of the stone shackles falling to the ground. Boom. In an instant, the deafening roar caused all the pirates present to be temporarily deafened. The decibel level of the sound wave directly exceeded the limit that the ears could bear, and golden arcs of electricity seemed to disturb the void. The explosive storm raged around the point where the Brachiosaurus landed, bombarding an area within 100 meters. The earth trembled with a rumbling sound, and shocking cracks appeared everywhere. The earth was whipped up by huge waves of mud, and the flying pebbles were crushed into dust in midair. The blinding light gradually intensified. However, an expression of disbelief and horror gradually appeared on the faces of everyone in the beast's pirates, their pupils trembling violently, as if they could not believe what they were seeing in the distance. A smile tugged at the corner of Barrett's mouth. A gust of wind rushed towards him, causing Say, or to open his eyes again. The scene that came into view stunned him. In the fierce storm, a tall, unusually large, black-haired Navy officer stood on the ground, his feet firmly planted in the earth, his black hair flying wildly and wildly in the wind. His eyes radiated a terrifying arrogance and defiance, and his forehead was covered with black armor imbued with armament hockey. It held firm against the Brachiosaurus's head, a strike powerful enough to shatter a mountain. It's blocked. He blocked Boss Quinn's Brachiosaurus bomb with his head, completely unharmed. How is that possible? A monster. The beast's pirates stood frozen in place, dumbfounded, staring at the incredibly exaggerated scene. They felt a chill run down their spines, making their scalps tingle. That was an ancient Brachiosaurus. Its size and weight are comparable to a small merchant ship, coupled with the fact that it is falling from a height of tens of meters, let alone the fragile human body. Even a small mountain would be smashed into mush and leveled in an instant. But that guy just stood there, blocking Quinn's attack without taking a single step back. Although the Navy officer was already quite tall and unusually large, he still looked significantly smaller than the Brachiosaurus. Rumble. The explosive shock waves continued to spread, and under Quinn's terrifying pressure, the ground beneath Darren's feet collapsed and crumbled layer by layer. But he struggled to lift his head, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Hey, fat guy in overalls, that really hurts. Quinn's pupils constricted. Before he could react, a flash of madness crossed the Commodore's eyes, and he suddenly reached out with both hands. Strong, powerful hands gripped the Brachiosaurus's thick neck tightly, veins bulging on the backs of their hands, muscles bulging out like knotted steel bars wrapping around the bones. Now it's my turn. Darren roared furiously, his eyes blazing, and took a step forward, lowering his waist and exerting force with both hands. In Quinn's bewildered gaze, under the frozen gazes of numerous pirates, Darren grabbed the Brachiosaurus's head with both hands, and with a powerful thrust of his legs, he slammed his back upwards. The Brachiosaurus's massive, mountain-like body was lifted high into the air, and then, a powerful and heavy over-the-shoulder throw. Boom. Quinn's body gave the solid ground a passionate kiss, sending countless pebbles flying. His mind went blank for a moment. His pupils seemed to dilate, and drops of blood spilled from his mouth. Everyone felt a violent tremor coming from the ground beneath their feet, and the ground began to shake violently. Tear. Dark cracks spread out from where the Brachiosaurus landed, and then the geological structure within a 10-meter radius collapsed, forming a terrifying giant crater. Hiss! The pirates gasped in unison, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor at the visually stunning scene. How is this possible? Your strength, your physique, your defense. Quinn roared with eyes wide open, his massive body tumbling in the deep pit, kicking up clouds of dust. Stars were popping into his head, and he struggled to get up, dizzy and staring at Darren in disbelief, roaring in a hoarse voice. What exactly did you do? Darren sneered, and the moment he took a step forward, his right foot was already raised high above his head. A chilling aura of armament hockey covered it, giving it an extremely cold and hard sheen. Having gained the upper hand, he naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to attack. His eyes were sharp. The combat boots slammed down on Quinn's head like a battle axe. I have to thank you for this. Bang, bang, bang. The speed and explosive power of that kick were so terrifying that they pierced through the air, creating visible white ripples. Darren's strength, explosiveness, and physique have been cultivated to a level beyond human capabilities. Coupled with the special training he underwent while locked up, resulting in a surge in all his physical attributes, his combat power has increased by at least 30% compared to before his mission at sea. As if sensing the power of the kick, Quinn's pupils contracted and his eyelids twitched violently. He gritted his teeth, enduring the intense dizziness in his head. Boom. Feet touched the ground. Tear. The earth groaned in agony, unable to bear the weight any longer, and the storm whipped up countless rocks. The path seemed like a bottomless trough, stretching out from where the military boots landed, continuing straight for dozens of meters before finally stopping. Dust churned like a giant dragon, swirling and dancing wildly across the land. Darren frowned and turned to look 10 meters away. In that spot, smoke and dust filled the air, and Quinn's figure appeared and disappeared amidst it, his rapid breathing audible. His appearance changed again. The Brachiosaurus's forelimbs returned to the shape of hands, and his entire body stood upright. The robotic arm extends spirally, taking the shape of a clamp. He held an enormous cleaver in his right hand. The end of its long, powerful, orange-yellow tail also transforms into a mechanical shape, constantly rotating like a sawtooth. Human beast form. Did you instantly transform from beast form to humanoid form to dodge the attack? Darren's eyes gleamed with a cold, eerie light. Unexpectedly, this chubby guy in overalls possessed explosive power and speed that were completely disproportionate to his size. Hey, Darren, stop playing by yourself. Come and unlock my shackles. At this moment, Barrett, who was surrounded by the pirate crew in the distance behind him, roared through gritted teeth. Chapter 100 is truly nostalgic. Oh, is it really a good idea to remove your sea stone shackles? You're a pirate, I'm a marine, we're enemies. Hearing Barrett's roar, Darren turned around, smiled at him, and winked. Barrett. His face instantly turned bright red, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. That bastard. Aren't we all allies right now? Seeing Barrett's disgusted expression, Darren couldn't help but laugh. He picked up Say, or from the ground, and vanished in a flash. His speed was extreme, like a black phantom, instantly cutting into the crowd. Stop him, you bunch of idiots. Quinn, feeling dizzy and lightheaded, exclaimed in surprise, his face changing drastically. However, the pirates surrounding Barrett didn't even have time to see Darren's movements clearly. They only felt a blur before their bodies were severely injured. They looked as if they had been hit by a speeding train, spitting blood as they were thrown backwards like kites with broken strings. Next second, Darren appeared beside Barrett like a ghost and handed him the bunch of keys. Barrett rolled his eyes in annoyance, bit the key with his teeth, and inserted it into the hole in the shackles. With a snap, the stone shackles came off his arm and fell to the ground. Ha 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 ha. Barrett, covered in blood, slowly stood up, raised his one arm, covered his face with his hands, and threw his head back, letting out a maniacal laugh. Finally, my strength has finally returned. Boom. A powerful and profound aura suddenly erupted from his body, causing his long, golden hair, dripping with blood, to fly wildly. Like a mighty tide, it instantly radiated and swept across the entire world before our eyes. The wind howled, lightning flashed in the sky, and it seemed as if lightning was constantly bursting in the void. The pirates who were trying to surround them suddenly froze, their movements becoming stiff and awkward, as if they had been trapped in a world of mush, and their faces turned deathly pale. They were all kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath in pain. Those who are weaker may even have their eyes rolled back, their heads fall to the ground, and they lose consciousness. Darren watched this scene, his eyes narrowed, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. The Beast Pirates are currently just a medium-sized pirate force in the New World, far smaller than they were in the original storyline. Aside from Kaido, the only other notable fighters in the crew are King the Wildfire and Queen the Plague, the three real fighters that were painstakingly put together. As for how much real value this real fight actually has, we can see a glimpse of it from the lizard man who guarded the prison before. In this timeline, the Flying Six, who form the backbone of the group, have not yet appeared, let alone beings like the Givers or the Barbarians. This also means that the Beast Pirates are currently extremely lacking in mid-level combat power. This is why Kaido is so eager to recruit the two of them. At that moment, Quinn's hoarse voice came from afar amidst the raging wind and dust. His massive body emerged step by step from the swirling dust, his mechanical arms constantly turning, the metal clamps clicking and clacking, exuding a chilling sense of intimidation. No wonder Boss Kaido went to such lengths to recruit you. It's all conqueror's haki. Feeling that arrogant spirit rushing towards him, Quinn's expression became somewhat solemn. However, that's all for now. You lot are unforgivable. Not only did you betray the great genius Quinn, but you also turned our headquarters upside down. Quinn's bloodshot eyes were fixed on Darren and his two companions, two plumes of white smoke billowing from his nostrils, his anger almost grinding his teeth to powder. Unforgivable. I'm going to wipe you all out. As soon as he finished speaking, Quinn's eyes suddenly blazed with a crimson light. Spark Queen. By Ubu. Countless red explosive beam bullets tore through the air like a storm, engulfing Darren and his companions. This is the technology of the Germa 66. Ha! Let me do it. Barrett grinned impatiently, took a step forward, and slammed his hand heavily on the ground. Combined. Rumble. The earth seemed to come alive suddenly, and under Barrett's control, it instantly formed a solid stone shield that stretched across the front. Bang 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 bang. Red beam bullets rained down on the stone shield, blasting countless fragments of rock into the air. The massive stone shield kept exploding and shattering, but under Barrett's control of the fusion fruit, it quickly reassembled and regenerated. The explosion sent up a scorching gust of wind, and crimson flames roared before our eyes, billowing up thick black smoke. The next moment, the massive figure crashed through the thick smoke and leaped high into the air. Quinn, whose black and white overalls were almost ripped apart, roared and brought his huge cleaver down on Darren's head. Ha ha ha, die. Clang. The cleaver snapped in two. The broken blade flew backward, spun a few times, and embedded itself in the ground not far away. Quinn. Darren. Barrett. How is this possible? How could your physical defense be this strong? Quinn's bloodshot eyes widened like saucers as he roared in disbelief. He clenched his fist, his armament haki covering it. With a flurry of punches, Darren was enveloped by a sky full of fist shadows. Wind fist. Darren sneered and went to meet him without flinching. Fist against fist. Bang 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 bang. The dull thud of fists colliding sounded like the pounding of raindrops. Each time the two exchanged blows, a powerful shockwave would erupt, making it impossible for other pirates to get even half a step closer. The ground beneath our feet kept cracking, and pebbles kept flying up. Seeing that his attacks were having no effect whatsoever, Quinn became increasingly panicked as he fought. That damn Navy, in terms of pure physical ability, is no less than me in my human beast form, and even surpasses me in physical defense. I'm an ancient Zoan-type Brachiosaurus in its Brachiosaurus form. Is this guy even human? Since that's the case. Bang. The two fists collided again, holding their ground firmly. Just then, Quinn's head suddenly detached from his body and shot out, his mouth full of sharp teeth opening wide and biting Darren's shoulder. Now you're out of options. Prepare for Lord Quinn's electric shock. A cunning glint flashed in Quinn's eyes, and a sinister grin snarled through his teeth. Power generation Queen. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. High-voltage electricity erupted from his modified mouth, radiating a deep blue light. The scalding electric shock instantly enveloped Darren's body, relentlessly whipping his skin, muscles, and internal organs, emitting large amounts of smoke. Ha ha ha, how about that? Can you handle it now? Quinn stared in disbelief, his voice cracking. What? Darren looked at him as if nothing had happened, even casually exhaling a black smoke ring. I really miss Germa's technology. Darren smiled, his eyes sharp, and grabbed Quinn's head. To the earth beneath one's feet. It crashed down heavily. Boom. A giant wave of dust, 10 meters high, shot into the sky. Quinn's head was deeply embedded in the ground. His pupils began to swirl, and he coughed up blood. His Brachiosaurus body, which remained in place, convulsed continuously due to intense pain. Chapter 101. Should I let him finish speaking? Darren was very familiar with the technology of the Germa 66. While in Beihai, he once used his own body to test the power of the Germa military technology weapons. Electric shocks, burning, heavy punches, and rocket bombardments, powerful weapons that are extremely effective against ordinary people and could easily kill them, are just one part of Darren's regular training. Although Quinn claims to have mastered the military weapons technology of Germa 66, his research strengths are not in weapons manufacturing, but in human mechanical implant modification and artificial synthesis of deadly infectious viruses. Damn it, why are my attacks completely ineffective against you? Quinn, his head embedded in the deep crater in the ground, roared breathlessly, his bloodshot eyes staring incredulously at Darren. I'm clearly a Zoan-type user. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Quinn's long, plesiosaur-like neck suddenly contracted, dragging his massive body as he spiraled at high speed towards Darren and Barrett. The massive body whipped up a powerful gust of wind, and Barrett let out a sinister laugh. Let me. His eyes blazed with a frenzied fighting spirit as he instantly activated the power of the fusion fruit. The soil, sand, and steel fragments on the ground writhed and swept up as if they were alive, spreading around his body and instantly forming a huge 3-meter-long arm at the location of his severed arm. Whoosh. It was covered with a purplish-black armament hockey, giving it an extremely hard and cold metallic feel. Barrett roared through gritted teeth as his long golden hair danced wildly. You damn fatso. I've put up with you for far too long. A punch was thrown. Combination, super cannon. Boom. Like a heavy punch from a mortar, it struck Quinn squarely in the abdomen. With an exaggerated display of domineering power, her round belly, encased in black and white overalls, rippled like ocean waves. Bang. Under the heavy blow, Quinn's body immediately bent like a boiled shrimp, and a white shockwave exploded from his back. Quinn's face turned deathly pale, as if struck by a heavy blow, and large amounts of blood gushed from his mouth and nose. He let out a painful wail, his body tumbling wildly on the ground, kicking up countless clouds of dust. But he didn't care about any of that. His pupils suddenly contracted to their smallest size. In the reflection of his pupils, the military boots, imbued with armament hockey, were already raised and stomped down fiercely towards his head. Damn it! How could I possibly lose to you two? Quinn roared, his eyes rapidly converging with an eerie red light. Bayubayubayu. Beams of red light shot out like a storm, causing massive explosions on the spot. Rumble. The crimson flames flickered and roared, while black smoke billowed out. The next moment, Darren and Barrett were both ejected backward from the thick smoke and landed steadily. They blew out the lingering flames around them, placed the heavily injured and unconscious Sei, or on the ground behind them, squinted at Quinn, who was rising again in the black smoke in the distance, and a cold smile appeared on their lips. What a tough guy. Even though I'm injured and tortured to the point where I'm not as strong as I used to be, this little worm can still stand up after taking my full-force punch. Barrett clicked his tongue in amazement as he spoke, cracks appearing on his rocky arm, which then peeled away in large pieces until only the size of a normal arm remained. 5 rough, rocky fingers moved their joints, and a prosthetic limb, synthesized using the power of the fusion fruit, filled the gap left by the missing arm. Darren glanced at him and smiled sarcastically. Will it work? If not, I'll get you a metal arm. Barrett's lips twitched, recalling the huge embarrassment he suffered during their first meeting, and he said irritably, Keep that for yourself. I hate metal. He gripped his new arm tightly, feeling the power within it, and slowly said, Although it takes some getting used to, it's good enough once you add some domineering aura. Darren smiled, then turned his gaze back to Quinn, who was shaking his head in the thick smoke, his eyes gradually turning murderous. That guy is a Zoan-type devil fruit user, possessing amazing physical defense and regenerative abilities. He's not so easy to kill. Give him the final blow, then prepare to retreat, Barrett. Barrett paused for a moment after hearing this, then clenched his fists in resentment. All right. He was a vengeful man. Although the fat man in overalls had greatly enhanced his strength, Barrett could not easily forget the pain and torment of being imprisoned and injected with the virus. However, this place is the headquarters of the Beast's pirates, and Kaido and King could return at any time. If they delay for too long, their escape plan will be in vain. Retreat. At that moment, Quinn's hoarse voice suddenly came from the billowing black smoke. Bang! He took a step forward, and the ground trembled dully. Its massive body created a shockwave that instantly dispersed the thick smoke. The upright Brachiosaurus stood there, panting, its bloodshot eyes fixed on its experimental subject, roaring furiously. Do you think you can escape from here? The enormous sound waves spread out, seemingly shaking the entire island. You destroyed an armory, killed so many members of the pirate crew, and turned our base into a mess. Today, no matter what, I'm going to crush you all into mincemeat and slaughter you all. Quinn, in his human beast form, suddenly leaned forward, half lying on all fours, adopting the posture of a beast pouncing on its prey, about to charge. Click, click. He slowly opened his gaping maw, filled with sharp teeth. The metal robotic arms suddenly unfolded, revealing a dark cannon barrel protruding from the steel clamps. The huge tail, with its distinct metal components, was also swaying and swinging, with the end of its tail resembling a cannon barrel. A suffocating dark yellow light rose simultaneously from its mouth, arms, and tail. The dazzling particles of light converged wildly, and the destructive aura they emitted sent chills down the spines of everyone present. That's the move. They've even used robotic arms and tails. Those three guys are dead meat. Apart from Lord Kaido, no one can withstand Boss Queen's attack. The Beast's pirates members, who were lying on the ground watching from a distance, burst into exclamations and cheers upon seeing this scene. However, what no one saw was that, faced with this intimidating scene, the Navy officer's expression became unusually strange. Barrett's lips twitched slightly. He glanced at Darren and silently took 2 steps back. Ha 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 ha. Destroy under the firepower of this genius Quinn, you fools. Escape. Quinn burst into loud laughter, becoming increasingly arrogant. Stop joking. I am. The 3 dark yellow beams of light converged to their maximum. Plague Kue? A faint blue arc of electricity seemed to flash across the void, and the tail and arms, which had been modified with metal, and the cannon barrel suddenly closed irregularly. Quinn. His expression froze for a moment, his smile frozen on his face. Boom. The flames instantly engulfed his figure and everything within a 100-meter radius. A massive explosion erupted on the spot, transforming into a colossal fireball that shot straight into the sky. Darren slowly lowered his fingers, scratching his head somewhat embarrassedly, and said, Should I let him finish speaking? Barrett. The numerous pirates in the distance, staring in disbelief. Chapter 102 The same drama. The raging flames seemed to transform into a fireball that blotted out the sky, spreading across the land. The extremely high temperature scorched the crackled ground, causing it to crackle and pop. The sweltering heat wave made all the pirates who were looking around fall to the ground in terror. The flickering firelight illuminated their pale, frozen, and terrified faces with crystal clarity. Aya! Amidst the sea of fire, Quinn's massive body writhed wildly on the ground, emitting agonizing screams. Chance. Upon seeing this, a flash of crimson killing intent crossed Barrett's eyes. Quinn is already seriously injured. If we make the first move now, we could very likely kill him to vent our anger and resentment from the torment we've been suffering. He took a deep breath, tensing his leg muscles, when suddenly a hand grabbed his shoulder from the side. No, Barrett, we have to go. Barrett was stunned and turned his head away. Suddenly, a faint arc of electricity flickered between Darren's fingers. As the invisible magnetic field unfolded, weapons and guns from the countless fallen pirate corpses on the surrounding battlefield suddenly flew up, rapidly twisting, melting, and reforming in midair before coalescing into a silver, streamlined arc that hovered in front of the two. Darren tossed the unconscious Sei onto the arc and was about to step onto it when a thunderous roar of fury suddenly echoed from the distant sky. Darren! Barrett! You 2 damn bastards! How dare you! The roar was deafening, stirring up raging winds and flashing thunder across the land. Barrett's expression changed, and his pupils suddenly contracted. That voice belongs to Kaido. He's back. Barrett instinctively looked up at the sound and saw an enormous black shadow moving through the sea of clouds in the far distance, growing larger and larger. Wind and thunder accompanied the colossal creature's advance, intertwining and generating recklessly, flashing incessantly. That's a dragon. It's Lord Kaido. Great. Lord Kaido is back. Those 2 guys are doomed now. Seeing this strange phenomenon in the sky, the pale faces of the Beast Pirates members in the distance regained their excitement, and they couldn't help but shout. Suddenly, a sharp, explosive sound suddenly rang out from behind the clouds, like the hiss of some incredibly sharp blade cutting through the air. Bad wind. Before the shadows even arrived, massive, dark green wind blades had already torn through the clouds, seemingly engulfing the two of them. "They're here." Darren's eyes sharpened, and he reacted quickly, suddenly raising one arm. Countless metals reconstituted into a hemispherical steel shield before their eyes, and a layer of pitch-black luster instantly covered its surface, enveloping the two of them. Facing Kaido's powerful winds, which could easily cut through city walls and tear apart the earth, Darren did not overestimate himself and directly added armament haki to his metal defensive layer. Clang, 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 clang. The wind blades fell like a torrential rain, scattering countless sparks upon impacting the metal shield and leaving shocking cuts on it. Crackling. More and more cuts and cracks appeared, and with the final wind blade falling, it shattered into countless fragments. Amidst the scattered metal fragments, the dragon finally emerged from the heavy, gloomy sea of clouds, its head, the size of a mountain peak, peeking out. Upon seeing the devastation of his own base and the countless corpses on the ground, his vertical pupils instantly filled with ferocious bloodshot veins, filled with unspeakable rage, as he stared intently at Darren and Barrett on the ground. Unforgivable. The dragon let out a deafening roar, suddenly opening its gaping maw of sharp teeth and taking a deep breath. Its belly swelled up instantly, and the scorching flames in its mouth visibly and rapidly coalesced into a terrifying fireball. Damn it! That move again! Barrett's pupils contracted slightly. Kaido, that bastard, used this trick to create chaos, thus creating an opportunity to capture himself and Darren alive. However, the same act won't be repeated twice. He suddenly grinned maliciously, and jet-black armament haki enveloped his arms like an invisible armor. "Barrett, I'll handle Kaido. You watch what's behind you." The Commodore's indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Barrett froze, his gaze sweeping across the smoke-filled sky before locking onto a dark shadow that roared out from behind the dragon and swept around the smoke from the flank. Its long, black wings ignited with crimson flames in midair as it glided down from the sky at an astonishing speed. The second-in-command and top commander of the Beast's pirates, King the Wildfire. Zoan type, dragon fruit, ancient Zoan, pteranodon form. Suddenly, the pteranodon pulled its head back tightly like a slingshot, as if it were a bowstring stretched to its limit, ready to be released. Their target was none other than the metal arc they were so firmly protecting. A pincer attack from both sides. "Darren, you bastard. I'm not your subordinate. Why should I take your orders?" Barrett gritted his teeth and roared in resentment, but his body subconsciously obeyed the Commodore's command. He stepped out from his spot, and the earth beneath his feet instantly enveloped his body with countless rocks, sand, and steel, transforming him into a 10-meter-tall giant. Combined, the giant, exuding awe-inspiring majesty, swung its massive arm and slammed it down heavily on the pterosaur high in the sky. The air was pierced directly by the giant's exaggerated power, bursting out in circles of white ripples. At the same moment he threw the punch, Barrett heard a crisp sound behind him. Buzz. That was the sound of a coin being flicked into the air by a thumb. A fierce wind tousled his black hair as Darren stood proudly in place, aiming the spinning coin at the dragon's fiery maw. The entire world was dark and hellish, with rocks flying everywhere, and the scene seemed to freeze in that moment. Darren and Barrett, transformed into giants, stood back to back, eagerly facing their respective opponents. The next moment, boom! The crimson pillar of fire spewed from the dragon's mouth, and the azure electromagnetic beam cannons unleashed by the Navy. The pterosaur launched a golden shockwave like a laser beam, while the murderous giant grinned and swung its meteor-like fist. They collided violently in midair. Heat breath. Magnetic overload, railgun. The Sable is proud to be emperor. Medium-sized bullet, super cannon. The world fell silent for a moment. Boom. Boom. Two earth-shattering explosions erupted instantly, and the massive shockwaves spread uncontrollably in all directions high in the sky. Countless members of the Beast Pirates were unable to react at all. They only felt that the world in front of them was suddenly occupied by a blinding white